I am clearly a super rich tycoon with trillions of assets, but I can only drink porridge, eat pickles, and live in a broken building every day because the tycoon system detected that my girlfriend Lu Ruyan is a hidden gold digger. So the system has been unable to bind with me, and I can't deliberately pick a fight to break up with Lu Ruyan. Today, Lu Ruyan's white moonlight and high profile returned to the country. Lu Ruyan finally broke up with me. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, wearing a black silk miniskirt, stood in the dilapidated courtyard and shouted at me, "Jiang Chen, let's break up. My boyfriend Bai Yueguang Yang Fan is a senior executive in the company, with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, over $1 million in savings, and he even bought a brand new BMW 5 Series at the 4S store yesterday. What can you, a delivery man, compare to him? So let's end it here." Upon hearing this, I was not angry at all, but instead filled with joy, because as long as I get rid of Lu Ruyan, the system will immediately reward me with trillions. I have been looking forward to this day for 3 years. So, I smiled slightly and said to Lu Ruyan, "I have no objection to breaking up. Wait for me. I will go pack your luggage." After that, I immediately rushed into the house to pack up Lu Ruyan's luggage. My actions left Lu Ruyan stunned in place. She had originally thought that I would cry my heart out when breaking up with her, but she didn't expect that I not only looked very happy, but also wanted to be considerate by packing up her luggage. Lu Ruyan even wondered if I had gone crazy from being too sad. Soon, I will pack my suitcase and hand it over to Lu Ruyan. I also handed over the 10,000 yuan I saved from delivering takeout to Lu Ruyan. "Ruyan, I've been playing around with you for 3 years. Take this 10,000 yuan and go have fun with your white moonlight by opening a 5-star hotel. Oh, I put the little balloon in the box for you." Once this was said, Lu Ruyan was even more confused. "Jiang Chen, have you gone crazy from being too sad?" I immediately shook my head and denied. "No, I'm fine. I just feel like I'm not good enough for you. It's the duty of every young pioneer to pursue adult beauty." After saying that, I was afraid that Lu Ruyan would change her mind, so I immediately put her in a taxi. After Lu Ruyan left, the voice of the system immediately sounded in my mind, detected that the host has broken up with the materialistic woman, henceforth blocking the love. The godly millionaire lottery system is successfully bound. Previously, the host could draw 3 times a day. Do you want to start the draw? Soon, a lucky draw will appear in my mind, so I went straight for a 3-in-a-row draw. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 million Dragon Kingdom coins. The bonus has been transferred to the host's bank account in a legal manner. Congratulations to the host for drawing a LaFerrari sports car. The exact location of the car has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Please go to collect it as soon as possible. Congratulations to the host for drawing a body enhancement pack, immediately significantly increasing attributes such as strength, agility, and stamina. As the system finished broadcasting, my phone immediately received a message of 10 million deposited and a map navigation of a Ferrari. Even my whole body's blood cells were churning. 2 minutes later, I took a selfie with my phone, and when I saw my photo, I was stunned on the spot. In the photo, my face still looked as handsome as Wu Yanzu, but my whole demeanor became elegant, and the muscle lines became very symmetrical, with even 8-pack abs. Simply put, I instantly evolved from a handsome guy to a stylish man. More importantly, I now have 10 million funds in my account. A Ferrari is my ride, and I can spin the wheel in the system 3 times a day for rewards. Isn't this the peak of life? After spending 3 years eating humble food with Lu Ruyan, it's finally time to enjoy life. So, I went home, took a shower, changed into a clean casual outfit, then opened my phone to book the presidential suite at the 5-star Jiangcheng Imperial Dynasty Hotel online. The cost for the evening was 88,000, and I casually placed an order for a week. My concept is simple. Now that I have money, I must spend it lavishly. When I was about to go out to get my car, I saw my neighbor Su Yao washing clothes on the ground with a wash basin. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan are best friends. The only difference between the two is that Lu Ruyan is a hidden gold digger, while Su Yao is an open gold digger. However, Su Yao is much prettier than Lu Ruyan in terms of both figure and appearance. In fact, I have always had a crush on Su Yao before, but at that time I was just a delivery driver. But now that I have become a rich man, the first target is naturally to win over Su Yao. So I shouted, "Su Yao, don't wash this old clothes of yours. How about I buy you a new LV latest coat?" Su Yao, who was washing clothes with her head down, heard my voice and immediately cursed. "Jiang Chen, you're just a stinky delivery guy. How dare you come and tease me?" After cursing, Su Yao raised her head and saw me. Then she just froze. "Damn, Jiang Chen, did you go for plastic surgery? Why did you suddenly become so handsome?" I smiled slightly and said to Su Yao, "Being handsome is just basic. By the way, I have booked a 5-star hotel at the Imperial Dynasty. Do you want to join me for a meal?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao sneered. Jiang Chen, have you lost your mind? A meal at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel costs as much as 3 years of salary for you. A delivery guy. Do you, this stinky toad, still want to eat this swan of mine? Su Yao was shocked before she could finish speaking, because I immediately took out the order for the Grand Dynasty Hotel on my phone. I had booked it for a week before, spending a total of more than 600,000, all in cash. And Su Yao, seeing that bright red 600,000 figure, was almost scared to fall to the ground. Oh my god. Jiang Chen, where did you get so much money? I shrugged my shoulders and said indifferently to Su Yao, if you want to have a big meal, change your clothes and come with me. Su Yao heard this, swiftly returned to the room like lightning, changed into nice clothes, put on delicate makeup, then came downstairs with me, constantly asking why I suddenly became so rich, and I pretended to be mysterious without directly answering Su Yao. Soon, I arrived at an underground parking lot with Su Yao following the location of the mobile phone navigation. From a distance, I saw a dazzling red supercar parked not far ahead. Ferrari LaFerrari, one of the three greats of the sports car world, limited to 499 units worldwide. The Ferrari LaFerrari, worth 22.5 million Longwood dollars. It just parked there quietly. This uniquely charismatic luxury supercar, with its streamlined body and innovative design. The car's paintwork is mirror-like and exudes an alluring charm no matter which angle you admire it from. Swish, Jiang Chen took out the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. Drip. The next second, 2 headlights on a Ferrari LaFerrari. It flashed very coolly twice and made 2 crisp honking sounds. The door lock is unlocked. Jiang Chen forced down his inner ecstasy and walked over quickly. But, he'd only just gotten the car door open, and before anyone could get into the car, just froze in place with a scream. It's really a Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen, stop right there. Su Yao suddenly stepped on her high heels and walked over. Then he stopped Jiang Chen, who was about to get on the bus, and even shoved his cell phone into his hand. What do you want? Jiang Chen subconsciously caught Su Yao's cell phone and asked blankly. Hurry up and take 2 pictures for me. I want to send them to my friends. After Su Yao threw down these words, immediately, he stepped in front of the Ferrari LaFerrari and then struck a sexy, provocative pose. Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, an impatient expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He said that he would only take 2 pictures, but Jiang Chen ended up taking dozens of pictures of Su Yao continuously, but the still didn't think it was enough. And so, Jiang Chen had a cold face and directly threw his cell phone to Su Yao. Then it was into the driver's seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Feeling the luxurious and atmospheric decorations inside the car, Jiang Chen's mood instantly changed from cloudy to sunny. Ha ha, what a cool sports car. From now on, this ride is mine. Close the door, fasten seatbelts, adjust seats and mirrors. Jiang Chen strictly followed the steps taught by the driving school instructor and adjusted everything. Only then did he carefully press the start button. Boom! Only a low and open exhaust sound could be heard, instantly echoing in the underground parking lot. Feeling the slightest vibration in the body of the Ferrari LaFerrari was as if it had come to life, and Jiang Chen's blood boiled. Ka-ching! Just at this moment, the passenger door was suddenly opened, and Su Yao huffed and puffed as she drilled in. Jiang Chen, you're going to die. I asked you to take 2 more pictures of me and you're so impatient? No wonder Roy and Lu broke up with you. If I had a boyfriend like you, would have kicked your ass a long time ago. Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened when Su Yao said this. Little splatterer, I gave you face, didn't I? Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and coldly looked at Su Yao. Jiang Chen, have you taken the wrong medicine today? Who gave you the nerve to call me a little splutterer at the drop of a hat? If you dare to scream one more time, believe it or not, I'll skin you. Su Yao finally couldn't help but freak out. This afternoon, she didn't even know how many times she had been called Little Splashman by Jiang Chen. Even a clayman has a few moments of fire. Not to mention Su Yao was the former school beauty of Shilan University. It carries a pride and high spirits in his bones. So, how could she tolerate Jiang Chen humiliating her again and again? Su Yao, get the hell down. I've changed my mind now, and I'm not taking your little spluttering ass to a big dinner tonight. Get as far away from me as you can. Jiang Chen didn't spoil Su Yao at all. He's been harboring it for 3 whole years. In these 3 years, he has obeyed Lu Ruyan. Oh no, I should say lowbrow, tolerant and submissive. And the result? Jiang Chen lost a lot. After breaking up with Ruyan Lu, Jiang Chen was like a new life. So how could he possibly repeat the same mistake? Although Su Yao had a few good looks, Jiang Chen just wanted to have some fun. There was no way he was going to push himself into the fire again for a gold-digging woman. Jiang Chen, how dare you yell at me, and tell me to get lost? You think because you introduce me to rich dudes that I have to please you in every way possible, and have to nod your head at you? What do you take me for? Su Yao was obviously infuriated. Su Yao, what are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Who was it that swore in the first place that he'd rather sit in a BMW and cry? And you don't want to sit on a bike and laugh? Jiang Chen smiled with a face full of disdain. He only saw that he fished out a cigarette from his pocket, took it in his mouth, and then lit it with a lighter. Su Yao's face was a burst of red to white. Her lips trembled several times, as if she was trying to find something to say to refute Jiang Chen. But as soon as she raised her eyes and suddenly saw Jiang Chen smoking, Su Yao immediately opened her mouth and scolded. Jiang Chen, just put the cigarette out. I hate the smell of smoke. It's none of your business if I smoke. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Yao, then took a hard drag on his cigarette, and it spat all the smoke into Su Yao's face. Jiang Chen, you're going to die. Su Yao covered her own mouth and nose, her brows furrowed in disgust as she said, don't you forget that it's not your car. It's the car your high-flying friend lent you to drive. You're smoking in his car in case the ashes fall out and burn the upholstery. Can you afford it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was instantly amused. Swish, only to see Jiang Chen without saying a word. The document bag containing the vehicle's license, purchase invoice, insurance policy and other information was directly dumped on Su Yao. Open your doggone eyes and see who the hell owns this car? After Jiang Chen said this, he didn't care if Su Yao had fastened her seatbelt or not. A direct foot on the gas. Boom! The Ferrari LaFerrari let out a flailing roar that it instantly catapulted to a start, then sped toward the parking lot exit. Chapter 6 Su Yao's Girlfriends Group. Boom boom! A big red Ferrari LaFerrari, speeding down the road. Jiang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, manipulated the steering wheel with one hand. The other hand worked on the center screen, seemingly opening the player and selecting a song. Soon, a soothing piece of music came right out of the car stereo. Su Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was holding a vehicle license in her hand. A pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes stared at the name and photo on the driving license with a shocked expression on her face. Jiang Chen, is this car really yours? After a good half day had passed, Su Yao finally came back to her senses, only to see her turn her head violently, her eyes unblinking as she looked at Jiang Chen. The look of shock and disbelief was still on his face. Aren't you full of crap? Could it be that on top of the driver's license, someone else's name is written? Is the purchase invoice, the purchase contract and the insurance policy, all of them fake? Jiang Chen, how did you have the money to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari? Legacy. She only saw her face full of curiosity as she looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Jiang Chen, aren't you an orphan? Where's the inheritance to come from? I had a grandfather who did business overseas. He made a lot of money, but he got very sick. He was not going to live long. So, before he died, he sent someone back to find me, and left all my possessions to me. Jiang Chen made up a random story. Anyway, Su Yao had big boobs and couldn't tell if it was true or not. What's more, Su Yao cared about the money and wasn't much interested in the story itself. Fruity, Su Yao immediately asked with glowing eyes. Jiang Chen, just how much did you inherit? Is this Ferrari LaFerrari part of the legacy? None of your business. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Brother Jiang Chen, just tell me. Su Yao blankly glanced at Jiang Chen in a seemingly angry manner, and on her delicate and charming face, there was also a curt smile. It's useless to call me brother. You have to call me husband. Honey, just tell me. I'm really curious. Su Yao, the once high and mighty school flower, was truly willing to throw away her dignity for the sake of money. Not only did she take the initiative to lean over toward Jiang Chen, but she also reached out and hugged his arm. A few gentle shakes. The little woman's pampering gesture was simply displayed by her. Guess for yourself. Don't interfere with my driving. Jiang Chen immediately gripped the steering wheel with both hands after throwing down these words. His eyes were also focused on the road ahead, seemingly unwilling to bother with Su Yao anymore. Seeing this scene, Su Yao couldn't help but pout her mouth. Sullenly, she let go of Jiang Chen's arm, and at the same time, she cursed in her heart, cheap bastard. However, it didn't take long for Su Yao's mood to become pleasant again, because she took the picture she just took with the Ferrari LaFerrari. A few were carefully selected and posted directly to friends. At this moment, she has 99 plus likes and replies under this dynamic. Also, Su Yao has a group of girlfriends. At this moment, this group of girlfriends had boiled over, and everyone was eyeing Su Yao. Swish! Su Yao didn't bother with the comments on the circle of friends, but clicked on this group of girlfriends at the first time. Lily Yu at Su Yao. Yao. This is a Ferrari LaFerrari. When did you meet such a rich guy? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao. Yao. You got a boyfriend? Luli at Su Yao. Yao. When will you put your high-flying boyfriend? Bring it out for the sisters to meet? Tangzhou at Su Yao. Yao. You're wearing such a sexy dress today. Are you going on a date with your boyfriend later? Willow like smoke at Su Yao. Yao Yao, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I don't know anything about it? That's right, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, was also in this group of girlfriends, maybe a little bit vain. Su Yao saw the message sent by Lu Ruyan in the group. Almost subconsciously, he glanced at Jiang Chen beside him. Tada! Only to see her pinching her cell phone, she quickly edited a message and sent it to her group of girlfriends. Su Yao at everyone, today is my first date with him. Wait a while, I'll bring him out again for everyone to meet. It had to be said that although Su Yao had big boobs, she was still a bit careful. She didn't expose Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, and the people in this group of girlfriends, almost all of them knew Jiang Chen. She knew better than anyone what kind of good Su Yao's group of girlfriends were. If we let everyone know that Jiang Chen had inherited a large sum of money, these girlfriends would surely have crooked thoughts about it. When that happens, won't you add a whole bunch of competitors to yourself for no reason at all? On top of that, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, Ruyan Lu, she was also in this group. As the saying goes, if the ex turns around, the incumbent will lose. With Su Yao's understanding of Lu Ruyan, if Lu Ruyan knew that Jiang Chen was now rich, Ruyan Lu would definitely regret it and would definitely want to find Jiang Chen to get back together. No way. Jiang Chen can only be an old lady. Even if Ruyan Lu was my mother's best girlfriend, she couldn't give Jiang Chen away. Tada! Su Yao continued to pinch her cell phone, happily chatting with everyone in her girlfriends group. However, it had always refused to reveal half of Jiang Chen's information. At the same time, Su Yao couldn't help but speculate in her heart. How much did Jiang Chen inherit? A sports car alone is worth $22.5 million, so his inheritance must be at least $100 million, right? Or maybe, $1 billion? $10 billion? Hundreds of billions? Hiss. Billionaire at only 25 years old. This is the Prince Charming of many women's hearts. Nothing more to say. Jiang Chen's thigh. I'll hold on to it. Humph. Chapter 7, Circle of Friends. 6 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. Jiang Chen had only just gotten out of the car when a woman in a hotel uniform greeted him. The woman appeared to be about 30 years of age, and had the appearance of being a clean-cut, stunningly beautiful, but the figure was quite voluptuous. A classical goose-egg face, willow eyebrows and almond eyes, a fine nose and cherry lips, the hair at the back of her head gently pulled up. There is a flavorful femininity in the dryness. Perhaps her appearance was not as stunning as Su Yao's, but she was definitely a durable type of beauty. Especially the mature female flavor on her body was something that women of Su Yao's age didn't have. She was wearing a black, medium-sleeved ladies' blazer on top. Underneath was a wraparound skirt of the same color. Her plump legs were wrapped in a thin layer of black stockings, and her feet were on a pair of shiny leather high heels. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Welcome to the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel. I am your exclusive butler, Shirato. Bai Shallow gave a professional smile to Jiang Chen, who had just gotten out of the car. A hand was extended at the same time. Hello, Butler White. Jiang Chen casually shook hands with Bai Shallow, only to feel that the other party's palm was slightly cool and delicate, soft, as if there were no bones. At that exact moment, Su Yao walked over to Jiang Chen's side. Not only did this hold Jiang Chen's arm, but she also looked at Bai Shanshan with a wary face. Bai Shallow ignored Su Yao's eyes and continued to smile as she said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. We've arranged for you to have a card table with a great view in the revolving restaurant on the top floor. Okay, then I'll trouble Butler Bai to lead the way. You're welcome, it's my duty. With a turn, Bai Shallow began to lead the way ahead. Shiraz is definitely a dedicated housekeeper. In the elevator, she had been introducing Jiang Chen to the functions of each floor of the hotel. For example, gyms, indoor swimming pools, chess and card rooms, KTVs, spa and wellness centers, billiard rooms. Until this moment, Su Yao realized that Jiang Chen had booked a presidential suite in this hotel, and it was booked for 7 days at a time. The presidential suite at the Dynasty International Hotel costs $88 for a night stay. Then it's over $600, 000 for a 7-day stay. The thought of Jiang Chen spending over $600, 000 just to stay in a hotel for a few days, while Su Yao was shocked, she couldn't help but feel a pang of flesh pain. What a loser! That's over $600, 000 Longwood dollars. Could all go for a lowered Porsche 718. If you have money you don't have room to spend, you can give this money to my mom. Soon, led by Bai Shallow, Jiang Chen and Su Yao arrived at the rotating restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. After Jiang Chen took the menu, ordered the most expensive king crab, Australian lobster, elephant mussels, unknown large conch. Finally, Jiang Chen was still on the page of drinks and ticked off a bottle of red wine worth $300, 000 Longwood dollars. The main idea is 1. Don't want the best, Just the most expensive. Click, click, click. When all the dishes were served on the table, Suyao immediately took her cell phone and take crazy pictures of these dishes, especially that $300,000 bottle of Lafite Rothschild. From opening the bottle, to soaking up the wine, then pouring it into a red wine glass, and finally picking it up and slowly savoring it. Suyao didn't let go of any of the steps, frantically taking dozens of photos of to prove that she did drink the bottle of red wine. Next, Suyao carefully selected a few photos and sent them to the WeChat circle of friends, and it's accompanied by a doggerel. Meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon in the sky, him beside me. This circle of friends had just been sent out, and Suyao's WeChat immediately exploded again, especially Suyao's group of girlfriends. That wave of crazy ate her girlfriends in the afternoon. At the moment they are jumping out again in droves. Lily Yu at Suyao. Holy, this is a $300,000 Lafite red wine. Suyao, you really hooked up with a super rich kid? Lin Qingshu at Suyao. Yao Yao, you're at the Dynasty International Hotel, the rotating restaurant on the top floor? Luli at Suyao. I've never had such a boozy meal. Yao Yao, when will you take me one? Tangzhou at Suyao. Yao Yao, I want to eat a big meal too. Take me one too. Willow Ruyan at Suyao. Yao Yao, did you really get a rich kid as a boyfriend? Looking at all the messages of inquiry from my girlfriends, Suyao's face blossomed into a bright smile, her vanity greatly satisfied. Suyao at all. Sisters, when my brother is free someday, I'll treat you to a big meal. Suyao's message was just sent to the group, and her girlfriends were immediately up in arms. Someone asked Suyao to expose the photo of this God-ho brother directly to her girlfriend's group, so that everyone can witness the other side. Some people also reminded Suyao that there are too many scammers these days, and told her to be careful. Don't ever let people cheat you out of your color. There were also people who offered to come to Suyao and give her a check in person, and this person who offered to gatekeep Suyao was none other than Ruyan Lu. As soon as she heard that Ruyan Lu was coming for her, Suyao was so scared that she hurriedly replied with a message. Suyao at Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, this is my first date with him. You don't want to come and ruin it for me. Lu Ruyan at Suyao. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly sabotage you? I'm just worried that you've been cheated, so I wanted to come and keep an eye out for you. Suyao, oops. Don't worry guys, he's definitely not a liar. Lu Ruyan, Yao Yao. There are so many crooks these days, and they're so good at disguises, too. How do you know he's not a liar? Seeing the message sent by Ruyan Lu, Suyao was instantly anxious. If Ruyan Lu found out that this godly brother was actually her ex-boyfriend, who knows what kind of doggone thing will happen? No way. Until Zhang Chen is taken care of. Definitely can't let Lu Ruyan know that Zhang Chen is this godly brother. Tada. Suyao couldn't even care about her meal, and immediately pinched her cell phone and replied quickly. Suyao, vehicle license for Ferrari LaFerrari. There is also the purchase invoice and the top of the insurance policy with his name and ID number. Suyao, the bottle of Lafite red wine he just ordered. He paid $300,000 by credit card on the spot. Suyao, he also booked a 7-day presidential suite at the Dynasty International Hotel. More than $600,000 has been paid in advance. Suyao, most importantly, I've known him for almost 7 years. Knowing his character very well, he would never be a liar. After the series of messages were sent out, Suyao's group of girlfriends suddenly went quiet. But, after a brief moment of silence, the group of girlfriends immediately clamored again. Lily Yu, Yo-Yo, it's amazing that you have such a super rich kid by your side. Why didn't you ever tell us before? Lin Qingshu, Yao Yao, you're covering up really tight. Luli, Yao Yao, you've been single since college. It can't be that you're waiting in agony for this godly brother, can it? Tangzhou, Yao Yao, cheer up. Make sure you take down brother Gato. Remember to treat us to a big dinner then. Willow Ruyan, Yo-Yo, why didn't I know that? You also have a godly brother that you've known for 7 years? Chapter 8, Lu Ruyan's Suspicion. Night, Wells West Restaurant. Ruyan Lu and Yang Fan sat in a window seat. On the table in front of the two of them were 2 medium rare, black pepper steaks, and a bottle of wine valued at $300. Ruyan Lu looked at the plain steak on the table, and the plain red wine. Another look at the girlfriend's group. Suyao flaunted out those photos. At this moment, Lu Ruyan immediately felt tasteless. Women are climbers. Although Lu Ruyan and Suyao were a pair of good girlfriends, deep down, both subconsciously compare themselves to each other. Suyao was named the school flower of Shilin University back then, and Lu Ruyan had always been unconvinced. She thought that her looks were not inferior to Suyao's at all. So why would people choose Suyao as the school flower, and not pick her? Just because Suyao's boobs are a little bigger than hers? Men are still really shallow. Nowadays, Ruyan Lu got back together with her white moonlight, and the white moonlight is a returnee to the sea. Entered a large company as an executive. The monthly salary of 100,000 to start. The future is unlimited. It would have been something to brag about. But Lu Ruyan never thought that Su Yao, who always stayed single, in the blink of an eye, he found an even more dazzling brother of God. Not only does that god-awful brother drive a $22.5 million sports car, and he also took Su Yao to a big meal and stayed in a presidential suite. Even opening a bottle of red wine was worth $300,000. No comparison, no harm. Lu Ruyan felt like she was once again being outclassed by Su Yao. He couldn't help but feel a strong wave of jealousy bubbling up in his heart as well. Jealousy, it's easy to lose one's head. On impulse, Lu Ruyan sent a WeChat to Su Yao. She was eager to go and see this godly brother. What was he really like? She even had a little plan in her mind that with her good looks, she might be able to, from Su Yao's hands, snatch up this godly brother. However, Su Yao is obviously wary of Lu Ruyan. A mouth rejected her, kindly help gatekeeper. After Lu Ruyan was rejected, she couldn't find any other excuses, and in the end, she could only choose to remain silent. Ruyan, what are you gawking at? Just then, Yang Fan's voice suddenly floated over from across the table. Swish! Ruyan Lu raised her head and looked at Bai Yueguang, who was sitting across from her. At this moment, Ruyan Lu suddenly realized that Yang Fan was actually not as handsome as she had imagined. If he was talking about height and appearance alone, Yang Fan was actually more than a step behind Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen was the recognized schoolboy of Shilin University back then, and Yang Fan was just better off financially than Jiang Chen. Usually dressed well, ate well, and dressed up well, it naturally gives a very handsome look. It's nothing. Just now Su Yao posted a bunch of pictures in her girlfriend's group. She seems to have found a boyfriend. Ruyan Lu shook her head, shaking off the random thoughts in her head, then continued to pinch her cell phone. Taking the photos Su Yao had just sent, he zoomed in on them one by one. The Su University schoolgirl has found a boyfriend? Who is she? Is he handsome? Is he financially sound? What made Lu Ruyan slightly surprised was that Yang Fan seemed to be interested in Su Yao's emotional state. Very interested. Oh, her boyfriend is a godly brother. The other guy was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, stayed in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, also took Su Yao to eat at the Dynasty Revolving Restaurant, and drank red wine that was 300,000 a bottle. Ruyan Lu suddenly stopped as she spoke. Only her eyes snapped open and her fingers stopped on an enlarged photo of A. It was as if he had discovered something incredible. The photo shows a couple's card table. The table was covered with mountains of food and there was a bottle of Lafite worth $300,000 next to it. None of this is the point. The point is, when Su Yao was taking this picture, the god's brother sitting across from her was also in the picture. Although this godly brother didn't show his face and the photo only captured half of the other's body. But, the casual shirt that the other party was wearing, however, gave Lu Ruyan a very familiar feeling. And so on. Jiang Chen seems to have the exact same shirt. Could it be that this godly brother is? In fact, no way. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen was just a poor who delivered takeaways. How could he be the godly brother Su Yao spoke of? It must be a coincidence. Shilin City was so big and had such a large population that things like bumping into each other happened every day. Therefore, Jiang Chen must have clashed with this godly brother. Ruyan, since Su Yao has already found a boyfriend and you and Su Yao are good girlfriends, why don't I be the host some other day, and you ask out Su Yao and her boyfriend? Let's all have dinner and get together? Yang Fan picked up the wineglass on the table and, moving very gracefully, he took a sip of the $300 worth of red wine, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Okay, I'll tweet Yo-Yo right now. Lu Ruyan nodded. Yang Fan's proposal just helped her find an excuse. It was possible to meet the godly brother Su Yao spoke of with honor. Lu Ruyan, Yao Yao, Yang Fan and I discussed it. I want to invite you and your boyfriend to have dinner together. You won't even give this face, right? After this WeChat was sent over, Su Yao's side replied almost in seconds. Su Yao, Ruyan, I'm really sorry. My brother is quite busy these 2 days. There's a whole lot of things to deal with in the company, and we're busy signing tens of billions of dollars in contracts. We just can't find the time to do it. Su Yao, this little splutterer, lies without blushing. Signing tens of billions of dollars in contracts? She's got some nerve blowing it. But, in Su Yao's opinion, Jiang Chen inherited a large sum of money. One of the sports cars in the estate alone is worth $22.5 million, so the estate must have exceeded $10 billion. Isn't inheriting tens of billions of dollars the same as signing tens of billions of dollars in contracts? So, she didn't think she was lying, just stealing the concept. Lu Ruyan, Yao Yao, so when is your boyfriend free? Su Yao, I don't know. After all, my brother manages a large listed company. There are tens of thousands of employees under my command, all relying on my brother to support them. Suyao, it's not good for me to ask him about his work, because he had promised me. He's in charge of making money to support the family, and all I need to do is look good. Suyao, oops, let's not talk about it. My brother wants to eat shrimp. I'm going to peel shrimp with my own hands and feed it to him. Emoticon, shy. Seeing these few Weibo messages, Lu Ruyan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Yo, you little cousin. How dare you show your love in front of me? Eat it. Hang in there, you little cousin. I wish you and your godly brother. Seafood allergies. Life and death. Swish. Lu Ruyan exasperatedly closed the chat box with Suyao, and then clicked back into her girlfriend's group. Randomly, I opened a photo and zoomed in again to view it. However, look no further. In this photo, brother Shinhao, who was sitting across from Suyao, had actually revealed a hand that, on his wrist he also wore a bracelet with gold letters strung on a red cord. Lu Ruyan clearly saw that the two golden letters were J and C. Jiang Chen also had an identical bracelet. Ruyan Lu remembered that Jiang Chen had celebrated his birthday last year, suddenly went to the temple and came back begging for a red rope. Perhaps feeling that a red rope is too monotonous, Jiang Chen purchased 2 more gold letters online. The JC was exactly the initials of Jiang Chen's name. You don't think so? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Clothes can clash. Can bracelets clash too? And Suyao said that she and this godly brother, who had known each other for 7 years, knew his character very well. Ruyan Lu, Jiang Chen and Suyao have been college classmates for 4 years. After graduation, the 3 of them were neighbors for 3 more years. That adds up to exactly 7 years if you do the math. Hiss. Could it be that the godly brother Suyao spoke of was Jiang Chen? No way. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen was just a fatherless and motherless orphan studying in college. He did all of his schooling by working and studying, and after graduation, he even took up a job as a delivery boy. How can he be the Godhawk brother? How could he possibly afford to drive a $22.5 million sports car? You can afford to stay in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel and drink $300,000 worth of red wine? In short, this godly brother could never be Jiang Chen. There must be someone else. Chapter 9, picked up a treasure? Nope. Getting into trouble. 9 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. Top floor revolving restaurant. After Jiang Chen swiped his card to settle the bill, he realized that the meal had eaten up his entire $500,000. But, seeing that Suyao's eyes were already a little drunk and her face was flushed with red, and the feet are starting to drift, at this moment, Jiang Chen very much felt the need to get this 500,000 back from Suyao's body. Swish! Just after walking into the elevator, Suyao smoothly leaned into Jiang Chen's arms. Jiang Chen, I seem to be drunk. Can you take me home? When Suyao said this, Jiang Chen instantly understood. So he was pretending to be drunk. Since you're drunk, I'll take you back to your room to get some rest. Jiang Chen didn't care what Suyao thought. Rode in my sports car, ate my seafood dinner, drank my Lafite Rothschild. I wonder, can you swim in the presidential suite bathtub? Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, welcome home. Jiang Chen had just arrived at the entrance of the presidential suite with Suyao in his arms. Then he saw the housekeeper, Bai Shallow, who had been waiting for a long time. Ka-ching! Bai Shallow opened the door to the room and led Jiang Chen and Suyao inside. Then they were also introduced to the layout of the presidential suite. In the living room, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows can't help but make a statement. Standing in front of this floor-to-ceiling window, you can take in all the buildings in the neighborhood. There is a feeling of being on top of the world and seeing all the mountains. On top of that, the living room is quite lavishly decorated, with a couple of ostentatiously styled sofas. Almost put the word noble right on it. To the left of the living room is the president's bedroom, and to the right, the president's wife's bedroom. Both bedrooms have their own ensuite bathrooms and checkrooms. Outside the presidential bedroom, which is connected to a huge open-air balcony. There are also lounge chairs, sun umbrellas, hanging basket swings and more up there. But, Shira is a very discerning woman. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly glimpsed that Jiang Chen was hugging Suyao affectionately, so he immediately stopped the introduction and then hurriedly exited the presidential suite. This time, no one came to disturb Jiang Chen and Suyao anymore. Swish! An hour later, Jiang Chen leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette for himself, only to see his brows furrowed. A bitter smile also appeared on his face. Boing boing. Suyao lay beside Jiang Chen, her eyes red. I saw her hands cupping the corner of the quilt, and she kept wiping her tears from her eyes. A small sob escaped his lips as well. How did you come to be? Jiang Chen sighed softly and reached out to lift the comforter to take a look. A bright red plum blossom mark appeared on the white sheets. Upon hearing this, Suyao immediately stopped crying, only to see her turn her head, staring deathly at Jiang Chen's side face. she said in a milky, ferocious manner. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? How could I not be? Silence, no words. Jiang Chen trembled his lips for a long time, not knowing what to say. He never thought that a 24-karat pure gold digging woman like Su Yao. I can't believe I kept it until now. That's a bit of a problem, not very well handled. Headache. Jiang Chen, do you not want to recognize the debt? Just then, Su Yao's voice drifted over again, and Jiang Chen instantly felt his head grow even bigger. A moment later, Jiang Chen suddenly picked up his cell phone. Gritting his teeth, he said to Su Yao, "Little Splash Man, make a direct offer. How much do you want?" What? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately exploded. Only to see her glaring and looking at Jiang Chen angrily, she said, "Jiang Chen, what do you take me for? A fishing girl? You took away the most important thing to me, and now all you want to do is pay some money in compensation. Just rest in peace? Are you still a man? Do you have any manly bearing left?" Listening to Su Yao's gibbering tirade and looking at her growing agitation, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but flutter gently, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. "Stop pretending. You're not tired and I'm bored." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao was first slightly stunned, followed by, and she got even more emotional. "Jiang Chen, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? I'm telling you, if you don't give my mom an explanation for this today." Without waiting for Su Yao to finish her sentence, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her, then stretched out a hand and, 3 hard strokes in a row. Snap, pop, pop. After 3 crisp sounds, Su Yao was indeed frightened and closed her mouth. But, instead, she shrank in Jiang Chen's arms, shivering, her brows furrowed, and tears in her eyes. There was also a resigned look on his face. "What kind of explanation do you want me to give you?" Seeing that Su Yao had quieted down, Jiang Chen then calmly communicated with her. "I want you to take me as your wife." Su Yao didn't even think about it and immediately made an excessive request. "No." Jiang Chen didn't even think about it, and immediately rejected her request. "Why?" "Because I'm never going to get married in my life. I can grant you everything else except this request." Silence, no words. The room was suddenly quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, only slightly raising his head. It seemed to be staring at the ceiling overhead. Su Yao continued to shrink in Jiang Chen's embrace, but her eyes kept gurgling around. It seemed to be playing a little game. A moment later, Su Yao suddenly asked cautiously, "Jiang Chen, you refuse to marry me. Is it because you still have Ruyan Lu in your heart?" "Ha!" Jiang Chen laughed coldly and said, "I'm a person with a serious mental cleanliness. A good horse doesn't eat back grass. A dirty woman, I will never touch her again." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up, only to see that she suddenly hugged Jiang Chen and said with deep emotion, "Jiang Chen, I'm not Ruyan Lu. I won't be trifling, much less watery. Since you're my first man, I'll only be faithful to you for the rest of my life. Would never do anything to betray you." Su Yao deliberately used a gentle voice and a pitiful demeanor to follow Jiang Chen's lead. It seemed that she was determined to marry Jiang Chen as her wife. However, Jiang Chen wasn't eating this now. I only saw him think for a moment and say, "Little Splatterman, I'm giving you 2 choices now. First, you can be my girlfriend, and I'll support you from now on, as long as you're good. I can try to fulfill all your material needs. But, let's get one thing straight. I'm definitely not going to have just you as a girlfriend. Secondly, I'm going to give you a large lump sum of money, as compensation for from now on, we're through. We don't owe each other anything. Either way, there's no third choice. Take your pick." Chapter 10, I Want to Be Big. It's late at night. The lights of the city and the starlight reflect each other, painting a fantastic night scene. Inside the presidential suite, Su Yao's sobbing continued. However, she had been calling for a long time, and her eyes were almost swollen from crying, but Jiang Chen remained indifferent. It was as if he was determined not to bother with her. "Jiang Chen, you're a scum." Perhaps seeing that this move was ineffective against Jiang Chen, Su Yao simply stopped pretending as well. Exasperated, he glared at Jiang Chen. If eyes could kill, it was estimated that Jiang Chen would have been abused by her hundreds of times by now. "I can't be blamed for this. If you do, you can only blame your best friend, Ruyan Lu." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "It's her that made me realize that love is the cheapest thing there is. Truth is even more worthless. Not to mention, there was no emotional foundation between us in the first place. You're after my money. I'm after your sex. We all get what we want. It's just a trade. Even if I gave you a piece of paper for marriage, as long as I'm not willing to spend money on you, there's no way you're going to get half of this from me. On the contrary, if you become my lover or girlfriend and are well-behaved and obedient, don't make me mad. Then I can make it hard to spend money on you." "Money, do you want it? You don't want it. There's a ton of women out there lined up to want it." Quiet. The room was quiet. Jiang Chen's long speech, although it was all crooked and evil, but it silenced Su Yao's. Only Su Yao was seen biting her lips tightly, and her long eyelashes had been trembling. There was even a complex expression on his face. After a small half-day, Su Yao suddenly sighed softly and said with a face full of grudges, "Jiang Chen, seeing as I gave you my first time, will you grant me 2 requests? What's the request? Tell me first." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Yao with a smile. "First, if you ever regret it and want to find a woman to marry, have children and start a family, you can't marry another woman, only me. In other words, I'm going to be your only candidate for wife." Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when Su Yao said this. Wife candidate? Is it still possible to play like this? What's going on in the little splatterman's head? But Jiang Chen was only slightly stunned for a moment before he rubbed his chin and said, "If that day really comes, I'll think about you. I don't want you to think about it. I want you to have to say yes." Su Yao's willow eyebrows rose, her eyes glared, and she revealed a milky, fierce expression again. Obviously very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's answer. "Okay, I can grant you that." Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Su Yao's face finally bloomed into a bright smile. Next, Su Yao stroked the hair around her cheeks, then said in a serious manner, "Secondly, I want to be your real girlfriend. No matter how many women you have outside in the future, they can only be considered as juniors. As long as this palace doesn't die, they will always be consorts." Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood again. He felt like his mind, as if he couldn't keep up with Su Yao's rhythm at all. "Do you think this is a palace drama? If I don't die, you'll always be concubines? You really think you're the queen?" But these 2 requests made by Su Yao seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen at all. First of all, Jiang Chen would never get married, so Su Yao had no chance of marrying Jiang Chen. And then, regardless of whether the girlfriend is a real one, or a mistress, maybe it's important to Su Yao that, but it didn't matter at all to Jiang Chen. "Okay, I can grant you both." Jiang Chen nodded, then added in a whirlwind, "However, I also have to make a request of you." "What's the request?" Su Yao blinked her eyes, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of curiosity. "Loyalty." Jiang Chen slowly spat out the 2, then his eyes narrowed. In a low voice, "Little splatter, if ever you betray me, I won't give you any chance to. I'll get you myself." Su Yao was instantly startled, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Just a moment ago, she clearly saw a flash of icy killing aura in Jiang Chen's eyes. That's right, it's just killing. She had no doubt that Jiang Chen's words were true or false. It was as if a voice in her heart was constantly warning her not to test Jiang Chen's bottom line. If you really betrayed Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen would definitely not hesitate to get you killed. "Honey," Su Yao suddenly used the clip tone, only to see her hug Jiang Chen tightly in a pampered manner. A soft and pitiful expression also appeared on his face. "I am your person in life and your ghost in death. So don't worry, I will never betray you." "Oh, remember what you said tonight?" Jiang Chen nodded with a leathery smile, then rolled over onto his back and got out of bed, straight towards the direction of the bathroom. Chapter 11, Circulating Friends in the Middle of the Night. Midnight. Inside the presidential suite, Jiang Chen stroked Su Yao's hair and wiped away the few teardrops hanging by the corners of her eyes, then pulled his arm gently out from under her neck. Maybe it's the 6 hours of sleep during the day, or maybe it's the genetic potion that's completely remodeled the body. At this moment, Jiang Chen was very full of spirit, and there was absolutely no trace of sleepiness. Swish, only to see Jiang Chen first fuming for a while, then picking up the cell phone thrown on the bedside table. Bored, I clicked on the WeChat friends circle. Tada! Casually flipping through his WeChat friends circle, Jiang Chen found that Su Yao had sent a number of updates. In the first one, Su Yao is showing off the look of the Ferrari LaFerrari. In the second article, Su Yao is showing off the interior of a Ferrari LaFerrari. Number 3, Su Yao's seafood dinner at the dazzling Dynasty revolving restaurant. Number 4, Su Yao is showing off a $300,000 bottle of Lafite Rothschild. And with the caption, "There's meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon in the sky, he's beside me." Article 5, Su Yao's presidential suite at the Hyun Dynasty Hotel. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Little Splash Man has a lot of vanity. She couldn't wait to tell the whole world about her date with Jiang Chen last night. He even tried to label himself as God's girlfriend. But Su Yao obviously still had some scruples when she posted those pictures. All the photos didn't show Jiang Chen's face. I guess he was worried that he would make Jiang Chen angry. After all, without Jiang Chen's permission, he was posting his pictures indiscriminately. In case this behavior angered Jiang Chen, where can she go to hug her God's big brother from now on? Suddenly, one of the latest developments in Jiang Chen's circle of friends caught his attention. It was sent by Ruyan Lu. The picture is of a man and a woman lying on a hotel bed. the two of them leaning close to each other. There were tired but sweet smiles on both sides. That's right, these two were none other than Yang Fan and Lu Ruyan. On top of that, the accompanying text for this dynamic reads, "Round and round. I ended up with you, and I hope we'll be happy for the rest of our lives, even though it's 1 o'clock in the morning." But a number of comments quickly appeared below this circle of friends dynamic. Lily Yu, Ruyan, why are you with Yang Fan? Lin Qingxue, Ruyan, you broke up with Jiang Chen? Lu Li, Ruyan, some time ago I heard that you and Jiang Chen are ready to get married. How come in a flash? You're hooking up with Yang Fan again? Tangelo, oh my god, what's happening? What's going on now? Lu Ruyan, unified reply. Thank you for your concern, I have broken up with Jiang Chen. Now Yang Fan is my boyfriend. I hope everyone will bless us. Ha! Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Lu Ruyan only broke up with him in the morning, but she couldn't wait to climb into Yang Fan's bed at night. There was also an official announcement in the middle of the night with a WeChat circle of friends. This Nima, seamless technology is too strong. That's a lot of cow beer. Jiang Chen didn't bother commenting on this dynamic from Ruyan Lu, only to see him put down his cell phone. Then it tapped on the main page of the raffle system with its intention. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 3, bar, empty. According to the rules of the raffle system, once 12 o'clock midnight passes each day, immediately, it refreshes the next day's 3 draws. It's about 1 a.m. Now, Jiang Chen naturally obtained 3 new chances to draw. Look at the big wheel of fortune in your field of vision. Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed only gradually slowed down. Finally, there was a soft click, and the pointer stopped steadily in an area, and there is a cartoon gold coin painted on top of this area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villa. Swish! In Jiang Chen's hand, there was suddenly an extra file bag. It surprisingly contained a red real estate license. Only Jiang Chen took out the real estate license and casually flipped it open to take a look. His name clearly appeared on it, as well as the specific address of the villa, Villa No. 1. Phoenix Villa, Yuhu District, Shilan City. It's actually a villa in Phoenix Manor. Phoenix Manor is a famous residential area for the rich in Shilan City, and rumor has it that the villas there, the lowest priced building exceeds hundreds of millions of dollars. What's more, the one Jiang Chen had drawn was Villa No. 1, the king of the villas in Phoenix Villa. Its value has doubled several times over. Nothing more to say. Brother Tuan Su, please accept my obeisance. You're such a cow beer. Swish! Jiang Chen casually threw the paper bag aside, then clicked the lottery button with his mind again. The hands on the dial began to turn again. 3 seconds later, the pointer made a big turn and slowly crossed the gold coin area. Finally, it stopped steadily in the cards area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dog-licking card. Swish! A card suddenly popped up on top of the turntable. There also seemed to be a drawing of a pug with a meat bone on it, and immediately afterward, the card was collected into the system item bar. What's that? Dog-licking card? What's the point of this thing? Jiang Chen hastily opened the system item bar with his mind. The deck was soon found in the backpack. Dog-licking card. When this card is used, the woman is offered to give, transfer or spend money. You can get a random 2 to 100 times rebate. Note, this card can only be used once. You call this a dog-licking card? Brother Tatsuko, do you have some misunderstanding about the word dog-licking? Dog-licking is all give and no take. And this is a deck that gives women a random 2 100x rebate for spending money on it. How can you call it a dog-licking card? Brother Unicorn, it's too insulting to lick a dog. Pop. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately called out to wake up Su Yao. Yikes, what's going on? What happened? Is there a burglar in the house? Su Yao, who was attacked, immediately woke up from her sleep. She sat up from the bed with a whoosh, her eyes wide open. There was also a nervous look on his face. What's your card number, Splatterman? Hurry up and report your card number. The big man is ready to transfer some pocket money to you. The money. Do you want it? Want. Looking at Su Yao, who was confused but subconsciously nodding her head. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, did not use the dog-licking card on the spot. Swish. Only Jiang Chen opened the front camera of his cell phone, and then took Su Yao in his arms. Said, Little Splash Man, take a few pictures with me first. I'm going to send out a circle of friends for the official announcement. Su Yao was slightly stunned at his words, and immediately afterward, a flash of ecstasy flashed across his face. Jiang Chen is going to send out a friend circle for an official announcement? Jiang Chen is going to announce my relationship with him in a big way? That's great. Without any hesitation, Su Yao immediately hugged Jiang Chen tightly, then cooperated with him and a dozen intimate group shots in one sitting. Ta-da! Jiang Chen carefully selected a few photos and sent them to the WeChat circle of friends, and also with a paragraph of text, around and around, and finally came together with you. I hope the rest of our lives can be happy for a long time. That's right. Jiang Chen's copy and Lu Ruyan's copy were exactly the same. Word for word. Ruyan Lu even sent her bed photo to her friend's circle, not caring at all about Jiang Chen's feelings as his ex-boyfriend. It could be said that he was deliberately trampling on Jiang Chen's dignity. So, how could Jiang Chen tolerate it? Mud. Ruyan Lu, you sputtering man, you think you're the only one who can do it, but I can't? Look at Su Yao, the school beauty of Shilin University. Your face is prettier than yours, your body is hotter than yours, and you're still a virgin. In what way are you better than her? I'll only have a better life without you. Chapter 12, Licking Dog Cards and Skill Books. Swish. Jiang Chen immediately exited WeChat after sending that friend circle, then tapped on the mobile banking app, checked the balance on the card and there was $8.878, 304.48 left. Use the dog-licking card. Only Jiang Chen mumbled in his heart, and in the next second, the dog-licking card, which was stored in the system item bar, disappeared into a stream of light. Ding! The host has successfully used a dog-licking card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time dog-licking buff. A small buff icon suddenly appeared at the top right of Jiang Chen's field of vision. He just shifted his gaze to the icon and a line of blurb immediately popped up in front of him. Dog-licking buff. One time giving money to a woman, transferring money, or spending money. A random rebate of 2 to 100 is available. Ta-da! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately gave Su Yao's bank card that direct transfer of $8.878, 300. The reason why I left $4.48 and didn't turn over all the money. It was because of the fear of insufficient card balance that caused this transfer to fail. In short, caution is the key to success. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the dog-licking buff and receiving 66x rebate. Right at the moment Jiang Chen had just finished transferring money, the system's beep immediately sounded in his ears. I'll go. 66 times the rebate? Doesn't it mean that I just transferred over $8 million to Su Yao? A return of over $500 million in the blink of an eye? Drip. Jiang Chen was still fuming when his cell phone shook slightly and received a transfer message from the bank. Rococo Bank, your account number 5418. On July 8th, 1:30 completed transfer transaction Summerlin coin 585967800. With a balance of 585967804. 48. $580 million. And it actually arrived in seconds. Brother Tusco is too powerful too. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Oh my god. Over 8 million? Hubby, why did you transfer so much money to me? Su Yao's side seemed to have received a bank transfer message, only to see her pinching her cell phone and counted 3 times, and a look of astonishment and ecstasy soon appeared on his face. Mwah! Before Jiang Chen could say anything, Su Yao pounced over and hugged him, and then there was a hard kiss on his face. Come on, isn't it just over $8 million? Look at you. You've never seen the world. Don't disgrace me when you go out with me in the future. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, reached out and pushed Su Yao away, then rolled over and got out of bed. A hotel silk nightgown was draped over it. Honey, where are you going? I'm going to go out on the balcony for a smoke. You go on to sleep without me. Oh, I'll be waiting for you when you get back then. Waiting for me to come back for what? Honey, I want to cuddle with you in bed. Balcony. Jiang Chen headed to the recliner and then fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. 2 draws had already taken place just now, and Jiang Chen still had 1 draw left for today. He was going to use up this lottery opportunity as well. Swish, tapping on the main page of the raffle system again and looking at the lucky carousel in his field of vision. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth also curved up into a nice-looking arc. Brother Tuzi, give me a grand prize. Jiang Chen took a hard drag on his cigarette, then concentrated and clicked the lottery button with his mind. Swish swish, the hands on the dial spun rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's nervous gaze, the pointer turned in a big circle and slowed down. Then it crossed the gold coin area and slowly ran towards the remaining 4 areas. Hey, there's drama. By the looks of it, it's possible to draw at least bottle or more rewards. Swish swish. In Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the pointer first crossed over the cards area, then it slowly crossed over the bottle area, and finally moved little by little in the book area. It looks like the pointer is running to the last area. Go for it. Just a little bit further. Don't stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cry out in his heart. But, the pointer, after moving slowly for some distance, as if it had suddenly lost its momentum, finally, it stopped at the yearbooks area with a click. That's right, the pointer stops at the edge of the yearbook area, away from the last, area. It's just a hair's breadth away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. Just then, a book popped up on the Wheel of Fortune that, it was somewhat similar to a martial arts book from a martial arts movie, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, Jiang Chen hadn't read the words on the cover clearly yet. This skill book was then automatically collected into the system item bar. Open the system item bar. Strong curiosity prompted Jiang Chen to impatiently open the item bar. Soon, it was inside his backpack that he saw this mysterious skill book. Fighting Mastery, skill book. After using this skill book, you can automatically comprehend and penetrate all kinds of fighting skills, allowing you to instantly become a Grandmaster level fighter. This is the reward for the books area? A one learning skill book? Brother Tatsuko, you're too powerful. Jiang Chen's hand suddenly clenched his fists, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. There was even a look of excitement on his face. As a man, who hasn't dreamed of martial arts when he was young? I once dreamed of going to the ends of the earth with a sword to see the prosperity of the world, and my young heart was always a little crazy. Now I'm home on all sides. Brother Unicorn, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen instantly used the skill book. Swish! Only to see the skill book instantly turn into a stream of light and disappear, followed by an unfamiliar memory that was not inferior to Jiang Chen suddenly flooded into his mind. Fighting, which is a sport of a technical type aimed at defeating and subduing an opponent. It is derived from martial arts. Fighting, a violent aesthetic that combines strength, intelligence, technique, and endurance. Fighting can basically be categorized into types such as boxing, mixed martial arts, free sparring, passing martial arts, confrontation and grappling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, and then again, as if only a moment had passed. By the time Jiang Chen had thoroughly digested this memory, his eyes had also undergone a radical change. It became extraordinarily sharp. Even 2 cold auras like substance were shot out. It feels as if a movie Jedi Master, with just one look, it will make the enemy scared and weak in the knees. Click, click. Jiang Chen casually squeezed his fist, and his knuckles immediately made a few crisp sounds. Phew. Casually, he swung out 2 punches towards the air, and the popping sound of his fists breaking through the air it took Jiang Chen himself by surprise, just as Jiang Chen was about to stand up and move his muscles. By the way, while playing a set of boxing on the balcony for fun, there was a sudden light footstep behind him. Immediately afterward, a fragrant breeze hit the room. Chapter 13: The 7 Fairies of Xilan University. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt an itch on his face. It's like an ant crawled over it. Swish! Only Jiang Chen reached out and scratched his face, then rolled over and continued to sleep. However, it wasn't long before another tickling sensation came to his face. Jiang Chen opened his hazy sleep, not expecting that the first thing that came into his eyes. Surprisingly, it was a flirtatious and enchanting pretty face. Su Yao. She was seen smiling at the corners of her mouth, cupping a strand of her hair in her hand, and then he tickled Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps it was because he saw Jiang Chen open his eyes. Su Yao finally couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh. What's up? Yawn. Jiang Chen let out a big yawn and glared at Su Yao in dissatisfaction. Then he closed his eyes and prepared to go back to sleep. Hubby, I'm hungry. Call the white housekeeper yourself and ask her to bring breakfast to the room. Honey, why don't you get up and have breakfast with me? Off. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen had a great deal of waking breath, and was most annoyed by people disturbing his sleep. It also annoyed him the most when people pulled him out of bed hard while he was sleeping. When Su Yao saw Jiang Chen lose his temper, she was immediately frightened and didn't dare to utter a single breath. And don't dare bother him again. Time passes by. Jiang Chen didn't know how long he had slept. Anyway, he was sleeping soundly. Suddenly he felt his arm being gently shaken twice. Hubby. Su Yao's clip-clopping voice came from his ears again, and Jiang Chen was instantly annoyed. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open his mouth to curse, Su Yao's voice drifted over again. Hubby, my group of girlfriends, who had to ask me to go out shopping today, but people don't want to go to the subway or the bus. Dear husband, can you lend me your car for a minute? Jiang Chen snapped his eyes open, and immediately saw that he was already fully dressed and Su Yao, who also had a delicate makeup on her face. Your group of girlfriends? The 7 Fairies of West Lancashire University? In Jiang Chen's mind, a group of great beauties of national colors instantly appeared. Su Yao was evaluated as the school flower of Xilan University back then. But, at that time, Besides Su Yao, there were 6 other great beauties of outstanding beauty. All made the short list for schoolgirl, because under the corner of Su Yao's right eye, there was a mole of tears, giving people a feeling of softness and charm. In the end, she defeated the other 6 beauties by a slim vote margin and became the school beauty of Shilan University. However, I don't know which boring LSP. A loud gag was given to these 7 beauties, the 7 fairies of Shilan University. Since then, the fame of Su Yao, the school flower, has weakened a few points in turn, while the fame of the 7 immortal girls, but it got louder and louder. That's right, there are only 7 people in Su Yao's group of girlfriends. It was none other than the 7 fairies who were so famous at Shilan University back then. None of this is the point. The point is, Zhang Chen is relying on Lu Ruyan's blessing. He has the WeChat of every one of the 7 fairies at Shilan University. Little Splash Man. If I take the 7 fairies of Shilan University, the 6 fairies other than Ruyan Lu, all brought home as my little followers, you say, Lu Ruyan will be a look? The moment Zhang Chen said this, Su Yao was instantly frozen in place, only to see her eyes wide open, her mouth wide open, looking at Zhang Chen with a face full of shock. His lips twitched several times in a row, but he could never get a word out. What's wrong? What's that look on your face? Zhang Chen stretched out a big lazy waist, then lay on his side on the bed. Sparingly, he looked at Su Yao who was standing by the bedside. Honey, are you kidding me? Su Yao's face was a bit ugly, and her voice trembled a bit. There seemed to be a wave of aggravation in his tone. Little Splatterman, I'm going to give you a task now. Zhang Chen climbed up from his bed. Then he said to Su Yao in a serious manner, I want you to do whatever it takes. Think of every possible way, to abduct all of your girlfriends, to surround me and hang out with me. Be my little follower. Ha! Su Yao was instantly stunned over. She was seen biting her lips tightly, her face gradually turning red and 2 angry flames also shot out from the beautiful eyes, which seemed to be on the verge of exploding. However, Zhang Chen's next sentence, however, caused her to freeze in place once again. Successfully get one over here and I'll give you $10 million. If you get all 5, I'll not only give you $50 million, and you can have that Ferrari LaFerrari. This deal, I'm just asking you if you're going to do it? Quiet. The bedroom was quiet. Su Yao stood frozen in place, a shocked expression on her face. It seemed to be intimidated by the price Zhang Chen had offered. After a small half-day, Su Yao suddenly pursed her lips and carefully asked, Old husband, you're not kidding me, are you? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes and said back, do I look like I'm joking to you? Su Yao, succeed in one and you'll give me $10 million? Zhang Chen, Su Yao, you'll give me $50 million if I kill them all, plus a Ferrari LaFerrari? Zhang Chen, hubby, just wait for my good news. Yo-Yo won't let you down. Go for it, little Splatterman. I'm watching you, honey. So I took the Ferrari LaFerrari? Well, go. Su Yao went out the door with joy. Zhang Chen lay back down on the bed, ready to take a nap. When I think of Su Yao's money-minded look, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth just couldn't help but rise slightly. What's wrong with a gold digger? As long as her material needs are met, she'll be all over you. The emotional value is even more straightforward to pull full circle. Although Ruyan Lu was also a gold-digging woman, she was dirty. Zhang Chen has a serious mental cleanliness problem. You can be gold-digging, you can be vain, you can be teetotal, you can be bratty, but you have to be clean. Once it was dirty, even if you were a fairy in the sky, Zhang Chen would never touch it. Jingle bells. Not long after Zhang Chen had just laid down, an urgent cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, directly interrupting his beauty sleep. Mud. Witch, don't you know it's immoral to disturb someone's sleep? Swish. Zhang Chen stretched out one from the comforter, then fumbled around on the nightstand for a while, and took the cell phone. Caller ID, Ruyan Lu. When he saw his ex-girlfriend's name, Zhang Chen's eyelids gently jumped. An odd expression also appeared on his face. Hello? Zhang Chen had just picked up the call. On that end came Lu Ruyan's furious questioning voice. Zhang Chen, you. I'm asking you, who were you with last night? What did you do? Ruyan Lu, are you out of your mind? Who I'm with is none of your business. Zhang Chen, how dare you yell at me? Who gave you this nerve? Let me ask you, last night, did you go to a hotel room with Su Yao? Ruyan Lu, you are really sick. We've already broken up. It's none of your business who I go to a hotel room with. Zhang Chen, pop. Zhang Chen decisively hung up the call, and then blacked out and deleted Ruyan Lu's phone number, then black out and delete her WeChat as well. It seems to feel inadequate. Zhang Chen thought for a moment, then blacked out and deleted all of Ruyan Lu's contact information. Even the member account of the Iki app was changed by Zhang Chen's login password. Now that it's all broken up, it's time for a clean break. Procrastination and indecisiveness was not Zhang Chen's style. It's the same old story. A good horse doesn't come back. A dirty woman. Jiang Chen would never touch it again. Chapter 14, Su Yao flaunts her wealth. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. After Jiang Chen had blackened and deleted all of Ruyan Lu's contact information, casually, he tapped on his WeChat. It wasn't until this moment that he realized his circle of friends had blown up. The dynamic that Jiang Chen had posted last night had been liked by countless of his friends. The comments section is even 99 plus. Lu Gang. Jiang Chen, you kid can do it. How dare you get together with Su University schoolgirl. Li Chang, Jiang Chen, aren't you planning to marry Ruyan Lu recently? How come you've fallen in love with Su's schoolgirl in the blink of an eye? Yang Tao, wow wow wow. Su University schoolgirl has an awesome body. Jiang Chen, you're a lucky guy. Zhao Wenba, Lu Ruyan officially announced that she's with Yang Fan. Jiang Chen's official announcement that he's with Su Yao on the back foot. I just woke up today, and I got such a big melon. My brain is still buzzing right now. Sun Ho, everyone look at Su's friend circle. So Jiang Chen is a hidden rich kid. Most of the messages in the comments section were from Jiang Chen's college classmates. Among them, many of the students were mutual friends of Jiang Chen. Lu Ruyan and Su Yao. Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan had been good for 3 years and were preparing to get married recently. Many of my college friends know this. However, a circle of friends update posted by Ruyan Lu last night, as well as Jiang Chen's immediately following a circle of friends dynamic. Not only did it make both sides of the circle of friends boil up, it also made the class group of college classmates, which had been quiet for 3 years, explode as well. Swish! Jiang Chen curiously scratched the WeChat friend circle. It was soon seen that Su Yao had posted a dynamic last night as well. Su Yao posted a total of 9 photos. There's Jiang Chen in a Ferrari LaFerrari, and a picture of her in the passenger seat. There were pictures of Bai Shallow, the hotel housekeeper, coming to receive Jiang Chen when he got off the bus. There were photos of Jiang Chen sitting at the dining table, clinking glasses and drinking with Su Yao. There were pictures of Jiang Chen entering the presidential suite and standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows to enjoy the night view. There were also intimate photos of Jiang Chen and Su Yao lying on the hotel bed, snuggling and hugging each other. On top of that, Su Yao also accompanied an official announcement with a paragraph of text. Mr. Jiang, for the rest of my life, please, emoticon, shy, emoticon, shy, emoticon, shy, emoticon, shy. Sure. This friend circle dynamic of Su Yao was also liked and commented on by countless friends, especially Su Yao's gang of good girlfriends, 5 of the 7 fairies of Shilan University. They screamed the loudest in the comments section, because Jiang Chen had already hacked and deleted Lu Ruyan's WeChat. Naturally, he couldn't see Ruyan Lu's message in the comments section, but, thinking with his toes, he could think that Ruyan Lu must have looked furious. Swish swish, Jiang Chen quickly flipped through the messages in the comments section, which seemed to be a bit tasteless, so he quit WeChat and then put his phone on silent. After doing this, Jiang Chen laid down on the large bed that was more than 3 meters wide. Hugging his pillow, he continued to huff and puff. Jiang Chen hadn't slept for 3 years. This time, all 3 years of laziness must be made up. The other side. Su Yao was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, speeding down the road. Along the way, Su Yao's mood was extraordinarily pleasant, because she's the center of attention. Wherever she goes, I don't know how many passers-by were attracted to it. Whoa whoa, what a handsome sports car. What a pretty young lady. Look over there, the Ferrari LaFerrari. The young lady driving the car is, surprisingly, a great beauty. Missy, can I add you on WeChat? Missy, I'm 18 years old, 180, 8-pack abs. He is especially athletic in his spare time, and his stamina and explosiveness are off the charts. Sister, do you lack a brother by your side? I can be your little milk dog. Su Yao had just parked her Ferrari LaFerrari near a plaza. Immediately, several bold men came up to strike up a conversation. However, Su Yao, raised her willow eyebrows and her face instantly turned cold to the extreme. A cold aura of rejection emanated from his body, and then rejected all of these men. Looking at the backs of the group of men who left in a state of disorientation, a touch of mockery and disdain also surfaced on Su Yao's face. A bunch of poor, how dare you hit on my mom? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Just you crooked bastards. You can't even compare to a single toe of Jiang Chen. The old lady's not blind yet. I don't want my godly brother. Do we have to pick you poor ES who dream of eating soft food all day long? Ah shucks, get thee out of here. Don't soil the old lady's eyes. Su Yao used to be the high and mighty school flower. She's long been used to being chased by people, and have long been used to rejecting the advances of others. So, no matter which man came up to accost her, Su Yao always gave a cold get lost, simple, direct and brutal rejection of these selfless fools. Tada! Next, with a very natural catwalk, a confident smile on her face, and her head held high, Su Yao stride into a nearby cafe. Yo, you're here? Su Yao had just walked into the cafe when she saw her group of girlfriends sitting around a table by the window. People were still waving at her. Sorry I'm late, there was a bit of traffic. Su Yao smiled and walked over. Just as she sat down, just then he noticed two gazes with a chill shooting across the room. Looking up, Su Yao was instantly happy. The woman sitting directly across from her. Who else would it be if not Ruyan Lu? Yao Yao, that Ferrari at the entrance. Is it really Jiang Chen's? When did Jiang Chen become so rich? Yao Yao, are you really with Jiang Chen? Yao Yao, Jiang Chen really took you to a big meal last night? You too, really stayed one night in the presidential suite of the Dynasty International Hotel? In the face of her girlfriend's inquiries, Su Yao just casually perfunctory a few sentences. Then he called the waiter from the cafe over. May I ask the lady what kind of coffee you would like? The waitress lady held a menu and walked quickly to Su Yao's side, then respectfully handed the menu to Su Yao. Su Yao opened the menu and casually ordered a cup of coffee. By the time she handed the menu back to the waitress lady, Su Yao suddenly pulled out a bank card from her bag and said to the waitress lady with a smile, I will pay for the entire consumption here today. Asterisk asterisk. Yo, how dare you start pretending in front of a few of us? Yo, you're so low when you're pretending to be this then. Just how much did Jiang Chen give you? To make you, this high and mighty school flower, climbed into his bed willingly? TSK, to be rich is to be bossy. Yao, tell me honestly, is Jiang Chen a hidden super rich second generation or not? Right, quickly tell us, how did Jiang Chen suddenly become so rich? Not only Su Yao's girlfriends felt curious, even Lu Ruyan was very curious. What kind of person Jiang Chen was? Ruyan Lu asked herself that no one knew better than her. She had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years, and Jiang Chen had gotten up early and worked late every day to deliver takeout. The money you earn every month won't be more than $20,000 at the end of the day. And Jiang Chen would give her his salary every month, and would only leave a few $100s for himself as living expenses. Ruyan Lu never wanted to believe that. Crawling around at the bottom of the social ladder, Jiang Chen, who wore himself out like a cow or a horse, would be a hidden super rich kid. How is that possible? Who's a super rich kid that would be so condescending? Isn't that just plain sick? So, when her girlfriends questioned Su Yao, Ruyan Lu bit her lips tightly and her hands were clenched into fists. His eyes were even staring at Su Yao without blinking. She seemed to be looking forward to hearing from Su Yao that Jiang Chen was not some rich second generation that. This was all a deliberate joke between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. Reality, slapped Ruyan Lu hard. Actually, Jiang Chen isn't an orphan. He has a grandfather who's doing business overseas, and his grandfather is a super rich man. The moment Su Yao said the truth, Lu Ruyan's face instantly turned pale. The entire group froze in place, their brains buzzing, completely losing the ability to think. What's going on? Is Jiang Chen really a super rich kid? I'm just going to miss out on this heavenly riches? No, I don't believe it. It's all a lie. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? I've only just broken up with Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen immediately changed. Became a super rich second generation. TV series do not dare to shoot like this. All of this was definitely Jiang Chen and Su Yao joining forces to lie to everyone. That must be it. Chapter 15 Get Lost. Ruyan Lu, Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen, who slept until he woke up naturally, climbed up from the bed and stretched a big lazy waist. It just felt like a relief all over. One word, awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, not realizing that it was already almost 12 o'clock noon, in addition to the fact that there were surprisingly dozens of missed calls on the phone. Tapping on his phone randomly flipped through it. Jiang Chen realized that in just one morning's time, his cell phone was about to be blown up. Most of these missed calls were from Jiang Chen's college classmates. There were also several unfamiliar numbers among them. In particular, a number with a tail number of 5438 had called Jiang Chen more than 20 times. Just then, Jiang Chen received another call on his cell phone. It's that number with the tail number 5438. There was no vibration from the phone because Jiang Chen had put it on mute. There wasn't any ringing either, and the only way to see a call coming in was to stare at the screen. Swish! Jiang Chen casually pressed the answer button, then placed the phone to his ear. Jiang Chen, you're finally willing to answer my call. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, a very familiar female voice came from the other end of the phone. Ruyan, so this 438 is you. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. The good mood he had just gained from a good night's sleep, it was all ruined by that one phone call. Jiang Chen, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. So, can I meet with you and we can sit down and talk calmly, please? This time, instead of yelling at Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan lowered her stance. The tone was particularly gentle, with a look of caution for fear of upsetting Jiang Chen. Splatterman is Splatterman. Jiang Chen had been with Ruyan Lu for 3 whole years. Lu Ruyan had always been bossy to Jiang Chen. Not only did she treat Jiang Chen like a cow or horse, but she would rarely give Jiang Chen a good look. Nowadays, Jiang Chen has money in his pocket, driving luxury cars, staying in presidential suites, eating big meals, drinking $300,000 bottles of red wine, carried the former school flower Su Yao to bed, and even generously gave Su Yao more than $8 million of pocket money. Ruyan Lu is obviously red-eyed. Jiang Chen had thought that Lu Ruyan was naturally high-strung and cold in nature, and that she was always cold to everyone. Now it seems that it's not that Ruyan Lu isn't gentle. Rather, Ruyan Lu thought that Jiang Chen wasn't worthy of her gentle treatment at all. Ruyan Lu, we've broken up. You have a new boyfriend and I have a new girlfriend. I don't think there's anything left to talk about between us. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, as if he was talking to a stranger, not happy or sad. No waves. No. There was a sudden scream on the other end of the line that Ruyan Lu's tone also became urgent. Jiang Chen, it's not like that. Will you listen to my explanation? Explain? Jiang Chen suddenly laughed and said with a mocking tone, Ruyan Lu, please get one thing straight. We're broken up. The breakup thing, or you initiated it. We don't have anything to do with each other anymore. You don't have to explain anything to me that, and I don't want to hear your explanation. Silence. No words. Lu Ruyan on the other end of the phone was quiet for a while before she suddenly opened her mouth again and asked, Jiang Chen, we've been together for 3 whole years. 3 years of affection. And you're really just going to let it go? Please. I've been paying for these 3 years all by myself. And you've just been enjoying what I've done for you and never loved me. Ruyan Lu, aren't you ashamed to say these things now? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I accept your apology, but I will never forgive you. Because you're an unadulterated splatter. You, Ruyan Lu, don't call me in the future. I'm afraid that Yao Yao will get jealous and, after all, she's my girlfriend now. Pop. Jiang Chen immediately hung up the phone after finishing his last sentence. Spicy next door. Splashers come and go every year, but this year is particularly eventful. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen was rich, would Ruyan Lu speak to him in such a low voice? If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Chen was rich, Lu Ruyan, who had already thrown herself into Yang Fan's arms, will it come back to him? 3 years of uncomplaining dedication couldn't keep Ruyan Lu's heart. Once she had money, her heart came back? Since he could spend money to buy a woman's heart, why didn't Jiang Chen pick a pretty one with a good body, clean, gentle, well-behaved women? Why pick up the broken shoe of Ruyan Lu? Swish! Jiang Chen threw his cell phone to the side, then rolled over and down, stretching out a great deal once again. Seemingly feeling a bit thirsty, Jiang Chen didn't even put on his pajamas. Dressed in nothing but a pair of large pants, he just walked over and opened the bedroom door. Ka-ching! As the door to the room was opened, Jiang Chen also took a step toward the door, but the next second, out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of someone who seemed to be standing in the living room. Swish! Only to see Jiang Chen violently turn his head to look at a mature and buxom figure that, it was instantly reflected in his eyes. That, Mr. Jiang, you're up? Shira stood awkwardly in the living room, her arms crossed in front of her. At the same time, he also bowed slightly towards Jiang Chen. But, when her gaze swept over Jiang Chen's body, a pretty face immediately flushed slightly red. There seemed to be a flash of blush in her eyes. I'll go. Jiang Chen let out a strange cry with an exaggerated expression, then covered himself and, he retreated back into the bedroom and slammed the door behind him with a bang. Shiraz. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was opened once again, and Jiang Chen walked out draped in a robe. Seeing this scene, Bai Shallow immediately walked up and opened her mouth to explain. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now. Miss Su instructed me in the morning to make sure I got you up before noon. Then you will be supervised for lunch. I was just about to wake you up, but I heard you talking on the phone in the bedroom, so just wait in the living room for a while. I didn't expect this to happen. I'm really sorry. Bai Shallow once again bowed towards Jiang Chen, looking a little nervous. A blush seemed to remain above her pretty face, although Bai Shaoxian had only glanced at it just now. Jiang Chen's well-proportioned muscles that, inverted triangle back, male dog waist, 8-pack abs, mermaid line, and the strong capital that was hidden by the shorts, but couldn't be hidden in any way. It all came into her eyes. I can swear with a clear conscience that Jiang Chen was the most handsome and best-built little wolf dog she had ever seen in her life. Even she, an old married auntie, couldn't help but be a bit impressed. If a young girl had seen that scene just now, she would have been unable to stop herself from screaming in shock. That's okay. Jiang Chen waved his hand indifferently, then added, fortunately, I'm wearing a pair of pants that, otherwise, it'll become a rascal in front of you. Jiang Chen's words were not false. That's how the law works in Dragonland. If it weren't for the fact that a man could strip naked in front of a woman, women definitely sue at the drop of a hat. But, Bai Xiao suddenly couldn't help but squirt out a laugh, as if she thought that was a little rude. Hastily, he reached up and covered his mouth again. Mr. Jiang, you're so humorous. How can I count you as a rascal when I was clearly the one who was rude? If you really want to count it, I should be the one playing the on you. When Bai Xiao said this, she seemed to have realized something, and her voice came to an abrupt end. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, her face, which was so clear and stunningly beautiful, was crawling with redness again in a matter of moments. It's been said that heartbeats are often all in a flash. Although Jiang Chen had sealed his heart and locked his love, he had to admit that, just in that moment when Bai Xiao blushed just now, he did become interested in this woman. A mature and plump beautiful young woman, blushing and shy look. It's really cute. Chapter 16, Single Mothers. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a hearty lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal makes you feel like an immortal. Jiang Chen lazily lay on the sofa and lit a cigarette for himself, and then took a leisurely swallow. Just at this time, Bai Xiao suddenly walked over, only to see her bend slightly, her voice gentle and respectful as she asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have any travel arrangements for the afternoon? Once he heard this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. I think I want a single-family home in the Three Draws in the latter part of yesterday's night. Either checking out the cottage now, recognize the door ahead of time so you don't have to find out where your home is later. Butler Bai, please arrange a car for me. I'm going out to run some errands this afternoon. Jiang Chen immediately extinguished his cigarette, then got up and walked towards the bedroom, planning to go back to my room and change into a set of clothes before going out. Yes, I'll prepare the car for you. Bai nodded, and immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie from behind her back. Quickly contacted the driver's shift at the hotel. 20 minutes later, the main entrance of the Dynasty International Hotel, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Bai Xiao. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing the uniform of the hotel's chauffeur's class, was, with white gloves and a simple smile, he seems to be the man with the good face. White walked over and opened the car door, then held her hand above it, and in doing so, it was to prevent Jiang Chen from accidentally bumping his head when he was getting into the car. Thanks. Jiang Chen politely thanked him before getting into the car. You're welcome, it's my job description. Bai Xiao smiled faintly and made a gesture to close the car door. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen, however, suddenly spoke up. Butler Bai, why don't you come with me? I happen to need your help with something. Okay. Bai Xiaofeng was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it, and immediately got into the car, sitting beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, then sneakily sized up Bai Xiaoxian, who was sitting beside him. Mr. Jiang, may I ask where we're going now? Driver old Zhang's voice suddenly drifted over from the front row. Jiang Chen hastily shook off the random thoughts in his head. Then to the driver, old Zhang, he said, Phoenix Mountain Villa. Okay. The driver, old Zhang, nodded, and then spoke out to remind him. Mr. Jiang, sit still, we're on our way. Road. Jiang Chen had planned to play with his cell phone for a while. Who knew that Bai Shanshan couldn't help but ask curiously, Mr. Jiang, are you going to visit your friends at Phoenix Manor? No. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head as he returned. I bought a villa in Phoenix Villa. It's just a good time to go over there and recognize the door, in case you can't find your way home later. After saying this, Jiang Chen opened up the file bag he was carrying with him, taking out the real estate license inside. He handed it directly to Bai Shanshan. Bai Xiao subconsciously took over the real estate license, casually flipped it open and immediately froze in place. Phoenix Manor is a famous place for rich people to live in Shilin City. The villas there, the cheapest one costs over 100 million Longhua dollars. Prices for villas in better locations have gone up exponentially. Bai Xiao knew that Jiang Chen was rich. Although Jiang Chen was dressed in ordinary clothes, he was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari, staying in a presidential suite and spending $500,000 on a casual meal. He was obviously a rich cockney. But, Bai Shanshan would never have imagined that Jiang Chen would have bought the No. 1 villa in Phoenix Manor. This is the king of the Phoenix Manor building. Rumor has it that this villa has been speculated to a sky-high price of 1 billion dragon rupees, but there are still many rich people competing for their heads, wanting to take this villa. Unexpectedly, the owner of this villa, who was sitting next to Bai Xiaoxian at the moment, and the other guy is still so young and handsome. In the face of such a young and talented quality man, Bai said that she was not moved at all. That must be a lie. Butler White, are you married? At that exact moment, Jiang Chen's voice floated over from the side. Bai Xiao closed the real estate license in a hurry, and an unnatural expression flashed across her face. It was only when Bai Shallow stroked the hair on her cheeks and her lips trembled. In a somewhat inferior tone, he said, Mr. Jiang, I'm a divorced woman with a 5-year-old daughter, by my side. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but flutter lightly. Divorced women? Single moms? Oh, I'm quite a fan of children, especially those in kindergarten. It's just so cute. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, not because Bai Shallow was a single mother, and to discriminate against her or ridicule her. Yes? Bai Shallow's eyes brightened slightly, but they quickly dimmed again. I could just see her lips twitching several times with a look of wanting to say something. There seems to be something difficult to talk about. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen asked curiously, Butler Bai, what's wrong with you? Ha? No. Nothing. Bai Shallow glanced at Jiang Chen and immediately withdrew her gaze. A torn and hesitant expression also appeared on his face. Although Jiang Chen was extremely curious, he couldn't be bothered to press people if Bai Xian didn't say anything. But, just as Jiang Chen took his cell phone out and was about to swipe the short video for a while, Shirato's voice suddenly drifted over again. Mr. Jiang, can I ask you for one thing? As soon as he heard this, Jiang Chen hastily raised his head to look at the tightly bitten lips of the. Both hands also clenched their fists. With a reddened face, Bai Xiao, what is it? Jiang Chen put down his cell phone and tried to make his voice as gentle as possible, because as soon as he took a look at Bai Xiao's struggling and hesitant appearance, just know that this woman must be in some kind of trouble. Swish, perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's goodwill, Bai Xiao's eyes reddened, the voice trembled and said, Mr. Jiang, my daughter has a serious illness. The doctor said it is aplastic anemia, must rely on bone marrow transplant to cure. Hearing this, the expression on Jiang Chen's face didn't change at all, but in his heart, he couldn't help but be happy. He was just now thinking about whether he should find an opportunity to get in touch with Bai Shanchan's daughter first, trying to win the favor of the kid and then take down the kid's mom in one fell swoop. Now it looks like that plan won't work. People have taken the initiative to send food to the door. How can we not accept it? How much does it cost? A short sentence from Jiang Chen landed in Bai Xiao's ears, as if it were heavenly music. It instantly gave this single mom hope. Mr. Jiang, me, perhaps too excited. Bai was surprised that for a moment, not knowing how to express his gratitude, even his speech began to stutter. Doctors say it will take $500, 000 for the surgery, Bai Xiao said later, her voice getting lower and lower, and her head hanging down. It seemed to think that the amount of money was too large. Jiang Chen was not related to her. Why would people lend her money? However, Jiang Chen, directly pulled out his cell phone and said to Bai Shallow, send over the bank card number. I'll transfer the money directly to you. Bai Shanchan was slightly stunned, and then she said with tears of joy, Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. Don't worry, I will definitely return this money to you. You're welcome. Jiang Chen's face was still calm, but a quick flash of a bad smile flashed under his eyes. Pay back? Who asked you to pay it back? We're all adults. Can't we know the rules? Chapter 17 Royan Lu is jealous. IFC Center Mall. In Shilan City, this is definitely one of the top international high-end shopping malls. The mall is not only home to a variety of top national brand stores. It also brings together dozens of world-class brand flagship stores, so basically any luxury store you can think of can be found here. It's safe to say that this mall is where all the losers in Shilan City, a shopping mecca that you dream of. Lu Ruyan's mood at the moment was very complicated. At noon, Su Yao first treated her girlfriends to a big meal, then couldn't wait to drag everyone to this mall. Next, Su Yao kept buying in all the major luxury stores. Ruyan Lu and the rest of her girlfriends could only look with envy and jealousy. Watching Su Yao swiping her credit card without stopping, she even had to act as a bag-carrying little sister for Su Yao. It was good that Su Yao was more atmospheric. She was seen walking into the Vuitton brand store, and with a little wave of her hand, straight away, I bought a bag for each of my 6 girlfriends. Ruyan Lu got a rose handbag and took a look at the price on the label. I can't believe it's $1.288. A few of her other girlfriends got bags that were pretty much in that price range. In other words, Su Yao had just given away more than $700,000 directly without batting an eye. One word, ho-hum. Sure. Ruyan Lu also deeply understood that what Su Yao was spending now was all Jiang Chen's money. If she hadn't broken up with Jiang Chen, then she'd be spending like crazy in a major luxury store at this moment. The woman who doesn't think of money as money at all, who spends it like it's water, who is boorish and unreasonable, should be her. Swish. Ruyan Lu held that rose handbag and surreptitiously observed the expressions on her girlfriends' faces. Suddenly, she found that their eyes were all glowing, and they all seemed to have been taken in by Su Yao's bold behavior. Gave a deep shock to it. Regret. Extreme regret. Ruyan Lu felt like she was repenting in her gut. She had learned from Su Yao that Jiang Chen had never known he had a rich grandfather before. On the very day that she proposed to break up with Jiang Chen, it just so happened that this rich grandfather contacted Jiang Chen. How can things be so coincidental? This rich grandfather, why didn't he contact Jiang Chen a day earlier? It favored her to find Jiang Chen immediately after she broke up with him? Is it destined that she won't be able to catch this fortune? You're just going to give away this wealth and riches? The unwilling Lu Ruyan, taking advantage of going to the restroom, immediately called Jiang Chen, wanted to get back together with Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen scolded her angrily without mercy and made it clear that he would never forgive her. At this moment, Ruyan Lu was truly flustered. She thought to herself that after being with Jiang Chen for 3 years, Jiang Chen must have feelings for her. How can you say you don't love it? Also, she just made a mistake that women all over the world are prone to make. Why wouldn't Jiang Chen forgive her? She can promise to cut off all contact with Yang Fan in the future, then single-mindedly be Jiang Chen's little dainty wife. Doubly good to Jiang Chen. Why wouldn't Jiang Chen give her a chance? Men, indeed, are things without conscience. I've been with him for 3 whole years, the most precious period of a woman's youth. It all consumed him. Results. In the end it didn't even do any good. On the contrary, Su Yao, this little vixen, did nothing but climbed into Jiang Chen's bed once. It was just spoiled by Jiang Chen, driving luxury cars, drinking Lafite, living in presidential suites, buying all kinds of luxuries whenever you want, nose in the air. On what grounds? Why should Su Yao enjoy all this? Why can't I, Jiang Chen's real girlfriend, enjoy all this? Instead, they can only silently follow behind Su Yao, watching Su Yao show off all kinds of things, and even have to act as a bag-carrying little sister for Su Yao? Jingle bells. Just then, Ruyan Lu's cell phone rang. Caller ID, Yang Fan. As soon as she saw Yang Fan's name, a flash of annoyance immediately flashed through Lu Ruyan's heart. Last night, if it weren't for the fact that I've had a little too much to drink and I'm a little out of my mind, how could she dizzily follow Yang Fan to the hotel? If it wasn't for the fact that she had a relationship with Yang Fan and the raw rice was already cooked, plus Yang Fan's sweet words, how could she possibly be tweeting her friends in the middle of the night to make an official announcement? If she hadn't posted that friend circle, Jiang Chen wouldn't have known about it at all. She's already sleeping with Yang Fan, even as long as Ruyan Lu wasn't in such a hurry and broke up with Jiang Chen a day later, or agreed to Yang Fan's invitation a day later, or go to the hotel with Yang Fan a day later, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Then there was definitely room for redemption between her and Jiang Chen. As soon as she thought of this, Lu Ruyan's mood became even more irritated, only to see that without saying a word, she directly hung up Yang Fan's caller. At the same time in his heart, he also created a not-so-small resentment towards Yang Fan. Yang Fan, why do you think you're coming back if you've already left the country? If you're back, you're back. Why did you contact me secretly? You're the one who broke up with me, and now you're begging me to get back together. How could I have ghosted my way into agreeing to this? Obviously Jiang Chen has been so good to me, taking care of me in every way these past 3 years. Why am I so blind not to see it? Could it be that I'm really a sputterer like Jiang Chen said? Drip. Just at this moment, Lu Ruyan's WeChat received a short message from Yang Fan. Yang Fan, baby, what are you up to? I called you. Why don't you answer? Seeing this WeChat, Lu Ruyan's eyelids gently trembled. She was seen pinching her cell phone and typing out a few words, then deleting them again. Then a few more words were typed and then deleted. So repeatedly, Lu Ruyan wrote and deleted, and finally edited a WeChat and sent it. Yang Fan, oh, then you're busy. I'll contact you later. Looking at the second WeChat sent by Yang Fan, Lu Ruyan dumbfoundedly pinched her cell phone. The eyes gradually lost focus, and his thoughts flew to nowhere for a long time. Ruyan, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and follow me. Just then, a clear voice came from the front. Lu Ruyan looked up sharply, just in time to see Su Yao leading a group of girlfriends that strutted into a ladies' lingerie boutique. See, Gilson. Chinese name is Gilson, the first of the world's top 10 luxury brands of women's lingerie. Rumor has it that the cheapest piece of lingerie in this store costs tens of thousands of dollars. The most expensive ones are even up to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Swish. At this moment, Ruyan Lu's eyes reddened. On what grounds? Why should Su Yao, be able to wear tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of high-end underwear? Why should I have to wear ordinary underwear that costs a few $100s? Are Su Yao's breasts more golden than others? Could it be Su Yao's little garden, encrusted with diamonds? How much did Jiang Chen give her? Why hasn't her card been maxed out yet? Look at her dejected look. Pissed off old lady. Chapter 18, Our Responsibilities, Our Obligations. The Other Side. Rolls-Royce Phantom Car. By Shanshan received Jiang Chen's 500,000 transfer. and her eyes immediately turned red. During this time, she borrowed money from all over the place, from almost all her relatives and friends, yet no one was willing to lend her the money. However, she just mentioned it to Jiang Chen, and the other party immediately transferred the money to her. You know, she and Jiang Chen had only just known each other for a day. The two weren't even friends. It was this stranger who, on hearing of her daughter's serious illness, without saying a word, he transferred $500,000 to her without even looking for an IOU. Although this amount of money was nothing to Jiang Chen, to Bai Shan, this money is her daughter's life-saving money. So, how could Bai Xiao not be touched? Next, White transferred the money to her parents in the hospital. And she urged her parents to hurry up and pay for the surgery so that the doctor could schedule her daughter's surgery as soon as possible. After doing this, Bai Xiao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, a grateful expression on her face. Once again, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Chen. Butler White, I have some curiosity. Please forgive me for taking the liberty of asking. Jiang Chen didn't want to ask more, but he was particularly curious. Plus, he was also particularly interested in Bai Xiao, so he still voiced the questions in his mind. It stands to reason that you're working as a butler in a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel. It shouldn't be a bad paycheck every month, should it? Also, when you divorce your ex-husband, you should get a share of the property, right? Take a step back and tell me that your child has a disease. The child's father is also obligated to pay for the child's treatment, so doesn't he care about his own child? To summarize, I'm particularly curious about how you can't even come up with $500,000 for the surgery. After hearing these words from Jiang Chen, a bitter expression immediately appeared on Bai Qianlian's face. I only saw her stroke the hair around her cheeks and said with a soft sigh, Mr. Jiang, I'm not afraid to laugh at you, but if it wasn't for that ex-husband of mine, how could I have ended up in this situation? What does that mean? Jiang Chen was instantly interested. Only a sideways glance, full of curiosity, saw him look at Bai Xiao, a pair of eyes as if they were little stars. Bright, twinkle twinkle put light, put. Bai Xiao's mood was originally very low, but when she saw Jiang Chen with this curious baby look, the moment was amusing. Aha! This is a woman with a very low laugh. A woman with a low laugh point is usually very simple and kind, with little heart and little city, more optimistic, but such a woman is also vulnerable inside. Phew! Bai took a deep breath and adjusted her emotions. Only then did he speak slowly. My ex-husband was the owner of a small company. He had a car and a house and savings at the time, and his financial condition was quite good. But when I married him, I realized that he was a man who really liked to gamble. At first, he just went to play mahjong, and he didn't gamble much, and I didn't take it to heart. When I got pregnant, he started staying out at night, out rooming with a bunch of his foxy friends and gambling all day and night. When I gave birth to my daughter, I realized that he had gambled more and more, and not only had he lost all the family money, and there's a big loan shark debt out there. Speaking of this, Bai Xiao's eyes reddened again. Jiang Chen also couldn't help but sigh, this gambling thing is really killing people. Phew, taking a deep breath again, Bai continued, what I never expected was that, not only did he not listen to my advice, but he continued to borrow money to gamble, even when he actually pushed me out of the house to deal with the debtors who came to my door to collect their debts, trying to offset some of the interest by getting me to sleep with those creditors. It's a good thing I called the police ahead of time, or else. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Asterisk. Has your ex-husband gone off the deep end? Is this something a human being would do? It's just worse than that. Tears finally slipped from Bai Xiao's eyes. She was seen to be biting her lips tightly, her face a little pale, and the flash of sadness in her eyes. Like the poor woman in a TV show who has been mercilessly abandoned. Sister Xiao, what happened afterward? How is your ex-husband now? Just then, Jiang Chen's gentle voice drifted into Bai Shanshan's ears. Upon hearing the name Sister Xiao, Bai Shaoxian's heart inexplicably trembled, and her cheeks became hotter and hotter. I have to say, after Jiang Chen replaced Butler Bai with Sister Xiao, in an instant, the distance between the two men was violently brought a large step closer. After I divorced him, the court ruled that I wasn't liable for a penny of his debt, but he's already lost the family fortune, so I didn't get a single penny of the property. I thought I would have nothing more to do with him from then on, but then one day, on the pretext of coming to see my daughter, he secretly took my bank card and withdrew all the money from it. When I found out, I immediately called the police, but he has run off with all my savings and the whole thing has disappeared. And then, when my daughter became seriously ill, I had to borrow money from all over the place, but relatives and friends won't lend me money. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for Bai Xiao, a gambling husband, a sick child, a cold-blooded relative, a broken her. Okay, Such a woman is in desperate need of a man who is responsible, capable, accountable and secure. Go protect them. Nothing more to say. It is incumbent upon us to save women in distress from the dire straits in which they find themselves. Leave such a difficult task to me. Chapter 19, Personal Butler. Phoenix Mountain Villa. The gateway to Villa 1. Jiangchen just poked his head out of the car window and swiped his face at the access control system from a distance. The iron door in front of him opened automatically. This is a large 5-story detached villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors below. The entire villa is definitely over 500 square feet in size. One of them has a floor area of at least 200 square feet. The front yard of the villa has a large garden with a small fountain square in the middle of it. There's a heated pool in the backyard and a lawn next to it where you can have a barbecue. There were also a couple of tents set up on the lawn. The villa has a tennis court to the left and a separately built garage to the right, and a helipad. What kind of villa is this? It was clearly a small estate. On top of that, the entire villa is furnished, with appliances, household goods and whatnot. It's all ready. The overall decoration of the villa was also a modern style that Jiangchen liked very much. 3F, master bedroom, second bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace. 2F, elderly room, children's room, guest room, multi-purpose room, public bathroom, balcony. 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, public bath, nanny's room, pantry, gym. 1F, maid's room, laundry room, storage room, tool room, utility room. 2F, sauna, massage room, small theater, small KTV, billiard room and so on. This villa is just too big, and it's got 2 elevators installed. It took Jiangchen more than an hour to visit all the rooms. After strolling through the villa, Jiangchen came into the living room on the first floor before heading to sit on the sofa. Sister Shallow, you said such a big villa. How many servants should I really hire for tending to the right things? Looking at the large empty villa, Jiangchen shook his head in tears and laughter. Suddenly I'm worried about my wallet. Mr. Jiang, if it's just you and your girlfriend staying here, I think just hiring 8 maids would be enough to take care of the whole villa. With her professional eye, Bai Shaoxian analyzed it carefully and then a more pertinent answer was given. Sister Shallow, in the future, when there are no outsiders, why don't you just call me by my name? Keep calling Mr. Jiang Mr. Jiang, it seems too raw. Jiang Chen's face was odd as he looked at Bai Shaoxian. When they were in the car earlier, the two of them were still hugging each other. So intimate. I didn't expect that after getting out of the car. Bai Shallow immediately pulled away the distance between her and Jiang Chen, putting on a serious work ethic. Then, well, Bai Qianliang's pretty face suddenly reddened a little, perhaps because she felt that Jiang Chen was easygoing. There was not half a bit of the vices of a foppish male, so he boldly shouted, Jiang Chen, Sister Shallow, why don't you come work for me as a housekeeper? I'll pay you a salary of $100,000 a month. How's it going? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Bai Shaoxian with a serious face, and a flash of anticipation seemed to flash through his eyes. Ha! White Shallow froze in place, though she obtained a certificate as a professional housekeeper and joined the Dynasty International Hotel, became the exclusive butler of the presidential suite, but was only paid about $15,000 a month. The moment Jiang Chen opened his mouth it was $100,000 a month. So, the first thought that surfaced in Bai Shallow's mind was that Jiang Chen wanted to wrap her up. Coincidentally, at that moment, Jiang Chen's voice drifted over again. Sister Shallow, if you think the salary is low, I can still raise it. How about a salary of $200,000 a month, with red packets and bonuses on New Year's holidays? After hearing these words from Jiang Chen, Bai Shaoxian was even more certain that Jiang Chen just wanted to wrap her up. At this moment, Bai's heartbeat suddenly sped up a few points, and her cheeks became increasingly hot. Bai Shallow had been in this business for many years, and she knew that there were quite a few unspoken rules in this business. How can an ordinary housekeeper get such a high salary? Only housekeepers who provide special services to their masters are paid such high wages. In the past, Bai Shaoxian had always stuck to her bottom line and would never go for shortcuts. But, after the divorce, Bai not only had to raise her young daughter alone, there are also elderly parents to take care of. As a woman, she's just a little too braced for that, so the idea of taking shortcuts also grew. But, Shirado has a great eye, although she usually has access to a lot of rich people, but most of them are middle-aged greasy men with big bellies and fat heads. A man like that would only make her feel sick to her stomach, and she couldn't even get off on it. As for those young rich second generation, Bai had less contact with them. Even if she could meet one or two now and then, the other person wouldn't look at her. After all, young rich kids are surrounded by beautiful women, all kinds of women, and she was 30 years old and a divorced woman, no match for the pretty young girls. So, It was a shortcut that Bai had never succeeded in taking. Now that the opportunity had come, Jiang Chen had thrown out an olive branch to her, which made Bai Xiaoxian, in her excitement, "While I can't help but feel a little scared again. After all, she's been a good girl since she was a little girl, and she's been scrupulously honest since she got married. Even after the divorce, they have been clean and have never done anything so shameful. What to do? Should we say yes to Jiang Chen?" Shira had to admit that. Jiang Chen is young, handsome, multigold, generous, gentle, and kind. It can be said that every advantage on his body has a great attraction to Bai Shanshan. Bai also understood that once she missed this opportunity, it's likely that you'll never get another chance like this. And so, after a little hesitation, Bai Shallow glanced quickly at Jiang Chen, then bit her lips tightly. With a blushing face, she nodded and said, "Well, I can be your personal butler." When she said the words personal butler, Bai Shanshan's voice became lower and lower. Her pretty face was also getting redder and redder, and even her eyes were almost drawn. "Great!" Jiang Chen grinned, not noticing the odd expression on Bai Xiao's face, because Jiang Chen doesn't understand the market at all, and usually watches the butler in the domineering president's dog and pony show. It seemed like they were all pretty much cow beers, so it just seemed like the housekeepers should all be paid well. That was why Jiang Chen had tentatively quoted a monthly salary of $100,000. However, Bai Xiaoxian didn't agree the first time. Instead, she still stood in place and hesitated. Jiang Chen thought that she thought the salary was too low, so he hurriedly raised it to $200,000 again. Swish! Not wanting to avoid a long night, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to pull out his cell phone. Transfer $4 million directly to Bai Xiao's bank card. "Sister Shallow, I'll advance you a year's salary, and from now on, you're mine." Upon hearing this, Bai Shallow first froze slightly, then hurriedly said, "Jiang Xiao, you don't need to advance me so much salary, and also, I just borrowed you $500,000. This money must be returned to you." "Who knows?" Jiang Chen, however, waved his hand indifferently and returned, "It's fine. I wasn't going to ask you to pay me back, and since you're now my personal butler, the $500,000 I lent you earlier is considered an early year-end bonus for you." Quiet. The living room was quiet. Bai Qianlong suddenly felt her nose sour and her eyes hot, barely able to control his tears. The original Jiang Chen simply didn't intend to let her pay back the $500,000. She's just a divorced woman with a drag queen at her side, and she's so old, completely outclassed by the young lass, and completely unworthy of the handsome and gold-rich Jiang Chen. What virtue and ability could she have to gain Jiang Chen's favor? At this moment, Bai Xiao suddenly sprouted a shameful thought. Since Jiang Chen is so good to me, I must perform well and try to satisfy him. Chapter 20, The Little Hot Girl Next Door. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa 1. Jiang Chen didn't intend to move into this villa right away. After all, he was at the Dynasty International Hotel, booked the presidential suite for 7 days at a time. That's over $600,000 for a house. Wouldn't it be a waste if you didn't go to live there? Add to that the fact that White recruited maids, gardeners, cooks, aunts, etc. for the villa. It also takes time. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to officially move into this villa 5 days later. "Young Jiang, are we going back to the hotel now?" After Bai Shallow agreed to be Jiang Chen's personal housekeeper, his name changed from Mr. Jiang to Jiang Xiao. Jiang Chen didn't care. It was just a title anyway. He preferred, if he could, the mature, voluptuous older sister beside him. Call him a dad. "It's still early. Let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter." When Jiang Chen said this, Bai Shannon immediately became a bit embarrassed. But, after hesitating for a moment at the thought that she was about to become Jiang Chen's personal butler, Bai Xiaoxian, still nodding softly, boom, the driver, old Zhang, stepped on the gas, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom quickly drove towards the front gate of the front yard. However, accidents happen. The moment the car had just pulled out of the gate, a big red sports car suddenly raced up on the left. Squeak! Driver Lao Zhang's reaction is very fast. Immediately a foot brake stepped on the. Immediately the car came to a sharp stop. Squeak! Luckily, the sports car driver wasn't slow to react, and immediately slammed on the brakes as well. The two cars ended up crashing just 0.1 meters apart. Ka-ching! The driver, Lao Zhang, was still a bit stunned, but the door of the sports car was suddenly opened. Then a little hottie jumped out of the car. This little hottie looks like she's only 17 or 8 years old, and her looks are innocent and cute, but the body is extremely hot. Ta-da! I just saw the little hottie huffing and puffing, and then tapping on the driver's side window of the Rolls-Royce. Cursing, he said, "Hey, how did you drive? Do you know that you almost hit this lady just now?" Driver Lao Zhan wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned his head and, Embarrassed, he said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, I'm very sorry for causing you trouble. I'll resolve this matter right away. After saying this, the driver, old Zhang, hurriedly opened the car door and walked down. Then one bent over and nodded at the little hottie and apologized. No way. Driver Lao Zhang knew very well in his heart that the people who could live in Phoenix Manor, which one of them is not rich? He was just a tiny driver who couldn't afford to offend anyone here. So, even if it wasn't his fault just now, he could only hold his tongue and then dutifully apologize to each other for their mistakes. However, the little hottie didn't seem to be in a good mood today. Even when faced with a nodding and sincerely apologizing old Chang, she still wouldn't relent. At sushi, I just saw the little hottie walk over and just knock on the back window of the Rolls-Royce and it seemed to want to find trouble with Jiang Chen. Mud. Jiang Chen's temper came up all of a sudden, and a low curse escaped his lips. Immediately, he opened the car door and stepped out. The little hottie was ready to bust a gut, but as soon as he saw a super handsome man walk down from the car, he immediately froze in place. Little sister, my driver has apologized to you, not to mention that he wasn't responsible for what just happened, so what more do you want? Jiang Chen blared at the little hottie with dissatisfaction, and in his heart, he made up his mind. As soon as the little dared to push one more word, she would be pinned to her lap and her ass would be spanked hard. If the adults in your family don't educate you, then let society educate you properly. You're my new neighbor? To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, the little hottie didn't continue to curse. Instead, he even gave Jiang Chen a look of great interest. Neighbor? Who's your neighbor? Jiang Chen froze slightly, and a trace of ominous foreboding sprang up in his heart. I only saw the little hottie pointing to Villa 2, not far away. Then he said to Jiang Chen, I live there. You live here, aren't we neighbors? Hey, little girl, since you know I'm your neighbor. Just now, you also scolded my driver in a furious manner. Haven't the adults in your family taught you that neighbors should get along and help each other? Jiang Chen didn't know which sentence was wrong, and the little hottie, who had just turned from cloudy to sunny, the expression on his face at the moment turned sunny again. It's none of your business what my lord teaches me. The little hottie glared at Jiang Chen in exasperation, then clasped her hands over her chest. With an extremely condescending attitude, he asked, let me ask you, what does your family do? Why can you live in Villa 1? How come I've never seen you before in the entire upper-class celebrity circle of Shilan City? Jiang Chen was infuriated by the little hottie's attitude. Is this an interrogation of a prisoner? Do you have any manners? It seems that this little is really a girl who lacks discipline. Jiang Chen didn't move and sized up the little hottie. Another look at the Porsche 918 behind her, then at Villa 2 not far away, and his brain immediately raced. Obviously, all the signs were pointing to the fact that the little girl in front of her was a pampered and domineering young lady. If Jiang Chen didn't take care of this matter, in case he offended the little girl in front of him, it's sure to cause a lot of trouble. But, after Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan parted ways, he had just learned to straighten up the bent down to the waist, be a man who would rather bend than break. At this moment, if he was asked to give in to a little girl, he simply couldn't do it. Hey, I'm asking you a question? Are you deaf or dumb? Just then, the little hottie's voice drifted over again. Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but flutter gently, and a flash of anger flashed across his eyes. Listen to me, little girl. Only to see Jiang Chen squeeze his fists and let out a thunderous sound. Then he said with a smile on his face, I am the leader of Nyoto Bay in Shilan City, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher. Thanks to the brothers on the road who look up to me, all honor me with the title of Master too. Which way are you mixed up again? Little girl? Hurry up and report your name. Master 2, I never kill nameless people. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's ferocious expression and eyes that contained killing intent that took the little hottie in front of me by surprise, only to see this little subconsciously take 2 steps back, with a shocked expression on her face. There was even a flash of panic in his eyes. You a black bigot? Jiang Chen almost squirted out in laughter when the little hottie said this. I didn't realize that my casual identity had convinced the little hottie to believe it. Should I call her naive? Or should I call her stupid? But Jiang Chen was already laughing his ass off in his heart, but the expression on his face didn't change in any way. Still with that fierce look. That's right. I was chopping people on the street with a watermelon knife at the age of 12, and I unified Natuan at the age of 18. I've got more blood on my hands than you've ever eaten. Little girl, I advise you that you'd better not piss me off or I'll sell you to the Red Romance nightclub for the rest of your life. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the little hottie suddenly screamed, turned and ran to his Porsche 918. Open the door. Get in. Close the door. Ignition. Start. Go. In Jiang Chen's dumbfounded eyes, the little hottie didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Then it drove away from the place at great speed. Jiang Chen. Chapter 21, Robbers on the Road. Phoenix Mountain Villa. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove out of the gate of the villa area. Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the car, was just about to pull out his cell phone to play for a while. Instead, a weak inquiry came from Bai Xiaolo's ears. Jiang Xiao, you are really a gangster? As soon as he heard this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but squirt out a laugh, only to see Jiang Chen put down his cell phone, crying and laughing. Sister Xiaolo, can't you see that I was just scaring that little girl? Phew! A long breath was clearly heard from Shiredo. Jiang Chen turned his head to look over, just in time to see Bai Xiaolo placing her small hand on her chest. A few gentle taps and a frown that had been frowning stretched out. Jiang Xiao, what you just said had a ring of truth to it. I almost believed it. Seemingly sensing the gaze cast by Jiang Chen, Shiredo ran her hair around her cheeks in embarrassment, as if she wanted to use it to hide her embarrassment. Ha! Jiang Chen smiled gently, then opened his mouth to explain. Bullhead Bay. It's a famous food market in the old town. I used to buy food there all the time, and at almost every stall. All of which I cut the price of once hard. That's why those stallholders call me the Bull's Bay Bearer. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Shannon couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. Only after laughing for a while, she asked curiously, what about the Rainy Night Butcher? Is this your nickname too? No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Then he said in a serious manner, there is a butcher boss surnamed Xiao in the Ngao Tao Wan vegetable market, and it rains every time he kills a pig. So everyone affectionately called him the Butcher of the Rainy Night. I just borrowed his name for a bit, and to my surprise, it worked out pretty well. But, after listening to Jiang Chen's explanation, Bai Shanshan was amused again, and laughing even louder than earlier. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound of brakes just out of earshot. At the same time, the driver, old Zhang, seemed to have jerked the steering wheel and the whole car was making a sharp left turn. The next second, the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a stop. Mr. Jiang, it seems like we've just met a car accident. Driver Lao Zhang's voice came from the front row. Jiang Chen made a turn and looked toward the back of the car. It's a shock not to see, only to see a big red Porsche 918 on the road in the back. It collided with a silver gray van. Looking over from Jiang Chen's angle, one could clearly see that the door of the van was suddenly opened, and then a group of masked men jumped out of the van. Immediately afterward, the group of masked men rushed forward in a swarm of, directly surrounded the Porsche 918. That's not all. I saw a large masked man, with very rough movements, pull open the door of the Porsche 918, then dragged a very hotly dressed little girl, right out of the car. That's right, this little girl was the little hottie who had just clashed with Jiang Chen, and the masked men, at first glance, knew they were robbers. Kidnapping? A young lady has been kidnapped? The thought had only just flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The little hottie was seen by the masked man, who grabbed her by the hair, and then dragged her hard towards the van. Right about this time, the little hottie gained courage from nowhere and suddenly kicked the masked hunk in the crotch of the, directly causing the other party to scream miserably and kneel on the ground in a million pains. Taking advantage of this, the little hottie suddenly took off running. Perhaps panicking, the little hottie actually fell down to the bottom of the slope on the side of the road. But, a strong desire to survive made the little hottie stand up again, immediately, despite the pain in her body, then ran wildly toward a small grove of trees next to the road. Seeing the little hottie trying to escape, the group of masked robbers also jumped off the road and quickly chased towards the little hottie. Asterisk. Is this a movie? Having witnessed such a brilliantly good show with my own eyes, the first thought that popped into Jiang Chen's head was that this must be a movie. However, as Jiang Chen's gaze swept around the neighborhood, he never noticed the presence of the camera. That's when the response snapped. I'll go. This is not a movie. The little hottie was in a real kidnapping situation. Young Jiang, should we call the police? Bai Xiaolo also witnessed what just happened, only to see that she hastily pulled out her cell phone and quickly typed in the police number. But instead of pressing the dial button at the first opportunity, he first sought Jiang Chen's opinion. Sister Xiaolo, call the police. I'll go over and see what's going on. After Jiang Chen threw down these words, he immediately got out of the car, and then with great speed, rushed over in the direction the little hottie had fled. Jiang Xiao, don't go. Dangerous. Bai Xiaolo wanted to stop Jiang Chen and stop him from getting into this muddy water. After all, there were 5 masked robbers on the opposite side, all of them big, burly men, and there's no telling if the other guy has a weapon in his hand. Jiang Chen was the only one on his side, and he was still barehanded. A dozen or 5. How could Jiang Chen be a match for the robbers? Isn't this going to get us killed? But, Jiang Chen's movements were simply too fast, and it was almost just a blink of an eye that he then ran into a nearby grove and disappeared without a trace. A heart jumped into her throat when she saw this scene. Bai Xiaolo. She only saw her hesitate for a moment, Then she turned her head to the driver, old Zhang, and said, "Old Zhang, you call the police. I'll catch up and see what's going on." After saying these words, Bai Qianliang jumped down the slope with clenched teeth, ignoring the driver old Zhang's discouragement, then ran toward the grove. Driver Lao Zhang, Chapter 22 Pentakill, 5 kills, don't you, come over here, get out of my way, all of you. Jiang Chen had just run into the grove when he heard little spice girls chortling from the front. Whoosh! Only to see Jiang Chen hastily lighten his footsteps, hold his breath, and quickly move towards the direction from which the sound came from. It was touched silently, around a big tree, crouched behind a clump of bushes, pushing through a clump of weeds in the way. Jiang Chen finally saw the backs of the 5 masked men, and the little hottie who was surrounded by them. At the moment, the little hottie's appearance was quite a mess. Her back was against a large tree and her clothes were tattered and torn from the branches. Facing the robbers, the little hottie's face was plastered with a look of horror only to see her holding up a branch with a trembling arm, desperately waving it in a haphazard manner at the 5 masked men. "Ha ha, little beauty, I advise you not to waste your energy and obediently come with us. If you'll cooperate with us, I promise I won't touch a hair on your head. If you're going to continue resisting, then don't blame your brothers for being cruel to you." Listening to the robbers' jeers, the little hottie's face grew flustered. Suddenly, the little hottie's eyes snapped open as she seemed to think of something. Then he shouted loudly, "My elder brother is the bearer of Nyoto Bay, nicknamed Rainy Night Butcher, and everyone on the road has to honor him with the title of Master Butcher. You dare to kidnap me? Aren't you afraid that my big brother will get angry? At my big brother's command, 100,000 of my little brothers will immediately arrive, and then you'll be thwarted." Quiet. The grove was quiet. The 5 masked robbers all froze in place, only to see their eyes wide and their mouths open. With a look of idiocy, Zizi looked at the little hottie who was bragging. If it weren't for the masks blocking their faces, probably see a very good look on their faces, don't you think? Jiang Chen, who was hiding on the sidelines, had snapped his toes in embarrassment at this moment. "I wish I could dig a hole where I am and bury myself in it and reincarnate on the spot." Little Spice Girl, the name of the leader of Now Taiwan. "It's only good for scaring stupid chicks like you. In the presence of this band of outlaws, what Bull's Bay Bearer, what Rainy Night Butcher, these names are really not useful at all. And you're a real braggart. And talk about 100,000 minions coming immediately to thwart them? The entire Now Taiwan food market doesn't add up to 100,000 people. Even if I wanted to shake people for you, I couldn't shake so many people even if I went through the entire address book. Shame on you. I'm embarrassed to jump out and admit that I'm the bearer of Bull's Bay. Play with yourself. Pretend, brother, I'm not here." I quietly walked away, waving my sleeve without taking a cloud. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Only Jiang Chen followed the sound and just happened to see the masked robber who was leading the group. One yanked the branch out of the little hottie's hand, and it reached out and choked her. At this moment, Jiang Chen's blood boiled all over his body. Fighting. Jiang Chen loved fighting the most, but he hadn't been in a fight in years. I vaguely remember the last fight. I think it was when I was a freshman. One night, Jiang Chen was happily walking back to school when he suddenly saw the alleyway that there is a girl who was being disturbed by 2 drunken men. So Jiang Chen rushed up without hesitation and fought his opponent without any hesitation, punching 2 drunks through and through. That feeling, what a feeling! Unfortunately, it was too dark that night to see the girl's face clearly, and that girl seemed to be in some kind of hurry at the time, and just said thank you to Jiang Chen, and then they left in a hurry. But Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Instead of being a hero, the fight was more exciting to him. As a fatherless orphan, Jiang Chen grew up snatching food from wild dogs. After entering the orphanage, in order not to be bullied by the other children, Jiang Chen was either in a fight or on his way to a fight all day long. The gene for violence had long been deeply embedded in Jiang Chen's bones. It could be said that it was already a miracle that Jiang Chen had survived until now. Back to the main topic. Jiang Chen had first taken the gene potion and then learned the fighting mastery. He couldn't wait to find someone to have a good fight with, and when such a good opportunity appeared in front of him, he wouldn't miss it. Let go of the girl. There was a loud bang in the sky, and Jiang Chen shone. Swish swish. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, he had only just jumped out, and the 5 masked robbers in front of him. Immediately, he pulled out a dagger from his body, then pointed it at Jiang Chen's head in unison. Awkward. Embarrassment with a capital C. Jiang Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then weakly asked, if I said I was looking in the wrong place, would you believe me? Where did this brat come from? How dare you spoil Grandpa's good deed? Looking for death? The lead masked robber suddenly let out a shout, then held up his dagger and an offensive gesture was made at his companion. in the next second. Except for the big masked man in the lead, the remaining 4 robbers raised their daggers in unison and it stabbed violently towards Jiang Chen. Swish! Almost subconsciously, Jiang Chen took a sideways slide to avoid the first robber's attack. Swish! Again subconsciously, Jiang Chen slashed at the back of this robber's neck with a hand knife, directly splitting the other party into unconsciousness. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen, as if there were eyes growing behind him, immediately made a stoop and, narrowly dodging the second robber's attack, boo! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately made a sweeping kick after bending down, swept the second robber straight to the ground. Bang! While the third and fourth robbers had yet to approach, Jiang Chen decisively kicked out a whip kick that, it smacked the second robber hard in the face. Ow! The second robber screamed miserably, and his entire body was sent flying by Jiang Chen's kick. Then he fell heavily not far away and directly passed out. Double kill! Jiang Chen completes a nice double leg. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's movements were really fast. It wasn't until this moment that the third and fourth robbers approached Jiang Chen's side, and both of them raised their daggers, one stabbing at Jiang Chen's head and the other stabbing at his stomach. Whoosh! Jiang Chen did a backflip and dodged the dagger that was stabbing at his head. In a smooth motion, he made an inverted hook and kicked off the dagger that was stabbing him in the stomach. Jiang Chen, who landed on the ground, did not give his opponent any chance to catch his breath and jumped directly in place, spinning 360 degrees in the air. A super powerful leg sweep smacked the 2 robbers in the face in turn. Put! Put! The 2 robbers had spat blood from their mouths and rotated 720 degrees in place. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. Triple kill! Quadra kill! Jiang Chen completed a beautiful quad kill in just a few seconds. But, with 5 kills just around the corner, would Jiang Chen miss such a great opportunity? Whoosh! Taking advantage of the fact that the lead robber was still dazed, Jiang Chen, in a swift manner, in an instant, it scurried up to him. Right hook! Boo! Jiang Chen's fist fiercely blasted onto the left side of the robber leader's face. It directly deformed his face. Under the slow-motion playback, it could be clearly seen that the head robber's mouth was wide open as the 2 broken teeth fell out of his mouth and then his jaw was dislocated. Immediately after that, the robber leader's entire body flew out towards the side. Boo! After a muffled sound, the robber leader fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Pentakill! Jiang Chen finally got his wish and completed a beautiful 5 kill. Only his head was proudly held up, his eyes high, his sights. It was as if the entire King's Canyon had been trampled under his feet. One word, it's a blast. Chapter 23, Brother Butcher. Don't run away. The Grove. A breeze blew through the trees and the leaves clattered. Jiang Chen swept a glance at the 5 robbers lying on the ground, confirming that all of these people had been knocked out. He then turned his head to look at the little hottie on the side. At this very moment, the little hottie's entire body froze in place, only to see her staring at Jiang Chen with her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open, dumbfounded. The expression on his face was as good as it was going to get. Little girl, in the future, when you meet a bad guy, don't ever report your brother's name again. Brother, I have a lot of enemies out there, and in case you run into one of brother's enemies, reporting my brother's name will only harm you instead. Hear me? Jiang Chen pretended to reprimand the little hottie before preparing to leave the place. However, Jiang Chen had just turned around, and immediately saw under a tree not far ahead of him, stands a mature, voluptuous woman. The woman stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes and open mouth, dumbfounded. The look on her face was a dead ringer for the little hottie. Sister Asuna, why are you here too? Jiang Chen froze slightly, then walked over to Bai Shallow, and reached out and waved his hand in front of her eyes. It wasn't until this moment that Bai Shallow came back from her shock. Jiang Xiao, you this body hand, also too powerful. Bai first swept a glance at the 5 robbers who had fallen to the ground, then she looked at the relaxed Jiang Chen again, and a hint of redness immediately rose above her pretty face. There was even a flash of adoration in his beautiful eyes. A few small thieves are just a few small thieves. This young master can easily crush them with one finger. Jiang Chen still couldn't help but feign a comparison. No way. Shirado's little look at him was almost drawn out. At this time, if Jiang Chen didn't pretend to be more than he was, when, pray tell, would he do so? Can you call a man if he doesn't act like one? Brother Butcher, wait for me. Seeing that Jiang Chen and Bai Shallow were ready to leave this grove, the little hottie finally snapped out of her shock. Tada! Only to see the little hottie struggle to catch up, reaching out and tugging on Jiang Chen's arm. Then he came up for air and said, Brother Butcher, thank you for saving me, just now, at Phoenix Mountain Villa. I'm sorry, though the little hottie spoke in broken sentences, from a few key words that, Jiang Chen still understood what she meant. The little hottie was thanking him for saving her life and apologizing at the same time. Okay, I accept your apology. If you're okay, get your ass home. If another group of robbers come to kidnap you later, I won't be able to come to your rescue. Jiang Chen didn't want to get into too many entanglements with this kind of $1,000 lady. You can't even leave the house without being kidnapped? Who knows how many other enemies they have in their family. Although Jiang Chen had obtained a lottery system, but all he wants to do is lay back and swing, mingle, and enjoy life with abandon. If you get involved with this kind of $1,000 lady, you're sure to get into a whole lot of trouble. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of things, but he was afraid of trouble. So, after throwing down these words, Jiang Chen immediately turned around and left. Never gave the little hottie a good look from start to finish. Little Spice Girl. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen, who had returned to the car, didn't let the driver, old Zhang, drive immediately. He was seen sitting quietly in the car, silently focusing on the back of the road through the rearview mirror. By now, the little hottie was back on the road. From the passenger seat of her Porsche 918, she grabbed a cell phone and speed dialed a phone number. It didn't take long. A sharp roar of a car came from far and near. Jiang Chen clearly saw that on the road that led to the Phoenix Villa. Surprisingly, a dozen small black cars came rushing in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, a dozen small cars pulled up to the side of the road, and when the doors opened, a group of suited bodyguards jumped down. Missy, are you okay? Missy, are you hurt? Hot damn, where are those robbers? How dare they touch our Missy? I'm going to kill them now. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew that little Spice Girl was completely safe, and so, Jiang Chen immediately said to the driver, Old Zhang, drive the car, go straight to the First People's Hospital of the city. Yeah, the driver, old Zhang, immediately started the car, then stepped on the gas and, the wind was whizzing toward the front. This scene also fell into the eyes of the little hottie. Looking at the fading taillights of the Rolls-Royce, the little hottie suddenly felt a little wet in the corner of her eyes. Is Brother Butcher worried about my safety? Just now, he never left until my family's bodyguards arrived. He was relieved to leave. Though Brother Butcher may look menacing on the surface, underneath the menacing exterior, but hides a tender heart. And, Brother Butcher is really handsome. Unfortunately, I don't even know what Brother Butcher's name is, but it's okay. I've written down Brother Butcher's license plate number. I'll have someone look it up later. Then you'll know your brother's name. Hey, Brother Butcher, do you think you can run away? Don't forget, we're neighbors. We'll be dealing with each other a lot. An hour later, the First People's Hospital of the city. Jiang Chen saw Bai Shanshan's daughter in a general ward. On the way here, Jiang Chen had already known that Bai Shallow's daughter's name was Bai Rui through conversation. Little name is Kor. Xinxin was very cute, especially with her big watery eyes. It was as if it was the purest spring of water in the world. However, at this moment, lying on the hospital bed, Kor, but the face is pale. The whole person looked very weak and haggard, and a discerning eye could tell that she was suffering from an illness. An elderly couple stood guard at the hospital bedside. Jiang Chen just swept a glance and knew that they must be Bai Shanshan's parents. Mom! Seeing Bai Shanshan walk into the hospital room, Kor's eyes snapped to life. Immediately, he reached out two small hands towards her. Bai Shallow quickly walked a few steps to the hospital bed and carefully picked up her daughter, and he couldn't help the redness in his eyes. Mom, who is this uncle? Kor quickly noticed Jiang Chen, who was standing on the side with two fruit baskets in his hands. Bai Shallow wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then he smiled and introduced Jiang Chen's identity to his parents and daughter. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was now Bai Xiao's boss, and it also gave Bai Shanshan an advance of 1 year's salary and bonus, so that they have enough money to heal the Kor. No longer need to go around begging for medical expenses. At this moment, Bai Shanshan's parents almost knelt down for Jiang Chen. Corey blinked his big, cute eyes back. Sweetly, she said to Jiang Chen, "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Chen smiled and touched Xinxin's little head, then peeled an apple for the little girl to eat. Originally, Jiang Chen wanted to remain in the ward and play with the little girl Xinxin for a while. Who knew that the cell phone would ring at this time? Caller ID, Yo-Yo Baby. Seeing this docket name, Jiang Chen froze in place for a moment. What's the situation? How come there's an extra Yo-Yo Baby in this young master's address book? Did Su Yao secretly take my cell phone and change the note name? Hello? Jiang Chen immediately walked out of the hospital room, his face somewhat unsightly as he answered the call. Husband. As expected, Su Yao's clipped voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Splatterman, did you take my cell phone last night and secretly change your note name? Honey, it's just a note name. Don't be so stingy. You, forget it, next time. I knew it. Hubby loves me the most. He. Listening to the playful laughter coming from Su Yao on the phone, Jiang Chen shook his head in tears and laughter. Asked Splatterman, what's the matter with calling me at this hour? Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "Hubby, when are you coming back to the hotel? I've got a surprise for you." "What surprise?" "Oops, it can't be a surprise if you say it out loud. Honey, come back soon. It's guaranteed to surprise you." "Okay, I'll be right back. Hubby, wait for you. Oh, moo-ah." Chapter 24, The Surprise Prepared by Su Yao. After hanging up, Jiang Chen didn't leave the hospital at the first opportunity. He made a trip to the nurse's station, then a run to the toll booth, and the core was transferred directly to a high-class ward and a hospitalization fee was deposited in her account. After doing all this, Jiang Chen didn't inform Bai Shaoxian, but went to the parking lot alone, got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Chen had wanted to leave the hospital quietly, so that Shirato would have more time to spend with Core. But the car had only just started when Shirato appeared out of nowhere and stopped the car straight away. Ka-ching! Only to see Bai Shallow Face pull open the car door, quickly drilled in, and a buttock sat beside Jiang Chen. "Old Zhang, please lower the fender. I have some personal matters to talk to Jiang Shao," Bai Shanshan instructed the driver. Old Zhang, who immediately nodded with a smile. Then it was time to lower the center fender of the wagon. With the Rolls-Royce's back seat, privacy is excellent, especially with the flaps down. The front and rear create two isolated spaces. Boom! The driver, Old Zhang, stepped on the gas and the Rolls-Royce drove towards the outside of the hospital. Jiang Chen secretly glanced at Bai Shaoxian by his side. Finally, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Shallow, what are you doing?" Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, Bai Shallow suddenly pounced over and hugged him, and then there was wailing and crying. "Woohoo! Jiang Chen, thank you, thank you. I don't know what I would have done if it wasn't for you." Oh, looking at Bai Shanshan, who was crying like a pear, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hug her, then reached out a hand and kept patting her back gently. "Don't cry. Everything will be fine. I believe that with the current medical technology, the hospital will be able to cure Xinshin. Just don't worry, Core will be fine." Under Jiang Chen's gentle words of comfort, Bai Shanshan's mood gradually calmed down. Quiet. The car was quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and neither did Bai Shallow. The two men seemed to stay silent in heartfelt unison. In about 40 minutes, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the Dynasty International Hotel, the entrance to the presidential suite. Bai Shallow seemed to be a bit weak and didn't dare to face Su Yao, only to see her greet Jiang Chen. Then he turned and hurried away. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen swiped open the door of the room with his room card, and as soon as he walked in, just to see the living room covered with rose petals and a huge heart in the center with candles. The center of the heart pattern was also filled with various gift bags. Surprise! Just then, Su Yao suddenly appeared from the side. I saw her hold the rose petals in her hand, scatter them in the air, and then pounce on the tightly hugging Jiang Chen. Mwah! Su Yao gave Jiang Chen a kiss on the cheek before she let go of him, then took 2 more steps back and, spinning around in front of Jiang Chen, "Hubby, do you think I'm pretty?" Jiang Chen raised his eyes to Su Yao and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. "What a foxy girl. Little splasher. Is this your surprise for me?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he reached out and wrapped Su Yao in his arms. "Honey, let's see the gift I got you first." Su Yao suddenly smiled charmingly and pulled Jiang Chen right into the center of the heart-shaped pattern. Then pointing to the pile of gifts, an expectant look came over his face as well. "Ha!" Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh, seeing as Su Yao was so attentive. So he cooperated with her and unwrapped the gifts one by one, in a dozen gift bags, large and small, with suits, shirts, shoes, ties, casual wear, sportswear, sneakers, all men's clothes. And these clothes, all of them are more expensive luxury brands. What's more, Jiang Chen tried on a few pieces of clothing and they actually fit perfectly. Obviously, Su Yao must have secretly measured Jiang Chen's body size. That's why I dared to buy him back so many clothes and shoes. "Honey, I even bought you a cell phone. Check it out. Do you like it?" Su Yao offered her treasure, and from the center of the pair of gift bags, took out an unopened cell phone box. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, the phone turned out to be the Huawei Mate 40 Pro limited edition, priced at a whopping $42,800 for the Flying Lion Pixie. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that this phone was limited to only 16 units nationwide. I also do not know through what channel Su Yao to buy this phone. I'm sure it must have taken a lot of work. Yo, I like the gift you prepared. For the first time, Jiang Chen softly called out Su Yao's nickname in a very proper tone. It didn't call her a little splatter person like it did before. The moment Su Yao suddenly froze in place, her long eyelashes seemed to quiver for a moment, and immediately after that, the corners of her mouth then curved into a nice curve. "Honey, I have an even bigger surprise for you." Su Yao walked over and gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's waist. There was also a mysterious look on his face. "Yeah, There's a surprise? In order to match Su Yao, Jiang Chen deliberately showed an expression of anticipation. Snap! Only Su Yao clapped her hands, then called out to the closed bedroom door. Man, come on out. Ka-ching! In Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, a large, beautiful woman, who was pouring out of the country, lightly biting her lips, with a bit of shyness on her face. Twisting and turning, he walked out of the room. Jiang Chen, Chapter 25, The Mother Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Seven Immortals. Jiang Chen, long time no see. The beautiful woman who came out of the bedroom couldn't help but make Jiang Chen's eyes light up. A head of dark satin hair, casually tied up in a pill head. The 2 strands of hair around her cheeks brushed her face gently with the wind, adding a bit of seductive flavor. Melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, danfang eyes flooded with peach blossoms. Looking at the posture, the red lips were coated with a nude lipstick that made them look mellow and moist. It exudes a tantalizing scent. She was wearing a short black halter dress, revealing a beautiful, crystalline neck that, sexy and charming collarbone, round and white shoulders. However, Jiang Chen, took a step back with a face full of horror, and with an incredulous look. Glaring at the beautiful woman in front of her, she shouted, ***, you're the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, Zhao Shiman? Quiet. The living room was quiet. A trace of embarrassment clearly flashed across Zhao Shiman's face, and her eyes were filled with sultry resentment as she looked at Jiang Chen. Only her lips trembled and she was just about to open her mouth to say something. But Jiang Chen jumped the gun and said, *Zhao Shiman, me and Su Yao have some personal matters to talk about. Please wait for a while first.' After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately pulled Su Yao into the next second bedroom. Then he closed the door with a bang. Shiman Zhao. Room. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at Su Yao with a serious face. But before he could say anything, Su Yao asked with a smile, *Hubby, was it a surprise that I abducted Man for you?' Surprised? Tick. A drop of cold sweat immediately ran down the side of Jiang Chen's forehead. Only he pursed his lips and cried, *I have thought of the man you brought back to. It could be Lily Yu, the wind-scratching dancer, or Tang Ro, the piggy man, or Lu Li, the little green tea. It might even be a pile of ice Lin Qingxue. But I never thought in a million years that you would actually bring back the female Tyrannosaurus Rex Zhao Shiman.' As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao suddenly couldn't help but pfft a laugh, only to see her reach out and pinch Jiang Chen, then rolled her eyes and asked, *Hubby, how did you give my girlfriends each such a nasty gag? Am I wrong?' Jiang Chen frowned and explained, *Lily Yu is the department flower of the dance department. After graduation, she worked as an anchor woman and dance train shaking in the live broadcast every day. What is this if not a windy dancer? Tang Ro, that's stupid, learning from others to engage in some kind of online dating. Also thought that their online dating object is a rich second generation. The result is even the face of the boyfriend did not see, but was cheated tens of thousands of dollars. Just tell me if she's Porky Pig? Luli, that gold-digging girl, fights with a bunch of fake celebrities every day for this and that. Even a pair of stockings from Parisian house, trying to make herself a celebrity and then seduce a rich kid. She's not green tea. What is it again? And that Lin Qingxue? Every day she has a cold face, an expression that makes her unapproachable. Sometimes I wonder, is she a misogynist? Or maybe she's a lily liver herself? Let's talk about this Zhao Shiman, the president of our martial arts club at Xilan University. He was not moving to beat people up, and there were not 1,000, but 800 male classmates who had been beaten up by him. She's not a, what is it again? Speaking of this, an odd expression surfaced on Jiang Chen's face. It seemed to think of some painful and unbearable memory, and her eyes actually flashed with a hint of sultriness. *Hubby, I remember. You seem to have been beaten up by Zhao Shiman, too. You're not still holding a grudge against her, are you?' Jiang Chen's face changed drastically when Su Yao said this, only to see Jiang Chen's eyes glaring. He hurriedly said, *What do you mean I've been beaten up by Zhao Shiman? I'm just giving in to her. After all, good men don't fight with women. If it came down to it, I could have easily knocked her over with one hand.' Yes? Su Yao looked at Jiang Chen with skeptical eyes, then took the initiative to hug Jiang Chen, and a few pats on his back. *Honey, you suffered back then.' Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The scene from that year couldn't help but come to mind as well. It was a fine morning, and the song whistle was accompanied by the wake-up call, but the world was not at rest. And there are stirring storm clouds in times of peace. When Jiang Chen was a freshman in college, he fell in love with Lu Ruyan at first sight, and in order to lick the goddess into his hands, he ran to buy breakfast for Ruyan Lu every morning. That day, Jiang Chen had just walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory carrying his breakfast. Who knew that a sexy lace lingerie suddenly fell from upstairs? Coincidentally, this underwear happened to hit Jiang Chen's head. You know, underwear smashes your head and bad luck lasts. Jiang Chen was infuriated at that time, and immediately pinched this underwear and, it was a rant against the girls' dormitory building. Results: Mother Tyrannosaurus Zhao Sherman ran down in a rage. Seeing Jiang Chen pinching her underwear with an open-mouthed look, Zhao Sherman actually thought of Jiang Chen as an underwear thief. Then, Jiang Chen vs Zhao Sherman. In the first round, Jiang Chen was hit by Zhao Sherman with an over-the-shoulder slam that landed him hard on the ground. Immediately afterward, Zhao Sherman was on fire and gave Jiang Chen a fat beating. Jiang Chen swore that he had fought since he was a child, and that was the first time he had ever lost to a girl, and it was still a crushing defeat, with nothing to show for it. Well, at this time, a couple of witness girls came running over to the, opening his mouth, he explained for Jiang Chen, proving that Jiang Chen wasn't the thief who stole the underwear and that everything was just a misunderstanding. Zhao Sherman realized that she had hit the wrong person, and immediately gave Jiang Chen a sincere apology, and also offered to compensate for medical expenses. Nima, is this about medical bills? It's good that she didn't mention the medical bills, but when she did, Jiang Chen immediately felt like a little girl who had been forcibly He was aggrieved, angry, hateful, and unwilling to even die. Shame on you. Strange shame. This was a pain that Jiang Chen had hidden in his heart for the rest of his life, and could never be erased. Nowadays, Jiang Chen saw Zhao Sherman again. The past, buried deep inside, awakens immediately. That's why there was such a violent reaction. The gag of the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex is well deserved. Zhao Sherman is a busty, violent woman. By the way, hubby, since a couple of them have gags, what kind of gag did you give me? Jiang Chen's thoughts were instantly interrupted when Su Yao's inquisitive voice suddenly came from his ears. Just without thinking, he immediately blurted out, "Scratch the fox." Ha! Su Yao was slightly stunned at his words, and hurriedly let go of Jiang Chen, then stared straight into his eyes, and a look of anger quickly appeared on his face. Why do you call people scratching foxes? Where did I tickle? I'm the one who seduced your uncle. Or did you crawl into your father's bed? You look like a fox charming, and you have the same surname as King Zhou's consort, Su Daji, and it's been scratching its head all day. So, Jiang Chen, why don't you go die? Oh, I was just kidding. Why are you so unamused? I'm pissed. If you have anger, hold it in for me as well. Do you still want to reverse the Big Dipper? Chapter 26, Let's Fight First. Room. Su Yao huffed and hugged Jiang Chen, biting him on the shoulder. Perhaps worried about hurting Jiang Chen, Su Yao's bite wasn't very heavy. It's just meant to be, mostly to express inner dissatisfaction. It seemed to come to mind. Su Yao just loosened her mouth, and immediately spoke out again and inquired, "Hubby, and what kind of gag did you give Ruyan Lu?" Jiang Chen reached out and pinched Su Yao's cheeks, saying with a leathery smile, "At first, I didn't give her any gag. Then, I did give her a gag, little dragon lady. I knew it. You only had eyes for Ruyan Lu at that time. Even the gags are so well acquired." Su Yao glared at Jiang Chen in exasperation, and her face was also covered in a jealous expression. Obviously, he was displeased with Jiang Chen's double standard. Ha! Jiang Chen smiled gently, ignoring Su Yao's jealous little eyes. Then he said, "I've got a gag for Yang Fan as well, and the two of them put together make just the right pair." Yes? Su Yao instantly don't arouse interest, full of curiosity, asked, "Hubby, what's another gag you've got for Yang Fan?" Yun Ji Pion. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao froze in place. Immediately afterward, Su Yao let out a p't and immediately hugged Jiang Chen and laughed loudly. "Hubby, you're so funny, little dragon lady in Yin Shi Ping. Ha ha, laughing my ass off." Jiang Chen still had questions in his heart and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Yao Yao, in my impression, Zhao Sherman isn't a gold-digging woman, so how did she get snubbed by you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately stopped laughing. She only beamed and said with disdain, "Honey, I went shopping with my girlfriends today and spied on them, and do you know how they all reacted?" "What reaction?" Jiang Chen blinked, and a hint of curiosity appeared on his face. "Humph." Su Yao snorted coldly and said, "I'll open the door and ask them. Whoever wants to be your little follower, I can give her 5 million. Wait." Jiang Chen hurriedly interrupted Su Yao and asked with a shocked face, "I'll give you $1 million. You give them $5 million, and just like that, you make $5 million pure profit. You're too easy as a middleman, aren't you?" "Oops, hubby, don't mind these details." Su Yao took out her pampering skills again. Holding Jiang Chen, he gently shook him and said, "What we're looking at is the result. Haven't I brought you back a great beauty?" "Pop." Jiang Chen cried and laughed. "You only brought back one of the 7 fairies from Shilan University. How dare you claim credit for that?" Speaking of which, I'm pissed. Su Yao bit her lip and huffed. Those little splattered hooves that. Once they heard $5 million, each and every one of their eyes all lit up. But, Lily, Zoe, Lily, and Kaya Setsu are all acting all innocent. Man was the only one who said yes on the spot, so I brought her back. The remaining ones, I'm going to hang them out to dry. After so many years of being girlfriends, don't I know what kind of pissants they are? When the time comes, they'll come crying and begging for me. Ha! Tick! A drop of cold sweat ran down the side of Jiang Chen's forehead. Only after Jiang Chen thought about it, he once again spoke out and asked, is Zhao Sherman very short of money lately? For $5 million, she sold herself like that? Su Yao was slightly stunned at his words, and subconsciously asked back, husband, don't you know something's going on at Manman's? What happened? The moment Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao immediately spoke back, didn't Manman's parents open a supermarket? Last year, the supermarket suddenly caught fire. Almost all the merchandise inside was burned. Manman's family owes a lot of money because of this. Later, Man went to work as a trainer at a fitness center in order to pay off her family's debts. As a result, he met a horny cadet who not only made a move on her, but also wanted Man to be his mistress. In a fit of pique, Man knocked the cadet into the hospital. For that reason, Man's back in a lot of debt. Hearing this, all the doubts in Jiang Chen's heart were sort of solved. Putting aside the factor of violence, Jiang Chen had to admit, Zhao Sherman is indeed a rare and great beauty. Collect? Or not? Isn't that a load of crap? Our teachers taught us to be helpful and kind to others. Since Zhao Sherman was in trouble, Jiang Chen happened to be in a position to help her. Why stand by and do nothing? As always, saving women in distress. It is a vocation incumbent upon us. Laws of the Dragon Kingdom, all women over the age of 18 are collectively referred to as women. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door, then held Su Yao's hand and walked out. At this moment, Zhao Sherman was standing quietly in the living room. I saw her hands pinching the hem of her skirt, her pretty face slightly flushed, her eyes fluttering and, the whole thing seemed a little nervous and uneasy. Zhao Sherman, I'm going to fight you. When Jiang Chen said this, not only did Zhao Sherman freeze in place, even Su Yao was taken aback. What? Zhao Sherman snapped her head up and looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of suspicion. It seemed to suspect that he had just heard wrong. If you beat me, I can give you $5 million. At the same time, it's not mandatory for you to be my follower. You can leave whenever you want and I'll never stop you. Jiang Chen had wanted to beat up Zhao Sherman for a long time. Now, the little twat had come to the door of her own accord. If you don't beat them up now, when will you do it? And, what if I lose the fight? Although Zhao Sherman was conceited about her own force value, she still asked cautiously, if you lose the fight, I'll give you $5 million, too, but you must be a good little follower of mine from now on, and you have to call me a grandpa. Jiang Chen carved the word shameless directly onto his face. If a tree doesn't want its skin, it will die. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. Zhao Sherman raised her willow eyebrows and just wanted to get mad, but suddenly she thought of her recent situation, so she immediately caved in like a deflated ball. Well, want to fight me? Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Sherman with a smirk, an expression of having her in his sights. Yes, I promise. Zhao Sherman didn't hesitate much, and just looked at Jiang Chen with an odd look. Then it was promised. Win the fight, and Zhao Sherman gets $5 million. Fight and lose, and she gets $5 million too. If you fight, you get money. If you don't get money. Zhao Sherman has no choice at all. What's more, Zhao Sherman was originally here to climb Jiang Chen, and now there's a person who can get both money and, how could she pass up the chance to do it again without having to sacrifice her body? But, Zhao Sherman was a little hesitant again. She knew exactly what Jiang Chen's fighting strength was. Back then, she only put out 30% of her power. Then he pressed Jiang Chen to the ground and rubbed him hard. Over the years, even though Jiang Chen had secretly practiced fighting arts hard, Zhao Sherman had also been practicing martial arts. She is also growing by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Zhao Sherman didn't think Jiang Chen could beat her. Should I put a little water on it later? In case I break him, that little ninny yo-yo will surely come after me. For yo-yo's sake, I'd better strike lightly later and try not to hit him in the face. Chapter 27, Jiang Chen vs. Zhao Sherman. Dynasty International Hotel. Fitness Center. Boxing room. Because very few guests staying at the hotel use the boxing room. That's why the various equipment in this boxing room is almost brand new. Jiang Chen, who had long since changed into a set of sportswear, moved his muscles a little. Then it's time to climb into the boxing ring. Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, Zhao Sherman was actually propped up on the edge of the ring with one hand. He then makes a beautiful front flip, moving over the barricade with great panache, and finally lands lightly in the ring. She's still playing it cool when she's dying? When Dad gets mad later, he'll definitely make you cry. Jiang Chen stood casually in the ring, narrowing his eyes as he sized Zhao Sherman up from head to toe. I have to say, this is in real good shape. At this moment, Zhao Sherman, wearing a small black sports undershirt on her. Underneath is a pair of tight gray yoga pants. Swish! Jiang Chen was still admiring Zhao Shimon's good figure, but he didn't realize that the other party didn't speak of martial virtues. Without even a greeting, he couldn't wait to launch himself toward him, only to see Zhao Sherman make a small grappling move, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's shoulder. But, before Zhao Shimon's palm could touch Jiang Chen, her right leg suddenly trembled and, surprisingly, he kicked out a whip kick, pointing straight at Jiang Chen's lower body. A false move? A sound bite? Fake moves? Trying to cheat on my feelings? Oh, sure is a scummy girl. Swish! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately took a steady horse stance. Then ignoring Zhao Shimon's whip leg that kicked over, he directly blasted out a heavy punch that went straight for Zhao Shimon's car's headlight. In the face of Jiang Chen's shameless play, Zhao Sherman was not surprised but pleased. Drink! Only to hear Zhao Shimon's chorus, crossing her arms to protect her body in front of her, similarly ignoring Jiang Chen's heavy punch. He then increased the strength of his whip leg, seemingly wanting to whip Jiang Chen to the ground in one fell swoop. It had to be said that Zhao Sherman and Jiang Chen's styles were too similar. Both of them had given up defense, and were bent on pursuing the extreme power of their attacks. Both want to KO each other in one move, and both are quite conceited. The winner had yet to be decided, whether it was Jiang Chen or Zhao Sherman. A smug smile appeared at all the corners of his mouth. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Jiang Chen's fist heavily bombarded Zhao Shimon's small arm, and Zhao Shimon's whip leg ruthlessly smacked Jiang Chen's calf. However, Zhao Shimon's face, suddenly flashed with a flash of shock. She felt as if she had kicked on a piece of iron plate. Not only was she unable to shake Jiang Chen by half a point, and there was a huge recoil coming from his right leg. On top of that, the punch that Jiang Chen had blasted onto her small arm seemed to carry the force of a thunderous thunderclap. It directly blew her entire body away. That's not all. Zhao Shimon's body was still in the process of flying backwards, and it was as if Jiang Chen had predicted this situation. Immediately, he dodged and rushed up, then made a big tackle, directly grabbing at Zhao Shimon's shoulder. Drink! Shocked and terrified, Zhao Sherman hastily made a backflip that he narrowly avoided Jiang Chen's clutches. But, how could Jiang Chen let her go so easily? Jiang Chen, who had taken the Jin potion, had shed his bones and cleansed his veins. The physical quality had long surpassed the limits of human beings. How could a small Zhao Sherman escape his clutches? Whoosh! Only Jiang Chen's legs were slightly bent, and then he stomped with great force. The whole person was like a loaded bullet. Lightning quickly scurried to Zhao Shimon's face. At this moment, Zhao Sherman finally changed her face drastically. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, reflexes, defense, attacks, and so on, all far beyond her expectations. Zhao Sherman never dreamed that the teenager who she had pressed to the ground and rubbed so hard in the first place, now has grown a master fighter who terrifies her. What's going on? Why did Jiang Chen grow so fast? It's not scientific. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Zhao Sherman gritted her teeth, and with a forced twist of her body in midair, immediately after that, he kicked out a whip leg again, ruthlessly pumping Jiang Chen's crotch from bottom to top. No way! Zhao Sherman had to make this move. If she let Jiang Chen get close, with Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, she only needed to use her grappling hand to hold her. She's bound to lose. Asterisk. Zhao Sherman, how dare you use the severing kick on Dad? Jiang Chen seemed to be taken aback. He was seen cursing and swearing, and at the same time stopping his advance stiffly. Then inhale, tuck in, and pucker your butt. Looking at it from the side, Jiang Chen unexpectedly posed with a capital C, narrowly avoiding Zhao Shimon's toes. Hearing Jiang Chen's tirade, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but blush. However, it's in the ring. There is a fierce struggle going on between the two sides. No matter what move is made, as long as it beats the opponent, it's a good move. Drink! Zhao Sherman was definitely a ruthless little splatterer, and seeing that Jiang Chen had avoided her attack, solely aggravating the strength of this whip kick, he kicked towards Jiang Chen's chin in a smooth manner. Since I can't kick you in the bottom, I'll kick you in the top. Anyway, this whip kick has gone out, and you've got to worry about the bottom. Is it even possible to care about the top? Humph. I'll see how you can hide this time. The corners of Zhao Shimon's mouth rose slightly once more, as if at her hasty, as well as this divine kick, were feeling quite satisfied. However, in the next second, Zhao Sherman was dumbfounded. He only saw Jiang Chen violently exhale a breath, then his waist was pushed forward and his head was violently thrown back. Looking at it from the side, Jiang Chen's body had just been a capital C, in the blink of an eye, shape. This move, Seems a little familiar. Swish! Zhao Shiman's toes almost grazed Jiang Chen's nose. A strong leg wind came, not only ruffling Jiang Chen's hair in front of his forehead, it also ignited the anger in his heart. Spicy next door. If the tiger doesn't make a move, do you really think your dad is a sick cat? Whoosh! After Jiang Chen avoided Zhao Shiman's whip kick, he took advantage of his opponent's move to use an old. Immediately, he took a large step forward, directly pulling him and Zhao Shiman into zero distance. At the same time, Jiang Chen's left hand grabbed over with lightning speed. With one hand, he clasped Zhao Shiman's right leg, which was raised high, and squeezed her ankle in a deadly grip. Quiet! The ring was quiet. Zhao Shiman's left foot is standing single file in the ring, and her right foot is raised high in the air, striking a one-word horse pose. Her entire body leaned against Jiang Chen's body. Su Yao and Bai Shallow, who were watching the battle below the ring, all looked dumbfounded. The two of them never expected that Jiang Chen and Zhao Shiman were fighting and, surprisingly, it hit an unexpected shape. What is this? You, get off me! Suddenly, Zhao Shiman cried out in shame and anger. And, a pretty face was red to the neck. Why would I let go of you? Jiang Chen not only didn't let go of Zhao Shiman, but instead, he pinched her ankle, lifting it upward forcefully so that her monogrammed pony was kept at a strictly standard 180 degrees. You, rascal! Hey, how dare you call me a hooligan? Who was the one who just used the sun-severing kick on me? I think you're the rascal. I had no choice. Oh, I have no choice now. Chapter 28 Heartfelt Conviction. The Ring. The furious Zhao Shiman suddenly launched herself at Jiang Chen again. Although her right leg was raised high by Jiang Chen, she raised her left leg violently and it viciously swiped at Jiang Chen's head. Swish! As if Jiang Chen had already predicted her movements, he quickly erected his right arm, steadily blocking her attack. Drink! Zhao Shiman once again chirped, her left leg following Jiang Chen's arm and it was wrapped directly around his neck. At the same time, Zhao Shiman stretched out her hands lightning fast and hugged Jiang Chen's head to death. Then his entire body rode onto Jiang Chen's shoulders. That's right, Zhao Shiman rode on Jiang Chen's face head-on. At this moment, Jiang Chen had to let go of Zhao Shiman's right foot. Then with his hands he pinched her waist and tried to yank her off. But, immediately after Zhao Shiman's left foot regained its freedom, she wrapped over the 2 feet instantly formed a lock, firmly locking Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The scene was quiet. Su Yao and Bai Shallow, who were watching the battle from below the ring, had their eyes and mouths wide open in unison. There were shocked and odd expressions on their faces. What's the situation? Didn't I tell you to pay attention? Why are you two still going overboard? Having said that, only a few short seconds had actually passed. Jiang Chen, who was locked up by Zhao Shiman, subconsciously took a deep breath. I didn't expect to be given a strong womanly odor that nearly broke my defenses. Drink! Jiang Chen just carried Zhao Shiman and took a single stride to the edge of the ring. Only seeing his legs slightly bent, he jumped directly on top of the ring's fence. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of Su Yao and Bai Shallow's stunned eyes, with the help of the bouncing force of the fence, Jiang Chen violently leapt up in midair, and then with his head facing downwards, the feet facing upwards, he takes Zhao Shiman and slams him hard into the floor of the ring. Su Yao and Bai Shallow, who saw this scene, couldn't help but scream in shock. Jiang Chen jumped really high. If it really hit the floor, then Zhao Shiman would probably be seriously injured, and there was even the possibility of accidentally losing her life. Sure, Zhao Shiman also realized that the situation was not good. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to land on the ground, Zhao Shiman decisively loosened her legs and in the process, he kicked Jiang Chen in the shoulder. Whoosh! Borrowing this rebound force from kicking Jiang Chen, Zhao Shiman was out of Jiang Chen's control in an instant, jumps to the other side of the ring. However, Jiang Chen appeared to have once again predicted her movements, only to see Jiang Chen, who had landed on the ground, brace his hands toward the floor, then do a front flip that. Then he lunged towards Zhao Shiman. Snap! Zhao Shiman's feet had just stepped on the ground when a powerful figure appeared behind her. Jiang Chen! He's coming! Only Jiang Chen raised his right foot, and with the sole of a 45-yard, a hard kick to Zhao Shiman's hindquarters. Ah! Zhao Shiman exclaimed, her body losing balance uncontrollably. Then in a doggy style, he flopped heavily on the floor. That's not all. Jiang Chen pounced without stopping after kicking Zhao Shiman away, sitting on her ass on her back. Zhao Shiman, you lost. Hurry up and call the grandpa. Pop. After a crisp sound, Zhao Shiman suddenly froze in place. Immediately afterward, her pretty face turned red with a swish. Big master, I lost. Nightfall, Dynasty International Hotel, top floor, revolving restaurant. Jiang Chen ordered another expensive seafood meal, then another bottle of red wine worth 300 $000 was opened. Click, click, click. What made Jiang Chen slightly surprised was that not only Su Yao, but even Zhao Sherman had taken her cell phone out. The two women took pictures for a while in a frenzy, then retouched them and sent them to their friends. It wasn't long before Su Yao and Zhao Sherman's cell phones that, almost at the same time, came the drip WeChat beep. The 7 Immortals BFF group. It's blowing up again. Lily, you at Su Yao. Yao Yao. Did you really trick Man into going home and being Jiang Chen's little follower? Luli at Zhao Sherman. Man. Did Yo-Yo really give you 5 million? Tang Ro at Su Yao. Sister Yao Yao. Begging to be adopted. Lin Qingxue at Su Yao. Zhao Sherman. Do young people nowadays play so fancy? My 3 views have been thinned out. Looking at the various messages in her girlfriend's group, Su Yao was calm, but Zhao Shimon's cheeks burned a little. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined that she would one day become someone's little follower, and it was her own initiative to post it. But, just a moment ago, Jiang Chen and Su Yao had each transferred 5 million to Zhao Sherman. Looking at the balance of $1 million in the bank card, Zhao Shimon's heart, which was originally still a little tangled, was suddenly relieved again. What's wrong with being a little follower? What's more, with the $1 million, the parents won't have to take on huge debts and reopen a bigger supermarket. As long as there are no accidents, parents will be able to enjoy their old age. No more worrying about money. As for love, Zhao Sherman looks on the bright side. It doesn't matter if a man loves you or not. Just be willing to spend money for you. That's all that matters. What's more, Jiang Chen was so handsome, so powerful and rich, and so generous to women. Such an excellent man was simply the perfect man in Zhao Shimon's mind. Tada! Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the opposite side of the room, Zhao Sherman blushed and pinched her cell phone. A quick message to the group of girlfriends. Zhao Sherman, until today I didn't realize that Jiang Chen is covered in glitter. I'm willing to be his follower. Su Yao at Zhao Sherman. Call sister. Zhao Sherman at Su Yao. Sister. Su Yao, hey, good sister. I'll cover you from now on. Zhao Sherman, thank you, sister. After this conversation between Su Yao and Zhao Sherman appeared, a clear asterisk sort out of the group of girlfriends, seemingly to show off their boyfriends. Su Yao had actually posted the video of Jiang Chen and Zhao Sherman sparring directly to her girlfriend's group. A few minutes later, once again, the girlfriend's group exploded. You Lily, I'll go. Is this still the Jiang Chen I know? Luli, when did Jiang Chen become so powerful? Tang Ro, no wonder Man's heart is happy and convinced. So it's because he's been beaten by someone. Lin Qingxue, Jiang Chen has changed so much. I almost didn't recognize him. Lily you, then again. Jiang Chen looks pretty cool in the ring. Luli at you Lily. Lily, you're not having a heart attack, are you? Lily you at Luli, don't talk nonsense. This lady is just more appreciative of him. Luli, pretend. Tang Zhou, keep pretending. Lin Qingxue, keep pretending. Lily you guys. Lori, haha. Tang Zhou, haha, +1. Lin Qingxue, haha, +2. Chapter 29 Annoyed Lu Ruyan. The city is lit up at night. Inside a rented room of less than 20 square meters, Lu Ruyan, who had just finished her bath, rubbed her half-dried hair while she, one side stepped out of the bathroom. Swish! Only Lu Ruyan sat down towards the edge of the bed. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who was still lying on the bed, immediately rolled over and sat up, and quickly came over to the, from behind, he hugged Lu Ruyan tightly. Ruyan, you smell so good. Don't touch me. I smell like sweat. Get in the shower. Ruyan Lu frowned and immediately pushed Yang Fan away. There seemed to be a flash of dislike in his eyes. Oh, okay, I'm going to take a shower. Yang Fan smiled awkwardly, and immediately jumped down from the bed, then rushed into the bathroom in a fiery rage. Watching the bathroom door slam shut, the sound of the shower spraying water soon followed from inside. The look of disgust on Ruyan Lu's face seemed to have become even more intense. This crowded and cramped rented room, dark and damp, with old furniture, there were still traces of mold on the walls, and even on the bed and sofa, there were stinky socks and dirty shorts that Yang Fan had thrown around. This was completely different from what Ruyan Lu had imagined. She had thought that Yang Fan had become an executive of some big company and was a returnee to the sea. Should have lived in a more upscale neighborhood. Results. This place that Yang Fan was living in now wasn't even comparable to the shabby courtyard that Jiang Chen had rented. In Yang Fan's words, he had only just returned to China, and hadn't found a suitable place to stay for the time being. That's why I rented this house for a while. But, Yang Fan has already patted his chest and assured me that he'll return this little house tomorrow, then go rent a big house in an upscale neighborhood. That was why Ruyan Lu held back for the time being. Swish! Only to see Lu Ruyan lying towards the bed, casually picked up her cell phone and tapped on WeChat. Look no further. The girlfriends group was very lively. The number of unread messages that had accumulated in the chat box had reached over 200. Swish swish, Lu Ruyan hastily made her hands turn upwards, and after several minutes of turning up, it was only then that I flipped to the first message that Liliu had sent this evening. Next, Ruyan Lu read these unread messages, one by one, carefully. However, it didn't take long for Ruyan Lu's face to turn ugly. She would never have imagined that Zhao Sherman would have degraded herself and taken the initiative to fall back and become Jiang Chen's follower. Even Zhao Sherman and Su Yao's photo together. Zhao Sherman and Jiang Chen's photo together. There is also a group photo of Jiang Chen's left and right embraces, all of which were sent to the girlfriends group in a big way. The three of them looked quite harmonious. Swish swish, Lu Ruyan hurriedly withdrew and looked through Su Yao's circle of friends. Then he looked through Zhao Shimon's circle of friends again. Results. She was disgusted again. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman are both bragging in their friend circles about the seafood dinner they had tonight, drinking fine wines and staying in presidential suites. What made Lu Ruyan most envious, jealous and hateful was that Su Yao showed the transfer records Jiang Chen had given her, a whole $10 million. Zhao Sherman, on the other hand, took the records of the money transfers that Su Yao and Jiang Chen had given her, respectively, and showed them together. 5 million, another whole 10 million. It wasn't until this moment that Ruyan Lu suddenly realized that she seemed to have far underestimated the value of Jiang Chen's wealth, transferring $5 and $10 million without moving. Even Su Yao, who has just followed Jiang Chen, can transfer $5 million at the drop of a hat. How much of the inheritance did Jiang Chen receive? How much money does he have now? How could he be so generous to Su Yao and Zhao Sherman? How come I don't have my share of this heavenly wealth? Pop. Ruyan Lu huffed and turned off her cell phone, then tossed it aside. Then he lay down on the bed and launched himself silently at the ceiling. Ka-ching! Just at this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly opened, and Yang Fan, who was not wearing a single piece of clothing on his body, the fire ran out. Whoosh! Only to see Yang Fan quickly climbed onto the bed, then wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan violently pushed Yang Fan away and said with a very cold face, I'm tired today. After saying these words, Lu Ruyan turned sideways and faced the side, not bothering to look at Yang Fan's face. It only left him with a cold back, as smoke. Unwillingly, Yang Fan gritted his teeth and tried to touch Lu Ruyan's shoulder. Results. Instead, he was met with a tirade of abuse from Ruyan Lu. Yang Fan, I've told you, I'm tired today. Can't you be considerate? Have to force me to do things I don't want to do? You didn't used to be like this. The old you never pushed me. Why are you this way now? Listening to Lu Ruyan's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face was a shade of red to a shade of white. The whole thing was awkwardly overwhelmed. He only saw him lowering his head and thinking, then took the initiative to apologize to Ruyan Lu. Ruyan, I'm sorry. Since you're tired today, get some early rest. Aha. Lu Ruyan answered in a salty manner, continuing to maintain her sleeping position with her back to Yang Fan, and then there was nothing more. Swish! Yang Fan forced himself to hold back the impulse in his heart, and his eyes looked at Lu Ruyan's back with great fondness. Then he lay down gently beside her. This night, Ruyan Lu lost sleep. Yang Fan also has insomnia. Jiang Chen, Zhao Sherman and Su Yao also lost sleep. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette for himself, only to see his brows furrowed. A bitter smile also appeared on his face. Boing boing. Zhao Sherman lay beside Jiang Chen, her eyes red. I saw her hands cupping the corner of the quilt, and she kept wiping her tears from her eyes. A small sob escaped his lips as well. Jiang Chen sighed softly and looked at the bright red plum blossom mark on the bedsheet. He wondered if he was dreaming. Jiang Chen, man, how do you? Chapter 30, it's time for the lottery again. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up leisurely from his sleep, suddenly feeling soft and slippery in his arms. When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw an overwhelmingly beautiful face. The valiant and cold temperament with seductive eyes highlights her unique imperial temperament. What a cold rose! At this moment Zhao Sherman, who was propping up her head with one hand, the corner of her mouth hooked up into an ice arc, and her small eyes looked at Jiang Chen with affection. Good morning. Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen open his eyes, Zhao Sherman hurriedly gave a sweet greeting of good morning. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, Zhao Sherman reached out and wrapped her arms around him. This was followed by resting his little head on his chest. Ka-ching! Right at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open from outside, and Su Yao walked in with a big grin. Little scratchy hoof. If you're hungry, hurry up and get up. Sis will take you to breakfast. Quiet. The bedroom was quiet, but after a brief moment of silence, Zhao Sherman suddenly screamed and, like a frightened bunny, he was under the covers in no time. Hey, I say, man, why are you still pretending to be innocent in front of me? I'm going to count to 3. If you don't get up, Don't blame my sister for being rude to you. Oh, Su Yao said as she climbed onto the bed. In Jiang Chen's dumbfounded eyes, Su Yao lifted the comforter as soon as then he came in with a squeak. Immediately afterward, the comforter tumbled. Zhao Shiman's exclamation of shock and delicate laughter came out in unison. Just like that, Zhao Shiman was carried out from under the covers by Su Yao. Taking advantage of Zhao Shiman's efforts to go get dressed, Su Yao climbed to Jiang Chen's side, then leaned over and gave him a kiss on the cheek, in a very gentle tone. Honey, I'm carrying the little scratchy hoof away. Promise I won't let her disturb your sleep. We're not going anywhere today. We're just going to spend the day resting in the hotel. When are you going to wake up from your nap? I'll order you something to eat again. Su Yao had remembered Jiang Chen's habit of liking to sleep, and had purposely chosen this point in time. Lifted Zhao Shiman out from under his covers. Okay, putting aside the attribute of being a gold digger, Su Yao is actually quite good in all aspects. At least she could provide Jiang Chen with a high emotional value that wouldn't make Jiang Chen feel even the slightest bit of disgust towards her. Of course, Jiang Chen also understood that if he wasn't rich, generous and willing to spend money on women, Su Yao wouldn't necessarily show such a knowledgeable side to him. To summarize, a man has to be rich. With money, the woman will put the most gentle and best side completely show in front of you. Ka-ching, looking at Su Yao and Zhao Shiman lightly walking out of the bedroom. By the way, he also gently brought the door with him, looking as if he was afraid of affecting Jiang Chen's sleep. At this moment, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a nice-looking arc. Oh, the money really wasn't wasted. At the very least, Jiang Chen felt his emotional value being stretched. One word, comfort. I don't know how long it had been, but Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly had no desire to sleep, only to see that he simply climbed up, leaned back and sat on the end of the bed, lighting himself a cigarette. Right, today is another day. It's ready for the raffle. Swish. Jiang Chen hurriedly moved his mind and directly tapped on the system's main page. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 3, bar, empty, nothing more to say. When you're in a good mood, you're naturally lucky. Open the whole thing. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed only gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer stopped steadily in the gold coin area with a soft click. Immediately afterward, a black bank card popped out of the carousel then it was automatically put away in the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 million bounty dollars. The system's beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen moved very skillfully to click on the item bar. The black card was soon seen in the backpack. Black card, bounty. This card is an electronic virtual bank card containing $100 million of Dragon Kingdom currency. However, it can only be used to make bounties on webcasts. Note, hosts who use bounty money can get double rebate of real money. After reading the details of this black card, Jiang Chen, perhaps because he had just woken up from a nap, his head was still a bit confused, and surprisingly, he couldn't figure out the exact effects of this black card for a while. But Jiang Chen's head cleared up when he finished a cigarette. That's how I figured out what this black card was for. To put it simply, Jiang Chen used the money in this black card by giving bounties to various anchors on the live streaming platform. He gets double the rebates for himself. If all of this 100 million bounty was used up, then Jiang Chen would be able to receive 200 million in cashback. Aha! The system saw that Jiang Chen had taken in another beautiful woman, so it took the initiative to send money. That's sweet, brother Tuzi. Thanks. Jiang Chen smiled and closed the system item bar before retreating back to the main page of the lottery. This time he rubbed his hands together viciously until his palms began to glow, and only then did he click the draw button with his mind. Swish swish. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed only gradually slowed down. Finally, the pointer suddenly clicked softly and stopped steadily in the gold coin area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one high-grade residential building. The system's beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen hadn't reacted to it yet. Suddenly I felt a heavy weight in my arms, and a plastic bag appeared in front of me out of nowhere, and the bag was filled with red-hot real estate certificates. I'll go. What's with all the real estate licenses? What did the system say just now? One upscale residential building? Sure, it's one building, not one set? Swish swish. Jiang Chen hurriedly looked up the real estate certificates in his arms, not realizing that above these real estate certificates, all with his name on it, Xingqing 1 Mansion Number 1, Happiness Road, Shilan City, 30 floors, 4 homes per floor, 120 homes total? Every house is a 200 square foot bungalow? How much would it cost to buy a whole building? Swish. Jiang Chen hurriedly used his cell phone to check the internet. Xingqing 1 Mansion located near the busiest commercial street in Shilin City. Prices there have been speculated to $100,000 per square foot. In other words, the 120 houses that Jiang Chen is holding right now, each set is worth more than $20 million. The total price of the 120 houses, then, has exceeded $2.4 billion. It's an overnight success. Chapter 31, Internet Love Card. Room. Jiang Chen clutched the 120 red real estate certificates, but there was a hint of confusion on his face. The first idea that popped into his head was to rent out all these houses, and the rent alone that he collects every month allows him to live a life of reckless spending. But, on second thought, he's not even short of money right now. He's got a $570 million balance on his card. Don't even know how to spend it. Just a moment ago, Jiang Chen had drawn 100 million bounty, and if he used up the bounty, you'll also get a $200 million rebate. What's more, the system gives you 3 chances to draw a prize every day. Jiang Chen might even be able to draw more wealth. So, you have to enlarge your frame of mind. What's all the fuss about such a small rent? Sprinkle water. You should know that Jiang Chen was actually a very lazy person. How could he possibly have the time and energy to list these 120 homes for rent? Then you have to haggle with the tenants. Then run to collect the rent every month, during which you have to deal with all the tenants' demands. Mud. It's a pain in the ass to think about. It is simply not cost-effective at all to run around and work hard for such a small amount of rent. What is Jiang Chen's purpose? Muck around, lie down completely, enjoy life, and never go to work. Collecting rent is also tantamount to going to work. This is something that Jiang Chen cannot tolerate. Swish. Only Jiang Chen threw the bag of real estate certificates, casually, to one side. Then it focused its eyes on the top of the lucky draw carousel. You've already won 2 gold coins in a row. There's one last chance left in today's drawing. Can't we get a grand prize for a buddy? Do you have to have a buddy chant a spell to draw a better reward? Swish. Jiang Chen stroked his chin in thought, then clicked the lottery button with his mind. As the hands flew up and turned, Jiang Chen immediately chanted and shouted, "Heavenly Spirit, Earthly Spirit, Emperor Ruyan reveals his spirit, must bless me to win the grand prize." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the speed of the pointer's rotation finally slowed down. This time, the pointer actually did cross the gold coin area. Then moved slowly towards the remaining 4 areas. There it is. It's at least a card or higher reward. Ruyan Lu is in heaven. As Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she should be blessing Jiang Chen at all times, as if she were dead. Now that's what I call an ex-girlfriend. Barta. Jiang Chen hadn't had time to be happy, and after the pointer had crawled a short distance, immediately, it stopped at the cards area. Immediately afterward, a pink card with a heart drawn on it it jumped right out of the top of the turntable and was then automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a cybersex card. The system's beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen clicked on the item bar with intense curiosity. The deck was quickly seen in the backpack. Internet dating card. When you use this card, you can get a rich girlfriend who has been in an internet dating relationship for 3 years. Note, this card can only be used once. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Brother Tatsuko, what do you mean? I admit I'm handsome. I'm fit. I eat well. But dude doesn't even need money right now. Where does he need a rich girlfriend? If instead, the day before yesterday, the moment I first acquired the system, I'd drawn this card on the first round, dude might be hesitant to use this deck. Or maybe he will. After all, there's no shame in living off your face. And who's going to mess with money? But, dude was now the godly brother in the mouths of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. You can't spend your rich sister's money to feed these 2 little splatters, can you? That's too unethical. System, I'm going to use this online dating card. Jiang Chen mouthed the hardest words and used this card on the spot. He wanted to see that. How rich is this rich sister? If it was even richer than him, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind having a soft meal. If you're not as rich as he is, then sorry, get the hell out of here immediately. Swish. I only saw the internet dating card in the item bar, disappearing into a stream of light, and in the next second, an electronic beep then came to Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a rich girlfriend who's been in love for 3 years. Please pay attention to check the receipt on QQ. Buzz. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. This memory was telling Jiang Chen that on the very day he graduated from college, he met a female internet user on QQ. Because they talked to each other, they soon developed a crush on each other, and a bold attempt at online dating. Results. 1 shot and it's out of hand. This love was for 3 whole years. 2 people in the QQ husband and wife called can kiss sweet, and in the daily chatting, The two share interesting stories about their lives and talk to each other about the troubles they encounter in their lives. Meet, love, know, cherish. This absurd online love affair, in Jiang Chen's opinion, is not only mixed with the elements of love, and it's also mixed with the kind of mutual consideration that comes with knowing your best friend. As the saying goes, a song that breaks the liver and intestines, where to find a soulmate at the end of the world. Mud. I have to admit, Brother Unicorn's methods are really cow beer blown up. After Jiang Chen finished digesting this memory, he suddenly felt that the 3 years he spent with Lu Ruyan, it's like it's been watered down. No. Well, to be precise, this emerging 3-year online relationship, it directly covered the 3 years of real-life romance between Jiang Chen and Ruyan Lu. Jiang Chen for a moment was somewhat unable to distinguish between these 3 years of, was he in a relationship with Ruyan Lu, or was he having an online relationship with this rich sister? But, overall, it was still this online romance that gave Jiang Chen a more profound impression. I don't know why, but Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if Ruyan Lu's shadow had become much fainter. A certain obsession hidden in the deepest recesses of his mind seemed to have dissipated at this moment as well. Brother Tatsuko, are you changing your mind to heal my broken heart? Dude is not a fragile person. How can a man grow into a great tree without experiencing the blows of the storm? But, still, thank you very much. Although you don't usually talk much, I can sense that you're a sweet and good system that must give you 5 stars and mad kudos. Drip. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone vibrated. A crisp QQ message tone was also emitted. Jiang Chen hurriedly picked up his cell phone and clicked on the mobile version of QQ, which he hadn't logged into for 800 years. I didn't expect to see a short message from a girl in the top messages section. No, not sister. Should be called auntie. The avatar used by the opponent, an orchid in bloom. And her QQ name is Blossom Fortune. Pust. Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood again. Why do they call it Blossom? Originally, Jiang Chen still had so much fantasy, thinking that not every rich sister that, all of them are kind of older, out of shape, wrinkled old aunts. But when he saw the screen name, his last illusion was shattered. As we all know, Blossom is a favorite screen name of middle-aged women, especially the Amazons. Jiang Chen is only 25 years old this year. He's still a kid. He's still young. He's got a lot of youth ahead of him, and unlimited possibilities for the future. How can you fold at a young age at the hands of an old aunt? Breakup. Must scorer. Jesus came and it didn't work. That's what I said. Chapter 32 Super Beauty. Mature and beautiful little auntie. Blossoms of Fortune. Husband, what are you working on? I'd like to talk to you about what we talked about earlier. I wonder if you're free right now. Looking at the 2 messages just sent by the rich woman's girlfriend, Jiang Chen was first slightly stunned, then rushed to go through the chat logs. However, the chat log was a blank. Jiang Chen suddenly reacted to the fact that Su Yao had bought him a new cell phone yesterday, so the QQ on top of the new phone, naturally, does not have any chat records. As for Jiang Chen's old cell phone, throw it away. Who keeps the crappy cell phone they got with their previous phone bill when they have a new one worth over $40? 000? It's over. It's over. There's no chat log. How am I supposed to know what things we said before? A drop of cold sweat immediately ran down Jiang Chen's forehead. That memory just now had only roughly told Jiang Chen about his online dating experience with this rich sister. As for some specific detail aspects, Brother Unicorn didn't make it clear, and Jiang Chen naturally didn't know. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then replied a message to Blossoming Fortune. A sky full of stars, no problem. I'm free right now. Jiang Chen's screen name was originally Stars in the Sky Are Not As Good As You. Maybe he thought the name was too dog-licking, so he deleted the last 3 words, leaving only the 4 words full of stars. A few seconds later, Rich Sister then replied with a message. Blossoms of Fortune. Husband, you told me before that you practiced martial arts since you were a child. Proficient in all kinds of fighting skills. 1 person to fight 10 people are basic operation. The body than the special forces of the King of Soldiers are more powerful. Is this true? Pust. Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood in another double whammy. He only learned fighting mastery yesterday. However, listening to Blossom's tone, Jiang Chen had bragged to her a long time ago. Says he's a good fighter. Okay. Men like to brag. A man who doesn't brag, is that still a man? A sky full of stars. Well, I do have a great body. After Jiang Chen sent this message over, the rich girl's girlfriend's side surprisingly sent several messages in a row. Blossoms of Fortune, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Blossom of Fortune, for so many years, I've wished for a strong man to depend on, because such a man can protect me and give me enough security. And now I've finally found it. Emoticon, shy. Blossoms of Fortune, hubby, let's run now. Pust. Jiang Chen nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood once again. What's the situation? Didn't we agree to break up? How come we're chatting and now we're going to run for cash? Tada. Jiang Chen hurriedly pinched his cell phone and typed out a large paragraph about breaking up words. Perhaps it is because I feel that these words are a little too cold-blooded and heartless. After all, the other party with their own online dating for 3 years, there is no credit, but also have hard work, right? And so, Jiang Chen deleted the paragraph again, then racked his brain and edited out a big euphemism. It still means the same thing, breaking up. However, Jiang Chen hadn't sent this message to Blossom Fortune yet. Who knew that the other party had sent him several more messages? Blossom of Fortune, hubby, we've been together for 3 whole years now. You don't know what I look like yet, do you? Blossom of Fortune, since we've decided to go for it, then I'll send you a few recent pictures of me. Emoticon, shy, blossoms, images. At this moment, Jiang Chen's curiosity was suddenly piqued, only to see him reach out and click on a picture of a blossoming flower, and in the next second, he was then unable to speak the words of shock. This woman is very melon face, willow leaf eyebrows, danfang eyes, temperament mature and cold. There is a hint of warmth in the coldness, and a hint of knowledge in the warmth. A head of long, teal-black hair, combed into a long, thick twisted braid. It was casually slung over his shoulder and looked like it was holding well. Her skin was very fair, and there was not a wrinkle to be seen on her face. Must have usually paid a lot of attention to her maintenance. That's why she looks under 30 years old, just like a 27 or 8-year-old girl. But, according to the memories imposed on Jiang Chen by brother Tongzi, this rich sister was a widow. The real age is 37 and she has a daughter who just turned 18. There's absolutely no mistaking it. But, from the photos, Blossom doesn't look like a 37-year-old auntie at all. Instead, it looked like a young lady who was only 3 years older than Jiang Chen. Let's just say that rich, wealthy women really know how to take care of themselves. Back to the main topic. The photo shows Blossom, wearing a tight blue dress, standing sideways on the ocean. The dress outlined her mature and plump figure perfectly. What does it mean that 1 point more is fat and 1 point less is thin? To say that she is the ceiling of the microfat world is not an overstatement. Suddenly, Jiang Chen envied Blossom's daughter. The little girl must not have been hungry since she was a little girl, because her mother's grain sacks were just too full. Such a good-looking, very top-notch, and classy little white auntie. Her daughter is 18 years old? Why was Jiang Chen a bit unconvinced? But, the facts are right there in front of us. The blooming rich guy in the photo looks like he's clearly not even 30. 27 or 8 at best, and so on. This isn't using a web map, is she? Or, have all these photos been severely photoshopped by her, with serious filters and beauty enhancements? Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver at the thought. What he hated most in his life was photoshopping, especially those who have severely deformed their faces and bodies. Peas don't even know their own mother's girls. It's an outright scam. Blooming Fortune wouldn't be that kind of person, would it? Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately made a video call over to Blossom Fortune. He's going to fight the fake. He wants to reveal the true nature of Blossom of Fortune. He's going to make the demon show its true colors. I was expecting Blossom to reject this video call, but never expected that Surprisingly, the other side answered in seconds. Next second, Jiang Chen's cell phone screen. There appeared a super pretty little ant who was mature and plump, with white skin and a cool, gentle and sensual temperament. That's right. Blossom is exactly the same in person as it is in the photo. Despite her veiled state, her skin is still incredibly fair and not a single wrinkle could be seen on his face either. As Blossom Fortune lazily lay on his side on a sofa, he looked Jiang Chen in disbelief. It's simply too menacing. Honey, how did you become so handsome? I've only seen pictures of you from 3 years ago, and I didn't realize that nowadays It's quite a surprise that he's turned into a super handsome guy. By the way, why did you send me a video all of a sudden? Is this ready to run present with me? Blossom sounds great. It's that low, seductive, imperial voice. I still don't know what your real name is? Jiang Chen was really a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just thought about breaking up, and he definitely couldn't fold at the hands of his old aunt. But now it looks like it's not an old aunt. Distinctly my big baby. No more breakups. Whoever divides it is a big dumbass. Chapter 33, Deeper Understanding. Room. Jiang Chen, who was lying on the bed, had planned to change his position and then continue video chatting with Blossom Fortune. After all, he wasn't wearing anything on him right now, just a quilt covering the lower half of his body. The upper half of his body was still bare-chested. However, Jiang Chen was careless when he rolled over. His hand slipped, and his cell phone fell on the bed. By the time Jiang Chen picked his phone up, the video call had been interrupted. A message of inquiry was also sent from Blossom's side. Blossoming Fortune, hubby, why did you hang up the video call all of a sudden? A sky full of stars. Sorry, My hand slipped just now and I dropped my cell phone on the bed. Blossoming Fortune, oh, you must have thought those pictures I just sent you. It's all fake or it's all PD. So you want to video me to see how I really look, right? Emoticon, snickering, star-filled sky, indeed. Mainly because you said before that you're 37 years old, and with a daughter who just turned 18. That's so far from the picture of you. I have to wonder. Blossoms of Fortune, understandable. People who have seen me can't even believe I have an 18-year-old daughter. Emoji, happy. Jiang Chen, emoticon, embarrassed. After Jiang Chen's last message was sent over, there was no reply from Blossom Fortune's side for a long time. I don't know what she's up to. Maybe she's had a sudden encounter with something. No time to reply to Jiang Chen's message, right? Just as Jiang Chen was about to get up, his cell phone suddenly vibrated slightly twice. Blossom sent a message. Blossoms of Fortune, reintroduce yourself. My name is Qin Xiaoyu. I'm 37 years old, widowed. The family also has a daughter who has just turned 18 years old and is currently working as a general manager in a listed company with a house, a car and savings. Since my husband died, you've been the only boyfriend so far. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, looking at the large self-introduction sent by Qin Xiaoyu, especially the last sentence. Since her husband's death, she had only had one boyfriend like Jiang Chen. It was these words that made Jiang Chen always feel as if Qin Xiaoyu had a sense of grievance. What? You want me to be responsible for you because you've only had one boyfriend? Or rather, Qin Xiaoyu was telling me in disguise that after her husband's death, she's always kept herself clean, never gone out and screwed around? Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought about it. Anyway, he is a scum. Scum 1 is scum. Scum 2 is also scum. A few more scum are still scum. Don't let a good girl down, and don't let a bad girl go to waste. I'm not scum. I just want to give all the girls a warm home. The sky is full of stars. My name is Jiang Chen. I am 25 years old and currently retired. With a house, a car and savings. I basically have no worries about food and drink in this life. I don't need you to support me. Blossoming Fortune, what? Retirement at 25? Honey, are you kidding me? A sky full of stars, I call this early retirement. Completely laying flat, munching and enjoying life. Blossom of Fortune, so you must have a very good family? Sky full of stars, I'm an orphan. Blossom of Fortune, I'm sorry. I don't know your family situation. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while, and then added WeChat friends to each other. Since you are ready to run now, it is not appropriate to continue to use QQ to chat. Drip. Just added a WeChat friend. Qin pretty you immediately sent a WeChat. Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, in fact, I have hidden one thing from you. That is, the two of us. I haven't told my daughter about it yet. I'm worried that she won't be able to accept the fact, and may even be strongly against us being together. Jiang Chen, emoticon, embarrassed. Qin Xiaoyu, in that case, I'll have a good talk with my daughter tonight. If she doesn't object, we can then be together openly and honestly. Jiang Chen, what if she doesn't agree? Qin Xiaoyu, then let's sneak together. Don't let her know on the line. Emoticon, mouth covered in laughter. Jiang Chen, I see. Whether your daughter agrees or not, you're all determined to be with me, aren't you? Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, don't you want to run present with me? Looking at the last tweet in the chat dialog box, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's mature and gorgeous face, as well as her plump to the core body. Squeak! Jiang Chen hastily wiped a handful of drool flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Then he quickly typed a reply to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, think. Qin Xiaoyu, hee, then you call me your wife first to hear it? Jiang Chen, wife. Emoticon, kiss. Qin Xiaoyu, my little husband. So good. Emoticon, kiss. Jiang Chen, why do you put a small word in front of husband? Qin Xiaoyu, you're only 25 years old. A full 12 years younger than me. Is that not small? I don't know why, but Jiang Chen felt especially happy when he was chatting with Qin Xiaoyu. Extraordinarily relaxed. No worries. Say whatever you want. And Qin Xiaoyu was always able to go along with his topic and chat with him happily. Is this the legendary Confidant? A song that breaks the heart. Where can I find a soulmate at the end of the world? Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, let's meet. I want to get to know you better. And also for you to get to know me a little better. Emoji, showing teeth and laughing. Jiang Chen, how deep is it? Emoticon, bad smile. Qin Xiaoyu, sharing a song for you, the moon represents my heart. Looking at the song that Qin Xiaoyu had shared over, Jiang Chen subconsciously tapped the play button. Soon, a soothing sound of music came from the phone. Jiang Chen cupped his cell phone and leaned against the bed, slowly closing his eyes and starting to listen with his side ears. You asked how much I love you. How much I love you. My love is also true. My love is also true. The moon represents my heart. You asked how much I love you. How much I love you. My love is unchanging. My love remains the same. The moon represents my heart. Chapter 34 Iceberg Goddess. Lin Qingxue. This is love? After ending the chat with Qin Xiaoyu, Zhang Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh up to the sky and said, I love your hemp-selling twisted love. After sighing alone for a while, Zhang Chen was just about to get up. Who knew that the cell phone was suddenly ringing? Caller ID, Lin Qingxue. When he saw the name, Zhang Chen's first reaction was, did she call the wrong number? Although Zhang Chen had Lin Qingxue's contact information and added the other party's WeChat friend, but over the years, he had little contact with Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, known as the Iceberg Goddess. Suddenly a call came in for a buddy. What's going on here? She wouldn't be the same as Zhao Sherman, who came to voluntarily defect to this young master, would she? But, why did it have to be Lin Qingxue, Lily Yu, Little Green Tea, Luli, Tang Ro, Piggy Man? Zhang Chen wouldn't be surprised if just any one of them called. The only thing that made Zhang Chen drop his own jaw in shock was when a lump of ice. Lin Qingxue called. Isn't she a misogynist? Isn't she a lesbian? A lesbian? A lily? Isn't she so high and mighty? Did she also give in to reality? Swish. After Zhang Chen was briefly stunned for a moment, he still answered the call. Hello? Is this Zhang Chen? There was a cool female voice on the other end of the line, and the tone was a little oddly. It seemed to be mixed with a touch of embarrassment and a hint of relief. But, Lin Qingxue's voice line definitely belonged to that high and cold imperial voice. Let a person listen to the other side of the high, pure and holy, sacred and cannot be blasphemed. Maybe this is too high-strung for her own good. Instead, it tends to give the man an idea that he wants to conquer her. Iceberg Goddess. Oh, no, a lump of ice. True to its name. Yo, so it's Bing Bing. Why did you suddenly remember to call me? Zhang Chen smiled crookedly, rather like a dragon king returning. Ice. Ice? Who's Bing Bing? Zhang Chen, I'm Lin Qingxue. There was a noticeable pause in the voice on the other end of the line, which seemed to be laced with a wave of resentment that, but again, they were holding back their anger, and it seemed that they didn't dare to offend Zhang Chen easily. I know you're Lin Qingxue. Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't that a nice little name? You. Well, that's good to hear. Listening to the sound of gnashing teeth coming from the other end of the phone, Zhang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Asked, Bing Bing may I ask what you're looking for me for? Zhang Chen, it's like this. You should know that I'm now the account manager of the Private Bank of China Merchants Bank. This call to you today, it's to introduce you to our private banking business of China Merchants Bank. Our private bank, China Merchants Bank, has the largest number of clients among the major banks in China. It is also recognized as the best service. Lin Qingxue rattled off a bunch of nonsense over the phone. To summarize, I want to scoop you up and make you a client of the old lady. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes, listening to Lin Qingxue's narration over the phone. A high and cold silhouette couldn't help but appear in his mind as well. I vaguely remember that Ruyan Lu once mentioned something about how, after Lin Qingxue graduated, entered the banking system. Little did I know that she is now a private banking relationship manager at CBI, the so-called private banks, which are not banks run by individuals. Rather, it is a service model that banks have developed specifically to pull in the high-asset rich. Simply put, it's the bank's premium VIP customer service. Private banks have higher authority and more resources compared to regular branches. The service program is also broader. As a simple example, let's say that the same savings, the deposit rate for ordinary customers is fixed. The interest rate for demand deposits of the 4 major banks is about 0.35%. The interest rate for a fixed deposit for a year is also only about 1.5%. Whereas, for private banking clients, deposit rates are negotiable. The lowest you can usually get is 2.5% or more, and the more you deposit, the higher the interest rate will be. In addition to that, private banks give a lot of benefits to their clients, as well as more service programs. Zhang Chen vaguely remembers that, wanting to become a customer of the private banks of the 4 major domestic banks, personal savings must be at least $5 million and have to be maintained for a certain period of time. China Merchants Bank, CMB, has the highest threshold, with personal assets having to be at least $1 million to be their private banking clients. But, Zhang Chen's money is clearly deposited in the Dragon Bank. No matter which bank, all of them implement strict confidentiality measures for their clients. Here's the problem. Lin Qingxue, as the private banking account manager of the China Merchants Bank, and through what channels did she learn that what about Zhang Chen's deposits placed in the Dragon Bank, which had exceeded $10 million? Pop. Zhang Chen suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, and cursed himself for being brain-dead. Suya was showing off her wealth in her circle of friends the day before yesterday. Another Ferrari LaFerrari. Another hundreds of thousands of dollars a meal and a presidential suite. Just yesterday, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, the 2 little splashers, He also put all of Jiang Chen's transfer records in his circle of friends. Lin Qingxue wasn't blind, leaving such a big, quality client around and not digging in. Are we going to give up this big client to someone else? Jiang Chen, are you listening to me? Just then, Lin Qingxue's slightly disgruntled voice came over the phone. Jiang Chen came back to his senses, and a gangly, handsome smile immediately appeared on his face. Bing bing ah, I also want to be your client. But, I'm very busy right now. There's really no time. Jiang Chen has morphed from a licking dog to a scumbag since he sealed his heart and locked his love. How could one kneel to Lin Qingxue without any bottom line just because she was an iceberg goddess? Please. It was Lin Qingxue who had a request now. Who is she to still dare to speak to this young master in a condescending tone? How dare she be upset with this young master? Silence. No words. The other end of the phone was quiet for a while, and soon Lin Qingxue's voice came back. Jiang Chen, if you don't have the time to come to our recruitment bank, I can personally come to your home and serve you. I wonder if it's convenient for you now? This time, Lin Qingxue lowered her stance. Her tone was no longer high and cold, and her voice was gentle. It even took on a hint of ingratiation. That's right. That's the gesture of begging. What iceberg goddess? Why don't you go ahead and ice one? Let's see if I still give a damn about you. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite 1. I should be free by noon. After noon it's a moot point. Jiang Chen looked at the time. Then he gave Lin Qingxue an address, and specified that he was only available in the morning. It's 10:30 in the morning. So, there wasn't much time left for Lin Qingxue. She wanted to poach Jiang Chen, a big client, so she could only act immediately and come here at fire speed. There was no other choice but to personally come to Jiang Chen's door to discuss the matter. Okay, I'll be right with you. Lin Qingxue didn't dare to have any complaints and immediately hung up the phone after saying this. Chapter 35 Personal Financial Secretary. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. The housekeeper, Bai Shallow, suddenly knocked on the door of the room, and also told Jiang Chen that there's a young lady named Lin at the door asking for an audience. 20 minutes later, the fully dressed Jiang Chen came into the living room, and Bai Shanchan opened the door to her room, then led in a woman in a navy blue professional dress. The woman's long hair was coiled behind her head, revealing her delicate and cold face. The lines of her features were softened a bit by the fact that she was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. The front convex body was perfectly outlined in S-shaped lines under the professional clothes. Add to that a wrap-around skirt, black stockings and high heels. It made her look a little more mature and seductive. Ouch. Not bad. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, not realizing that he hadn't seen him in 3 years. The once iceberg goddess turned into a glasses lady. The aura, it seems, is a little more stunning than it was in college, though she's still as cold as ever. But the body exudes an air of intellectual elegance. Summed up in one sentence, mature ice, long time no see. Jiang Chen stood up from the sofa and took the initiative to extend a hand towards Lin Qingxue. The moment Lin Qingxue saw Jiang Chen, her face was calm, but the eyes flashed with a hidden surprise. Times are different now. Nowadays, Jiang Chen's entire body had been transformed because of the gene potion. His handsomeness has long surpassed human limits. Although Lin Qingxue was known as an iceberg goddess, she was ultimately just a mortal, not really a goddess. So how could she possibly resist Jiang Chen's charm? Jiang Chen, long time no see. You seem to have changed a lot. Lin Qingxue shook Jiang Chen's hand, a light smile on her face. Oh, people change all the time. And what's more, you've changed quite a bit. Ghostly. At the moment Lin Qingxue let go of her hand, Jiang Chen suddenly used his index and middle fingers and, scratching gently at her hand. At the same time, Jiang Chen winked at Lin Qingxue. The corners of his mouth were even hooked up in a gangly, handsome smile. Lin Qingxue was slightly stunned, and only glanced faintly at Jiang Chen. Then it withdrew its small white hand without moving. Although her face was calm, Jiang Chen keenly observed that a blush seemed to flash in the depths of her eyes. This discovery instantly interested Jiang Chen. Who says Lin Qingxue is a manphobe? Who says she's a lesbian? A lesbian? Lily? Look at her current reaction. She's obviously a normal woman. She's just a little bit colder, a little bit deeper, a little bit higher up on the shelf. It's summed up in one sentence. Very good at pretending. Next, Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue both sat on the sofa. Bai Xiao immediately went and made 2 cups of tea over. After waiting for Bai Shallow to retreat, Lin Qingxue first picked up the teacup and gently took a sip of the tea. Then couldn't wait to get to the point. Jiang Chen, you also know the purpose of my coming over today, so I won't beat around the bush. I've just been promoted to account manager in private banking, just when I need to perform. That's why I'm looking for your help. If you would choose me as your financial specialist, I would do everything I could to help you manage your assets. After listening to Lin Qingxue's account, Jiang Chen didn't make a reply at first. Instead, he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea without hurrying, and in his heart, he also made a secret calculation. The boss, Su Yao, the young follower, Zhao Sherman, the housekeeper, Bai Shallow, and an online lover for 3 years. Today just clamored to run now rich sister Chin pretty you. If there's another Cobra lady, will this young master be able to top it? Mud. Whatever. Can't top it, but have to. This young master has previously made a bold statement that he will take the 7 fairies of Shilan University. All of the 6 fairies other than Ruyan Lu. All of them were swept up and turned into their own followers. A man is a man. When he says he'll do it, he'll do it. One's own bragged about it, and with tears in one's eyes, one has to bring it to fruition. Bing bing, what can I enjoy by becoming your client? Jiang Chen put down his teacup and looked at Lin Xingxue with a smile on his face. Lin Xingxue's legs were slightly together and her hands were crossed in her lap as she asked without answering. Jiang Chen, and how much do you expect to be able to deposit in our bank? There are 3 classes of customers in our bank. Private banking customers who store $10 million or more, storing 50 million or more premium private banking clients and storing 100 million or more premium private banking clients. There's a difference in what you can apply for at each level of private banking client. After listening to Lin Xingxue's words, Jiang Chen took out his savings card from the Dragon Country Bank. Casually, he tossed it onto the coffee table. I've got almost $570 million left on this card, and if you can make me happy, this is money I can leave in your hands. Quiet. The living room was quiet. After Jiang Chen said the figure of $570 million, Lin Xingxue's ice cube face, which never melted in 10,000 years, immediately, there was a look of shock. Lin Xingxue had thought about Jiang Chen being rich, but she never expected that Jiang Chen would casually throw out an ordinary savings card. Surprisingly, there would be more than 570 million Dragon Kingdom dollars inside. The cash alone is over $570 million. Then what kind of terrifying level would Jiang Chen's assets reach? Not to mention, it's just a bank card's worth of money. Who knows if Jiang Chen has any other bank cards? At this moment, Lin Xingxue finally understood. Why did Su Yao rise to the occasion? Why? After Su Yao, Zhao Sherman followed suit and rose to the occasion to be his follower. Jiang Chen, if you can deposit this money in our bank, I can assure you that, give you at least a 4% interest rate on your deposits. Secondly, I will personally act as your personal financial secretary, and form a private financial management team of at least 4 people to serve you 24/7. Whatever your needs are, I will do everything in my power to fulfill them. A full range of personalized and private services for you. Chapter 36, So She's a Heartthrob. Lin Xingxue was sincere. Without any nonsense, she directly introduced all the treats to Jiang Chen. Only, her last words, whatever you need, I'll do my best to fulfill it. That sounds like it has another layer to it. I wonder if Jiang Chen is thinking out of the box, or did Lin Xingxue deliberately imply that? Why don't we just ask her? Personal financial secretary? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly, and a hidden light flashed in his eyes. Yes, I will personally serve as your personal financial secretary. Lin Xingxue nodded, her face still calm. Maybe it's because I said too many words in one breath just now, and I suddenly feel a little dry mouth at this moment. Lin Xingxue suddenly reached out and picked up the teacup, moving very elegantly to her mouth. Jiang Chen blinked, then touched his chins and asked, it's the kind of thing, where there's something the secretary does. Nothing. That's the secretary? Put. Lin Xingxue had just sipped the tea into her mouth when she suddenly heard Jiang Chen's inquiry. Immediately, he sprayed out all of this mouthful of tea. As it happened, Jiang Chen was sitting across from Lin Xingxue. This mouthful of tea sprayed out, immediately turning Jiang Chen into a drowned chicken. Ha! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Seeing that Jiang Chen had suffered, Lin Xingxue put down her teacup in a panic. Then from the carton on the coffee table, flying out a couple of tissues. Immediately afterward, Lin Xingxue quickly got up and walked over to Jiang Chen's side. Hands and feet wiped him down. The busier a person is, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Yikes, perhaps she was in too much of a hurry. Lin Xingxue tripped over her feet when she wasn't paying attention and, the body immediately lost its balance. The direction in which she fell down was exactly where Jiang Chen was sitting. Put. Just like that, Lin Xingxue sat impartially in Jiang Chen's arms. His hands also subconsciously wrapped around Jiang Chen's neck. Quiet. The living room fell into silence again. Jiang Chen froze in place, and Lin Xingxue also froze in place. It was as if time had pressed the pause button in this moment. Are you volunteering to pitch in? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and his eyes turned odd as he looked at Lin Xingxue. Ha! I didn't. Lin Xingxue's pretty face suddenly reddened with a swish, and she struggled to get out of the way. Wanted to jump out of Jiang Chen's arms. However, Jiang Chen's next sentence, however, caused her to freeze in place once again. Solid. Bing bing. You're bad. Pust. Lin Qingxue almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Just as Lin Qingxue wanted to open her mouth to explain something, something even more depressing happened to her. Asterisk asterisk. Qingxue, what are you doing? You actually seduced my husband in front of me. Fair and square? At some point, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, who had already finished their baths and changed their clothes, hand in hand, they walked out of the bedroom. But, the moment they pushed open the door to the room, they immediately saw Lin Qingxue sitting on Zhang Chen's lap. Both hands were still wrapped around Zhang Chen's neck. Looking over from that angle of theirs, Lin Qingxue's struggling movements as she tried to stand up. How it looked was like he was forcibly kissing Zhang Chen. Who is Su Yao? She's Zhang Chen's real girlfriend, and she's also self-appointed as Zhang Chen's rightful mistress. More than that, he shouted out the overbearing and incomparable famous words, "If this palace does not die, you and others will always be consorts." At this moment, suddenly seeing a vixen seducing her man, I can't stand my uncle, but I can't stand my aunt. Tada! Only to see Su Yao immediately let go of Zhao Shimon's hand, then stepping on a pair of fine-heeled high heels, quickly walking towards Zhang Chen and Lin Qingxue. Whoosh! Perhaps being a thief, Lin Qingxue ejected herself from Zhang Chen's arms lightning fast. Then he quickly stepped aside and pulled away the distance between himself and Zhang Chen. In the end, Lin Qingxue stood hand and foot in place, looking at Su Yao with a face full of embarrassment. Swish! Su Yao walked over and sat on her butt next to Zhang Chen, then wrapped her arms around her chest. His face looked at Lin Qingxue with an unkind expression. Yao, things are not what you think. Lin Qingxue tried to open her mouth to explain a bit, but Su Yao didn't give her a chance to explain at all. Immediately, he waved his hand and interrupted. Qingxue, I don't care what happened between you and Zhang Chen. I just want to say one thing to you. What are you trying to say? Lin Qingxue's face was a flash of red coming and going, and the 10 toes hidden in her high heels that both had curled up in embarrassment. To take without asking is considered stealing, and to ask is like giving. Lin Qingxue's eyes instantly widened when Su Yao said this. That ice face that never melted for 10,000 years was like a monkey's, but at the moment, so red that it was almost dripping. What does it mean that taking without asking is considered stealing? When using other people's things, you must ask for and get permission from the other person first. To do otherwise would be tantamount to theft. What does it mean to ask for something as if it were given? If you ask someone for something and they fulfill it very graciously, such behavior is tantamount to a gift to you. Su Yao's meaning had been expressed very clearly. She could reward Zhang Chen to Lin Qingxue, but Lin Qingxue must remember her favor. But Lin Qingxue ran off to seduce Zhang Chen without Su Yao's consent. That's an act of thievery. It was something Su Yao absolutely could not tolerate. In other words, Su Yao had already decided that Lin Qingxue was seducing Zhang Chen, or that Su Yao had already decided that Lin Qingxue was plotting against Zhang Chen. Lin Qingxue couldn't even wash herself away by jumping into the Yellow River. Yo, I'm sorry. To Zhang Chen's great surprise, Lin Qingxue didn't bother to explain anything further, nor did he argue about anything. Instead, he took the initiative to apologize to Su Yao and admit his mistake. Is Lin Qingxue admitting to plotting against this young master? Did she fall into my master's arms on purpose? What a heartbreaker. Looking at Lin Qingxue's pretty face above, a trace of redness that had not yet faded remained. Zhang Chen suddenly kind of believed some of the things Su Yao had said. Those little splashy hooves, when they heard $5 million, their eyes all lit up. But Lily, Zoe, Lily, and Kaya Setsu are all acting all innocent. Man was the only one who said yes on the spot, so I brought her back. The remaining ones, I'm going to hang them out to dry. After so many years of being girlfriends, don't I know what kind of pissants they are? When the time comes, they'll come crying and begging for me. Okay. Zhang Chen had to admit that in the past, he had indeed glorified the 7 immortals of Shilan University. What goddess? What fairy? What schoolgirl? It's just a nice-looking skin on the outside, but in reality it's still a mortal body. Mortal hearts. As long as one is mortal, one has 7 emotions and 6 desires. A mortal without desire would not be human, and could ascend to immortality. And close to vermilion is red, close to ink is black. If they didn't share the same odor, how could the 7 fairies of Shilan University play together? And what about being best friends? Su Yao is labeled as a gold digger in vain. Zhao Sherman is labeled as a gold digger and violent. Ruyan Lu is labeled as a gold digging, scummy woman. Obviously, the remaining ones must be no better. On top of that, they must have a common label. It's what motivates them to play together in a stinky way and end up being besties. Aha! That common label is gold worshipping. The 7 fairies of Shilan University should be renamed Chapel 7. 7 gold diggers with no sense of propriety? That gag. What a? Chapter 37, envious to the point of redness. Qing Xue, for the sake of us being bosom friends for so many years, I can forgive you this time. But remember this for me. I will never tolerate the same thing happening again. Su Yao had a puffed up look on her face, splitting her head in lecturing Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue was like a child who had made a mistake, standing at a loss for words, silently enduring Su Yao's anger. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chen shook his head in tears and laughter, only to see him reach out and then embrace Su Yao in his arms, saying with a smile, Yao Yao, all right, I still have to talk to Bing Bing about things, so you should stop. Hubby, how dare you help her? You have to get it right. I'm your real girlfriend. Su Yao rolled her eyes, surprisingly flinging her face at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen didn't spoil Su Yao at all, and immediately pushed her out of his arms, then said with a smile, I can change my real girlfriend at any time. I think Bing Bing is quite good. She can manage money and will help me take care of my assets. This time, Su Yao panicked a bit. Oops, hubby. Su Yao hastily reached out and hugged Zhang Chen's arm, then replaced it with a pleasing smile. Said, I was just joking with you. Why did you take it seriously? Silence, no words. This time, it was Zhang Chen's turn to throw his face at Su Yao. Su Yao carefully observed Zhang Chen's facial expression, then bit her lip, gently shaking Zhang Chen's arm. I was wrong, so don't be angry with Yao Yao, okay? Zhang Chen, Sherman Zhao, Lin Qingxue. Seeing that Zhang Chen's face seemed to have eased up a bit, Su Yao hurriedly gave Zhao Sherman a wink. Zhao Sherman cried and laughed as she walked over, sitting on her but on Zhang Chen's other side. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. One of them pinched Zhang Chen's shoulders, and the other one pounded Zhang Chen's legs. The two little splashers pulled out all the stops, which made Zhang Chen happy. Ice, I can give you a chance. Zhang Chen's words were ambiguous. He said he could give Lin Qingxue a chance, but he didn't specify. Was this opportunity to give Lin Qingxue her money to manage? Or was it a chance to give Lin Qingxue a chance to be a big shot? Or perhaps Zhang Chen was making a double entendre? But, Lin Qingxue's eyes, however, flashed with a touch of joy, only to see her make a slight bow to Zhang Chen and say, Young Jiang, thank you for your recognition. I won't let you down. Listening to Lin Qingxue change her tone of voice to address him as Zhang Xiao, her attitude was also a lot more respectful than before. Zhang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Only Zhang Chen pointed to the bank card on the coffee table and said to Lin Qingxue, over at the Longhua Bank, you go contact for me and transfer all the money to your recruitment bank. Deposits are certainly welcomed with open arms by the banks, but withdrawing money, well, that doesn't always go smoothly, especially for large withdrawals and transfers. The banks will surely wheedle and drag on for a while. After all, the money is in their bank and every extra day earns an extra day of earnings. Okay, Jiang Xiao. Lin Qingxue resumed her seat on the sofa opposite Zhang Chen, then took out a document from her bag. Respectfully, he handed it to Zhang Chen. Would you please sign this authorization? By 6 p.m. today, I'll be able to take care of everything for you. Zhang Chen took the document and carefully examined it, after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it. Just sign your name with panache. Jingle bells. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Zhao Sherman was closest to where the phone was, so she reached out and picked up the microphone and, putting it to his ear for a moment, he then turned his head to Zhang Chen and said, Hubby, Butler Bai is asking you that shall we prepare lunch? Zhang Chen didn't make a reply, but turned his head to Lin Qingxue and said, Bing Bing, it's just about noon. Why don't you stay and have lunch with us? Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded her head graciously. His gaze swept back and forth over Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, and his eyes flashed with an odd look. Two little hooves. They look like they're getting along. So should I still get involved? No way. If he just got involved in a raw way, he would definitely not get Zhang Chen's attention. There's even a chance that Zhang Chen might think I'm a vase. Might as well be Zhang Chen's personal financial secretary first, and manage his assets for him. Prove your worth so that you can be taken seriously. After making up her mind, Lin Qingxue immediately set her attitude right. Then he took the document that Zhang Chen had just signed and carefully put it away in his briefcase. Zhang Chen's savings were already close to 600 million. He's also driving a $22, 5 million Ferrari and drinking $300,000 bottles of red wine, eating a $100,000 plus meal and staying in an $88 a night presidential suite. He used to be the schoolboy of Shilin University. Nowadays, he is even more handsome and mesmerizing to women than before. How could Lin Qingxue miss such a man? Taking advantage of the fact that Bai Shanshan had gone to arrange lunch, Zhang Chen walked into the bedroom, carried out the bag of real estate licenses. Swish! Zhang Chen threw the bag of real estate certificates, all of them, onto the coffee table. Honey, what is this? Su Yao curiously picked up a real estate license and flipped it open. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Swish swish. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but Su Yao put down the real estate license in her hand, then picked up a second real estate license, then a third, fourth, and fifth. Honey, all these houses are yours? After a long time, Su Yao held a bunch of real estate certificates and looked at Jiang Chen stupidly, a pair of flirty peach eyes that were as bright as the flashing lights in a bar. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded, full of concern. I'm going to give you and Man a task right now. You two rent out all these houses, and the rent you collect each month will be considered pocket money for you. Quiet. The living room was quiet, but immediately after the brief silence, two different cheers rang out. Ah, honey, I love you. Honey, you're so sweet. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman pounced over almost at the same time, one hugging Jiang Chen's left arm, one hugged Jiang Chen's right hand, then on Jiang Chen's left and right cheeks respectively. He gave a hard kiss. Seeing this scene, Lin Qingshue's eyes were red with envy as she was shocked. It's a house in Xingcheng's one mansion. Prices there have been speculated to $100,000 per square foot, and every house that, all of them are large flats over 200 square feet in size. Jiang Chen had actually bought an entire building, a full 120 houses. Even if each house costs only $2 million, buying a whole building would cost at least $4 billion. None of this is the point. The point is, none of the houses in the One Hingham City public housing estate are cheap to rent. Even at the most conservative estimate, the monthly rent for each flat will definitely not be less than $15,000 per month. If we could rent out all 120 of these houses, even if we were lying around doing nothing, it's coming in at $8 million every month. Jiang Chen had just said that the rent was given to Yao Yao and Man as pocket money. In other words, Yo-Yo and Man will both get at least $900,000 per month. That's $900,000 every month. And that's just pocket change. How could Lin Qingxue not be envious? It was so envious that she was going crazy. Jiang Xiao, I also want to be a landlady. Give it a shot. I'll be good. Chapter 38, I want to be the father of my child. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Lin Qingxue had finally seen Jiang Chen's bravado with her own eyes. A 9-course lunch, a good portion of which is classic West Lancashire fare. The rest is expensive seafood. On top of that, Jiang Chen opened a bottle of Romanée Conti. Lin Qingxue secretly googled it. Only then did I realize that the bottle of 2005 Romanée Conti dry red wine cost $279. $800 a bottle. Those aren't the point. The point was, Lin Qingxue had been following Su Yao's circle of friends for the past 2 days. Su Yao had been following Jiang Chen for the past 2 days, and she had eaten so extravagantly at every meal. A bottle of red wine worth about $300. 000 is consumed at every meal. They've eaten millions of dollars in food alone. This amount of money is enough to take a commercial house at full price near the 4th Ring Road in Shilan City. That's pretty extravagant. Click, click, click. In Jiang Chen's slightly startled eyes, Lin Qingxue expressionlessly took out her cell phone. Then take continuous pictures of this table of mountains of food, especially the bottle of Romanée Conti. It was all over the place. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen saw the latest news posted by Lin Qingxue in his WeChat friend circle. Lin Qingxue, thank you, Jiang Xiao, for your hospitality. Emoticon, thumbs up, picture, PNG, picture, PNG, picture, PNG. After lunch, Lin Qingxue hurried away with her briefcase. She had to get Jiang Chen's affairs in order before 6 p.m. so as to prove her ability to do the job. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman carried the bag of real estate certificates, then took the keys to Jiang Chen's Ferrari, happy to go to the real estate agency. As for Jiang Chen, he's lazy. He didn't want to go out in the middle of the day, in the sun. Doesn't that smell good when you're lying around in a hotel with the air conditioning, playing games on your phone, or swiping through videos? Life is all about eating, drinking and not going to work. Ta-da! Jiang Chen was lazily lying on the sofa, just about to open his cell phone to brush short videos. Instead, there was the sound of a high-heeled walking footstep in her ear. Looking up, it turned out to be Bai Shallow walking over with a plate of fruit. Sister Shallow, what specific day is core surgery scheduled for? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Bai Shanchan's daughter was still hospitalized. The hospital side said that they would schedule the surgery as soon as possible, and as for the exact time to do the surgery, it seems that it has not been finalized yet. Jiang Xiao, I was about to talk to you about this matter. Bai put the fruit plate on the coffee table, then turned around and, embarrassed, she stroked the hair from her cheeks. The hospital side called me this morning about my daughter's surgery, scheduled for 3 p.m. today. Jiang Chen hastily looked at the time on his cell phone. It's 2 p.m. sharp, and there's still an hour to go before core is scheduled for surgery. Swish, Jiang Chen glared disgruntledly at Bai Shallow, then stood up and said, Sister Shallow, prepare my car at once. Young Jiang, are you going out? Bai Shallow inquired while picking up the walkie-talkie hanging behind her waist. Well, go to the first people's hospital in the city. I have to see with my own eyes that Core is okay. Only then can you put your heart completely at ease. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce, from the Dynasty International Hotel, straight to the first people's hospital of the city. The driver in charge of the car was still old Zhang. Jiang Chen and Bai Shanshan had just gotten on the bus when old Zhang lowered the fender in the center of the carriage. A space of absolute privacy was created for the two, vehicle in motion. Instead, Bai Shallow's 10 fingers were rubbing uneasily, and a hint of worry hung on her face. Jiang Chen said softly, Sister Shallow, don't worry. Yesterday I asked Core's primary care doctor. Doctors say that Core's surgery is not risky and has a high success rate. Basically, there will be no surprises. I'm sure Core will be fine after her surgery. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's comforting words, Bai Shanshan's brows, which were still tightly frowned, gradually unfolded. His mouth also whispered, Jiang Shao, thank you. Jiang Chen inquired in a consultative tone, Sister Shallow, I actually quite like this child. Xin. I want to recognize her as my goddaughter. Okay? Ha? Bai Shallow was slightly stunned at his words, and almost subconsciously blurted out, Jiang Shao, how can this be? What is your status? How can Corelli be worthy of being your goddaughter? Asa-san. Without waiting for Bai Shallow to finish her sentence, Jiang Chen interrupted her with a wave of his hand. I only saw Jiang Chen say with a serious face, People, there is no such thing as high or low in the first place. I only have slightly more money than everyone else. How does that make me noble? Core is so cute, well-behaved, obedient, and understanding, and I really like her. Also really want to recognize her as a goddaughter. Jiang Chen wasn't lying to Bai Shaoxian with these words. The first time he saw Corey at the hospital yesterday, he inexplicably fell in love with the little girl. At that time, Core was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, obviously suffering from the pain of the disease, but she still gave everyone a sweet smile. It was as if, in this way, the little girl was telling her mother, grandfather and grandmother that she was alright. People don't have to worry about her. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his mind had been touched by something. At only 5 years old, Corey really knows too much and is so heartbreaking. Silence. No words. There was a sudden silence in the carriage. Shira didn't know if she was thinking of her daughter, or something else. There was some slight redness in his eyes and a sad expression on his face. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Shallow and said after some thought, Sister Shallow, how about this? I'll ask Corey myself, when she's done with her surgery, if she will be my goddaughter. When the time comes, whether you agree or not, I'm going to be her godfather. Oh. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianlian's nose suddenly turned sour. The tears could no longer be contained. Jiang Shao, why? Are you so nice to me? Bai Shanshan seemed to be touched by Jiang Chen, and her tears flowed freely. Jiang Chen didn't know what she had been through all these years. From Jiang Chen's point of view, he had only slightly helped Bai Shallow. I didn't expect Bai Shao to be moved beyond belief. Nothing more to say. As always, saving women in distress. It is a vocation incumbent upon us. It's dry. Chapter 39, This is definitely the real mom. The other side. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman arrived at the hotel's underground parking lot. From a distance, I saw the Ferrari LaFerrari parked in the corner. There's no way around it. The sports car is just too shiny, cool styling, sexy lines, and an innate air of luxury that comes with in the entire underground parking lot is absolutely a crane in the existence of the chicken. Want not to attract people's attention is difficult. Man, why don't you start by taking some pictures of me in the dress I'm wearing today? It sure goes well with this supercar. Su Yao shoved her own cell phone to Zhao Sherman, then walked over and plopped down on the front of the car. Struck a sexy, provocative pose. Click, click, click. Zhao Sherman's interest was also very high, raising her cell phone and snapping pictures of Su Yao for a while. From time to time, he would also point out what kind of pose Su Yao should take. After Su Yao finished filming, it was changed to Zhao Sherman. The two little splashers were giggling, scratching their heads, and wishing they could make specimens of themselves. Nailed to the hood of a Ferrari LaFerrari. That's it? The schoolgirl of Nishiyarama University? That's about as far as it goes. Boom boom. Just then, a white BMW drove by. Perhaps seeing Su Yao and Zhao Sherman taking pictures around the Ferrari, the BMW suddenly stopped. The driver's side window was slowly rolled down and a fat-headed man poked his head out. Hello, ladies, can I make friends with you? The man's gaze carried a hint of evil as he swept back and forth over Su Yao and Zhao Sherman's bodies several times. The harumph was dripping from the corners of his mouth. Su Yao was the school beauty of Shilan University. Zhao Sherman's posture wasn't bad. One of the 7 fairies of Shilan University. The two little splashers are superbly caliber in both face and body. The BMW man is considered a bit rich, and suddenly he stumbles upon such a superb beauty. The first time, he couldn't resist the urge to go up and strike up a conversation. Beyond that, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman's behavior of taking pictures around the luxury car to show off. In the BMW man's opinion, they're both obviously gold diggers. A woman like that can be easily taken in minutes if the golden father can afford to pay. You two beauties. It's no use if the Ferrari is not yours, no matter how good it is. How about you two go with brother? How about if you make brother happy, he'll give you this BMW? The BMW guy had a "I'm rich and generous" look on his face. His own BMW, worth $300,000, was enough to take the two gold-digging women in front of him. However, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman glanced at each other and, then in unison, they gave the BMW man a look of contempt. Swish! Only Su Yao pressed the car key in her hand, and in the next second, the Ferrari's lights then flashed twice and there was a beep to unlock the doors. Asterisk. The BMW man immediately stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, with an expression of having seen a ghost. It was a long time coming back. It's a Ferrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, with a bare-bones price tag of $22, $5 million alone, and now discontinued. A used Ferrari on the black market has been speculated to over $3 million. How is that possible? How could these two gold-digging women be the owners of this car? Could it be that Lousy had misread my eyes, and that these two women were actually noble ladies of the mansion? Swish! Su Yao and Zhao Shiman got into the Ferrari one after the other. After closing the car door, Su Yao rolled down the window again. Damn fatso! You don't have money and you still learn from others to pick up girls? My old lady can unload one wagon wheel for all you've got. A beggar is a beggar and can only drive a broken BMW for the rest of his life. Su Yao gave a vicious middle finger to the BMW man, then started the sports car and, a foot on the gas and a long way to go. BMW guy. Road. Zhao Shiman's cell phone suddenly rang, only to see her fumble out her cell phone and immediately frown slightly. Man, who's calling? Su Yao held the steering wheel with both hands, her eyes glancing towards Zhao Shiman's side. My mom called. Zhao Shiman sighed helplessly and instantly answered the call. As expected of Zhao Shiman, as soon as the call was connected, a mother's questioning voice came from the other end. Man, you transferred $5 million to my bank card this morning, and I'm asking you, where did this money come from? Did you do something bad out there? Man, although our family has suffered a catastrophe and owes a lot of money, you are also trying to find a way to pay off the debt for your family. But, illegal and criminal things, we must not do it. Zhao Shiman was a little tired of hearing her mother's nagging words on the phone. Hurriedly, he interrupted with a voice. Mom, my boyfriend gave me this money. Ha? Man, when did you get a boyfriend? No. Even if you find a boyfriend, how can the other person give you so much money at once? Your boyfriend's money. It doesn't come from the wind. Nope. Man, did you go to a big shot? Otherwise, how did the other guy give you so much money? Man, you're confused. How can you sell yourself for money? Knowing your daughter is like being a mother. Zhao Shiman just said one word, and her mother immediately guessed the truth. Listening to her mother's sobbing voice on the phone, Zhao Shiman clenched her teeth and, quickly, he said, Mom, wait, I'll send you a picture of my boyfriend. After saying this, Zhao Shiman immediately hung up the phone, only to see her tap on WeChat quickly and, from her phone's album, she found a few pictures of her and Jiang Chen together, and then sent them to her mother together. After a while, Zhao Shiman's mother actually replied to several WeChat messages in a row. The years are quiet, man. Is this really your boyfriend? What a handsome young man. Age, by the way. What's my future son-in-law's name? When are you going to bring him home to us? Age, where does my wonderful son-in-law work? How is his income? Is his family rich? Is he good to you? Years and years, man. How long have you guys been together? When are you going to get married? How many children do you plan to have after marriage? The years are quiet, man. Just don't worry about giving birth. Mom can help you with the baby. Pust. Zhao Shiman almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. She just sent her mom a couple of pictures, and to her surprise, I can't believe mom is fantasizing about grandchildren. No need to think. This is definitely the real mom. Tada. Zhao Shiman hurriedly cupped her cell phone and edited a long WeChat to send to her mom. It probably means that she's still young, and she and Jiang Chen have only just gotten together. The two are also just getting started in their relationship, and neither party has any plans to get married for a while. Anyway, Zhao Shiman talked, and it took a lot of effort to put this matter off. In the end, Zhao Shiman's mom made a few words of advice. The years are quiet, man. When you were with Jiang Chen, Be sure to put away your violent temper and never bully Jiang Chen. The years are young, and I wonder what your dad thinks. Instead of sending you to learn dance or musical instruments when you were young, you were sent to learn martial arts? What's the point of a girl learning martial arts in this day and age? The years are quiet, I'm warning you. If you dare to use force against Jiang Chen, scare my good son-in-law away. See if I don't break your legs. Sherman Zhao. Chapter 40, Little Green Tea Lu Li. Half an hour later, the Ferrari LaFerrari was parked in front of a cafe. Yo, man, this way. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had just walked into this cafe, a window seat not far to the left. Suddenly there came a clear cry. Little pair, how did you move so fast and actually arrive before us? Su Yao froze slightly and pulled Zhao Sherman's hand and walked over. Only that window seat was occupied by a woman whose looks and figure were quite wow. The woman has an internet-famous melon face with picturesque eyebrows, long hair like a waterfall and fair skin. Looking good, she was wearing a small, black, medium-sleeved blazer with no shirt underneath. Only a small black wrap was worn, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin on her chest, as well as the delicate collarbones on the left and right. Underneath was a pair of black 9-minute suit pants, while a pair of thin-heeled high heels were on her feet, a surfeit of waist, a full curve of hips. It was perfectly outlined by this professional outfit. That's right, she's one of the 7 fairies of Shilin University. She spends her days spelling with a bunch of fake celebrities. Lu Li, who is delusional about catching a rich second-generation kaiju and is called a little green tea by Jiang Chen. Currently, Lu Li works in a real estate agency, because half an hour ago, Lu Li received a call from Su Yao. That's why I hurried to this cafe. Yo, you said you'd give me 120 brand new listings, and all of them are large flat floors of Xingqing 1 mansion. Is it true or not? You can't be teasing me, right? Lu Li didn't wait for Su Yao and Zhao Sherman to order coffee and immediately couldn't wait to inquire. 120 brand new listings. What does that mean? As long as Lu Li holds these listings in his hands and doesn't share them with anyone, then she gets to keep the brokerage fees for 120 houses all to herself. On top of that, it's a house in Xingqing's 1 mansion. As far as Lu Li knew, there wasn't a single real estate agency in the entire Shilin city can get a listing for the 1 Hingetown mansion. If Lu Li can get these listings, it's enough to prove her powerful connections in channels. It will also build her reputation in the industry and recruit more and better quality clients for her. Anyway, if this matter was accomplished, there would only be benefits and no harm to Lu Li. Swish, Su Yao didn't talk nonsense, and directly threw a bag of real estate certificates in front of Lu Li. Then he dashingly waved at the waiter and ordered a cup of coffee each for himself and Zhao Sherman. Lu Li hurriedly looked up the real estate license on the table. When she saw that on top of every real estate license, Jiang Chen's name was written, and that every set of houses that, all are large flats over 200 square feet. At this moment, Lu Li's eyes turned red with envy. I'll go. Jiang Chen is really a hidden super rich second generation? Lu Li couldn't help but wipe her eyes, and her little mind immediately came alive. She had suspected Jiang Chen and Su Yao before. After all, Jiang Chen's story was just too dogmatic. With the true young master in exile, he was retrieved by his family years later and then inherited a large fortune and became the envy of all the rich and powerful. Inside almost all romance novels, such a bridge has appeared. So, the first thought that came to Lu Li's mind after she realized that Jiang Chen had gotten rich overnight was that, it must be fake. Imagine that. Jiang Chen was kicked by Lu Ruyan in the morning, but in the afternoon, he became a rich and powerful young man. Something that, any way you look at it, it looked like Jiang Chen had deliberately set up the situation in order to piss off Lu Ruyan and mock her for having eyes without a pearl. As for the luxury cars, red wine, presidential suites, transfer records, etc., that Su Yao posted in her circle of friends, video can be AI to change the face, pictures can naturally PA. Then later, Su Yao took a group of girlfriends to the mall. Lu Li would rather suspect that Su Yao had fallen for a certain big shot than believe that the money was Jiang Chen's. However, just today, Lu Li saw with his own eyes on top of 120 real estate certificates. All of them had Jiang Chen's name written on them before she snapped out of it. When I look back, the man is in the lights. It turns out that the rich and powerful man he was searching so hard for, he's just around the corner. What's going on? If I had known Jiang Chen's true identity earlier. At first, he had said that he would snatch Jiang Chen from Ruyan Lu. And, Su Yao, this little s-hoof, really picked up a great bargain. Jiang Chen had only broken up with Lu Ruyan in the morning, and Su Yao was in Jiang Chen's Ferrari in the afternoon. When it was dark, she immediately climbed into Jiang Chen's bed. The speed was so fast that it didn't give anyone else a single chance. Woohoo! My god, ho brother, you're confused. In terms of looks and figure alone, I'm actually no worse than Su Yao, and I can cook, do laundry, massage, yoga. I'm up in the hall, down in the kitchen, out as a noblewoman, and in bed as a. Why were you seduced by Su Yao, the scratchy fox? If you pick me as your girlfriend, I'll treat you like a father. Definitely not a half-assed experience. LOL. Am I not destined to receive the riches of the heavens? Either. If you can't be big, why don't you just be small? After all, Yo-Yo doesn't seem to mind this, and Man has already acted on it. She had successfully become Jiang Chen's young wife. Aha! There can be no more hesitation at this time. Yao Yao had become Jiang Chen's great-aunt, and Man had become Jiang Chen's second aunt. If I continue to hesitate, the position of third aunt may be taken by another woman. Tada! After making up his mind, Luli even pulled out his cell phone directly in front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. Flying quickly, he sent a WeChat over to Jiang Chen. Luli, Jiang Chen brother. In fact, I like you for a long time. From the time you were in college, I've just been crushing on you. And now that you've broken up with Ray and Lu, can I be your girlfriend? That's right, Luli didn't die. She still wanted to fight for it and see if she could be Jiang Chen's proper girlfriend. Pearly, who are you tweeting at? Su Yao glanced towards Luli's cell phone while savoring her coffee. There also seemed to be a cold flash in the beautiful eyes. Seemingly with a bit of weakness. Luli's hand trembled slightly, almost dropping her cell phone. Only seeing Luli's eyes turn, he immediately revealed a hint of a pleasing smile and asked, Yao Yao, you told us yesterday that you'd give $5 million to anyone who'd be Jiang Chen's concubine. Does that promise still stand? Su Yao looked at Luli with a smile, then put down the coffee cup in her hand. Wrapping his arms around his chest, he said without haste, yesterday was yesterday, today is today, and yesterday's promise is that. It's only valid for yesterday, and it expires. Ha! Luli was dumbfounded. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen also replied to Luli with a Weibo message. Jiang Chen, my current girlfriend is Su Yao. She's your best friend. Are you sure you want to poach her? Luli, who saw this Weibo message, immediately had an expression on her face that was worse than crying, only to see her hastily lower her head. She quickly edited 2 WeChat replies to Jiang Chen. Luli, Su Yao is my good bosom friend. Naturally I won't dig her corner. But, I want to be your lover. Emoji, shy. Luli, brother Jiang Chen, can you give me a chance? I promise I'll behave myself. Emoji, pathetic. Jiang Chen, I'm busy right now. Go ask Su Yao directly. Give or take a chance. She said so. Luli, Chapter 41 Ex-Girlfriend versus Current Girlfriend. Jingle bells. Luli was still fuming when a call suddenly came in on his cell phone. Caller ID, Ruyan Lu. Luli, who had returned to his senses, subconsciously raised his head and glanced at Su Yao, who was sitting across from him. At this moment, Su Yao was talking and laughing with Zhao Sherman. Occasionally, she lifted her hand to run a handful of hair from her cheek, revealing Bulgari earrings in her ears and a Tiffany bracelet on her wrist. What made Luli most envious was the latest LV bag that Su Yao was carrying. The asking price is up to $500,000. What kind of bag is this? That's walking around with a marble car with you. Su Yao, this little scratchy hoof, was lucky to have fallen for Jiang Chen. Now a sparrow has flown the coop. Swish. Luli picked up the phone call from Lu Ruyan in front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. Hello? Ruyan, is something wrong? Ha? You're renting a house? Right now? I'm at the Time Imprint Cafe. Yo-Yo and Man are here too. What? You and Yang Fan are nearby? Coming over now? After hanging up the phone, Luli suddenly became a bit restless. His eyes also frequently glanced at Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, who were sitting across from him. Pair, who just called you? What's that look on your face? Su Yao pretended that she didn't know anything and asked this on purpose. A touch of embarrassment surfaced on Luli's face, only to see her pursing her lips and, cautiously, she said, Yao, just now, Ruyan called me and said that she and Yang Fan are in the neighborhood, and said to come over and meet us later. Oh, Ruyan and Yang Fan are looking for you to buy a house? Su Yao smiled gently. Her face did not show any expression of embarrassment. Instead, it was Zhao Sherman, who was sitting beside her, whose eyes flashed with an odd look. It's not buying a house, it's renting. Luli shook his head. Her face also looked a bit odd as she said. Ruyan said that she has been looking at houses for a morning, but she has not been able to find the house of her choice, so she wanted me to help her look for it. Let's see if there's a suitable listing. Isn't Yang Fan a seafarer? Isn't he an executive at the Qin Group? I remember that his family is also very well off, and that he should have his own house in Shilan City. Why did you even bring Ruyan Lu out to rent a house to live in? Although Su Yao had big boobs and no brain, but she wasn't stupid enough to. It was immediately obvious what the problem was. When she said that, Zhao Sherman and Luli both frowned. Both women had puzzled expressions on their faces. During his college days, Yang Fan was also considered a little famous rich kid in school. I heard his parents run a company with hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, It was because of this that Ruyan Lu had rejected the schoolboy Jiang Chen's advances. Turning around, she threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. None of this is the point. The point is, since Yang Fan's family is so rich, why did you even bring Ruyan Lu out to rent a room? Could it be that Yang Fan's family doesn't approve of the two of them being together, so they sneak out and rent a room and live together? Ding dong! Just then, the door to the cafe was pushed open from the outside, and the wind chime hanging on the door also made a crisp sound. Immediately afterward, the figures of a man and a woman appeared inside the cafe. The woman has a beautiful face, with eyes of autumn water, and a cool temperament, dressed in a pure white dress. She kinda looked like Little Dragon Lady from the TV series The Divine Eagles. The man, on the other hand, looked a bit ordinary, although he was wearing a well-tailored suit that. The hair is well-groomed, but the looks are average, the height is average, the demeanor is average. It's kinda like Yin Ji Ping from the TV series The Divine Eagles. Put. Su Yao immediately couldn't help but squirt out a laugh when she thought of Little Dragon Girl and Yin Ji Ping. Jiang Chen can be so bad. You can come up with gags like this. What a ing talent. Looking at the strange looks cast by Zhao Sherman and Lu Li, Su Yao's pretty face slightly blushed. Hastily, he picked up the coffee on the table, then hid his embarrassment with the help of the action of drinking it. Yo, man, pair, you're all here? Lu Ruyan walked over and smiled as she greeted Su Yao, Zhao Sherman and Lu Li. At the same time, Ruyan Lu's gaze lingered on Su Yao's body. When she saw Su Yao in a lavish outfit and the latest LV bag on the table, it's like showing off on purpose. Lu Ruyan's long eyelashes suddenly trembled, her eyes obscure. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, long time no see. Just then, Yang Fan also walked over and greeted everyone with a smile. However, when Yang Fan's gaze landed on Su Yao's body, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Eyes followed suit. Swish! Lu Ruyan didn't notice Yang Fan's expression, only to see her sitting on her but next to Lu Li. That is, directly across from Su Yao, a coffee table with only 4 chairs. Yang Fan saw that there were no more empty seats, so he moved a chair over from the side and, sitting on the side of the coffee table, which is on the aisle. The situation at the scene was that Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were sitting on the left, while Lu Li and Lu Ruyan were sitting on the right. Among them, Zhao Sherman and Lu Li sat in the window seat. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan sat in the seats adjacent to the aisle. Yang Fan was sitting alone on the aisle. On his left was Su Yao and on his right was Lu Ruyan. Quiet. The scene was suddenly quiet. Lu Ruyan sat upright in her seat, her eyes staring straight at Su Yao across from her. The face was calm. Su Yao also sat upright in her seat, her eyes staring straight at Lu Ruyan across from her. The face was also calm. The atmosphere seems a little awkward, although neither Su Yao nor Lu Ruyan opened their mouths to say a word. But Zhao Sherman and Lu Li felt as if they saw a spark flash through the air. Ex-girlfriend versus current girlfriend? A big war on the horizon? Is this place about to be reduced to a battlefield of horrors? It's a little scary. Su Yao, it's hard to see that you're so rich. You surely can't take down this outfit without $1 million or $800,000. You wouldn't be the young lady of any family in Shilan City, would you? Yang Fan doesn't know what's been going on all this time. He didn't even have Jiang Chen and Su Yao's WeChat. Plus Ruyan Lu didn't tell him about Jiang Chen's overnight wealth. So, Yang Fan wouldn't know that Su Yao was now Jiang Chen's girlfriend. What's more, she didn't know that Su Yao had relied on Jiang Chen to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. Silence. No words. When Yang Fan asked Su Yao, "Which family's young lady are you?" The 4 women at the table all wore odd expressions. "Oh, I'm not some $1,000 lady." Su Yao reacted first, only to see her gently smile and, intentionally sweeping a glance across the room at Lu Ruyan, she said, "I'm just lucky that. It's just a matter of finding a boyfriend who loves me, adores me, spoils me, and gives me money." Boom! At this moment, it was as if Zhao Sherman and Lu Li had heard a terrifying thunderclap. It's on! The war has finally begun. Su Yao, Jiang Chen's current girlfriend, first threw a bomb at the enemy. Ruyan Lu, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, how should she react? And so on. Should I move the chair farther away first, so I don't get hurt by mistake later? After all, it's a horrible tear-jerker, and if the 2 women launch into a frenzy, the damage is definitely no less than a small earthquake. Hello? Is that EMS? Can you book an ambulance in advance? Someone here is going to get hurt soon. Serious injuries. The kind that needs immediate resuscitation. Chapter 42, The First Round. Cafe. There was silence at the table. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with astonishment, as if he hadn't expected that Su Yao really found a rich boyfriend. Although Ruyan Lu had mentioned this to Yang Fan before, Yang Fan had always been skeptical. After all, during her college days, many rich dudes pursued Su Yao, but Su Yao didn't look at any of them and rejected them all. Yang Fan thought that Su Yao did not value money and was a refreshingly unassuming woman. Results: the SU schoolgirl ended up being taken down by a rich man. Let's just say, it's not that Suyao can't see those rich dudes. Rather, the price offered by the other side is not enough. As long as the price offered is high enough. What with the schoolgirls and the goddesses? What kind of refreshing fairy doesn't end up obediently kneeling and bowing down? Swish! Yang Fan trembled his lips, and was just about to say something that he didn't expect Ruyan Lu to speak before him. Yao Yao, we've been bosom friends for so many years. I haven't offended you over the years, right? Ruyan Lu's face was calm and her emotions were very stable. In the face of Su Yao's clipped words, she surprisingly did not show any hint of annoyance. Ruyan, what do you mean by that? Su Yao's eyes couldn't help but narrow. As a good best friend for many years, no one knew better than her what kind of pissant Lu Ruyan was. Don't look at Ruyan Lu's current come-as-water appearance. But in fact, she was already seething with anger within her. Simply put, the calmer Ruyan Lu was, the angrier she was inside. Only, Ruyan Lu would not easily show her inner anger directly on her face. Yo, what do I mean? Don't you understand? Ruyan, how can I understand what you mean if you don't say it? Yao, what are you pretending to be confused here for me? You know exactly what I mean. Ruyan, I'm not pretending to be confused. I really don't know what the hell you mean. Yo, that's no fun for you. Ruyan, how am I no fun? Is it fun for you to pretend you don't know what I mean when you know exactly what I mean? I really don't know what you mean. And I'm not pretending I don't know what you mean when you say I don't mean it. I think you're the one who's not having fun. Punch it. Kill it. Ta-da. Bang bang. Fire at me. Boom. This head-to-head battle between Ruyan Lu and Su Yao. Directly, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Yang Fan were all dumbfounded. What do you mean? What the hell do you two mean? Talking about code words? Do you have to get a deciphering expert to come over and translate what you guys are saying? The atmosphere at the table was growing stark. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan's bodies both erupted with a compelling cold aura. Zhao Sherman and Lu Li were both so frightened that they both dared not make a sound, lowering their heads, and a single spoon was stirring the coffee in the cup. Just then, Yang Fan scratched the back of his head and looked at Lu Ruyan and Su Yao with a face full of suspicion. Then he opened his mouth and asked, Ruyan, Yao, what are you two talking about? Why can't I understand it at all? Click. The tension seemed to suddenly snap open. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan put away their sharp edges almost simultaneously, and the two of them were staring at each other's eyes and each moved away. Only Lu Ruyan picked up the coffee, took a shallow taste and then to Yang Fan, she said perfunctorily, this is the way our girlfriends talk to each other, so don't get involved. Oh, Yang Fan nodded his head even though he felt something was wrong, as much of a gentleman as he could be. However, Su Yao's side isn't such a good talker. Just a heavy tap on her coffee cup with her spoon and then with a cold face he said to Yang Fan, I don't know you very well, please don't call me Yao from now on, only my closest people. Only then can you call me that. You can just call me by my first name or. Speaking here, Su Yao suddenly glanced at Ruyan Lu and then smilingly said, or call me Mrs. Jiang. Click. The sound of a toothpick being pinched off. Don't ask why there are toothpicks in the cafe. The plot required it, and it appeared in Ruyan Lu's hands. Swish. I only saw Ruyan Lu's eyelids twitch fiercely, and casually pinched the broken toothpick. Tossed it in the trash can next to it. Yang Fan didn't notice Lu Ruyan's abnormality, because his eyes were looking at Su Yao from the beginning to the end. He couldn't wait to gouge out his eyes and nail them directly onto Su Yao's body. Big schoolgirl Su, I didn't realize you were still so high and mighty, worthy of being our Shilin University school beauty. I was thinking that you and Ruyan are good girlfriends, and I'm now Ruyan's boyfriend. It's not too much to call you Yo-Yo, right? Forget it, I apologize. I was abrupt earlier. As an apology, I'm hosting a big dinner for you all tonight. Consider it an apology to Su this schoolgirl. Yang Fan snorted, with a dog-licking expression on his face. It was as if being coldly rebuked by Su Yao just now was just a joke between friends, and it was harmless at all. The moment Lu Ruyan turned her head violently to look at Yang Fan, and a flash of shock flashed through her beautiful eyes. It seemed that he didn't anticipate that Yang Fan would go and kneel down to Su Yao. Sure, Su Yao, Zhao Sherman and Lu Li all had odd expressions on their faces. The three women looked at the hard-faced Lu Ruyan, which also made the haughty-natured Lu Ruyan. More shame and anger. What do you mean? Your girlfriend is still sitting next to you and you're kneeling to another woman? Yang Fan, can you have some face? What do you take me for, Ruyan Lu? Seeing that Lu Ruyan was about to go berserk, right at this moment, Lu Li, who had been silent all along, suddenly speaking, she said, Ruyan, aren't you looking for me to see the house? How come the topic has gotten sidetracked while we're chatting? Lu Li was also kind. Fearing that the situation would get to the point of no return, she rushed to jump in and, trying to get this all out of the way. However, good intentions can do bad things. Luli took out a stack of information from his briefcase and handed it directly to Ruyan Lu and said, Ruyan, these are all the fine properties that I have in my hands, so take a look at them first, and if any of them are satisfactory, I can take you directly to see them. Lu Ruyan forced down her anger and glared at Yang Fan without a trace. Then he took the information handed by Luli and casually flipped through it. But, just as Ruyan Lu flipped through the first page of information, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Xingqing 1 mansion? 120 brand new houses? All 200 square feet of large flats? Pair, you've been doing pretty well lately, getting your hands on such rare and fine properties? That's it, give me a set. Lu Ruyan snapped her head up and looked at Luli, who was drinking coffee, with a face full of joy. Pust, Luli almost spat out a mouthful of coffee. It wasn't until this moment that she realized she had the wrong information. Surprisingly, she took the 120 houses that Su Yao entrusted to her to rent out and directly took them to Lu Ruyan. Awkward. It's embarrassing with a capital C. If Lu Ruyan knew that all these houses actually belonged to her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen, I wonder what kind of look she'll get. What to do? Should I tell Ruyan Lu the truth? But, can you tell the truth in this situation? If you said that, wouldn't it be like slapping Ruyan Lu's face? It seems like it would be a disservice to Ruyan Lu if he didn't say anything. Woohoo! What the hell do we do? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Chapter 43, Second Round of Encounters. Ruyan, why don't I take you to see the house first? If you're satisfied, I'll contact the landlord again and try to get you the best price. What do you think? Luli finally held back and didn't reveal the landlord's information to Lu Ruyan. On top of that, Luli wanted to use the excuse of looking at the house. Hurry up and take Ruyan Lu and Yang Fan away from this cafe, lest Lu Ruyan and Su Yao erupt into a conflict and create an irreparable situation. However, ideals are plump, reality is bony. Swish, Ruyan Lu put the information in her hand down, casually waving his hand. He said, there's no need to look at the house, you can directly contact the landlord for me and negotiate the rent of the house. Luli was dumbfounded. She never expected the plot to go at all the way she expected it to. It's off track. Perhaps seeing the surprised expression on Luli's face, Lu Ruyan picked up her coffee and took a sip. Unhurriedly, he explained, I've seen the Xingqing 1 mansion's house online before, and I really like the environment there. Unfortunately, the houses in Xingqing 1 mansion are always for sale but not for rent. I didn't expect that you, pair, could get so many sets of Xingqing 1 mansion in your hands. You're still really good. Ruyan Lu is a gold-digging woman who has long dreamed of marrying into a wealthy family. Naturally, you have studied the upscale residential neighborhoods in Westland, and Xingqing 1 mansion. Is Lu Ruyan more yearning for a high-grade residential neighborhood? However, without waiting for Luli to speak, instead, a voice that made Ruyan Lu feel annoyed drifted across the table. Don't waste your time, I'm not going to rent you the house. Swish, Ruyan Lu snapped her head up, and with an inexplicable look, looking towards Su Yao who was sitting across from her. Tinker. Su Yao was holding a spoon, seemingly absently stirring the coffee in her cup, but the curve that hooked up at the corner of her mouth still exposed Su Yao's heart at the moment, as if she was forcibly holding back some sort of laughter. Yo-yo, what do you mean by that? Literally. Yo-yo, do you mean you can do the landlord's job for him and refuse the tenant? Well, that's pretty much it. Quiet. The table was quiet again. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes and resized Su Yao up. Then he snorted and asked, Yao, could it be that you were going to tell me that all of these 120 houses in Xingqing 1 mansion are not yours? Ruyan, you know, how can I have the money to afford a house in Xingqing 1 mansion? Su Yao smiled gently, seeing Lu Ruyan's face showing an expression of I'm sure it's like that. So again, he immediately said, although I can't afford it, my husband can. Quiet. The table was doubly quiet once again. Ruyan Lu froze for several seconds before her eyes snapped wide open. Filled with astonishment, he asked, you mean that all 120 houses belong to Jiang Chen? That's right. Su Yao nodded, only to see her bend down and, lifting the bag that was placed under the table, he then slammed the bag of real estate certificates in front of Ruyan Lu. At this moment, Zhao Sherman covered her face. Luli also pretended to look out the window and turned her face to the side. Shame on you. Yo-yo, the little scratchy hoof, is showing off again. She was obviously deliberately trying to anger Lu Ruyan. Stick to the face and open wide. Kill and kill. How much resentment and hatred does she have towards Ruyan Lu? Aren't we all best friends? Why do you have to tear your face off and turn against me for a man that? How about not even leaving any room for maneuver? Swish swish. Lu Ruyan ignored Su Yao's mocking eyes, but quickly picked up a real estate license. It was carefully rummaged through. 1, 2, 3. The more she saw the back, the uglier Lu Ruyan's face became. The further back she looked, the more her teeth clenched. Whoosh! Driven by curiosity, Yang Fan also reached out and picked up a real estate license. When it became clear that Jiang Chen's name was actually written on it, his face turned ugly with a swish. What do you mean? Why is Jiang Chen's name written on the real estate license? Isn't Jiang Chen an orphan? He earned his college tuition with a part-time job. How can he, a poor, afford a house in Xingqing Mansion? And there's a full 120 houses here, each worth over $2 million. It definitely adds up to more than 2.4 billion Longhua dollars. How is that possible? If Jiang Chen was really so rich, how could Ruyan Lu break up with him? Nope, there must be something fishy going on here. Big schoolgirl Sue, these real estate certificates are all fake, right? Jiang Chen is just an orphan. How could he possibly have money in Xingqing Mansion? What about buying a whole building? Taking a step back, even if all these houses are Jiang Chen's, why is the real estate license in your possession again? Facing Yang Fan's continuous questioning, Su Yao suddenly couldn't help herself and, covering her mouth, she giggled, watching Su Yao in a petulant laugh, the headlights of the car on her chest trembling with her. Yang Fan's eyes were glazed over. Big thunder beauty, who doesn't like that? However, what Su Yao said next, however, caused Yang Fan's entire body to freeze in place. Yang Fan, didn't Ruyan tell you? Jiang Chen is now a rich and powerful young man, a residential building in the district, just a mere fraction of the assets in his name. As for me, I am now Jiang Chen's fiancé, so I naturally have the right to dispose of any excess real estate in his name. Su Yao's nose was up in the air when she said something, that condescending face that, it's almost more vicious than Snow White's stepmother. On top of that, Su Yao is desperately trying to put gold on her face. At first, she had claimed to be Jiang Chen's legitimate girlfriend, but now she had directly turned into Jiang Chen's fiancé. That's a bit of a leap. But, when she heard the words fiancé, Lu Ruyan finally couldn't help but explode. Boo! Only Lu Ruyan slammed the table and stood up, blaring furiously at Su Yao. The cold aura emanating from his body could be felt even from 8 blocks away. Quiet. The table was once again doubly quiet. Other than Su Yao, everyone was looking at Lu Ruyan with stunned faces, especially Zhao Sherman and Lu Li. The two women were ready to persuade a fight at any time. I was afraid that Lu Ruyan and Su Yao, the pair of good girlfriends, would fight at the drop of a hat. Yao, I want to go to the restroom. Would you accompany me? To one's surprise, Ruyan Lu held back her temper and also offered to go to the restroom with Su Yao. Yeah. Su Yao stood up without changing her face. To the astonished eyes of the crowd, the two acted as if nothing had happened. Actually holding hands, they walked to the restroom together. I'd like to go to the restroom too. Zhao Sherman seemed to be a little worried, and after a little hesitation, she stood up and then he quickly chased after them towards Ruyan Lu and Su Yao. Man, wait for me. I need to go to the restroom too. Lu Li also stood up in a hurry and chased after Zhao Shiman's footsteps. Finally, only Yang Fan was left alone at the table. Only his face was grim as he sat down in his seat and, in his hand, he pinched a real estate certificate with Jiang Chen's name written on it, and pinched so hard that his knuckles had turned white. A good half day later, Yang Fan suddenly loosened his fingers and said with a smile full of self-deprecation, So, I'm the clown. Chapter 44, I've loved him for 7 years. Timestamp cafe. Restrooms. Su Yao stood in front of the washstand, looking into the mirror, cupping a Chanel lipstick in her hand. Smudge on your own lips, checking in the meantime that your makeup hasn't worn off. Next to the sink, Ruyan Lu turned on the faucet, washed her hands and, spinning around, he turned off the faucet. Yao, have you been thinking about Jiang Chen for a long time? Lu Ruyan's sudden words made Su Yao stop applying her lipstick. Quiet. Su Yao didn't answer Ruyan Lu the first time. She pursed her lips in the mirror before capping her lipstick and put it in his $500,000 LV bag. That's right. I did fall in love with Jiang Chen a long time ago. Su Yao's generous admission instantly caused Lu Ruyan's overwhelmingly stunning face to. A flash of anger surfaced. Su Yao, you're shameless. Ruyan Lu, how am I shameless? Jiang Chen is obviously my boyfriend, and you're actually having thoughts about him since a long time ago, and you have the cheek to say you love him? What's the difference between you and a mistress like that? Ruyan Lu, you have to be clear. I was after you and Jiang Chen broke up. It's why I'm with him. I haven't done anything to wrong you. Silence. No words. Ruyan Lu trembled her lips as if she wanted to sneer back, but Su Yao didn't give her a chance to counterattack and immediately jumped ahead of her. Ruyan Lu, I can clearly tell you that I was already in love with Jiang Chen before he confessed to you for the first time. What? Ruyan Lu froze in place. She only squinted her eyes and thought back for a moment, then asked with a face full of astonishment. You already liked Jiang Chen when freshman year just started? Exactly. Su Yao once again nodded her head greatly in acknowledgement. As if she felt that Lu Ruyan had said something wrong, she opened her mouth again and corrected. It's not that I've fallen in love with Jiang Chen, it's that I've fallen in love with Jiang Chen. Love? Lu Ruyan was once again slightly stunned, and a mocking expression immediately appeared on her face. Said, Su Yao, what kind of person are you? Am I not clear about that? You're a 24K pure gold-digging woman. You only love money. How can you have the nerve to say you love Jiang Chen? What's more, you and Jiang Chen hadn't even met before you went to college. It can't be that you fell in love with Jiang Chen at first sight, can it? Listening to Lu Ruyan's undisguised mocking words, Su Yao was not only not annoyed. Instead, he was still squinting, as if caught up in some sort of memory. The scene was quiet for a few moments afterward. The corner of Su Yao's mouth suddenly hooked up a nice arc. Speaking slowly, he said, I do love money, I admit that. But more than money, I love Jiang Chen. Yes? A hint of mockery appeared on Ruyan Lu's face, obviously not believing this statement from Su Yao. Su Yao didn't continue to dwell on this point, but instead, while recalling past events, while saying slowly, I remember the night when the university just started. I went out to buy something alone, and on my way back to school, passing through a deserted alley. Suddenly, out of nowhere, two drunken men. They saw I was alone and then blocked me in an alley to make a move. I was terrified. I was screaming as hard as I could, yet not a single passerby passed by around. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's scorn suddenly stiffened on her face. Although Su Yao had only recounted the beginning of a story, she had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Fruity. After Su Yao paused for a moment, she continued, seeing that the two drunken men had torn my clothes, I was in utter despair and even entertained the idea of seeking death. Just at this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. He was like a valiant knight, and in my most desperate and helpless moments fell from the sky, fought off the bad guys and saved my life. And it was at that moment that I was pretty sure that I've got my heart set on this sunny, handsome boy. In front of me, Su Yao kept a happy and sweet smile on her face as she recounted this memory. A pair of flirtatious peach blossom eyes, and the eyes were also bright. Light. Ruyan Lu saw light in Su Yao's eyes. This also caused Lu Ruyan's face to become more and more ugly. She never dreamed that between Jiang Chen and Su Yao. Surprisingly, it hides a story of such a dogged hero's rescue. You know, the story of the hero who saves a woman's life, though dogmatic, is lethal to women. Undoubtedly the most deadly. So, Ruyan Lu had to believe that Su Yao hadn't lied when she first started her freshman year of college. Just like Jiang Chen already. Su Yao, since you already had your heart set on Jiang Chen at that time, why didn't you confess to him? Why didn't you stay with him? You watched as Jiang Chen licked me for 4 years, and you did nothing about it. Never even revealed your feelings to Jiang Chen. What kind of love is that? The more Ruyan Lu spoke, the more agitated she became, and the more she looked at Su Yao, the more displeased she became. The whole group looked a little hysterical, even ranting loudly and unimaginatively. Su Yao didn't argue anything with Lu Ruyan. She just glanced lightly at Lu Ruyan and the corners of his mouth curved up in another nice curve. I was originally planning to confess to Jiang Chen the next day, but just when I found Jiang Chen and was about to confess my love to him, instead, he took a bouquet of flowers and turned to you and confessed his feelings out loud. I was thunderstruck and my whole body froze. Ha ha. Without waiting for Su Yao to finish her sentence, Ruyan Lu laughed out loud. I only saw her pointing at Su Yao, laughing so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out of her eyes. Said, so you have low self-esteem? You're afraid? You backed off? You don't dare to confess to Jiang Chen anymore? You've been a deserter of love? Su Yao. You watched Jiang Chen being rejected by me, watched Jiang Chen being heartbroken, yet he dared not go up to him and comfort him half a word, much less reveal his feelings to him. Is that what you call love? Silence. No words. Su Yao's face finally underwent a slight change, only she pursed her lips and suddenly, without warning, slapped herself in the face with There was also a look of regret and guilt on his face. I was so out of my mind that I actually thought there was a love called letting go. There is a love called fulfillment. I see that Jiang Chen likes you so much, and you're the only one in his eyes and heart. There was simply no room for another woman. So, I just kept this love deep in my heart and tried to fade it slowly with time. As it turns out I'm just a dumbass. Can't forget it at all. Almost every night, over and over again in my head. The image of Jiang Chen descending from the sky to fight off those two drunkards and save me from danger. The more I try to forget the memory, the clearer it becomes. The clearer the more engraved it is. Quiet. The restroom was quiet again. Ruyan Lu's face changed dramatically again. The word jealousy was written plainly on her face. She's jealous of what happened between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. She was jealous that Su Yao could take Jiang Chen's money and spend it recklessly. Even She was especially jealous that Su Yao had been secretly in love with Jiang Chen for 7 years. Finally turned out to be with Jiang Chen brightly together. Lovers end up in love. Because these are things that Ruyan Lu never had. Ruyan Lu suddenly laughed miserably, then gritted her teeth and asked, "So, after you graduated from college, you had to move in with me as a neighbor, not because of me as your best friend, but for Jiang Chen?" "That's right. I've loved Jiang Chen for 7 whole years, so how could I leave him?" Su Yao's eyes stared straight at Lu Ruyan. She only smiled a slight smile that was very sweet, and then said in a murderous voice, "And I'd like to thank you for that. If you hadn't chosen to let go, how could I have gotten together with Jiang Chen?" Pust. Ruyan Lu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. I only saw her glaring at Su Yao with an exasperated look and said in a low voice, "Su Yao, you actually flipped out on me today for a man and humiliated me with such vicious words? Have you disregarded all our years of bromance?" "Ruyan Lu, you don't know how much I really love Jiang Chen." Su Yao said something without a clue, then slowly explained, "I don't care who it is. As long as you dare to harm Jiang Chen, then you're my Su Yao's enemy. By the same token, no matter which woman it is, as long as she can make Jiang Chen happy and make him laugh, if you make Jiang Chen feel good, then you're my Su Yao's sister. I don't mind how many women Jiang Chen has around him. I only mind if he's having a good time, happy or not. If he's well, it's a sunny day for me." Ruyan Lu. Chapter 45, The 4 Golden Flowers. Nishiarashi City, First People's Hospital, Superior Ward. Core surgery was a success, except that the anesthetic hadn't worn off yet, so the little girl has been lying in the hospital bed in a coma. Jiang Chen accompanied by Shallow in the hospital room for an afternoon, originally wanting to guard until the little girl woke up, and then take her in as a goddaughter. But it was past 5 p.m. and the little girl still hadn't woken up. The doctor also came running to examine her and finally came to the conclusion that the little girl seemed a little tired and was sleeping. This amused Jiang Chen and by Shallow, as well as by father and by mother. After the fun was over, everyone's hearts hung in the air, and the eyes that looked at the little girl were filled with heartache. Jiang Chen had planned to remain in the hospital until the little girl woke up. However, Bai Shaoxian insisted that Jiang Chen go back to the hotel to rest first. After all, Bai Shallow's parents were in this ward, and Jiang Chen, an outsider, stayed here. There are indeed many inconveniences. In addition to this, Jiang Chen always has a feeling of weakness when facing Bai's father and mother. Forget it. Come back tomorrow to visit the little girl in the hospital. Slip away for the day. Next, Jiang Chen returned to the hotel alone. Who knew that just as soon as he got out of the car, he was greeted by a woman in a hotel housekeeper's uniform. The woman looked a bit younger than Bai, probably 27 or 8 years old, with a pretty face and a slim figure. She was also considered to be a beautiful woman of superior stature. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm your new housekeeper. My name is Li Xin. I will be serving you from now on instead of the white housekeeper." Li Chen had a professional smile on her face, and the moment she saw Jiang Chen's appearance clearly, a quick flash of light seemed to pass through her eyes. Jiang Chen just nodded casually before walking into the elevator. Li Chen also hurriedly followed Jiang Chen into the elevator, and then pressed the floor button ahead of him. When the elevator doors closed, she immediately reported back to Jiang Chen. "Mr. Jiang, half an hour ago, your girlfriend, Miss Su, take MS, Zhao and a young lady surnamed Lu and returned to your room. 20 minutes ago, MS, Lin, who claimed to be your personal financial secretary, asked for an audience, also waiting in your room at this moment. 10 minutes ago, MS, Shin chartered the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. Would like to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to dinner." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's brows frowned slightly, and he hurriedly asked out loud, "Miss Qin? Which MS? Qin?" Li Chen was slightly stunned by what she heard, and subconsciously opened her mouth to say back, "The only daughter of the chairman of the Qin group, the youngest daughter of the Qin family in Shilan City, Qin Si, Miss Qin." After speaking, Li Chen also carefully observed Jiang Chen's face. Seeing that Jiang Chen had a confused look on his face, Li Chen asked with slight surprise, "Mr. Jiang, don't you know this Miss Qin? Not recognizable." Jiang Chen shook his head, then he opened his mouth again and asked, "Butler Li, do you know that this Miss Qin? Why do you want to buy me dinner?" Li Chen hurriedly shook her head and returned, "I don't know why Miss Qin invited you to dinner. I just received a call from the general manager, and he asked me to pass on a message to you that Ms. Qin would like to invite you to dinner." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly, just as the elevator came to the 29th floor, only to see him walk out of the elevator. He suddenly turned his head to Li Chen again and said, "What time is Miss Qin's appointment to have dinner together?" 7 p.m. "Alright, when the time comes, I'll trouble Butler Li to remind me." "Okay, Mr. Jiang. Actually, Jiang Chen had already guessed who this Miss Qin was. Those who had crossed paths with Jiang Chen during this recent period. And there are women with the financial resources to bag an entire floor of a revolving restaurant. Who else but that little hottie who got kidnapped? Only, Jiang Chen hadn't expected that the little hottie would turn out to be the Qin family's golden young lady. Jiang Chen didn't know much about the Qin group and the Qin family. He only knew that the Qin family was a powerful family in Xilan City. The Qin group is even a plutocratic group with a market capitalization of over $100 billion. That being said, the Qin family's golden girl is A. In such a short time, he was able to find out Jiang Chen's identity. Also found out he's staying at the Dynasty International Hotel. Unfortunately, the little hottie is so young that she's probably just coming of age. This was not Jiang Chen's cup of tea. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind having something romantic with her. Ka-ching. With these messy things in his mind, Jiang Chen brushed open the door of the presidential suite, took it in stride. Just as he walked into the living room, he heard a giggling and joking sound. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked over, only to see that on the sofa in the living room, sitting there were four great beauties of great beauty. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue. For gold-worshipping flowers, spring orchids, autumn chrysanthemums, swallow thin ring fat, group of flowers compete, each with its own style. Honey, you're back? The moment they saw Jiang Chen, the four golden flowers immediately stopped jostling. Su Yao also stood up in a hurry and walked quickly to Jiang Chen's front, then hugged him as if she was pampered. It's a scene like a little Stepford wife welcoming her husband home from work. Offer to give your husband a loving hug. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly, not caring that there were outsiders present. He immediately hugged Su Yao and gave her a French kiss. For a long time, the lips parted. Su Yao's pretty face was slightly flushed. Next, Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa with his arm around Su Yao, but his eyes looked to the side where he was sitting. A somewhat nervous and fidgety Lu Li. Jiang Chen, long time no see. Lu Li smiled and greeted Jiang Chen, who just nodded casually. Then he shifted his gaze to Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue noticed Jiang Chen looking towards her. Immediately, he took out an exquisite box from his bag and respectfully handed it to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, this is your bank card. I've helped you deposit the Dragon Banks. It's all been transferred to this card, totaling $575, $366, $689. When they heard this number, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman were still calm. Lin Qingxue didn't show too much of a surprised expression either, but Lu Li, who was sitting on the side, snapped her eyes wide open and, the eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were like looking at his father. Little stars, bright and shiny, twinkling and releasing light. Jiang Chen picked up the box and opened it. Inside lay a metallic black bank card. The card was cold to the touch, and the texture was obviously different from that of an ordinary bank card. And it has the card number in bright gold lettering, as well as the cardholder's phonetic alphabet. Tail number 48. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this card number. Young Jiang, this is the card opening gift we prepared for you at Recruitment Center, and it's also a little token of our appreciation. I hope you enjoy it. Lin Qingxue brought a wooden box from somewhere and opened it up. Surprisingly, there were dozens of small gold bars neatly placed inside. The logo of China Merchants Bank is printed on each gold bar, and it's labeled 100 grams. At a rough count, there were almost 30 small gold bars. Jiang Chen also did not expect to open a card account in the private bank of China Merchants Bank. The other party would actually gift him 30 gold bars. Together, these gold bars are estimated to be worth over $2 million. But, Jiang Chen thought for a second that he had deposited all $570 million in the China Merchants Bank. There's no telling how many $2 million the bank could make with that huge deposit. So yeah, these days, if you have money, the banks want to suck up to you. Chapter 46, A Mansion Marriage? 7 p.m. Dynasty International Hotel. Top floor revolving restaurant. Because the entire restaurant had been chartered by Qin Si, when Jiang Chen arrived at the restaurant as promised, not a single guest could be seen around at all. Under the guidance of the waitress lady, Jiang Chen came to a table that had been set up with all kinds of cutlery and there was a bottle of red wine awakened well in advance of the table. Mr. Jiang, please wait for a moment. Miss Qin will be here soon. After the waitress lady threw down these words, she gave Jiang Chen an ambiguous look. Then with a smile on his face, he turned away. Jiang Chen always felt a bit uncomfortable sitting in the empty restaurant. It's too quiet. There wasn't even a ghostly shadow around. Inexplicably, I feel a bit panicked. Ding, ding ding. All of a sudden, a beautiful piano piece was playing in the restaurant. Jiang Chen had heard this song. It seemed to be called Dream Wedding, quite a famous piano song. Sitting in such an upscale restaurant overlooking the city at night, listening to a world-famous piano song, Jiang Chen couldn't help but touch a cigarette in his mouth. light it, and take a hard drag. It's called elegance. In a word, cool. Ta, ta, ta. Just then, a sound of footsteps of high heels walking came from far and near. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly before he turned his head to look over. In the next second, a delicate figure broke into his eyes. That's right, sure is a little hottie. Tonight, Qin Si had a more mature makeup on her face. It made her look like a big girl in her 20s, not at all like a little sister of 17 or 8. Beyond that, Qin Si is also wearing a particularly sexy and hot, black halter tight long dress. It outlined her S-shaped body perfectly. Long, slightly permed and curled hair fell casually over her shoulders, wearing a butterfly-shaped hairpin on her head, and of black lace. It also adds a bit of a sexy vibe to her. Brother Jiang Chen, we meet again. Oh, he. Qin Si seemed to be very satisfied with her look, especially when she saw Jiang Chen's eyes glowing. She just couldn't help but feel a surge of inner glee. Finding out my identity so quickly, the Qin family's eldest miss is really powerful. Jiang Chen stood up and sized Qin Si up from head to toe, and finally had to admit that cute really doesn't mean a thing in the face of sexy. Brother Jiang Chen, to formally introduce myself, my name is Qin Si, I'm 18 years old. It's your neighbor. Qin Si extended a hand graciously, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Chen. On the other hand, there was a quirky smile on her face. Hello, Shinth. Jiang Chen casually shook Qin Si's small hand, and without much ado, he put his hand back. Although Qin Si was dressed very sexy tonight, Jiang Chen still couldn't muster much interest in her. People are $1,000 ladies, the little princess of the Qin family. If Jiang Chen slagged her off, wouldn't he be getting himself into trouble? Most importantly, he preferred young women to Lolitas. The Prime Minister is actually myself. The other side, in the dining room of the presidential suite, Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue all sat around the dining table. Although the table was filled with a variety of wines and foods, and there were a variety of snacks and desserts, but all four golden flowers seemed a bit distracted, perhaps too curious. Lu Li suddenly looked up at Su Yao. Summoning up her courage, she asked, Yao, Jiang Chen and this Miss Qin, what exactly is their relationship? I don't know. Su Yao shook her head expressionlessly, then picked up the highball glass in front of her and, take a sip of the red wine in your glass. Perhaps because Lu Li had started ahead, Zhao Sherman and Lin Qingxue also joined in the discussion. Why would Ms. Qin throw away thousands of dollars and charter the entire revolving restaurant, just to have dinner with Jiang Chen? Yao, this Ms. Qin, it can't be that she's courting Jiang Chen, right? I've heard that the sons and daughters of powerful families are not allowed to be autonomous in their marriages. It's usually a marriage with another family. Jiang Chen is now considered to be a rich and powerful young man. That Ms. Qin, it can't be that you want to marry Jiang Chen, right? When you say it like that, I do think it's possible. Listening to the chattering of several girlfriends, Su Yao suddenly panicked a little. The word union was like a bolt from the blue, fiercely bombarding Su Yao's heart. But, although Su Yao's face underwent some changes, she quickly adjusted her emotions in a long time. She was seen gently setting down her glass, smoothing her hair from her cheeks, and, in a very certain tone, he said, no, Jiang Chen won't marry anyone. Quiet. The table went quiet, while everyone kept their mouths shut and didn't pursue the topic any further. But including Su Yao, everyone's expression was a bit gloomy, and the atmosphere of the scene was a bit depressing. As a gold digger, after years of reading romance novels and TV shows, a few of them were poisoned a long time ago. It seems to them that marriages between powerful families have become the norm, and that many powerful couples that, on the surface, they seem to be in love, but behind the scenes, they play their own game. Businessmen are driven by profit, and they often sacrifice their own happiness for the sake of profit. Marriage is merely a transaction in their eyes, even if some of the marriages are not of their own volition, but are for self-preservation. The union was chosen as a last resort. So, everyone's mood is a little heavy. Su Yao was bent on marrying Jiang Chen as her wife, and after hearing that Jiang Chen was unwilling to get married, taking the initiative to step back, Booking became Jiang Chen's only candidate for wife. Naturally, she didn't want Jiang Chen to join forces with another woman. As for Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue, they're ready to be little followers, but they also didn't want Jiang Chen to join forces with another woman. To put it simply, if Jiang Chen's wife is Su Yao, as Su Yao's good best friend for many years, they certainly wouldn't be deliberately made difficult by Su Yao, and Su Yao had allowed them to follow Jiang Chen's side. If Jiang Chen marries a young lady from a powerful family, then the end of these little followers of theirs must be incomparably miserable, because that's how it's done in TV shows. It's scary to think about. And so a dinner passed in a depressing atmosphere. After dinner, The housekeeper Li Qian brought a few hotel attendants and cleaned up the table. After waiting for the waiter to leave, Su Yao suddenly called Li Qian over and asked, "Stewardly, are Mr. Zhang and Miss Qin still eating upstairs?" As soon as Li Qian heard this, an odd expression immediately appeared on her face. Only seeing her hesitate for a moment, she finally replied honestly, "Ms. Su, just 5 minutes ago, Mr. Zhang and Miss Qin had already left the restaurant." Upon hearing these words, Su Yao's brows frowned slightly and immediately asked after them, "Where did they go now?" "That." Li Qian carefully observed Su Yao's face and stammered for a long time. "Neither can say a word about it. Come on." Su Yao lost her patience and her tone became extraordinarily harsh, while Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue, all of them landed their eyes on Li Qian's body. For golden flowers that kill, Li Qian immediately felt pressurized. Miss Qin, she took a room in our hotel, and after dinner, she immediately took Mr. Zhang back to his room. When Li Qian said this, the scene was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. However, not the most surprised, only more surprised. Only Li Qian gritted her teeth and thought to herself, "Anyway, it's all been said. Simply tell us more. Miss Su is Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. If she can please her, it will only benefit herself. No harm done. Ms. Su, there's one more thing. My colleague in the hotel's guest room department told me that Miss Qin is in her room. Prepare tons of roses, candles, balloons and such. In addition to that, Ms. Qin has prepared an exquisite gift box that it looks like it's intended to be a surprise for Mr. Zhang." Boom! A bolt from the blue suddenly blasted into the hearts of the 4 golden flowers. Roses, candles, balloons, and a delicate gift box? What's in the box? It's not supposed to be a proposal ring. Hiss. First, Ms. Qin had chartered the entire restaurant, and then she had set up a surprise in the room. Is she proposing to Zhang Chen? No way. Absolutely not. Zhang Chen absolutely couldn't join forces with Miss Qin. Dare to steal my man. I don't care what kind of a young lady you are. Crawl away from me. Chapter 47, Creating Wisdom from Haste. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite Number 2. Zhang Chen was indeed taken aback when he followed Qin Si into the room. Only the floor of the parlor was covered with rose petals. There were also a number of pink and red balloons scattered around, and ribbons hung from the ceiling overhead. On top of that, there was a heart-shaped pattern circled with candles on the floor in the center of the living room. It's a good thing there's a huge banner stretched across the living room. It says, "Thank you brother Zhang Chen for saving my life. Signed, Qin Si." Seeing this banner, Zhang Chen's heart couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. It's a good thing it wasn't some big confession scene, or it would have been awkward. "See, is this the surprise you had planned for me?" Zhang Chen stopped his advance and turned his head to look at Qin Si, who had a quirky smile on her face. "Brother Zhang Chen, come on, come with me." Qin Si immediately pulled up Zhang Chen's hand, wanting to lead him towards the living room. Zhang Chen was a bit hesitant, but in the midst of a half-hearted attempt to, still being pulled by Qin Si, he walked into the living room and stood in the middle of the circle of heart-shaped candles. So embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. Why did you have to arrange the candles in the shape of a heart? Squares, circles, triangles, irregular polygons. It's all good. You put up a heart shape, and people who don't know the situation think you're going to confess to me live. Brother Zhang Chen, close your eyes first. Qin Si looked at Zhang Chen with an expectant face, her eyes leaping with sparks of excitement and thrill. "See, let me ask first. Are you sure it's going to be a surprise for me later and not a shock?" A hint of a crying and laughing expression appeared on Zhang Chen's face as he faced Qin Si's blazing eyes. He always felt a little apprehensive. "Brother Zhang Chen, just don't worry. My special gift for you is guaranteed to be a pleasant surprise. Definitely won't scare you. Close your eyes. You can't open them until I count to 3. Under Qin Si's soft words, Zhang Chen could only obediently close his eyes. He wanted to see what kind of surprise Qin Si had prepared for him. 1, 2, 3. Brother Zhang Chen, you can open your eyes now. Zhang Chen opened his eyes just as Qin Si's words fell, only to see Qin Si, standing in front of her, looking at Zhang Chen with a smile on her face, a pair of small, white, tender hands that, and holding a very delicate little box. Swish! Before Zhang Chen could say anything, Qin Si couldn't wait to open the box, and he even handed the box to Zhang Chen. Brother Zhang Chen, this is my gift for you, a Bugatti Chiron. I hope you enjoy it. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on the box. The box that had been opened turned out to have a delicate car key lying inside. Bugatti Chiron? Zhang Chen was slightly stunned, not expecting Qin Si to send him a luxury supercar. This is a Bugatti Chiron. Domestic prices have been speculated to over $3 million. The Qin family's eldest daughter is really very generous. She's got a sports car worth $3 million right off the bat. One word, ho-hum, brother Jiang Chen. This Bugatti Chiron. But I spent a lot of effort. It was flown in overnight from overseas. If it wasn't for preparing this gift, I could have come to you last night. Brother Jiang Chen, do you like this gift? Looking at Qin Si's expectant expression, Jiang Chen reached out and took the car keys. Smiling, he nodded and said, love it. Crap. Jiang Chen was an honest child. Liking was liking. There was nothing to be ashamed to admit. What's more, Jiang Chen had saved Qin Si's life, and only then did Qin Si give him a sports car as a thank you gift. One is willing to give it away and the other is willing to receive it. There's nothing wrong with that if you're willing to do it. However, life is full of surprises. It was at this time that an unexpected thing happened. Boo! Only a loud bang came from the room as the door was suddenly slammed open from the outside. Ta-da! Immediately after that, four dumpy and stunning beauties just rushed in a swarm. Swish! Jiang Chen and Qin Si almost subconsciously turned their heads to look over, and in the next second, both of them had stunned expressions on their faces. Quiet. The room was quiet. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Jiang Chen never expected that Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue. It's amazing that they would barge in at this time. What are they doing? How is it that on everyone's face, there's a look of exasperation? A large-scale capture and destroy scene? Who are you guys? Who let you break in? Qin Si's face immediately went cold after a brief moment of shock. She'd put so much effort into preparing a surprise for Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, a group of people barged in and hardened the atmosphere. So, Qin Si was angry. The consequences are dire. Seeing that Qin Si was about to go on a rampage, Jiang Chen hurriedly turned to Su Yao and asked, what are you guys up to? In the face of Jiang Chen's questioning, a look of embarrassment immediately appeared on Su Yao's face. The scene is clear at a glance. Jiang Chen held an already opened box in his hand, which contained an exquisite car key. That's right, it's the car keys. It wasn't the proposal ring Su Yao had imagined. On top of that, there was a huge banner stretched across the room that, it reads, thank you brother Jiang Chen for saving my life. Signed, Qin Si. Su Yao was not blind. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had misunderstood Jiang Chen and Qin Si. At the same time, she was secretly regretting that she had been too impulsive. But, she'd already barged in with a couple of girlfriends, and she'd pissed off Qin Si. Even if they wanted to return this room now, things have already happened. It's too late to say anything. What to do? Qin Si is the Qin family's golden young lady. If we offend her, would it cause Jiang Chen a lot of trouble? In case Jiang Chen is victimized because of this incident, will he get mad and not want me? They say women have big boobs. Su Yao does have big boobs and is pretty brainless. But, in the nick of time, Su Yao was in a hurry. Swish! Only Su Yao suddenly revealed a bright smile, then crossed her arms in front of her body and, respectfully bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si. Good evening, this gentleman, this lady. I'm technician number 36 of our hotel's foot spa. Yo, and I'm glad to be of service to you. Quiet. The room was quiet. After hearing Su Yao's words, Jiang Chen's jaw was about to drop to the ground in shock. However, it's not over yet. After Su Yao finished speaking, Zhao Sherman also reacted, only to see that she followed Su Yao's example, her face with a hint of an awkward smile. With a slight bow to Jiang Chen and Qin Si, she said, I'm technician number 37, Man, and I'm happy to serve you. I'm technician number 38, Yuki, and I'm happy to serve you. I'm technician 39, Liz, and I'm happy to serve you. Following Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lin Qingxue and Lu Li also pretended to be technicians. In turn, they bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si. The living room. The four golden flowers lined up in a standard standing position. The pavilion stood in front of Jiang Chen and Qin Si, each with a professional smile on their faces. Tick. A drop of cold sweat ran down the side of Jiang Chen's forehead, though the four golden flowers were subdued. But their fluttering eyelashes, their faintly rasping breaths and the flash of panic in their eyes betrayed their nervous hearts long ago. A mechanic? Thanks for thinking of it. Since that's how you guys want to play it, great. I won't say anything. I'll just stand by and watch quietly. Let's see what other tricks you can play. Chapter 48, Choices are for children. We don't have a point technician, do we? Have you made a mistake? Qin Si was slightly stunned at his words, and turned his head to look at Jiang Chen. There was also a hint of suspicion on his face. See, actually Jiang Chen trembled his lips and just wanted to open his mouth to explain something. Who knows? Su Yao, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, jumped ahead and said, isn't this presidential suite number 3? Upon hearing this, Qin Si's face immediately revealed a speechless expression, only to see her face full of unhappiness. She said, please, this is presidential suite number 2. Presidential suite number 3 is downstairs. Can't you guys come to the door and read the door number before you come in? Take a chance. Do you believe I'll call and complain about you? Jinsi instinctively felt a hint of hostility towards the 4 golden flowers. The 4 female technicians in front of us, all of them very good looking and with quite a hot body, and they're all big babes. As soon as they came in, they stared straight at Jiang Chen, all of them with glowing eyes. It was as if she had taken a liking to Jiang Chen at the first glance, which also caused Jinsi to develop an extremely uncomfortable feeling. A bunch of female foot washing technicians. How dare they hit on my brother Jiang Chen? Don't even look at yourself to see if you're worthy? Who gave you the guts to stare at brother Jiang Chen with such lustful eyes? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Humph. I'm sorry, we're in the wrong room. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm really sorry. Su Yao seized an opportunity to immediately wipe her feet while apologizing repeatedly. Flying backwards out of the room, Zhao Sherman, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Li weren't slow to react. They also followed Su Yao's example, apologizing while walking backwards out of the room. After they had left the room one after another, Lu Li, who had fallen at the end of it was also very sweet to bring the door to the room. Jiang Chen, the room went quiet. Jinsi put away the cold expression on his face. Turning her head, she revealed a sweet smile to Jiang Chen. Mei-san was just about to open her mouth to say something, but her cell phone rang at this time. Jingle bells. Jinsi pulled out his cell phone, glanced at the caller ID, and immediately frowned slightly. But she didn't avoid Jiang Chen and directly connected the call. Mom, what's wrong? Oops, I just finished dinner with my friends. What time is it and you're rushing me home? Okay, got it. I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, a hint of helplessness appeared on Jinsi's face, only to see her look up at Jiang Chen and say fondly, Brother Jiang Chen, sorry about this, my mom had to rush me home. It's alright, it's getting late, and you're lingering out there all by yourself. A girl, it does make the family uneasy. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, already happy in his heart. Little ninny, hurry up and go home. Don't come pestering brother. Brother has to play poker with his girlfriend tonight. He has no time for you. Brother Jiang Chen, let's add a WeChat then. I'll ask you out to play some other day when I'm free. Okay, brother Jiang Chen, goodbye, bye. 10 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to the No. 1 presidential suite. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Chen suddenly heard a sound of mahjong rubbing coming from him. When I looked up, there was an extra mahjong table in the living room. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Qingxue and Lu Li, the 4 gold-digging flowers. Everyone was wearing only a sexy lace camisole nightgown as they sat and giggled and rubbed mahjong together. Honey, you're back? Su Yao's voice was extraordinarily gentle, but Jiang Chen just nodded, not saying a word, walked right into the master bedroom. Grandma's leg. Little Splatterman is getting so bold that he dares to break into a hotel room with someone? 3 days without a fight, and the upper room is covered. Jiang Chen, who had returned to his room, took a shower and lay comfortably on his bed, played a piece of music on his cell phone and enjoyed it with his eyes closed. Ka-ching! Just at this time, the door to the room was suddenly opened, followed by a figure scampering in. Honey, I was wrong. Tell me instead, where did you go wrong? Honey, I shouldn't have barged into the room with someone and disturbed you from picking up a girl. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when Su Yao said this. I only saw Jiang Chen glaring and saying, pick up what girl? That little girl. CC. Just turned 18 this year. I'm not interested in her. What's going on in your head all day? As soon as she heard that Jiang Chen wasn't interested in Qin, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Hubby, I really know I'm wrong and I won't dare to do it again. Chapter 49, Mom, I'm with you. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa 2. When Qin had just returned home, he saw his mom sitting on the couch and, with a magazine in her hand and a cup of hot tea on the coffee table in front of her, she seemed to be waiting for her to come home on purpose. Mom! Qin cried out sweetly, then walked quickly over to jumped right into his mom's arms and pouted. See, you're 18 years old, why are you still acting like a little kid? How about liking to be stuck in mommy's arms? Qin's mom gave a motherly smile and casually put down the magazine she was holding, then dotingly rubbed Qin's little head. I have to say, Qin's mom looks really young. She and Qin sat together, not like a mother and daughter at all, but like a pair of sisters instead. Qin's mother's skin was white and tender, and her face showed no signs of age at all. It was just that in terms of temperament, there were a few more mature styles than Qin. She was dressed in a loose-fitting housecoat, with her long hair tied back in a big twisted braid, casually slung over his shoulder, a few strands of hair hanging down in front of her forehead, with a face that was mature and dignified with a hint of coldness. It gives people a gentle, intellectual, noble and soft feeling. If Jiang Chen had been there, he would have been taken aback, because Qin Si's mom turned out to be his online girlfriend. That's right, it was after Jiang Chen used the internet love card, obtained by the rich sister of a 3-year online relationship. Qin Pretty You. No, 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 I want to hold you. I want to be stuck in your arms. Qin Si hugged Qin Pretty You and pampered her again for a while, then suddenly thought of something and, hastily raising his head, he asked, Mom, what's the matter with you calling me home in such a hurry? Qin Xiaoyu was still smiling when she suddenly heard her daughter's inquiry. A look of embarrassment immediately flashed across his face. I only saw Qin Xiaoyu hesitate for a moment, but still, through clenched teeth, she said, there's something Mommy's been thinking about for a long time, and fighting mentally, and I'm sorry, I'm just telling you now. I hope you don't blame Mom. Mom, what are you hiding from me? Qin Si's eyes snapped open, and after all these years, it was the first time Qin Xiaoyu had spoken to her in such a serious tone. Therefore, Qin Si suddenly felt a hint of nervousness. We've been mother and daughter for so many years, and now you've grown up. You're on track with your life and basically don't need Mom to worry about you anymore. The moment Qin Pretty Jade said this, the trace of ominous foreboding in Qin Si's heart. It's getting stronger, too. But, Qin Si did not interrupt Qin Pretty You's narration, but with a hint of apprehension. Listen carefully. Cici, you'll marry someday, and one day you'll leave Mommy's side. Mom also doesn't want to be a burden to you, doesn't want you to worry about Mom, and doesn't want to drag you down. So, Mommy is going to get you a daddy. Mostly, when you marry, I can live with your stepdad, support each other into old age, and there will be no need for you to take care of me, no need for you to heart. I hope you can understand Mom's good intentions. Hearing this, Qin Si's face first showed a flash of surprise, then there was a secret sigh of relief, and the surprise on his face turned to relief. So Mom wants to fall in love. Scared the out of me. I thought Mom was trying to kick me out of the house. Fortunately, a false alarm. Qin Si is a single parent and grew up without a father, so she especially understands how hard it is for her mom. Qin Xiaoyu became pregnant at 18 and gave birth to Qin Si at 19, and Qin Si's biological father, who disappeared without a trace during Qin Pretty You's pregnancy, even after Qin Si was born and until she turned 18 and became an adult. This man never showed up. Let's just say that early love does a lot of harm. Qin Si knew that her mom hated that man. There is no record of the man in the family at all. Every time Qin Si inquired about her father, Qin Xiaoyu would have a cold face and, shutting up and even reprimanding Qin Si at times. Qin Si was afraid of irritating his mom. For so many years, Qin Xiaoyu raised Qin Si under tremendous pressure. I don't know how much hard work and sweat went into it. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to be feeling indebted to Qin Si, so she was very loving towards him, very pampered, afraid to let Qin Si suffer any wrongdoing. So, even if Qin Si didn't have a father, she never complained about anything. Having a mom who loves, adores, and spoils her is enough. Silence, no words. Perhaps it was because he saw that Qin Si hadn't said anything for a long time. Qin Xiaoyu thought her daughter had something in mind. If you don't agree, then forget it. Mom has your opinion on everything, and if you're having a hard time, Mom just doesn't think about finding another significant other. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes seemed to darken for a moment, but she still showed a hint of a motherly smile. Very spoiled. He looked at Qin Si. At this moment, Qin Si's body trembled slightly. A huge wave of heartache instantly filled her heart. Ever since she was a child, Qin Xiaoyu had always discussed with her no matter what happened. As long as it was something Qin Si didn't like, Qin Xiaoyu never pushed her. Now, Qin Xiaoyu was merely trying to go after her own happiness. Surprisingly, he even used such a consultative tone to talk to Qin Si, which also made Qin Si feel even more ashamed and guilty. For so many years, Qin Xiaoyu had remained single and had never gotten close to any man. Is it that she doesn't want to talk about it? No. With Qin Xiaoyu's beauty and condition, the men chasing after her have lined up from here to abroad. There is no shortage of high-quality men with excellent conditions. But, Qin Xiaoyu has been single until now in order to take care of Qin Si's feelings. Now that Qin Si had come of age, Qin Pretty You had done her duty as a mother. Qin Xiaoyu was merely trying to pursue her own happiness now. Qin Si was naturally happy for her mom from the bottom of her heart. When I was a kid, it was my mom who took care of Qin Si's feelings, and this time, it was also her turn to take care of her mom's feelings. Mom, I didn't say no? Qin Si blinked her big watery eyes and then smiled and said, I support you in pursuing your own happiness and in finding your other half. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Quiet. The living room was suddenly quiet. Qin Xiaoyu's long eyelashes suddenly quivered, and her eyes immediately turned red. There seemed to be a hint of tears in her eyes. Thank you, my baby girl. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and took Qin Si in her arms. and Qin Si opened her arms and, holding Qin Xiaoyu very, very tightly, tears glistened in the eyes of both mother and daughter. The atmosphere was cozy. After a small half-day, Qin Si suddenly thought of something and quickly raised his head to ask, "Mom, who is your better half? What's his name? How old is he? Is he handsome? Is he rich? Is it a good character? Ha?" Qin Xiaoyu was slightly stunned at her words, and immediately after that, her pretty face turned red with a swish. Chapter 50, I'm going. The stepfather is so young? Mom, when did you start a relationship with him? A man who can get into mom's good graces must be pretty good, right? Qin Si looked at Qin Pretty Yu with a smile. For so many years, mother and daughter had depended on each other. Qin Si naturally knew her mother's character beyond measure. Since Qin Xiaoyu took the initiative to talk to Qin Si about this matter, it proved that Qin Xiaoyu has already found the right person, and there is even a possibility that she is already with this man. Do not fight unprepared battles. This is how Qin Xiaoyu acts. See, it's a relief to see you being so supportive of mom. Qin Xiaoyu stroked the hair on her cheeks and, embarrassed, he said, that, mom and he met online. He and I have been online love for 3 years. Ha? Internet dating? A look of shock appeared on Qin Si's face. Thousands of thoughts popped into her head, except for the fact that it's amazing that your own mom would engage in online dating. See, is this some kind of prejudice against online dating? Qin Xiaoyu suddenly got nervous again and, it seems to be very worried that Qin Si will oppose this marriage. Oh no, worried that Qin Si would object to this online love affair. However, Qin Si was only briefly surprised for a moment, immediately revealing a playful expression again. Mom, I didn't think you were quite up to date. You've learned to cybersex. Internet dating is actually pretty good. At least it proves that I'm up to date as a stepdad. Ah, you both have young hearts, and that online dating makes it easier to find a soulmate. It's not the kind of fast food love where you just look at your face and get together. So I think online dating is going to be more reliable for someone your age. Mom, when Qin Si said this, Qin Pretty Yu suddenly froze in place. After a small amount of time, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly gave Qin Si a not-so-gentle knock on his small head. See, at my age people, online dating is going to be more reliable? What do you mean by that? You're disgusted with the fact that mom's old, and realistically unwanted. Only get laid online? Qin Xiaoyu purposely put on her face and pretended to look angry. But, Qin Si is Qin Xiaoyu's little coat. Mother and daughter have been dependent on each other for so many years. How could she not see that her mom was pretending to be angry? Oops, dear mom, how could I ever dislike you? You're so pretty. You look like a young lady in her 20s. And we're walking down the street. People who don't know think we're a pair of sisters. I mean, stepdad's having an online relationship with you, and he doesn't know you're so pretty. So he wasn't mesmerized by your beauty, but by your substance. Mom, you don't want to find a shallow man who's only interested in your looks, do you? Qin Si smiled and hugged Qin Pretty Yu, and began to pout again. Qin Xiaoyu cried and laughed as she shook her head, reached out and pinched Qin Si's little cheeks and, another pampered expression appeared on his face. See, that only leaves one last question now. What's the problem? That age difference between me and him is a bit big. I'm afraid you can't accept it. How many years difference? 12. Qin Si suddenly froze in place. Nikki subconsciously thought in her mind that her mom was 37 years old, and the other person was 12 years behind her. So this stepdad is 49 years old? It does seem like a bit of an age difference. But, a 49-year-old man can make his mom fall so hard for him. And it shows. Mom must really love him. Mom, I don't think age is an issue at all as long as two people truly love each other. Besides, in this day and age, it's all too common to see old couples and young wives in combination. There are few happy and loving ones. It's better for a man to be mature, to love and take care of people. So what if he's 12 years older than you, as long as he's true to you? Tick. A drop of cold sweat ran down the side of Qin Xiaoyu's forehead. She knew that her daughter was bound to get the wrong idea. I only saw Qin Xiaoyu lightly biting her lips. Then she took Qin Si's hand and, hurriedly explaining, See, you're misunderstanding mom. He and I are 12 years apart. It's not that he's 12 years older than his mom. Rather, mom is 12 years older than him. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Qin Si's smile instantly froze on his face, and his eyes froze as it was a long time coming back. Mom's looking for a man who's 12 years younger than her? 37 minus 12, equal to 25? Qin Si broke his fingers in his mind and counted 3 times in a row, finally making sure that he hadn't miscalculated. It's amazing that my own mom went for a 25-year-old guy. At this moment, Qin Si didn't even know what to say. She still felt more comfortable with her 49-year-old stepdad than her 25-year-old stepdad. After all, the other guy's only 25. That's too young. What kind of international joke is it to make her call a man only 7 years older than herself her stepdad? How can you say that? And, if the three of them go shopping together in the future, that image, doesn't it look a little weird? If the school calls for a parent-teacher conference and mom's not available, let the stepdad go. That picture is just unimaginable. See, I know it's hard for you to accept this all of a sudden. Mom can understand how you feel, too. Actually, at first, Mom didn't think about staying with him. After all, he was so young and I'm a full 12 years older than him. But Mom was having a great time chatting with him online, talking about, just fell uncontrollably in love with him and got deeper and deeper into him and couldn't get out of it. He was a very attentive, very gentle, very life-loving man. He's also the man who's made Mom's heart sing the most in all these years. Even though Mom is 12 years older than him, like you just said, as long as we're soulmates, being young isn't a problem at all. Listening to Chin Pretty Yu's narration, Chin Si only felt that her little head was a muddle. Mom was speaking up for the man one way or the other, and this sense of obvious favoritism that, it made Chin Si a little jealous. She was originally very supportive of her mom, going for bold love. But, she could never have imagined that her mom would have too much guts, abducted a 25-year-old little man back here without saying a word. And it's also been an online relationship with the other person for 3 whole years. In other words, that man was scourged by his mom when he was 22 years old. Although sibling relationships are very popular nowadays, this one of Mom's, it's clearly beyond the realm of brother and sister. If I had to use a title to describe it, Chin Si thought about it. Only a more apt term came to mind, aunt and nephew love. Chin Si was going crazy. But, seeing the look of longing on my mom's face, and the twinkle in her eyes, Chin Si's heart immediately softened. Mom has the right to pursue happiness. She, as a daughter, had no right to interfere. As long as Mom is happy, not to mention a 25-year-old man, even if it's to find an 18-year-old puppy, she, as a daughter, has to support it. Mom, as long as you're happy, I'm all for it. After Chin Si thought it through, he immediately made his attitude clear to Chin Xiaoyu. See, so you're okay with Mom being with him? Aha, my baby girl, Mommy loves you. Mom, I love you too. Chapter 51 Raffle Draw. Outbreak of luck. The next morning, Jiang Chen yawned, and took the 2 small red flowers that Lin Xingshui and Lu Li gave to him, carefully placing it on the bedside. He then got up from the bed. Jiang Chen first poured himself a cup of water to drink and replenished some water. That's when he slumped down on the couch and tapped on the main system page. A new day is upon us and it's time for the much-anticipated raffle. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 3, item column, black card, bounty. Although it wasn't the first time he had drawn a prize, Jiang Chen still couldn't help but feel a little excited and nervous. It's the same as going to wash your feet. Ordered a technician, then waited in the room for the other guy to come to the door. Knowing that it is still the same process of foot washing, I can't help but fantasize. Is this technician pretty? Does she have a good body? How's the technique? The main event is a hootenanny. Swish! Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed only gradually slowed down. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, the pointer had crossed the gold coin area. Start crawling towards the remaining 4 areas. In other words, this one has it. At least, the pointer won't stay in the gold coin area. Is this a door opener? In Jiang Chen's nervous and expectant eyes, the pointer slowly crossed over the card deck area. Then, with a click, it came to a steady stop in the bottle area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of strengthening potion. The system's beep rang in his ears, and on the wheel of fortune in his field of vision, a golden potion suddenly popped up before it was automatically included in the item bar. Swish! Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to click on the system item bar, and soon, in the second compartment of his backpack, a golden potion was seen. Strengthening potion. When taken, it strengthens both kidneys. Gain effects such as unlimited energy, unlimited firepower, unlimited stamina, etc. Groove. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly widened. Obviously, he was taken aback by the effects of the strengthening potion. Strengthen both kidneys, unlimited energy, unlimited firepower, unlimited stamina? Brother Unicorn, are you sure you're not kidding me? Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took out the bottle of potion and opened the cap. Pour it into your mouth without saying a word. Grunt. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was almost holding his breath. Drink the bottle of potion straight up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful warm current emerged from Jiang Chen's backside. It felt, to put it mildly, odd. It's kind of warm, soft, gentle, tickling. All in all, it's just very mild and it's not exciting at all. But Jiang Chen could clearly sense that his body, which was still somewhat tired, was instantly energized. The back, which was still a little sore, was instantly filled with strength. I was already in Buddhist time, and immediately had a sense of magic again. Grandma's leg. Sure enough, bull beer class. Drink. Jiang Chen jumped up from the sofa with a carp, then a quick set of punches in the living room. Feeling the infinite warmth coming from the two waists, Jiang Chen's mouth was like AK. Can't even press it anymore. Real men never drink kidney bowl. I've got two loins, facing the sea. Springtime. One more draw. After a moment of excitement, Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button again with his mind, and the next second, the hands on the dial began to turn again. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the pace is gradually slowing down. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, once again, the pointer crossed the area of gold coin without hesitation. The gas ran towards the few remaining areas. This one, again? Did you have a stroke of luck today and hit 2 in a row? In Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, the pointer crossed over the card deck area, then it crossed the bottle area again, and then little by little it crossed the book area. Finally, the pointer seemed to suddenly lose all momentum as it crawled into the area of the question mark. Then it stopped with a click. Quiet. Jiang Chen's brain was quiet. He never realized that he was just randomly pumping, without much hope at all. But it's a super prize draw. You plant a garden and the flowers don't bloom, but the willow becomes a shade? Sure enough, God is extraordinarily fond of super handsome guys. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the artifact, the mind's eye. The system's beeping sounded in his ears, and above the wheel of fortune in his line of sight, surprisingly, a crystal eyeball popped out, and then it was automatically included in the item bar. What's that? Auxiliary plugins? The mind's eye? With intense curiosity, Jiang Chen quickly tapped on the system item bar. The crystal eyeball was soon found in the second compartment of the backpack. Mind's eye artifact can be fused with one's own eyes, and after the fusion, it can see through all basic information of the opposite sex. Note, the artifact has a total of 7 layers of seals, and only the first layer of seals has been unlocked so far. Jiang Chen was a bit giddy, only he took the mind's eye out, and held it in his hand for a moment, playing with it. Then he said to himself, this eyeball, how should I fuse it with my eyes? As soon as the words fell, a system beep sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! May I ask if the host is fusing the artifact, the mind's eye? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, but he didn't make a reply at first. Instead, he cautiously inquired, Brother Unity, if I fuse this divine artifact, will it have any side effects on my body? Also, with the fusion of the mind's eye, will my eyes still work properly then? Will it suddenly turn blind? In the face of Jiang Chen's inquiry, the system immediately responded. Ding! After the host fuses the artifact mind's eye, it will not produce any side effects, nor will it have any adverse effect on the host's eyes. After hearing Brother Unity's explanation, Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Alright then, I'll choose the fusion artifact, mind's eye. Swish! Jiang Chen had just made his choice, and the crystal eyeball in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light. With lightning speed, it drilled into Jiang Chen's left eye. Instantly, a warm current spread through Jiang Chen's left eye socket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the artifact, the mind's eye. Ding! This system has transferred the artifact's instruction manual to the host's mind. Chapter 52, The Mind's Eye. Presidential Suite. The living room. Jiang Chen sat quietly on the sofa, his eyes staring straight at the floor in front of him. The eyes seemed to be out of focus and looked as if they were in a daze. In reality, Jiang Chen was in the process of digesting the divine artifact instruction manual that the system had given him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen suddenly took a deep breath, and his eyes, which had lost focus, instantly regained their clarity. Ka-ching! Coincidentally, at that moment, the door to the presidential bedroom, to the left of the living room, was suddenly opened. Dressed in a black halter nightgown and a pair of hotel slippers, her hair still uncombed, Su Yao, who had been yawning, walked out of the room. Swish! Jiang Chen hastily moved his sight to Su Yao's body, and in the next second, in the vision of his left eye, surprisingly, a line of information popped up. Name Su Yao, age, 25 years, face value, 96, body, 96, favorability, 100. At this moment, a look of shock suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Name, age, face, and body. This information needs no further explanation. Drivers, this one doesn't need much explanation either. That last item of goodwill must be briefly explained. According to the instruction manual for the artifact given by Brother Unicorn, this good sense represents the target character's favorability value to the host. Below 20 points of favorability, it represents a passerby. 20 to 50 points of goodwill, which represents a common friend. 50 to 80 points of goodwill represent friends with great feelings. 80 points or more of goodwill, representing affection. 90 points or more of goodwill represents hot love. As for the 100 points of goodwill, which stands for love till death do us part and never betrayal for the rest of one's life. Life and death will never leave each other. So, Jiang Chen was the one who was surprised. Unexpectedly, Su Yao actually had 100 points of favorability towards him. Isn't it money that the little splashers love? Isn't she a 24K pure gold digger? If you don't want to be a good gold digging girl, why don't you learn how to play love like other people? Ding! Detected that Su Yao's favorability towards the host has reached 100 points. The host is hereby rewarded with an unsealing talisman. Ding! The unseal talisman can be used to unseal the seal on an artifact. Each unsealing talisman can unlock one layer of sealing. Ding! The unsealing charm will be issued to the host at 12 o'clock tonight. Just then, a series of system beeps rang in his ears. Jiang Chen's entire body froze in place. You can still play like this? When your girlfriend's favorability reaches 100 points, the system rewards you with an unblocking talisman, used to lift the seal on the artifact? Is this going to force me to brush up on my girlfriend's favor? But I'd have sealed my heart and locked up my love long ago. What kind of favor? Doesn't it smell good to eat, lay low, and enjoy life? Their favorability, love to go up or not? I don't care. As for lifting the seal on the artifact, I have money and a woman now. I can be as smart as I want to be. What's the point of unsealing the artifact? What's the matter with you? You've got nothing to do? In short, the unsealing talisman didn't hold much allure for Jiang Chen. He wouldn't purposely brush up on his girlfriend's favorability for a small unblocking talisman. The main focus is a Buddhist player who wants for nothing and loves for nothing. One word, swing for the fences. Honey, why are you up so early today? Su Yao spotted Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa and immediately walked over quickly. Then he sat down towards Jiang Chen's side, and with his open arms, he wrapped his arms around his neck. Jiang Chen once again used his mind's eye to take a serious and detailed look at Su Yao, determining that Su Yao's favorability was 100 points, and that he hadn't misread it with his own blurred eyes. It was then that he covered his forehead and sighed in tears. I've already sealed my heart and love, and you suddenly show up with 100 points of favoritism. What's this about? What are you playing at true love for good reason? It's a headache. Honey, what's wrong with you? Got a headache? Noticing Jiang Chen's strange behavior, Su Yao immediately stood up, only to see her go around to the back of the sofa, hugging Jiang Chen's head and, the two thumbs were pressed against Jiang Chen's temples, then gently massaged them. Yo, what's going on? No, nothing, you've got a nice press. Nice touch, honey, for being so good and obedient. When are you going to transfer the $2 million to me? We'll transfer you later. Thanks hubby, Su Yao is still the same Su Yao. She's still the same 24K pure gold digging girl she used to be. It hasn't changed a bit. But, seeing as she had 100 points of goodwill, Jiang Chen decided to be more generous to her in the future. As long as she's good, what's the harm in buying her a street? Tada! Just then, another beautiful woman came out of the presidential bedroom. Zhou Sherman. She was also wearing only a lace halter nightgown. Round, toned thighs, slim, slender calves, sticking out from under the hem of the skirt of the. It instantly caught Jiang Chen's eye. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and Zhao Shimon's profile immediately appeared in his field of vision. Name, Zhao Sherman. Age, 25 years. Face value, 95. Body, 96. Favorability, 90. Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly. Not expecting that, Zhao Shimon's favorability actually reached 90 points. What do you mean? A good gold digging woman should be a good gold digging woman. Don't move and play with your true feelings. In case you play with fire, you are the one who gets hurt. Phew, you too, showing love early in the morning? I haven't even eaten this breakfast yet. I didn't expect to eat a wave of dog food first. Zhao Sherman walked over with a cheeky smile, then sat down next to Jiang Chen and hugged him by the arm. By the way, he leaned his head on his shoulder as well. Man, you're a martial arts practitioner. Your strength is greater than mine, so come and massage your husband's head. Su Yao seemed to be a bit jealous and actually commanded Zhao Sherman to come and massage Jiang Chen. She herself walked back to Jiang Chen's side, then followed Zhao Shimon's example and, hugging Jiang Chen's arm, he leaned his head on Jiang Chen's shoulder in the process. Yo, you're squeezing my labor. Zhao Sherman blankly glanced at Su Yao, but still stood up, then went around to the back of the sofa and, honestly massaging Jiang Chen's head. That's all. Jiang Chen cozied up with Su Yao and Zhao Shiman for a while, then said that he wanted to take a nap. But, before sleeping back to sleep, Jiang Chen clicked on the main system page again, planning to use the last raffle entry of the day as well. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 1. Item column, black card, bounty, artifact, mind's eye. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the hands on the dial began to turn. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed is gradually slowing down. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, he had already drawn 2 grand prizes today, and it was reasonable to say that it's about time for luck to end. However, life is full of surprises. I didn't realize that the pointer had crossed the gold coin area again. On this third draw, straight toward the 4 remaining areas. Hey, there it is again. Only Jiang Chen stared at the pointer dead on, and he couldn't help but pray silently in his heart as well. The sky is full of spirits, the earth is full of spirits, and the Smoky Emperor has revealed his spirit. Bless your ex for hitting another jackpot. Barta. Jiang Chen had just finished reciting this incantation when the pointer crossed over the e-cards and bottles area. It stopped steadily in the books area. Ouch. Not bad. Second grade. This award is more in line with Ruyan Lu's temperament. True too. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. Just then, a book popped up on the Wheel of Fortune that it was somewhat similar to a martial arts book from a martial arts movie, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, Jiang Chen hadn't read the words on the cover clearly yet. This skill book was then automatically collected into the system item bar. Open the system item bar. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened the item bar, and soon, in the second compartment of his backpack, saw this mysterious skill book. Musical instrument proficiency, skill book. After using this skill book, the automatically learns all categories of musical instruments in the host's world, allowing the host to instantly become a master player. All instruments can be learned? A virtuoso player? This one would be awesome. Without further ado, I must give Unicorn a 5-star review and mad kudos. From now on, dude can use his talent to pick up girls in addition to dropping money. Gaga. Chapter 53. Rich woman's sister asks for a meeting. 10 a.m. Jiang Chen woke up from his sleep. After getting up, Jiang Chen came into the living room draped in a hotel robe, suddenly realizing that the entire suite was empty. Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lin Qingshui and Luli were nowhere to be found. But, on the coffee table in the living room, however, were 4 message slips neatly laid out. Swish. Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa and reached out to take the 4 message notes. The first message note was written by Su Yao. Dear husband, I went shopping with Man and took your Bugatti on the way. But, I left you the keys to the Ferrari. Hubby, don't be angry. Oh, when I come back, promise to give you a big surprise. Signed, Love. Yo-yo, your wife. Jiang Chen's eyes instantly widened. He never expected that Su Yao would take his Bugatti Chiron. You know, Qinxi just gave this car to Jiang Chen last night. Jiang Chen himself hasn't even driven a Bugatti Chiron yet. Didn't even touch the steering wheel. Now, the car was actually driven away by Su Yao? You lost your first time just like that? But, Jiang Chen was not a petty person in the first place, especially knowing that Su Yao's favorability towards him had reached 100 points. Jiang Chen's attitude towards her had also changed a lot. Since Su Yao will never betray in his life, never leave him until death, then spoil it. Still, I'll buy her a street as long as she's good. Swish. Jiang Chen put down Su Yao's note, then picked up the note written by Zhao Shiman. Husband, I'm going shopping with Yo-Yo. I'll come back tonight and give you a big surprise. Signed, Maman. Aha! A hint of a crying and laughing expression appeared on Jiang Chen's face. For the same thing, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman each wrote a message note that repeated the matter over and over again. It's called a waste of paper, a waste of ink, a waste of society's resources. 2 little splatters, both deserving of a beating. Swish. Jiang Chen put down Zhao Shiman's note, then picked up the note written by Lin Qingshui. Jiang Chen, I have to go back to the bank today to do something. If you have anything to do, feel free to call me anytime. Signed, Clear Snow. Lin Qingshui's message note was formal. Even the name at the beginning was Jiang Chen's full name, without using any intimate nicknames. The content of the note was formal, too, without any ambiguous language that. There were no playful statements either. A businesslike approach. But, through last night's time together, Jiang Chen could determine that Lin Qingshui is a woman who is decent on the outside and stuffy on the inside. Swish. Putting down Lin Qingshui's note, Jiang Chen spread out his palms, checked up on the note Luli had written. Husband, I'm going to quit my job today. You said you'd support me. Oh, later. I'll take care of the looks, and you'll take care of the spice. He. Signed, your favorite big pear. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Drip. Just as Jiang Chen had just put the message note down, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It seems like a tweet was received. Swish! Jiang Chen touched his cell phone to take a look, and to his surprise, it was the rich sister Qin Xiaoyu who sent a message. Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, I have good news for you. My daughter agrees that we should be together. Emoticon, happy. For some reason, Jiang Chen always had a feeling of weakness. Presumably, this rich sister who's been in an online relationship for 3 years is not the one Jiang Chen went to talk to personally. Instead, used the cards to get it directly. There is a lack of process and a direct result. It felt as if the peaches carefully cultivated by the Queen Mother had just ripened when they were plucked by monkeys. Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, nothing can stop us now. Are you free tonight? I'd like to ask you out to meet me. Emoji, shy. Jiang Chen was still fuming when Qin Xiaoyu's second WeChat sent over again. At this moment, even across 2 cell phones, Jiang Chen could also brainstorm that Qin Xiaoyu on the other end of WeChat must be full of anticipation. That's just it. Isn't it just meeting up with an internet girl? See you. Just to meet one side. As for Ben now, 8 has not yet been a handful of it. Scared of what? Jiang Chen, I'm free tonight. You decide the time and place. Qin Xiaoyu, okay. I'll send you the location after I book the restaurant. About 5 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyu sent Jiang Chen a location share and made an appointment for 6:30 p.m. Meet directly in this restaurant. Jiang Chen opened the map and checked it out, and found this Western restaurant named Wells. It is not very far from the Dynasty International Hotel. Next, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and thought quietly, should I prepare a gift for Qin Xiaoyu when I meet her for the first time? After all, it's a girlfriend after 3 years of online dating, and the other person has a mouthful of husbands. It's a sweet shout. As a husband, going to see each other for the first time without preparing a proper meet and greet gift seems a bit of a stretch. But, what kind of gift should I prepare for Qin Xiaoyu? The gift was too cheap, as if it didn't match her status as a dominating female president. The gift was too expensive and seemed somehow inappropriate. Oops, it's a pain in the ass to be in a relationship. There are so many things to break a pussy. Jiang Chen scratched his head and suddenly remembered that Su Yao had worked in a luxury store before. Usually they deal with noble women, young ladies, celebrities, mistresses and so on. What kind of gift to choose? You can ask her. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Chen immediately dialed Su Yao's number. Dodo. The phone rang 3 times before it was answered. Su Yao's slightly seductive imperial voice also came from that end. Hubby, did you wake up from your nap? Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door. Yao, I'm going to give you a task now. Help me pick out a suitable gift that I'm going to give to someone. Honey, who are you getting a present for? A female friend who is the president of a publicly traded company and is 37 years old. She's a bit overbearing, has a gentle and sensible temperament, and her family is very rich. Since today is my first meeting with her, I want to give her a proper meeting gift. After Jiang Chen finished those words in one breath, Su Yao on the other end of the phone pondered a little. Then he spoke up and asked, honey, what's your budget? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, and after a moment's thought, he replied, more than $1 million. Under $5 million. You look at picking out a random gift. Okay, I'll take care of this and make sure you're satisfied. Well, thanks, hubby. Pay first, do the job later. Oh he, little fortune hunter. Wait, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Chapter 54 Fake Hostesses. Snap. Jiang Chen lay on the sofa in the living room and lit a cigarette for himself. He only saw him holding his cell phone, just about to play the game for a while, when he suddenly remembered that inside the system item bar, there seems to be a black card lying around. Black card, bounty. This card is an electronic virtual bank card containing $100 million of Dragon Kingdom currency. However, it can only be used to make bounties on webcasts. Note, hosts who use bounty money can get double rebate of real money. Since this black card doubles your rebate and you just happen to be free today, why don't we just earn this money first? Swish. Jiang Chen opened his phone and logged into a live broadcast platform called Douya. He used to be on this live streaming platform, watching all kinds of young ladies sing and dance, and he's also a white scooper who never gives bounties to anchors, so his account is still a level 0 white guy. Welcome my tiger brother tiger. Good morning duck. Last night, did you dream of me, sister? Jiang Chen had just entered the first live broadcasting room when a whiny female voice that got goosebumps. Fixing his eyes, a woman in a cool dress appeared on the air. The anchor woman had a standard Netflix face and was wearing a little white athletic tank top. Underneath was a pair of gray yoga pants and her hair was tied up in a ball head. Thank you my tiger brother. Love you oh. Mwah. Just then, 2 rounds of confessional fireworks suddenly floated up from the live broadcast. A confession firework equals $520 on the Douji live streaming platform. 2 is $1. 0.40. The female anchor just shouted Brother Tiger twice, and got more than $1,000 in gifts. That's easy money. Brother Tiger, as a token of appreciation, let me give you a dance. Love you, Moa. The sexy anchor woman bowed slightly to the camera before following the powerful music of the Alive social rock dance. I have to say, the anchor woman faked it really well. This section of social rock jumped out. Many live water friends are a little dizzy now. Oh no, it's motion sickness. Swish. By the time the anchor woman finished her social rock, the big brother whose screen name was Fight Tiger Tonight, just now immediately threw out 3 more firework confessions. In just a few minutes, Tina received $2,600 in gifts. At this moment, the live broadcast immediately became lively. Biggie, you're confused. With that kind of money, wouldn't it smell good to take it to a foot wash and massage? Upstairs, what do you know? Big brother is a duke. How could he care about such a small amount of money? The anchor woman has such a hot body. If I had the money, I'd be slamming it on her hard too. Is that body real, or is it fake? Whether it's true or not, you'll have to ask Big Brother Pungwon. He. Zhang Chen looked at the various pop-ups floating up in the live broadcast room. He really couldn't bear to see his brothers being cheated, so it was a handful of pop-ups. Fake. Don't fall for it, people. Who knows? Zhang Chen had just sent out this pop-up, and in the next second, his account was then banned by the hostess. Zhang Chen wasn't the only one who was banned in the live broadcast room. The water friends who had just participated in the discussion about the truth or falsehood of the female anchor, all banned. You have been banned by the anchor for 3 months. Looking at the message reminder on his cell phone screen, instead of getting angry, Zhang Chen was happy. The anchor woman was in a hurry. Weak-hearted. The fact that she banned Zhang Chen's account just proved the fact that she was faking. However, just as Zhang Chen was about to leave this live broadcast room, the female anchor Ting Ting, however, huffed, "You black people, how dare you question my authenticity? I'm telling you, I'm a natural at this. No half measures. Brother Tiger, don't pay any attention to them. These black people just like to make their presence felt. I've banned them all." After the anchor woman said those words, Fight Tiger Tonight followed with a pop-up. It's not your poor ass turn to judge our Ting Ting's figure. You guys can swipe gifts even if you have money, but if you don't beep, because Hit the Tiger Tonight is a Duke Noble. He's sending out the featured pop-ups. It was extraordinarily visible on the air. Brother Tiger, you're so manly. I like it so much. The female anchor Ting Ting didn't hide her kneeling big brother's mouth, a fawning smile on her face. If anyone is not convinced, just swipe a gift to get on the list and let's meet head on. Not a penny to swipe. So much bull asterisk. Nothing. Playing Tiger Tonight, 2 more pop-ups in a row. Anchor woman Ting Ting's eyes all smiled into 2 crescent moons, as if she felt backed up by her big brother. The bottom line is all the way up. Brother Tiger, don't be mad. Do you still want to see me dance? Do not look at the dance. Brother today charged 50,000. Playing PK to go. Packet win. Brother Tiger is mighty. Seeing this, Zhang Chen suddenly stayed back and didn't leave this live broadcast. This stupid fool called Hit the Tiger Tonight is just too arrogant. Look at the things he said. What poor doesn't deserve to be judged by an anchor woman? And what if you don't have any money, don't beep, and you have the audacity to say that playing PK is a win-win situation? It's just a duke. Who gave him the courage? Open a Duke Noble title on the DoG Live platform. It will only cost you 20,000 Longwa dollars, while the Duke's spending power, well over 20,000, but it won't last more than $1 million. Users who can spend more than $1 million have long since opened up higher levels of noble titles. For example, princes, kings, emperors, etc. Grandma's leg. Charge 50,000 bucks and you want to win? I'll bag you a hemp seller's twist. I've got $100 million in bounty in my hand, and if I let you win this, how am I going to make it in the street? At this moment, a bad smile appeared on Zhang Chen's face. He decided to teach Tiger Fight Tonight a lesson. You can't be too cocky as a human being. Arrogance is to be struck by lightning. Swish. The female anchor, Ting Ting, tapped random PK and was quickly matched with an anchor. The screen of the live broadcast room was suddenly split in 2, and on the left was the female anchor, Ting Ting, and a surprisingly large woman appeared on the right. But, the big beautiful anchor woman's eyes were a little red, and there was a hint of sadness on her face as well, as it seemed that he had just cried and looked a sorry sight. Zhang Chen originally had a calm face, but after taking a good look at this great beauty's appearance, her eyes snapped wide open and a look of shock also appeared on his face. How can you meet someone you know even if you're watching a live broadcast? Could this be the fabled divinely ordained ape? Forget it, now that I've come across it. It's cheap for the Chapter 55, The Scratchy Dancer. Lily you, Missy, how do we play? Ting Ting saw that the female anchor who was connected to the line was a superb big thunder beauty. Two glints of jealousy immediately shot out of his eyes. Whether people's dare was real or not, she didn't know, but she knew very well in her heart that her dare was a fake. So, she was jealous of all the big thundering beauties. Sorry, make yourself at home. I don't have many people at home anyway. Although the beautiful hostess was forcing a smile and her demeanor was somewhat chipper. But her super high face value and hot body still managed to kill Ting Ting. She was wearing a tight black undershirt on top. The slender waist is as amazing as a weak wind in a willow. And look at her makeup. The long, dark, thick hair was permed into a big wave that fell casually on one side over her shoulder. The other side was pinned back with bobby pins, revealing delicate diamond studs in the ears. The light, thin eyebrows seemed to have been carefully drawn, and underneath were a pair of flirtatious and attractive peach blossom eyes. Unfortunately, there was no mole of tears, and it was a little less feminine than Su Yao, a small, yet upturned nose, with two thin, red lips. The corners of her mouth were slightly turned upwards, giving the impression that she seemed to be winking. Name Lily Yu, age, 25 years, face value, 94, body, 97, drivers, 0, favorability, 0. That's right, this beautiful anchor woman is one of the 7 fairies of Shilin University, the wind-scratching dancer that Zhang Chen was talking about. Lily Yu, for you Lily's 94-point face value and 97-point body. Zhang Chen recognized it. After all, she was considered a school beauty. But, Zhang Chen never expected that the number of drivers for Lily Yu was 0. What's the situation? Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Xing Shui and Luli, they were all intact. Now, so is Lily Yu, Murphy, the 7 fairies of Shilin University, except for Ruyan Lu. The other 6 are clean. Clean girls? A whole 4 years of youth in college. What did I miss? I've picked up a second-hand, broken-in shoe, and I'm treating her like a treasure. Turns out she ended up running off with someone else. It's a big loss. I go. This face value, this body, this temperament of the opposite anchor. It's just perfect. Why didn't I realize before that there are such sexy and beautiful female anchors in Duya? Such a sexy and beautiful sister. Love, love, love. Guys, I'm going across the room live. The beautiful sister across the street can simply kill Ting Ting in seconds. A large number of pop-ups popped up on the live feed, and at the same time, many of the water friends of Ting Ting's live broadcast swarmed into Yu Lily's live broadcast room. Zhang Chen also followed the group into Yu Lily's live room. I thought that with Yu Lily's face and body, her popularity in the live broadcast room should be very high. As a result, I came in to see that there were only a dozen or so online water friends. No, anchor, you really don't have anyone in this live room. Doesn't make sense. The anchor is so sexy and pretty. How can there be no one in the live room? What's the situation? Why is my sister's popularity so low? It's not the new anchor who just started, is it? I'll go. It's really a new anchor. The accounts were all just created this morning. A new continent has been discovered. Looking at the densely packed pop-ups in the live broadcast, Zhang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but jump gently. An odd expression also appeared on his face. Others didn't know the situation, but Zhang Chen did. As soon as Lily Yu graduated from college, she immediately plunged into the live broadcasting industry. Now that 3 years have passed, how can she be a new anchor who just started the show? Could this be her trumpet? But, Zhang Chen didn't have time to think about these issues now. PK had already started. It was only fair that he had to recharge in a hurry. It was a good thing that the black card given by the system had automatically bound Zhang Chen's fighting teeth account. Zhang Chen just typed in a string of numbers, then flicked OK and, immediately, he filled up his Duya account with 100 million. However, recharging is not the same as rewarding, so the system has not yet given Zhang Chen a double rebate. Zhang Chen had to give all of this 100 million bounty, not a single cent less, to the anchor, to double the rebate to his bank card. Dinosaurs carrying wolves. Powerful music blared from the broadcast booth. Zhang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the original 50-50 PK blood bar. There was a sea change in the moment. 1040 to 0. Across the street from Ting Ting's live room. That, hit the tiger tonight, send out 2 confession fireworks. Lily Yu's blood bar was gone in an instant. Thanks for the 2 rounds of confession fireworks from Brother Tiger. Ting Ting loves you yo. Quill. Tina stood up with a dainty smile on her face, her hands on her chest. A very windy gesture of a heart, Xin. Ting Ting, when brother says it's a guaranteed win, it's a guaranteed win. He won't let you lose. Tiger sent a pop-up across the air, which, because it was a featured pop-up, was very eye-catching. And, this side of the Yu Lily live broadcast friends, all see clearly. Coke with ice, send a small heart x5. Fish that loves cats, send a small heart x10. The old king next door sends heart x15. Moncler Lee, send a small heart x20. Although Yu Lily's live room was not very popular, there were still many aquatic friends who sent gifts. But these gifts are the cheapest little hearts around, 10 cents a piece. It only pulled back Yu Lily's blood bar by about a centimeter. Sister Anchor, I can only help you so much. Sister Anchor, did you just start the show? Sister Anchor, the opposite side's firepower is too fierce. Hurry up and call your big brother. Looking at the various pop-ups floating up in the live broadcast room, as well as the small heartfelt gifts from the water friends, Yu Lily froze slightly, and a look of gratitude quickly appeared on her face. Thank you for the gifts from Coke with Ice, Fish Who Loves Cats, The King Next Door, and Mr. Lee. You guys broke the bank. Only Lily Yu stood up and bowed slightly to the screen and then good-naturedly said, sorry to disappoint you guys, I don't have a big brother. I'm definitely going to lose this one. As soon as Yu Lily said this, another layer of pop-ups immediately floated up in the live broadcast room. No way? Such a sexy and beautiful anchor woman doesn't have a big brother? Sister Anchor, are you kidding? The anchor is a new number. Just started broadcasting today. No big brother is normal. That makes sense then. No wonder such a beautiful anchor woman has little popularity in the live room. Come on, a big brother. Save our anchor sister. Time passes by. Yu Lily's PK blood bar didn't change a bit. Tina's side didn't continue to make up gifts, except for 2 rounds of confessional fireworks. Nonetheless, Ting Ting still had a crushing power, and crushed Yu Lily. Ting Ting seemed to think that this PK was a sure win, and actually celebrated in advance. He was even discussing with Hit the Tiger tonight what kind of punishment he should make Yu Lily complete. On the contrary, on Yu Lily's side, the live broadcast room was cold. The water friends also seemed to think that Lily Yu was bound to lose this PK. The guys all silently closed their mouths and didn't continue to send pop-ups on the air. However, just at this time, a series of gift special effects floated up in Yu Lily's live room. It instantly lit up all the water boys. Stars in the Sky, Confession Fireworks x10. Stars in the Sky, Confession Fireworks x10. Stars in the Sky, Confession Fireworks x10. 1 confession firework equals $520. 10 equals $5,200. 30 equals $15,600. In such a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen swiped 15,600 yuan for Lily Yu. Straight away, she pulled up her PK bloodstain, and in turn, suppressed the opposite Ting. Asterisk asterisk. Big brother is here. That's a ing cow beer. Star Big Brother 66. Reversed. It's reversed. I told you. How can such a sexy and beautiful anchor woman have no support? Look at the anchor woman across the street. Her jaw dropped to the floor in shock and she laughed me to death. Ha ha. Chapter 56, Swiping Millions of Gifts. Missy, how do we play? Ting Ting saw that the female anchor who was connected to the line was a superb big thunder beauty. 2 glints of jealousy immediately shot out of his eyes. Whether people's dare was real or not, she didn't know, but she knew very well in her heart that her dare was a fake. So, she was jealous of all the big thundering beauties. Sorry, make yourself at home. I don't have many people at home anyway. Although the beautiful hostess was forcing a smile and her demeanor was somewhat chipper. But her super high face value and hot body still managed to kill Ting Ting. She was wearing a tight black undershirt on top. The slender waist is as amazing as a weak wind in a willow. And look at her makeup. Long, dark, thick hair was permed into big waves, falling casually on one side over her shoulder. And the other side was pinned back with bobby pins, revealing delicate diamond studs in the ears. The light, thin eyebrows seemed to have been carefully drawn, and underneath were a pair of flirtatious and attractive peach blossom eyes. Unfortunately, there was no mole of tears, and it was a little less feminine than Su Yao, a small, yet upturned nose, with 2 thin, red lips. The corners of her mouth were slightly turned upwards, giving the impression that she seemed to be winking. Name Lily Yu, age, 25 years, face value, 94, body, 97, dare, 37e, drivers, 0, favorability, 0. That's right. This beautiful anchor woman is one of the 7 fairies of Shilin University. The wind-scratching dancer that Jiang Chen was talking about, Lily Yu. For you, Lily's 94-point face value and 97-point body. Jiang Chen recognized it. After all, she was considered a school beauty. But Jiang Chen never expected that the number of drivers for Lily Yu was 0. What's the situation? Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lin Xing Shui and Luli, they were all intact. Now, so is Lily Yu. Murphy, the 7 fairies of Shilin University, except for Ruyan Lu. The other 6 are clean. Clean girls? A whole 4 years of youth in college. What did I miss? I've picked up a second-hand, broken-in shoe, and I'm treating her like a treasure. Turns out she ended up running off with someone else. It's a big loss. I go. This face value, this body, this temperament of the opposite anchor. It's just perfect. How come I didn't realize before that there are such sexy and beautiful female anchors in Duya? Ah, such a sexy and beautiful sister. Love. Guys, I'm going across the room live. The beautiful sister across the street can simply kill Ting Ting in seconds. A large number of pop-ups popped up on the live feed, and at the same time, many of the water friends of Ting Ting's live broadcast swarmed into Lily's live broadcast room. Zhang Chen also followed the group into Lily's live room. I thought that with Lily's face and body, her popularity in the live broadcast room should be very high. As a result, I came in to see that there were only a dozen or so online water friends. No, anchor, you really don't have anyone in this live room. Doesn't make sense. The anchor is so sexy and pretty. How can there be no one in the live room? What's the situation? Why is my sister's popularity so low? It's not the new anchor who just started, is it? I'll go. It's really a new anchor. The accounts were all just created this morning. A new continent has been discovered. Looking at the densely packed pop-ups in the live broadcast, Zhang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but jump gently. An odd expression also appeared on his face. Others didn't know the situation, but Zhang Chen did. As soon as Lily Yu graduated from college, she immediately plunged into the live broadcasting industry. Now that 3 years have passed, how can she be a new anchor who just started the show? Could this be her trumpet? But Zhang Chen didn't have time to think about these issues now. PK had already started. It was only fair that he had to recharge in a hurry. It was a good thing that the black card given by the system had automatically bound Zhang Chen's fighting teeth account. Zhang Chen just typed in a string of numbers, then flicked OK and, immediately, he filled up his Duya account with 100 million. However, recharging is not the same as rewarding, so the system has not yet given Zhang Chen a double rebate. Zhang Chen had to give all of this 100 million bounty, not a single cent less, to the anchor, to double the rebate to his bank card. Dinosaurs carrying wolves. Powerful music blared from the broadcast booth. Zhang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the original 50-50 PK blood bar. There was a sea change in the moment. 1040 to 0. Across the street from Ting Ting's live room. That, hit the tiger tonight, send out 2 confession fireworks. Lily Yu's blood bar was gone in an instant. Thanks for the 2 rounds of confession fireworks from Brother Tiger. Ting Ting loves you yo. Quill. Tina stood up with a dainty smile on her face, her hands on her chest, and a very windy gesture of a heart, xin. Ting Ting, when brother says it's a guaranteed win, it's a guaranteed win. He won't let you lose. Tiger sent a pop-up across the air, which, because it was a featured pop-up, was very eye-catching. And, this side of the Lily live broadcast friends, all see clearly. Coke with ice, send a small heart x5. Fish that loves cats, send a small heart x10. The old king next door, sends heart x15. Moncler Lee, send a small heart x20. Although Lily's live room was not very popular, there were still many aquatic friends who sent gifts. But, these gifts are the cheapest little hearts around, 10 cents a piece. It only pulled back Lily's blood bar by about a centimeter. Sister Anchor, I can only help you so much. Sister Anchor, did you just start the show? Sister Anchor, the opposite side's firepower is too fierce. Hurry up and call your big brother. Looking at the various pop-ups floating up in the live broadcast room, as well as the small heartfelt gifts from the water friends, Lily froze slightly, and a look of gratitude quickly appeared on her face. Thank you for the gifts from Coke with ice, Fish who loves cats, the king next door, and Mr. Lee. You guys broke the bank. Only Lily Yu stood up and bowed slightly to the screen and then good-naturedly said, sorry to disappoint you guys, I don't have a big brother. I'm definitely going to lose this one. As soon as Lily said this, another layer of pop-ups immediately floated up in the live broadcast room. No way? Such a sexy and beautiful anchor woman doesn't have a big brother? Sister Anchor, are you kidding? The anchor is a new number. Just started broadcasting today. No big brother is normal. That makes sense then. No wonder such a beautiful anchor woman has little popularity in the live room. Come on, a big brother. Save our anchor sister. Time passes by. Lily's PK blood bar didn't change a bit. Tina's side didn't continue to make up gifts, except for 2 rounds of confessional fireworks. Nonetheless, Ting Ting still had a crushing power, and crushed Lily. Ting Ting seemed to think that this PK was a sure win, and actually celebrated in advance. He was even discussing with Hit the Tiger tonight what kind of punishment he should make Lily complete. On the contrary, on Lily's side, the live broadcast room was cold. The water friends also seemed to think that Lily Yu was bound to lose this PK. The guys all silently closed their mouths and didn't continue to send pop-ups on the air. However, just at this time, a series of gift special effects floated up in Lily's live room. It instantly lit up all the water boys. Stars in the sky, confession fireworks x10. Stars in the sky, confession fireworks x10. Stars in the sky, confession fireworks x10. 1 confession firework equals $520. 10 equals $5,200. 30 equals $15,600. In such a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen swiped 15,600 yuan for Lily Yu. Straight away, she pulled up her PK bloodstain, and in turn, suppressed the opposite ting. Asterisk asterisk. Big Brother is here. That's a ing cow beer. Star Big Brother 66. Reversed. It's reversed. I told you. How can such a sexy and beautiful anchor woman have no support? Look at the anchor woman across the street. Her jaw dropped to the floor in shock and she laughed me to death. Ha ha. Chapter 57, The Grand Duke Escapes. Tina's live feed. Quite a few of the water users are not used to seeing the arrogance of, "Fight Tiger tonight." Plus Jiang Chen furiously swiped $1 million and rubbed him on the ground. So here comes the bottom line for the water boys. The guys have been sending out pop-ups and spraying, "Tiger fight tonight." You can't even beat a little white ship. You're a waste of a duke. Little Tiger. You can't do it. Don't come out and pretend to be a big brother with such a small amount of money. It's really a shame. Are you angry, Little Tiger? Do you want to kick me? Are you trying to ban me? You can't swipe and you can't beat them. All you can do is kick and ban. That's all you can do. I'll be damned. How dare you look down on others? You're nothing if you can. The densely packed pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all cursing. "Hit the tiger tonight." Fighting Tiger tonight is also a violent temper. And on the spot, he sent out pop-ups to curse at everyone. Spicy next door. How dare a bunch of poor jump in front of me? Even if I lose a PK fight, no matter what, I'm still a duke. Who the hell gave you the courage? If you have the ability, you can also open the duke and come and compete with me. Fighting Tiger tonight is obviously a brainiac who has caused public outrage, but all the while, he was still spamming the water boys on the air. It is important to realize that the power of the masses is strong. Fighting Tiger tonight, it's okay if you don't send a pop-up, but this one, immediately, it was met with more waterworks fury. Asterisk asterisk. How dare this stupid fool around with the idea that he's a duke? I'm laughing my ass off. The first ever duke to lose to the little white. Ha, not as good as a dog. OMG. What a big duke number. It scared me to death. I've finally learned today that anyone who hasn't opened a dukes, it's all poor s asterisk asterisk T in his eyes. People don't open dukes for Brother Star either. Are they poor s asterisk asterisk TS2? Tiger, by your logic, you lost to a poor s asterisk asterisk T. Wouldn't you be worse than a poor yourself then? Looking at the screen full of pop-ups cursing, "Tiger fight tonight," Ting, who was sitting in front of the camera, the face had been hard to see. She never dreamed that it was only banning a level 0 white number that. It's amazing how far things have come. And, she's managed to get on her knees and dream of being taken flying by a Duke Big Brother. As a result, this hasn't even taken off yet. And it just crashed. Big Brother Duke can a little white number? How is that possible? When did the white ship get so tough? Papa Tiger, can you call back for me? Ting Ting, who had a heart of gold, plucked up her courage, and, with a churlish expression of, coupled with a condescending barfing tone, she wanted her tiger brother to help fight back. However, fight the tiger tonight. However, remains silent. Fight back? He'd love to fight back, too, but what to fight with? Fight with your own bitter tea seeds? Fighting Tiger tonight's real identity is that of a contractor on a construction site. The $50,000 recharge today is still for the work he just got. He didn't even pay his workers' salaries before charging them to his Duda account. I was going to raise some eyebrows on the live platform, but I didn't expect to kick the can down the road. At this moment, Fight the Tiger tonight feels like it's been slapped hard in the face. His face was burning hot, and his heart was clogged with a mouthful of sulkiness, so he almost couldn't help but want to spit out blood. Looking at the pop-up screen full of people cursing him, Fight the Tiger tonight gritted his teeth fiercely. Then it went down in place. Asterisk asterisk. The Grand Duke is offline. I'll go. Still really offline? The Grand Duke doesn't have the face to stay in this live room and directly escaped. Ho ho ho. The Grand Duke has escaped with his tail between his legs. What a Grand Duke. A goon. Brother Star Bull Beer. Looking at the latest pop-ups in the live broadcast, Ting hurriedly clicked on Brother Tiger's homepage. Then the sad realization that the other person did go offline. At this moment, Ting felt like an abandoned daughter-in-law, with no one to love her. There's no one to protect her, no one to back her up anymore. However, the Waterboys realized that Hit the Tiger tonight had escaped. Immediately, the spearhead was aimed at the female anchor Ting. I've seen a lot of female anchors who kneel down to lick their big brother, but a female anchor who's as dejected as you are, it's the first time I've seen it. Don't female anchors like to ban people? I'll show my cards. I'm the black guy. You ban me. I'm with Brother Star. You're a fake. That's right, the anchor woman's balls are too fake. They look inflatable. The anchor woman is a fake, begging to be banned. Anchor woman is a fake, begging to be banned +1. Anchor woman is a fake, begging to be banned +2. Female anchors are fakes, begging to be banned +10,086. Looking at a screen full of clear requests for bans. A screen full of people calling her a fake. Ting Ting was instantly exasperated and cried. You, me, woohoo. This broadcast has ended. In the eyes of the dumbfounded crowd, Ting Ting, in a fit of anger, directly closed the live broadcast. Then flew off the handle and chose to go offline. Lily Yu's live stream. The screen was full of people kissing Jiang Chen's ass. After all, Jiang Chen brushed 1 million gifts in 1 PK. Such a magnificent big brother. It's not often seen throughout the dojo live streaming platform. Suddenly, a waterbender posted a pop-up. Sister Anchor, you're too clueless, aren't you? Brother Star has swiped $1 million in gifts for you. Why don't you thank Big Brother? Lily seems to be a little distracted. She was seen sitting dumbfounded in front of the camera, a sadness coalescing between her eyebrows. A pair of beautiful eyes were also dull and looked preoccupied. Probably saw that pop up. Lily suddenly came back to her senses and immediately put away the expression on her face. Barely squeezing out a smile, she said, "Thank you for your support, Brother Star. Not only did you brush me with so many gifts, and it brings so much popularity. As a token of appreciation, why don't I give Brother Star a dance?" After saying these words, Lily Yu suddenly stood up and, it seemed to be ready to give Jiang Chen a dance on the spot. However, Jiang Chen, sent out a quick pop-up. Sky full of stars, I want to see the train shake. Right. Sister Anchor, hurry up and give Big Star a train shake. The train shakes. Train shake +1. Train shake +2. Train shake +10,086. Looking at the screen full of clear train shaking pop-ups, Lily's pretty face suddenly reddened a bit. A little shy. But it's a proposal from a starry-eyed bigot, after all. Moreover, Big Brother Star had just swiped $1 million in gifts for her, so it was only logical to fulfill his wish. Soon, a powerful piece of music played on the air. Lily Yu followed the music and danced quite vigorously to the train rock. It had to be said that Jiang Chen's gag for her wind scratch dancer was simply too apt. Chapter 58, Calling Dad. Packet Win. The Doji live streaming platform. Lily a hot and seductive dance. Instantly let the big old men in the live room all stand up. Hot-blooded. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also swiped like crazy, densely packed and rolling like a tidal wave. The atmosphere was high as hell. However, happy times always go by fast. A few minutes later, a train rock was finished by Lily Yu. Brother Star, how was my dance? Are you still satisfied? Lily gasped, a faint blush steaming over her pretty face, and she was seen adjusting the camera for a moment and then sitting back down in front of it. I have to say, Lily Yu's body is really dominant. The sky is full of stars, the dance is very good. Win the reward. Stars in the Sky, Giveaway Carnival X10. Stars in the Sky, Giveaway Carnival X10. Stars in the Sky, Giveaway Carnival X10. Jiang Chen swiped 100 rounds of Carnival for Lily Yu at the drop of a hat. The live stream immediately floated with explosive special effects. Lily Yu, who had just sat back in her chair, shuddered and, once again, a look of shock and excitement appeared on his face. That's a full 300,000 Dragon Kingdom dollars. Brother Star is too posh, isn't he? Thank you, Brother Star. Seemingly frightened by Jiang Chen's bravado, Lily actually stuttered a bit in her speech. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Jiang Chen clearly saw that Lily's favorability had increased by leaps and bounds again. It finally stopped at 65. However, Jiang Chen's focus wasn't on Lily's favorability. He only saw him editing a pop-up quickly and sending it out directly. The sky is full of stars, call your husband. I'll give you a surprise later. Seeing this pop-up sent out by Jiang Chen, Lily was slightly stunned. A charming blush rose again on her pretty face. She only hesitated for a moment, then lightly bit her lip and said, "Thank you, Star. Husband." At this moment, the live broadcast immediately became lively again. Anchor sister has been taken down by Star Big Brother. That call for a husband breaks my heart. There's nothing wrong with it. I'd be willing to call anyone who swipes me $1,300,000 my husband. If Sister Anchor can call me her husband, I'm willing to trade 3 years of my life for it. Upstairs, not that I'm knocking you, but even if you spend 3 years hustling for money, it wouldn't make $1,300,000. Solid, old iron. Looking at the pop-up screen full of people flirting with her, Lily's pretty face always had a hint of redness. Just seeing her bite her lip, she asked with a hint of playfulness in her tone, "Star hubby, where's the surprise you were talking about? What's the rush? We've known each other for 7 years. Are you still afraid that I'll renege on my debt? As soon as Jiang Chen sent out this pop-up, Yu Lily froze in place. The water boys in the live room also quieted down. The guys didn't seem to realize that the big star and the anchor were old friends. But, in terms of the anchor's demeanor, language, and expression, it didn't seem like she recognized the big star guy as an old friend. Or maybe Big Star deliberately hid his identity and ran low on this live stream. Stealing gifts for your old acquaintances. Star husband, who are you? Do we know each other in reality? Lily Yu's heartbeat suddenly sped up a few notches, and for some reason, a handsome figure instantly popped into her mind. A sky full of stars, look at WeChat. I sent you a message. Swish. Even though Lily Yu was still live, she quickly grabbed her other cell phone. Soon, Yu Lily then saw a Weibo message that Jiang Chen had just sent her. Jiang Chen, surprised? Surprised? Yu Lily, Jiang Chen, you just swiped over 1 million gifts for me full of stars. It's you? Jiang Chen, nonsense. Besides me, who else would love you so much? Lily Yu, Jiang Chen, haha. Are you satisfied with this surprise? Lily Yu, satisfied. Very satisfied. Emoticon, giggling. Yu Lily never expected that the starry-eyed bigot who suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Surprisingly, it was Jiang Chen, who she had secretly been thinking about for 2 days. Why have you been sneaking around for 2 days? Just the day before yesterday, Su Yao directly announced in front of a group of girlfriends that anyone who was willing to be Jiang Chen's little follower would give her $5 million directly. Yu Lily would be lying if she said she wasn't moved. But, in the past 2 days, Lily Yu's live broadcasting career has suffered a change of heart. A bunch of came one after another. It annoyed her to no end. Therefore, she had no time to defect to Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, she hadn't gone looking for Jiang Chen yet, but Jiang Chen had instead approached her first. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Jiang Chen could clearly see it through the live broadcast. Yu Lily's goodwill soared once again after she learned his true identity. It's straight up to 80 points. Nima. Lily Yu, a gold-digging woman who worships gold and at the same time has to look at people? If I wasn't super invincible and handsome Jiang Chen, her favorability wouldn't have risen to 80 points? Worship the gold plus facing the dog. Could this be Lily Yu's attribute tag now? Lily Yu, Jiang Chen's husband. Please take me. Woohoo. I'm about to go off the deep end now. Looking at a WeChat sent by Yu Lily again, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, quickly replied to her with a tweet. Jiang Chen, just now, in the live broadcast room, I saw you looking sad. I figured you must be in some kind of trouble. Lily Yu, I did have trouble with that. Jiang Chen, for the sake of you calling me your husband, tell me, how do I need to help you? Lily Yu, hubby, can you lend me $5 million? Emoticon, pity. Jiang Chen, oh, if I swipe $1 million in gifts for you, how much will you get to share? Lily Yu, 5 million. Jiang Chen, let's go. Play PK. Lily Yu? Jiang Chen immediately switched out after sending the last WeChat. Once again, he entered Lily Yu's live room. However, Yu Lily didn't seem to have reacted and was still tweeting to Jiang Chen. Lily Yu, hubby, do you mean to swipe me $1 million in gifts? Lily Yu, hubby, you're not kidding, are you? Lily Yu, hubby, are you still there? Perhaps because she could never get a response from Jiang Chen on WeChat, Yu Lily hurriedly put down her cell phone. Then he sat up straight in front of the camera in the live room, and his eyes rushed to the screen full of pop-ups. At that exact moment, a pop-up passed in front of Lily Yu's eyes. The sky is full of stars, go play PK and win. Yu Lily, who saw this pop-up? Her eyes snapped to attention. Immediately, he shouted with excitement. Star hubby, I love you. Wahahaha. Go. Chapter 59, The Emperor's Big Brother Comes. Lily Yu's live stream. Jiang Chen was ready to furiously swipe gifts, and he had 100 million in bounties anyway, and the money can only be used to bounty the anchor, not to spend on yourself. Instead of cheapening it for someone else, it would be better to cheapen it for Lily Yu. After all, Yu Lily was Su Yao's best friend and Jiang Chen's intended mistress. Consider it a little early favor to her. Swish. At this moment, the live broadcast suddenly flashed with golden light, and a dazzling royal character lit up. Shengshi, Master Qianxi, enters the live broadcast. Unexpectedly, a big shot with the title of Emperor Noble had entered Yu Lily's live broadcasting room. Lily, you're quite the hustle and bustle here. The big man had just entered the live stream and immediately sent out a pop-up. The pop-ups emanating from the Emperor's Noble title are all gold and shiny and very eye-catching. It's hard not to want people to notice. At this moment, the live broadcast was quiet. The waterman seemed to be shaken by the big man's imposing presence. Let's not talk about anything else, just the opening of the emperor's noble title. It would cost 200,000 Longboa dollars throughout the entire Doji live broadcast platform, including those guild's big brother number. The number of emperors are all but a handful. It can be said that every emperor number is a big name on the list of god and hero. Those aren't the point. The point is, even in the rooms of the platform's second-tier big anchors, it's rare to see the emperor's figure. But Lily Yu was just a new anchor, and the account had only been opened this morning. How did the emperor's big brother suddenly descend on her live room? This anchor woman is taking off. As long as we can hold on to the emperor's big brother's thighs, then we're definitely going to be rich in the future. Just when the crowd thought that Lily Yu would give a warm welcome to the emperor's big brother, unexpectedly, Lily frowned and her face instantly turned cold. Quiet. The live feed was quiet. The atmosphere is a little weird. Just then, the emperor bigwig posted another pop-up. Lily, why don't you welcome my old friend? After this pop-up was sent out, the aquanauts in the live broadcast room almost froze in unison. Nice guy. I didn't realize that this emperor big brother was an old acquaintance with the female anchor. There's a hoity-toity starry-eyed bigwig in front of us, raking in millions of gifts for the female anchor. In the back came another pushy emperor bigwig. Both bigwigs are longtime friends of the anchor woman. Who the hell is the anchor woman? Could this account be the anchor woman's trumpet? And is her big number actually some big tier 1 internet star? I'm sorry, I don't know you well, and you're not welcome in my live room. To the astonishment of the crowd, Lily Yu was about to drive the emperor's big brother out the door as soon as she opened her mouth. The tone of voice was also a cold one. This is the emperor's big brother. As an anchor, don't you rely on the bounty of these bigwigs to make a living? You're kicking out all the emperors and bigwigs now. Don't you want your job? Swish, swish. Right at this moment, the emperor big brother actually sent 2 pop-ups out in a row. Let's all come and see. This anchor doesn't even welcome his former big brother on the list one anymore. She's an unmitigated whitelighter. I advise you all to leave. This kind of anchor is not worth your pursuit. Beware that one day she'll eat you all down to your bones and crumbs. Quiet. There was silence in the live room. All the water boys stopped posting pop-ups, and the group seemed to smell the odor of a big melon that all of them are watching in peace and quiet as things unfold. Lily's pretty face suddenly paled a few shades, only to see her clench her lips, and there was also a hint of disgust on his face. Fourth Master Chen, you're really well informed. I opened a new number this morning, and the live room is just getting some popularity, and you rushed over. Are you trying to drive me to extinction, leaving me no way out? As soon as Lily said this, golden pop-ups quickly floated up again on the public frequency of the live broadcast room. You've stepped in the shoes of an anchor. Why are you still pretending to be pure in front of me? I was so nice to you in the first place. I swiped almost 2 million gifts for you before and after, and also used a lot of the guild's resources to make you a second-tier anchor. After all I've done for you, how do you repay me? I'm giving you one last chance now. If you'll be my girlfriend, I'll revoke your ban, and I don't need you to compensate for your guild contract breach, and I can even promote you as a first-tier anchor. A big melon. Sure enough, it's an amazing melon. At this moment, there wasn't even a single pop-up from any of the aquanauts in the live stream. Only the Emperor's big brother's pop-ups were pouring out. The water lovers are all immersed in the atmosphere of eating melon, quietly watching that between the Emperor's big brother and the anchor woman. It's not hard to guess from the conversation between the anchor woman and the Emperor's big brother that this Emperor Big Shot had his eye on the hostess and wanted a kiss, which she obviously didn't want, so the two had a falling out. But, isn't that what the live streaming industry is all about? I don't know how many female anchors are in an incestuous relationship with their top one big brother. After all, the money of people's big brother Pongwon doesn't come from the wind. People pay money, but nothing to gain. This matter no matter who to change who will certainly not be happy. Fourth Master Chen, I admit that you swiped a lot of gifts for me, and I appreciate and respect you, but I really can't agree to what you're asking. I've promised that I'll pay you back every cent of all the gifts you swiped for me, and I'll pay you every penny of the liquidated damages for my termination of contract with the guild. What more do you want from me? When Lily said this, the Emperor's big brother was instantly enraged. Only a series of golden pop-ups floated out, and between the lines of each of them, the word anger is all over the place. Stinking cousin, what do I care about your money? I can hold you up and I can press you completely to death. Trough Nimrod, why do you have to be stubborn with me? What's in it for you? I'm going to give you one last chance, and if you still turn me down, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Looking at the pop-up screen typed out by Shangshi Master Chen Si, Lily's expression condensed. In an indifferent tone, she said, Fourth Master Chen, you are a family man. Your son is already in high school, and you still want me to be a mistress for you? Don't say you just swiped $2 million for me. Even if you swiped $20 million for me. And there's no way I'm going to promise you that. Wow. At this moment, the live broadcast room, which had been quiet for a long time, finally came alive. The water lovers, who were still eating melon quietly, seemed to be unable to hold their breath. What the hell? Let the anchor go be a mistress? I'll go. Do all the big boys play so fancy nowadays? Even if Big Brother Punji wants to penetrate the anchor woman, we have to talk about you and me, right? Forcing someone to be a mistress is a bit shameless. The son is in high school, and this Emperor Big Shot must be at least in his 40s, right? No wonder the anchor woman didn't want it. Jiang Chen had sort of figured out what was going on. No wonder you Lily looked so preoccupied at first, and then when she realized Jiang Chen's identity, opened his mouth to borrow $5 million. So it's all thanks to this one. Mud. You've only swiped 2 million gifts and you want Lily you for yourself? You dare to touch the woman I've decided to marry? Sky full of stars at Shangshi, Master Qianxi. What the are you? Get the hell out of here. Don't bark here. It's affecting everyone's mood. After Jiang Chen sent this pop-up, the live broadcast room immediately went quiet. Lily you also saw the pop-up. Only her eyes snapped open and the gloom on her face instantly disappeared. The long eyelashes fluttered, her breathing fluttered, her heartbeat quickened, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a nice curve. This is what it feels like to have a backer. Chapter 60 Don't beep. Take it or leave it. Little brat, how dare you talk to me like that? You think you can be arrogant and foolish in front of me just because you fought off a tiny duke? Let me tell you, I only need one finger to crush you. Shangshi, Master Qianxi, I only know that Jiang Chen fought off a duke, not realizing that Jiang Chen had just wildly swiped 1 million gifts. As far as he was concerned, Jiang Chen was just a small white number that hadn't even opened a noble title. And how far can a cow beer go? However, he didn't bother with Jiang Chen, but he didn't think that the other party would dare to jump out at him, pointing his nose at him in public and cursing him. The fourth Master Qian, who was already in a terrible mood, instantly exploded. Spicy next door. You just fought off a duke and you think you're a number? Ask Lily yourself how many dukes I've fought off before? How many princes have been fought off? How many kings have been fought off? Since you're not convinced, fine, I'll give you a chance. Let's have a go. Do you dare? Shangshi, Master Qianxi, sent out several pop-ups in a row, but Jiang Chen hadn't had time to dislike them back yet. Lily Yu, however, spoke up before she could. Master Qianxi, are you sure you want to touch my starry-eyed husband? Quiet. The live feed was quiet. Qianxiwei didn't send out any pop-ups for a long time. She seemed to have been frozen by Lily Yu's star husband. Star husband? N.I. spicy next door. How can she call someone her husband? I've swiped almost 2 million gifts for her, and I've never even enjoyed this kind of treatment. What makes that kid entitled to that? Splatterman, cousin, rotten bastard, I'll you up. Lily Yu's line about her starry-eyed husband was like a sharp dagger that, a stab into the heart of Master Qianxi. Jealousy made Qianxi instantly lose his mind. It felt like a big green hat of joy. The fourth master of Qian was almost furious. Stinky cousin, how dare you call someone else your husband? Good. Let's see how I'm going to play you to death. You splatterer. Looking at the pop-ups sent out by Master Qianxi, Yu Lily disdainfully skimmed her mouth, then purposely said in a petulant tone, Star hubby, someone is trying to bully me. I'm so scared duck. Lily Yu's coquettish, soft voice, fawning expression, sexy lassie eyes. The pop-ups were flying across the airwaves. Asterisk asterisk. Anchor this voice, that voice, those eyes, that expression. Mad. Where's my paper? Is the anchor reincarnated as a vixen? I can't take it anymore. My little heart is about to melt. Ah, anchor, don't be afraid. Big Star will definitely protect you. Not to mention the water friends in the live broadcast room. Even Jiang Chen was taken aback. Although Yu Lily was not as charming as Su Yao, not as valiant as Zhao Sherman, not as high and cold as Lin Qingxue, not as scratchy as Lu Li, but she combines the characteristics of the 4 golden flowers. A little bit flirty, a little bit sassy, a little bit high-strung. There's a little s, lean, 1 tops 4. I'll take her. Sky full of stars at Shangshi, Master Qianxi. What are you barking at? Don't you want to touch me? Okay, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll show you poor bastards what it means to swipe a gift. Shangshi, Master Qianxi it full of stars. Little bugger, how dare you act like a wolf in front of me? I'll teach you how to behave later. Don't just bark. Come on. Shangshi, Master Qianxi, fine. You wait for me. After sending the last pop-up, Qianxi immediately left the live broadcast room. Lily Yu gave a slight sigh of relief and a flash of joy in her eyes, but the next second, a look of concern crossed her face then. Star husband, this Master Qianxi is the vice president of the Shangshi Guild. He can mobilize the funds of the entire guild. Wait for you to go hard with him. Be careful. Hearing Lily's worried words, Jiang Chen gave a disdainful laugh. Let's not talk about the fact that Jiang Chen has $100 million in bounty, and he still has more than $550 million inside his black card from China Merchants Bank. You'll even receive $200 million in cash back after you've spent your $100 million bounty. If you did the math like that, Jiang Chen could utilize upwards of $850 million. Nima. Throughout the entire Douya live broadcasting platform, even if it's a big guy who ranks first on the Godho list, none of the cumulative bounties have broken 5 million. If he could lose this, Jiang Chen could take his head off and kick it as a ball. A sky full of stars, don't worry, even if there are 10 more emperors, I can easily exterminate them too. Wow. After Jiang Chen sent out this pop-up, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Big brother star, are you really going to fight hard against that emperor just now? Big star, I've done a little budgeting for you, trying to get tough with the emperor's big brother. At least have $2 or $3 million ready. Just now. The anchor also said that Emperor Big Brother is the vice president of the Shengshi Guild. It's possible to mobilize the entire guild's funds. I don't think 2 or 3 million will be taken down at all. In my opinion, at least $5 million or more should be prepared. I just looked at the list of the most powerful people in the world, and Master Qianxi is ranked 27th. The accumulated reward amount reached over $8 million. Definitely a super godly man. Looking at the pop-ups flying across the screen, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was actually rendered speechless. What? 27th on the Divine Heroes list and only swiped over $8 million? That's it? It's nothing. A sky full of stars. Thank you brothers for your concern. It's just over 8 million. This little money is not enough for me to buy a sports car. All in all, life and death are not important. If you don't serve, do it. Ha, over 8 million. Only? So over $8 million is just a small fortune in your eyes? Not even enough to buy you a sports car? Biggie, do you want to hear what you're saying? Excuse me, which super rich family's son are you? As soon as Jiang Chen's pop-up came out, the live broadcast room was quiet. Even Lily's face showed a look of shock. But, Lily thought for a second that Jiang Chen's car was a Ferrari LaFerrari. It's worth $22.5 million, and it's been hyped up to over $3 million on the black market. At over $8 million, you can't really afford this luxury supercar. Swish. Just then, Lily, you received a connection request from one of the anchors. Anchor Kobayashi applies to PK with you. Looking at this familiar ID name, a trace of disgust flashed through Lily's eyes. But she clicked to accept the connection anyway. Soon, the screen in the live room split in two. On the left is Lily Yu's live feed, and on the right, a very sultry anchor woman appeared. Yo, isn't this our guild's Lily? You've got a lot of guts. How dare you provoke the fourth master's majesty? I heard that you have a big brother in your house, and he helped you fight off a duke. So powerful. You don't think that with him you can be protected, do you? Ouch. You're killing me. The anchor woman, whose ID is called Little Wildcat, has a tapered face and wears heavy makeup, like the snake spirit in the cartoon Hulu. As soon as she connected, she sneered at Lily Yu. He covered his mouth with his hand and giggled. 4 words were starkly etched on his face. I am Splatterman. Lily, I have you to thank for that, to say the least. If you hadn't fallen out with the fourth master, I wouldn't have had the chance to become the fourth master's goddaughter. If you ask me, why don't you just obey the fourth master? As long as you serve the fourth master well. Still afraid of not being able to soar? Well, want to consider my proposal? As long as you nod your head, sister will definitely plead for you in front of the fourth master. Chapter 61, Madness. The emperor was being pressed. Lily Yu's live stream. All sorts of pop-ups floated out. Asterisk asterisk. What species is across the street that scared me? What the hell kind of makeup is that? It's just like a ghost. So fourth master's tastes are so heavy. Upstairs, this you don't understand. Women are all the same really, as long as the lights are off. The key is just to satisfy the craving. I reckon the opposite anchor must be living well, and living well wins half the battle. Ha ha. Upstairs, you know quite a lot. The PK officially kicked off amidst the messy pop-ups from the water users. The moment the battle song sounded, Jiang Chen immediately pressed his finger on the cell phone screen. Straight away the frantic continuous clicking began. Stars in the sky, giveaway Carnival X10. Stars in the sky, giveaway Carnival X10. Stars in the sky, giveaway Carnival X10. Jiang Chen couldn't help but spit in his heart as he swiped the gift. What kind of crappy restriction did the doujinshi platform come up with? Can you only swipe up to 10 gifts at a time? How many times do I have to click before I finish this 100 million bounty? Can't we just get a one-click gift for as much money as we want to give? Just enter a number? This crappy platform. Sooner or later it's going to go down. Seeing that this PK had only just begun, Jiang Chen had violently swiped hundreds of thousands of gifts. Yu Lily immediately stood up in excitement. Thank you Star Hubby for your support. Star Hubby, Lily loves you yo. Quill. This time, Yu Lily even very boldly compared a white heart, the seductive eyes, the slightly flushed face, the light biting of the lips that, and a winking smile that curls around the corners of his mouth. Mud. If you marry a woman like that, your waist will be ruined sooner or later. The other side. Little Wildcat Liv. Seeing that his blood bar had been knocked out in an instant, the little wildcat surprisingly didn't panic at all. There was even a hint of disdain on his face, because in her live room, not only is there a rich fourth master sitting there, moreover, the fourth master had mobilized the entire guild's liquidity to explicitly support her in winning this PK. Fourth master, look at this. The opposite side even opened fire first without knowing what's good for them. It's almost as if you're not in the picture. As soon as little wildcat said this, a golden pop-up quickly floated out from the live broadcast. Humph, a little brat who doesn't know the sky and the earth. How dare he jump in front of me? Let's see me shoot him. In the next second, little wildcat's live room lit up with cool special effects. Shengshir Qianshir gave away Super Carnival X10. Shengshir Qianshir gave away Super Carnival X10. Shengshir Qianshir gave away Super Carnival X10. Seeing that Master Qianxi made a move, and that it was 30 carnivals in one move, the little wildcat immediately shouted with a face full of excitement. Fourth master is mighty. Families all follow fourth master's footsteps in charge. Society my fourth master. People are ruthless. Fourth master 66. Fourth master bold beer class. Asterisk 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 the little party girl across the street. At this moment, little wildcat's live room immediately boiled over. Looking at a screen full of special effects for carnival gifts, a thought surfaced in everyone's mind. The fourth master has struck out with such bravado, slapping the little sprawling vegetable across the street. Isn't it as easy as killing a chicken? There's no suspense in this PK at all. Easy takedown. However, the little wildcat's eyes suddenly widened and his mouth opened wide. And there was also a look on his face that said he'd seen a ghost. Because just now, the fourth master's fierce swipes had not even pulled up her blood bar. The opposite side of the blood bar was still deadening her blood bar. What's the situation? The fourth master just made a move, but he swiped more than 100,000 gifts. Why didn't the bloodstain catch up? Did the other side also swipe more than 100,000 gifts in one breath? Asterisk asterisk. What the hell? The fourth master is on fire, with so many little gifts to help him, and he's being pressed by the opposite side? I'll go. What kind of godly figure is across the street? Crazy crazy crazy. The big star guy across the street has been painting carnival in a row and, in just a little while, it's already given away over 100 carnivals. Asterisk asterisk. The star bigot is so fierce? There was a gasp of amazement at the little wildcat's live feed. Many who discovered this appalling fact could not hold back their inner curiosity and they flocked to the opposite broadcast room to find out what was going on. However, the guys had just entered Lily Yu's live stream when they saw rounds and rounds of carnival special effects is bombarding the live feeds continuously. Stars in the sky, giveaway Carnival X10. Stars in the sky, giveaway Carnival X10. Stars in the sky, giveaway Carnival X10. The star bigot has been keeping up a breakneck pace, furiously brushing up on the carnival, as if it were a sprinkler. There was no intention of stopping. 100, 200, 300 rounds. Everyone's brains were buzzing as they watched the live broadcast fill the screen with exploding carnival special effects. Asterisk asterisk. Did I read that wrong? The little white is so fierce? The white trumpet ed the emperor and pinned him down? Brothers, this isn't blinding me, is it? Big star, you're confused. You have to open emperor's nobility first, and you can't get a rebate until you swipe a gift. Upstairs, you have a small pattern. Big star has swiped up to $1 million. Would care about that little rebate? Star big brother. Bull beer class. Big star. You've redefined the image of a godly man in my mind. Countless pop-ups like a tidal wave in the crazy brush screen. The melon crowd to see the blood boiling. The passionate. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room also exploded to the extreme. At this moment, Lily Yu had widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and, dumbfounded, he looked at the screen full of carnival special effects, and his entire body was dumbfounded in place. Ah, so many carnivals. Jiang Chen's husband is really bold. If I had known that Jiang Chen was so rich, back when I was in college, should have done whatever it took to snatch him from Ruyan Lu's hands. But, it's not too late. Hiss. Only Lily Yu took a deep breath, then in a voice so excited that it trembled. Shouting out in the live broadcast, Star hubby, love you, wahahaha. Just for a short while, Lily Yu's side of the score has flipped again. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Jiang Chen brushed out the carnival without stopping. All the viewers in the live broadcast room, couldn't help but stare with their eyes and mouths wide open. Holding his breath, his eyes were glued to his cell phone screen, his heart beating like a drum. So fierce, so awesome, it's so damn posh. Master Qianxi's side has just swiped $2 million. The Star Big Brother's side alone had swiped 4 million, which was fully twice as much as the other sides. The Emperor's big man was being held down and rubbed hard by a little white number. On the ground? The image? It's unimaginable. Asterisk. The fourth Master Qian stared dead on at the blood bar in the livestream, and the veins on his forehead were already rippling at the roots. But he realized that no matter how much he swiped his gifts, he could never catch up with the opposite side's score. It's like the opposite side is on drugs, and the scores are going up and up and up. There's no tendency to stop half the time at all. At this moment, the fourth Master Qian immediately felt pressurized. What's going on? That kid across the street is just a small white number. How could he swipe so many gifts? Is he pretending to be a pig in a poke? The score on the other side is almost 5 million and it hasn't stopped yet? It's over. It's over. The way this trend is going, I'm going to be in the gutter today. Chapter 62, Swiping $10 million. Near noon, the Fighting Teeth live streaming platform suddenly roared to life. Platform-wide broadcasts. A steady stream of carnival announcements. It sent the water friends in the various broadcasting rooms into a state of excitement. One round of carnival is equal to 300 Rococo coins. It's worth half a month's salary for an average white-collar worker. But the carnival announcements on the all-platform broadcasts are like sprinklers. It came up in waves. What's the situation? There's no event here. There's no contest here. And it's not prime broadcast time. Why are there so many carnival announcements popping up? This must be the godly big man in a chokehold. So what are you waiting for? Rush over and gather around. Swish swish. For a moment, the countless people who ate the scramble poured into the two live streams that were piking. Little Wildcat Live, seeing that the score on his side has already exceeded 4 million. The little Wildcat's face was filled with excitement and thrill. That's $4 million, though she signed up with the Centurion Guild. And these gifts are going to throw off the platform and guild's cut. There are also taxes to be deducted. But, even so, she'll get at least $1.5 million. Fourth Master Bull Beer. Master 4 is dominant and powerful. I love you. Don't stop. Keep on upvoting. And the opposite side. The little Wildcat with the glowing eyes, who had jumped up from his chair, and the whole group was so excited they couldn't keep their legs together. However, the score was rising, but it suddenly stopped. The carnival special effects that had filled the screen a moment ago also came to an abrupt end at this moment. Fourth Master, why did it stop? Come on. Fourth Master, don't be a wimp. Just the opposite side. Fourth Master, don't think about stealing the tower. The opposite side has so much firepower. We have no chance of stealing the tower. Fourth Master, why don't you hurry up and call back? You're in a hurry. Everyone stop shouting. The opposite side has broken 6 million. How can we catch up? Quiet. The little Wildcat's live room suddenly went quiet. Qianxi looked at the pop-up scrolling on the screen and his teeth were about to be clenched by him. Fight back? How is this supposed to be called back? He's already taken all of the guild's liquidity. All of it. Not a single point was swiped to the little Wildcat. However, there is not a single hope of winning in sight. What's going on? How can a little white number across the street swipe so many gifts? He himself, a big shot ranked 27th on the Godho list, was going to lose? And still losing to a little white number? Shame. It's a strange shame. You're going to play the pig in a poke with me? Naya. I got into your family's fairy boards. Lily use live stream. The screen is full of carnival effects that still look like they're sprinkled wildly. All the water friends in the live broadcast room, all of them stared at each other with wide eyes. Without blinking, he watched the blood bars of both anchors. The opposite score isn't moving. Oops. The opposite side is out of ammunition and can't brush it. The Emperor's big brother on the other side is a real cow. He swipes $4 million, but the Star Big Brother on our side is even more awesome. This has already broken 6 million. The Emperor's big brother? That's it? The Emperor's big brother is getting Ed down. It's so damn good to see old me. Although the scores on the opposite side of the room had stopped, Zhang Chen was still swiping at the carnival without stopping. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. At this moment, all the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't remain calm. Star Big Brother, the opposite side has already surrendered. Why don't you stop? Yeah, the opposite side only has 4 million points, and our side has already broken 8 million. Don't even worry about being stolen from the tower. No way. Big Star is still brushing? Is this the rhythm to break 9 million? OMG. Big Star is so brutal and trenchant. Biggie, please take my knee. Biggie, please take my knee. Plus 1 inch. Biggie, please take my knee. Plus 2 inch. I don't know how long it took, but in the midst of all the Big Brother, please accept my knee pop-ups. Lily's blood score finally stopped rising. As the group looked at the contribution value of the star big brother on the list, all of them couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Mouths opened wide and brains buzzed even more. 10 million. The star bigot actually swiped a whole $10 million. That's $10 million. An ordinary person couldn't earn that much money in a couple of lifetimes, but it was brushed off by the starry-eyed bigot on a cloudy day. Is it possible that the star bigot's family has a mine? It's too nifty, isn't it? Then look at the opposite side of the live room. The money four masters only swiped 4 million, simply crushed into a slag. No comparison, no harm. In front of the star big brother, the fourth master Qian was really a scum. Lily use favoritism plus 5. Lily use favoritism plus 5. Lily use favoritism has reached 90. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen saw that Lily's favorability had risen again, directly reaching 90 points. In other words, Lily has risen from adoration to passionate love, and can unlock any posture. Thank you Star Hubby for the love. Star Hubby is awesome. Lily loves you to death. Wahahaha. Tearful Lily, hands over her chest. To the camera is a deep bow. Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, slightly moved his somewhat sore fingers. Then a quick pop-up was knocked out. A sky full of stars. If you're good, I can paint a street for you. Right at this moment, the PK was also officially over. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the live broadcast suddenly flashed with golden light. Master Qianxi unexpectedly came to Lily's live room from the opposite side. At sky full of stars, you're actually playing pretend with me? Do you think that's an honorable way to win? Seeing this golden pop-up, Jiang Chen directly froze in place. This one got himself pushed to the ground and rubbed down so hard that he couldn't lose any more than he already had. How dare you shamelessly come over here and call people names? Are you out of your mind? However, Jiang Chen hadn't made a counterattack yet, but instead, the water friends in the live broadcast room, they have jumped out to launch a fierce tirade against Master Qianxi. What the? An emperor who can't afford to lose? How is it dishonorable to win when Big Star swiped 10 million wildly and beat you with strength? Asterisk asterisk. The big guy ranked 27th on the divine magnitude list is not recognizing his loss? Fourth Master Qian, where's your face? Don't want it? That's it? 27th on the divine heroes list? How come it feels like he's cuter than our village's second youngest? And retarded? Qianxi looked at the screen full of pop-ups cursing him, and was instantly enraged. An old face was also red with anger. He's the vice president of the Shengshi Labor Union. A big shot ranked 27th on the divine heroes list. When have you ever been sprayed like that by a bunch of punks? Spicy next door. You little thanes. How do you talk to your fourth master? However, Master Qianxi had only just sent out this pop-up, and was about to send out a second pop-up when, instead, a message alert suddenly appeared on the screen of his cell phone. You have been banned by the host for 1 year. Asterisk asterisk. Who are you calling a little thane? Qianxi, I think you're the one who's a little bitty. Your whole family is a little bitty. The 27th ranked big shot on the God's Hole list? That's it? Why do I feel like he's a brainiac? It's sad that he has the money to swipe gifts here, but not to cure his brain damage. Haha, right on. Qianxi, hurry up and take your money and go cure your brain damage. Looking at the screen full of invective pop-ups, Qianxi was immediately infuriated. On the contrary, he had been banned by Lily, so he couldn't type a single word to make a reply. Spicy next door. A bunch of uneducated little bitties. I'm gonna shark you guys. And, Lily you stinking cousin, how dare you ban me? Ah, pisses me off. I'm gonna shark you. Chapter 63, The Fifth Gold Worshipping Flower. Lily Yu's live stream. After being furiously sprayed by his water friends, Master Qianxi could only walk away in ashes. When Master Qianxi left, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room scrolled rapidly. The atmosphere also boiled over to a fever pitch. A big shot of the emperor, just like this, being pointed at by a large group of people and cursed wildly. The other party was still banned and couldn't even talk back. Where do water lovers usually get such opportunities? It's not easy to come across this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity today, so you have to turn to the dictionary and cuss all the dirty words? Bottom line, it's a blast. The time soon came to noon. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a little hungry. It so happened that at this moment, Li Qian, the hotel housekeeper, with 2 waitresses, Ms., pushing the food cart into the presidential suite. And so, Jiang Chen said hello to Lily Yu before exiting the live broadcast. It was only after logging out that I realized that the unread messages on Dututha's account had been as many as 99 plus. All sorts of information is available. There are those who kneel, those who recognize their fathers, those who beg for attention and those who beg for favor. Jiang Chen casually flipped through a few messages and found that they were all in some teary language. It quickly lost interest. But, Jiang Chen had just exited the Fighting Teeth Live app when he received a WeChat from Lily Yu. Lily Yu, hubby, I'll come back to you when I've taken care of this side of things. Be your little follower. When the time comes, you can't kick me out. Emoji, shy. Oh, took care of another gold-digging flower. Now all that's missing is the last gold-worshipping flower. Tang Ro, the piggy man. I'll find a time to ask Tang Ro out and take her down in one fell swoop. It's also a way of accomplishing a small goal that was set earlier. Jiang Chen smiled gently and directly replied to Yu Lily with an okay emoticon. Then he tossed his cell phone aside and walked quickly to the restaurant. 2 p.m. The First People's Hospital of Shilin City. Jiang Chen was carrying a fruit basket in his left hand and a small password box in his right. Came to the door of a high-class single room in the inpatient unit. Through the glass window on the door, Jiang Chen saw that Xinxin was lying on the hospital bed. Eyes unblinking, he stared at the cartoon playing on the television. A sweet smile on his face. Ouch. Not bad. The little girl looked so much better in spirit and color. In addition to the little girl in the room, there was a mature and plump woman sitting by the hospital bed. The woman was wearing a white t-shirt on top and a pair of jeans underneath. Feet stepped on a pair of white canvas shoes. A head of long hair casually combed into a side ponytail. Clean, simple and generous. I have to say, women are really voluptuous. Swish. Jiang Chen blinked and immediately opened his mind's eye at the woman. And in the next second, a line of profile information then surfaced in the site. Name by Shallow. Age, 30 years. Face value, 93. Body, 96. Favorability, 80. Ka-ching. Jiang Chen gently pushed the door to enter. But this act of, immediately, it caught the attention of Bai Shallow and Core. Jiang Shao? Uncle Jiang. Hearing Cory the girl's mid-air voice, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth immediately rose slightly. Xin, Uncle came to see you, and I brought your favorite strawberries. Jiang Chen smiled and walked to the side of the hospital bed, then put the fruit basket in his hand and, it was gently placed on the nightstand. Wow, great, I want strawberries. The little girl's eyes lit up as soon as she heard there were strawberries and trying to struggle to get out of bed. Whoosh! Bai Shallow was instantly startled and hastily reached out to try to hold her daughter. But Jiang Chen's movements were faster than hers, and he grabbed the little girl before her, fearful that she might be careless and roll right out of the hospital bed. Sister Shallow, did the doctor say that Corelli can eat fruit? As if Jiang Chen had done something insignificant, he turned his head with a very natural movement. An inquiry was made to Shirato. Well, you can, but not much. Bai Shao nodded. Her eyes quickly glanced at Jiang Chen, and she didn't know what she had remembered. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Cory, you lie down first. Uncle will go wash some strawberries for you to eat, okay? Jiang Chen coaxed Xinxin with a gentle voice, and at the same time, he couldn't help but raise his other hand and gently stroked her little head. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Cory gave a good-natured thank you, and then lay back down on the hospital bed again. But with a pair of big cute eyes, she couldn't help but look at the strawberries in the fruit basket. Jiang Shao, it's better for me to wash the fruits, so you can sit down for a while. Bai Shallow walked over to Jiang Chen's side and reached out to grab the fruit basket. Then it was a quick walk to the washroom. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't bother to fight with Bai Shallow to wash the fruits. Instead he sat down by the hospital bed, watching cartoons with Core. About a few minutes later, White Shallow returned to the hospital room with a box of clean strawberries. Whoa, strawberries are coming. Mom, will you try one? Uncle Jiang, come and eat with us too. The sound of the little girl's laughter came from the hospital room. Core first pinched up a strawberry with his little hand and personally handed it to Bai Shallow's mouth. Say anything to feed Mom one. Immediately afterward, the little girl pinched up another strawberry and fed it to Jiang Chen in the same manner. The whole time, the little girl had a happy smile on her face. Sister Shallow, why are you the only one guarding the ward today? Where are your parents? I told them to go home and get some rest. I'll just keep an eye on this place alone. Can you manage on your own? Core's surgery was a success, and he's recovering quickly. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of her on my own. I'm still a little unsure. Why don't I hire an escort for you? Jiang Shao, there's no need to hire an escort. There's really no need. Jiang Chen first chatted with Bai Shallow for a while, and then accompanied Xinxin to watch cartoons for a while. When the cartoon ended, Jiang Chen picked up another storybook from the bed, told the little girl a few fairy tales to listen to. Time passes by. Through an afternoon of contact, the little girl was getting closer and closer to Jiang Chen. In the end, her entire body burrowed into Jiang Chen's arms, asking him to hold her and tell her a story. Bai Shallow sat quietly on the side, seeing how Jiang Chen and Xinxin were getting along so well, and her eyes grew softer and softer, seeing that the time is ripe. After Jiang Chen finished telling a fairy tale, suddenly smiling, he looked at Xinxin and asked, Xinxin, Uncle fell in love with you the first time he saw you. Uncle wants to recognize you as his goddaughter. I don't know if you're willing? I can buy you strawberries every day, as long as you're my goddaughter. When you get out of the hospital, I can even take you to the playground and buy you new clothes and toys. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Shanshan, who was still peeling fruits with her head down, suddenly he raised his head to look at his daughter, and a look of anticipation and nervousness crossed his face. Silence. No words. About a few seconds passed. Kor suddenly blinked a pair of big, watery eyes full of curiosity and looked at Jiang Chen. Asked, Uncle Jiang, what kind of duck is a goddaughter? Jiang Chen. Chapter 64, The Child's Mother. Come with me. Ward. Jiang Chen was sitting against the hospital bed, holding Xinshin in his arms. A look of weepy non-expression appeared on his face. Looking at Corey's big watery eyes and the innocent expression on her face, Jiang Chen thought seriously, then softly explained, a goddaughter is a daughter. Just nod your head and I'll be your daddy from now on. Daddy will take care of you, protect you, love you, and on top of that, Daddy's gonna take care of your mommy and protect her. Definitely won't let anyone bully you. Kor listened and her eyes grew brighter. Uncle Jiang, are you really going to be my father? Aha! Great! Kor finally has a father. Jiang Chen hadn't expected things to go so smoothly either. Maybe the little girl has lacked a father's love since she was a child, and her heart has always longed for a father. It just so happened that Jiang Chen had intruded into their mother and daughter's lives again, and had left a very good impression on the little girl. That was why the little girl had accepted Jiang Chen so happily. Corey, are you going to change my name to Daddy now? Jiang Chen stroked Xinshin's little head, a doting smile hanging on his face the entire time. Dad! The little girl screamed without hesitation, then opened her arms and hugged Jiang Chen tightly. The little head was still arched into his arms. My sweet girl, Daddy loves you. Jiang Chen smiled as he hugged Xinshin and turned his head to look at Bai Shaoxian next to him. Didn't realize. At this moment, Bai Shalow's eyes were already red. There was still a glimmer of crystallized tears under her eyes. However, her favorability suddenly rose. White shallow favoritism +5. White shallow favoritism +5. Bai Shao's favoritism reaches 90. I don't know how much time has passed. Kor was sleeping peacefully in Jiang Chen's arms. The little girl had only just had surgery after all, and drowsiness was normal. Jiang Chen carefully placed her on the hospital bed and covered her up, leaning down to give her another kiss on her little cheek. The room was also quiet. This high-class single room was spacious, with Kor's hospital bed in the center. Next to it was Shirato's companion bed, and there was a small sofa under the window, with a small coffee table in front of it. Only Jiang Chen stretched his waist and went straight to the window to look at the scenery outside. Then he sat down on his butt on the soft couch. Swish! Bai Shallow followed and sat on her butt next to Jiang Chen. Then he picked up an apple from the coffee table and peeled it. Sister Shallow, is Corey's hospital bill still enough? Enough that there's still quite a balance from the last hospital bill you paid. When Kor is discharged from the hospital, we'll bring the child to live in Phoenix Mountain Villa. This isn't quite right, is it? I'm Corey's dad now, and letting Corey follow me around. What's so inappropriate? Besides, you're going to be my housekeeper, so you can't let your mother and daughter live separately, can you? Then, well, Bai had been peeling an apple with her head down, and from the side of her pretty face was already incredibly red, and even her ears were flushed with a layer of charming redness. A moment later, Bai Shallow handed Jiang Chen the peeled apple. In a very gentle voice, he said, Jiang Shao, come have an apple. Jiang Chen wasn't polite and took the apple and put it in his mouth and took a bite. Well, good. An apple peeled by the child's mother herself is just sweeter than any other apple. When Jiang Chen said this, Bai Shaoxian was amused again. Jiang Chen looked straight into her eyes and said softly, Child's mom, it's inconvenient to say goodbye here. Don't wake Corey. Come with me to the washroom, okay? White shallow favoritism +5. Bai Shallow's favoritism reaches 95. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen walked out of the washroom first, glancing at Kor on the hospital bed. The little girl was still huffing and puffing. Only one little foot stuck out from under the covers. Jiang Chen laughed and shook his head, walked over and took Corey's little feet, and gently tucked them back under the covers. Then he recovered her again. Chapter 65, Going on a Date. Super Beauty. 5 p.m. Jiang Chen received a Weibo message from Su Yao. Su Yao said on WeChat that she had prepared a gift for Jiang Chen. He also asked Jiang Chen when he would return to the hotel. Jiang Chen looked at Bai Shaoxian, who was leaning in his arms. He looked again at Kor, who was lying asleep on the hospital bed, and then he took the small combination box that he had thrown aside. Sister Shallow, since Corey has already recognized me as her godfather, I have a meet and greet gift for her here, Jiang Chen said as he opened the combination box. Swish! When a golden glow mapped out from the box, Bai Shallow immediately covered her mouth, and a look of shock appeared on her face. That's right, 30 gold bars were neatly placed in the combination box. On top of each gold bar, the logo of China Merchants Bank is printed. as well as labeling the weight of each gold bar. Bai just gave a cursory glance and then he quickly calculated the value of the gold bars in his mind. There are 30 gold bars in total, 100 grams each, which is 300 grams in total. At the current market price of gold, over $600 per gram of gold. So this batch of gold bars is worth almost 2 million Longwa dollars. Jiang Xiao, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Bai Xiaoxian hurriedly waved her hand, but before she could finish her words, it was then interrupted by Jiang Chen in a very forceful manner. Sister Shallow, this is my gift to Cory for meeting you. Not for you. You can't do Cory's job for me and refuse my gift. I'm Cory's mom. Why can't I do it for her? I'm still Cory's dad. I'll take it for her. After the two men had a bit of a fight, Jiang Chen very strongly put the combination box. It was shoved directly into Bai Shallow's arms. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen deliberately put on a scowl, pretending to be upset. She said, Sister Shallow, what did I just tell you? You called me Jiang Xiao again? Quiet. The ward went quiet. Bai Shallow awkwardly hugged that password box and said softly, Thank you, husband. That's a good boy. Jiang Chen was amused by Bai Shanchan's blushing and shy appearance. Sister Shallow, I still have things to do tonight, so I can't stay with you and Cory at the hospital. That's okay, you go ahead and get busy. Cory can take care of it all by myself. Well, I'm off then. I'll give you a ride. Although Jiang Chen made it clear that there was no need to send it. However, Bai Xiaoxian still sent Jiang Chen outside the ward, and she even helped him straighten up his clothes, like a little daughter-in-law sending her husband out the door. Hello, sister. My sister is gentle, virtuous and considerate. 5:40 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to the Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had long been waiting for him at the hotel entrance. Honey, this is a gift I picked out for you. Would you like to open it? Su Yao handed Jiang Chen a small gift bag, then looked at him with anticipation. It seemed to be waiting for Jiang Chen's compliments. Jiang Chen opened the gift bag and found a very delicate watch box inside. The box also bears the Vacheron Constantin logo. There is also an invoice pressed under the watch box. Vacheron Constantin Heritage 8276000G9852 in 18K white gold, 308 diamonds, sapphire crystal glass, Mississippi alligator leather, $3.07 million. Not bad. This gift is quite appropriate. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then he said to Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, I won't be accompanying you for dinner tonight. If you want to eat anything, you can directly instruct housekeeper Lee to make the arrangements. I'll leave first. Hubby, remember to come home early tonight, and Mandy and I have a big surprise for you. Su Yao hurriedly barked out a sentence, and a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Okay, then I'll be waiting for your surprise. Jiang Chen laughed, then rolled up the window and stepped on the gas with one foot, led off in a Ferrari LaFerrari. 6:20 p.m. Jiang Chen carried the tiny gift bag and walked into the Wells Western restaurant. With a quick sweep of his eyes around the area, Jiang Chen quickly noticed that, in a window seat at the front left, sat a mature and gorgeous young aunt. Swish! Jiang Chen directly walked over and sat down opposite of his little aunt. At the same time, he quickly sized up the other man. The woman looks like she's only about 27 or 8 years old, but there was a vicissitude in the eyes that didn't match his age. A face of national beauty, cold with a hint of warmth, gentle with a hint of knowing. A long, dark blue evening dress with a small white camisole. It's a walking hormone. The great goblin who wreaks havoc on the nation. Name, Qin Xiaoyu. Age, 37. Face value, 97. Body, 99. Favorability, 80. As Jiang Chen was sizing up Qin Xiaoyu was also sizing up Jiang Chen. In Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, Jiang Chen looked to be around 25 years old, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Handsome, with a noble son's temperament. Simply dumped the Oba inside the Korean drama 18 Streets. Jiang Chen's 183 height was a standard male model figure. A British yuppie-style suit with a black shirt inside. The top 3 buttons of the bias shirt were undone, revealing the white gold collarbone necklace around her neck. On top of that, Jiang Chen's handsome face that was so handsome that it took one's breath away beyond measure. There was a wicked smile at the corners of his mouth the whole time. In a flash, a plotting and handsome air greeted him, and he couldn't help but make Qin Xiaoyu's heart thump. Those aren't the point. The point is, when Jiang Chen sat down, he immediately took off his suit jacket and, revealing the super stretchy black shirt underneath, broad chest, firm pecs, 8-pack abs looming over shirt. It's like a walking hormone, a natural dresser, the man who has made countless women madly infatuated, the ideal hero of every woman's wet dream in the world. Swish! When Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu sat down together, all the diners in the restaurant, as well as the waiters, all of them couldn't help but turn their attention to their table. A thought subconsciously popped into almost everyone's mind. What a handsome man. What a beautiful woman. It was simply a golden couple. A match made in heaven. Chapter 66, Heart to Heart, Wells West Restaurant. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu quietly stared at each other for a moment. Neither of the two spoke. But, both Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu, from each other's eyes, see how satisfied and appreciative she is of himself/herself. Simply put, the two see eye to eye. Phew! Jiang Chen suddenly revealed a confused expression, his eyes carefully and cautiously looking at Qin Xiaoyu. Then in a tentative tone, he weakly asked, "Honey, is that you?" Pust! Qin Xiaoyu was almost amused. She could be 100% sure that the moment Jiang Chen walked into the restaurant and saw her, immediately recognized her. Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have walked straight over and sat down across from her in a big way? However, Jiang Chen didn't follow the rules of greeting, nor did he engage in the self-introduction bit. Instead, he uses extremely pompous acting with exaggerated expressions, gestures, mannerisms, and tone of voice that, timidly and cowardly, he asked, "Honey, is that you?" It made it seem as if he, the husband, had been abandoned by Qin Xiaoyu, the wife. For years, that flavor of grudge and aggression was simply held by Jiang Chen to death. After all, Qin Xiaoyu is already 37 years old, and her thoughts and emotions are already very mature. And over the years, there have been countless men chasing after her. What kind of men hasn't she seen? But, it was the first time she had encountered a funny little boy like Jiang Chen. Plus, she has been in an online relationship with Jiang Chen for 3 years. As the saying goes, a lover's eye is a good eye. Impression points, pulled straight through. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism +5. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism reaches 85. "Honey, it's me." Qin Xiaoyu blinked her eyes, and after finishing her sentence, her pretty face couldn't help but blush a little. She herself didn't even know why she had to cooperate with Jiang Chen and say such a bloody line. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's mischievousness and humor that directly infected her, making her playful. That's why he had cooperated with Jiang Chen to come up with this. Phew! Scared me to death. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Oh, didn't you video me? Forgot what I look like so quickly? Oops. You're even prettier in reality than in the video. I didn't recognize you at once. It's normal. Oily mouth. The atmosphere, which was originally a bit awkward and gloomy, was so disturbed by Jiang Chen, it became instantly relaxing and enjoyable. Although the two were meeting for the first time, based on 3 years of online dating, the conversation opened up and the two were immediately chatting. Swish! Jiang Chen took out the prepared gift and pushed it directly in front of Qin Xiaoyu. Said, "First time meeting you. This is a meet and greet gift I prepared for you. I hope you like it." Qin Xiaoyu was slightly stunned, and the corners of her mouth immediately curved up into a nice-looking arc. She didn't reach for the gift first. Instead, from a nearby chair, he picked up a small gift bag and, then following Jiang Chen's example, he pushed the gift bag in front of Jiang Chen. "Coincidentally, I have a meet and greet gift for you as well." Qin Xiaoyu's smile was charming, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze, like a flower in full bloom. It exudes a tantalizing fragrance at all times. "Really? Well, then I'd like to see that you, the beautiful and valiant domineering president of the... What exactly do you have in store for me?" Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, just like a curious baby. Immediately, he took the gift bag handed over by Qin Xiaoyu, and then fished out an exquisite watch box from inside. Aha! A watch box? Qin Xiaoyu also prepared a watch as a gift? Jiang Chen froze as he held the watch box, an odd expression flashing under his eyes. And Qin Xiaoyu, who was sitting across from her, also opened the gift bag Jiang Chen had given her at this moment. Soon, a delicate watch box appeared in both men's hands. The scene was suddenly quiet. "Oh, it looks like we really do have a heart-to-heart, and we've thought of buying gifts all together." After holding the watch box, Qin Xiaoyu slightly froze for a moment. The smile on his face grew even wider. Only she opened the watch box, and in a flash a lady's wristwatch set with 308 diamonds came into view. Vacheron Constantin? A lady's watch from the Heritage Collection? That's not a cheap watch. As the head of the Qin family and chairman of the Qin Group, how could Qin Xiaoyu not recognize a Vacheron Constantin watch? What surprised her was that the watch was definitely worth no less than 3 million. How could Jiang Chen, a 25-year-old, afford such an expensive watch? Could it be that Jiang Chen is a rich cockney? But, Qin Xiaoyu also hadn't heard that there was a powerful family surnamed Jiang in Shilan City, even though second and third-rate families don't have a surname of Jiang. Swish! Just then, Jiang Chen also opened the watch box. In a flash, a men's mechanical watch set with square diamonds. It was reflected directly in his eyes. "I'll go. Is this Patek Philippe?" Qin Xiaoyu is really generous. Jiang Chen had seen this watch online before. Patek Philippe Star Square Diamond 6104 or 001, priced at 4 0.60, 000 Longwa dollars on the official website. The watch is 18K rose gold, sapphire crystal, set with 22 baguette diamonds. The dial displays a starry background, a celestial chart, the Milky Way, the phases of the moon, and more. The strap is made of rectangular scale patterned alligator leather. Nice guy. Jiang Chen gave Qin Xiaoyu a watch worth $3,070,000 dollars, and to my surprise, instead, Qin Xiaoyu gave him a watch worth $4,006 million. The bossy lady president is really bossy. Swish. Jiang Chen was really not polite at all, and put the watch on his wrist on the spot. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of her mouth curled up like AKs. It's completely overwhelming. Swish. She also took her watch out and put it on her wrist. Needless to say, this lady's watch with 308 diamonds, it goes very well with Qin Xiaoyu's temperament. Noble, elegant, stylish and luxurious. Pretty Jade? Why are you here? Just then, a surprised voice suddenly came over. Jiang Chen subconsciously followed the sound and suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a suit. A quick step toward this side. The man appeared to be in his mid-40s, and although he wore a young man's portly side-parted hairstyle but the crow's feet at the corners of the eyes are especially noticeable. On top of that, he was slightly obese and must have been middle-aged. Uncontrollable body fat. He was seen walking quickly to the table, with a look of surprise on his face. His eyes stared straight at Qin Xiaoyu, completely ignoring Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the side. Mr. Sun, you're dining here too? A hint of veiled disgust flashed under Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, but she maintained her polite demeanor and, nodding slightly at this Mr. Sun, Pretty Jade, I've booked a private room upstairs, and I was wondering if you could honor me with your presence. Have dinner with me? Mr. Sun completely treated Jiang Chen as if he didn't exist, and surprisingly opened the door to Qin Xiaoyu and issued an invitation. Sorry, I'm dating my boyfriend so I can't take you up on your offer. Qin Xiaoyu frowned, a trace of revulsion clearly showing on her face, immediately declined Mr. Sun's invitation. It's okay, you can bring your friends along. Wait, Pretty Jade, what did you just say? You said, he's your boyfriend? You guys are dating? Mr. Sun seems to be a bit brain-dead. Qin Xiaoyu has made it so clear. He actually suspected that he had misheard. It was probably unexpected that Qin Xiaoyu, the beautiful female president who had been single for many years, a boyfriend came out of nowhere, didn't he? Mr. Sun, let me introduce to you. This gentleman sitting across from me is my boyfriend, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is the general manager of Tianhong Group, Sun Haitao. Mr. Sun, Chapter 67, Bastard, Pretty Auntie, Wells West Restaurant. Jiang Chen stood up graciously and extended a hand towards Sun Haitao. So it's Mr. Sun, I've heard a lot about you, and when I see you today, Mr. Sun is really extraordinary. Jiang Chen's words, the tone was quite flippant, and the expression on his face was to be more than perfunctory. Just how perfunctory? Crap. The discerning eye could tell at a glance that this old man was hitting on Qin Xiaoyu. Since he's a love rival, what face do you give him? One word, just do it. Who are you? Sun Haitao didn't bother to shake Jiang Chen's hand. Instead, he even glared at Jiang Chen, angrily, a look of being robbed of his wife and a green head, in the face of Sun Haitao's questioning mixed with annoyance. Jiang Chen, however, calmly withdrew his palm. Then in all seriousness, he returned, I'm your father, little brat, you seek death. Sun Haitao immediately burst into a rage, but before he could finish his words, it was then forcefully interrupted by Jiang Chen. Ouch, hey, Mr. Sun, your ears are healed? Then you have to thank me. When Jiang Chen said this, Sun Haitao was instantly frozen in place, only to see him looking stupidly at Jiang Chen. He asked, little brat, what do you mean? Mr. Sun, aren't your ears deaf? Just now my girlfriend has clearly introduced herself once more. My name is Jiang Chen. I'm her boyfriend, but you're so deaf that you can't hear me at all, and you're actually asking again who I am? Now, I've cured your ears and you're not deaf anymore, so you can't thank me for that, can you? Quiet. The scene was quiet, but after a short period of silence, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly couldn't help but let out a pft of laughter. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's laughter, Sun Haitao then reacted to it. He was being played like a monkey by Jiang Chen. Just when Sun Haitao couldn't help but want to get mad, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly rebuked in a cold voice. Sun Haitao, disturbing someone's meal is a very impolite behavior. I advise you to stop in moderation. Don't make me mad. Pretty Jade. Sun Haitao immediately turned his head and looked at Qin Xiaoyu with a face full of shock. It seemed that she had never dreamed that Qin Pretty Yu would be so biased in favor of Jiang Chen. However, there is no such thing as the most heartbroken, only the more heartbroken. Only to see Qin Xiaoyu's willow eyebrows raised, Her tone became even colder as she said, "Sun Haitao, my relationship with you is limited to that of an ordinary friend. You're not qualified to call me Pretty Jade. Please call me by my full name from now on, or call me Mr. Chin. I don't want my boyfriend to have some unnecessary misunderstanding." Quiet. Once again, the scene fell silent. Sun Haitao's face was a burst of red to a burst of white, purple in the white, black in the purple, the black and green. In short, this old man was flicked by Qin Xiaoyu's face in public. How ugly his face was going to be. Just how ugly. Seeing that Sun Haitao was still mortared in place, with a look of unwillingness, Qin Xiaoyu lost her patience and directly issued an eviction order. "Mr. Sun, do I have to say it again? I have to have dinner with my boyfriend, so please don't bother us here." Upon hearing this, Sun Haitao's face became a few more ugly. He only gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, then didn't say a single word, turning and striding away. After waiting for Sun Haitao to leave, Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and asked with a face full of curiosity, "Sis, this silly old man, is he your suitor?" "Aha." Qin Xiaoyu nodded her head graciously, then added, "I don't have any feelings for him, but he's like a fly that I can't get rid of. It's annoying." "Ha ha, so your suitor is a man of this quality? What do you mean by that, brat?" "I mean, you've got too much charm. Too, up to 80 years old, down to 8 years old, young and old alike. Even all the crooked ones are not spared. Is that a compliment, or are you putting me down?" "Oh, of course I'm complimenting you." Time passes by. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were getting happier and happier as they chatted. Perhaps it was because Qin Xiaoyu had called Jiang Chen a brat, and Jiang Chen immediately retaliated back, with a face full of bad jokes. He called out to Qin Xiaoyu as Auntie Pretty. This can make Qin Xiaoyu bashful, directly sticking up a piece of steak with a fork. It was stuffed into Jiang Chen's mouth, telling him to hurry up and shut up. That's all. A dinner was served in a pleasant atmosphere. When Qin Xiaoyu took Jiang Chen's arm and walked out of the restaurant, both of their faces were a little flushed, and they seemed to have reached a state of slight intoxication. Swish! Jiang Chen took out the car keys, and his mind was also thinking, next is to send Qin Xiaoyu home, or take her to. Results. Qin Xiaoyu snatched the car keys and shoved them back into Jiang Chen's pocket. Then with a grin, he said, "Drive. Don't drink. Drink. Don't drive." Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words and subconsciously asked, "Then I'll call a chauffeur?" After saying this, Jiang Chen suddenly reacted again. He was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari today, and there were only 2 seats total. If you call a valet to drive, there's 1 seat left. There was simply no way to seat both him and Qin Xiaoyu. "Let's both go for a walk around the neighborhood." "Just for a walk." Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said, "When we finish our walk, we'll almost be able to sober up. Come back and drive then." "Okay." Jiang Chen nodded without thinking. It was still early anyway. Taking a walk is also good for aiding digestion. Next, Qin Xiaoyu just took Jiang Chen's arm, and the two of them went along the current street and, a slow, leisurely walk. As they walked, the two were surprised to pass an arcade. Through the door of the arcade, you can see a variety of simulators set up inside. These include crane machines, dancing machines, jukeboxes, game machines, boxing machines, basketball shooting machines, and more. Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought and pulled Qin Xiaoyu into this arcade. Claptrap. I only saw Jiang Chen on top of the vending machine, scanning the code and buying $200 of game coins. Then he pulled Qin Xiaoyu to the area of the crane machine. "Auntie Pretty, let's compete to see who can catch more dolls tonight." Jiang Chen divided the game coins into 2 and put them into 2 small plastics, and one of the larger portions of game coins was handed to Qin Xiaoyu. "Bastard, don't call me auntie." Qin Xiaoyu first gave Jiang Chen a blank stare. Then he happily accepted the game coins handed over by Jiang Chen. However, both Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were rookies among rookies. A full $200 of play money, all of it. It's amazing that the two didn't even catch a doll. Asterisk asterisk. This crappy doll machine. It's definitely been tampered with by the owner. Jiang Chen exasperatedly waved his fist, then pulled out his cell phone and run over and purchase another batch of play money. When Jiang Chen was ready to fight the crane machine to the end, Qin Pretty Jade, however, spoke out to stop it. "Jiang Chen, the dolls here are so hard to catch. Why don't we go play something else?" "Play something else?" Jiang Chen's eyes instantly lit up when he heard this, only to see him whoosh to the front of Qin Xiaoyu. A wallop pinned her to the crane machine, and a wicked smile curled around the corners of his mouth. "Auntie Pretty, so what would you like to play?" Looking at Jiang Chen from a close distance, the face that was so handsome that it made all women unable to breathe. Smelling Jiang Chen at close range, the hormonal scent emanating from his body. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a few points. "Brat, I said no calling me auntie." "You're not ashamed." "I still have to face it. Qin Xiaoyu could only pretend to be calm, and then scolded Jiang Chen in a way that, to cover up the panic and nervousness inside of me. Jiang Chen was rubbed with a strong spark by Qin Xiaoyu's domineering and incomparable figure, so an invitation was extended to her directly. "Auntie Pretty, why don't we find a quiet place? Sit down and talk about what game to play. Is that okay?" Qin Xiaoyu, Chapter 68, Do you want to? Brat, you want to? What made Jiang Chen greatly surprised was that Qin Xiaoyu, who was still blushing and shy in the last second, the eyes were also a little averted, looking a little flustered and nervous, but in the next second, Qin Xiaoyu's face returned to normal. The eyes were also calm as water. "I'll go. In just a moment." One can quickly recover from a state of panic to a ripple of calm as water. Is this the mentality of a dominant female president? It's really something. You're my girlfriend. We've been talking for 3 years now, and we've come this far in our relationship. Shouldn't it be water under the bridge? Jiang Chen admitted it with a big smile. Silence. No words. There was a sudden silence between the two. Qin Xiaoyu stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes for half a minute. A sudden, impish smile curled up at the corners of his mouth. "That's right. We've been talking for 3 whole years now, and it stands to reason that the relationship has come this far and it really is time for the water to run out." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of excitement. Super gorgeous little auntie, and a domineering female president of a publicly traded company. It's simply full of conquest. However, the next word that Qin Xiaoyu uttered instantly caused Jiang Chen's eyelids to jump. The full blood was instantly cooled. "But, that's right," Qin Xiaoyu said, "but, it is a well-known fact that the word but means that the plot will be reversed." As expected, I only saw Qin Xiaoyu looking at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face, and said, "After all, we're in an online relationship. Even if I like you very much, I can't just meet you on the first day and be confused with you, right?" Jiang Chen didn't feel disappointed, depressed, annoyed, or angry because of Qin Xiaoyu's rejection. He only nodded his head in tears and said, "Well, since you don't agree with and I won't force you." After all, there was no shortage of beautiful women around Jiang Chen. However, the next word that Qin Xiaoyu uttered immediately caused Jiang Chen's eyelids to jump slightly again. There was also an odd look on his face. "But, that's right, there's that but again. Every time the word but appears, it means that the plot will be reversed." Could it be that Qin Xiaoyu had just rejected Jiang Chen, and now she had changed her mind? Swish! Only to see Qin Xiaoyu suddenly stretch out her hands and hook Jiang Chen's neck. Then he brought his red lips to his ear and said in a voice with a hint of seduction, "Brat, you've made my sister very happy today, and for the sake of you being so good, sister can consider giving you a chance." "Oh, yes?" Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Without moving, he asked, "And what kind of a chance are you going to give me?" "Ha!" Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently, then leaned over Jiang Chen's ear and said, "How about this? I'm going to give you a test, and as long as you can complete it, sister will go with you tonight." "What test?" Jiang Chen was instantly interested. A man is a teenager until he dies. Who doesn't like to play games? Swish! Qin Xiaoyu suddenly let go of Jiang Chen, and her eyes quickly glanced around the arcade. It didn't take long for her eyes to light up slightly. She was seen raising her hand and pointing to a large crane machine that, to Jiang Chen, he said, "See that doll machine with the biggest doll hanging at the top?" "Well, see," Jiang Chen nodded, and a flash of foreboding surfaced in his heart. "My test for you is no money, no collusion with the arcade owner, no tampering with the machine, only catch that doll with real skill, and if you catch it, you pass." Pust! Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He's a rookie at catching dolls. He spent $200 and couldn't even catch a little doll. How is it possible to catch the biggest doll? Qin Xiaoyu was clearly teasing him, not giving him a chance at all. But, Jiang Chen still held onto a glimmer of hope and walked over, checked out the supersized crane machine carefully. However, look no further. Jiang Chen's eyes quickly lit up, because this wasn't an ordinary crane machine instead, it's an instrument simulator. Next to this machine, 3 instruments are attached: drum set, electric piano, electric guitar. Simply put, the player needs to choose an instrument first. The coins are then tossed in to choose a song that matches that instrument, followed by playing the instrument along with the song and achieving a specified score. Finally, the ragdolls are then awarded with different rewards depending on the score. Kind of like a dance machine, only, this machine is replacing the dance with a musical instrument. Ha! Isn't that a crane machine? Just at that moment, Qin Xiaoyu also walked over. When she got a good look at the machine in front of her, it wasn't just any old crane catching machine. Instead, it was a musical instrument simulator, and a look of embarrassment immediately flashed across his face. "Jiang Chen, I didn't see it clearly just now. So this is a musical instrument simulator. Why don't we just get another crane machine?" As soon as Qin Xiaoyu said this, Jiang Chen immediately jumped to his feet and stopped. No need to change. Just this machine. Crap. Jiang Chen catching dolls is a rookie in the rookie. No matter which doll machine is replaced with, none of the hopes are great. Look again at this instrument simulator. It was simply tailor-made for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had just drawn a musical instrument proficiency skill book this morning. Becoming a virtuoso player would come in handy right now. Jiang Chen, are you sure you don't need another machine? An odd expression suddenly surfaced on Qin Pretty Yu's face. No. Jiang Chen pointed to the one hanging in the machine's cabinet. The biggest doll. With a very firm attitude, she said, since you like that doll, even if I have to go up a mountain of knives or down a frying pan, I will still take it off and give it to you. Flirting, not just some sweet talk? Who wouldn't? As expected, even if Qin Xiaoyu was a very mature woman. However, he was still slightly moved by Jiang Chen's words. Swish. In Qin Xiaoyu's curious eyes, Jiang Chen walked straight to the drum set. The heir sat down. Insert coin. Choose song. Click start. The name of the song soon appeared on the simulator's screen. Superstar. This is one of the masterpieces of the Chinese girl group SHE, for its strong rhythms and complex drums. Considered one of the most difficult Chinese songs to play on the drum kit. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up the drumsticks that were placed on the shelf. At this moment, his aura was instantly turned upside down. The eyes even shot out two stern fronts. With drumsticks in hand, the world is mine. Qin Xiaoyu, I'm going to play a good game for you today, so you'll know what it means to be a master drummer. Chapter 69, The Genius Drummer. Knock knock. First, a piece of arrow sounded, followed by a strong drum beat. Jiang Chen quickly waved his drumsticks, the two sleeves that had long been pulled up and, revealing the hard, firm muscles of his arms. Laugh, and sing praises, and when you frown, your heart aches. I don't have time to pay attention to me and just feel what you feel. Whither wilt thou go, and take all my soul, which is bewitched for thee? What's the point of keeping it? Jiang Chen was drumming along with the music, his movements passionate and full of power. Each hammer felt like it was used with all its strength to bring the music to a crescendo, and as the music became softer, so did his movements. It creates a cozy and romantic atmosphere. In an instant, all the gazes around were attracted. Drums are inherently loud, and fewer people can play drums in an arcade. Plus the audience is curious. Almost in the blink of an eye, a number of people had gathered around and wanted to see who was playing the drums. However, look no further. Whoa, what a handsome little brother. Look at the muscles on his arms. So manly. I love it. Such a handsome little brother. Muscular and plays the drums. Love. Whatever. When my little brother finishes this game, I must go up and ask him for WeChat. Little brother smiled. Such a handsome smile. Smiling so much that my heart is trembling with it. Little brother's eyes are discharging. Mom, I'm in love. At some point, a group of female college students swarmed over Qin Xiaoyu's side. They were all staring at Jiang Chen with glowing eyes, screaming and clapping. For words were starkly etched on his face. I'm a nymphomaniac. Qin Xiaoyu was also surprised by Jiang Chen's hand at the drum set. But, as soon as he heard the female college students next to him, who were chattering about Jiang Chen, and also yelled that he wanted to go and ask for Jiang Chen's WeChat, obviously he was looking at Jiang Chen. In a flash, a sour taste bubbled up in Qin Xiaoyu's heart. Jiang Chen was simply too dazzling. At only 25 years of age, he's young, handsome, energetic, and the whole body exudes youth and sunshine, and it is absolutely lethal to those little girls. And Qin Xiaoyu is 37 years old and her daughters are adults. If she got together with Jiang Chen, and how to put this little boy's heart. What about being completely chained to yourself? For a moment, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly panicked a little. She thought about it, and finally realized, to her surprise, that there was simply no way for her to completely chain Jiang Chen to her side. Qin Xiaoyu may have the face and body, but she's 37, after all. There are plenty of women younger than her. Like they say on the internet, no girl can be 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls waiting for you. So, Qin Xiaoyu didn't really have an advantage in terms of age, face and body. On top of that, Qin Xiaoyu was very rich, but Jiang Chen wasn't short of money either. The meeting gift he prepared for Qin Xiaoyu was a lady's watch worth $3 million. From this, it was clear that Jiang Chen's financial power could not be underestimated. Then, what other advantages did Qin Pretty Yu have that could attract Jiang Chen and completely tie Jiang Chen's heart to her side? Nope, it's really gone. Her proud face and figure will only increase with her age. It's becoming less valuable and less attractive. The wealth she possessed didn't seem to have much appeal to Jiang Chen. Once she passed 40 and became old, would Jiang Chen still like her at that time? As soon as she thought of this, Qin Xiaoyu became more and more panicked. A feeling of affliction bubbled up in his heart as well. But, however, she couldn't control herself and grew more and more fond of Jiang Chen. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism +2. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism has reached 87 points. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth. I only love you. You are my super star. You dominate. I worship. There is no better way. Can only love you. You are my super star. The song comes to a climax where, under a spotlight, Jiang Chen was fully focused on the drum kit. He moves with grace and precision in sync with the music, hitting every beat on the dot. This perfect combination of music and drummers was felt by the audience. Knock knock. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's wrist flicked rapidly, and the drumsticks fluttered on the surface of the drum. A haunting beat was played. The intense beating of the drums echoed through the air, vibrating the auditory nerves of the audience. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly shifted the rhythm of the drumming again, the drums sounding light and fast at times. At times it was violent, as if it were the waves of the sea. None of this is the point. The point was, Jiang Chen's posture on the drums was also too handsome. Each time he raised his drumsticks high, his arms were poised like an archer's drawn bowstring, ready to fire. Always ready to unleash moving music. With each stroke of the drum, the dexterous hands seemed to leap as if a passionate dance was performed. The audience, around them, was mesmerized. Qin Xiaoyu also couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, "My little husband, so handsome." That group of college girls even transformed into little fangirls. One screamed, applauded, and cheered, wishing to immediately rush up and press Jiang Chen to the ground for a hard kiss. However, a song is only so long. Jiang Chen knocked down the drums for the last section of the finale and also officially announced that the song had ended. Quiet. The scene was quiet. Almost everyone raised their heads, stared, held their breath, and, looking straight at the big screen of the instrument simulator. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A large ceremonial tube suddenly appeared on the screen, followed by a rating that shocked everyone to their very core appeared on it. 100 points. Jiang Chen surprisingly scored a perfect score. What does that mean? On behalf of the song that Jiang Chen just did, he didn't make a single mistake on the drum kit, and even the rhythm was pretty much mastered by him. There were no snaps or missed shots. He, for one, is a genius drummer. No doubt about it. Dang dang. Just then, a celebratory music blared from the simulator. The oversized doll that hangs at the very top of the cabinet, with the hook above it naturally loosened. Immediately afterward, the doll fell off. Whoosh! Jiang Chen stood up in a hurry, walked quickly to the front of the glass cabinet, and then crouched down and yanked out this supersized doll. Little brother, you were so handsome just now. Little brother, can I add you as a WeChat friend? Little brother, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Brother. The group of female college students who had committed nymphomania just now, rushed over in a swarm at this moment. All of them gathered around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, didn't pay any attention to them, and instead hugged this supersized doll, standing in the middle of a group of college girls, looking around as if searching for something. Soon, Jiang Chen saw Qin Xiaoyu at the back of the crowd. Only the corners of his mouth curled up in a gangly smile that he forcefully peeled away the 2 female college students who were in his way, then quickly walked towards Qin Xiaoyu. Honey, it's for you. Do you like it? Jiang Chen's cry of wife instantly silenced the rowdy scene. Click, 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 click. It was as if Qin Xiaoyu heard the sound of a broken heart in a field, and at the same time felt that the envious and jealous looks were thrown from all directions. However, what kind of person is Qin Xiaoyu? She's a high-flying, domineering female president. Swish! Only her chin was held high and proud, and then, with a stern look, flying around, he scanned the area. Immediately afterward, when she turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, the expression on his face instantly switched to one of tenderness and affection. Honey, thank you, I love it. Qin Xiaoyu took the rag doll graciously, and then also stood on her tiptoes and, taking the initiative, she kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. At this moment, surrounded by the sounds of another heartbreak, Qin Xiaoyu was once again met with countless envious and jealous eyes. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism +2. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism reached 89 points. Chapter 70, Blocked. The city is lit up at night. Jiang Chen was carrying a supersized brown bear doll on his back and holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand, walked away from the arcade. This doll is really big, bigger than even the bears. Jiang Chen was carrying it as if he was carrying a small mountain on his back. The turnaround rate when you walk around is almost 100%. Qin Xiaoyu seems to be in a very good mood. Surprisingly, he playfully named the doll Tatsu, although Jiang Chen was extremely opposed to it. In front of the domineering female CEO, His objection was overruled by one vote. Seeing that she was about to reach the place where Jiang Chen had parked his car, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent. There seemed to be some sweat on his hands, and his footsteps subconsciously slowed down a lot. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth suddenly curled up slightly, and he said with a smile, "Auntie pretty, I've passed your test. You have to come with me tonight. No cheating." Swish! A blush suddenly flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's face, only to see her bite her lip, then give Jiang Chen a blank stare. Only then did he sigh in resignation and say, Okay, sister, go with you, tonight, as a bargain for you kid. Ha ha." Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tada! Just then, a dense and steady footstep suddenly came from far and near. As a fighter, Jiang Chen, simply by virtue of his sense of hearing, instantly, he judged that these footsteps were all coming towards him and Qin Xiaoyu. At the same time, the fighter's strong sixth sense was telling Jiang Chen that an aura of danger was fast approaching. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen hurriedly let go of Qin Xiaoyu. Without waiting for Qin Xiaoyu to react, Jiang Chen pulled her behind him with one hand, and the big bear doll was removed and stuffed directly into Qin Xiaoyu's arms. "Honey, what's wrong?" The unknown Qin Xiaoyu subconsciously hugged the big bear doll. However, when she followed Jiang Chen's gaze, she realized that a group of big, burly men appeared around them at some point. This strange group of big men, all of them with their faces full of flesh, and a look of viciousness. Many of them had some flowery tattoos on their arms and necks, and it was clear at a glance that they were not to be messed with. "Wife, wait, just stand still and don't move. I'll protect you." Jiang Chen lowered his voice and quickly barked a message to Qin Xiaoyu, although he didn't know what was going on. Also do not know why this group of big men will be staring at him and Qin pretty you, not to mention the other side has what purpose. However, judging from this imposing stance of the other party, one word, the visitor is not good. However, instead of feeling nervous or scared, Jiang Chen was excited, because he can fight again. He's had two hobbies all his life, fighting and picking up girls. If I had to add more, it would be fighting with chicks, abbreviation, beating up chicks. Who are you? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly swept over the bodies of the group of big men. The mind was thinking, should we make it quick later? Or a little game of cat and mouse? What about teasing them properly? Forget it, it's better to make it quick. Auntie Pretty is still waiting for me to pamper her. Can't waste my time on a bunch of punks. Kid, you don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is that you've offended the wrong people. Now the man wants us to teach you a lesson. Don't worry, we're all very trustworthy out here. Later on, I promise to remove only one of your arms and one of your legs, not more of the rest of your body parts. A big brother, who looked like the leader, suddenly stood out. His smile was very kind. Removing an arm, removing a leg, seemed like a trivial matter in his mouth. Are you sure I'm the one who's offended? A flash of eccentricity flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes, and his mind was racing. He hadn't offended many people in the recent past. One was that Jiang Chen had saved Qin Si the day before and offended a group of robbers. The other was Sun Haitao, who had just been offended in the Wells Western restaurant. What if it's retaliation from the robbers? Obviously not. How could the robbers remove only one of his arms and one of his legs? Jiang Chen had ruined the robbers' good deed, and if the other party really wanted to retaliate, they would only kill him. So, this group of punks could only possibly be the people Sun Haitao called in. After all, only Sun Haitao knew that Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were having dinner here tonight, and after the meal, the car was still parked near the restaurant, not driven away, and sooner or later it would come back to the car. All they needed to do was to wait for Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu to come back to the car, where they were waiting for a rabbit. It's possible to just jam people right in here. Spicy next door. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Sun Haitao, you're dead. Brothers, give it to me. Just then, the leading big man gave an order, and a dozen or so stout big men on the spot. It was almost a swarm. Honey, look out! Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock and hastily extended a hand as if she wanted to pull Jiang Chen. But, Jiang Chen's movements were quick. Instead of retreating, he scurried away in the blink of an eye with a hint of excitement on his face. It crashed directly into a crowd of a dozen punks. Boom boom. Ouch. Aha. Ouch hey. Clunk. 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 In Qin Xiaoyu's shocked and delighted gaze, Jiang Chen was like a humanoid tank, strong and unmistakable, crushed into the flock. A little for a punch and a for a kick. The average 200-pounder man, choked and casually flung by his neck. It flew straight from the street to the end of the street. Sure, this is the rhetorical method of hyperbole. It didn't really fly that far, just 5 or 6 meters. But, Jiang Chen flung these big men one by one like he was carrying a chicken. The visual impact caused was no less than a small earthquake. Less than a minute. A moment ago, He was so aggressive, so fierce. The gangsters who were yelling to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. At this moment, they all fell to the ground, wailing and screaming. Put! Jiang Chen walked up to the leading punk. The soles of the size 45 shoes stomped down nonchalantly, directly on his chest. Tell me, how much did Sun Haitao give you guys? How dare you stupid fools come and surround me? Didn't Sun Haitao tell you guys that I'm the world champion of free sparring? Jiang Chen was obviously swindling this group of punks with these words. Not only did he name Sun Haitao, he also made himself up as the world free fighting champion. The purpose was to sow discord and make the gangsters resent Sun Haitao as their employer. As expected, the moment the gangster heard that Jiang Chen was the world free fighting champion, a flash of shock first flashed across the bottom of his eyes, and immediately afterward, this flash of shock was replaced by anger. I'm sorry, that's Sun Haitao. Actually, let me bring a group of brothers, coming after the world free-for-all champion? Moreover, it was not difficult to analyze from Jiang Chen's tone that Sun Haitao knew that Jiang Chen was the world champion of free sparring, but he still asked my old man to bring people to surround Jiang Chen. Isn't it obvious that he's deliberately ting on my old man? Slot, since he's unkind, don't let me be unrighteous. Big brother, spare my life. It's Sun Haitao. He gave us $20,000. Let's remove an arm and a leg. I didn't even know you could fight so well, and he didn't tell me that. If I had known your identity, I wouldn't have dared to come to trouble you even if I was beaten to death. Big brother, I was wrong. It's because I have eyes that don't recognize Tai, and I have bumped into you. Chapter 71. This surprise? Ouch, nice. Honey, you're not hurt, are you? Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly walked up to Jiang Chen and took his hand, checked him out from head to toe. It wasn't until she confirmed that Jiang Chen's body didn't have any injuries that Qin Xiaoyu let out a slight sigh of relief. But Qin Xiaoyu, however, was enraged. From the mouth of the head of the gangsters, I learned that the person behind the scenes was actually Sun Haitao. Qin Xiaoyu's face instantly turned cold, and two lurid cold auras shot out from her eyes. Swish, only to see Qin Xiaoyu take out her cell phone, dial a phone, and quickly command a few words. Then he pulled Jiang Chen aside. Honey, what are you going to do with these people? Jiang Chen swept his eyes over the punks who had fallen to the ground, but in his head, he was thinking of a chance to just kill Sun Haitao directly, lest this old thing, in the future, will give himself any more trouble. Honey, don't bother with these punks. I've already called for someone to take care of them. As for Sun Haitao, when Qin Xiaoyu said this, a flash of murderous aura unexpectedly flashed under her eyes. That's right, it's just killing, the proper kind of killing. Jiang Chen, as a master-level fighter, was quite sensitive to killing auras, but he never thought that on Qin Xiaoyu, the dainty female president, he would actually, sensing a hint of a murderous aura. Hubby, don't worry, since Sun Haitao doesn't know how to die, turn around and I'll make him disappear from this world completely. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes were secretly sizing up Jiang Chen even as she said this. It seemed like he wanted to see through Jiang Chen's inner thoughts at this moment through his reaction. Quiet. The scene was quiet. Jiang Chen's face always had an unperturbed expression, and his eyes were calm. It was completely impossible to tell what he was thinking at the moment. For some reason, Qin Xiaoyu was suddenly a bit flustered, and at the same time a bit regretful. She was able to climb up the ladder step by step and become the absolute head of the Qin family. Naturally, there are means that are not seen, but she liked Jiang Chen very much and wanted to be with him, and she also hoped that Jiang Chen would accept everything about her. On impulse, she leaked a little of her ruthlessness. Results. Jiang Chen, however, fell silent. I wonder if he can accept himself like this. Anyway, Jiang Chen's attitude was unknown, and Qin Xiaoyu's heart lifted. However, it was at this time that Jiang Chen made a breezy remark that it suddenly drifted into Qin Xiaoyu's ears. If you cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder the two of them could come together and fall in love for 3 years. It turned out that Jiang Chen was the same kind of person as her. Qin Xiaoyu's favoritism +1. Qin Xiaoyu's favorability reaches 90. Husband. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly reached out and hugged Jiang Chen, her eyes gradually drawing in before she stood on her tiptoes and, angling his chin, he offered a fragrant kiss. Boom boom. Just then, a dull engine roar suddenly came from the direction of the street. It didn't take long before a dozen black Mercedes-Benz cars stopped in front of Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu. Click, 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 only to see the doors of the cars being opened one after another. A group of bodyguards in suits jumped down from the cars, all assembled quickly, in square formation. Only then did they all bow slightly to Qin Pretty and shout, Mr. Qin. Qin Xiaoyu reluctantly let go of Jiang Chen and softly said, Hubby, in fact, I would like to go with you tonight, but after this incident, I have to take action against Sun Haitao as soon as possible. It's fine, Go ahead and get busy. We'll have plenty of time together later. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and didn't show any expression of disappointment. After all, Jiang Chen was now a full man. And Qin Pretty Jade's favorability has reached 90 points. Eat one day early, play one day. There's not much difference. Swish swish. Qin Xiaoyu helped Jiang Chen straighten out his clothes and crown, then softly asked, "Shall I send someone to take you home?" "No need. I'm a big man, world champion in free sparring. Are you still afraid I'll be kidnapped by the bad guys? With your skill, I'm not afraid you'll meet a bad guy. I'm afraid you'll meet one of those nymphomaniacal little girls." "Oh, are you jealous? Do you think I'm still a 17 or 8-year-old girl who likes to be jealous when I can't move? In my mind, you're much cuter than a 17 or 8-year-old girl." Oily mouth. In front of a group of bodyguards, Qin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chen flirted and showed off their love for each other, spreading a wave of dog food, with no regard for what those singles think. A few moments later, Qin Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Chen reluctantly, then hugged the supersized brown bear doll and got into a Rolls Royce. Swish. After seeing Qin Xiaoyu's convoy leave, Jiang Chen felt out his cell phone and looked at the time. Then he got into his Ferrari LaFerrari and quickly rushed towards the Dynasty International Hotel. It's still early. Su Yao also said during the day that she had prepared a surprise. Rush back now, just in time to see what this surprise is all about. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to the Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao, who had already received the call, had already put water in the bathtub, just waiting for Jiang Chen to come back and take a comfortable bath. When Jiang Chen came out after his bath, he didn't see Su Yao's figure in the bedroom. What the hell? Wasn't this supposed to be a surprise? Where are the people? You're not playing hide and seek with me, are you? Swish. Jiang Chen laid down on the bed and just wanted to feel out his cell phone to give Su Yao a call. Just then, the headlights in the bedroom suddenly went out. Jiang Chen was still in a daze when the bedroom door was suddenly opened from outside. "Honey, the doctor said you had a cold and a fever today. It's almost 40 degrees. You have to get a shot to get the fever down." Oh. Chapter 72, Is he his stepfather? It's late at night. Phoenix Manor, Villa 2. Qin Xiaoyu had just returned home and made several consecutive phone calls, and they also sent out all the elite bodyguards of the Qin family. Auntie was angry and there were serious consequences. In the upper-class celebrity circles of Shilan City, everyone only knew that the Qin family was a powerful family. The family is $100 billion richer. But few people knew that the Qin family was a gangster before their rise to power. Qin Pretty Yu's grandfather was a powerful mobster in Shilan City back in the day. Only, Qin Xiaoyu's father was unwilling to continue on this path, so it was a matter of finding ways to launder the family estate. In the end, the Qin family actually did manage to get on board by him, stepping into the business circle of Shilan City with one foot. Beyond that, Qin Pretty Jade's father was also a business wizard, and the Qin family, under his leadership, it has continued to grow bigger and stronger, all the way up to the hundreds of billions of dollars it is today. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyu's father died young because he worked too hard and exhausted his body. But God seems to be favoring the Qin family as well. Qin Xiaoyu not only inherited her father's strengths in business, but also her grandfather's ruthless character. Though she was a woman, by virtue of her surprising business tactics, as well as the tough and ruthless character, froze Qin's group management in order, and even continued to grow bigger and stronger trend. Many people know that Qin Xiaoyu is a business wizard, but few know that Qin Xiaoyu also has a strong appeal in the underworld, because Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather hasn't passed away yet. Yawn, eh? Mom, didn't you go on a date with your stepdad tonight? Why are you back so early? Just then, Qin Si, who was wearing a set of pink pajamas with a yawn in her mouth, suddenly came down the stairs. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu sitting alone on the sofa with a cell phone cupped in her hand, "I don't know what's going on." Qin Si immediately bounced over, then hugged Qin Pretty Yu and a headlong rush into her arms. "Si, why aren't you asleep?" Qin Xiaoyu came back to her senses and reached out to touch Qin Si's little head and a small, favored smile appeared on his face as well. "Mom, you're not home tonight, and I'm having a little trouble sleeping alone." Qin Si arched his little head toward Qin Pretty Yu's arms, and had to be pillowed between the two headlights of the car. It was only then that he closed his eyes comfortably. "Si, you're an adult now. Why are you still acting like a little kid? Do you have to have mommy with you to go to bed?" Qin Xiaoyu's face showed a hint of crying and laughing, but she didn't push Qin Si away. Instead, he gently hugged his daughter. "Oops, Mom, don't talk about me. Hurry up and share with me about your date with your stepdad tonight, right?" Qin Si deliberated a little before opening his mouth. Her own old mom found her other half through online dating, and she, as a daughter, what exactly should I call this man? If this man was the same age as his mom, Qin Si would just call him uncle directly. But This man is only 25 years old and only 7 years older than Chin-si. That's a little awkward. She couldn't ask, "Mom, how far did you get with that little brother?" Or, "How are you getting along with that fresh meat?" If you ask that, wouldn't it look like your own mom is keeping a mistress outside? Thinking about it, Chin-si finally thought it would be better to be called stepfather. Anyway, judging from mom's attitude, she seems to have decided on this man. And Chin-si knows very well the temper of the mother. As long as the mother determined things, 9 cows cannot pull back. Oh, he's very handsome, very manly, and funny, and his family's pretty rich, too. Very popular with girls. As soon as Chin Xiaoyu spoke of Jiang Chen, a nice-looking arc unconsciously curved up at the corner of her mouth. Whoa, 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 Mom, look at you blowing him out of the water. Isn't that called lover's eyes? Chin-si didn't believe his mom's words. Handsome, rich, manly, funny, and popular with the girls? Isn't this a proper man's god? You know, the odds of mom meeting a guy by finding a random online date, it's literally lower than winning the lottery jackpot. How is that possible? See, mommy didn't lie to you. In fact, mommy didn't expect that. He's surprisingly good. Seeing that her mom was still helping that man, Chin-si's jealousy was immediately knocked over. Only to see Chin-si's eyes roll back in his head, he quickly spoke out. Mom, then show me his picture. I'd like to see what kind of god is it that has charmed my old mom to the point of losing her soul? What do you mean your soul is lost? It's not like mom's a love brain. How can you lose yourself for a man? I simply admire him. Oh, I don't believe it. Hey, are you itchy, you little girl? Do you want to get beaten up? Oops. Mom, don't interrupt. Get the picture of your stepdad out now. Let me enjoy it. Under Chin-si's soft words, Chin Pretty You could only click on her cell phone's photo album. Then he rummaged around inside for Jiang Chen's picture. In her opinion, she was already with Jiang Chen, and sooner or later, Jiang Chen would have to meet with Chin-si. So, show Chin-si a picture of Jiang Chen. It was also a way for the little girl to get to know the young stepdad ahead of time. Swish, Chin Xiaoyu quickly flipped to a photo of Jiang Chen, or one that she had just secretly taken tonight. Jiang Chen, in the photo, is sitting in front of a drum set, waving his drumsticks with both hands. A face so handsome you can't breathe. A dashing, wild demeanor the tantalizing muscle lines on his arms, the badass smile at the corners of his mouth. I have to say, Chin Xiaoyu is really good at sneak peeks. A single photo captured all the glitter on Jiang Chen's body. Here, this is the stepdad mom found for you. Chin Xiaoyu handed her cell phone to Chin-si's face. A look of confidence also appeared on his face. However, next second, Chin-si, however, let out a scream, only to see the little ninny's eyes wide open, her mouth wide open, and a shocked expression on her face. It's like seeing a ghost. The unknown Chin Xiaoyu thought that Chin-si was shocked by Jiang Chen's heaven-defying face value. After all, a little fresh meat like Jiang Chen was really pleasing to little girls. But, before Chin Xiaoyu could open her mouth to speak, Chin-si's urgent and anxious voice it drifted right into her ears. Mom, how come your online date is him? No way. You can't be with him. I don't agree with you being together. I am against this marriage. When Chin-si said this, Chin Pretty You was immediately frozen in place. What's the situation? Why did her daughter have such a big reaction after looking at Jiang Chen's picture? Could it be that daughter and Jiang Chen know each other? Hiss. Chin Xiaoyu suddenly took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the uneasiness within her heart and, then in as calm a tone as possible, he asked, See, why do you object to mommy being with him? Mom, he's Brother Butcher. He's the one who saved me from the robbers the day before yesterday, without asking for anything in return. The butcher brother who turned away Jiang Chen. Mom, how come you're dating brother Jiang Chen? Are you sure you didn't take the wrong picture? Chin Xiaoyu, Chapter 73, Mr. Chin is furious. Midnight. Caesar's Palace KTV Club, Box 88. The air was covered with the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. The music was deafening. A group of very demurely dressed women were frantically gyrating their waists and hips. Sun Haitao sat down on the sofa with a big grin, and had just picked up his wine glass. There was then a woman dressed in a gaudy costume, winking and smiling as she sat down next to him. The woman kept teasing Sun Haitao with flirty language and seductive movements. Swish! Sun Haitao could not hold on and directly embraced the woman in his arms. Then a hard squeeze on her ass. Brother Tao, aren't you afraid that Mr. Chin will get angry when you let someone go and teach Mr. Chin's little white boy a lesson? Just then, a young man suddenly came to Sun Haito's side and, from the way he was dressed, he should be some kind of rich family's playboy. Oh, just a little white boy. If you teach a lesson, you teach a lesson. A flash of disdain flashed across Sun Haitao's face. Then he said with great certainty, I've been working with General Manager Chin for so many years. Is it hard to think that she would directly turn her back on me for the sake of a white boy? The young male nodded and said, right, how could Mr. Chin flip out with our brother Tao for a white boy? Chin Xiaoyu has gone a bit overboard this time. I've been chasing her for so many years, didn't even touch her hand, didn't realize she had bagged a gigolo. Sun Haitao's face suddenly sank, and a flash of anger flashed through his eyes. His teeth were also clacking from his bite. Tao, women are all splatters. If you treat her with all your heart, she'll never cherish you, and if you're a little rough with her, a little tough, instead, she'll still be subservient to you. That's why, a woman can't be spoiled. You have to possess her by force. She's the one who's going to give in honestly. The young male's words were like a bolt from the blue. Directly opened the door to a new world for Sun Haitao. Sun Haitao touched his chin and pondered for a while, and actually began to constantly reflect on was he too much of a dog licker to Chin Xiaoyu? So Chin Xiaoyu couldn't see himself? Murphy, do you really need to use force on Chin Xiaoyu in order for the other party to fall in love with you? They say that no matter how tough a woman is on the outside, she's always soft on the inside. Maybe Chin Xiaoyu is a woman who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Should we try it? In case it works out, not only will you get the beauty, but you'll also have the Chin group in your pocket. It's almost like a 2-for-1 deal. Oh old brother, my brother has heard that you have quite a few good things in your hands. Can I borrow some for my brother? Tao, the good thing you said is, it's that stuff you give good women to drink every time you play with them. I heard that even a chaste woman will become a pawn woman in Hua. Hey, brother Tao, you've finally gotten the hang of it. Don't worry, the treasure in my brother's hand. You can take your pick. Sun Haitao and the young male exchanged a few words, and soon let out a sinister laugh that both had evil looks on their faces. The young gentry slipped a vial to Sun Haitao, who, without moving, put the vial, quickly tucked into his pocket. After about half an hour, Sun Haitao was really aroused by the woman in his arms. He was also thinking in his mind that he just happened to take this splatter woman to try the medicine first and see how it worked. And so, Sun Haitao greeted the young gentry with then he left this KTV with his arm around the demonic woman. However, just as Sun Haitao and the demonic woman arrived at the parking lot, suddenly a group of masked men came out from all around and knocked them all out without saying a word. The next thing you know, the demonic woman is tossed aside and Sun Haitao was put into a rough burlap sack. Two masked men, taking the burlap sack containing Sun Haitao's, carried in a van with no license plate. An hour later, the van drove up to the outskirts of the countryside next to a large reservoir. I saw a large, masked man, stuffing a few very heavy stones into a burlap sack. Then the burlap sack was sealed and thrown directly into the reservoir. It's not over yet. Several fierce, masked men, who had been crouching by the reservoir for a full hour, were making sure nothing untoward would happen. He then got into the van and took off. Sun Haitao never dreamed that he was only jealous because of in a fit of rage, he sent someone to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, only to end up putting his own life on the line. What's the word on this? If you want to blame, you can only blame Sun Haitao for not being able to carry his own identity. He thought that he had chased after Chin Xiaoyu for so many years, more or less in Chin Xiaoyu's mind. Shouldn't it be a little weighty? He thought he had worked with Chin Xiaoyu for so many years, even if they couldn't become lovers. It's kind of like being close friends, right? But he'd known Chin Xiaoyu for so many years, but he actually didn't know what kind of person Chin Xiaoyu was, even dared to take the initiative to provoke Chin Xiaoyu. This is not looking for death. What is it? Chin Pretty Jade is a woman's body, yet she's able to become the head of the Chin family, and it also took care of the Chin group in a prosperous way. How can such a woman be good? Therefore, Sun Haitao did not die unjustly. The other side. Phoenix Manor, Villa 2. Chin Si threw down the sentence "I am against this marriage." Then he ran back to his bedroom, red-eyed, and even slammed the door behind him. Chin Xiaoyu's face was a bit ugly, whether she was acting as a passerby, or as Chin Si's mother. Chin Xiaoyu saw the crux of the problem at a glance. This little girl, Chin Si, should have fallen in love with Jiang Chen. You should know that Chin Si has just turned 18 this year, which is the age of a young girl in love. Jiang Chen fell from the sky like a hero when Chin Si was kidnapped and fought off the robbers. Saved Chin Si. The hero saving a woman's life is a doggerel, but it's undoubtedly a killer for women. Especially for a young girl in love like Chin Si, the impact is simply fatal. Chin Si had her heart set on Jiang Chen, and everything was normal. But Chin Xiaoyu had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years, and although the two of them had only just been present, but the 3-year relationship is there. Chin Si actually developed feelings for her stepfather? How can this be? Is it going to be a mother-daughter jealousy scene? As Chin Si's mother, she knew this daughter of hers temperament very well. It can be said that her daughter has perfectly inherited her character and temperament, and once she determines something, the 9 oxen can't pull it back. Hiss. At the thought of this, Qin Xiaoyu instantly felt a headache. Why did things turn out this way? The lover he's had for 3 years, and the rainy night butcher who saved Qin Xi's life. Why does it have to be the same person? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Silence. No words. Qin Xiaoyu didn't know what came to her mind, and her face suddenly became gloomy. Her eyes were also obscure in the light of the lamp. Swish. A few moments later, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly picked up her cell phone and dialed the phone code number. Hello? I want you to drop everything you're doing and do everything you can to find out what you can about someone. And by the way, I want to find out who his ancestors are. I want this information in my mailbox by sunrise. Chapter 74 Unsealing. The Eye of Peeping Tom. The second half of the night. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Zhang Chen sat down toward the sofa and crossed one of his legs, lighting himself a cigarette in the process. As the smoke curled up, Zhang Chen also tapped on the main system page. Lucky Draw Carousel. Number of draws, 3. Item bar, black card, bounty. Unsealing charm. Artifact, mind's eye. Zhang Chen obtained an unsealing talisman at exactly 12 o'clock midnight. Only, at that time, Zhang Chen was educating Su Yao, and had no time to pay attention to this trivial matter, so it didn't bother to check this unblocking charm. At this moment, the battle was over, and Zhang Chen then had the time to open the system item bar. Unsealing charm, a special charm that can unseal an artifact. Note, an unsealing talisman can only unseal one layer of seals. Swish. Zhang Chen took the unsealing talisman out, and after a slight hesitation, he mumbled in his heart, Brother Tuzi, I'm going to use this unsealing charm. Ding. Detecting that the host currently has only one divine artifact, may I ask if the second seal of the artifact Mind's Eye is unlocked? Yes. Swish. The unsealing talisman in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light that it drilled into Zhang Chen's eyes with lightning speed. In the next second, Zhang Chen felt a hot breath, not too hot, coming out of his eyes, not hot at all, warm and sweet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the second layer of the Mind's Eye seal. Gain permanent psychic ability, Peeping Eye. A system beep sounded in his ears, followed by a wave of information about how to use the Peeping Eye was also forcefully instilled into Zhang Chen's mind. Zhang Chen was a bit dazed, despite the fact that the system has given him surprise after surprise. But he was still shocked by the surprise. What's a peephole? Simply put, it means that after turning on this psychic ability, it is possible to peek into the privacy and current intentions of the target. Pretty much the equivalent of mind reading. Nima. Zhang Chen had this one supernatural ability, and from now on, no matter who, all will have no secrets before him. That's a little scary. Mind's Eye 1. Probing, 2. Peeking, 3. Sealed in, 4. 5. Under seal, 6. Under seal, 7. Under seal. Whoosh. Zhang Chen suddenly stood up and silently walked into the presidential bedroom. At this moment, the two great beauties of the country were very languidly lying on the luxurious big bed. Swish. Zhang Chen's mind moved, and he directly opened his Peeping Eye at Su Yao. In the next second, 2 lines of information surfaced before his eyes. Personal, saved by Zhang Chen from 2 drunks 7 years ago. Since then, he has secretly fallen in love with Zhang Chen. Heavy love brain. Late stage. Hopeless. Current intent, exhausted. Just want to get a good night's sleep. Quiet. The bedroom was quiet. Zhang Chen immediately froze in place after seeing Su Yao's personal privacy. An odd expression also appeared on his face. Holy, no wonder Su Yao's favorability reached 100 points. So she's the girl I saved that year, and she secretly had a crush on me for 7 whole years? It all makes sense. But, why didn't she tell me all about it? I can't believe you're playing the silent crush game. True to form. It's heavy on the relationship brain, late in the game, and hopeless. Phew. Zhang Chen gently exhaled, and his eyes became gentle as he looked at Su Yao. But, Zhang Chen's eyes merely became a little gentler, and his heart, still hard as iron. Swish. A moment later, Zhang Chen landed his gaze on Zhao Sherman, and in the next second, 2 more lines of information surfaced. Personal, obsessed with martial arts since childhood, especially eager to be conquered by a man with high martial arts skills. Current intent, I'm exhausted and just want to sleep. Pust. Zhang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. No wonder Zhao Sherman had a hint of hostility towards me at first, and then after being defeated by me, the attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. It turned out that she was overcome by Lousy. Luckily, over the years, no man has been able to defeat Zhao Sherman. If a man of great strength appears before this young master, and also beat Zhao Sherman, it is estimated that this has long run away with others, and it is not the turn of this young master to pick up this leak. It's past 12 o'clock midnight, and the 3 chances for the new day's drawing have come and gone. You can start the lucky draw. I wonder, what rewards can I draw today? Spirit of the heavens? Spirit of the earth? I'm going to offer a sacrifice to Emperor Ruyan. Make sure you bless me to win the grand prize. As per usual, Jiang Chen prayed earnestly before drawing the prize. It's not that he's feudalistic and superstitious. It's just that with the emergence of the unicorns, who the hell believes in science? Swish! After Jiang Chen finished praying, he immediately clicked on the lottery button with his mind. And in the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction. And after about 3 seconds the speed gradually slowed down. Barta! In Jiang Chan's slightly disappointed eyes, the pointer steadily stopped within an area of, and there is a cartoon gold coin painted on top of this area. Swish! Immediately afterward, a black bank card popped out of the carousel of, then it was automatically put away in the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million spending money. The system's beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen moved very skillfully to click on the item bar. The black card was soon seen in the backpack. Black card, spending gold. This card contains $100 million of Dragon Kingdom currency. It can only be used to give spending money to the opposite sex for shopping. Note, after the host has used this spending money, she will receive double rebate of real money. Okay, Unico is giving away money again, thanks to the owner, boss atmosphere. But then again, the rewards that come out of the gold coin area, it all seems to have to do with money or property. And the rewards that come out of the cards, bottles, books, and question marks areas, on the other hand, it is much richer and more exciting than gold. So, Jiang Chen preferred to draw the 4 rewards at the back. Without further ado, there are 2 more drawings today, so hopefully I'll win a prize. Swish! Jiang Chen once again clicked on the lottery button with his mind. And in the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction. And after about 3 seconds the speed gradually slowed down. Finally, in Jiang Chen's surprised eyes, the pointer slowly crossed the gold coin area, then crawled towards the deck of cards area. Hey, not bad. This one. There. Chapter 75, Have you really become a divine hero? Barta, the needle on the wheel of fortune. After creeping forward a short distance, it stopped steadily in the deck area. Swish! A shiny card with a golden eye painted on it popped up on the turntable. It looks very spooky. However, without waiting for Jiang Chen to get a good look at the card's full appearance, the card was automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an investigation card. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen immediately tapped on the item bar. The deck was quickly seen in the backpack. Investigation card. When this card is used, you can designate a target person for investigation, and you can get the details of your opponent's ancestors for 3 generations. Note, this card can only be used once. When he saw this card, Jiang Chen was first confused. Investigation card? Isn't this similar to one's own mind's eye, in the same way? Except that the mind's eye can only see basic information about the opposite sex. And this survey card, it is possible to find out the details of the other person's ancestors for 3 generations. On second thought, maybe this survey card could, in a pinch, playing out the unexpected. Whatever, since they were rewards that came out of the system, they must all have a use. What was that? There's one last chance to draw today, so hurry up and pop a big prize for your buddy. Swish! Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together fiercely and clicked on the lottery button with his mind for the 3rd time. The hands on the dial immediately began to turn. The red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed gradually slowed down. Asterisk asterisk. In Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, the pointer crossed over the gold coin area, then it slowly crossed over to the cards, bottles and books area. By the looks of it, it seems like it's going to stop at the last question mark area. Going to hit the jackpot? Or first prize? The big prize came so suddenly that I wasn't even mentally prepared for it. However, Jiang Chen was too happy too soon. Although the pointer crossed the Yi books area and entered the question mark area, and the advance is getting slower and slower. But the pointer is still moving forward, like a turtle's pace. Don't move. Hurry up and stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, open his mouth, and clench his fists, and the heart kept shouting. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly and as if only a moment had passed. In Jiang Chen's extremely complicated eyes, the pointer actually climbed over the head of beyond the area of question mark, and back to the area of gold coin. Bark! After a soft sound, the pointer ended up also stopping at the gold coin area. just a millimeter beyond the question mark area. Asterisk asterisk. Why don't you take it easy? Why are you pushing so hard? It's too much. To make me happy for nothing. I'll you up. Jiang Chen couldn't help but crack up. Just now he had already thought of his acceptance speech, but at this moment, all the illusions have gone down the drain. So can one not be angry? However, Jiang Chen's anger had only just bubbled up, and in the next second, the system beep that rang in his ears. However, it made him immediately freeze in place, and his anger was instantly transformed into joy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% of the Dynasty Group's shares. Swish! In an instant, Jiang Chen had a thick stack of information in his hands, and there are a few big words written on the cover of the information. Share transfer contract. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen immediately turned over the share transfer contract in his hand after freezing for a few seconds, then checked it out seriously. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I don't know how much too long. Jiang Chen slowly closed the share transfer contract in his hand. A look of surprise and joy also appeared on his face. Grandma's leg. If you're not careful, your buddy is really a godly man. In the future, even if you lie in bed every day, eat and drink every day, pick up girls and keep a mistress every day, and don't bother worrying about having enough money. Because of that, Jiang Chen had gained wealth that he would never be able to spend in this lifetime. Dynasty Group. A plutocratic group with a market capitalization of over $100 billion. The strength and financial power is not at all weaker than Qin's group. Jiang Chen is now staying at the Dynasty International Hotel. It's just a subsidiary of the Dynasty Group. But, the Qin Group was a family industry, and the power was in the hands of the Qin family. And the Dynasty Group's shareholding structure is very complex, with shareholders including 2 overseas megagroups, the 3 very strong domestic investment companies and many miscellaneous minority shareholders. But, Jiang Chen drew all the shares of Dynasty Group in one lottery, all centralized in his hands. In other words, from now on, the entire Dynasty Group has and will have only one shareholder. That would be Jiang Chen, who holds 100% of the shares. The Dynasty Group had now become Jiang Chen's private property. Jiang Chen also became the sole chairman of Dynasty Group. Brother Tatsuko, you're really a heifer descending the stairs, with a cow beer on the left and a cow beer on the right. Cow beer after cow beer after cow beer. Without further ado, I must give you 5 stars and mad kudos. The city is lit up at night. Although it was already the latter part of the night, Jiang Chen was a bit unable to sleep. He was seen walking over to the wine cooler and taking a red wine off of it. Then picking up another tall glass, he slowly made his way to the balcony. Swish! Toward the recliner, Jiang Chen opened the red wine and poured himself a glass, then sipped the wine while looking up at the star-filled sky. The night breeze blew by, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair on his forehead. Jiang Chen was unmoved, his eyes dead set on the starry sky above his head. It seemed to be looking for the brightest star in the night sky. Tada! Just then, there was a very light footstep in the living room. Jiang Chen ignored it, still looking up at the starry sky. Soon there was a lurch of footsteps. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have found in Jiang Chen sitting on the balcony. Tada! The footsteps became a few moments lighter and went directly from the living room to the balcony. Ha, honey, why are you drinking here alone? First a somewhat scratchy female voice drifted in. In the next second, a fragrant breeze hit Jiang Chen's neck, and a pair of small, white, tender hands, a gentle hug from behind. Ha! Jiang Chen didn't turn around, and from the soft sensation on his back alone, instantly judged the person to be the little green tea, Lu Li. It's the middle of the night, why aren't you in bed? Alone and a bit sleepy. Lu Li hummed lightly. Alone? Didn't Xingxue sleep with you? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, and an odd expression appeared on his face. Honey, I'll tell you a secret. Don't say I told you. What secret? Xingxue is a lesbian. She's been with Tang Rou for almost 5 years, and at this point, she must be sleeping at Tang Rou's house. Ha! Chapter 76 Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou are a couple? Name Lu Li. Age, 25 years. Face value, 95. Body, 95. Favorability, 80. Jiang Chen blinked and turned on the probing function of his mind's eye. A line of profile information immediately surfaced in the line of sight. Jiang Chen didn't have any objections to Lu Li's face and body. But, this 80 points of favorability of little green tea, Jiang Chen always felt that it should be mixed with a little bit of water. Could it be that Lu Li had some hidden attributes? Swish! Jiang Chen's mind immediately opened the peeping function of his mind's eye, and in the next second, 2 lines of information then surfaced in his vision. Personal privacy, deeply poisoned by small movies, countless fantasies with other women, preferring and not daring to break through the moral defense of the heart. Current intent, husband is so handsome. Pust! Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He knew that Lu Li was scratchy, but he never thought that the little green tea would be so perverted. But Jiang Chen likes it. Honey, junior year, one day after a late study hall, I witnessed Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou holding hands and walking into the grove at the back of the school. I was curious, so I snuck along. Hey, guess what I see? What did you see? Jiang Chen reached out and pinched Lu Li's slender waist, forcing her to stop writhing. It was only a slight sigh of relief. I saw then, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou hugging each other. I don't know what to say. I was cracking up in my entire third dimension. I never dreamed that Qingxue and Zoe were actually lesbians, and the two of them are getting it on. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown slightly. He was seen stroking his chin and pondering for a while, then muttered to himself, something's not right. If Qingxue is really a lesbian, how could she be willing? Besides, she was acting quite enthusiastic. She didn't look like a lesbian, did she? When Lu Li heard this, she immediately couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh, faking it, only to see Lu Li roll her eyes and, with a face full of disdain, he said, acting so enthusiastic for the first time, this is too fake. Honey, don't you know that the first time a girl, are they all more shy, bashful, nervous, reserved? A word to the wise. Jiang Chen was instantly enlightened by Lu Li's nudge. That's right, Lin Qingxue had acted too enthusiastically, and had even gone a little overboard, so it gives the impression of being fake, lean, true to form. It's a heart meter. Since Qingxue likes Tang Rou, and she and Tang Rou have been together for 5 years, why did you even come to crawl into my bed? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, and an odd flavor bubbled up in his heart. It feels as if the wife has been taken away from her, and it would have been bad enough that the person who took his wife was also a big and delicate beauty. This made Jiang Chen even more upset. Even women can't compete. This man is a man. Really a damn shame. For the money, of course. Lu Li rolled her eyes again and said, I've heard that Rou has been spending a lot lately. Qingxue willingly sacrificed her body for her in exchange for a large sum of money from you. Then take it to Zoe Flowers. This is definitely true love. Sometimes, I envy Zoe, having such a loving girlfriend who loves her. It's just so happy. Pust. Jiang Chen didn't know how many mouthfuls of blood he had sprayed tonight. In short, his 3 views have cracked. The heart is also extremely upset. The next morning, Phoenix Manor, Villa 2. After Qin Xiaoyu got up, she went straight downstairs to the living room. By this time of day, the nanny had already brought breakfast to the table. Just waiting for Qin Xiaoyu, the head of the family, to get up for dinner. Swish, Qin Xiaoyu sat down at the head of the dining table and, absently, he asked his nanny aunt, where's Miss? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Ma'am, the young lady got up early this morning, half an hour ago, and she went out. Auntie Nanny looked at Qin Xiaoyu with an odd expression on her face, and put what she knew about the situation. All told her truthfully. Silence, no words. Hearing that Qin Si had gone out a long time ago, Qin Pretty did not have any emotional fluctuations on her face. Ever since that kidnapping that happened to Qin Si, Qin Xiaoyu then secretly arranged a team of bodyguards around Qin Si, specializing in protecting Qin Si in the dark. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyu was not worried about Qin Si's safety. The only thing she was a little worried about right now was that Qin Si would go looking for Jiang Chen. Then something uncontrollable happens between the two. LOL. It's a bit of a headache. Qin Xiaoyu rubbed her temples, then picked up a glass of milk on the table and drank slowly. Ding dong. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu's cell phone rang for a moment. It seems like the mailbox got an email beep. Swish. Only to see Qin Xiaoyu immediately put down the milk and pick up the cell phone set aside. Fly clicked on his email. In the next second, a detailed information about Jiang Chen was reflected in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Qin Xiaoyu looked at it very carefully. It's like going through a tens of billions of dollars of contracts, and every sentence, every word on the profile, even every punctuation mark, she didn't spare. Pop. I don't know how long it took, but Qin Xiaoyu suddenly slapped her hand on the dining table and his face also instantly grimaced. Bastard. Just broke up with his girlfriend of 3 years. In the blink of an eye, he's banging his ex-girlfriend's best friend. 1 BFF wasn't enough, but you've taken 4 so far? By the looks of it, you're trying to take the 7 cousins of Shilan University and 6 cousins besides your ex-girlfriend, all in one? On top of that, when you were with your ex-girlfriend, Ruyan Lu, and at the same time, cybersex with me? Scumbag, why don't you go to hell? Qin Xiaoyu, who had finished reading this information, was immediately infuriated. Qin Pretty Jade hadn't checked Jiang Chen's details before. She's been in an online relationship with Jiang Chen for 3 years, and has long since taken Jiang Chen as her soulmate. Naturally, he didn't care what Jiang Chen's identity was in reality, so he also felt that there was no need to investigate his background. However, Reality, however, ruthlessly gave Qin Xiaoyu a slap in the face. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that the person she identified as her significant other would be a scumbag. What now? Break up? But Qin Xiaoyu was a bit reluctant to give up. Thinking back to these 3 years, he and Jiang Chen experienced every bit of. And last night, Jiang Chen took her to catch a doll, and then through the efforts of, caught her the biggest doll in the whole arcade and made her the envy of the whole place. And when she met the punks, Jiang Chen resolutely stood in front of her, trying to protect her like. Thinking about it, Qin Xiaoyu became more and more unable to part with it. Is it any wonder that so many little girls, instead of honest men, prefer scumbags? The original Jags really get on people's nerves. Ding dong. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu's mailbox received another email. Only when she clicked on it, she didn't expect it to be another detailed information about Jiang Chen. However, Qin Xiaoyu only stared at this information for a moment before her eyes snapped wide and a look of shock also appeared on his face. Jiang Chen is actually the illegitimate son of Xilan City's oldest and most powerful family, the current head of the Zhou family? How is this possible? Wait, could it be that the Zhou family started laying out their plans 3 years ago, secretly arranging for Jiang Chen, the bastard son of the, come to approach me on purpose? Qin Xiaoyu's face became more and more gloomy, only to see her frown and think. Then he picked up his cell phone and dialed a special number. Chapter 77, Gathering the 6 Golden Flowers. It's a nice day. Clear skies. Jiang Chen actually didn't sleep and climbed out of bed early in the morning. After coming to the balcony and moving his muscles, Jiang Chen immediately made a call to his housekeeper, Li Qian. Let her prepare breakfast. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen sent a WeChat to Bai Shallow. Jiang Chen, kid's mom, how's Xinxin's status today? Is there anything wrong with your body? To be honest, Jiang Chen did quite like this girl. Xinxin, mind is always on her health as well. If you don't hurt your own daughter, should you let someone else do it? Drip. Bai Shallow's side returned Jiang Chen's message almost in seconds. It seemed that she had already woken up from her sleep. White Shallow, oh, child's father. Just don't worry about it. The doctor said that Core's body is recovering very well, and all the indicators are normal. Jiang Chen, that's good. I'm free today. Why don't I come to the hospital to accompany Xin later? White Shallow, hubby, you'd better not come. My parents came to the hospital today. They're guarding the core, and I'm afraid they'll see something if you come. Jiang Chen, you didn't tell your parents that I'm already Xin's godfather? Charado, I don't dare say. Jiang Chen had planned to go to the hospital today to accompany Xinxin, but he didn't expect Bai Shaoxing to be a thief. Afraid that her parents would see something, they said nothing to let Jiang Chen go to the hospital. No way. Jiang Chen could only abandon his original plan, and then pondered, with such a nice day today, what should we do? Right. Black card, spending money. Today, I can take Su Yao, Zhao Sherman and Luli to go shopping and spend like crazy. Earn the double rebate by the way. Think it and do it. Jiang Chen got a few women up, and after having breakfast, immediately, he took the girls on a rampage and killed them at the IFC Mall. Road. Jiang Chen first called Lily Yu. When Lily heard that Jiang Chen wanted to take her shopping, she agreed without saying a word. Immediately after that, Jiang Chen made another call to Lin Xingxue, and in a commanding tone that, tell her to bring out Tang Rou as well. And so, the 7 fairies of Xilan University, the 6 fairies except Ruyan Lu, all of them were then summoned by Jiang Chen. 9 a.m. sharp. The main entrance to the IFC Mall. The combination of 1 man and 6 women simply lit up the eyes of countless people. There's no need to mention Jiang Chen's face and charisma. Put him out there. It's simply wreaking havoc on the big girls, little daughters-in-law, little sisters-in-law and little aunts of the entire Xilan city. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Luli, Lin Xingxue, Lily Yu and Tang Rou. They were originally school flower-level beauties, and it was usually a very rare situation to see one of them. At this moment, 6 actually appeared at once. Those who didn't know the situation thought this was some kind of idol drama. Hi, Jiang Chen, long time no see. Tang Rou's eyes suddenly lit up slightly the moment she saw Jiang Chen. Immediately, he walked up and offered to greet him. Jiang Chen's gaze also landed on Tang Rou. I have to say, when Tang Rou was in college, she was called a pure goddess by a bunch of beggar geeks. There is some basis for that. First of all, Tang Rou had a pair of big flashing eyes that were very cute. Secondly, Tang Rou's height is only 1.6 m, and she usually likes to wear JK outfits and double ponytails. It looks very small and innocent and cute. Then, Tang Rou's figure was not weaker than Su Yao's in the slightest. Lastly, Tang Rou's voice when she spoke, soft and sticky, gave people a feeling that she was very good at bullying. Unfortunately, cute is worthless in the face of sexy. Compared to a lowly type of woman like Tang Rou, Jiang Chen preferred the sexy imperial sister Su Yao. Tang Rou, long time no see. Jiang Chen blinked at Tang Rou, and a line of profile information immediately surfaced in his line of sight. Name, Tang Rou. Age, 25 years. Face value, 94. Body, 95. Favorability, 20. Seeing that Tang Rou only had 20 points of favorability towards herself, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, he looked towards Lin Xingxue, who was standing behind Tang Rou. In the next second, Lin Xingxue's profile information surfaced before his eyes. Name, Lin Xingxue. Age, 25 years. Face value, 96. Body, 95. Favorability, 20. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that Tang Rou only had 20 points of favorability towards him. After all, he had never dealt with Tang Rou over the years. But, Lin Xingxue only had 20 points of favorability towards him as well, which made Jiang Chen a bit upset. You know, the night before last, Jiang Chen, after painstakingly cultivating a relationship with Lin Xingxue for several hours, he didn't know how much sweat he had shed and how much physical strength he had expended. Results, Lin Xingxue only had 20 points of goodwill towards Jiang Chen? That's a bit of a white wolf, isn't it? No way. Dude has to see what's going on in the minds of these two pussies. Swish, Jiang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately turned on the peeping function of his mind's eye towards Tang Rou. Personal privacy, after being cheated on by a man in their first relationship and being completely disappointed in him, turned to women and became a standard lesbian. Current intent, Jiang Chen asked everyone out for shopping. I must spend his money hard, kill him hard. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but flutter his eyelids lightly. A look of tears and laughter flashed across his face as well. Swish, immediately afterward, Jiang Chen landed his gaze on Lin Xingxue's body. Personal, I used to be a malephobe, but I was cured of it. But the sexual orientation hasn't been reversed. Standard lesbian. Current intent, I'm going to act like I have a normal relationship with Tang Zhou. We mustn't let Jiang Chen find out anything. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What Luli said wasn't wrong. Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou were a pair. Grandma's leg. What a waste of two fine cabbages. It's simply a waste of resources. Honey, where are we going to shop next? Just then, Suyao walked to Jiang Chen's side and took the initiative to take his arm. A little birdie look. Jiang Chen didn't answer Suyao, but instead made a quick sweep towards the mall. Soon, he then saw, not far away, a Chanel luxury boutique. All of you come with me. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen immediately took the 6 golden flowers and stride towards that Chanel store. I'll give you a sample first, later you few. According to me this standard on the line. Suyao, the remaining 5 golden flowers? Chanel luxury boutique. When Jiang Chen walked in with the 6 golden flowers, the eyes of several female sales clerks all lit up. In their perspective, Jiang Chen was covered in luxury brands that, on his wrist, he also wore a Patek Philippe worth $4 million, and at a glance, he knew that he was a rich cockney. The 6 beauties following Jiang Chen, although all dressed up beautifully, but each of them were scratching their heads, and they were clearly Jiang Chen's main focus, and at a glance, it was clear that they were canaries raised by Jiang Chen. So, when Jiang Chen and his party walked in, almost all of the female sales clerks took the initiative to welcome them. This one, that one, and that one. None of them. The rest of the clothes, bags, shoes, jewelry and whatnot. Wrap it all up for me. Jiang Chen is like a thug. Oh no, he was already a thug. What God's man. Jiang Chen didn't like being a godly man. He just loved being a thug. I only saw Jiang Chen take a quick stroll around the store, randomly pointing out a few pieces of clothing that he didn't like. He then asked the clerk to pack up all the rest of the clothes. This startled a few of the female sales clerks, their eyes glaring like brass bells and shooting out lightning like shrewdness. Immediately afterward, the shopkeepers hurriedly served Jiang Chen tea and water like they were treating their father, desperately trying to please, as if he was afraid that this golden father would run away. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Luli, Lily Yu, Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou. He was also shocked by Jiang Chen's hand. It's a Chanel boutique. Any piece of clothing has to be tens of thousands of dragon currency. Jiang Chen actually wants to pack the venue? It's simply trenchant. Greetings, sir. Your current purchase totaled $850,000. I can make a zero for you. A total of $4. 8 million was collected from you. May I ask you to pay by credit card? Or WeChat scan code payment? For a good half hour. The store manager cleared everything, then held up the spending list and, with a smile on his face, he walked up to Jiang Chen. Wiping zero? Who are you looking down on? Who knew that Jiang Chen had snorted coldly and directly pulled out a black card? Turning to the store manager, he said, swipe $5 million for me directly, and the rest, consider it a service fee for you. Quiet. There was silence in the room. At this moment, Not only the store manager and the clerks were dumbfounded in their place. Even the 6 gold worshipping flowers who were picking out clothes all froze in place. Swish! Right at this moment, Jiang Chen, however, suddenly turned his head around. Turning to the 6 golden flowers, he said, "I've finished sampling for you, so I'm sure it's clear to several of you what to shop for next, right?" Quiet. The scene was quiet again, but after a brief moment of silence, the 6 golden flowers immediately cheered in unison. "Ah, Daddy, you're so handsome too. Love Daddy. Charge. Today, Jiang Chen's husband is footing the bill. Sisters, get high. I'd rather buy 3,000 by mistake. Never let one go. Zhao Shimon's favoritism +5. Lily Yu's favoritism +5. Lu Li's favoritism +10. Lin Qingshue's favorability +20. Tang Rou's favoritism +20. Chapter 78, Spending Frenzy. IFC Center Mall. Chanel Luxury Boutique. Because the commotion caused by Jiang Chen was so great, at this moment, a number of employees from nearby stores had already gathered in front of the store, as well as a lot of watchful eaters. You all heard that the mall had a tycoon come in today. Without saying a word, the Chanel boutique was packed, so all wanted to come and catch a glimpse of this tycoon. Wow, is this the tycoon, brother? So handsome. Love it. Young, handsome and rich, just my dream man. The way my brother spends his money is really cool. I like it so much. Is this dirtbag brother from the Middle East? Oil in the family? A royal prince? Out of the blue is too generous. I'd be willing to be a mistress for anyone who would spend that much money for me. The crowd of onlookers grew so large that almost the entire IFC mall of upscale brand name stores that both sent store clerks to get the scoop. Legend has it that a Middle Eastern tycoon, a royal prince, has come to the Chanel store. The outpouring is quite generous. Who wouldn't want to come and make a fortune out of this great wealth? Soon, there was a buxom young woman in a little suit, wrap-around skirt, and black stockings, wiggling her hips and, with a pleasing smile on his face, he boldly walked over to Jiang Chen's side. "Greetings, sir. I'm the manager of the Gucci store upstairs. The clothes, bags, perfumes, accessories, and so on in our store are all the world's top luxury goods. Could you please do us the honor of visiting?" The female store manager's voice was a little hoarse, and instead of making it sound harsh, instead, it gives the impression of extreme seduction. It's like getting beat up all night last night and shouting at the top of your lungs. Aha! It's this mature and slightly hoarse voice. One can't help but think about it. Swish! Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look at the female store manager. Although her appearance could only be considered upper middle class, but her mature and plump figure was a pleasure to look at. "Don't bother. Just wrap up everything in the store. I'll take it all." Jiang Chen casually waved his hand, a breezy expression on his face from start to finish. Su Yan froze in place, but after a brief moment of frothing, an expression of ecstasy immediately appeared on the woman's face. All-inclusive again. The old lady really made the right bet this time. Little brother is really a Middle Eastern tycoon, a royal prince, and he's just as bold as he is. Seeing that Su Yan was still frozen in place, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Out loud, he urged, "Please move faster. I'm in a hurry." Yes, you wait." Su Yan hurriedly nodded and hailed, then ran back to the store with a dimpled smile. The clerks at the Gucci boutique, too, chickened out and got busy under her leadership. I don't know how long it took, but the Gucci store was cleared out, and Su Yan led a group of female sales clerks that, carrying a large bag, he found Jiang Chen once again. "Sir, your current consumption totaled 293 million yuan. Swipe $3 million straight away, and for the rest, consider it a service fee for you." Thank you, boss. Boss ho. My name is Jiang. Just call me Jiang Xiao. Okay, young Jiang. Seeing that the store manager of the Gucci boutique personally came to Jiang Chen's door to serve him, and also sold all the merchandise in the store in packages. This time, the whole IFC mall was abuzz. The managers of the other luxury stores in the mall, almost all of them have heard the news. The group gathered at the entrance of the Chanel boutique, scrambling to be the first to want to come to Jiang Chen's door. "Young Jiang, I am the store manager of the Hermes specialized store, and I sincerely invite you to patronize." "Jiang Xiao, I'm from the Dior boutique." "Jiang Xiao, this is LV boutique." "Jiang Xiao, come to our store and take a look. We guarantee your girlfriend will love it." For a moment, Jiang Chen's side was surrounded by beautiful young shoppers and store managers. They did everything they could to please Jiang Chen, desperately trying to sell their own luxury goods. It was hoped that Jiang Chen would go to their store and spend money. Jiang Chen simply raised his arm, and instantly felt that he had touched a piece of softness. "I don't know whose car headlights, leaning so close, are they deliberately seducing me? All be quiet." One by one, Jiang Chen frowned and waved his hand, and the scene was suddenly quiet. Everyone was looking at him with an eager face. You, and you. Jiang Chen quickly ordered a few female guides in the crowd. Then he said very boldly, I'll take all the goods in your store. Sure. Jiang Chen didn't just order randomly. Any luxury boutique he chooses is a top international luxury brand. The main thing is the word expensive. At this moment, all the female guides who had been spotted by Jiang Chen were as if they had won the first prize in the lottery. The excitement was flushed and unusual. And those female guides who were not chosen by Jiang Chen, each of them showed a disappointed expression. The eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were also filled with resentment. Mud. It's not like the emperor is choosing a concubine. Spooky my ass. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on the fact that your family's luxuries are too cheap for this young master to look at. In this way, Jiang Chen picked 12 luxury stores in one go, packed up all the merchandise in their store and bought it. This scene also stunned the surrounding watching crowd of eaters. Whether it's a rich kid who brings his little girlfriend to spend her money, or a lavishly dressed noblewoman, or maybe a gold-digging celebrity looking for prey at the mall. At this moment, everyone was stunned by Jiang Chen's handiwork. What kind of shopping is this? This is clearly a visit to the store. The earthy brother is running to empty the mall. I've finally opened my eyes today. So this is the rich man's bravado. Jiang Shao is domineering, worthy of being the little prince of the Middle East. These days, it's out with a mine in the house, or a bold beer with oil in the house. Young Jiang, may I ask if you still lack a girlfriend? What do you think? Jiang Shao, I'm 18 years old. I look like a flower. I live well and don't stick to people. And I'm absolutely obedient. Jiang Chen was now very discerning. After all, the women that followed him around, all of them are school goddesses. So, naturally, he couldn't look at those mediocre people. Seeing that Jiang Chen couldn't raise any interest, all the gold-worshipping women on the scene who wanted to hug their thighs and recognize their fathers, there was almost always a look of disappointment. However, all the clerks of the 12 top luxury stores picked by Jiang Chen had all acted. The Chanel boutique entrance is a big one. It's full of shopgirls with all kinds of luxury handbags. The visual impact of this scene simply brightened everyone's eyes. Almost all of the female consumers in the room were going crazy with envy. Young Jiang, I'm the store manager of the Hermes boutique. Here's your spending list. Total 5.88 million. Young Jiang, I'm the manager of the Dior boutique. Here's the list of your purchases. Total 4.9 million. Young Jiang, I'm the store manager of the LV boutique. Here's your spending list. Total 5.46 million. One store manager after another, with a respectful demeanor, came to Jiang Chen's side, and cautiously questioned Jiang Chen. There were hundreds of other female sales clerks standing outside the store, all with their hands full of various luxury handbags. It almost filled the hallway. Swish! Jiang Chen directly took out his black card and swiped it on the POS machine of each store manager. The expression on his face was always as flat as water. Ding! You have successfully swiped $6 million. Ding! You have successfully swiped $5 million. Ding! You have successfully swiped $5 million. With a loud voice prompt from the POS machine. The eaters present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to reverse swipe 0.588 M bill. $6 million direct debit. 4.9 million bill. $5 million direct swipe. 5.46 M bill. $5. 5 M direct swipe. With such a ho-hum operation, Jiang Chen didn't know how much extra money he had spent. But, Jiang Chen, however, didn't care at all. Anyway, this black card, spending money, of his can only be used to make purchases for the opposite sex. Only when he had finished spending the 100 million Longhua coins would he be able to double the rebate to his bank card. Double the rebate money to be considered Jiang Chen's own money. So, Jiang Chen didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, I still feel like I'm giving less. If we keep spending at this slow pace, I wonder if I can spend the $100 million in spending money today? Mud. I didn't realize that spending money was an annoyance. 6 worshipping flowers. Can you guys give a? If you don't spend the 100 million today, you'll all go home and kneel on the scrub board. Chapter 79. Only father is good in the world. IFC Center Mall. Chanel Luxury Boutique. The young and pretty female store manager, holding a pen and paper, walked over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Shao, we still need to trouble you to report your address. Later on we will send someone to bring these commodities. Delivered to your door in person. In addition to Chanel store managers, the same is true of the managers of the other stores. Everyone was looking at Jiang Chen with bated breath, all waiting for him to report his address. They can also arrange for home delivery. Swish! Just then, the 6 golden flowers, who had just entered the fitting room. At the moment, he had already changed into his new clothes and then walked out of the fitting room with a cheeky grin. And so, Jiang Chen casually pointed at the 6 golden flowers. Then to all the store managers he said, The stuff was bought for them. Go ask them for the address. Quiet. The scene was quiet. At this moment, all the people present focused their eyes on the 6 golden flowers. What a beautiful group of women. Sexy royals, innocent lolitas, high-flying goddesses, eyeglasses ladies, hip-width over-shoulder ladies. Clearly a beautiful woman. Is it any wonder that Zhang Sha would be so bold to throw away so much money? What a redhead. Wow. Almost immediately, all the store managers gathered around then inquired about the address of the 6 golden flowers. At this moment, the 6 golden flowers were all confused. They just went to the fitting room to change into a set of clothes. How come they just came out and that's how many luxury store managers are gathered outside? What's this about? A few minutes later, as explained by various store managers, the 6 golden flowers finally figured out what was going on, and each of them looked at Zhang Chen with eyes that all became blazing hot. Nice guy. Zhang Chen's husband is also too bossy. It's amazing that they just emptied 12 luxury boutiques while they were changing clothes. At a rough count, more than 100 sets of cosmetics from various houses and more than 200 sets of the latest fashions. There are also more than 200 expensive bags. It's simply trenchant. Tada! Su Yao suddenly squeezed out from the crowd and walked quickly to Zhang Chen's side, only to see her hugging Zhang Chen's arm and saying, "Hubby, you bought us so many things at once. The hotel room won't even fit." Zhang Chen thought about it. With so much stuff, the presidential suite does seem a little too big to fit. Snap! Zhang Chen suddenly clapped his hands, then shouted to the manager of the Chanel store, "That who? You bring a pen and paper here. I will leave an address for you." Hearing Zhang Chen give the word, the Chanel store manager immediately farted over. Then he respectfully handed the pen and paper into Zhang Chen's hands. Swish swish. Zhang Chen pinched his signature pen and quickly left an address on the paper. Su Yao, who was sitting beside Zhang Chen, also poked her head in curiosity, looking towards this address that Zhang Chen had left behind. Hiss. Soon after, Su Yao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air, and her mouth also exclaimed in shock. Phoenix Mountain Manor? Villa number 1? Honey, is this the villa you bought? Zhang Chen wrote the address and handed the pen and paper back to the Chanel store manager. Then glancing at Su Yao, he said, "Well, it is indeed the villa I just bought a few days ago." Mwah. Without saying a word, Su Yao gave Zhang Chen a hard kiss on his face. Then with a face full of excitement, he said, "Honey, you're so handsome. This is the king of Villa number 1 in Phoenix Manor. You can't even buy it if you have money." Zhang Chen ignored Su Yao's yelling and pulled out his black card. Checked the balance in it. I didn't realize that he had just made this crazy credit card charge. Surprisingly, it only cost out more than 6 million Dragon Nation dollars. The whole 13 luxury boutiques, all cleared out and packed up. It ended up costing just over $6 million? Almost 4 million short of maxing out this black card? What the hell? Zhang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment, then waved at the 6 golden flowers. Said, "It's not fun here. Let's not stroll around. Let's go straight to the forest store and buy a car." Ha! The 6 golden flowers all froze in place, obviously a bit unable to keep up with Zhang Chen's thought-spanning arc. What? Zhang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "Dad's in a good mood today. I'm going to give each of you a luxury car, and I'm just going to ask you if you're going to go with Daddy? Heel. Wherever Daddy goes, I go. Daddy is powerful and dominant. Love you. Oh. The world is only as good as its father, and a child with a father is like a treasure. What's wrong with a bunch of little scratchy hooves? Wipe the drool from the corners of your mouth. Watch out for the ladies. LOL. International Automobile City. Shilan City. There's a big car show going on here." The car show had already been going on for some time when Zhang Chen arrived here with the 6 golden flowers. There were crowds of people all around, busier than even a food market. Hey, did you guys watch the news? Just a few moments ago, a little Middle Eastern prince came to the IFC mall, emptying 13 luxury stores straight away. That's a lot of bravado. I also saw this news. The little Middle Eastern prince threw away $60 million. Empty 13 luxury stores just to wrestle red. When others buy luxury goods, they buy them piece by piece, but he sweeps them from house to house. It's just like buying groceries at the market. The little prince of the Middle East, with oil in his family, is naturally magnificent. Mud. If I had oil in my house too, I'd be even bolder than he is. Just as the group was talking, Zhang Chen walked into the car show venue with the 6 golden flowers. I don't know who exclaimed, "Quick look, isn't that the little Middle Eastern prince from the news?" Swish. In an instant, the gazes of countless melon eaters were focused on Zhang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. At that exact moment, Zhang Chen made a turn and faced the 6 golden flowers. I only saw him say in a calm tone, "You guys go choose your own cars, and when you're done, just sign the contract and bring me the bill." The 6 golden flowers cheered in unison, then hugged Zhang Chen's arms in turn. offered to send a kiss. Even Lin Qingshui and Tang Rou, a pair of lesbians, were no exception. They don't like men, but they like money. Under the temptation of money, not to mention giving Jiang Chen a kiss, even if it meant letting Jiang Chen give him a hard beating, and they definitely don't have any complaints. By the time the 6 golden flowers ran off to choose a car with gusto, Jiang Chen, who was standing in the same place, it also left 6 bright red lipstick marks on his face. No way. Jiang Chen could only hurriedly run into the restroom and wash his face seriously. Wiped all the lipstick marks off my face. However, without waiting for Jiang Chen to wipe his face clean, a woman suddenly barged in the restroom. The woman was wearing a standard OL uniform, and she was quite pretty, with a front and back figure that, an upper middle class beauty. Jiang Xiao, how are you? I'm the main person in charge of this car show. Lena, you can call me Manager Li. I'm glad you made the trip to this car show. It's an honor to serve you. Jiang Chen raised his head sharply and looked at the men's restroom sign hanging at the door. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Manager Li, this is the men's restroom. That's okay, as long as I can serve you, not to mention the men's restroom, even the men's bathhouse. I can stand by and serve you tea, too. Jiang Xiao, let me wipe your hands. I'll show you the car later. Chapter 80, Trenchless. Fire on the internet. Noon. A hot search suddenly exploded all over the internet. Mysterious luxury son of a wealthy family who emptied 13 luxury stores for a fortune. A set of photos has gone viral on the internet. In the photo, a calm-faced Jiang Chen is swiping his card. He's surrounded by a dozen luxury store managers. Not far away stood more than 100 other shopgirls carrying large bags. This trenchant behavior instantly set off the internet. The Middle East oil prince, carrying 6 princesses, surprised the IFC mall in Shilan City. Mysterious rich male, throwing away thousands of dollars just to get a smile from a beautiful woman. Breaking news, the IFC mall was ransacked by this man. $60 million to move 13 luxury stores. Simply trenchant. The whole crowd of eaters who witnessed Jiang Chen's lavish spending. Some people took photos and posted them on Weibo. Someone took a video and uploaded it to Shakeology. Plus, 13 luxury stores are bursting at the seams. The internet is full of news about Jiang Chen, and all kinds of gossip is flying all over the place. Netizens were marveling at Jiang Chen's trenchant nature, while also speculating about his identity and background. Jiang Chen was on fire. He already has an incredible face, and with his status as the son of a wealthy family, and the way he threw away thousands of dollars to get a smile from a beauty, instantly, he gained the favor of all the women in the country and became the new generation of national husband. There's even a rumor that if you're spotted by the national husband, what designer bags, watches, clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, etc., just send you a truckload. One word, trenchant. Nishiarashi City, Old Town, a small, dilapidated yard. Ruyan Lu was dragging a large suitcase, re-entering the yard where I've lived for 3 long years. She was seen scanning the yard, noticing the dust that had settled in many places. It looked like the people who originally lived here hadn't been back for days. Swish! Ruyan Lu walked to the door of the room in the east room and moved a pot of flowers that was placed on the windowsill. Then a spare key was found from under the planter. Immediately afterward, she used this key to unlock the door to the east room. The room is still such a mess. Looking at the familiar furnishings of the room, there were also the dirty shorts, smelly socks and whatnot that Jiang Chen had thrown on the bed. The corner of Lu Ruyan's mouth curled up slightly. Then she let go of the suitcase and took the initiative to walk forward and straightened up the somewhat messy bed. I don't know how long it's been. The original messy room had been organized by Ruyan Lu. Perhaps feeling a little tired, Ruyan Lu directly lay down on the bed, then launched himself at the ceiling. Buzz! Suddenly, her cell phone vibrated slightly. Lu Ruyan's spirit was revitalized, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and tapped on WeChat. However, in the next second, her pupils dilated violently, and her face became quite ugly. A heart sank even lower. The tweet was from one of her co-workers, a link to a hot search. Lu Ruyan clicked in to take a look, only to realize that the internet was covered in. It was all news about Jiang Chen throwing away thousands of dollars at the IFC mall. Jiang Chen is spending money for other women. Spend it hard. And this group of women who were favored by Jiang Chen's trenchlessness were even her Lu Ruyan's good girlfriends. At this moment, Ruyan Lu only felt paralyzed and every last ounce of strength was drained from his body. What's going on? Does Jiang Chen really not love me anymore? I merely made a mistake that all women make. How come he won't forgive me? After 3 whole years of affection, had he really let it go completely? Tick! A tear slipped from the corner of Lu Ruyan's eye, followed by the second, third, and fourth tears couldn't be stopped. Before long, Ruyan Lu was already in tears. However, Ruyan Lu quickly dried her tears. then hugged Jiang Chen's dirty shorts and smelly socks, stumbled out into the yard. Swish! After throwing the dirty shorts and smelly socks into the basin, Ruyan Lu immediately rolled up her sleeves after draining the water and, seriously, I washed it. Qin's group, chairman's office. Qin Xiaoyu, who had been busy all morning, put down the papers in her hands and, then get ready to go out for a lunch. But, she had just arrived downstairs at the office when she saw several female employees gathered together, shouting and, each one was full of excitement. Oh my god, Zhang Xiao is also too handsome. This face value, it simply beats those starlets in the entertainment industry. Zhang Xiao directly emptied 13 luxury stores in order to win the smile of his beauty. This is too ho-hum. How happy would I be if I could be young Zhang's girlfriend? If you have no face and no body, what would young Zhang see in you? I'm not pretty enough and I don't have a good enough body. But, I scratch. LOL. Qin Xiaoyu curiously walked over and scanned the cell phone screens of several female employees. The attention was soon drawn to a photo. Swish. I only saw Qin Xiaoyu walking out of the company's gate without moving, then looking for an unoccupied corner. Immediately, he pulled out his cell phone. In the next second, Qin Xiaoyu's face went cold. Jiang Chen. I can't believe he took a bunch of women shopping and threw away tons of money, emptying 13 luxury stores for them. The little prince of the Middle East? Carrying 6 princesses around the mall? Husband of the nation? Bastard. You're getting away with it. I've been in love with you for 3 years and you only gave me a watch. The other bags, clothes, shoes, cosmetics and whatnot, you froze and never gave me a single one. In your heart, I'm no better than a bunch of gold diggers? Pissed off old lady. No way. This is something that should never be tolerated. The more you think about it, the more angry you get, and the more you think about it, the more you lose. Swish. Without any hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu gritted her silver teeth and immediately dialed Jiang Chen's phone. Dodo. The phone rang twice and was immediately answered. Perhaps it was because Jiang Chen answered the phone so quickly, and Qin Xiaoyu's anger dropped slightly. But, the voice coming from the other end of the phone, however, made Qin Xiaoyu's anger, which had just descended, it came back up with a bang. Hello, who is this? Jiang Chen's side was a bit noisy, and it was also mixed with the petulant laughter of several women. Qin Xiaoyu instantly brainstormed an image of Jiang Chen embracing left and right, in the midst of the flowers. So unpleasant to look at. Jiang Chen, you didn't save my cell phone number? Qin Xiaoyu forcefully suppressed her anger. Her teeth were clacking as she bit down on them. His face was even colder to the extreme in an instant. Wife, it's you? I was busy just now. I didn't pay attention to my cell phone screen, and I casually picked up this call. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to finish his sentence, Qin Xiaoyu used to cold shout that, interrupting him directly. Who is your wife? Who did you just call your wife? Your wives, aren't they shopping with you? A full 6 wives. You're a dashing kid. Auntie Pretty, you know all about it? Are you jealous? Who's jealous of you? Who do you think you are? Who are you to make me jealous? Why didn't I realize before that you were so thick-skinned? Silence. No words. Jiang Chen, on the other end of the phone, wisely kept his mouth shut. There was no talking back to Qin Xiaoyu at this time. A full 10 minutes later, Qin Xiaoyu was tired of cursing, and her emotions gradually smoothed out. Jiang Chen then carefully asked, Pretty auntie, are you giving me this call to break up with me? Who said I was breaking up with you? Qin Xiaoyu almost subconsciously roared out these words, but after roaring, she immediately regretted it. Obviously Jiang Chen already has a girlfriend. Obviously Jiang Chen has more than one woman by his side. Obviously Jiang Chen is a dead scum. It wasn't enough for him to have 2 feet. He actually had 7 feet. But, as soon as Qin Xiaoyu heard the word breakup, she immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. The thought of breaking up with Jiang Chen and being strangers to the end of the world from then on. Qin Xiaoyu's heart was suddenly all over the place, as if she was about to lose the most important thing in her life. It was not until this moment that Qin Xiaoyu dared to face her heart head-on. She, for one, had completely fallen in love with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Qin Xiaoyu stroked the hair on her cheeks and, suddenly said in a gentle tone, Let us have dinner together tonight. I have a very important thing. I want to talk to you. Auntie Pretty, I might not be available tonight. When Jiang Chen said this, Qin Xiaoyu, who had just calmed down, was instantly set on fire again. What? I asked you out to dinner and you said you weren't available? Do you realize that the line of men who want to ask me out to dinner goes all the way from here to overseas? How dare you refuse me? Brat, I'm going to give you a chance now to take back what you just said. Reorganize your words and come back to me. Jiang Chen, alright, then let's have dinner together tonight. Qin Xiaoyu, well, that's a good boy. Jiang Chen. Chapter 81, Living in a Big Villa. Ding. Congratulations to the host for using up the 100 million spending money and getting a double rebate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Ding. Rewards are being distributed. Please wait. A series of system beeps sounded in Zhang Chen's ears, followed by the. His phone then vibrated slightly and he received a message about a bank transfer. Dragon State Merchants Bank, your tail number 88 account. On June 10, 1212 completed transfer transaction Summerlin 200,000 with a balance of 75296780 48. Oh, easily earned 2 more small goals. Looking at the long string of numbers in his bank card, Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A few days before, he had been a small man crawling at the bottom of the social ladder, and for the sake of a few taels of broken silver, running around all day and not seeing any hope. Unexpectedly, a few days later, he was given more money than he could ever spend in his life. It's like a dream. Honey, where are we going next? Just then, Su Yao carried a Rolls-Royce car key and, rushing to Zhang Chen's side, he took his arm. Immediately after, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Lin Qingxue, Tang Rou and Yu Lily, all gathered around. In each of their hands, they were cupping the keys to a brand new luxury car. Zhao Sherman chose a Lamborghini with a landed price of over $8 million. Luli chose an Aston Martin with a landed price of over $6 million. Lily, you picked a McLaren with a landed price of over $6 million. Lin Qingxue chose a Maserati with a landed price of over $5 million. Tang Rou chose a Porsche with a landed price of over $5 million. To Zhang Chen's slight surprise, Su Yao didn't choose a sports car. Instead, he chose a vintage car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with a landed price of more than $1 million, 1 luxury SUV, 5 luxury supercars. The total value has added up to over $4 million. Zhang Chen not only maxed out his black card, spending money, and a couple extra million out of his own bank card, but, compared to the double rebate of 200 million Dragon Nation dollars, these extra millions that Zhang Chen shelled out, it doesn't count for anything at all. Let's find a place to eat first, and then we'll go directly to Phoenix Villa in the afternoon. Zhang Chen swept a glance at the 6 golden flowers that were competing in the group. It's time to bring these pussies home. What's the idiom? The golden house. That's right. If you want to hide a woman, you must first have a golden house. It's like a rooster laying a good nest so the hens have a place to lay their eggs. In short, the Zhang family is opening up its branches and spreading its leaves, and it's just around the corner. 2 p.m. A line of 7 brand new sports cars sped down the road. Leading the way is a Bugatti Chiron. Close behind was a Ferrari LaFerrari, then Lamborghini, Aston Martin, McLaren, Maserati, Porsche. Everywhere the convoy passed, it caused passers-by to marvel. Asterisk. So many luxury supercars? A group outing for the rich kids of Shilin City? Wow! Ferrari LaFerrari. So cool. What's a Ferrari LaFerrari? Look at the Bugatti Chiron in the lead. There are only 3 of them in our country. I didn't expect we have a Bugatti Chiron in Shilin City. Holy, so many luxury supercars. It's the first time in my life I've ever encountered them. Hurry up and take a picture and send it to your friends. Su Yao didn't drive the newly purchased Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Instead, she drove the Ferrari LaFerrari that Zhang Chen had given her. As for that Cullinan, it's been given to the car show specifiers. The other party will send a staff member to bring the car directly to Phoenix Lodge. About half an hour later, the caravan arrived at Villa 1 of Phoenix Manor without incident. The 6 golden flowers got out of the car as soon as it was parked and, then all of them were curiously surveying the large villa. The first thing that caught my eye was a vast magnificent garden. The garden is planted with a variety of valuable flowers and plants, and a dozen cobbled paths that, interspersed throughout, in the middle of the garden, there is also a small fountain square. Whenever music is played, the fountain will follow the rhythm of the music and spout out a variety of shapes. Behind the garden was a superb villa resembling a Western-style palace. Majestic, luxurious, and stunningly beautiful. To the left of the villa is a tennis court and to the right is the detached garage and a helipad. Honey, is this really the villa you purchased? Hubby, can we really live here from now on? A villa of this size. It's almost as big as a small estate. How much would that cost to buy? Lily, pinch me. I want to see if I'm dreaming. Ouch. Why are you pinching so hard? It hurts. Ha ha. Along the way, the faces of the 6 golden flowers were nothing but shock and ecstasy. There was no other expression to be seen. When the group walked into the large villa, they were again shocked by the luxurious decoration of the villa. Soon, the 6 golden flowers then toured the villa, picking out a favorite bedroom for themselves in the process. Zhang Chen had already visited this villa and didn't want to accompany the 6 golden flowers to visit it again, so he simply headed for the couch, fished out his cell phone and played the game. Jingle bells. Just then, An unfamiliar number called. Jiang Chen was playing a game, and was very happy with it, and had wanted to hang up the phone directly, but his hand slipped and he accidentally pressed the answer button. The next second, a warm and gentle imperial voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hello? May I ask if this is Jiang Chen, Chairman Jiang? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words. Then he reacted. He now had a new identity, Chairman of Dynasty Group. I'm Jiang Chen. May I ask if you're... Jiang Chen lifted his cell phone up and placed it to his ear, and an odd expression appeared on his face. Hello, Chairman. My name is Xiao Wanqing, and I currently hold the position of Deputy General Manager at Dynasty Group. I took the liberty of calling you this time to give you a report on your work, and to ask, by the way, do you have any new instructions? Xiao Wanqing spoke these words with great care. After all, she's making contact with the new chairman for the first time. Still unable to understand the temperament and character of this chairman, he naturally appeared to be cautious. You're the vice president? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he looked down on Xiao Wanqing, the vice president, or that he deliberately posed. All the shares of the Dynasty Group had been acquired by Jiang Chen into his hands. Jiang Chen also became the sole chairman of the group. It's only logical that the general manager should be the one to call him. Why was it the vice president who called? Xiao Wanqing seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts and immediately explained over the phone. Chairman, here's the thing. After you acquired 100% of Dynasty Group, the original GM has voluntarily resigned. At present, the position of general manager of our Dynasty Group is temporarily vacant, so I took it upon myself to contact you. Chairman, after hearing Xiao Wanqing's explanation, Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. Isn't it just that the general manager resigned? These days, what is not in short supply is talents. Is the capitalist still afraid that no one will work for him and sell his life? The big deal is to promote the former deputy general manager directly to the general manager. The whole group runs on as usual. Anyway, Jiang Chen didn't know how to manage a company. It's not as easy as being a shirker. Since the original general manager has resigned and the seat can't be left vacant, then why don't you just take over the general manager's seat? Jiang Chen was like playing house. Then he promoted Xiao Wanqing to become the general manager of Dynasty Group. This also made Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the phone directly freeze in place. Ha, Chairman, what do you mean? You want to promote me to become the new general manager of the Dynasty Group? Listening to Xiao Wanqing's 10,000 surprised voice, Jiang Chen, however, said with a bit of impatience, right, I'm going to promote you to be the new general manager. What? You don't want to be this general manager? No, Chairman, that's not what I meant. I mean, I'd like to be the GM. I also think I'm qualified for the position. Chairman, thank you very much for your promotion and appreciation, and I will certainly bow and scrape to contribute all you can to our group. Chapter 82 1 Group 3 Vice Presidents. Phoenix Mountain Villa. Villa 1. Jiang Chen had just played a cell phone game for a while after hanging up the phone. Then I received an email from Xiao Wanqing. In the mail was a letter of appointment. Notice on the formal appointment of Xiao Wanqing, the former deputy general manager of the group, as the new general manager of the group. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart as he cursorily scanned this appointment letter. Xiao Wanqing is really a thunderous woman. How long has this been going on? She then had the appointment letter already. Now all that was left was for Jiang Chen, the chairman of the board, to sign off on it. Swish swish. Jiang Chen didn't talk nonsense, and immediately completed his electronic signature on this appointment letter. However, just when Jiang Chen was about to send this signed appointment letter to Xiao Wanqing, I didn't expect to get another call from an unknown number. Jingle bells. The cell phone was ringing sharply, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown before he answered the call. Hello? Hello? May I ask if this is Jiang Chen, Chairman Jiang? A slightly flirtatious imperial voice came from the other end of the phone, but what surprised Jiang Chen was that the two lines that she had said. Surprisingly, it was exactly the same as Xiao Wanqing's opening line. What's the situation? Looking for Chairman Jiang again? When did Chairman Jiang become so popular? I'm Jiang Chen. May I ask if you're... Jiang Chen lifted his cell phone up and placed it to his ear, and an odd expression appeared on his face. Hello, Chairman. My name is Shin Keqing, and I currently hold the position of Deputy General Manager at Dynasty Group. I took the liberty of calling you this time to give you a report on your work, and to ask, by the way, do you have any new instructions? Shin Keqing was very careful with these words. However, Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open and his mouth widened as he listened. The look on his face was like he'd seen a ghost. What's the situation? Shin Keqing said she's the vice general manager? So that Xiao Wanqing who just called me, is she a fake? Chairman? The inquisitive voice from the other end of the phone quickly pulled Jiang Chen's soul back. Ahem. Only to see Jiang Chen dryly cough twice, in a somewhat odd tone. He asked, that, you are called Shin Keqing, right? Aha, Chairman. My name is Shin Kiching. You said, you're the Deputy General Manager of the Dynasty Group? Yes, I've been with our group for 6 years now. Currently holds the position of Vice President. How many Deputy General Managers does that our group have in total? Jiang Chen's face was getting more and more odd. Although he had already guessed something that, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions until he had a thorough understanding of the facts. Chairman, our group has a total of 1 General Manager and 3 Vice President positions. I'm the Vice President for Audit and Legal. The other 2 Vice Presidents are in charge of Finance and Operations, as well as Administration and Personnel. Hearing this, Jiang Chen hastily asked out loud, the other 2 Deputy General Managers, what are their names? Shen Kuching, on the other end of the phone, paused slightly. Seems a bit surprised that Jiang Chen, the chairman of the board of directors, I can't believe I don't know the names of a couple of VPs in my own company. But, Shen Kuching still answered Jiang Chen quickly. Chairman, the other 2 Deputy General Managers, it's Xiao Wanqing and Zhou Ruoxi respectively. Oh, another odd expression flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Judging by the names of the 3 VPs, they're all pussies. This dynasty group, isn't it a bit yin and yang? Forget it. A great man once said that women hold up half the sky. So, women should never be underestimated. Chairman, the former group general manager has resigned of his own accord. The general manager's seat is also vacant. I would like to ask the chairman about your opinion on the position of general manager, which is temporarily vacant in the group. What's the arrangement? Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face immediately revealed a hint of a crying and laughing expression. As expected, Shen Kuching had an idea about the general manager's seat. Oh, no, maybe the 3 VPs, all of them, have ideas for the GM position. Ahem. Jiang Chen coughed dryly. Then after a moment of contemplation, he said, I have appointed Xiao Wanqing as the new general manager of the group, and the letter of appointment will be sent down to Dynasty Group later on. I hope you can cooperate with Mr. Xiao in the future. Ha! Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, an exclamation of surprise came from the other end of the phone. Obviously hearing, Shen Kuching's breathing quickened. It seemed to have been caught off guard by Jiang Chen's appointment. Vice President Shen, do you have any questions? Jiang Chen frowned, as if he was quite dissatisfied with Shen Kuching's sudden interruption. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think I'm more capable of taking on the position of general manager than Vice President Xiao. I can also assure you that as long as I become the general manager, I will definitely be able to lead Dynasty Group to the next level. Chairman, I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself. Silence. No words. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a bit of a headache. He had thought there was only 1 deputy general manager of the Dynasty Group, so when Xiao Wanqing called, he didn't hesitate to make a promise to promote Xiao Wanqing as the general manager. However, this call from Shen Kuching, made Jiang Chen hesitate again. The first impression Xiao Wanqing gave Jiang Chen was that of stability. Shen Kuching's first impression on Jiang Chen was that of aggressiveness. On the contrary, Jiang Chen liked radical talents, as he himself was a radical person. Without knowing exactly what the 2 VPs are capable of doing, if he had to choose one of them to be the general manager, Jiang Chen was more inclined to pick Shen Kuching. But, the bad thing was that Jiang Chen had personally promised to promote Xiao Wanqing as the general manager. We can't let him, the chairman of the board, go back on his word, can we? Phew. Only Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath and said in a calm tone, Vice President Shen, although this is my first contact with you, I like your straightforward personality. Young people should be full of energy, dare to fight, what they want, just go for it. Anyway, for the position of group general manager, I will seriously consider your. Jiang Chen didn't say the words to death, he just said that he would think about it. But Shen Kuching, on the other end of the phone, saw a glimmer of hope that, and also some goodwill towards the chairman, who recognized her very much, especially Jiang Chen's words. If you want something, go for it. It simply spoke to Shen Kuching's heart, a song that breaks the liver's intestines, where to find a soulmate at the end of the world. Although it was not so exaggerated, Shen Kuching thought that the Jiang Chen's character should be very similar to hers. Phew. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen headed for the sofa, then covered his forehead and let out a long sigh. Mud. It's really not easy to be the chairman of the board. That's before even showing up at the office. And I'm getting a headache from 2 phone calls. What's next? I wonder. Jingle bells. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone rang again, and the caller ID was another unfamiliar number. At this moment, Jiang Chen sat up violently, the expression on his face as odd as it could be, because he had a strong premonition. The person who made this call was definitely the 3rd vice president of the Dynasty Group, Zhou Ruoxi. No need to think. It's definitely her. If not, I'll just eat the phone. Chapter 83, all want to be the general manager. Hello? Jiang Chen picked up the phone. In order to maintain the chairman's honorable image, his simple word hello, it was read with power and bravado. The voice, which was as warm as a summer's call, melting the ice and snow of the whole winter. Again, like a storm coming in, it instantly takes your breath away. Okay, it's not that exaggerated. It's just that Jiang Chen's voice is low, thick, and magnetic. It's just very pleasant to listen to. However, there was silence on the other end of the line for a moment, and then a slight sob came from the. It looks like a girl is crying. Jiang Chen, you're finally willing to answer my call. When Lu Ruyan's voice came from the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen swore that his whole body was cracking up, puzzled, stunned, angry. In a short moment, the expression on Jiang Chen's face went through 4 changes. Jiang Chen, who had returned to his senses, suddenly bounced up from the sofa. An intense anger rushed up to the sky and it forced him to send his most cordial greetings to Ruyan Lu. Ruyan Lu, are you sick for stepping on a horse? Who told you to call at this hour? Do you have any sense of public decency? You're killing me. I'm warning you, if you ever call me again, believe it or not, I'll sell you to the Red Romantic Leisure Club and let you be in the business of selling clams for the rest of your life. Get the hell out of here. After cursing this, Jiang Chen hung up without saying a word. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the cell phone in his hand, the expression on his face as ugly as it could be. At the same time, he was thinking in his mind that he should start a live stream that, eat your cell phone in front of everyone? After all, he had just made a flag, and if it wasn't Dynasty Group Deputy General Manager Daryl Zhou, he ate his cell phone. A man can't go back on his word, can he? Mud. Blame it on Ruyan Lu. Good grief. Calling at this time of day. The biggest mistake in my life was getting involved with a scummy girl like Ruyan Lu. Mud. She also kvetches about her husband and even her ex-boyfriend. This young master's reputation has been ruined in her hands. Okay, I'll take a stand. Cell phones, I'm sure I'll eat them. I'll owe it first and make it up later. Believe me, I'm not a man of my word. Jingle bells. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen's cell phone double rang again. The caller ID was another double whammy of an unfamiliar number. At this moment, the expression on Jiang Chen's face was as odd as it could be, because he had a strong premonition. The person who made this call was definitely the third vice president of the Dynasty Group, Zhou Ruoshi. No need to think, it's definitely her. If not, I'll just eat 2 cell phones. Phew. Jiang Chen didn't rush to answer this call, but exhaled a long breath. After stabilizing himself for a moment, he then scratched the answer button with trembling fingers. Slightly nervous. Crap, it's a matter of life and death for both phones. Can't you be nervous? Hello? May I ask if this is Jiang Chen, Chairman Jiang? A clear and pleasant imperial voice came from the other end of the phone. This voice, which is simply melodious, like water, like a song, clear, murmuring and soft, crisp and clear, like a dream, just like a dream, soft and strong, the valley of the blue orchid, soft heart, sweet as dipped honey. 10,000 words omitted here. In short, Jiang Chen trembled, the deep eyes lit up instantly. Mom won't have to worry about me eating 2 cell phones anymore. Ahem. Jiang Chen hurriedly coughed dryly twice. Then in a low, muffled, and another magnetic voice returned. I'm Jiang Chen. May I ask if you're... Hello, Chairman. My name is Zhou Ruoshi, and I currently hold the position of Deputy General Manager at Dynasty Group. I've taken the liberty of calling you this time to give you a report on your work, and to ask, by the way, do you have any new instructions? Zhou Ruoshi was very careful with these words, but Jiang Chen was already numb, speechless, because his ears are getting calloused. It was a line he had heard 3 whole times. Grandma's leg. Could it be that this Xiao Wanqing, Shen Keqing and Zhou Ruoshi were all talents taught by the same teacher? The only way to make the same move is if the teacher is from the same school. So, Jiang Chen now seriously suspects that the 3 of them must be the same husband. Oh no, it's a student taught by the same teacher. That, Vice President Zhou. Jiang Chen organized his language a little, then said in a serious tone, and before you, Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen both called me. I have actually given serious thought to the issue of the temporary vacancy of the position of Group General Manager. I decided to promote a smart and capable executive directly from within our group, to take on the role of General Manager. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, he could clearly hear breathing coming from the other end of the phone. It became a few moments sharper. Don't think about it. This has her eye on the GM seat, too. What's that saying? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Jiang Napoleon fighting King Scumchen couldn't agree more with this statement, and very happy to see the soldiers under his hand, all full of fighting spirit, all ambitious, all wanting to be generals. the more powerful the soldiers under his hand, the more at ease he would be as a shirker. Chairman, I'm actually quite capable. Joe Ruwashi's sudden scratching almost flashed Jiang Chen's waist. Not only does the woman bite the word capable very hard, but at the end of the sentence, and bring on a seductive picking voice. Jiang Chen had wanted to harshly criticize Joe Ruwashi. How could he speak to the chairman in such a tone? But when the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Chen ghostly asked, how capable are you in that? Chairman, may I invite you to my home tonight? I'll cook myself a nice dinner for you tonight. How about I let you taste my handiwork? Of course, I meant absolutely nothing else. This meal, for one thing, is to celebrate your becoming the chairman of the Dynasty Group. Secondly, I want to take this opportunity to give you a careful and in-depth report on my work so that I can prove how capable I am. Jiang Chen's goosebumps rose. Joe Ruwashi's voice, especially the picking tone at the end, was just too good at teasing men. This, definitely not a good person. Only Jiang Chen stroked his chin, then asked in a deep voice, Vice President Joe, I'd like to ask, how many years have you been with the group? Have you always been the deputy general manager before that? The caller seemed to freeze slightly. Immediately afterward, Joe Ruwashi's voice with a teasing tone came over. Chairman, I've been working for Dynasty Group for 7 years now, and before that, I was working as a department manager in the PR department before I was promoted to deputy general manager of the group. Jiang Chen's eyelids jumped slightly, and a look of realization appeared on his face. So it's a PR talent. No wonder the guts are so big, and a scratchy odor. This is a master of her craft. One must be on one's guard. Chairman, that thing I just told you, I'm not available tonight. Some other time. It's a bit of a shame, but that's okay. When the chairman is free one day, you're welcome to visit my home anytime. Chapter 84, 6 Little Followers? Phoenix Mountain Villa. In the living room of Villa 1, Jiang Chen had just hung up the phone when a dense sound of high-heeled footsteps came to his ears. It was interspersed with the sound of a group of women chattering and giggling. The 6 golden flowers finally shed the stairs. How can you be so slow to choose a room? Jiang Chen thought they were going to have a meeting upstairs to discuss a plan, then scrutinize it all over again, and then finally drop it into concrete. Pussies, they sure are abrasive. Tada! Su Yao stepped on a pair of 10-centimeter high heels, twisted her slender waist and swung her pert hindquarters, swaying with an S-shaped body and a very natural catwalk. She walks with the wind and aroma. Swish! Only to see her walk over to Jiang Chen's side and stroke her skirt with very elegant movements. Then his butt puckered and he sat down, crossing one leg in the process. Whoosh! Zhao Shimon's movements were quick, and after Su Yao took her seat, she immediately came to Jiang Chen's other side. With a big grin, he sat down. The remaining 4 golden flowers, once they took a look at Jiang Chen and saw that there were no more empty seats beside him, each one had a disappointed look on his face. No way! They could only find a seat at random. And then they landed their gazes in unison on Jiang Chen's body. Honey, what are you doing? Su Yao saw Jiang Chen holding his cell phone, seemingly signing an electronic contract. Immediately, he put his head up in curiosity. Nothing, just acquired a company and am signing a letter of appointment. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the eyes of all 6 golden flowers, including Su Yao, lit up. Honey, you acquired a company? What kind of company is this? What is the main scope of the company's business? Is the company big? Honey, so you're a bully now? Su Yao's 3 consecutive questions not only asked what she had in mind, it also brought out the questions in the hearts of the remaining 5 golden flowers. Jiang Chen thought about it. Since the 6 golden flowers were all gold-digging women, then it is very necessary to show them what they are made of. Just in case some posh rich kid pops up one day and takes a shine to these little splatters. Even tried to lay them down with money. With the pissy nature of these little splatters, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare pack his bags. Will he or she be put in a big hat? Beyond that, Jiang Chen felt that sooner or later, the fact that he had become the chairman of the Dynasty Group would be exposed. And it's not like it's a sneaky thing to do. There's nothing to hide. And so, Jiang Chen blurted out, the name of this company is Dynasty Group, and I'm not any president, but the only shareholder of the group. They all call me chairman. Hiss. The living room resounded with a chorus of backwards breaths. Jiang Chen merely raised his eyelids and saw 6 jaws drop to the ground in unison. Of course, it's not that dramatic. The 6 golden flowers just stared with their eyes wide open, their mouths hanging open, and their faces covered in a shocked expression of. Chi-Chi looked at Jiang Chen stupidly, unable to speak for a long time. The living room was quiet. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard. After about a minute's time, Su Yao then, in a trembling voice, carefully inquiring, Hubby, you just said, Dynasty Group? Aha. Is that the Dynasty Group in our Shilin City? Aha. That's the one with a market capitalization of $100 billion. Involved in industries such as real estate, hotels, theme parks, shopping malls, theaters, media, entertainment, as well as construction, IT, manufacturing, sales, foreign trade, financial investment and so on. The Dynasty Group, which is known as the supergiant of Shilin City? Aha! After receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative reply, Su Yao suddenly short-circuited. But, after a brief moment of silence, the living room suddenly erupted in a chorus of screams. Ah, honey, you're so handsome. This is the Dynasty Group, a giant group with a market capitalization of $100 billion. And that's how you acquired it? Honey, how much money do you really have? Honey, are you the richest man in Shilin City now? Hasn't it already made it to the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's rich list? Honey, let me pound your leg. Honey, what kind of fruit do you want? I'll go wash it for you right away. Learning that Jiang Chen had acquired the Dynasty Group and become its sole shareholder, the 6 golden flowers were all in a frenzy, including Su Yao. The 6 golden flowers unexpectedly called Jiang Chen their father in unison. This wave of emotional value pulls right through. However, Jiang Chen, frowned, his eyes staring at the cell phone screen for a long time. Seems to have come across something rather tangled. Su Yao quickly discovered Jiang Chen's abnormality, only to see her hugging Jiang Chen's arm and giving him a hard kiss on the face asking, "Husband, shouldn't you be happy that you acquired Dynasty Group? Why are you still looking sad instead?" Ha! Jiang Chen cried and laughed as he shook his head, and then he whirled around and told what had just happened. The 6 golden flowers were told one by one, because Jiang Chen was really a bit uncertain about what to do from among the 3 vice general managers, who to promote to group managing director. As the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers add up to a genius. Jiang Chen had 6 stinkers here, which could top 2 Zhuge Liang's. Therefore, Jiang Chen also wanted to hear the opinions of the 6 golden flowers. Soon, the living room went quiet. All 6 of the golden flowers were lost in contemplation. All of them posed as if they were advising Jiang Chen and sharing his problems. Honey, I think, since you've promised Vice President Xiao that, let's appoint her as general manager then. You can't be a man of your word, don't you think so? Su Yao first made his comments, but, these words, however, caused Jiang Chen's face to turn odd. What do you mean, little splatterer? Are you beating around the bush to remind Dad? Be a man of your word? That's why, when Dad promised you his promise, if he took a wife, he could only marry you. Do you have to do what you say you're going to do? But, Dad's a scumbag. Can you believe anything a scumbag says? Hubby, I think Sister Yo-Yo is right. You're the chairman of Dynasty Group now. When a golden mouth is opened, a gentleman has no words. If you go back on your word, it will only damage your prestige. Zhao Sherman also spoke up and made it clear that she supported Su Yao. It seems that the sisters are really close. After all, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had played nurse sisters together, one giving injections and the other feeding medicines. The fit was pretty good. It was almost like a heart-to-heart. Good girlfriends for life. In together, out together, in together, in together, in together. Pretty good. However, just when Jiang Chen thought that the remaining 4 golden flowers would all agree with Su Yao, suddenly someone jumps back. A TNT voice broke the silence in an instant. I think Vice President Shen is bold and courageous, and his character is relatively straightforward. Go for what you want and work hard for it. A talent like that should be better suited to be a general manager. Besides, hubby thinks highly of this Vice President Shen. If you think so highly of her, why don't you pick her as GM? Anyway, the whole group belongs to my husband, and he can appoint whoever he wants as general manager. Don't have to look at anyone at all, do you? Quiet. The living room was quiet. Everyone, including Jiang Chen, had their gazes on Lu Li. That's right, those words just now were exactly what little green tea Lu Li had said. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that Lu Li would dare to jump out and sing against Su Yao. She's relying on the fact that she has superb eloquence and has gained Jiang Chen's favor. So you want to challenge Su Yao's position as the Queen Mother? You've got a lot of nerve. Chapter 85, 6 Golden Flowers, 3 Kingdoms? The living room. The atmosphere seems to have changed a little. Su Yao very lazily leaned back on the sofa, her hands wrapped around her chest, still with one leg crossed, though the corners of her mouth were turning up slightly, and she looked like she was grinning but those flirtatious peach blossom eyes were already half narrowed, and there was an obscurity in the beautiful eyes. Lu Li was sitting on the opposite side of the sofa, her legs together, slightly sideways. It looked like he was casually fiddling with his nails, but out of the corner of his eye, he was staring at Su Yao intentionally or unintentionally. I agree with Pear. Just at this time, Yu Lily, who was sitting beside Lu Li, suddenly spoke up and said, I also think that the Vice President Shin is more suitable for the position of general manager. Yu Lily carefully looked at Su Yao and then pursed his lips and said, the general manager of the Dynasty Group can be said to be under one person, 10,000 people, holding a heavy power. ZZ matter is big. So, the appointment of a general manager should never be sloppy, much less just put someone up there. If the wrong general manager is chosen, in case it brings losses to the group, it's Jiang Chen's money that's lost in the end. This is a big group with a market capitalization of $100 billion. Even if it only loses 1 percentage point, that's all over $1 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. After Yu Lily expressed her opinion, her gaze couldn't help but fall on Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps it was because he saw that Jiang Chen wasn't angry, nor did he show any unpleasant expressions. Yu Lily let out a sigh of relief, and then sat quietly by Lu Li's side, her eyes watching her nose and her heart. Quiet. The scene was quiet again. Su Yao narrowed her eyes, first scanning Lu Li and Yu Lily over and over. Then he turned his head to look at Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou, who were sitting on the other side of the sofa. Seeing that no further dissenting opinions were forthcoming, Su Yao turned her head, stared straight at Lu Li and said, "Pair, why do you think that would an aggressive person be better suited to be a general manager than a stable person?" Lu Li sniffed and immediately sat upright, only to see her meet Su Yao's stern eyes and, without fear, he said, "Dynasty Group is a large company with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, and although it is large, its development has reached a bottleneck. Wanting to break the bottleneck and continue to make the group bigger and stronger, that would require an aggressive GM, not a solid one. Yo-yo-san, do you think I'm right?" Su Yao sniffed and immediately lowered her legs. She only took a deep breath and said, without haste, "You're right. Dynasty Group's development has indeed hit a bottleneck, but it's because it's growing so fast, and so many of its roots are unstable. That's what caused the group to bottleneck. At this stage of the Dynasty Group, it is absolutely impossible to go for breakthroughs. Instead, we should properly settle down for a period of time, and only after we have stabilized all our foundations can we pursue a breakthrough with half the effort. Therefore, I feel that at this stage of the Dynasty Group, there is a greater need for a stable general manager." Holy! Jiang Chen's eyes went round. He could never have imagined that a bunch of gold-worshipping little splutterers could sit together and point out that, swing for the fences, the little bit of business theory I learned in college, which I still don't seem to have forgotten, even moved these theories and applied them directly to the Dynasty Group. Each one of them is pretty good. Yo-yo-san, you said it was at this stage too. Can't you take the long view? What if we get past this stage? What about the group's future development? We can't just remove this GM and replace him with another one when the time comes, can we? Lu Li, no. One debater on the opposite side, once again put forward a sharp opposing point of view, and Su Yao, no. One debater on the positive side. In response to this argument, a soul-searching question was also issued. If the group can't even get past the present stage, how can it talk about the future? After Su Yao finished speaking, Lu Li immediately picked up and said, "Sister Yao Yao, it's not as serious as you said, right? VP Shin and VP Xiao can totally divide up the work, with one in charge of developing outwardly. One is responsible for internal stabilization, so that the problems you're worried about won't arise at all. Only, I think we should focus on development and stabilization. Look at those Western powers. Which one of them didn't gain wealth by invading other countries? To grow your country?" Lu Li had just finished speaking. Su Yao immediately retorted, "It's true that the Western powers rely on invading other countries to strengthen themselves, but our Dragon Kingdom is different. We, the Dragon Kingdom, have developed on our own, one step at a time, slowly accumulating. It has become a powerful nation as usual. Isn't that a living example? So why should we try to learn that of the Western powers?" As soon as Su Yao finished speaking, Lu Li immediately picked up, "Sister Yao Yao, you also said that our Dragon Kingdom became a powerful country by slowly developing and accumulating. But life is a few short decades. Can we wait that long? According to this theory of yours, even if we wait until we have a full head of gray hair, it's estimated that we won't see Dynasty Group's market capitalization break through $1 trillion. Wanting to make the Dynasty Group bigger and stronger in our lifetimes, it would have to be like that of the Western powers." The debate went into overdrive. Su Yao and Lu Li had a heated debate, and both sides were at loggerheads. There's no way to convince anyone of anything. Suddenly, I don't know who came up with the idea of voting on this, but Jiang Chen could never have imagined that the situation at the scene had changed significantly again. Zhao Sherman supported Su Yao and Yu Lily supported Lu Li. The teams are tied, 2-2. Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou surprisingly chose to abstain. When everyone turned their gazes to Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou, Lin Qingxue suddenly coughed dryly twice. Embarrassed, he said, Actually I don't think highly of Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen. Instead, I think that Vice President Zhou might be more suitable for the position of General Manager." Reason? Su Yao and Lu Li asked these words almost simultaneously. Lin Qingxue sat up straight and held up her glasses. The aura of his body also changed radically in a moment. I only heard her say without haste, Vice President Joe comes from the group's public relations department. Having come into contact with all sorts of bullies, I'm sure she's better than the other two vice presidents in terms of reading people. In addition to that, Vice President Joe is radical and bold, and yet careful and cautious. It just so happens to synthesize the best in Vice President Xiao and Vice President Shen. Say she's careful because she was the last one to call Jiang Chen, and the last one up is often the one who is the most prepared. Call her radical and bold, because the first time she talked to Jiang Chen on the phone, in just a few words, she figured out Jiang Chen's character, and she also made the immediate decision to seduce Jiang Chen. Ambition is great, and so is her guts. Wouldn't such a talent be suitable for a general manager? As soon as Lin Qingxue finished saying these words, Tang Rou immediately raised her hand and said, I agree with Qingxue's point of view. I'm going to give her a vote for Vice President Zhou for the position of General Manager. Quiet. The living room was quiet again. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Yu Lily, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou. Surprisingly, it split into 3 different small groups. What is this? A 3-legged race? Romance of the 3 kingdoms? 3 monks without water? 3 lives? 3 times? 10 peach blossoms? Jiang Chen suddenly kind of believed the line on the internet about a girl host with only 4 people. There are at least 7 or 8 groups. Hiss. A fine taste. Women. They're still scary. Chapter 86. Jiang Chen takes a stand. Jiang Chen knew. It's time for him to stand up and speak out. If things continue to be left to chance, these 6 little splashers are sure to put on a courtroom show here. As the saying goes, there are national laws and family rules. Jiang Chen didn't want to see his own backyard on fire, so he had to put the rules in place. Ahem. He only heard Jiang Chen dryly cough twice, instantly attracting the attention of all 6 golden flowers. Yao Yao, Pear, and Qingxue, you guys really surprised me. I didn't realize you guys were in the area of reading people and psychoanalysis. All of them are so sharp, and even have their own unique insights into the future direction of the dynasty group. After listening to what you have just said, I can't help but feel the urge to want to start a company for each of you 3. You go as the general manager and see who can make it bigger and stronger in the end. Jiang Chen first gave a small shout out to Su Yao, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue, and then his words turned around. Start taking a stand straight away. Regarding the appointment of the position of general manager of the dynasty group, I myself have already made a decision. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen revealed an expression that was neither a smile nor a laugh. The eyes also swept over the 6 golden flowers. After a short pause, Jiang Chen continued, just like Yao Yao and Man Man said, you can't be a man of your word. As the chairman of dynasty group, once I lose my integrity, not only will it damage my own reputation and character, but it will also cause the staff at hand to lose trust and respect for me. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Xiao Wanqing as the group's general manager. As for whether or not she can lead the dynasty group to the next level, I don't care. I also don't need to put all my energy into a tiny company, because the dynasty group is only a part of the property in my hands. It's like having $10,000 in your pockets, and then give $100 of it to someone else to take care of. And do you care what that $100 brings in? Although Jiang Chen's words were a bit exaggerated, upon closer examination, they had his reasoning. After all, Jiang Chen's greatest asset was the system, and with everything he currently had, it was all brought to him by the system. As long as the system was still in place, Jiang Chen would definitely obtain more and more wealth in the future. Take for example, the Jin potion and strengthening potion that Jiang Chen drank. It's a good thing that money can't buy. There was also the fighting mastery and musical instrument mastery that Jiang Chen had won from the raffle. These are also priceless. And, mind's eye, can the value of this thing be measured in money? Anyway, above the lucky spin, in addition to the rewards in the gold coins area, which of the other 4 rewards is not a treasure that money can't buy? Even if you sold the entire dynasty group, you wouldn't be able to exchange it for these rewards. Looking back now, is the dynasty group not even a fart in front of the system? Let alone the system. Even if Jiang Chen just took out a bottle of strengthening potion, it is also estimated that there will be countless rich people who are willing to take all their family assets in exchange. What a legendary perpetual motion machine. Can that man resist this temptation? We're done with the company. Let's get back to the family business, shall we? After Jiang Chen made his statement, after quickly sweeping over Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Yu Lily, and Lin Qingxue, she finally landed her gaze on Tang Rou. Tang Rou, would you like to join our family? Think before you answer me, because I'm only going to give you this one chance to. If you refuse this time, then there will never be a next time. The moment Jiang Chen said this, all 6 golden flowers showed different expressions. Su Yao was as calm as ever. She didn't care how many women Jiang Chen had. All she knows is, if this palace doesn't die, you will always be consorts. A light smile appeared on Zhao Shiman's face, and her eyes were filled with goodwill as she looked at Tang Ro. There seemed to be a flash of anticipation in his eyes. From the looks of it, she should quite welcome Tang Ro into the family. After all, they're all good girlfriends. If you can drag one of them down, it's one. A few more. Everybody's happy. Luli sat quietly on the sofa, her head slightly lowered in an absent-minded manner. Obviously, Jiang Chen had just clearly stated his support for Su Yao, giving the little scratcher a head start. This also made Luli understand that in this family, Su Yao was the untouchable queen mother of the main palace. Even if she had gained Jiang Chen's favor, she still had to set herself straight. Don't have any bad thoughts, and don't presume to think about the seat of the queen mother of the main palace. Lily, you didn't have much of a heart, and from the beginning of all of her gazes were locked onto Jiang Chen's body. But, when Jiang Chen looked over, Lily would quickly tilt her gaze to the side again. The pretty face would also unconsciously blush a little. Obviously, this must be brainstorming some lesser images. Bears are brainless women. Lastly, Lin Qingxue, when she heard Jiang Chen launch an invitation to Tang Ro, the whole thing immediately became tense. But, she didn't dare to show too much obviousness, just making eyes at Tang Ro one by one in the dark. It seemed to be cautioning Tang Ro to never agree to Jiang Chen. Tang Ro also seemed a little nervous. After all, his girlfriend, Lin Qingxue, was sitting beside her at the moment. If he directly agreed to Jiang Chen in front of Lin Qingxue, wouldn't he break Lin Qingxue's heart? But, Jiang Chen had made it clear that he would only give this one chance. If you miss this one, there will never be a next one. Tang Ro loved Lin Qingxue, but she couldn't let go of this splash of riches. After just one day together, Jiang Chen's bravado had completely broken Tang Ro's outlook on life, values, and worldview. She knew very well that with Jiang Chen being so bold and generous, as long as she nodded her head, there's a lifetime of unending glory and riches. But, what should Lin Qingxue do? She's committed herself to Jiang Chen for me. She's made such sacrifices. Am I to turn a blind eye, even for a little money, to hurt my feelings for her? As soon as she thought of this, Tang Ro's eyes gradually became determined. Only Tang Ro trembled her lips and just wanted to open her mouth to say something, but she didn't expect that at this time. Jiang Chen, however, spoke before him. Right, if you refuse me, we'll be strangers from now on. I won't let you meet up with Yo-Yo, Man, Pear, Lily and Qingxue again. Of course, I'll break the legs of any of them who try to sneak off to see you. In addition to that, all their contact with you will be deleted and blacked out. Anyone who dares to secretly keep your contact information, I'll not only break her legs, but I'll also send her abroad and never pick her up. When Jiang Chen said this, the temperature of the entire living room seemed to drop a few points. Tick! A drop of cold sweat trickled down the side of Tang Ro's forehead. She could never have imagined that Jiang Chen would be so desperate and ruthless. If I didn't agree to him, wouldn't I never see Qingxue in my life? No, I can't be separated from Qingxue. I can't live without Kyosu. At this moment, Tang Ro's face became unsightly. Her teeth were all clenched by her. After a short silence, Tang Ro finally came to a decision. Ignoring Lin Qingxue's anxious eyes, she glared at Jiang Chen with a puff of air and said, well, I promise. Chapter 87 Good Girlfriends. You have to be so. 4 p.m. Jiang Chen sent the signed appointment letter directly to Xiao Wanqing. As for what Qin Keqing and Zhou Ruoxi would think, what changes will be made to the dynasty group, is Xiao Wanqing competent for the position of general manager? None of this was within Jiang Chen's consideration. Don't forget, Jiang Chen's aim is to lie down completely, mingle, and enjoy life. Never go to work. Swish! Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly reached out and wrapped Su Yao in his arms. Then once again, an announcement was made to the group. Since we're going to be living together soon, as the head of the family, I must lay down a few house rules for you. First, if I'm not home, you all have to listen to Yao Yao. Yao Yao is your big sister. She's untouchable. Secondly, I will give you an allowance every month. But the money, I'll forward it to Yo-Yo and then Yo-Yo will send it to you all uniformly. Third, I hate betrayal. If any of you betray me, I won't give her any chance. I'll get her myself. Of course, as long as you're good, I'll make sure you'll have a lifetime of glory and prosperity. Definitely won't treat you guys halfway. I have finished speaking. Does anyone have any comments? Jiang Chen had his right arm around Su Yao, and his left hand was groping his body for a while. Finally fished out a cigarette and took it in his mouth. Snap! Seeing this, Su Yao immediately pulled out a lighter from Jiang Chen's coat pocket and, moving very skillfully, he lit his cigarette for him. Jiang Chen took a hard drag on his cigarette and smiled as he patted Su Yao's hindquarters. Su Yao immediately understood and reached over to bring an ashtray from the coffee table. Then he held the ashtray with both hands and held it up in front of Jiang Chen, so that he could flick the ashes at any time. Such a well-behaved and obedient woman was naturally doubly favored by Jiang Chen. The living room was quiet for a moment. Aside from Su Yao, the other 5 golden flowers glanced at each other and only a look of compromise and submission was seen on each of their faces. There's nothing to say. Originally, Jiang Chen was Su Yao's boyfriend. A few of them rushed to be little followers, so they could hug Jiang Chen's thighs. It was already a very lucky thing. Did he still want to challenge Su Yao's position? Can't you see that Lu Li has already lost the challenge? Do we have to go and humiliate ourselves? In case they angered Jiang Chen, it would be their own bad luck. Yao Yao sister, what happened just now is my fault. I apologize to you. I hope you'll forgive me this time. Lu Li was also a talented person who could bend and stretch, and immediately stood up. He took the initiative to bow and apologize to Su Yao, and his attitude was also very sincere. Su Yao is cool. The curve that curved around the corner of his mouth, like an AK that was sweeping the can't keep it down anymore. Originally, Su Yao still wanted to give Lu Li a good hammering. This little hoof, or she led into the door, now actually dared to jump out to compete for favor, even trying to challenge her position as the queen mother? According to Su Yao's past temperament, not stabbing this little scratchy hoof to death was already very merciful. But, in order to show the demeanor and poise of a proper lady, and for the sake of family harmony, in order not to trouble Jiang Chen, she still chose to forgive Lu Li. Lu Li is also very understanding. She even took the initiative to run and pour a cup of tea, then offered Su Yao a tea toast, and a sweet shout out to his sister. Su Yao was happy. The little bit of unpleasantness in his heart just now dissipated. Next, Zhao Sherman, Yu Lily, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Rou also followed Lu Li's example and, one after another, they offered tea to Su Yao and then changed their names to sister. The atmosphere was instantly joyous. The living room was filled with the sound of the 6 golden flowers laughing cheekily. That's what good girlfriends are for. In together, out together, in together, in together, in together. We share the same blessings, and we share the same difficulties. 5 p.m. The 13 luxury stores in the IFC mall finally sent someone to take the goods that Jiang Chen purchased in the morning and all of them were pulled to the Phoenix Villa 1. The staff of the Car City, who also took the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, purchased by Su Yao. It was brought over in a big van. The 6 golden flowers were suddenly thrilled and excited. That's a lot of luxury. Clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics, jewelry. All of them were top luxury brands. And all of them were bought by Jiang Chen for them. Nothing more to say. Take a picture first and send it to your friends. From now on, I'm going to live the life of a rich and powerful wife. Must take a picture as a souvenir. Brother Jiang Chen, are you moving here? Just as the staff was busy putting these luxuries, one by one, the careful process of carrying it to the villa, a delicate figure suddenly burst in outside the main door. Qin Si, Jiang Chen, who was directing the porters, raised his eyes and looked at. The corners of his mouth immediately rose slightly. Si, don't you have to go to school today? Today's Qin Si was wearing a black JK uniform. Although Qin Si didn't wear a double ponytail, she wore a simple yet cute pill head. An air of youthful liveliness greeted him. Brother Jiang Chen. Qin Si bounced over to Jiang Chen's side. Then he opened his mouth and explained. I just finished the college entrance exams, and now I'm on vacation. So how do I still have to go to school? Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He knew that Qin Si was very young, but he never expected that this little ninny turned out to be a high school student. Brother Jiang Chen, the things they're carrying, how come it's all women's clothes, bags, shoes, makeup? Qin Si suddenly realized the problem and immediately inquired curiously at Jiang Chen. Oh, these are the ones I bought for my girlfriend. Jiang Chen smiled, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cry of surprise from Qin Si. What? Brother Jiang Chen, you already have a girlfriend? Qin Si stared at Jiang Chen with wide eyes and open mouth, full of shock. It seemed a bit hard to accept the fact that Jiang Chen already had a girlfriend. Yeah, speaking of which, you met her once. Jiang Chen turned his head to look at the villa as he spoke. At that exact moment, Su Yao led the 5 golden flowers out of the villa. Each of them had their cell phones up and were taking pictures of their surroundings. Yo, come here for a second. Jiang Chen immediately beckoned to Su Yao, who heard Jiang Chen shout. Hastily, he put down his cell phone and walked over. The remaining 5 golden flowers, too, looked over curiously. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's side, there was actually an extra pretty little girl wearing a JK. The hardware flowers glanced at each other and also followed Su Yao as she walked towards the side at a quick pace. You guys, Qin Si was far away just now and didn't get a clear look at Su Yao and the others, but when Su Yao led the 5 golden flowers into some of the, Nasan immediately recognized 4 of them. I remember. Aren't you the technicians from the foot spa at the Dynasty Hotel? I remember you were number 36. She was number 37. And number 38 and number 39. Why are you guys at brother Jiang Chen's house? Quiet. The scene was quiet. Looking at Qin Si's face full of shock. The faces of Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li and Lin Qingxue both wore a look of embarrassment. They don't want to pretend to be technicians. But, at the time, riding a tiger is a necessity. LOL. No more talking. It's too much to say. Chapter 88, Anti-Pretty, Black Widow, Phoenix Mountain Villa, the gateway to Villa 1. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled Su Yao over, then introduced himself to Qin Si in a big way. Si, this is my girlfriend, Su Yao. Several of them, they are Su Yao's good girlfriends. What happened last time at the Dynasty Hotel was actually a misunderstanding. They're not exactly technicians. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and explained in detail what happened that night, and Qin Si's doubts were slowly being solved. But, Qin Si's face, however, was unpleasant, especially when they saw Jiang Chen and Su Yao hugging each other in a very intimate manner. Neisan's face then hardened a few more times. Brother Jiang Chen, I suddenly remembered that there's something else going on at home, so I'll leave first. I'll see you next time I play. Qin Si threw this down with a face full of loss before turning around and leaving. Doesn't seem to want to be here a second longer than necessary. Jiang Chen had wanted to politely stay, but he had only just moved his lips. Immediately, he kept his mouth shut. Name, Qin Si. Age, 18 years. Face value, 95. Body, 96. Favorability, 85. Qin Si's basic information surfaced in his field of vision, and Jiang Chen saw the up to 85 points of favorability. Instantly, he understood what Neisan was thinking. But, Jiang Chen, however, didn't dare to make any response, because the last vestige of his conscience is still intact. He can be mercurial, he can be promiscuous, he can be scummy, he can be bad, he can be irresponsible. It was possible to have no morals, but he really didn't want to hurt an innocent little girl. Qin Si was different from the 6 golden flowers. The 6 golden flowers wanted money. Jiang Chen could satisfy them, and both sides got what they wanted. It's just an equal trade. Qin Si is a big lady from a wealthy family. She doesn't lack money, and she's just turned 18. It's the age of love. A young girl of this age has infinite fantasies about love. What they crave is true affection and sincerity. As it happened, Jiang Chen happened to not have these two things. Since we can't satisfy Qin Si's need for love, we shouldn't dabble in such a sinful relationship. The last shred of Jiang Chen's conscience wouldn't allow him to do so. So, Jiang Chen felt that it would be better to dismiss Qin Si's thoughts before it was too late. Lest I hurt this innocent little girl. Honey, this little sister seems to have a crush on you. Su Yao stroked the hair around her cheeks and stared at Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. The corners of his mouth also curved up in a nice curve. She's too young. I wouldn't dare to destroy the future flowers of our country. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and just wanted to turn around and go back to the house. There was a sudden roar of a car traveling in his ears, only to see a black Maybach, driving over from a distance without haste. It seems to be going past Villa 1. However, just as the Maybach drove to Jiang Chen's doorstep, it suddenly stopped with a brake, and it just happened to stop in front of Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen froze slightly, the window of the back row of the Maybach was rolled down, revealing a mature, beautiful, and nationally recognized face. Seeing this familiar face, Jiang Chen was indeed startled. However, before Jiang Chen even opened his mouth to speak, the other party took the initiative to greet him. Yo! This is not shopping with 6 princesses, emptying 13 luxury stores in one breath. The trenchant little Middle Eastern oil prince, Jiang Xiao? Jiang Chen. Oh, I didn't think I'd be so honored to be neighbors with the legendary Jiang Xiao. Jiang Chen. Jiang Xiao, do you want to come and sit in my house? I'll cook you a nice dinner later to celebrate your housewarming today and the fact that we're lucky enough to be neighbors. Jiang Chen, okay, I'll come over later. That's right, this beautiful woman of national color is no one else but Jiang Chen, who has been in love with her for 3 years. The domineering female president who has recently clamored to run the present, Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen was not a cutie, only for a short moment. Then he figured out Qin Xiaoyu's true identity. Qin Si's surname is Qin, and Qin Pretty Yu's surname is also Qin, and the two of them also look a few similarities. Qin Xiaoyu once said that she had a daughter who had just turned 18, and who looked like her. Qin Si fits those criteria. Which one of the people who could live in Phoenix Manor was not a prominent figure in Shilan City? In the entire Shilan City, there was only one powerful family with the surname Qin. The answer is already so obvious. Qin Pretty Yu is the current head of the Qin family, the person in charge of the Qin group, and Qin Si is her daughter, the Qin family's golden young lady. They lived in Villa 2 and were Jiang Chen's neighbors. It's too small a world. Boom! Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the Maybach drove away and then turned into the adjacent Villa 2 compound. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it didn't go to wreak havoc on Qin Si. Otherwise, this bowl of covered rice, it might poison Jiang Chen to death. The Shilan Qin family is not one to be messed with. Qin Xiaoyu, too, was by no means a good person. If Jiang Chen had only gone to scourge Qin Xiaoyu, he would still be able to play the emotional card, and there would still be room for maneuver. But, once he wreaked havoc on Qin Si, Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee that Qin Pretty You would not go crazy. Nor did he dare to guarantee that he would be able to withstand Qin Xiaoyu's wrath. When a woman goes crazy, even the gods will retreat. What's more, Qin Xiaoyu was also a woman with a heavenly background and a ruthless heart. Hiss, it's scary to think about. Honey, who was that woman just now? Su Yao curiously glanced at Villa 2 next door, then habitually took Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Chen lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised it again and, in a very serious tone, he said to the 6 golden flowers, the several of you listen to me well. That woman just now, you must not mess with her, much less offend her. Why? Not only Su Yao, the remaining 5 golden flowers all revealed curious expressions. Her name is Qin Pretty You, and she's the current head of the Qin family, a powerful family in Shilan City, and the head of the Qin group. Don't think she's usually all smiles, but in fact, she is a ruthless and extremely vicious woman. If you guys aren't afraid to die, you can go try and see what happens when you offend her. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the 6 golden flowers sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. The Qin family's reputation was as strong as thunder in Shilan City. The current head of the family, Qin Xiaoyu, calls the shots in the entire business world, covering the sky with her hands, casually stomping her feet, all of which could cause a not-so-small earthquake in Shilan City. Secretly, many people call Qin Xiaoyu Black Widow. Fierce reputation. Only an extremely brainwashed person like Sun Haitao would know no better than to mess with Qin Xiaoyu. If Jiang Chen had known Qin Pretty Yu's true identity, to death he would not run present with Qin Pretty Yu, much less take advantage of Qin Pretty Yu. Ah, the Black Widow. Jiang Chen was still so young and had a lot of good times ahead. He didn't want to die young. But, it's all too late. Jiang Chen had already slagged off Qin Xiaoyu. There is no way to salvage this situation now. So, it's just going to have to be hard. The winds are rusty and the waters are cold. And once a strong man is gone, he will never return. Spell it out. Chapter 89, The Gentle Side. Jiang Chen has always said that he has severe mental cleanliness. Doesn't mean he hates broken shoes. Rather, he hated women who betrayed him. Jiang Chen is a normal man. He also likes beautiful women. Like a quote from the internet, I don't mind the bowl I'm eating out of. It's been loaded with everything before. And all I mind is when people stick their chopsticks in my bowl while I'm eating. This was Jiang Chen's mental cleanliness. Why was Jiang Chen willing to spend a sky-high price to take down 6 golden flowers? And also the 6 golden flowers, all brought back to the Phoenix Villa No. 1. And let them live a life of luxury from now on? The first was to disgust Ri and Lu. Secondly, it's because all 6 golden flowers are clean. Third, it was Jiang Chen who was deliberately inflating prices. Jiang Chen's first offer was $10 million. Although Su Yao had eaten up $5 million in kickbacks, the remaining $5 million is also an astronomical sum. If one day, someone comes up with $1 million and tries to pry away 6 golden flowers, 6 golden flowers will naturally be very disdainful. A mere $1 million? You want me to go with you? You poor bastard. What do you want to eat? How can a woman who has been protected by wolves look at wild dogs? How can a woman who has seen an eagle look at a crow? How can a woman who has smelled a rose look at a wildflower? 6 p.m. Jiang Chen carried 2 exquisite gift bags in his hand and rang the doorbell of the Phoenix Villa 2. Standing in the doorway for a few minutes, Qin Pretty You unexpectedly came out in person and opened the door for Jiang Chen. Hey, bastard, my sister just asked you to come to my house for dinner. Why are you even carrying gifts to the door? Qin Xiaoyu said polite words on her mouth, but her hand movements were not slow. He directly took the gift bag Jiang Chen was carrying. You can't come to your house for the first time as a guest and be empty-handed, can you? Jiang Chen smiled before following Qin Xiaoyu into their courtyard. Qin Xiaoyu led the way in front, and Jiang Chen followed behind her. Although the Qin family's villa was very luxuriously decorated, Jiang Chen was not in the mood to view it at all. Instead, his eyes were drawn to Qin Xiaoyu's back. A woman of Qin Xiaoyu's age usually had a very plump figure because she had given birth to a child. Today's Qin Xiaoyu was wearing a small sky blue knitted shirt on top. Underneath she had a long, white, hip-hugging dress that came down to her ankles and the back of the skirt was open with a fork, revealing the slim calves wrapped in flesh stockings inside. On her feet, on the other hand, she walked on a pair of beige high heels that, the sound of thumping is clear. On top of that, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have dressed up carefully. Not only did she put a delicate makeup on her face, but she also put her hair up and there was even a lace hairpin stuck in the mature coiffure. Feminine. It's got a lot of charm. when Jiang Chen followed Qin Xiaoyu into the villa. It was only then that he realized that the large villa that, I can't believe I didn't even see a single servant. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, Sister, where are the servants in your family? Ha! Qin Xiaoyu smiled gently and casually replied, I gave all the servants a 3-day vacation. They're all home at the moment. Where's C? She's having a dinner party with her classmates tonight and won't be eating at home. Ha! So you're the only one in the house? Aha! Looking at Qin Xiaoyu with a smirking look on her face, and not knowing why. Jiang Chen always felt that his back was a bit chilly and his heart was a bit hairy. If Qin Xiaoyu jumps at me, I'm a weak man. And how can you protect yourself? Jiang Chen, are you hungry? Sister will go cook for you now. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was very gentle, just like a young daughter-in-law who had just passed away. Not only do they shush their husbands, but they are so worried about their husbands being hungry that they immediately have to go and make dinner for them. Sis, are you really going to cook yourself? Jiang Chen thought Qin Xiaoyu was joking just now, until he came to her home. Seeing that there was not a single servant in the entire villa, he realized that Qin Xiaoyu was not joking. What? Don't believe in your sister's cooking? Qin Xiaoyu blankly glanced at Jiang Chen before walking straight towards the kitchen. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa in the living room, a little rattled. Even though he's a guest at Qin Xiaoyu's house, he's just sitting there, like a grandpa. Let Qin Pretty You alone in the kitchen busy. But he waited for Qin Pretty You to bring the dishes to the table. It's always a little embarrassing. Jiang Chen stood up with a whoosh and walked quickly to the kitchen. It seemed like he was ready to give Qin Xiaoyu a hand, playing a hand or something. However, just as Jiang Chen walked to the kitchen door, he suddenly saw Qin Xiaoyu with her back to him, bent down and was looking for something under the cupboard. You know, Qin Xiaoyu is wearing a wraparound skirt. The visual impact it caused almost made Jiang Chen unable to resist. It's a sin. Swish. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's proximity, Qin Pretty Jade's waist kept going, and she glanced back at Jiang Chen, asked, Jiang Chen, why did you follow me in? Jiang Chen hastily withdrew his gaze. Then with a smile, he said, let me give you a hand with that. No, sis is fine on her own. Qin Xiaoyu smiled warmly, walked over and tugged on Jiang Chen's arm, then yanked him toward the door, said, I'm the host, you're the guest. How can you ask a guest to help cook? It had to be said that Qin Xiaoyu's hands were tender and hot. This pair of delicate jade hands, at a glance, you can tell that they usually pay attention to maintenance, barely did any housework. However, such a noble Qin Pretty You, yet she was willing to put down her stature and personally cook for Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen was stupid, he had sensed Qin Xiaoyu's feelings for him. Let me help you with the dishes. No, I'll be fine on my own. 2 people cooking together saves a lot of time. Jiang Chen, sister really doesn't need your help. You'd better go and rest in the living room. The two argued the bar for several moments. Jiang Chen suddenly looked straight into Qin Xiaoyu's eyes with affectionate eyes. The tone took on a hint of petulance. Honey, I want to cook with you. Quiet. There was a sudden silence in the kitchen. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have been touched by Jiang Chen's wife, which touched a certain string in her heart. A blush instantly spread across her pretty face. Then, well, the corners of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth hooked up in a nice curve, only to see her turn around in a. Quickly, he walked over and chopped up the vegetables with a thud. Jiang Chen also walked over and stood beside Qin Xiaoyu. I saw him pick some vegetables from the basket, then turn on the sink faucet and, seriously, I washed the dishes. Chapter 90 Jiang Chen is drunk. In the kitchen, there came the sound of a chopping dish. Jiang Chen pretended to be washing vegetables there, but his eyes stared at Qin Xiaoyu without blinking. Even the sound of his own breathing kept the same rhythm as the sound of Qin Xiaoyu cutting vegetables. Knock knock. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only myth. I only love you. You are my superstar. In Jiang Chen's mind, he couldn't help but recall last night again. That image of playing drums in the arcade. That's right. That's the rhythm. Nice. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's eyes, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly tilted her head on one side. Full of suspicion, he asked, Jiang Chen, what are you looking at? Ha? Oh, that. Jiang Chen was caught off guard and panicked a bit. But, after 1/1000th of a second had passed, Jiang Chen immediately moved his gaze to the kitchen knife held in Qin Xiaoyu's hand. Without changing his face, he said, I'm watching you chop vegetables. Watching me chop vegetables? Qin Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed, and a smirking expression appeared on her face as well. It was as if he had already seen through Jiang Chen's small mind, but didn't bother to point him out. Yes. Jiang Chen turned off the faucet and said with a serious bull asterisk. Wife, and your knife work is so beautiful, lightning fast, steady as a rock, divine, it's breathtaking. Put. Qin Xiaoyu was immediately amused by Jiang Chen. She had seen many people who kissed ass, but such a pompous ass as Jiang Chen's did. It was the first time she had heard it. Jiang Chen, in order to cover up the embarrassment he had just experienced, not only ruthlessly patted Qin Xiaoyu's ass, followed by self-hatred. An hour later, the food was finally fried. Qin Xiaoyu had just brought the dishes to the table, and immediately inquired to Jiang Chen, "Hubby, would you like some wine?" "Yeah." Hearing Qin Xiaoyu finally willing to call out the title of husband, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth immediately rose slightly. After a grinding meal in the kitchen just now, Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu's affection for it seems to be back to the hot love it was before. Good sign. As long as Qin Xiaoyu was no longer angry, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about being wasted by her. Such a happy event deserves a couple of drinks to celebrate. Soon, Qin Xiaoyu brought a bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses, and he even took the initiative to pour Jiang Chen a drink. Next, the two men chatted and drank. The atmosphere is quite cordial. "Honey, would you like to try this dish?" Yummy. "Oh, try this dish again?" "Just to be clear, I'm definitely not kissing ass." "Wife, you're almost as good a cook as a 5-star hotel chef." "Oh, aren't you just kissing ass?" "Here's a toast to you, wife, for working so hard to make such a great dinner today." Feast my eyes, the wine is over. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu's faces were flushed. It's said that women who are slightly drunk are the most attractive. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu, not only was her face flushed with a layer of redness, a blush crept up her neck and ears, looking even more inviting. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Chen held one of Qin Xiaoyu's hands. The eyes were also staring straight at her, and a fiery spark was lighting up in his eyes. Qin Xiaoyu paused in place. After locking eyes with Jiang Chen for a moment, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes also changed. "Take your time." Two people getting closer and closer. You can hear each other's heartbeats now. Jingle bells. At the critical moment, Qin Xiaoyu's cell phone placed on the dining table rang, instantly breaking the mood of the scene. Whoosh! Qin Xiaoyu, who had returned to her senses, immediately pulled away the distance between herself and Jiang Chen. She only smoothed the hair around her cheeks and said with a bit of embarrassment, "I'll take a call first." Jiang Chen. Chapter 91, We Can Only Be Together in Secret. "Hello? Well, Mom just finished eating." "Okay. Well, have fun with your classmates, but no sleepovers. It's not okay to go to a classmate's house and stay over. You must be home by 10 o'clock tonight." "Okay, that's it." Qin Xiaoyu answered the call in front of Jiang Chen. The call was from Qin Si. From the conversation between the mother and daughter, Jiang Chen had no difficulty guessing that Qin Si had gone out to have a gathering with her classmates tonight. Probably have to go somewhere for a while after dinner. Qin Xiaoyu was worried about Qin Si's safety, so she ordered her to go home early and not to stay out at night. "Is that Si calling?" Jiang Chen looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who had already hung up the phone. Even though he knew that the call was from Qin Si, he still had no words to ask. "Aha!" Qin Xiaoyu put down her cell phone and sighed rather helplessly. Said, "Cici is having a dinner with her classmates tonight, and she's going to sing at a KTV after dinner. She, just finished taking the college entrance exam a few days ago. It's in a self-releasing phase right now. You just let her get so crazy out there? No concern for her safety at all?" Jiang Chen remembered the kidnapping that Qin Si had suffered a few days ago, so he reminded Qin Xiaoyu about it. "I've arranged for a team of very professional bodyguards, all day, 24 hours a day, in the shadows, protecting CC, and speaking of which, I have you to thank for that." Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head and stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes. There was also a look of gratitude on his face. "Jiang Chen, CC was kidnapped last time. If you hadn't come to her rescue, I really can't imagine what's going to happen next. C is my daughter, my spiritual support. It's the only thing that's kept me alive all these years. The thought of potentially losing her forever still haunts me to this day. I simply cannot afford to lose her." Seeing that Qin Xiaoyu was getting more and more agitated, and her emotions were gradually getting a bit out of control, there was even a hint of tears in his eyes. Jiang Chen didn't even think about it, and immediately got up and walked around the table, sitting beside Qin Xiaoyu. Then he took her gently in his arms. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's strong arms, his broad chest that, as well as the masculine aura emanating from his body, he brought a hint of warmth to Qin Xiaoyu. I don't know if it was because of the wine, but Qin Xiaoyu's pretty face was getting redder and redder, only to see her glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen. She raised her hand and squeezed Jiang Chen's wrist. Jiang Chen was like a little puppy, gently rocking Qin Xiaoyu while holding her in his arms. While using a petulant tone, he leaned over and pleaded softly in her ear. "Wife, don't reject my love for you." Pust. Qin Xiaoyu almost laughed out loud. "You call this love? Are you sure this isn't a trick?" But Qin Xiaoyu was very fond of Jiang Chen herself. At this moment, looking at Jiang Chen's blazing eyes and listening to Jiang Chen's little puppy-like petulant tone, Qin Xiaoyu's heart melted. And so, Qin Xiaoyu slowly loosened her grip. Seeing this scene, The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth immediately curved up into a nice-looking arc. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen leaned back and sat on the head of the bed, and Qin Xiaoyu quietly snuggled beside Jiang Chen. Brat! C doesn't approve of us being together. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out a hand and pinch the soft flesh around Jiang Chen's waist. A look of helplessness also appeared on his face. Ha! Didn't you say before that she had agreed to us? She didn't know you were my online date before. And then she realized it was you. He backtracked on the spot. Not only did he not agree to us being together, but his attitude was very firm. Ha! That's our thing. Since we can't be together openly, we have to be together secretly. Just don't let her know. Jiang Chen. Chapter 92 Ruyan Lu in danger. 9 p.m. Old Town. In a dilapidated courtyard. Lu Ruyan, who had just finished her bath, suddenly received a phone call from Yang Fan. Not knowing what Yang Fan had said on the phone, Ruyan Lu hesitated for a moment and then she chose a pretty dress from her closet and put it on, and gave herself a simple makeup look. Immediately afterward, Ruyan Lu took a taxi to a KTV club called Wave. Just as soon as he got off the bus, he saw Yang Fan who had been waiting at the door for a long time. Ruyan, why are you so slow? Didn't I tell you to come over quickly? Are you trying to hold me back from something big? Yang Fan walked over with a cold face and did not give Lu Ruyan any good looks. Ruyan Lu also said with a cold face, Yang Fan, this is the last time I'll help you. After this time we will not owe each other anything. From now on you go your sunny way. I will cross my wooden bridge. Got it. Nag. Yang Fan waved his hand impatiently, then grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm and, turning around, he headed towards the KTV clubhouse. Lu Ruyan's brows frowned slightly, and she had wanted to just shake off Yang Fan's hand, but she eventually relented. It goes back 2 days. Ruyan Lu was especially regretful when she realized that Jiang Chen had become rich, coupled with the fact that Ruyan Lu had inadvertently learned that Yang Fan was not an executive at all in the Qin group. Rather, it's a small project team leader who simply doesn't make more than $100,000 a month. Thus, Ruyan Lu and Yang Fan had a big fight. Not only did they break up on the spot, moreover, he had moved out of Yang Fan's rented room and secretly lived in the shabby courtyard that Jiang Chen had rented before. For the past 2 days, Yang Fan had been pestering Ruyan Lu. However, Ruyan Lu was determined to break up with Yang Fan. Yang Fan knew that Ruyan Lu wanted to get back together with Jiang Chen, and he also knew that he couldn't keep Ruyan Lu, so he made a request to Ruyan Lu. As long as Ruyan Lu was willing to come to KTV to drink with him once, the two of them will completely draw a line in the sand. From then on, old and dead, Ruyan Lu, in order to sever her relationship with Yang Fan as soon as possible. Then he wholeheartedly went to beg for Jiang Chen's forgiveness and agreed to Yang Fan's request with a clench of his teeth. 9:10 p.m. Yang Fan led Lu Ruyan into a luxurious box. At this moment, there were already 2 men and 2 women sitting in the box, a total of 4 people. 2 of the women, both of whom were 27 or 8 years of age, and both of whom were beautiful to look at. But compared to Ruyan Lu, it is naturally much inferior. As for the 2 remaining men, one looked younger and almost the same age as Yang Fan. As for the other man, he looked to be in his 40s, with a greasy head and a big belly. This man was sitting in the middle of the couch, and the remaining 3 were sitting beside him with a pleasing look on their faces, and every now and then he'll give him a toast. It was assumed that this person should be one of the leaders in Yang Fan's company. Yang Fan, is this your girlfriend? Seeing Yang Fan walk into the box with Lu Ruyan, the middle-aged man with a big belly that eyes snapped open and immediately beckoned to them both. Yang Fan hurriedly pulled Lu Ruyan over and then introduced both parties. Mr. Wang, this is my girlfriend Ruyan Lu. Ruyan, this is our company's vice general manager, Wang Bin. The first time Lu Ruyan saw Wang Bin, she had an extremely uncomfortable feeling all over her body, because of the way Wang Bin looked at her, that undisguised naked possessiveness that, it really made Ruyan Lu feel very annoying. However, come all the way to, as long as we get through tonight, we'll be able to completely disassociate ourselves from Yang Fan. Lu Ruyan could only endure her nausea, then sat next to Wang Bin under Yang Fan's arrangement. With that, 3 men and 3 women began to drink and sing in the box. Under Yang Fan's mobilization, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. But, as the minutes ticked by, Ruyan Lu gradually realized that something was wrong. Wang Bin was toasting her, Yang Fan was toasting her, and even the remaining 2 women and a man that, and every now and then she would be approached with a glass of wine. More importantly, yes, Ruyan Lu's drinking capacity wasn't bad, and she normally wouldn't get drunk after drying down a whole bottle of white wine, and all she was drinking tonight was beer, and she felt a little dizzy in her head as she drank it. The vision also slowly became blurred, and even the body began to heat up. Not good. There's something wrong with this wine. Realizing that she might have been drugged, Lu Ruyan immediately stood up. He pushed away Yang Fan, who was about to come up to make a toast. and then stumbled and rushed into the restroom. Claptrap. Lu Ruyan, who had entered the restroom, first washed her face with cold water and then he went for his throat again with his fingers, forcing the contents of his stomach out. Although Ruyan Lu had taken some means, and the person was slightly sober, but that intense dizziness was still there. This place is not a good place to stay. You must leave in a hurry. After this thought popped up in her mind, Ruyan Lu immediately walked out from the restroom, prepared to leave the compartment. However, the box that had been bustling with activity a moment ago was now left with only Wang Bin sitting alone on the sofa. Yang Fan, as well as his 3 colleagues, all went missing. It was only at this moment that Ruyan Lu reacted. It's a bureau. Jan Fan sold her out. Ruyan, where are you going? Seeing Lu Ruyan staggering out of this box, Wang Bin immediately got up and walked over. As soon as he did, he grabbed Ruyan Lu's arm. Get off me! Lu Ruyan wanted to fiercely shake off Wang Bin's hand, but her body couldn't exert any strength. Naturally, he couldn't get rid of Wang Bin. Ruyan Lu, now that it's come to this, I won't beat around the bush with you. Wang Bin tugged on Lu Ruyan's arm and forced her onto the sofa. Then she sat her down beside him. Your boyfriend, Yang Fan, has promised to let you stay with me for one night. I advise you to obey me obediently. What? Yang Fan he actually. What's so surprising about that? Yang Fan wants to be the head of the program department. It would have to go through me, the vice president. So he gave you to me. You are despicable. Hey, how dare you bite me? You? Ruyan Lu had a strength that came out of nowhere. Grabbing Wang Bin's arm, he bit down hard. Then, taking advantage of the moment Wang Bin let go of her hand, Lu Ruyan used all her remaining strength to. Immediately, he rushed to the door of the compartment. Boo! After a muffled sound, the door of the box was unexpectedly slammed open by Ruyan Lu. Help! Lu Ruyan, whose head was already getting more and more confused, could only be outside in the corridor. A small cry for help as he stumbled and ran. No way! Ruyan Lu didn't have much strength left, and the voice she shouted out was extraordinarily weak. Ouch! Why don't you people walk without eyes? All of a sudden, Ruyan Lu crashed into the arms of. It caused a gasp of surprise from the other side. Help me! I've been drugged. Please. At this moment, Lu Ruyan could not care less, only to see her clenching her teeth and the words were uttered in a broken voice, and then he fell softly into the little girl's arms. It wasn't long before Ruyan Lu's consciousness became more and more blurred, but his ears were faintly aware of the little girl's chortling. Do you know who this lady is? Dare to offend this young lady. I think you guys are tired of living. Come on people, throw them all out for me. Chapter 93, Hide. My daughter is back. 10 p.m. Qin Xiaoyu's room. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were immersed in a two-person world, completely forgetting about time. Forget everything around you. Boom boom. Just then, there was a roar of an automobile engine from the yard downstairs. Several car lights shone from a distance, then crossed quickly over the bedroom window. Swish! At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu violently raised her head and a look of shock and panic also appeared on his face. Not good. CC is back. With Qin Xiaoyu's cry of surprise, Jiang Chen froze in place, turning his head to look at the electronic clock that sat on the nightstand. I didn't realize it was 10 p.m. Now. Before, Qin Xiaoyu had ordered on the phone. To Qin C must be home by 10 o'clock at night. Lean. Qin C. This little girl really listens to her mom. Got home on time at 10 o'clock sharp. Not a minute more. Not a minute less. Whoosh. Qin Xiaoyu flustered and rolled out of bed, looking around for her clothes scattered on the floor. Jiang Chen's movements weren't slow, and he got out of bed right after him. Start going around and picking up the clothes you dropped on the floor. But, the more people panic, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that he was wearing the wrong shorts and immediately took them off, casually throwing them to Qin Xiaoyu, then went back to looking for his pants. After such a delay, whether it's Jiang Chen or Qin Xiaoyu, already, he could hear Qin Ci's footsteps coming up the stairs. Quick! You hide! After Qin Xiaoyu got dressed, she immediately pushed Jiang Chen, wanting him to find a place to hide. But, Jiang Chen scanned the entire bedroom, then ran straight over and pulled open the window. Make a move to jump down. No! Qin Xiaoyu was immediately taken aback. Although it is only the second floor and the softer lawn downstairs, you shouldn't get hurt if you jump. But she just didn't want Jiang Chen to take the risk. After all, the two of them were married, and Qin Xiaoyu had already taken Jiang Chen as her husband. So how could she let her husband go and jump off a building? Whoosh! Jiang Chen was not a man who was a mother-in-law, and in Qin Xiaoyu's shocked and worried eyes, he jumped without saying a word. Qin Xiaoyu, who saw this scene, hurriedly ran over to the window and leaned over, poking out half of her body, and, filled with anxiety, he searched for his beloved. It wasn't until Qin Xiaoyu saw Jiang Chen acting like nothing had happened that she not only stood up from Milan, and turned to her, smiling and waving at her. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's heart hanging in mid-air was released. However, time did not allow Qin Xiaoyu to respond to Jiang Chen. At sushi. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom door was knocked on. Qin Xi's inquiring voice also came from outside the door. Mom, are you asleep? Why did you even unlock the door? Swish. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly closed the window and drew the curtains. Then he shouted in the direction of the door. See, wait a minute. Mom's changing. After saying this, Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over and quickly made up the bed, picked up the tissues that had been thrown under the bed again and stuffed them all into the cabinet under the nightstand. About 2 minutes later, confirming that no clues would be left behind at the scene, Qin Xiaoyu then took a deep breath and, then walking quickly, he apprehensively opened the door to the room. Ka-ching! As the door to the room was slowly pulled open, a picture that bore a 7-point resemblance to Qin Xiaoyu. But the pretty face, which was much more tender than Qin Xiaoyu's, was instantly reflected in the eyes. Mom, what are you doing hiding in your room to change your clothes at this time of night? The moment Qin Xi saw Qin Pretty Yu, a look of suspicion immediately appeared on his face. Qin Xiaoyu was still wearing the same set of clothes she had worn during the day, a sky blue jersey that, paired with a white wraparound maxi skirt. Therefore, it was natural for Qin Xi to become suspicious. Mom bought a set of pajamas today, and I just tried them on, and I think they're a little out of place, so decided to take it back tomorrow. Qin Xiaoyu casually found an excuse to perfume Qin Xi, and immediately afterward, her words changed. Taking the initiative, he inquired, See, did you have fun with your classmates today? Of course I'm happy. Mom, I'm telling you, I did something else good tonight. I was in a karaoke bar, and I met a woman who was drugged, and then I heroically saved her, fought off the bad guys and saved the woman. Qin Xi was immediately distracted. A look of excitement hung on Nini's face, and then about going to sing at the karaoke bar tonight. One by one, he shared it with Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Pretty Jade's attention was clearly not on the story of Qin Xi's heroic rescue. Seeing that Qin Xi didn't bother to suspect anything further, Qin Pretty Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of cheating with Jiang Chen behind her daughter's back both made her feel nervous and, again, it made her feel exciting. All in all, this was an experience that Qin Xiaoyu had never had before. After experiencing this incident, Qin Xiaoyu's heart it was as if a door to a new world had been opened. Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight. Qin Xi's petulant voice came from her ears, and after Qin Pretty Yu returned to her senses, only then did she realize that her daughter had wrapped her arms around her and her little head was still a mischief in her arms. The thought that just a moment ago, Jiang Chen was also holding her like this. Qin Xiaoyu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly as she hurriedly reached out and pushed Qin Xi away. See, you're an adult. Why are you still thinking about sleeping with your mom? Mom, if I don't catch myself sleeping with you now, there will be no chance to sleep with you later. What's all this nonsense? What do you mean there's no chance? Mom, I don't care. I'm going to sleep with you tonight. In the face of her daughter's softening and pampering, Qin Xiaoyu sighed and, in the end, the only option was to compromise. Qin Xi cheered, and hastily gave Qin Pretty Yu a kiss on the cheek. Then it was off to the showers with a bounce in its step. An hour later, Qin Xi, who had finished her bath, had changed into a pink nightgown. Only she pushed open the door of Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom, and then, like a little mouse, flying quickly, he climbed onto the bed and burrowed into Qin Xiaoyu's comforter. Mom, why do I think you smell funny? Qin Sigong hugged Qin Pretty Yu, and her little nose suddenly twitched twice and, there was also an odd look on his face. Where's the weird smell? Qin Xiaoyu panicked inwardly and hastily reached out and knocked Qin Xi's little head. Then he also put on a stern attitude and said, It's getting late, so close your eyes and go to sleep. Mom, it really smells weird. See, do you still want to sleep with mommy tonight? Want to, but this smells weird. Kind of like what? Qin Xiaoyu suddenly tensed up. She had just overlooked an important issue. Although Jiang Chen had already left, the odor of him remaining in the comforter. It doesn't dissipate overnight. What if my daughter recognizes it? Should I come clean with her? Will she be angry? Just when Qin Xiaoyu's nervous palms were sweating, Qin Xi's voice drifted into her ears once again. This smell is kinda nice, kinda like dad's smell. Mom, are you wearing the wrong perfume? Did you take men's cologne and spray it on yourself as if it were perfume? Qin Xiaoyu, Chapter 94, I'm a Bastard? Night. The moon is clear and the stars are sparse. When Jiang Chen returned home, the living room on the first floor was lit up, but it was silent. No sign of the 6 golden flowers. But the second floor of the villa, however, had some faint giggling sounds coming from it. Tada! Jiang Chen didn't take the elevator. but climbed up the stairs to the second floor. Just after arriving at the multifunctional hall on the second floor of the villa, Jiang Chen saw 6 people dressed only in halter nightgowns and a big thundering beauty with exposed shoulders, arms, and long legs. They were sitting in a group on the floor and were giggling and playing poker. The 6 golden flowers were accompanied by an assortment of snacks and beer. 2 trash cans, were filled with discarded snack bags and empty beer cans. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but conjure up an internet song. So hi yo, it feels like life has reached the high nest. So hi yo, it feels like life has reached its peak. Honey, you're back? Su Yao, as the eldest sister, immediately threw down the poker in her hand the moment she saw Jiang Chen taking the initiative. He greeted Jiang Chen and gave him a big hug. Playing poker? Jiang Chen smiled and wrapped his arms around Su Yao's slender waist, studied her halter silk nightgown in passing. Honey, do you want to come along for the ride? Su Yao first laughed daintily and whacked Jiang Chen twice. Then with a red face, he obediently cooperated with Jiang Chen's research. I have to say, although Su Yao was not as domineering as Qin Pretty You, but still a woman that the average man can't master. You guys play, I'm going to take a dip. Jiang Chen swept a glance at the 6 golden flowers who were dressed coolly. Should we have a ring match tonight? 1 against 6. Let's set a record first, find a way to break that record later. Just like that, Jiang Chen walked into the bathing room with a lofty ideal in mind. Put a large tank full of water on myself and soaked in comfortably. Drip. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Chen's cell phone, which he had thrown on the side of the bathtub, suddenly vibrated slightly. It seems to have received a tweet. Jiang Chen, who was lying in the bathtub, slowly opened his eyes and wiped his hands with the towel hanging beside him. Then he picked up his cell phone and checked it. Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, I've sent an email to your mailbox, so take a look at it first. Jiang Chen, who had read this WeChat, had a puzzled expression flash across his face. Swish, only he exited WeChat and clicked on his email. He soon saw the email Qin Xiaoyu had sent him. Curiosity prompted Jiang Chen to click on the email. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen froze in place. The content of this email turned out to be Jiang Chen's personal details. There was also a picture of Jiang Chen on it. Swish, Jiang Chen scrutinized his profile, then ran his finger across the screen of his phone. Unexpectedly, what appeared on the next page made him unable to stop his eyes from widening and his mouth from dropping open. A shocked expression was also on his face. After investigation, Jiang Chen's real father is Zhou Zhangfeng, the current head of the Zhou family, an old and powerful family in Xilan City, and his biological mother is Jiang Xiaoxia, the nanny of the Zhou family in Xilan City. After investigation, Jiang Xiaoxia died 25 years ago. The cause of death announced to the public by the Zhou family was death in childbirth. After investigation, Zhou Zhangfeng and Jiang Xiaoxia's son, Jiang Chen, was not taken in by the Zhou family. Instead, he was left on the doorstep of an orphanage and ended up as an orphan. Upon investigation, Zhou Zhangfeng has recently dispatched a large number of people to look around for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Prepare to take this bastard back to the Zhou family. After investigation, Zhou Zhangfeng suffered from a serious liver tumor disease. If you can't find a liver source that can match it for transplantation, you'll only live for 3 months at most. Upon investigation, Zhou Shihao, the first young master of the Zhou family, and Zhou Renjie, the second young master of the Zhou family, all of them have sent out their manpower to block Zhou Zhangfeng from finding Jiang Chen's whereabouts in the dark. After reading this investigation report, Jiang Chen's entire body froze in the bathtub. It was a long time coming back. As an orphan, Jiang Chen had longed to see his parents since he was a child. But one day, Jiang Chen overheard a conversation between the dean and the caregiver. Learning that he had been abandoned at the door of an orphanage with a note on him that had his name and birth date written on it. From that day on, Jiang Chen was completely disappointed in his real parents, because he was actively abandoned by his parents. Since his parents didn't want him anymore, what illusions did he have? So, after Jiang Chen had obtained the system, he had been hesitant. Hesitant to find your birth parents? So what if I find it? They were the ones who abandoned their son. Is it possible to accept this son again today? If they can accept this son, why is it that for these 25 years, you don't even see them looking for Jiang Chen? This was the question that had been haunting Jiang Chen's heart. However, Jiang Chen had learned that his mother had died after reading the investigation report sent by Qin Xiaoyu, and it was a difficult labor and death, and the father had cancer and was dying. At this moment, his heart was actually aching. On top of that, Jiang Chen also smelled a hint of conspiracy in this investigation report. His own mother? Did she really die in childbirth? What happened back then? Why was he abandoned on the doorstep of an orphanage? As a father, Zhou Zhangfeng, what exactly was he doing back then? Why can't you even protect your own son? Or was he abandoned by Zhou Zhangfeng? After all, her own mother was just a nanny for the Chao family. With such a disparity in status and position with Zhou Zhengfeng, it was definitely impossible to marry into the Zhou family. The waters run deep in the household family. On the surface of the big families with unlimited scenery, there is no telling how many dirty things are hidden behind their backs. So, Jiang Chen seriously doubted that his real mother did not die in childbirth. Rather, they are persecuted by some. Swish! Suddenly, Jiang Chen clicked on WeChat and quickly sent a message over to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, pretty jade, tell me everything you know. Everything. Drip. It didn't take long for Qin Xiaoyu's side to reply to Jiang Chen with a WeChat. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, what do you want? I want to know the real cause of my mother's death. I want to know what all happened to the Zhou family back then. I want to know who I was really abandoned in front of the orphanage. I want to know everything. After Jiang Chen sent this WeChat, Qin Xiaoyu's side has been displaying in the process of inputting. There was no reply to the message for quite some time. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Chen climbed out of the bathtub and quickly wiped his body clean. Throwing on a robe, he stepped out of the washroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen was carrying a bottle of red wine and a tall glass, with another pack of cigarettes and a lighter in his pocket. He went straight to the third-floor terrace of the villa. Drip! Just after sitting on the recliner, a message from Qin Xiaoyu's side was sent over. Qin Xiaoyu, I had someone investigate what happened back then. All that is known is that 25 years ago Zhou Zhengfeng was married and had 2 sons with his wife. As for your real mother, she was just a nanny hired by the Chao family back in the day. I'm guessing she's either Zhou Zhengfeng's lover or she was forced, because so much time has passed, and so many things can't be verified. My people can't find out any more information at the moment. However, Zhou Zhengfeng suffered from a serious liver tumor disease 6 months ago. There is an urgent need to find a suitable liver source for transplantation, and only liver transplantation between immediate family members is more likely. I have good reason to suspect that Zhou Zhengfeng wants to do something bad to you. So, I suggest that before you figure out Zhou Zhengfeng's true intentions, be sure to hide yourself and never let him find you. I'll send more men to investigate the truth of what happened back then. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 95, Jiang Chen's life. The night is like ink and the moon is like a hook. Jiang Chen was lying alone on the terrace with a cigarette in his mouth, staring up at the night sky in a daze. Thoughts flew to nowhere. Drip! After an unknown amount of time, his cell phone vibrated slightly, and Qin Xiaoyu sent him a picture. Swish! Jiang Chen, who had returned to his senses, immediately picked up his cell phone and tapped on the photo. In the next second, Jiang Chen's eyes became complicated. In the photo is a beautiful young woman. She was dressed in a nanny outfit, her hair coiled behind her head, and her face was clean and stunningly beautiful. It was like a fairy walking out of an ink painting, giving people a feeling of purity and spotlessness. Between her eyebrows, she bore a 7% resemblance to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had already confirmed in his heart at the first moment he saw this photo. The woman in the photo is his real mother. It's a feeling of blood being thicker than water, etched in the bones. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Phew! A gust of night wind blew by, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair on his forehead. Jiang Chen cupped the cell phone in one hand, and slowly raised the other. Then with trembling fingers, gently wiped the screen of his cell phone as if trying to get a better look at the photo. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jiang Chen stared at the screen of his cell phone with a deadly stare, always maintaining this position, not moving a muscle. The entire person seemed to have been transformed into a statue. Mom! I don't know how long it took, but a hoarse voice came out of Jiang Chen's mouth. But the voice was so light that it was instantly swept away by the night wind and disappeared into the boundless night. Swish! A moment later, Jiang Chen carefully saved this photo. Maybe it doesn't feel safe. He then uploaded the photo to a cloud disk, QQ space, email and other places, and also set a separate password. After doing this, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and with a pair of slightly reddened eyes, two lurid rays of light shot out as well. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen tapped on the system item bar. Soon, he found what he wanted in the second compartment of his backpack. Investigation card. When this card is used, you can designate a target person to investigate, and you can get the details of your opponent's ancestors for 3 generations. Note, this card can only be used once. Brother Unicorn, I'm going to use this investigation card. Jiang Chen mumbled in his heart, and in the next second, a system beep came to his ears. Ding! Please ask the host to specify a target person. Myself. Ding! The investigation card was successfully used. The target of the investigation is the host himself. Survey results are being transmitted. Please wait. After about 3 seconds, a huge stream of information bubbled up in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen, male, 25 years old, abandoned at the door of an orphanage right after birth. Later, when the orphanage was forcibly demolished, he lived on the streets, competing with wild dogs for food, and was fortunate to be helped by people along the way, sent him to another orphanage. Zhou Zhangfeng, male, 55 years old, Jiang Chen's real father, the current head of the Zhou family, a powerful family in Shilan City, who defiled his own nanny when he was young by getting her drunk because he coveted her beauty, causing the other to become pregnant and give birth to an illegitimate child. Jiang Chen, Jiang Xiaoxia, female, deceased, Jiang Chen's biological mother. She worked as a nanny for the Zhou family, a powerful family in Shilan City, and was defiled by Zhou Zhengfeng, the youngest member of the Zhou family, because of her outstanding looks, subsequently became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy named Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes tightly, quickly digesting the huge amount of information in his head, as he uncovers, little by little, the truth of his life, little by little, the truth of what happened back then. His body couldn't help but tremble little by little as well. It wasn't long before Jiang Chen violently opened his reddened eyes. In a flash, a monstrous rage and resentment suddenly erupted from his body. The Zhou family, Zhou Zhangfeng, a bunch of demons in human skin, avenge your mother's murder. Even if you are my own father, I will send you to hell. After learning about all the things that had happened back then, Jiang Chen's emotions were already furious to the extreme, because his mother didn't die in childbirth, but was murdered by a traitor. Even Jiang Chen, who had just been born, was almost killed. The story is a doggerel, nothing more than the sordid things that go on in a posh family. Jiang Chen's mother, Jiang Xiaoxia, worked as a nanny at Zhou's house back then, and because she was so pretty, with her outstanding beauty, she was soon spotted by Zhou Zhengfeng, the young master at the time. Zhou Zhengfeng first pursued Jiang Xiaoxia under false pretenses, and after being rejected several times, he became infuriated and angry, directly got Jiang Xiaoxia drunk and defiled. Jiang Xiaoxia found out she was pregnant and wanted to abort the baby, but she was just a little girl from the countryside. How could she possibly fight the Zhou family's young master? Zhou Zhengfeng put Jiang Xiaoxia under house arrest and threatened Jiang Xiaoxia's parents, ordered her to have the child. Jiang Xiaoxia could only submit to Zhou Zhengfeng's lustful authority. However, at that time, Zhou Zhengfeng had already started a family. His wife is the eldest daughter of another powerful family, Song Shanglan. Paper can't hold fire after all. Zhou Zhengfeng is keeping a mistress, and she is about to give birth to an illegitimate child. After this news was learned by Song Shanglan, she immediately sent someone to try to kill Jiang Xiaoxia. Jiang Xiaoxia knew she could not escape death and bought out one of the bodyguards guarding her in advance. After successfully giving birth to a baby boy, Jiang Xiaoxia named her son Jiang Chen. Then he had this bodyguard send Jiang Chen away overnight. Later, Jiang Xiaoxia was found by Song Shanglan's men, and in order to avoid being tortured to death, solely chose to jump to his death. Because the Song and Zhou families were married, the Song family was also more powerful than the Zhou family at that time. That's why Zhou Zhengfeng was scornful of Song Shanglan. Throughout the entire process, Zhou Zhengfeng turned a blind eye and chose to remain silent, letting Song Shanglan force Jiang Xiaoxia to die and letting her son stray. And then later, maybe it's karma. Song Shannon was in a serious car accident, died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and then again and again, Zhou Zhengfeng didn't go looking for Jiang Chen, the bastard, and left Jiang Chen out to fend for himself. Instead, he himself remarried a beautiful young wife and lived a life of ease. Here's the point, just 6 months ago, Zhou Zhengfeng was found to be suffering from a serious liver tumor disease. If a matching liver cannot be found for transplantation, he will only have a maximum of 3 more months to live. However, Zhou Zhengfeng has spent a lot of money and manpower, but so far he cannot find a suitable liver source, because the doctors have said that liver transplants are more likely to be done between immediate family members. So Zhou Zhengfeng asked his 2 sons to make a match, but neither could meet the requirements. So, Zhou Zhengfeng thought of his illegitimate son, Jiang Chen. He sent out a large number of men to look around for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Ostensibly, he wants to take his son home and recognize his ancestors. In reality, he just wanted Jiang Chen to make the match. And if it met the requirements, it just directly garnered Jiang Chen's liver. Zhou Zhengfeng, how dare you step on my liver? Oh, just in time. I'd like to get you too. In that case, let's just wait and see who goes who in the end. Chapter 96 The Midnight Raffle. Jiang Chen used an investigation card on himself. Not only do we know who our real parents are, even the details of 3 generations of ancestors were checked. Jiang Chen's grandparents and grandparents have all passed away. His mother also committed suicide by jumping off a building 25 years ago, and only his father, Zhou Zhengfeng, and his 2 half-brothers are still alive. But, Jiang Chen wouldn't recognize this demon father, much less those 2 half-brothers. He wanted to kill his father and his brother to prove his path and avenge his mother's death. Time passes by. Jiang Chen was just lying on a deck chair on the terrace, smoking cigarettes one after another, and without realizing it, the ashtray was already stuffed with cigarette butts. Finally, as 12 o'clock midnight came and went, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to click on the main system page. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 3, item column, black card, bounty, artifact, mind's eye, 2 stars, draw. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. About 3 seconds later, in Jiang Chen's expectant eyes, the speed of the pointer gradually slowed down. Then it crossed over the gold coins area and stopped steadily at the cards area. Swish! A shiny card suddenly popped up on the turntable. There are also a couple of turning arrows drawn on it, so I don't know what they represent. However, without waiting for Jiang Chen to get a good look at the card's full appearance, the card was automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reset card. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen immediately tapped on the item bar. The deck was quickly seen in the backpack. Reset card. When you use this card, you can reset the lucky spin. Randomly change the size of the area of the 5 rewards on the lucky spin. Note, this card can only be used once. Good stuff. Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open, and his heartbeat sped up a few points. You can reset the size of the area of the 5 rewards on the lucky spin. If luck breaks out and you just make the question mark area 100 times bigger, won't you be able to win the first prize every time from now on? I'm going to use this card. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen used the card on the spot. Just a swish, the reset card in the backpack immediately disappeared into a stream of light. Immediately afterward, a system beep once again came to Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a reset card. The lucky carousel is being reset. Please wait. Swish! Jiang Chen immediately exited the system item bar and returned to the main system page. In Jiang Chen's field of vision, the lucky carousel was indeed changing. First of all, the gold coin area, which originally covered nearly 50% of the area, was shrinking rapidly. Then, the cards, bottles, and books areas were all slowly expanding. Finally, the question mark area looks like it hasn't changed much, but upon closer inspection, the area seems to be slowly expanding as well. Only the expansion of the area is so slow as to be imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to get his hands on it himself and make it bigger. Ding! Lucky roulette reset successful. About 5 seconds later, a system beep once again came to Jiang Chen's ears. The big wheel of fortune in the field of vision also stopped changing. Before the lucky draw, the 5 rewards have a footprint in the following order: gold cards, bottles, books, question marks. And now for the 5 rewards. The order of footprint is cards, bottles, books, gold coins, question marks. Of these, almost 40% are occupied by cards and almost 25% by bottles. The books have a footprint of almost 20%. The gold coins have a footprint of almost 10%, and the question marks have a footprint of almost 5%. After the gold coin area was reduced, the other 4 areas were expanded. Nice! One more draw. Looking at the freshly baked lucky carousel, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands fiercely, then just clicked the draw button again with his mind. Swish! The red pointer carried Jiang Chen's hopes and spun rapidly. About 3 seconds later, the pointer crossed the bottle area. After scratching through the books, gold coins, and question marks areas again, he slowly returned to the cards area. Barta! After a soft click, the pointer finally stopped steadily at the card deck area. Jiang Chen didn't show any expression of disappointment. If he hadn't used the reset card just now, the pointer must have stopped at the gold coin area at this moment. One must know how to be content with what one has. Swish! A shiny card suddenly popped up on the turntable. There is also a small figure drawn on it that is running, so I don't know what it represents. Of course, the deck was quickly and automatically stowed away in the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an instant transmission card. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Immediately, he tapped on the system item bar. Teleportation card. After using this card, can instantly move to any place within a 10-meter radius. Note, this card can only be used once. I'll go. Isn't that the flash skill from the game? Except that skills in the game can be used multiple times. And this card only provided Jiang Chen with a chance to flash. Don't think about it. This card is used as a life preserver. It must be kept close and treasured. Phew! Jiang Chen closed the system item bar, then took a deep breath, glancing at the last chance to draw for the rest of the day. Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and said, asterisk asterisk. Forgot to recite the incantation, only to see Jiang Chen's incomparably chagrined hands clasped together. His mouth began to break into pieces as he said, Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, I'm going to sacrifice Ruyan Lu in exchange for all the gods and goddesses to bless me with a great prize in the lottery. Swish! Jiang Chen, who had finished reciting this incantation, immediately clicked on the lottery button with his mind. Then just stare, hold your breath, and stare dead on at the red pointer that was spinning rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In Jiang Chen's dazed eyes, the red pointer crossed the area of the deck of cards, then it crossed the bottles, books, gold coins and question mark areas. In the end, it was very disrespectful to return to the cards area. Lean. It was a waste of time for Jiang Chen to recite such a long incantation. It seemed as if sacrificing Ruyan Lu alone didn't work anymore. Why don't we try it tomorrow and just kidnap Ruyan Lu and give it to Brother Unicorn? I wonder if Tadaka was good at this. Ding. This system warns the host not to create some messed up fantasies that the raffle relies on luck. There are no shortcuts. A sudden system beep scared Jiang Chen, and he trembled. Even his 10 toes curled up in embarrassment. Forget it. Since Brother Unicorn wasn't good at this, let Ruyan Lu go for now. By the way, where's my reward? Swish. Just then, a glittering card popped up on the turntable that there was also a bloody mouth drawn on it, which looked extraordinarily oozy. Immediately after that, the cards were quickly and automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a food card. The system's beep sounded in his ears again, and Jiang Chen was slightly stunned again. Then it was a quick tap on the system item bar. Eater card. After using this card, eat any electronic product. You will be able to get all the functions of this electronic product. Note, this card can only be used once. Jiang Chen? Chapter 97 Satisfied. Just ate a cell phone. Midnight. Terrace. Jiang Chen's hand cupped a card, and his entire body was dumbfounded. The meaning of this food card is not really hard to understand. Simply put, whatever you eat, you get all the features of such a thing being eaten. For example, if you eat a hairdryer, you'll be able to blow cold and hot air, and you can adjust the wind speed gear. Eat a razor so you can sprout sharp blades and shave yourself. Only, the eating is limited to the electronics category, so there's not a lot of options. The first thing that came to Jiang Chen's mind was, do you want to have a computer for fun? But, the computer is too big, and even if you replace it with a compact laptop, it still weighs several pounds. Can't eat it at all. No way. Had to back off and eat a cell phone for fun. It just so happens that Jiang Chen still owes all the lords a promise to eat a cell phone, just in time to pay off that debt. Brother Tuzi, I want to ask, if I use this eating card, is it hard to eat? Jiang Chen wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously inquired. Ding! This system suggests that the host put some salt, add some vinegar, stick some chili sauce on the, maybe it will taste better. Holy, the point is, the cell phone is so hard. I'm worried I won't be able to bite into it. More worried about damaging my stomach and esophagus. Ding! After the host uses the eating card, it will automatically strengthen the host's mouth, esophagus, and stomach in a short period of time without causing any damage to your body. Oh, that's a relief. After listening to Brother Unity's explanation, Jiang Chen's hanging heart was released. Next, Jiang Chen placed both the eating card and his cell phone in front of him, but on second thought, what Unico said seems to make some sense. A little salt, a little vinegar, a little bit of chili sauce might make it taste better. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen got up and went downstairs, went straight to the kitchen on the first floor and rummaged around. Honey, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a slightly flirtatious voice floated over from behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned his head to see that it was Su Yao, so he returned without thinking, suddenly feeling a little hungry, so just came to the kitchen to look around and see what there was to eat. Jiang Chen quickly found a few bottles of seasonings, not waiting for Su Yao to speak up, just hurry back to the third floor terrace clutching the spice bottle. Su Yao. Next, it was time for the excitement. Jiang Chen dipped his cell phone in various seasonings, then took out his eating card, and with a heart of gold, straight away, I silently said, I'm going to use the food card. Swish! The card in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of light and directly drilled into Jiang Chen's mouth, followed by the. Jiang Chen then felt his mouth, esophagus, and stomach, immediately sprouting a warm current. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a food card. Please eat an electronic product within 5 minutes to get all the features of that electronic product. I'll rub it in. Only 5 minutes to eat? Brother Tuanzi, why didn't you say so earlier? Phew! Only Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath, then with his eyes closed and his teeth clenched, shoved the phone straight into his mouth. Cluck boom! LOL boom! LOL! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, there was absolutely no tingling sensation in his mouth at all. Chewing a cell phone is like chewing on soybeans. Not only is it crunchy, but it also has a nice texture. The esophagus and stomach are also briefly strengthened, so after swallowing the cell phone down, Jiang Chen didn't feel any discomfort either. It doesn't take 5 minutes at all. It took almost only 2 minutes for Jiang Chen to swallow the whole phone. And there's a sense of not finishing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully eating a cell phone and obtaining its full functionality. A system beep suddenly sounded in his ears. And in the next second, Jiang Chen then felt like he became a cell phone. Oh, no! It's an amazing feeling. It's like you're completely integrated with your cell phone. Machine is man. Man is machine. Man and machine are united. Invincible. Swish! A virtual phantom of a cell phone appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. He tried to turn on his phone's camera, not realizing that what his eyes were seeing, it can all be filmed. Trying to surf the web again with this virtual cell phone, various web pages immediately popped up in the field of view. Next, after many more attempts, Jiang Chen, finding yourself with what amounts to an invisible cell phone with you, not only can you use your mind to make phone calls, surf the web, tweet, watch small movies, listen to songs, play games, you can also turn on your cell phone shooting function to take sneak peeks and recordings anytime, anywhere. Nice! It was exactly as Jiang Chen had imagined. He's completely integrated with his cell phone. One word, bull. Tada! Just then, a sound of footsteps came from far away. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked, not realizing that Su Yao was carrying a steaming bowl of noodles. With a smile on his face, he walked over to him. Yao, what are you? Honey, didn't you say you were hungry? I put down a bowl of noodles for you, and fried 2 eggs, and eat it while it's hot. Ha, hubby, what's that look on your face? Do you dislike the noodles I made? Looking at the expectant Su Yao, Jiang Chen subconsciously touched his stomach. There was a hint of a crying expression on his face. Dad just ate a cell phone and is full. At this moment, really can't eat Unfortunately, Jiang Chen didn't dare to say this, and Su Yao didn't know that Jiang Chen had just eaten a cell phone. Eyeing Jiang Chen with a twisted look, Su Yao simply pulled a chair over and sat beside Jiang Chen, then holding her noodle bowl, using chopsticks to hold the noodles, he personally fed them to Jiang Chen. Hubby, good boy, open your mouth quickly, Aki. As if she was coaxing a child to eat, Su Yao first brought the noodles to her mouth and, gently blowing on it before feeding it into Jiang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen opened his mouth mechanically, like a robot. Then he took the noodles that Su Yao fed him and ate them with difficulty. Good boy, have another bite. Hubby is awesome. Eat more to grow taller and fatter. Eat the eggs too. They're nutritious. Don't waste them. Hubby is so good at eating. Mwah. Give you a reward. Jiang Chen went numb, although his stomach was already full. Under Su Yao's soft and delicate gentle coaxing, he still managed to eat a big bowl of noodles with 2 eggs. All of it. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally realized what it meant to be the hardest to bear the grace of a beauty, but, because he was so full, Jiang Chen desperately needed to exercise to help his digestion. Yao, go get both Qing Shui and Zhuozhuo up here and tell them I'm waiting for them in the master bedroom. Jiang Chen felt that it was very necessary to give Lin Qingshui and Tang Rou a profound education. The aim is to open their chakras and cure their mental illnesses so that they can become normal women. Okay, I'm going to get them. Su Yao gave Jiang Chen an ambiguous look before she was ready to get up and go downstairs to call someone. Wait a minute, and while you're at it, go get me 2 pairs of ropes, and a small leather whip. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao immediately froze in place. In the next second, Su Yao turned around violently, her eyes glowing as she stared at Jiang Chen. His face was also full of excitement. Hubby, are you going to play so big tonight? Ahem. Adults matters, children pry less. Honey, can I stand by? Rolling. It's all been said. Kids don't pry into grown-ups' business. Honey, please, I promise to stand by quietly and not say a word. It definitely won't affect you. Chapter 98, you want to confront the Zhou family head-on? The next morning, the sun is shining and there are no clouds. Today's Jiang Chen didn't sleep. He climbed up early in the morning, then sat down with the 6 golden flowers and ate breakfast. Jiang Chen, who was seated at the head of the dining table, looked around and, instantly, the 6 golden flowers were in good hands. Su Yao, favorability 100, Zhao Sherman, 98% favorability, Luli, 97% favorability, Lily Yu, 95% favorability, Lin Qingshui, 80% favorability, Tang Zhou, 80% favorability. Jiang Chen was very pleased, especially the lesbian pair of Lin Qingshui and Tang Rou. After Jiang Chen's one night of education and prodding, they seem to have deeply realized their mistakes, and the correction has been so positive that it has turned from a bad boy to a good boy. The credit for all of this goes to Jiang Chen having a perpetual motion machine. Tell everyone one thing. Jiang Chen suddenly clapped his hands, catching the attention of the 6 golden flowers, then continued, I may have to leave for a while to do something very important. For this next period of time, you should not initiate contact with me unless there is an emergency. If you get into any trouble that you can't solve yourselves, you can go to the next door no. 2 villa to ask for help. Chin Pretty Jade Chin General Manager. I have already greeted her. Suddenly hearing that Jiang Chen was going to leave for a while, and the tone in which he spoke was so serious. All 6 golden flowers sensed the seriousness of the situation. Only Su Yao suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and asked with a worried face, "Hubby, what are you going to do? Why do I feel as if this thing you're going to do is dangerous?" "Ha!" Jiang Chen grinned and gently patted the back of Su Yao's hand. Said, "This thing I'm going to do isn't dangerous at all. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass. Do you have to go?" Su Yao's eyelids fluttered gently, and her eyes were flooded with a strong sense of worry. Except for Su Yao, the faces of the remaining 5 golden flowers all of them showed expressions of worry and doubt. It seemed that everyone was certain that Jiang Chen was pretending to be relaxed about what he had gone out to do this time. Mostly something dangerous. "Oh, what kind of looks are you all getting?" Jiang Chen shook his head as he cried and laughed. Then he said in a joking tone, "I'm getting ready to go out and make a lot of money." "Money? Do you want it?" Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, 624-carat pure worship gold flowers. Surprisingly, none of them reacted much when they heard about the money this time. Instead, they remained silent in unison. "Honey, do we have to go?" Su Yao trembled her lips and once again asked that question from earlier. Jiang Chen was speechless to the core. He also didn't expect a bunch of good gold-digging women to stop being gold-digging. Is this going to play with real emotions? Aren't they afraid they'll end up with nothing? That's the kind of misguided thinking that you don't want. "I have reasons why I have to go." Jiang Chen didn't have the time to correct their wrong thinking right now, so he could only casually perfunctorily say a few words. Then he got up and went to pack his bags. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen was dragging a suitcase and squeezing a car key in his hand, flanked by 6 golden flowers. He went straight to the garage. "Honey, we'll wait for you to come back." Su Yao was the one who knew Jiang Chen's character and temperament the most among the 6 golden flowers. She knew that once Jiang Chen made a certain decision, it would be almost impossible to change it. So there was no more trying to persuade Jiang Chen. "Don't worry, I'm not going to leave you widowed. When I get back, all of you get cleaned up and coated in honey and lay in bed. I want a dozen or 6. And, if any of you can give me a child, boy or girl, I'll even reward her with $10 million. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the faces of the 6 golden flowers all showed a petulant expression, only to see each of them looking at Jiang Chen with drawn eyes. He couldn't wait to drag Jiang Chen back to his room on the spot and watch a good movie about the Western paradise. Finally, in the 10,000 eyes of the 6 golden flowers, Jiang Chen drilled into the Bugatti Chiron that Qin Si had given him, then slammed his foot on the gas and took off. Road. Jiang Chen maneuvered the steering wheel with both hands, but conjured up his cell phone in his mind. Then he sent a Weibo message to Qin Xiaoyu. "Jiang Chen, Pretty Jade, I'll send you an address. You reveal this address to Zhou Zhengfeng. Let's just say his bastard son is here waiting for him." It didn't take long for Qin Xiaoyu's side to reply with a WeChat. "Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Jiang Chen, isn't Zhou Zhengfeng looking for me? Didn't he want to take me back to the Zhou family? Then I'll do what he wants." "Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, are you crazy? What is Zhou Zhengfeng trying to do to you? It's almost like Sima's heart is in the right place. Aren't you afraid he'll kill your liver? Jiang Chen, it's not certain who Karma is? Qin Xiaoyu, are you sure you want to go head-to-head with the entire Zhou family? Jiang Chen, hee, aren't you well aware of how hard I really am? Emoticon, Shibuya. Qin Xiaoyu, bastard, you're still in the mood to drive at this hour. Looks like you're ready for anything? Jiang Chen, life and death are not important. If you don't want to serve, just do it." After Jiang Chen ate a cell phone, he suddenly felt free of his hands. Just move your mind and you can easily chat with someone on Twitter. One word, really convenient. An hour later, Jiang Chen drove into the old town in his Bugatti Chiron. To the astonished and envious eyes of the passers-by, the sports car finally stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. That's right, this was the very same shabby courtyard that Jiang Chen had rented for 3 years. He's come back this time to pack up his stuff and, by the way, he took the only thing his mother had left him. This relic, which was not something valuable, was a red rope tied with a peace talisman. However, to Jiang Chen, this thing was very precious. Swish, Jiang Chen pushed open the gate and walked into the courtyard. Perhaps thinking about things, he didn't notice that the top of the clothesline in the yard was full of his shirt, pants and socks. Don't think about it. Accidents happen. Ka-ching. Jiang Chen opened the door to the east room, and had just taken a step inside. Immediately you see an S-shaped woman's back. The woman, with not a single article of clothing on her body, stood with her back to the door of the room, in front of a large closet of. Both hands went into the closet. Looks like she had only just gotten up, and then was about to go inside her closet, looking for a suitable outfit to bring and wear. A high decibel scream suddenly shattered the quiet of the yard. Ruyan Lu covered her body with one hand, and with the other she haphazardly yanked out a skirt from the closet. Panicked, he blocked himself, then turned his head and looked at the visitor with a wary face. However, when she looked clearly at the man who had suddenly barged into the room, it was actually Jiang Chen. In the next second, she turned her caution into surprise, and her pair of beautiful Danfeng eyes immediately lit up. Jiang Chen, you're back. Ruyan Lu gently twitched her lips, then subconsciously took a step forward. It seemed to want to take the initiative to throw herself into Jiang Chen's embrace, but Jiang Chen immediately took a step back after a brief moment of shock. Then he closed the door again with a bang. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen's shout came from outside the door. Ruyan Lu, you barged into my room in broad daylight and you're still not wearing clothes? Do you want to be shameless? I'm gonna give you 1 minute right now to get dressed. Now, right now, then get the hell out of my house. Otherwise, I'll sue you for trespassing, willful nudity, indecent assault on a man and intent to commit forcible acts. Ruyan Lu. Chapter 99, The Humble Lu Ruyan. Nishiarashi City, Old Town. In a dilapidated courtyard, Jiang Chen rummaged through the closet and searched for a long time, and finally, at the very bottom of the closet, somewhere in a hidden corner, he found the peace sign his mother had left him. Phew! After exhaling a long breath, Jiang Chen just got up and he saw Ruyan Lu standing at the door of the room in a fidgety manner. She was seen crossing her arms in front of her body, nervously rubbing her 10 fingers together, and his lips twitched several times as well, as if there was something he wanted to say, but it was kind of hard to say. Ruyan Lu, you don't double date with Yang Fan, but you sneak into my house alone to stay here. What's this about? Jiang Chen frowned. Although only a few short days had passed, he saw Ruyan Lu again and, surprisingly, I found myself without any emotional turmoil. It felt as if I were looking at an ordinary passerby, without joy or sorrow, with no desire to, not much interest, couldn't draw any attention from him. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Put. In Jiang Chen's slightly stunned eyes, Lu Ruyan, who had always been incredibly arrogant, surprisingly, he directly knelt down for him and was apologizing for his mistakes. Jiang Chen, Yang Fan is a liar, bastard, scum. First he cheated on me, then he drugged me and tried to give me to his boss. How blind I was to listen to his fancy words. I'm really regretting it now. Oh, Ruyan Lu recounted what happened last night while she cried loudly. Then he apologized and admitted his mistakes to Jiang Chen one after another, hoping to gain his forgiveness. Oh, Jiang Chen replied indifferently, then carefully put the peace talisman away. Then he fished out a cigarette and took it in his mouth. Quiet. The room was quiet for a moment. Ruyan Lu raised her head violently, and with eyes that were red from crying, with a face full of astonishment, he looked at Jiang Chen. It seemed like he never expected that Jiang Chen would have an attitude of not caring about anything and hanging his head high. It was as if they were listening to an irrelevant story that didn't hold half the interest. What's going on? Didn't Jiang Chen love me for 7 whole years? How could he not care at all? We've been together for 3 years. 2. How can he say he's letting it go? Just like that? Jiang Chen, I really know I'm wrong. Can you forgive me once? I've made a clean break with Yang Fan. Promise you'll never have any dealings with him in the future. I can swear if you don't believe me. Jiang Chen, as long as you're willing to forgive me, no matter what you want me to do, I can promise you that, okay? Lu Ruyan was simply humble to the extreme. Not only did she kneel in front of Jiang Chen, he was still clinging to his pants leg, and his tears were even more sparse. Swish! Jiang Chen threw off Lu Ruyan with a kick, then walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Crossed a leg, by the way. Who knows? Lu Ruyan immediately crawled over on her knees and hugged Jiang Chen's pants leg again with a death grip. Jiang Chen felt bored at once, and after taking a hard drag on his cigarette, with an icy face, she said, Ruyan Lu, I told you that I have a serious mental cleanliness problem. A dirty woman, even if I like her as much as I do, I will never touch her again. Do you, hear me? Ruyan Lu stared slightly at her words, and immediately afterward, her eyes then blossomed with a glimmer of hope, only to see her immediately open her mouth and explain, Jiang Chen, I'm not dirty yet. I didn't let Yang Fan touch me at all during this time. Really, I can swear. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was instantly amused. Swish! Jiang Chen pulled out a new cell phone that he had just passed by a cell phone store and purchased in passing. Then he tapped on his WeChat friend circle and flipped to the dynamic that Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan had officially announced. Ruyan Lu, do you want to open your eyes and see for yourself that? The picture of you and Yang Fan in a hotel room is still hanging in your circle of friends. How dare you tell me that you're not dirty? You didn't let Yang Fan touch you? Ruyan Lu, your own head's full of. Just don't think everyone else is as stupid as you are. Jiang Chen looked at Ruyan Lu with a face full of contempt as if he was looking at a clown. If he hadn't sent Qin Xiaoyu the address of this Thai courtyard, if he still had to wait for the Zhou family to come to his door to find him, I guess Jiang Chen would have patted his ass and left long ago. This moment happens to have a little time, instead of boredom, so just look at Lu Ruyan's performance. Jiang Chen, have you forgotten that 2 days before I broke up with you? And my period came. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when Ruyan Lu said this. When you think about it, it seems to be the case. Ruyan Lu did just have her period at that time. Counting the time. Almost done walking today. But, Jiang Chen, however, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Ruyan Lu, there should be something else you can do. Ha? What do you mean? Lu Ruyan was slightly stunned at his words, seemingly a little confused as to what Jiang Chen was talking about. I say. Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette, then stared into Lu Ruyan's eyes. Word for word. You and Yang Fan, you two can't have gone to a hotel room and not done anything, can you? I don't know women, but I know men. Quiet. The room was quiet. Ruyan Lu froze as she knelt on the ground, pondering over these words of Jiang Chen's. After a long time, Ruyan Lu seemed to have figured out something, and she was suddenly ashamed and angry. He was even shaking with anger. Jiang Chen, what do you think I am? How can you be so disgusting? I, Ruyan Lu, am not a good woman, but I'm not some low-splattered piece of, either, much less accept any perverted play. Seeing that Ruyan Lu had become furious, as if she wasn't faking it, Jiang Chen blinked curiously, and a line of information immediately popped up in his field of vision. Name Lu Ruyan, age, 25 years, face value, 94, body, 94, dare, 36C+, drivers, 2, favorability, 92. Jiang Chen had nothing against Lu Ruyan's face and body. As for the drivers as two, it was obvious that one was Yang Fan and the other was Jiang Chen. In this materialistic age, a schoolgirl gold digger, it's kind of rare to be able to do it with only 2 drivers. Let's go back to Ruyan Lu's 92 points of favorability. This wasn't hard to understand. After all, she had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years, more or less emotionally grounded. Plus, Yang Fan suddenly stabbed her in the back, and the image of the white moonlight instantly collapsed. That was why she was extraordinarily mindful of Jiang Chen's goodness. Jiang Chen didn't have any objections to this point either. Speaking of which, did everyone think Jiang Chen was going to forgive Ruyan Lu? How is that possible? This is a male genre, not an abusive, pandemonium-ridden female genre. Who is Jiang Chen? He's the one who says he'll eat his cell phone. Since I said I wouldn't touch Ruyan Lu again, even if Ruyan Lu was acquitted, Jiang Chen would never break his promise either. What's more, Ruyan Lu's mental derailment was already a nail in the coffin. She hadn't even broken up with Jiang Chen yet. She'd secretly been with Yang Fan the night before. What is this if not cheating? Based on this one alone, Ruyan Lu was sentenced to death here in Jiang Chen. Chapter 100, the Zhou family comes and gets into a car accident. Swish! Jiang Chen opened his peeping eye at Lu Ruyan again, and 2 lines of information immediately popped up in his vision. Privacy, heavy gold-digging woman, whose biggest dream is to marry into a rich family and become a rich wife. Even if you can't be a rich wife of a rich family, it's okay to be a mistress. Current intent, to gain Jiang Chen's forgiveness no matter what. Jiang Chen, I've been with you for 3 years, and I'm well aware that you have a heavy degree of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Nowadays, Yao Yao and the rest of them have followed you, the once 7 fairies of Shilan University. Already you've collected 6. Don't you, by any chance, want to get the 7 fairies together? Lu Ruyan even licked her lips on purpose after biting her teeth and saying these words. By the way, he threw Jiang Chen a wink. At this moment, Jiang Chen only felt a thick, scratchy aura coming at him. It's still got to be Ruyan Lu. In one fell swoop, he hit Jiang Chen's soft underbelly. However, Jiang Chen, said without changing his face, Ruyan Lu, do you think you know me well? Even though I'm OCD, why would I want to get all 7 fairies together? Summon the divine dragon out to make a wish? Lu Ruyan's face changed slightly at her words, then undauntedly said, I can be your lover. I can be a little. I promise I will obediently listen to you. I promise I won't compete with Yao Yao and the girls for favor. Enough! Jiang Chen didn't wait for Ruyan Lu to finish her sentence, and immediately interrupted her in a cold voice. Ruyan Lu, we don't have any possibility anymore. I will never forgive you. Just die. Jiang Chen, I've said my piece, and I hope we'll live the rest of our lives in peace, and preferably in peace. Bye. After Jiang Chen threw down these words, he completely ignored Lu Ruyan, who was kneeling on the ground and begging bitterly. Pushing open the door to his room, he strides out. Just as he arrived in the courtyard, Jiang Chen heard a dense sound of footsteps. He looked up just in time to see a group of suited bodyguards walk in from outside the courtyard. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. The Zhou family finally came. Tada! Only to see a bodyguard in the lead. pinching a photo in his hand, walking quickly to Jiang Chen's face. May I ask, are you young Master Jiang Chen? That's right, I'm Jiang Chen, young Master Jiang Chen. The master ordered us to come and fetch you home. Please also follow us to the car. Good. Jiang Chen's calmness and composure had caused the bodyguard captain to faintly stare. It felt as if Jiang Chen had known about his identity for a long time. He had also already known that the Zhou family would send someone to pick him up, and the entire person was not half surprised. The third young master looks like he has a deep city. This was the bodyguard captain's first impression of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Coincidentally, at this time, Ruyan Lu also chased out from the east room, seeing Jiang Chen surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Every bodyguard looked respectful to Jiang Chen, and a flash of shock flashed across Ruyan Lu's face. Young Master Jiang Chen, this lady is. The bodyguard captain glanced at Ruyan Lu, his gaze only lingering on her for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Jiang Chen. Not recognizable. Jiang Chen faintly replied back before striding towards the outside of the courtyard. Ruyan Lu. There were 3 small black cars, one of them a Maybach, parked outside the courtyard. The other 2 are Mercedes S600S. The captain of the bodyguard stepped forward and opened the door of the Maybach and he made a pleased gesture to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just about to get into the car when he suddenly thought of something. I saw him pull a car key out of his pocket and he handed it to the captain of the bodyguards and said, I drove my own car here, so please help me drive it back. Okay, young Master Jiang Chen. The bodyguard captain was slightly stunned at his words, and subconsciously took the car keys handed by Jiang Chen. But, when you look at the big B on the top of the key, you'll see a big B on the top of the key. The bodyguard captain couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Bugatti? Could it be that the Bugatti Red Dragon parked in front of the courtyard is young Master Jiang Chen's car? Isn't young Master Jiang Chen's illegitimate son? Over the years, he's been living in exile, and I've heard that he was still raised in an orphanage. How does he have the money to buy a Bugatti Chiron? With a head full of questions and disbelief, the bodyguard captain walked over to the Bugatti Chiron. He pressed the car keys in his hand. In the next second, the lights of the Bugatti Chiron flashed twice. The car door was then opened automatically. Bodyguard captain. Half an hour later, 1 Maybach, 2 Mercedes S600S, as well as an extraordinarily racy Bugatti Chiron. All 4 cars turned onto the beltway. Jiang Chen sat on the back seat of the Maybach, half squinting his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking about. The whole thing was a little distracted. After about 20 minutes, the Maybach turned off the beltway onto a major road leading into the suburbs, and soon came near an intersection. It was at this time that the accident happened. Boom boom, only on the left side of the road. There came a sudden, sharp roar of a car that Jiang Chen almost subconsciously turned his head to look over, and a large truck that was speeding by suddenly appeared in his line of sight. This big truck was going fast, and it wasn't slowing down half as much as it should have been. There was even a thick plume of green smoke coming out of the rear of the big truck. I'll rub it in. Is this a brake failure? Or maybe this big truck is just headed for the old man? Watch out. Get out of the way. Jiang Chen's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted at the driver of the Maybach at the top of his voice. At the same time, Jiang Chen didn't sit back and wait for death. Only with a movement of his mind, he quickly tapped on the system item bar, instantly locked onto a card in the pack. Transient cards. Although Jiang Chen had a great deal of confidence that he would be able to withstand the impact of a large truck using only his physical body. But, Jiang Chen is also afraid of pain. He usually goes to the hospital when he's sick, and if he can take medicine, he's determined not to get a shot, and even if he does get a shot, also pushy, abrasive, and ghostly when a shot goes down. How could someone so afraid of pain be so foolish as to use his own flesh? What about going hard against a big truck? It was too late. Right at the moment the big truck hit the Maybach, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to use the instant shift card. Boo! After a deafening crash, the big truck almost crushed the Maybach into a discus. That's not all. Big trucks that have gone completely out of control, pushing Maybachs that have been flattened, sparks with lightning all the way, continuing to travel as far as a dozen meters toward the front. Finally, the big truck hit a guardrail on the side of the road, which brought it to a scant stop. Quiet. The scene was quiet. It did not occur to all present that It's amazing that a car accident can happen in such a tragic way. I guess the people in the Maybach were crushed into meatloaf? There's been an accident. Crash and burn. What a tragic car accident. I guess the people sitting inside the Maybach are all dead. Mud. Big trucks kill people. Chapter 101, Zhou Zhangfeng. I am your father. Nishiarashi City. Suburbs. After the crash, a number of eager drivers opened their doors and there was a flurry of running toward the big truck in the Maybach. Everyone seems to be clinging to the last glimmer of hope that trying to save a survivor or two from this crash. Squeak. the captain of the bodyguards parked the Bugatti Chiron and got out of the car in a flaming hurry, flying towards the flattened Maybach. But, when he arrived at the scene of the crash and looked at the Maybach, which had been flattened by and a bloody mess in the driver's seat, at this moment, the bodyguard captain's face became quite ugly. Young Master Jiang Chen, put, the captain of the bodyguards murmured, his eyes dead set on the flattened Maybach. The entire person suddenly fell to his knees powerlessly, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. An atmosphere of sadness pervaded the scene. The captain of the bodyguards foolishly looked at the Maybach, his eyes slightly red, his expression extraordinarily sad and angry. However, he was completely oblivious to the fact that a handsome young man it came slowly from a short distance away and finally stopped beside him. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Are you wailing on me? Hearing Jiang Chen's voice in vain, the bodyguard captain was first slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, he jerked his head up. Young Master Jiang Chen? You're okay? The captain of the bodyguard stood up with a whoosh as if he had seen a ghost. With a face full of astonishment, he looked at Jiang Chen, who was unharmed. I reacted quickly just now and jumped straight out of the car, so I didn't get hit. Jiang Chen casually found a reason to gloss over the matter, then opened his mouth again and asked, by the way, what's your name? My name is Wang Gang, and I am the personal bodyguard of the family head. Wang Gang foolishly answered Jiang Chen's question, and immediately stepped forward, pulling Jiang Chen by the hand, and checked him all over. Only when he confirmed that Jiang Chen was unharmed did Wang Gang let out a long sigh of relief. Young Master Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, this time it's my dereliction of duty. I didn't think at all that this would still happen in the Zhou family's territory. A look of guilt surfaced on Wang Gang's face, and he didn't shirk his responsibility. Instead, he apologized to Jiang Chen in a big way. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately opened his peeping eye on Wang Gang. Personal, after the death of his elder brother, he has been taking care of his sister-in-law in silence. I have developed feelings for my sister-in-law over the years, but I have never dared to confess to her due to moral and ethical considerations. Current intent, do everything in your power to bring young Master Jiang Chen back to the Zhou family safely. I'll go. I didn't realize that the big and burly Wang Gang had such a doggone emotional story. Crush on your sister-in-law? This one is a bit exciting. It's okay. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually, then narrowed his eyes at Wang Gang and asked, Captain Wang, guess this car accident was arranged by my big brother? Or my second brother arranged it? Wang Gang was slightly stunned at his words, and an odd expression suddenly appeared on his face. Oh, it seems that someone in this Zhou family is very unwelcoming for me to come home. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Gang with a smile on his face, then it turned toward its own Bugatti Chiron. Wang Gang, as Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard, Wang Gang naturally knew some of the Zhou family's internal affairs. The head of the family, Zhou Zhangfeng, suffered from a serious liver tumor disease and was in urgent need of a liver transplant. It happened to be at this time that the first and second youngest masters of the Zhou family started an internal fight. The two young masters seem to be certain that the head of the family will not live long, so the civil war over the family fortune started early. However, just at this time, family head Zhou Zhengfeng, suddenly told everyone that he also had an illegitimate son in exile, and had sent a large number of men around to find out what had happened to this illegitimate son. And so, the first and second youngest masters ceased their infighting, and turned their fingers in unison upon the bastard son of the. He even secretly sent people to obstruct the head of the family from getting his illegitimate son back. First, whether it's the first or second youngest, none of them were willing to have an extra illegitimate son of Zhou Zhengfeng to compete with them for the Zhou family's property. As for the second, perhaps among the first and second youngest, someone doesn't want Zhou Zhengfeng to survive, right? Half an hour later, a Mercedes S600 and a Bugatti Chiron. He came to a luxurious villa area and then smoothly entered the Zhou family manor. The car had just stopped when Jiang Chen saw a large group of black silk maids walk out of the villa. Quickly, they lined up in 2 rows at the front door of the villa. Welcome home, third young master. The moment all the maids saw Jiang Chen, they all bent towards him in greeting. Every single one of them had a big smile on their face. Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly, then gave Wang Gang a wink and the latter immediately understood and hurriedly led Jiang Chen into this villa. Wow, third young master is so handsome. I didn't expect third young master to be so handsome. Completely killing those fresh meat in today's entertainment industry. Third young master just gave me a look. I suspect third young master likes me. Rolling. Third young master was clearly looking at me just now. Hey, what a bunch of little scrubs. Starting to get horny in the middle of the day? Who is third young master? What's the deal with looking at you guys? Jiang Chen's hearing was very superior, although the murmur of these maids was very small, but he still overheard their conversation. Sure enough, it's not just men who are horny, it's women too. The villa's living room. There was a little old man with graying hair sitting peacefully on a couch. He was seen holding a newspaper in his hand and a cup of hot tea on the coffee table in front of him. Behind them stood several bodyguards in suits. From a distance, it gave off a feeling of unruffled authority. Family master. Wang Gang was fortunate enough to bring back the third young master. Wang Gang quickly walked to the little old man's side and reported to him in a low voice. Swish! Jiang Chen also landed his gaze on this little old man and couldn't help but start muttering in his heart. Is this my beast of a father, Zhou Zhangfeng? From the way he looks, it doesn't look like he's seriously ill, does it? Could it be a flashback that's about to hiccup? It's really retribution. Whoosh! Zhou Zhangfeng put down the newspaper in his hand and looked up at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the living room, and waved at him. Jiang Chen forced himself to hold back the feeling of vomiting inside and walked over with an expressionless face, but sat on the sofa opposite Zhou Zhangfeng. Zhou Zhangfeng, who saw this scene, was first slightly stunned and, then with a kind smile on his face, he said, Jiang Chen, I'm your father. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He was going to get mad on the spot, but then he thought, spicy next door. This guy was right. He's really my dad. I know. Jiang Chen waved his hand expressionlessly before opening his peeping eye at Zhou Zhangfeng. He wanted to see what Zhou Zhangfeng was playing at the moment. Personal privacy. When I was young, I had a good time and emptied my body long ago, and when I was middle-aged, Yang Wei is not able to perform intercourse anymore. Current intent, hurry up and take Jiang Chen to the hospital for a match. If the match is successful, immediately arrange for someone to gargle his liver. Chapter 102, The Mature and Charming Little Mom. Old man, cut the crap. I know you have liver tumor disease and desperately need a liver transplant to stay alive. I'll go with you to the hospital for a match, if you give me 10% of Zhou Group's shares. Otherwise, all bets are off. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the entire living room suddenly fell silent. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes were even wider, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of shock. He had never expected that the rebellious son before him would not only know his intentions, and the lion wants to blackmail him. You want to take 10% of Zhou Group's shares for nothing just by going to the hospital for a match? Mud. You want to eat. Ha ha. Zhou Zhangfeng was instantly infuriated and laughed, only to see him glaring at Jiang Chen. Rebellious son. You really don't know what's in store for you. Opening your mouth and wanting 10% of Zhou Group's shares? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a bastard born to a nanny on a whim. You're in no position to take any money from me at all. Zhou Zhangfeng tore his face off on the spot, and he even directly called Jiang Chen a sinner. It seemed to have been certain that Jiang Chen was a lamb to be slaughtered, unable to make any waves at all. Swish! Jiang Chen stood up without haste, fished out a cigarette from his pocket and held it in his mouth. Then he looked at Zhou Zhangfeng and said, since there's nothing to talk about, let's not talk about it. Wow! Without any warning, Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a hand and, it directly overturned the coffee table that was in front of him and Zhou Zhangfeng. Shoo! Clunk! Boo! A coffee table made of marble weighs a few thousand pounds, to say the least. But by Jiang Chen's single-handed lift, it actually spun 720 degrees in midair. Then it slammed hard into a side wall. The coffee table was set deep inside the wall. The entire wall was cracked like a spider's web with many lines. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen's hand not only scared Zhou Zhangfeng, but even the several bodyguards standing behind Zhou Zhangfeng. All of them were shaken in place. Old man, if I'm not willing to go to the hospital for a match, with all these people behind you, it can't help me at all. Jiang Chen said as he fished out his lighter and lit the cigarette without haste, then took a leisurely drag. Quiet. The living room was still quiet. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes were wide open, his mouth wide open, and his face was an expression of having seen a ghost. He only looked at Jiang Chen, then at the marble coffee table that was set into the wall. The body actually couldn't stop trembling. As for Zhou Jingfeng's bodyguards, including Captain Wang Gang, at this moment, they all looked as if they were on the verge of an enemy. Not only had they surrounded Jiang Chen in a group, and every single one of them was in an offensive posture and had a scornful look on their faces. Ha! Jiang Chen swept a very contemptuous glance at the group of bodyguards, then said without haste, old man, if I had just smashed the coffee table on top of you, guess if you would have turned into a piece of meatloaf? Adverse son. You. Zhou Zhangfeng was instantly shocked and angry. He could never have imagined that Jiang Chen's fighting strength would be so terrifying. Lifting a marble coffee table weighing several thousand pounds with one hand, even today's champion boxer can't do that either. What's more, Jiang Chen was so relaxed, so it was evident that he hadn't used his full strength. Spicy next door. Thought I was picking up a lamb to the slaughter from the outside. I didn't realize that the other side was a ferocious wolf. That's leading the wolf into the house. What to do? This son is so short-tempered that he lifts the table at the drop of a hat. The key fight is still so horrible. If you're not careful, won't you lose your life? Honey, did you pick up Tatsu and bring him home? Just then, a mature and magnetic female voiced that. It suddenly came from the direction of the second floor of the villa. Tada! This was followed by the sound of a high-heeled walking footstep that. It instantly caught the attention of everyone in the living room. Swish! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously followed the sound, only to see a mature and plump beautiful woman, who was walking down from the upper floor step by step. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s and wore a dark green neck-hanging cheongsam dress. A long chestnut-colored hair was coiled behind her head, revealing a delicate, melon-shaped face. The delicate white skin shimmered with a moving luster. The light, thin eyebrows seemed to have been carefully drawn, and underneath were a pair of flirtatious and cool Danfeng eyes. The phoenix eyes were flooded with a ripe and charming flavor. A small but straight nose, lips like roses, a fine, pointed chin, a white delicate jade neck. It's just as well that she's good-looking, but she's also hot as hell. The cheongsam dress was wrapped tightly around her body. Perfectly outlined the curves of the front and back, mature and plump body. The surplus waist, like a weak wind holding a willow, is amazing. Extremely exaggerated hip curves, noticeably wider than the shoulders. The hem of the skirt revealed a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in a thin layer of flesh stockings. It exudes a tantalizing sheen. At about 5'7", her whole body looked poised. The body, which was plump to the extreme, had an extraordinarily seductive and mature charm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but blink his eyes, and a line of profile information immediately surfaced in his vision. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Face value, 93. Body, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver, 1. Favorability, 50. An odd expression suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He also didn't expect that this was only the first time they met. Zhou Jingfeng's wife. That is to say, Jiang Chen's little mother had a whopping 50 points of favorability towards him? No way. Good looking is what it is. Wherever you go, you can easily gain the favor of the opposite sex. Tada! Chen Yun took a very natural catwalk, twisted her fat ass and swayed her. Step by step, he walked over and finally stood behind Zhou Zhenfeng. Throughout the entire process, Chen Yun did not look at Jiang Chen. It wasn't until she stood still that she turned her head and, filled with curiosity, he looked Jiang Chen over from head to toe. Sure, Jiang Chen wasn't idle either. As Chen Yun walked over, he immediately opened his peeping eyes on her. Personal privacy, marrying Zhou Zhengfeng for the greed of the Zhou family's estate. Dreams want to get the shares of Zhou Group, but Zhou Zhengfeng body cannot. These years alone in the house, loneliness is difficult to endure. The idea of cheating was born. Current intent, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia have recently joined forces. If I want to kick my mother out of the Zhou Group's senior core circle, I can't fight the two of them on my own. I have to go looking for help as soon as possible. And Jiang Chen, this bastard's son, seems like a good candidate. Jiang Chen, hello. Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with a smile and said in a kind tone, introduce yourself. My name is Chen Yun. I'm your little mom. You can call me Aunt Yun. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept back and forth between Zhou Zhengfeng and Chen Yun several times. Swish. Only Jiang Chen laughed, then pointed at Zhou Zhengfeng's nose and said to Chen Yun, Auntie Yun, don't worry. This old man is going to hiccup soon. When he dies, I will definitely take good care of you. Quiet. The whole room was quiet. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard, only to see Zhou Jingfeng's eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, and his old face reddened beyond recognition. The body was also trembling fiercely, looking as if it was about to be infuriated at any moment. Chen Yun first froze in place. Immediately afterward, her pretty face flushed with a hint of redness, and her eyes changed as she looked at Jiang Chen. A trace of inexplicable affection seemed to have appeared in the phoenix eyes. As for the Zhou family's bodyguards, they all looked at Jiang Chen with incredulous faces. Inside, he was even chanting, third young master, you are really bold beer. Not only did he dare to curse his own father to death, but he dared to do it in front of everyone. Molesting your own little mom with impunity? Something so treasonous and unconscionable is too exciting. Chapter 103, Betting on a Chance to Live. Rebel son, you treacherous ***T. Come on people, blast this rebellious son out for me. Zhou Zhengfeng was infuriated. He was seen covering his chest, a pained expression on his face as an old face was suffocatingly red beyond recognition, and the veins on his forehead were rippling up at the roots. Third young master, I'm offended. The Zhou family's bodyguards were all terrified of Jiang Chen, but under the orders of the head of the family, still they hardened and gathered in unison. Whoosh! Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and immediately took out 10% of his power. He directly fought against the Zhou family bodyguards. Boom boom. In the eyes of the stunned crowd, Jiang Chen, with his extremely sensitive stance, passing back and forth between the bodyguards, 7 times in and 7 times out, killing them in every way. None of the bodyguards could block Jiang Chen's punch. Even Wang Gang, a retired soldier from the special forces, was no exception. In less than a cup of tea, all of the bodyguards were punched to the ground by Jiang Chen. Zhou Zhengfeng is dumbfounded. Chen Yun also stunned past. Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper standing aside, was also stunned off his jaw. Looking at Zhou Zhengfeng, who was still covering his chest, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snicker. Said, "Old man, stop pretending. Your acting is too pompous. You have a liver tumor, not a heart attack. Why are you covering your chest? Who are you acting for?" Quiet. The living room was quiet again. Zhou Jingfeng's face was a burst of red to white. The whole person was gloomy to the extreme. The eyes were also obscure. "Old man, I advise you not to waste your time here. You only have 3 months left to live now, and if you don't want to die, you'll have to make a deal with me. I've made my offer. It's up to you to answer it." Jiang Chen sat back down on the sofa, crossing one of his legs in the process, smoking a cigarette leisurely, like I'm in no hurry at all. Silence, no words. Zhou Zhengfeng stared at Jiang Chen grimly, his teeth clenched and clattered. He couldn't wait to break this rebellious son into pieces on the spot. But, after seeing Jiang Chen's terrifying hands, Zhou Zhengfeng immediately dismissed the idea of using force on him. Crap! Jiang Chen was not only able to lift off a marble coffee table weighing several thousand pounds with one hand, and it was easy to put all of the Zhou family's most elite bodyguards on the ground. With such a terrifying figure, Zhou Zhengfeng could not help but feel deep scorn. If we continue to mess with this rebellious son, we don't know if he'll be angry. Straight up slap me in the face as a cheap old man? Zhou Zhengfeng was a person who cherished his life. He wouldn't dare to take his own life and gamble on Jiang Chen's temper. Since we can't use force, we have to negotiate. Adverse son, as long as you're willing to go to the hospital with me for a match, I can give you 10 million Dragon Kingdom dollars. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Zhengfeng offered a price that ordinary people could not refuse. However, Jiang Chen, laughed out loud. Old man, are you beating up on a beggar? 10 million Dragon Kingdom dollars? The pocket money I give to my girlfriend in Tama is more than that. You're the head of the Zhou family, the chairman of the Zhou group, but I didn't expect you to be a poor man? How about this? As long as you voluntarily give up your treatment, I'll give you 100 million Longhua dollars. Transfer money now. Well, want to think about my suggestion? When Jiang Chen said this, Zhou Zhengfeng was instantly frozen in place. Although he had dispatched a large number of men to look around for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, he also got a first-hand account of Jiang Chen. But, Jiang Chen had obtained the lottery system a few days ago, and had become rich overnight. Yesterday it even jumped to become the chairman of Dynasty Group. With all this information, it's too late to update. Zhou Zhengfeng naturally had no idea that the rebellious son he spoke of was already worth more than him. Swish! Only Zhou Zhengfeng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Just then, the bodyguard captain Wang Gang limped over. Leaning down, he whispered a few words in Zhou Jingfeng's ear. In the next second, Zhou Jingfeng's face turned odd. Adverse son, that $3 million Bugatti Red Dragon at the entrance, is that your car? Where did you get all that money? Old man, you don't care where I got the money. It's not like I got it from your Chow family anyway, not half as much as you. Adverse son, since you're so rich, this bit of my Zhou Group's shares, it doesn't even enter your mind. You're wrong. It's the shares of the Zhou Group that I'm looking at, or else did you think I'd come all the way over here to see you? Quiet. The living room was quiet again. Zhou Zhengfeng had a gloomy face, staring deathly into Jiang Chen's eyes. It seemed to want to see through Jiang Chen's heart in this way. However, Jiang Chen had always had a hangdog look ever since he stepped into the Zhou family's door, and it doesn't go by the book, so it's completely impossible to figure him out. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly straightened up. An aura of cunning and shrewdness, exclusive to businessmen, instantly erupted from him. I'm just asking you to go to the hospital for a match, and you're Leonizing me. Want to take away 10% of my Zhou Group shares, don't you think? This request is really too much? Oops, you ask for a price. You sit down and pay it back. You can try to return the favor. I said I'd give you $10 million and you didn't say yes. How about this? You give me 10% of Zhou Group's shares. I'll go to the hospital with you to make a match. And if the match is successful, I'll immediately cooperate with you for a liver transplant. How's that sound? Zhou Jingfeng's eyes lit up slightly when Jiang Chen said this, but he soon fell back into contemplation. It was obvious that the request Jiang Chen had made was a gamble. Zhou Zhengfeng took out 10% of Zhou Group's shares to gamble on a chance to live. If Jiang Chen could successfully match with him, then Zhou Zhengfeng would survive, and that 10% of Chao's shares was money well spent. But, in case the match was unsuccessful, Zhou Zhengfeng would be giving away 10% of Jiang Chen's shares for nothing. Gambling or not, After all, he only has 3 months left to live. Even if he's holding more shares, you can't take it to the coffin. Either. Taking a step back, 10% is not that much. Even if he gave these shares to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to make any waves in the Zhou group. At this moment, Zhou Zhengfeng himself didn't even realize that he had already been led by Jiang Chen's rhythm. Only a few moments of contemplation, then he nodded his head in agreement. Okay, I can grant your request. But we have to sign a contract first, so that you don't try to cheat and deny it at that time. Wouldn't that have hurt? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and lazily leaned back on the sofa, and a very leisurely exhale of a smoke ring. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelids twitched fiercely, forcibly suppressing his inner rage, then waved his hand and called for the butler to tell him to hurry up and prepare a contract. About half an hour later, Zhou Zhengfeng signed on top of the share transfer contract. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, signed on top of the liver transplant contract. Both sides have achieved their objectives. Next, Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't wait to drag Jiang Chen to the hospital for matching. Jiang Chen also cooperated fully. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't wait for himself to match up with Zhou Zhengfeng. There is a saying that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If Jiang Chen can really match up with Zhou Zhengfeng, given Jiang Chen's pissy nature, how could he donate his liver to Zhou Zhengfeng? He just wanted to piss off Zhou Zhengfeng. He just wants Zhou Zhengfeng to watch. The chance to live is right in front of his eyes. The bias is untouchable. What's the point of killing? It's only fun to kill the heart. As for that liver transplant contract, breaking the contract. Anyway, it takes at least half a year to fight a lawsuit over a contract dispute. Jiang Chen had this time to spend, but Zhou Zhengfeng couldn't wait that long. If Zhou Zhengfeng knew what Jiang Chen was thinking at the moment, he would probably spit out blood on the spot, right? Anyway, Jiang Chen had no intention of reasoning with the Zhou family since he stepped through their doors. Pitfalls, rape, extortion, and murder. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can make the mice die out. It's a good cat. Chapter 104, To Go Against You. Huakong Hospital, Xilan City. This is a private hospital that Zhou Zhengfeng spent a huge amount of money on. Jiang Chen was arranged by a group of expert doctors to have his blood drawn, and then to have a physical examination. Then came the HLA matching. It took a full 2 hours, which completed a series of tedious matching processes. Next, just wait for the matches to come in. Dean's office. Zhou Zhengfeng was leaning on a dragon's head cane, sitting quietly on the sofa, though no expression could be seen on his face, but the clenched palms, the slightly trembling fingers, and the flash of anxiety in the eyes that, it still revealed his inner nervousness and uneasiness. This shoulder of mine seems a little sore. Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly shrugged his shoulders, as if he was feeling a little uncomfortable, so he said to Chen Yun, who was sitting beside him, come and press it for me. Okay. Chen Yun nodded and immediately got up and walked behind Zhou Zhengfeng. Then he stretched out his 2 delicate hands and gently rested on Zhou Zhengfeng's shoulders. Use some force. Oh, have you not eaten? Now what? Hey, why are you pushing so hard? You want to strangle me? Jiang Chen pushed the door in just in time to see Zhou Zhengfeng angrily scolding Chen Yun. Although Chen Yun was silent and honestly endured Zhou Zhengfeng's anger, the hand movements did not stop, still massaging Zhou Zhengfeng's shoulders. But, Jiang Chen, however, clearly saw that in Chen Yun's phoenix eyes. There was a flash of veiled disgust and dislike. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but conjure up information about Chen Yun's profile. Chen Yun was a senior student of Qingbei University and had just graduated and joined Zhou Group. She was later spotted by Zhou Zhengfeng, an LSP, and transferred her around as a secretary. Next, Zhou Zhengfeng used a series of tactics to force Chen Yun to be his underground lover. Chen Yun herself is a very scheming woman, and after the death of Zhou Jingfeng's wife, froze with the identity of the junior managed to rise to the top, became everyone's envy of Mrs. Zhou. However, Chen Yun herself did not have much affection for Zhou Zhengfeng. After all, she was forced by Zhou Zhengfeng in the first place, and there's a 23-year age difference between the two. How could the young and beautiful Chen Yun fall in love with a greasy old man like Zhengfeng last week? On top of that, Chen Yun is at the age of a wolf, but Zhou Jingfeng's body collapsed a long time ago, and night after night he left Chen Yun alone. So, Chen Yun, who could not be satisfied, had long been dissatisfied with Zhou Zhengfeng. If it wasn't for the Zhou family's property, Chen Yun wouldn't have put on an appearance of pleasing Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Jiang Chen walked straight over and sat his butt down next to Zhou Zhengfeng. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelids gently twitched, and he subconsciously moved to the side. It seemed unwilling to get that close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Turning her head, she then said to Chen Yun, Dear Auntie Yun, my shoulders are a bit sore, too. Would you be so kind as to press it for me too? Quiet. The office was quiet, but after a brief moment of silence, the roar of Zhou Zhengfeng immediately resounded. Adverse son. What kind of asshole words are you saying? She's your baby mama. You're elder. How dare you? Ask your little mom to massage your shoulders? How did I give birth to such an uneducated thing as you? Seeing Zhou Zhengfeng storming out, Chen Yun's hands awkwardly stopped on Zhou Jingfeng's shoulders, a look of not knowing what to do. Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard, Wang Gang, and the housekeeper, Uncle Zhang, both of them inclined their heads to the side. Seems to be acting like he didn't hear anything. However, Jiang Chen, playfully waved his hand and said, "Old man, you gave birth to me, and yet they left me out there for 25 whole years without a care in the world. Left me to my own devices. You've never done half of your duty as a father, and now you're blaming me for your lack of parenting? You didn't choose whether or not I'm educated, and who are you, now, to accuse me?" When Jiang Chen said this, Zhou Zhengfeng was instantly infuriated and almost spat out blood. Normally in the Zhou family, he, the head of the family, was all talk, and no one dared to disobey him, and no one dared to contradict him like that. I didn't think a little bastard would have such guts. Not only did he blatantly brush him off, but he even dared to point at his nose and curse him. Spicy next door. For the sake of your willingness to donate your liver, I'll put up with it for a while. As soon as the matches come in, if the match is successful, I'll immediately crunch your liver. If the match doesn't work, you won't be half as useful, and by the time it does, I'll find a way to kick you out of the Chow family again. Auntie Yun, what are you waiting for? Can't you see he's acquiesced? Get your ass over here and give me a shoulder rub. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice floated over again. Zhou Jingfeng's face darkened, and he immediately trembled his lips as if he wanted to say something, but he ultimately chose to remain silent, and even closed his eyes, and came with an out of sight, out of mind. Shen Yun was a bit embarrassed. She first observed Zhou Jingfeng's face, then looked at the young and handsome Jiang Chen. There was about 3 seconds of hesitation. Shen Yun leaned over Zhou Jingfeng's ear and softly said, "Hubby, Xiao Chen is your son. That is, my son, who has been running around the hospital all morning trying to get a liver match with you. The boy is worn out now, and naturally, as his little mother, I am heartbroken for the boy. Since Tatsu wants me to give him a shoulder squeeze, as his little mom, and how can one be good enough to push back?" Chen Yun used the phrase "I'm his baby mama" twice in a row, as well as changing his name to Jiang Chen to child. It's telling Zhou Zhengfeng that there's only a mother-son bond between her and Jiang Chen. There is no other unnatural relationship. Seeing that Zhou Jingfeng's face seemed to have eased up a bit, Chen Yun let out a slight sigh of relief before she walked behind Jiang Chen, putting his hands gently on his shoulders. "Auntie Yun, you're pretty good at this." The strength was just right and the technique was quite sophisticated. No more so than a professional masseuse. Who was it that was just scolding you for not being able to do it? Either that or he's just blind and, either that, or he's just egging on the wrong people, deliberately looking for a fight. Jiang Chen opened his mouth while enjoying Chen Yun's massage, froze the idiom of pointing and cursing, perfectly. Chen Yun was all amused by Jiang Chen, hearing Jiang Chen's unstinting praise, as well as his unparalleled recognition of his massage craft. Chen Yun's heart suddenly surged with a trace of warmth, a little sweet, a little complacent. Thinking back to Zhou Jingfeng's attitude, Chen Yun immediately felt that she had eaten a dead fly. Disgusting, don't die. I'm giving you a massage out of the goodness of my heart, and instead of being grateful, you look disgusted? You think I was born with a bone in my body? You think I was born to serve you as a maid? You don't appreciate me. That's your lack of vision. People with vision will naturally appreciate me. As Chen Yun thought about it, a nice-looking arc unconsciously hooked up at the corner of her mouth. At the same time, she massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders more vigorously and pleasingly. He couldn't wait to show Jiang Chen all of his skills. A woman is a woman. Chen Yun's massage craft is also completely open only for those who appreciate her. Chapter 105, The Zhou Family Gathering. A room full of stupid women. Dean's office. Jiang Chen lazily leaned back on the sofa. Chen Yun's 18 massage techniques made him close his eyes comfortably. Almost fell asleep. Zhou Jingfeng's face had completely darkened. He is not a cutie. When Chen Yun gave him a massage, the strength was either lighter or heavier, and a very perfunctory attitude. However, when it came to Jiang Chen, Chen Yun's attitude made a 180-degree turn. This was quite sweet to Jiang Chen. Not only did she bring out all her skills and do her best to give Jiang Chen a massage, many of the moves were something Zhou Zhengfeng had never seen before. On top of that, Chen Yun is happy and smiling. Spicy next door. I'm not dead yet. You can't wait to run away with another man? Sure enough, if a woman can be trusted, a sow will grow a tree. I'd rather believe there are ghosts in the world than a woman's mouth. Squeak. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open from outside. Jiang Chen, Chen Yun, Zhou Zhengfeng, Wang Gang and the housekeeper, Uncle Zhang. Everyone turned their heads almost simultaneously, looked to the person who pushed the door in. Dad, Did the match come back? Only a man in his mid-30s, in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was seen. Stride in. Behind him, there was also a mature and gentle woman following closely behind him. Zhou Shihao. A name instantly popped up in Jiang Chen's mind. The visitor was Zhou Jingfeng's oldest son Zhou Shihao, and the woman following him, it's Zhou Shihao's wife, Suya. Swish. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and in his heart, he exclaimed that he had come at a good time. Immediately, he opened his peeping eyes on Zhou Shihao, personal, infertile by birth, never able to get his wife pregnant. In order to inherit the Zhou family's property, she deliberately hid the truth about her inability to bear children and developed the idea of borrowing seeds. Current intent: I have to find a way to get my father to make a will. At least leave most of the shares of the Chao group to me. The eldest son, Jiang Chen, who saw this, couldn't help but have an odd expression appear on his face. I didn't realize that the youngest master of this Zhou family was born infertile. And the idea of borrowing seeds came to him? Grandma's leg. There's no need to go to an outsider for this. It's all in the family. You can totally come to me. How can a great and warm-hearted young man like me not help you? Swish. Jiang Chen subconsciously landed his gaze on Suya. It had to be said that this sister-in-law of Jiang Chen's had a proprietary flavor of sister-in-law all over her body. A pair of beautiful eyes as deep as the sea, plump, moist red lips that one can't help but think of the most tantalizing and delicious fruits, mature and plump. A little more is fat, a little less is thin, and the hint of a smile that hung on her face, as if to give the warmth of a spring breeze. What a gentle, dignified, quiet and intellectual beauty. Looks like a good bully. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Face value, 92. Body, 96. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 10. Swish. Jiang Chen opened his peeping eye at Suya again, and 2 lines of information immediately surfaced in his sight. Personal, desire to be a mother. Always wanted to have a child. And for this reason every month, during ovulation, both will desperately squeeze their husbands. Current intent: to help her husband acquire more of the Chou family's property. Consolidate your position as a great young grandma. After reading Suya's privacy, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but flutter gently. The expression on his face became more and more odd. He wanted to tell Suya, sister-in-law, don't do anything useless. Even if you tie up Zhou Shihao and teach him a lesson for a month straight, you can't conceive a child. Squeak. Right about this time, the door to the office was again pushed open from the outside, followed by another man and woman hurried in. Dad, I heard you brought back that feral bastard and came to the hospital with him to get matched. Are the results in now? Zhen Chao, Zhou Jingfeng's second son. Jiang Chen felt a strong sense of disgust towards this guy the first time he saw him. Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen instantly opened his peeping eye on Zhou Renjie. Personal privacy, because his wife is too dominant and controls everything. He got involved with his secretary half a year ago, secretly transferred the joint property within the marriage, and is planning to divorce his wife, and didn't want to give his wife too much of a share of the money. Current intent: since I can't bump off Jiang Chen, I'll find a way to drive this bastard out of the Zhou family. He must not be allowed to take a single penny of the Zhou family's money. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes immediately narrowed. Found it. That car accident this morning turned out to be arranged by the Zhou family's second youngest master. Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie. Since you kids don't know how to die and have to come to mess with me, don't blame me for taking you first. Swish. Jiang Chen just casually glanced at Zhou Renjie, then it fell on his wife. I had thought that Zhou Renjie's wife should be a woman with mediocre posture and no highlights. Why else would Chao Yan Kit be thinking of getting a divorce? However, the opposite is true. Zhou Renjie's wife, Jiang Chen's second wife. Surprisingly, it was a great beauty not inferior to Suya, a delicate and absolutely beautiful goose-egg face, willow eyebrows curved like the moon, sexy red lips are as delicate as roses. She was wearing a light green dress, her curvy figure on perfect display. You can't see your toes when you look down, and it's all legs from the neck down. Name Liu. Age, 26. Face value, 92. Body, 95. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 10. Swish. Jiang Chen blinked, then opened his peeping eye at Liu again. 2 lines of information immediately surfaced in the sight. Personal, sneakily misappropriated a sum of group public money for working capital. Current intention: to help her husband to sit as the chairman of the group, so as to cover up his secret embezzlement. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort in his heart. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. You're still a bear of a stupid woman. Your husband is secretly transferring joint assets to get you out of the house. And you're still thinking about how you can help him get the chairmanship of the group? He sold you out and you're happy to count the money for him? Breathless as hell. Now it seems that both the first and second young masters of this Zhou family have bad intentions. Instead, the 2 women, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, are both bearishly stupid. Right. And add Chen Yun as a little mom. She's also a bear of a stupid woman. She's been married to Zhou Zhengfeng for so many years, but she hasn't even cheated her way into a single share of Zhou Group. Isn't that like marrying for nothing? Taking a step back, if Zhou Zhengfeng really intends to distribute the group's shares to Chen Yun, will it wait until now? Obviously. Zhou Zhengfeng had no intention of distributing the group's shares to Chen Yun from start to finish. Chen Yun is just a free nanny that Zhou Zhengfeng keeps around. Pity this stupid woman. Still foolishly struggling with the two young masters of the Zhou family. Want to stay in the top core circle of Zhou Group by virtue of their own skills. How can you stay if you don't hold Zhou Group's shares in your hand? At that time, it's still not a matter of the chairman's word, and he can decide whether you stay or go at will? If it were me, I'm sure I'll find a way to get Zhou Zhengfeng killed before he makes his will. As long as Zhou Zhengfeng dies, then Chen Yun, as Zhou Zhengfeng's legal wife, could have split his inheritance fair and square. In time, Chen Yun holds the shares of Zhou Group in her hand. She's rich and powerful, and her husband is dead. She herself has become a pretty widow with a lot of money. Isn't the day of the dash coming? So, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Chen Yun was also a stupid woman with a big bear and no brain. Chapter 106, Matching Failure. Zhou Zhengfeng makes a will. Dean's office. The Zhou family was all gathered here. The head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng, the head of the family's wife, Chen Yun, the youngest master, Zhou Shihao, and the youngest grandmother, Su Ya, second young master Zhou Renjie, second young grandmother Liu, together with Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son. It could be considered a family reunion. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart had an urge that he couldn't resist. It was so tempting to drop a bomb on the spot and send the family straight to heaven. But, reason, however, was telling Jiang Chen that he couldn't be so impulsive. Killing was against the law, and he would have to pay for it. Even if you want to kill, you have to be prepared for everything, and you absolutely can't leave any clues or evidence behind, lest the marshmallows get on your ass. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen had just concealed his killing intent, a figure suddenly wandered up to him. Hey, you're the wild child my father had with a little nanny. Jiang Chen? It's a good-looking man, and it looks like your mom should have a few good looks. No wonder my dad hung out with your mom back in the day. Zhou Renjie is a typical playboy second generation, arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight, a dog's eye view, not knowing the sky. Not only did he call Jiang Chen Wild Seed, he also called him Wild Seed, and incidentally, he also insulted Jiang Chen's mother as well. Whoosh! It was too late, only to see Jiang Chen get up violently, and in a swift manner. A hard slap to Zhou Renjie's face. Ouch! Boo! Zhou Renjie was immediately slapped by this slap, and turned in a 720-degree circle on the spot, then fell on his ass. You little wild seed, how dare you dare to hit me with your hands? Zhou Renjie, who had fallen to the ground, covered his red and swollen cheeks and raised his head violently. A face full of incredulity looked toward Jiang Chen. He had never expected that Jiang Chen, the bastard son of a, how dare he hit him, the second young master of the Zhou family. It's a reverse Big Dipper. Honey, are you okay? When Liu saw her husband being beaten, she immediately ran over and reached out to support Zhou Renjie. Then with a face full of anxiety, he checked his injuries. However, Zhou Renjie, shook off Liu and struggled to get up from the ground. And then he clenched his fists and rushed towards Jiang Chen, as if he wanted to severely beat him up. Swish! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, his right leg slightly bent, ready to attack at any time. As long as Zhou Renjie dares to approach again, he can guarantee that this kick would surely send Zhou Renjie flying out and nail him directly to the opposite wall. Stop! At the critical moment, a scolding voice full of anger came. Zhou Zhengfeng finally spoke. Zhou Renjie's body trembled almost subconsciously when he heard Zhou Zhengfeng's voice. Then it stopped itself. Dad, did you just see that? This wild seed, he dared to hit me with his hands, and still slapped me hard in the face in front of you. Shut up! Before Zhou Renjie could finish his words, he was interrupted by a cold shout from Zhou Zhengfeng. I only saw Zhou Zhengfeng mortar and pestle the dragon head walking stick in his hand. Glaring at Zhou Renjie, he roared. Zhou Renjie, who told you to talk to your brother like that? A mouthful of feral seed, and you dared to insult little Tatsu's mother. How did I teach you to be such an asshole thing? That was a good slap. Tatsu, you deserve it. When Zhou Zhengfeng said this, Zhou Renjie was dumbfounded. He never expected that his own father, instead of speaking up for him, instead, he was still on Jiang Chen's side. What the hell? Jiang Chen is just a bastard. If you really cared about him, how could you have let him live in exile for 25 years? Leave him alone and let him fend for himself? What went wrong? Right, it must be Jiang Chen's liver. It's highly likely that his liver would be suitable for a transplant for his father. That was why his father had taken his side, aiming to merely appease Jiang Chen. At the thought of this, Zhou Renjie's face became ugly. If Jiang Chen's liver could really save his father's life, then how long would he have to wait before you can inherit the Chao family's estate? And, if father had survived, he would have opposed my divorce from Li Yu. By then, won't I always have to live under Li Yu's lustful authority? You have to look at this yellow face every time? No way. He absolutely could not let Jiang Chen save his father. I've got to come up with a way to stop this liver transplant in a hurry. Squeak! Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside for the third time. Immediately afterward, a doctor clad in a white lab coat, cupping a thick stack of labs in his hands. Hurriedly, he came in. Dean Liu, how's the result? Zhou Jingfeng's expression suddenly became agitated. He was seen staring intently into the eyes of Dean Liu, as if trying to pass the expression of the other's face that, go ahead and guess the outcome of this match. At this moment, not only Zhou Zhenfeng, anyone in this house, including Jiang Chen, everyone's eyes all fell on President Liu's face. However, Dean Liu's next move instantly poured a pot of cold water on Zhou Zhenfeng. It cooled his entire being from head to toe. Swish! I only saw President Liu shake his head, then sighed and said, Chairman, the match failed. Your youngest son's liver, not suitable for transplantation. Quiet. The office was quiet. Everyone present remained silent. None of them dared to speak up at this time. Not even daring to utter a single breath. Zhou Jingfeng's face was ugly. He put all his hopes on Jiang Chen's body. I didn't expect the result of still failing to match. Why is that? Why is it that in such a large dragon nation, amongst the billions of fellow dragons, what about the predilection to find a suitable liver source? Is God really going to take my life? Not willingly. I'm so upset. Zhou Jingfeng closed his eyes, his hands gripping the dragon head walking stick. The expression on his face was also cloudy for a while, and I wondered what was going through his mind at the moment. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a secret sigh in his heart as well. Why didn't the match work? I've thought about my next plan, and I'm definitely going to piss off Zhou Zhenfeng. It's too bad God didn't give me that chance. Since plan A won't work, we'll have to implement plan B. As for the point of this plan B, the point has been made, so there's no need for much explanation. Swish! Just then, Zhou Zhenfeng snapped his eyes open. He was seen scanning all the people in the room with a complicated look that, and it also deliberately lingered on Jiang Chen's body for a few seconds. Finally, Zhou Zhenfeng said in a low voice, Go home. I want to make a will. Boom! When Zhou Zhenfeng said this, it was like a bolt from the blue. It blasted into the hearts of everyone in the Zhou family. A flash of ecstasy suddenly appeared on Zhou Shihao's face. Suya's face also showed a flash of excitement. And then look at Zhen Chao. Although a flash of joy flashed across his face as well, it was quickly replaced by a flash of worry. After all, he was only Zhou Jingfeng's second son, and according to the Zhou family's family rules, the second son could share in the property of the far less than the firstborn. The same expression appeared on Li Yu's face. If she wants to cover up her embezzlement, she has to push Chao Yen Kit to the top. Put your own husband in the seat of the chairman of last week's group. If we let Zhou Shihao become the chairman of the board, even if she is Zhou Shihao's younger sibling, once Zhou Shihao flipped out, she would still be at risk of jail time. So, while Zhou Shihao and Suya were happy, Zhou Renjie and Li Yu were worried. As for Jiang Chen, he was thinking about his plan B and didn't have time to pay attention to such trivial matters. Grandma's leg. Plan B is really awesome beer. Just a little hard to choose. In the end, is the first to take Zhou Zhenfeng, the old man to start? Or should we take his two sons first? I've heard that it seems to be a little sadder when you send a white person away. How about, for fun? Jia. Chapter 107, 3 Different Inheritances. Nightfall. In the dining room of the Zhou family villa, the table was set with all kinds of wine and food, but the people who sat around it, none of them seemed to have much of an appetite to go to dinner. Jiang Chen accepted. He's had a full day today. He's been to the hospital for a match. I've even had several tubes of blood drawn, so I'm sure I'll have to eat a lot to make up for it. Thus, in the stunned eyes of the Zhou family, Jiang Chen grabbed a large lobster in his left hand and, with a king crab in his right hand and a roast suckling pig in his arms, it was almost as if he had circled the plates on the table, all of them, in front of himself. Humph, a wild seed is a wild seed, something that can't get on the stage. I guess he's never had such good food in his life, so it's like a starving ghost, to sit at the same table and eat with such spluttering lowlifes. It's simply pulling down this young master's status level. Perhaps being slapped by Jiang Chen had created a great deal of resentment in his heart. Zhou Renjie suddenly slammed his chopsticks hard on the dining table and looked over with an unkind expression on his face. And he didn't hide his contempt for Jiang Chen. Who knows? As soon as Zhou Renjie's words fell, a king crab suddenly flew over in the next second. It smashed into his face impartially. Boo! Ouch! The king crab's shell is very hard, and it smashed into Zhou Renjie's face. The smashing sprayed a nosebleed on the spot. Zhou Renjie lifted the king crab hanging from his face then he wiped a handful of blood flowing out of his nose. His eyes snapped wide open, and his face instantly became hard to see. Asterisk asterisk. You wild seed. How dare you hit this young master with an emperor crab? Men, tie this bastard up and put him in the warehouse. This young master will torture him himself. Zhou Renjie was furious. First Jiang Chen slapped him in the hospital, and now he's hitting him with a king crab, provoking the majesty of him, the second young master. Twice in a row was simply something that an uncle could tolerate and an aunt could not. What's more, only he, Zhou Renjie, had gone to bully others, and no one had ever dared to come and bully him. If we just let Jiang Chen off the hook today, he'll be in this house from now on. Can you still hold your head up as a human being? Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. The atmosphere at the scene was quite bizarre. After Zhou Renjie gave the word, surprisingly none of the Zhou family's bodyguards followed his orders. All chose to stand still, silent and motionless. It was as if he hadn't heard Zhou Renjie speak at all. Wang Gang, the bodyguard captain, was still giving Zhou Renjie a wink. Unfortunately, this idiot, Zhou Renjie, is in a fit of pique. There was no understanding of what Wang Gang's wink really meant. Mud, are your ears deaf? Did you not hear me when I told you to tie up this savage? What? You all don't want to work anymore? If you don't want to do it, all of you roll up and get the hell out of here. Seeing that Zhou Renjie was about to storm out, Zhou Zhangfeng, who had been sitting on the main seat of the dining table and had been silent, suddenly spoke. Shut up, Zhou Renjie. Do you think that the words I told you in the hospital this afternoon were all farts? Jiang Chen is your younger brother, and you, as an older brother, not only don't care for him, instead, he's still out to humiliate him at every turn. What? Knowing that I, an old man, am about to die, you don't give a damn about me. And I don't have to listen to what I say? Zhou Zhengfeng looked like he was really angry, immediately scaring Zhou Renjie into shutting his mouth. But Zhou Renjie was obviously very unconvinced, only to see him glaring fiercely at Jiang Chen, as if warning Jiang Chen, don't think that with the old master backing you up, this young master wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, blared back without fear, and even raised the large lobster that jerk made a throwing gesture. Seeing this scene, Zhou Renjie immediately ducked to the side in fear and it just happened to hit Li Yu's body. Zhou Renjie, what's gotten into you? Li Yu was also a violent temper and immediately roared at Zhou Renjie. Honey, I'm sorry, it wasn't me, it was him. Zhou Renjie was incomparably tough in front of Jiang Chen, but in front of Li Yu, like a mouse that sees a cat, it instantly turns into a wimp. That's enough. Shut up, all of you. Zhou Jingfeng's face was already hard to see. He never expected that. It was surprising that he himself would give birth to such a stupid son as Zhou Renjie. Who is Jiang Chen? He can lift a coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, and he can easily hit 10 with one hand. The ruthless man who put the Zhou family's most elite bodyguards on the ground. Even I'm afraid of him. How dare you mess with him? I'm doing this to protect you. Understand? Zhou Zhengfeng glared fiercely at Zhou Renjie, and his gaze lingered on Jiang Chen for a few more seconds. And finally it was said with a grim face, since no one has much of an appetite for dinner, let's get right to the point. I'll announce the will. Upon hearing the word will, everyone, including Jiang Chen, all of them perked up their ears, and then landed their gazes in unison on Zhou Jingfeng's body. Swish! Only Zhou Zhangfeng raised a hand and made a gesture to the housekeeper. Uncle Zhang. The latter immediately pulled out a thick stack of information that had been prepared long ago from a briefcase. Next, Uncle Chang, the housekeeper, took the information and a copy was distributed to everyone present, and even Jiang Chen was given a copy of the information. I have decided to divide the original shares of the Chou Group into 3 shares of varying amounts, transferred to my 3 sons separately. The first share is 60% and the second is 30%. The third share is 10%, in which the youngest son, Jiang Chen, has been awarded a third 10% share. As for the remaining 2 shares, they will be transferred to my eldest son, Zhou Shihao, and my second son, Zhou Renjie, respectively. When Zhou Zhangfeng said this, the entire restaurant was silent and a pin could be dropped. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both frowned. The 2 brothers seemed to be interested in Jiang Chen, the bastard son of the. They were all extremely upset that they were able to get 10% of the group's shares for no reason at all. However, without waiting for the 2 brothers to raise their objections, they were struck by what Zhou Zhangfeng said next. Give froze in shock. As for you 2 brothers, if either of you can fulfill one of my conditions, whoever gets 60% of the shares, and the one who's left, gets only 30%. Zhou Zhengfeng seemed to be a little thirsty after saying so much in one breath, so he picked up the teacup in front of him and gently took a sip of tea. Dad, what are the terms? Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie glanced at each other. Both seemed to see the word greed in each other's eyes. Zhou Zhengfeng put down his teacup, then said with a serious face, Shihao, Renjie, both of your brothers have started their own families, but until now, I haven't seen my eldest and second daughters-in-law's stomachs bulge. No filial piety, no posterity. So I've decided that you two brothers, whichever one of you gets his daughter-in-law pregnant first, I'll give 60% of the shares of the Zhou group to whoever makes my Zhou family a successor. Boom! Zhou Jingfeng's words were like a bolt from the blue that simultaneously bombarded Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's hearts. The two brothers' faces turned ugly almost at the same time. The reason is simple. The eldest, Chao Sai Ho, was born infertile. How can he give birth? The second one, Zhou Renjie, has recently been secretly transferring the couple's joint property and is planning to divorce his wife. How can you still go with your wife to have a baby? So, such a simple request from Zhou Zhengfeng to the two brothers Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. But it's hard as hell. Chapter 108, Chen Yun was kicked out of the game. Dad, I have a question. Zhou Renjie couldn't sit still. Only he swept a quick glance at his wife, Li Yu, and, then gritting his teeth, he asked, you have to get your daughter-in-law pregnant to get 60% of the group? That's right, Zhou Zhengfeng sighed and said, within these 3 months, whoever you two brothers are, the one who gets his daughter-in-law pregnant first gets 60% of the group. Dad, if it's out there with another woman, secretly carrying an illegitimate child, does this count? The moment Zhou Renjie said this, Li Yu's face changed violently, only to see her turn her head immediately, with an incredulous look that, staring straight at Zhou Renjie, as if she couldn't believe that those words just now came out of her husband's mouth. Aside from Li Yu, the rest of the people had their gazes fall on Zhou Renjie's body. Everyone's face had an odd and surprised look on it. Ahem! Zhou Renjie detected the murderous aura on his wife's body, and immediately coughed dryly twice and explained, Big Brother is so flirtatious. He has so many confidants outside. Hell knows if those confidants of Big Brothers have given him a son or daughter? If illegitimate children count, then I can't even compare to Big Brother. Zhou Renjie's trick of drawing water from the east and planting evidence. Instead, it eased Li Yu's face a little, but Zhou Shihao, who was splashed with dirty water, instantly became a bit unable to sit still. Lao Air, what are you talking about? Where did I get a confidant? Don't you dare spit blood here. After Zhou Shihao said this, he first glared fiercely at Zhou Renjie, then somewhat sheepishly, he glanced at his wife Shuya. Perhaps it was because she saw that Suya's face was fairly normal, without any irritation. Zhou Shihao couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief. Boss, don't be embarrassed to admit it, I know you. Shut up. Before Zhou Renjie could finish his words, he was forcefully interrupted by a cold shout from Zhou Zhengfeng, only to see Zhou Zhengfeng frowning, his eyes scanning over Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Finally, after a little pause, he spoke. Bastards count. As long as it's my Zhou family's bloodline, as long as the child has our Zhou family's blood flowing in it, I'm all for recognizing this child for who he is. Anyway, you two brothers, no matter who, let my Zhou family have a descendant first. Whoever gets 60% of Zhou Group's shares. Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. Sister-in-law Suya and second sister-in-law Li Yu seem a bit dumbfounded. Boss Zhou Shihao's face is a bit odd. The second Zhou Renjie's eyes, however, flashed with a touch of joy. As for little mother Chen Yun, she had been silent from beginning to end, and her face was calm. I don't know what's going on in my mind. In addition to the shares of the Chao Group, I also have some real estate, cars, private jets, wineries, stocks, certificates, antiques, etc. in my name. This portion of the property, which I have divided equally between, it will be inherited by the oldest, Zhou Shihao, and the second, Zhou Renjie. Now that my will has been announced, do you have any questions? After Zhou Zhengfeng said those words, his gaze swept over Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. It finally stopped at Jiang Chen's body, as if he wanted to see how this bastard would react. However, before Jiang Chen could speak, a familiar voice drifted into Zhou Zhengfeng's ears. Zhengfeng, you left all your property to Shihao and Renjie. What about me? Your wife? You're not going to leave me a penny? Chen Yun, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, finally couldn't help but voice out at this moment. It was only at this moment that everyone suddenly reacted. Just now Zhou Zhengfeng jabbered a whole lot of words, but he never mentioned Chen Yun's name from the beginning to the end. Did Zhou Zhengfeng give it a miss? No. Only Zhou Zhengfeng glanced lightly at Chen Yun and said without haste, Chen Yun, you're my wife and have been with me for so many years. How could I possibly forget you? Originally I was going to leave you a fortune, but Tatsu said that when I die, He'll take good care of you. I see that you also quite like this child Xiaochun. Since you two are mother and son, when I die, you'll move in with Xiaochun. I'm sure the boy will do his filial duty, retire you to your old age, and you will never be wronged. Quiet. The restaurant was quiet. Chen Yun violently stared at Zhou Zhengfeng with her eyes and mouth wide open, staring at Zhou Zhengfeng in death. As if it was the first day he had known him, a look of shock and incredulity was plastered on his face. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie glanced at each other. A flash of laughter and mockery seemed to flash under the eyes of both brothers. Suya and Li Yu were first slightly stunned, then they turned their heads in unison to look at Chen Yun. Both had a look of sympathy in their eyes for the little mom. Chen Yun just got a kick out of it? She had been with Zhou Zhengfeng for so many years. It was reasonable to say that if she didn't get any credit, she would at least get some hard work, right? Zhou Zhengfeng even did not miss the 10 years of conjugal love. Not only did not leave her a penny, and threw her to the bastard Jiang Chen? That's too hard. But that's the way it is with the houses. With a word from the head of the family, you can live a life of fine clothes and food, even have more money than you can spend in this lifetime. Likewise, at the word of the head of the family, he can take back all the gifts he has given you at any time. At this moment, the cold-blooded ruthlessness of a powerful family was shown to the fullest by Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Without any sign, Chen Yun suddenly stood up, only to see her glance at Zhou Zhengfeng with complicated eyes. Then he swept his eyes over every single person in the Zhou family. Immediately after that, without saying a word, Chen Yun turned around and left the restaurant, stride towards the outside of the villa. Perhaps it wasn't until this moment that she came to her senses. From the beginning to the end, she had never integrated into the Zhou family, a powerful family. What housemaster's wife? It's only a name, but it's such a nebulous name that has chained her to the Zhou family. She was chained to Zhou Jingfeng's side, and made her work as an ox for the Zhou family for 10 years. In the end, not only did she not get half the benefit of the doubt, he was also kicked out by Zhou Zhengfeng with a random excuse. It's still ridiculous. Pathetic. Tada. Chen Yun stepped on a pair of high-heeled shoes and left the Zhou family villa with a heart of gold. Swish. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen slowly stood up as well. I only saw him staring at Zhou Zhengfeng with a smile on his face, saying, "Old man, you're still a cold-blooded, heartless old bastard." After saying this, Jiang Chen didn't give Zhou Zhengfeng a chance to speak. Turning to Suya and Li Yu, she said again, Sister-in-law, as the saying goes, where there is a father, there must be a son, and perhaps one day you will end up with, just like little mom. I'm glad I didn't grow up in the Chou family, such a cold-blooded and heartless family that the children that are raised must be beasts of burden. Beware that one day you will be sold and have to count the money for the Zhou family. Oh, Jiang Chen sneered, not caring what expressions Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie had on their faces. Turning around, he left the Zhou family villa in large strides. Zhou Zhengfeng, Chao Saiho and Chao Yenkit, Suya and Li Yu. Chapter 109, The Night Bar, Zhou Family Villa. After Jiang Chen and Chen Yun both left, Zhou Renjie, who had long been holding a bellyful of fire, finally couldn't help but speak. Dad, why are you being so nice to a bastard? What right does he have to share our family's property? Wasn't his liver not a successful match for you? Why did you still give him 10% of Zhou Group's shares? Zhou Zhengfeng had a cold face and didn't say a word. It was just a gesture to the housekeeper. Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, nodded and immediately took out the agreement signed by Jiang Chen and Zhou Zhengfeng. Then it was laid out in front of Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie picked up the agreement and quickly flipped through it, then immediately handed it back to Zhou Shihao. When Zhou Shihao saw this agreement, he turned his hand and handed it back to Suya and Li Yu. By the time everyone has gone over this agreement, every single one of them had an odd look on their faces. Boo! Suddenly, Zhou Renjie slammed the table and said angrily, this little wild seed that, he's just taking advantage of the situation. Zhou Shihao also spoke right after him. Dad, this kid is clearly blackmailing you, and this you promise? In the face of the questioning of the two sons, Zhou Zhengfeng still did not say a word. Once again, he gestured to the housekeeper. Uncle Zhang. Next, Uncle Zhang, the butler, turned on the projector and played the security footage straight from the living room during the day. At first, neither Zhou Shihao nor Zhou Renjie took it seriously, but when they saw Jiang Chen lift off a coffee table with one hand, and it sent the marble coffee table, which weighed several thousand pounds, crashing hard into the living room wall. The moment, whether it was Zhou Shihao, Zhou Renjie, or Suya and Li Yu, the four men's jaws dropped to the floor in shock. It's not over yet. Next, Jiang Chen fought 10 times, and easily took Wang Gang, including all of the Zhou family's most elite bodyguards. All of them were put over on the ground. This scene, moreover, caused Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's eyes to burst out in shock. Asterisk. This little feral bastard can fight so well? Mud. What kind of fodder did this kid grow up on? How can his strength be so great? No wonder he's so arrogant. Spicy next door. These days, even the best kung fu is afraid of a chopper. Shall I go and get some assassins to do him in? God forbid? Eldest, don't be impulsive. I remember. Isn't Lao San that young Master John who was on the hot search 2 days ago? The same mysterious tycoon who is the little Middle Eastern oil prince who carries 6 princesses and empties 13 luxury stores in one fell swoop. Asterisk asterisk. Isn't he a pharaoh? Where did he get so much money? This kid, Jiang Chen, not only is he very good with his hands, but he's also very rich. Before figuring him out, I warn you all, don't mess with him. The other side. After Chen Yun left the Zhou family villa, she immediately got into a Paramera, and then sped along. Flying as fast as he could, he drove to the center of the city. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, got into his Bugatti Chiron. The Paramera, which followed Chen Yun all the way, finally came to the door of a bar called Night Color. Chen Yun parked her car casually and walked directly into this bar. Jiang Chen hesitated slightly and followed suit. The lights inside the bar were dim, and the stereo wasn't playing any hard-hitting rock music. Instead, it's a very soothing piano piece. Apparently, this is a clearinghouse. The tables that were set up inside, each at least 3 or 4 meters apart. And above each table, a small spotlight hangs. Great sense of atmosphere. Swish. Jiang Chen, who had just walked into this clear bar, subconsciously scanned his surroundings for a moment. It was found that there weren't many customers here. Maybe only a dozen or so. But there are more women than men. There were almost 7 or 8 female guests and only 4 or 5 male guests. Swish swish. Just as Jiang Chen walked in, almost everyone's gazes, in unison, looked at him, especially those 7 or 8 female guests. After taking a good look at Jiang Chen's face and figure, surprisingly, all of them had glowing eyes, as if they had seen their prey. I'll rub it in. This is not the legendary place that rich women used to hunt for women, is it? Chen Yun would actually come to a place like this? Is this her being irritated? Whoosh! Jiang Chen had wanted to go and find Chen Yun directly, but as soon as he walked into this clear bar, suddenly changed his mind again. He just lowered his head, found a random table in the corner, and quickly sat down. In the next second, there was a young male waiter, walking briskly to his side. What can I get you, sir? The waiter handed Jiang Chen a menu. At the same time, he secretly sized Jiang Chen up from head to toe. Just this one. Jiang Chen flipped open the menu and gave it a cursory scan. Then pointing to one of the cocktails on the first row of the menu, he exchanged the menu for the waiter. Yes, sir, please wait. The waiter left with the menu, and Jiang Chen also dropped his gaze on Chen Yun, who was not far away. Chen Yun was playing with his cell phone with his head down. I don't know if I'm tweeting or doing something else. Anyway, she kept her head down and, not even noticing that Jiang Chen had followed her to this clear bar as well. Soon, a waiter walked over to Chen Yun's table and directly served her a beer. Chen Yun also put down her cell phone, then drank to herself. Under the dim light, a strand of Chen Yun's hair on her forehead hung down diagonally, falling on the side of her face, and it adds a touch of femininity and gentleness to her. After a few glasses of beer, Chen Yun's mature and beautiful face. There was also a gradual, tantalizing flush. It had to be said that Zhou Zhengfeng, this old man's vision was really good. An extremely beautiful woman like Chen Yun, when she was young, the beauty certainly won't lose to any university schoolgirl. Here's the cocktail you ordered. Sir, enjoy. Coincidentally, at that moment, the waiter brought Jiang Chen's wine up. Jiang Chen took out his cell phone to make the payment, and only then did he realize that the tiny glass of wine in front of him, the asking price is a surprisingly high $188. But Jiang Chen was a tycoon and didn't care about this small amount of money, so he gave the money quite painfully. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen picked up his wine glass and took a shallow taste of its contents, he suddenly realized that surprisingly, there was a beautiful woman in front of him on the left, staring straight at him. Holy, who's this? How dare you try to hit on me? Jiang Chen immediately turned his gaze over, directly meeting the other party's gaze in midair. The other woman was a short-haired woman in a black dress, wearing light makeup and, although the appearance is not counted as a country, at least it is also the level of the sunken fish and geese, and the closed moon and shy flowers. On top of that, the black-skirted woman had a great body that, at least it's on the same level as Su Yao. Perhaps seeing that Jiang Chen was also looking towards her, the black-skirted woman immediately smiled faintly at Jiang Chen, and he even raised the wine cup in his hand and remotely toasted to Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen, didn't give the other party any face at all, and immediately withdrew his gaze. Crap, who knows if the person is a booze hound? Boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. But Jiang Chen's so obvious refusal didn't make the black-skirted woman know what to do. Only a slight hesitation was seen on the other side, but he actually walked towards Jiang Chen's side with his wine glass. Hello. The black-skirted woman's voice was gentle and soft, and Jiang Chen suddenly felt that this voice was a bit familiar. It's like I've heard it somewhere before. However, without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, the black-skirted woman then inquired, "Can I sit here?" Jiang Chen trembled his lips, and it so happened that out of the corner of his eye, he saw that there was a middle-aged man who was holding a glass of wine. The generous walked over towards Chen Yun's table, and so, Jiang Chen immediately shook his head and said to the black-skirted woman, "Excuse me, I already have an appointment." The black-skirted woman was slightly stunned at her words, but she didn't dwell on it too much. Just smiled politely and said, "Oh, sorry to interrupt then." After saying these words, the black-skirted woman made a dashing turn and resumed his seat. But, even after being rejected, the black-skirted woman's gaze still looked at Jiang Chen from time to time. It seemed to be very interested in Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's attention was all focused on Chen Yun. Naturally, he didn't notice the black-skirted woman's eyes with strong hints. What's that saying? Falling flowers have the intention to follow the flowing water, while the flowing water has no intention to love falling flowers. Chapter 110, I'll try to strike up a conversation. The night bar. Chen Yun wore a long dark green cheongsam dress, showing off her mature and plump figure to the fullest. She was sitting alone in front of a table, pouring herself a drink, with a look of sadness on her face that, there was also a hint of tears in her phoenix eyes. The whole thing exuded a soft beauty under the dim lighting. Jiang Chen was keenly aware that there were several men inside the clear bar. All of them landed their gazes on Chen Yun's body. Just then, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a white shirt and black suit pants, the middle-aged man with a very civilized look walked straight to Chen Yun's side with a glass of wine in his hand. Only the middle-aged man gave a very polite greeting and then he whispered something to Chen Yun. Chen Yun, however, waved her hand rather impatiently, not even looking at the middle-aged man. Still drinking to himself, the middle-aged man gave an awkward and unobtrusive smile. He did not continue to pester Chen Yun, but with a faint trace of disappointment on his face. Then turned away in style. Next, Jiang Chen hadn't finished a glass of wine yet, but 4 or 5 men walked to Chen Yun's table one after another, trying to hit on this mature, voluptuous beauty. However, Chen Yun was obviously in a bad mood, and all the accosters were all chased away by her. Seeing that another handsome young pup, courageous enough to come up and hit on him, yet it was still ruthlessly rejected by Chen Yun, Jiang Chen was no longer interested in watching the show, and directly picked up his wine glass. Then he walked towards Chen Yun's table. The young man who had just failed to strike up a conversation saw that Jiang Chen was also trying to make his way to Chen Yun's table. Immediately, he spoke up. "Brother, don't waste your breath. That pretty girl looks like she's in a bad mood, and she's come here tonight specifically to get drunk, not here to have fun. Take my advice. Don't rush up and touch a long night. Better change the target." Jiang Chen looked at the youngster with interest. The other party was very gentle and pretty looking. Looks like he should still be a college student. A college student comes to a place like this and takes the initiative to hit on a mature woman like Chen Yun. What's there to think about? This guy is here specifically to troll for rich women and wants a soft meal. After all, Chen Yun, as the wife of the Zhou family's head of the family, wore the clothes and jewelry that, all of them are the world's top luxury brands. Even the bag he was carrying around was a new Hermes worth several $1 million. Such a woman, in the eyes of the onlooker, has money, a face, and a figure that, it's sure to be the first choice of countless men hunting for sex. Dude, that's not how you get a chick. Jiang Chen looked at the youngster with a smile on his face and said, dealing with this kind of rich woman, you have to be strong and dominant to get her attention. Just watch from here. Brother will teach you how to pick up rich women. After saying this, Jiang Chen didn't give the youngster a chance to retort. Immediately, he raised his feet and walked towards Chen Yun's table. Swish! In the eyes of the stunned crowd, Jiang Chen didn't even greet them. He then sat down on his butt beside Chen Yun. Next, without saying a word, Jiang Chen reached out and snatched the wine glass in Chen Yun's hand. Then to his own mouth, he drank his glass of beer in one gulp. Seeing this scene, the young man who had failed to strike up a conversation just now couldn't help but widen his eyes and mouths were wide open, and a shocked expression was plastered on his face. In his heart, he was even thinking about Jiang Chen's way of hitting on him like this, sure to be slapped hard by the beautiful woman. Even if the beautiful woman was of such high caliber that she didn't care to hit anyone with her hands, wouldn't he at least give Jiang Chen a hard time? You're told to strike up a conversation, not to grab someone's drink. With your brazen behavior, any normal woman would surely be disgusted with you. However, the truth was the exact opposite of what the youngster had guessed. Chen Yun was pouring her own drink, when she suddenly noticed the wine cup in her hand. After it was taken away from her, indeed almost had to freak out on the spot. But when she turned her head and realized that the person who snatched her wine glass was actually Jiang Chen, a flash of shock immediately appeared on his face. "What brings you here?" Chen Yun blinked her eyes and smoothly ran her hand through the hair on her cheek. Then like a nobody, he repoured himself a glass of wine. "Wasn't worried about you running out on your own, so I followed you." As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Chen Yun's hand holding the wine glass gave a slight lurch. The long eyelashes fluttered gently as well. "Oh, you're really going to take care of me for the rest of my life?" Chen Yun smiled gently and brought her wine glass to her mouth. Then the beer was consumed without haste. "The old man doesn't want you anymore. The oldest and the second see you as an enemy. And now, except for me, who else are you going to turn to?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chen Yun with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun immediately put away the smile on her face, then asked a very serious question. "And what can you give me? What do you want?" "I want the shares of Zhou Group. Can you give them to me?" "Could be. I knew it. All of you Zhou family members are." "Wait, what did you just say?" Chen Yun suddenly widened her eyes and turned her head to stare straight at Jiang Chen. It seemed to suspect that he had just heard wrong. "Ha!" Jiang Chen suddenly came to Chen Yun's ear and said in a seductive tone, "Dear little mom, don't you want the shares of the Zhou Group? I can give them to you." Feeling Jiang Chen's warm breath, all of it spilling over her ears, Chen Yun's pretty face turned red with a swish. However, all of her attention was attracted by Jiang Chen's words just now. "Really? You're really willing to give me shares in the Zhou Group? I'm a man of my word. And I've always been a man of my word. What do I have to pay?" "Oh, talking to smart people just saves time," Jiang Chen said as he hooked his finger at Chen Yun, signaling her to come a little bit closer. There seemed to be something whispered to her. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, but still curiously came over. Only Jiang Chen raised one hand and placed it near his mouth, then slowly approached Chen Yun's ear. "As long as you help me deal with Boss and Junior, whether things work out or not, I'll even transfer 10% of Zhou Group shares in my hand to you." Chen Yun's eyes snapped open. Breathing became a few moments shorter. "How am I supposed to believe you?" "That's easy. We can make an agreement that if anyone defaults on a contract, who will have to pay double." When Jiang Chen said this, Chen Yun fell silent. A few moments later, Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes and said, "You've seen it today. I don't have any say in the Zhou family, and now I've even been kicked out by a single word from Zhou Zhengfeng. Why do you still want to find me?" "Because I admire you." Jiang Chen suddenly put away the smile on his face and said in a serious manner, "Actually, from the first moment I met you, you gave me a very intimate feeling that it's like we've known each other in a previous life." "Oh, you can't be more false than that. It's only good for coaxing those love-struck little girls. It won't work on me." Chen Yun glared at Jiang Chen without any good humor, then couldn't help but reach out and pinch his arm again. However, she seemed to be picking up on the fact that such an intimate gesture was a bit like a couple pampering each other. As a result, Chen Yun's face, which had just returned to normal, blushed again with a swish. Clunk! This scene fell in the eyes of the onlookers, and I don't know how many jaws were dropped in shock. How many men's hearts have been broken? The most dazzling, the most aloof in the room, having already rejected 7 or 8 men in a row who'd come up to her and hit on her, considered by all as a super rich white beauty. Chen Yun, at this moment, not only did she show the shy demeanor that only a small woman can have, and he also took the initiative to interact with Jiang Chen intimately, and even jostled and pampered him. Do rich women like stronger, more dominant men these days? Is this the right way to open a rich white man's door? Learned. If he meets a rich white beauty like Chen Yun again someday, he must use Jiang Chen's trick to try it out. As long as you learn this trick, what to marry a rich white woman, become a CEO, and go to the peak of life. None of this is a dream anymore. Today, it's finally a long day. Chapter 11, Little Mom. It's time for you to go home. Jiang Chen, you're the little Middle Eastern oil prince that was all the rage on the internet 2 days ago? Chen Yun suddenly changed the topic, and even gave Jiang Chen a particularly interested look. Oh, I'm not some little Middle Eastern oil prince. Jiang Chen smiled gently, then admitted with a big smile. However, I did take a couple of friends at the time and did a little bit of luxury shopping at the IFC mall. You call that buying a little bit? Chen Yun couldn't help but blankly glance at Jiang Chen. Said, first you emptied 13 luxury stores in one breath. Then you hoofed it to the Motor City and bought 6 top luxury cars in one breath. This whole thing has been on the hot seat, and you're even more so by the countless female netizens, affectionately known as the new generation of national husbands. Hearing this, Jiang Chen unthinkingly picked up. Hey! Chen Yun was slightly stunned at his words. Only when she tasted it carefully, she cried out in shame and annoyance. Bastard! I'm your little mom and you dare take advantage of me? After saying these words, Chen Yun immediately used the soul-chasing life-snatching pinch. With unparalleled precision, he pinched Jiang Chen's ear. It looked like Chen Yun was about to ruthlessly twist Jiang Chen's ear in a clockwise direction. Moment of truth. Jiang Chen used the heartless scratch move. Lightning tickled Chen Yun's waist. In a flash, Chen Yun's body tensed violently, and the hand that was pinching Jiang Chen's ear also flew back. She couldn't help but let out a petulant giggle. Perhaps it was because they had been drinking a little bit of wine. Chen Yun and Jiang Chen had both become particularly bold, and it's pretty put together. The two men were just fighting with such reckless abandon that completely disregarding the envious and jealous eyes of the surrounding area. After a small half-day, perhaps a little tired, Chen Yun stopped thrashing around. Then he poured himself and Jiang Chen each a glass of wine. Jiang Chen, are you rich? Chen Yun raised her wine glass up, then narrowed her eyes, her gaze peering through the crystal glass, looking toward Jiang Chen, who was sitting beside her. I do have 1 billion points of money, more than enough to pay for your old age. Jiang Chen had a gangly smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and under the illumination of the dim lights, the entire person exuded an evil aura that was mesmerizing. Yes? Chen Yun took a shallow taste of the drink in her cup. Smiling, he said, then the rest of little mom's life will depend on you to support her. Oh, of course, whatever happens in the future, little mom is all but firmly on your side. On top of that, little mama will do everything she can to help you go after Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. It can even help you deal with Zhou Zhangfeng. When Chen Yun said this, Jiang Chen immediately grinned. No problem. I only saw Jiang Chen pick up his wineglass and gently clinked it with Chen Yun, saying, happy cooperation, happy cooperation. Chen Yun clinked glasses with Jiang Chen, then drained her glass in one gulp. Immediately afterward, he looked straight at Jiang Chen with a drawn-out look. Up close. Jiang Chen, let's go then. In Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, Chen Yun suddenly put down her wineglass and made a gesture to get up and leave the place. Ha? Where to? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and a trace of ominous foreboding surfaced in his heart. Oh, what is this place? You're not supposed to tell me that. You really came here just to drink, didn't you? Chen Yun ruffled her hair in a flirtatious manner, while also giving Jiang Chen a meaningful look. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and some movie images appeared in his mind, but he didn't dare to think about it any further. Auntie Yun, you should go home and rest. Jiang Chen didn't move and put down his wineglass. Then with an innocent expression on his face, the harmless eyes of a human animal innocently looked towards Chen Yun. You? Chen Yun frowned, unable to resist glaring at Jiang Chen. He asked, you're thinking that I'm old and can't compare to those young and pretty little girls? Auntie Yun, the old man only has 3 months left to live. Is it any of my business if he dies or not? But I'm still pinching 10% of Zhou Group's shares in my hand. Those shares are still extorted from the old man. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself without haste and said, with the old man's character, do you think he'll let me, his bastard son, hold 10% of Zhou Group's shares in peace? Backing up a bit, even if the old man had settled down and wasn't going to get into trouble. But what about the oldest and the second? Will they let me? A wildling who came out of nowhere. Snatch food from their hands? Silence. No words. Chen Yun's face instantly grimaced, seemingly associating it with something unpleasant. A moment later, Chen Yun pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Jiang Chen, what do you want me to do? Auntie Yun, I think you should go back to Zhou Zhangfeng now, play the role of Mrs. Chow honestly and accompany him on the last journey of his life. Infernal? Auntie Yun, you're really a smart and capable woman. You know everything at once. There's no proof, but I still suspect you were driving. Half an hour later, Chen Yun carried her own bag and glanced at Jiang Chen reluctantly. Then he left the bar in a hurry. Before leaving, Chen Yun also pushed the WeChat business cards of Suyet and Liu, both to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat alone in the bar and thought quietly for a while. In the end, he chose to mobilize the phone inside his body with his mind. Try to add Suyet and Liu's WeChat. Unexpectedly, the first to pass Jiang Chen's friend verification. Surprisingly, it was the dignified and generous, gentle and intellectual sister-in-law, Suya. Just after passing the friend verification, Suya's side took the initiative to say hello. Shua, Tatsu? Jiang Chen, sister-in-law. It's so late. Haven't you gone to bed yet? Xuya, Tatsu. What did you want to see me about? Jiang Chen, there's nothing I can't talk to you about? Shua, if you have something to say. If not, it's time for me to go to bed. Looking at the WeChat sent by his sister-in-law Suya, with a look of love and disdain, it was as if he was deliberately keeping distant from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't bother to say any more nonsense, and directly edited an explosive message with his mind. Then it was sent to Shua. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, I'm very sorry to tell you a secret. Big brother, he was born infertile. There is no way you can carry his child in your lifetime. Shuya, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen, if you don't believe me, you can go to Big Brother's study. Look for a safe hidden behind a bookcase that holds his medical report. And after reading it, you'll know if I'm lying to you or not. XUYA, good. I'm going to find out right now. And if you're lying to me, I won't let you go. Drip. Jiang Chen's side had just taken care of his sister-in-law Suya, and it so happened that his second sister-in-law Li Yu's side, it also passed Jiang Chen's friend verification. Li Yu, Jiang Chen? How do you know my microsignal? Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law. Don't worry about where I know your microsignal from. I have a shocking secret about you and second brother now. Do you want to hear it? Li Yu, say what you have to say, and let go of your ass. Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law is really grumpy. Has menopause set in? Listen to my brother. A woman who is often angry and irritated will age very easily. Li Yu, get lost if you don't tell me. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen, sleep your sister's sleep. You stupid woman with a big bear and no brain. Jiang Chen, your husband is secretly transferring joint marital property, intending to divorce you, even tried to net you, and you're still in the mood to sleep? Jane, when you suddenly realize you've become an outcast, and a poor man with not a penny to his name, I'll see if you can still sleep. Chapter 112, Sister-in-law was infuriated. Late night, Zhou Shihao's villa. Shuya absent-mindedly took a shower, and when she returned to her bedroom, found her husband, Zhou Shihao, asleep. Swish! Suya climbed onto the bed and gently lay beside Zhou Shihao, but she tossed and turned and just couldn't sleep. Her mind kept going back to those messages Jiang Chen had just sent her. At this moment, Suya was very upset. Husband. After a small amount of time, Suya tried to gently push Zhou Shihao. Zhou Shihao, didn't react half-heartedly and was still snoring like thunder. Swish! Only Suya bit her lip, then lightly got out of the bed, leaving this bedroom without a word. A few minutes later, Suya entered Zhou Shihao's study. She subconsciously lowered her breath and walked quickly to the bookcase of the, then with a burst of careful groping, in the end, she actually found a hidden compartment. Ka-ching! After opening the secret compartment, a safe was indeed revealed inside. Suya stared blankly at the safe, and the expression on her face was quite complicated. Because she had been married to Zhou Shihao for so many years, she never knew that inside her husband's study, surprisingly, there's a hidden safe. What's the password? Shuya took a deep breath, then tried to enter a set of passwords on the safe. But the top of the electronic screen says the password is wrong. Only Shuya frowned and entered several more passwords in succession. What with her birthday and Zhou Shihao's birthday, their wedding anniversary. I didn't expect all of them to be wrong. At this moment, Suya's face became more and more ugly. The hint of ominous foreboding in his heart also became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Suya remembered that Zhou Shihao had a first love, and that this first love's birthday, it's only a day apart from her birthday as a wife. Thus, Suya tried to use Zhou Shihao's first love's birthday and entered a set of passwords. I didn't expect the safe to open on cue. Zhou Shihao, you really haven't forgotten your first love. Suya was immediately infuriated and stormed, and she couldn't wait to grab Zhou Shihao from the bed right away, then question him about what the hell is going on with this password. However, intense curiosity again prompted Suya to quickly calm down. She'd like to see the inside of this hidden safe. Is it true that the proof of Zhou Shihao's infertility is stored as Jiang Chen said? Swish! Suya pulled open the safe, not realizing that the first thing she saw was a photo. The photo shows a man and a woman, snuggling up to each other and, both had happy, sweet smiles on their faces. But, Suya's anger, which had just been suppressed when she saw this photo, it came out again with a bang. That's right, the man in the photo is none other than her husband, Zhou Shihao, and the woman in the photo is Zhou Shihao's first love. Swish! As soon as Suya took the photo out, she was about to tear the photo up on the spot, but out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly glimpsed what appeared to be another document in the safe. Phew! Once again, Shua forced herself to be calm and took several deep breaths in a row. That just barely suppressed his cranky heart. Next, Shua put the photo back in its place and, reaching for the one in the safe again, he took it out. A moment later, Suya froze in place as if she had been struck by lightning. What's going on? Jiang Chen didn't lie to me. Zhou Shihao really has infertility. Done. Totally screwed. If the old man finds out about this, then Zhou Shihao will be completely disqualified from inheriting the family fortune. What to do? Drip. Right at this moment, Suya's cell phone slightly vibrated, seemingly receiving a WeChat. Suya, who was in the midst of being shocked, was immediately taken aback, only to see her hand shake. Zhou Shihao's examination report also fell to the ground. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, may I ask if you found Big Brother's examination report? How did Jiang Chen know about this inspection report? That's thanks to Zhou Zhenphone. just as Zhou Zhangfeng announced that whoever first allows the Zhou family to have a descendant, when whoever would get 60% of Zhou Group's shares, Jiang Chen immediately opened his prying eyes on Zhou Shihao. So, it was only then that Jiang Chen learned that Zhou Shihao had taken this examination report and locked in a hidden safe in the den. Shuya, Jiang Chen, how dare you lie to me? There's nothing in your big brother's safe. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, a child who lies has a long nose. Shuya, I'm not lying. It's clearly you who's talking nonsense. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, I didn't expect that my good intentions would be exchanged for your bad words. In that case, you're on your own. When the time comes, don't cry when you're sold by big brother. Quiet. The study was quiet. Suya didn't pay any more attention to Jiang Chen, but picked up the inspection report on the ground, quickly put it back in the safe. Then she closed the safe quickly, and recovered the dark compartment of the bookcase, and only then did he leave the study in a hurry. Suya, who had left the study, didn't go back to the bedroom. She was seen walking absent-mindedly downstairs, taking a glass of red wine from the wine cooler and then he went to the couch in the living room and poured himself a drink alone. Shuya, Jiang Chen, what the hell do you mean? Jiang Chen, yo, I thought my sister-in-law was hopelessly stupid and couldn't listen to good advice. You have to hang yourself from the crooked tree of Zhou Shihao. Shuya, Jiang Chen, don't talk nonsense. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, is this your attitude towards begging? Shuya, Jiang Chen, what do you want? Jiang Chen, if you call me Master Chen, I'll tell you everything. Shua, you're dreaming. Jiang Chen, oh, I'm not going to tease you. Go take a look at Zhou Shihao's cell phone. Especially check his WeChat to see who he's been in touch with lately. After Jiang Chen sent the last WeChat, it was as if he had completely disappeared. No matter how much Suya pressed, Jiang Chen's side never gave her any reply. Suya's anger had built up to a breaking point, only to see her put down her glass of wine and go back into the bedroom without saying a word. At this moment, Zhou Shihao was still lying on the bed and huffing and puffing, completely unaware of his secret. It has been scoped out by the wife. Swish! Suya gently walked to the bedside and picked up the cell phone that Zhou Shihao had thrown on the nightstand, then unlocked the cell phone by pointing it at Zhou Shihao's face. Immediately after that, Suya pinched Zhou Shihao's cell phone and quickly walked into the bathroom. Because of Jiang Chen's mention, Suya opened Zhou Shihao's cell phone and directly checked his WeChat. Swish swish! Not long after, Zhou Shihao WeChat on a friend named Fat. It immediately caught Suya's attention. Suya clicked on the chat dialog box between Zhou Shihao and Fat. But, when she finished reading the chat logs of these two people, her eyes suddenly snapped wide and a look of shock to the core also appeared on his face. What's going on? Zhou Shihao I'm his wife. How could he come up with something so disgusting? He is physically incapable of bearing children himself, so he wants another man to take his place and come to share a room with me? Disgusting. How could I have been so blind to marry such an asshole like Zhou Shihao? Woohoo! Why is my life so bitter? Chapter 113. Second sister-in-law was also infuriated. The other side. Zhou Renjie's villa. After Li Yu returned home, she had wanted to drag Zhou Renjie directly to her bedroom, strive to work hard to fulfill the old man's will and get 60% of Zhou Group's shares as soon as possible. Who knows? Zhou Renjie suddenly received a call about a problem with one of the company's projects. It was urgent that he, the vice president, take care of it personally. Thus, Zhou Renjie left Li Yu behind without saying a word, then hurriedly left the house. Li Yu was furious. Zhou Renjie had been intoxicated with his career all this time and hadn't touched her for more than 2 months. She needs to be loved, too. On this lonely, empty and cold night, Li Yu was lying alone in bed, turned on the projector and watched a movie while drinking. Perhaps touched by the romantic plot in the movie, Li Yu felt dry and drunk. There seems to be something missing. Thus, she went to the kitchen again and rummaged around for a while, finding a corn with a light touch that, then made myself a roasted corn. Li Yu, who was lying back on the bed again, watched the movie while nibbling on the delicious roasted corn. Drip! All of a sudden, the cell phone vibrated slightly and a crisp WeChat beep sounded at the same time. Li Yu, who was immersed in the fantasy of love, was startled and almost dropped the roasted corn on the floor. Picking up his cell phone and looking at it, he didn't expect it to be Jiang Chen sending a WeChat friend request. So, it was Li Yu's tone of voice that was so bad. Anyone who gets interrupted in a good way must be pretty grumpy. However, there's no such thing as the grumpiest, only the grumpier. Looking at the last 3 Weibo messages sent by Jiang Chen, Li Yu's entire body was struck by lightning. A heart instantly sank to the bottom, and 2 flames erupted from her beautiful eyes. What? That Zhou Renjie? How dare he want to divorce my mom? He's still secretly transferring marital community property? What's he up to? You want me to get out of the house? Swish! Without any hesitation, Li Yu picked up her cell phone and dialed a phone number. It was late at night, but the phone was answered after only 2 rings. Manager Wu. I'm Li Yu. Now. Immediately. Right now. Check for me. In the account of the conjugal fund between me and Jen Chao. How much money is left? Anyway? What? Only $10 million left? I remember when Zhou Renjie and but we deposited 200 million Longhua dollars into this account. How can there be only $10 million left now when you've been depositing money into the account one after another over the years? Are you sure that all this money has been transferred by Zhou Renjie? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Li Yu's face was already hard to see. At that exact moment, Zhang Chen sent another WeChat over. Zhang Chen, second sister-in-law. Surprised? Surprised? Li Yu, Zhang Chen, why are you telling me this? What exactly is your purpose? Zhang Chen, it's very simple. I hope second wife will be on my side. Then help me deal with the boss and the elder. And after it's done, I can give you a generous reward. Li Yu, even if Zhou Renjie is secretly transferring marital property, that's also between us as a couple. Want me to help you, an outsider, against my husband? You're dreaming. Zhang Chen, ouch. You treat me as your husband, but I don't necessarily treat you as my wife. Li Yu, Zhang Chen, what do you mean by that? Zhang Chen, second sister-in-law. When another woman takes your place, spending your money, enjoying your husband's pampering while you have nothing, I hope you won't be jealous or regret it. Li Yu, Zhang Chen, what exactly do you mean? Tell me clearly. After Li Yu sent this WeChat over, Zhang Chen didn't say a word on his side, just sent her an address. Dynasty International Hotel, room 1314. Seeing this address, Li Yu couldn't help but thump in her heart. A sense of foreboding instantly struck the heart. Li Yu, Zhang Chen, what do you mean? Why did you send me a hotel address? Zhang Chen, seeing is believing, hearing is not. Second sister-in-law, go directly to this address and take a look at the, don't we know everything? Zhang Chen also found it a bit funny. Just as Zhou Zhengfeng announced his will, not only did he open his prying eyes on Zhou Shihao, by the way, he also looked at the current intentions of Zhou Renjie. Never thought that Zhou Renjie was planning to ask his female secretary to go to a room tonight. Strive to fulfill the old man's request to get 60% of Zhou Group's shares as soon as possible. Moreover, he chose the address at the Dynasty International Hotel. One must know that Zhang Chen was the chairman of the Dynasty Group. Zhou Renjie went to a bad place to fool around, but chose the Dynasty International Hotel. Isn't that actively bumping into the gun? How could Zhang Chen miss such a good opportunity? Back to the main topic. Li Yu received the address sent by Zhang Chen, and with hardly any hesitation, immediately, he changed into a set of clothes and then left the house in a hurry. Half an hour later, Li Yu drove a sports car and rushed to the Dynasty International Hotel in a hurry. Who knows? As soon as she got off the bus, a woman in an OL uniform took the initiative to welcome her. Hello, is this MS Li Yu? I'm Li Yu. May I ask if you're Dear MS Li Yu? Hello, I am sure it's Suelan, the general manager of Dynasty International Hotel. Just now I received a call from the chairman. No matter what you want to do next in our hotel, I will fully cooperate with you. May I ask who your chairman is? Sorry, I can't talk about this one. Even though Li Yu had a stomach full of questions, she did not forget the purpose of her trip. Since the general manager of Dynasty International Hotel is willing to fully cooperate with her, just the thing to save her a lot of trouble. Next, Li Yu immediately asked Shirt Suelan to lead the way, straight to room 1314 of the Dynasty International Hotel. On the way, Shirt Suelan also very sweetly called 2 security guards, just in case there's some uncontrollable scene later. About 5 minutes later, Li Yu then aggressively killed the door of room 1314. Shirt Suelan immediately called the attendant of the guest room department and opened the door of the room on the spot. In a flash, a blushing, heart-racing sound came straight from the room. Zhou Renjie, you, how dare you steal behind my back? Li Yu had held back her anger all night, and after hearing the charming sounds of finally it all exploded. With a whoosh, she rushed in. The room was soon filled with the startled exclamations of a man and a woman. And a cacophony of chickens and dogs. Honey, what are you doing here? Secretary Wu and I were just talking about work. Wife, you've misunderstood us. Ouch. Honey, how can you hit someone? Honey, calm down. Calm down. You must be calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. Spicy next door. Li Yu, did I give you face? Try making a scene again? Believe it or not, I'll divorce you right away. Chapter 114, it's time for the lottery again. The night bar. Zhang Chen sat quietly in a corner. On the surface, he seemed to be drinking to himself. In fact, he's utilizing a cell phone inside his body video chatting with Dynasty International Hotel's manager Shirt Suelan, watching the live broadcast of second sister-in-law Li Yu's large-scale capture and annihilation with great interest. TSK. I didn't realize that the tall and powerful looking penis was so short and compact. Ouch, hey. This female secretary of Lao Air's. She has a nice little face and a nice body. No wonder it charmed the dick out of me. Whoa whoa. Second sister-in-law is so fierce. With this claw, the female secretary's little face is broken. Second sister-in-law. Go for it. Beat up Lao Air hard too. Right. They're not allowed to wear clothes and they have to take pictures of them all. It's evidence in court. Holy. When the second sister-in-law is angry, the corpses are all over the place. Jiang Chen finally realized what kind of mentality the melon-eating crowd had. One word, cool. And it's still a live broadcast of a major adultery arrest. Chicken and dog, chicken and dog, chicken and dog, chicken and egg. The screen is full of mosaics. Watching Jiang Chen was boiling with blood, enthusiasm and tears, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. He couldn't wait to personally go down and replace his second sister-in-law and teach this pair of dogs a hard lesson. Ouch. It's a little on the nose. Let's have a drink first to calm down. Swish. Just then, a fragrant breeze hit the room. Jiang Chen only had time to raise his eyelids. Just realized he had sat down next to a beautiful woman. That's right, the black-skirted woman who had been rejected by Jiang Chen once before. At this moment, she even had the cheek to come up again. Isn't it boring to drink alone? Sir? The black-skirted woman had a pair of very pretty eyes, shaped like willow leaves, a little thinner and flatter than almond eyes. The narrow lines make those eyes look even deeper. Willow eyes, also known as Winx eyes, have the meaning of winks like silk. A person with this eye shape is intelligent, clever, gentle and understanding. He is a man who is free to act, who knows shame and integrity, and who has a delicate, spring-like emotional presence. In short, this kind of woman pays great attention to emotional matters. Consistent, deeply favored by the opposite sex. A life of much peace and happiness. Of course, all of these things were found on the internet by Jiang Chen, who had a cell phone in his body. You can look up information on the internet anytime, anywhere, just by moving your head. I'm sorry, it's getting late and I should be getting home. Jiang Chen suddenly realized that it was already past 11 o'clock at night at this moment. There is also less than half an hour left until 12 midnight. The 3 daily drawings will be refreshed soon. Jiang Chen kind of couldn't wait to find a quiet place to do the lottery without any distractions. That. The black-skirted beauty was slightly stunned at his words, and a flash of embarrassment clearly flashed across his face. She never thought that she had the cheek to take the initiative to hit on Jiang Chen twice. Surprisingly, they were all rejected by the other side. How did that happen? Could it be that you are getting older? That you are getting old? That you no longer have the charms of your youth? So it's not half as attractive to Jiang Chen? But the Cheongsam beauty that Jiang Chen had just accosted looked to be at least in her 30s, probably already a mom of 2. Does Jiang Chen like mature women? Swish. Just then, Jiang Chen had already stood up, seemingly ready to leave this clear bar. A lost expression also flashed across the black-skirted beauty's face. Only her lips were pursed tightly, and her head bowed slightly as she. Self-esteem seemed to have taken a 10,000 point blast. However, Jiang Chen's next sentence, however, caused the black-skirted beauty to directly freeze in place. Do you want to come with me on that? The black-skirted beauty raised her head violently, just in time to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. Unexpectedly, in midair. At this moment, the black-skirted beauty instantly read Jiang Chen's eyes. A pretty face immediately turned red. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your default. Although the black-skirted beauty didn't say a word, or nod or shake her head, but Jiang Chen directly grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the outside of the bar. Swish! The black-skirted beauty's pretty face instantly reddened to the nape of her neck. She knew very well in her heart that as soon as she went out, she was sure to be severely beaten up. Maybe, more than just getting punched in the face? However, she hesitated only slightly, then bit her lip lightly and he obediently followed behind Jiang Chen. 2 hours later, Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite. The house was a mess. Jiang Chen draped himself in a hotel robe and went straight to the balcony. Ugh! It's clearly been decided that at exactly 12 o'clock midnight, the raffle will be opened straight away. I didn't realize that. With all this delay, it's now past 2 o'clock in the morning. I'll admit it's the moon that's to blame. It's so beautiful and hazy tonight. It's only in the heat of the moment that you accidentally make a mistake. Jiang Chen sighed before tapping the main system page with his mind. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 3, item column, black card, bounty, artifact, mind's eye, 2 stars, drawl. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and directly clicked on the lottery button with his mind. And in the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. Swish swish, the red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction. And after about 3 seconds the speed only gradually slowed down. It wasn't long before there was a soft click. The pointer stopped steadily in the cards area. Swish! A shiny card suddenly popped up on the turntable. It had a cartoon villain drawn on it who was burning and had no idea what it represented. Next second, without waiting for Zhang Chen to get a good look at the card's full appearance, the card was automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rage card. A system beep sounded in his ears. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned and hurriedly clicked on the system item bar. The deck was quickly seen in the backpack. Rage card. When using this card, you can designate a target character that make them instantly angry to the extreme, lose their minds on the spot, and do some very excessive behaviors. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy, brother unicorn, are you sure this is called an anger card and not a curse card? Directly igniting someone's anger to the point where they become so enraged that they lose their mind on the spot. Even going so far as to engage in some very aggressive behavior, to manipulate the emotions of others in such a way as to play them off against each other. Is this a moral failure or a distortion of human nature? But the old man likes it. Yeah, that's the flavor. The corners of Zhang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a plucky smile. I didn't expect to have such a good hand today. It's an open door. I wonder what goodies will pop out of the next two draws. Again, without any hesitation, Zhang Chen once again clicked the lottery button with his mind. The red pointer spun fast again. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, little mom doesn't work for sister-in-law. Sister-in-law doesn't work for second sister-in-law. Anyway, you guys have to bless me and draw a great prize. I'll make sure you're well fed and clothed for the rest of your lives. Happily ever after. Jia. Chapter 115, Drawing a Skill Book. Swish swish, the red pointer spun rapidly in a clockwise direction, and after about 3 seconds the speed gradually slowed down. It wasn't long before there was a soft click. The pointer stopped steadily within the cards area again. Swish, a shiny card popped up on the turntable. It seems to have a cartoon imp drawn on it, and I don't know what it represents. Next second, without waiting for Zhang Chen to get a good look at the card's full appearance, the card was automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a demon card. A system beep sounded in his ears. Zhang Chen's eyes narrowed and he hurriedly tapped on the system item bar. The deck was quickly seen in the backpack. Demon card. When you use this card, you can designate a target character so that it infinitely amplifies the evil within, and the body is manipulated by the desire to do some irrational and crazy actions. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy, this again? This demon card is extremely similar in effect to the rage card that I drew earlier. There's a similarity, like a twin, and so on. These two decks are just made for the oldest and the youngest. One is furious, the other is mad, and the two collide together as if they were Mars colliding with the Earth. Will it just get one dead? Grandma's leg. Our teacher taught us that practice makes perfect. I don't want to talk about it. We'll have to try it tomorrow. Jia. Phew. Looking at the last lucky draw opportunity left for today, Zhang Chen suddenly exhaled a long breath of air, calmed down a bit. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen used his mind to fiercely click the lottery button. Swish swish, the pointer flew in a clockwise direction. Zhang Chen's eyes were fixed dead center on the dial, and in his heart, he was even praying, hopefully I'll win a prize in the lottery this time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up slightly when the speed of the pointer's rotation slowed down. Breathing and heartbeat sped up a few notches, because the pointer broke away from the area of gold coins and cards after making a big turn, crawling slowly towards the few remaining areas. In other words, Zhang Chen would be able to draw at least bottle or more rewards this hand. It's even possible to wrestle with the rewards of the question mark area. Barta. Just when Zhang Chen was filled with infinite fantasies about the future, the pointer, which was slowly crawling, suddenly there was no power in the aftermath and it just stopped. Books. The pointer eventually stopped at the area of books. Swish. Just then, a book popped up on the Wheel of Fortune it was somewhat similar to a martial arts book from a martial arts movie, and there seemed to be a few words written on the cover. However, Zhang Chen hadn't read the words on the cover clearly yet. This skill book was then automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Zhang Chen hastily opened the item bar. The mysterious skill book was soon seen within the fourth compartment of the backpack. Hacking Mastery, skill book. After using this skill book, you can automatically learn all kinds of superior hacking techniques, so that you can instantly become a world-class hacking god. Did you really win a prize? Instantly become the world's top hacking god? It's so empowering. Brother Unicorn, I want to use this skill book. Without any hesitation, Zhang Chen instantly used the skill book. Swish, only to see the skill book instantly turn into a stream of light and disappear, followed by the A huge wave of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. Hacking, in a nutshell, it is the discovery of flaws and vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, and the techniques used to carry out attacks against these flaws. Hackers are also categorized as good and evil, with decent hackers relying on the knowledge they possess to help system administrators identify vulnerabilities in their systems and improve them. Cult hackers, on the other hand, through a variety of hacking skills, attacking, hacking or doing something else to the system that is harmful to the network. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, and then again, as if only a moment had passed. By the time Jiang Chen had thoroughly digested this memory, his eyes had also undergone a radical change. It became extraordinarily sharp. It seems like there are also two cold ons that shoot out like substance. It feels as if a movie Jedi Master, with just one look, it will be able to make the enemy scared and scared out of his mind. Okay, actually, it wasn't that exaggerated. It was just that Jiang Chen's aura had become slightly colder. After all, he's now a world-class hacker god in a good mood. A little pretending isn't too much, is it? Swish swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately used his mind to open the cell phone within him, then several software downloads in a row. Next, Jiang Chen quickly wrote a few programs that added several walls of protection to this phone. On top of that, Jiang Chen had created some attack programs and stored them in this phone, just in case. Anyway, Jiang Chen utilized the hacking skills he had just learned to take the cell phone inside of him and built into a super weapon that can attack and defend. In case he needed to use his hacking skills one day, Jiang Chen could always use this cell phone to hack into someone else's network system. Cool. After doing this, Jiang Chen stretched out a big lazy waist and looked at the time in the meantime, realizing that it was a little after 3 in the morning at the moment. And so, Jiang Chen returned to the bedroom and directly headed for the quilt before huffing and puffing. Right. What is the name of the black-skirted beauty? How old is she? How many drivers? How much goodwill do you have for Jiang Chen? These. Jiang Chen don't care at all. We're all adults. There's no need to get serious. In the future, we'll go our own way, and we'll meet again in the river and lake. Isn't that good? Why bother with who the other guy is? It's called, don't care about the sky. Just, seems kinda romantic. Gah! The next morning, when Jiang Chen woke up, he was really gone. There was only a faint scent of jasmine. It smells pretty good. Swish! Jiang Chen climbed up from the bed and picked up the cell phone thrown on the nightstand to take a look at it. It was a shock. It's amazing that there are dozens of unread messages in WeChat. Tap on it. Jiang Chen realized that most of these messages were from the 6 golden flowers, and the content is basically pretty much the same. He's just asking Jiang Chen what he's doing. Have you eaten? Did you miss me? I miss you. To kiss and cuddle and hold high and all that, without a single bit of nutritious information. In addition to the 6 golden flowers. By Shallow, Sheen Pretty You, and Shinsi also sent a few Weibo messages to Jiang Chen respectively. Also, Ruyan Lu found a trumpet from somewhere. It had been frantically adding Jiang Chen's WeChat friends, but it had been pulled black by Jiang Chen in passing. None of this is the point. The point is, the latter part of last night. Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu also sent Jiang Chen a Weibo message respectively. Chen Yun, Jiang Chen, I've prepared the contract. When will you come over to sign it? Shuya, Jiang Chen, are you free tomorrow morning? I want to talk to you face to face about Zhou Shihao. Li Yu, Jiang Chen, I promise to cooperate with you. When are you free? Let's set up a time to talk. Chapter 116, Zhou Zhangfeng to engage Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen now had 2 cell phones. The first cell phone that was his own. The second cell phone, he bought for show. After Jiang Chen and the cell phone were perfectly fused, the man was the machine, and the machine was the man. Don't even worry about his arithmetic, because Jiang Chen had drunk the gene potion and strengthening potion. Therefore, the computing power of his human machine is unrivaled in the world. Now, Jiang Chen had learned hacker mastery. It could be said that Jiang Chen was not only a top hacker, but also a superphone. A.M. Chao's group. Jiang Chen drove the racy Bugatti Chiron and had just arrived downstairs at the company. He saw Chen Yun, who had long been waiting at the door, walking quickly towards him. Today's Chen Yun was wearing a small, black, medium-sleeved suit on top. Underneath was a pair of black 9-minute pants. The heels tapped against the ground with a crisp, pleasing sound. She was seen taking a very natural catwalk, and her whole demeanor was pulled up several notches. A perfect face with exquisite makeup. It made her look like a 27 or 28-year-old girl. On the thin and white arm, a limited edition LV bag was hanging. One word, amazing quad. Auntie Yun, you look so pretty today. Jiang Chen smiled and walked over, sizing up Chen Yun from head to toe. The eyes did not hide their admiration for her. Oh, am I only pretty today? Although Chen Yun was smiling, she still gave Jiang Chen a big blank stare. Thinking back to the scene in the bar last night, she immediately felt depressed. She had hinted so directly, but Jiang Chen had ruthlessly driven her back home. Sometimes, Chen Yun couldn't help but wonder if she was really getting old. No more youthful charm? Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have refused so painfully? So, Chen Yun had deliberately dressed herself up today just to see how Jiang Chen would react. So far, it's been received pretty well. Jiang Chen with a hint of fire in his eyes, as well as his unstinting compliments. All of which caused Chen Yun to feel a small snicker. Auntie Yun is beautiful every day, and there is no one in this world more beautiful than you. Jiang Chen casually made a couple of perfunctory remarks, which instantly caused another round of blank stares from Chen Yun. A few moments later, Chen Yun pulled out a work license plate from her bag, directly handed Jiang Chen said, "Hang this around your neck, and you can just go in and out of the Zhou Group headquarters. Come on, I'll take you to my office." Just like that, Chen Yun led Jiang Chen into the Zhou Group's headquarters in a big way. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the work license Chen Yun had given him. The words special assistant to the vice president were written on it. In other words, Chen Yun used her authority in the company to, directly, Jiang Chen was arranged to become her special assistant. That's right, Chen Yun currently holds the position of vice president at Zhou Group, and besides her, Sure Hao Zhou and Ren Jie Zhou are also vice presidents of the company. Is this the Zhou family's third young master? So handsome. Which one is the third young master? Here, the handsome guy following Mr. Chen. He's the youngest son the chairman recently brought home from the outside. Do you know what the third young master's name is? It seems to be called Jiang Chen. Why is the third young master's surname Jiang and not Zhou? I heard that the third young master seems to take his mother's surname. Along the way, Jiang Chen heard many employees whispering. I didn't realize that he had just returned to the Zhou family yesterday, and these employees had gotten wind of it today, and recognized him. Obviously, someone took his identifying information and publicized it directly in the company. Jiang Chen had initially suspected that it was Chen Yun who had publicized his identity, but, when he arrived at Chen Yun's office, Chen Yun, however, tells him that the person who announced his identity turned out to be Zhou Zhengfeng. Jiang Chen, not only did your father announce your identity at the Zhou Group, it is also prepared to hold a large recognition banquet tomorrow night, and has also invited celebrities from all walks of life in Xilan City. Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown when Chen Yun said this. What's the situation? Is Chao Qing Wang that kind? What is his purpose in doing this? Jiang Chen is just a very unpopular bastard, and the liver match with Zhou Zhengfeng failed, by all accounts. Jiang Chen no longer had any semblance of use in Zhou Zhengfeng's eyes. But, why would Zhou Zhengfeng make such a big deal out of organizing a marriage recognition banquet? What about using it to signal his identity to the entire city of Nishiarashi? Chen Yun saw Jiang Chen's doubts and immediately opened her mouth to explain. Jiang Chen, your father is going to book you into a marriage at this recognition banquet. What? Engage me? Jiang Chen was immediately taken aback, and the first thought that popped into his mind was, Zhou Zhengfeng, this old fox, wanted to squeeze the last ounce of value out of him. What engagement? In a powerful family, there is no love, only union. Zhou Zhengfeng was trying to use Jiang Chen to make a marriage for the benefit of the Zhou family. That's why he made a big deal of holding a recognition banquet to acknowledge his identity as the Zhou family's third young master to the outside world. Who does the old man intend me to be engaged to? Jiang Chen's face clouded over. He hadn't turned on his revenge mode yet. He had just made a small mess in the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, Zhou Zhengfeng, the old fox, made the first move against him. The first lady of the Yang family, Yang Meixia. Chen Yun trembled her lips and looked at Jiang Chen with a somewhat complicated expression. Nika? With that name, why do I feel like the other person is an older mom? A trace of ominous foreboding surfaced in Jiang Chen's heart. Chen Yun once again trembled her lips, but she did not utter a single word. Swish! She was seen picking up a piece of information from her desk and directly handed it to Jiang Chen and said, This is Miss Yang's personal information. You can see for yourself. After saying this, Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with a sympathetic look. A flash of heartache was evident in the phoenix eyes. Jiang Chen hastily took the information. Look no further. Yang Meixia, female, 40 years old, the first lady of the Yang family in Xilan City, the current general manager of Yang's group, married 3 times, widowed 3 times, scandalous all his life, often hanging around the major nightclubs in Xilan City, prefer male models, ***, Zhou Zhengfeng you old, spicy next door, IOUXX. Jiang Chen just couldn't stand it anymore, and on the spot, he took all the classic nationalist. All of them were elaborated to Zhou Zhengfeng, and only then did he allow his emotions to gradually calm down. Chen Yun stood by and didn't dare to make a sound while Jiang Chen was cursing, until Jiang Chen gradually calmed down. Only then did she open her mouth and said, Yang's group and Zhou's group have a deep partnership. and the old man is even planning to let you join the Yang family, in exchange for greater help and support from Yang's group. It was fine if Chen Yun did not open her mouth to explain, but when she did, the anger that Zhang Chen had just calmed down, it came out again with a bang. Old, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. You want to take the old man, then I'll take your 2 sons first. Swish. Only Zhang Chen pondered for a moment, then pulled out his new cell phone. 2 hands tapped rapidly on the screen as if editing a text message. Swish. Chen Yun curiously walked over to Zhang Chen's side, then poked her head out and wanted to see who Zhang Chen was messaging. Zhang Chen didn't avoid Chen Yun, and in front of her, just send an edited text message to Zhou Renjie. Immediately afterward, Zhang Chen re-edited a short message and sent it to Zhou Shihao. Ha! Chen Yun immediately exclaimed in shock when she read the content of the text message clearly. Then again, he hastily covered his mouth with his hand, and his face was covered with a shocked expression. Ha! Zhang Chen glanced at Chen Yun with a sneer on his face and asked, Aunt Yun, guess the oldest and the youngest. Will one die today? Chen Yun. Chapter 117, 2 short messages. Chao's group. Zhou Renjie's office. Zhou Renjie, who had 2 pieces of tape on his face and some bruises on his forehead and the corners of his mouth. After arriving at the office today, he was grim from start to finish. He just couldn't figure it out. The hotel, which was booked on a whim. Female secretaries, also temporary appointments. Your own cell phone, nor has any monitoring software been installed. Why is it that Li Yu, that yellow-faced woman, not only knows all this clearly, and brought someone over to catch him red-handed? Originally, Zhou Renjie was still playing the game, when he transferred all the joint property of the couple, then filed for divorce with Li Yu. But, Li Yu is now holding the video of his marital infidelity, and has caught his pigtail. Well, that's just not good enough for him. Drip! Just at this moment, Zhou Renjie's cell phone, which was thrown on the desk, suddenly vibrated. It appears that a short message was received. Zhou Renjie, who was leaning back in his office chair, first rubbed his temples with his hands and, then pick up your cell phone and take a look. In the next second, his expression became serious. Chao Yen Kit, your elder brother Chao Sai Ho was born infertile. As long as you can get his medical report and show it to the old man, then he will completely lose his right to inherit the Zhou family. Kindly remind you that Chao Sai Ho had his medical checkup at Wahong Hospital, inside the doctor's computer, and his medical records and filings. Hurry up and get this medical report before Zhou Shihao realizes it. Then you will be the sole heir of the Zhou family. Swish! Zhou Renjie's eyes widened violently, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Big brother was born infertile? Really? This isn't supposed to be a prank text message, is it? Zhou Renjie didn't know who had sent him this message. He also tried to call the number he had texted, but there was a blind tone on the phone. However, Zhou Renjie carefully recalled that big brother and sister-in-law had been married for so many years. It is true that the situation is a bit unusual in that it has never produced a son or daughter. Did this person who texted me was telling the truth? Whatever. Don't you know if it's true or not if you go directly to Wahong Hospital? If it's a lie, you've just made a wasted trip. At best, there's nothing to lose at all. If this is true, then Big Brother will be completely disqualified as the heir apparent, and all of the Zhou family's property will be inherited by me in name only. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Zhou Renjie immediately took the car keys and cell phone. Then he left the office in a hurry. The other side, Zhou Shihao's office. He had just finished processing a pile of documents when he received a text message on his cell phone from Brother Fat. Fat opens the door and asks Chao Sai-ho when he is going to implement the seed borrowing plan. Zhou Shihao hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and sent 2 words back to the other party. Tonight. Next, Zhou Shihao and Fat discussed the specific details of the make sure the whole plan doesn't go awry, and then sit down in your office chair and launch yourself into a quiet stupor. What's wrong with sacrificing your wife? Women are like clothes. They can be changed at any time. Money and power are what make a man a man. As long as we can get 60% of Zhou's shares and become the future chairman of the group, even if it means making a greater sacrifice, it's worth it. Drip. Just then, Zhou Shihao received a short message on his cell phone. Zhou Shihao, who was suddenly interrupted in his thoughts, frowned irritably. Then it took the phone. However, in the next second, Zhou Shihao's eyes snapped wide and a look of shock and anger also appeared on his face. Zhou Shihao, your natural infertility is already known to your second brother Zhou Renjie. At this moment, Zhou Renjie had already rushed to Huakang Hospital at a rapid pace, ready to from the doctor's computer. Pull up your medical report and show it to the old man. If you don't want to lose the Chao family's inheritance, then hurry up and stop Zhen Chao. It's best to find a way to destroy your medical records and archives and never let him catch you in the act. Otherwise, you'll lose everything. Boo! Zhou Shihao slapped his hand on the desk in anger. and the expression on his face became hideous. He could never have imagined that his infertility would be known to outsiders. What's more, Zhou Renjie has now rushed to Huacan Hospital, trying to get his medical report and then complain to the old man and use it to disqualify him as the heir. What's going on? Who the hell is it? Who gave away this young master's secret? Swish! Zhou Shihao had no time to think about all this, and hurriedly took the car keys and cell phone, just fire away from the office. It was imperative to stop Zhou Renjie from going to the hospital to get the medical report. As for the rest, let's put that aside. Chao's group, underground parking lot. Jiang Chen sat quietly in Chen Yun's car, but his eyes were fixed on the direction of the elevator. Ding! It wasn't long before the elevator doors burst open. Zhou Renjie, who had an excited face, walked out quickly from inside with big strides. Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, immediately tapped on the system item bar, locked directly onto a card in the backpack. System, I want to use the demon card, as Jiang Chen mumbled in his heart. In the next second, a system beep came to his ears. Ding! Please ask the host to specify a target person. Here, it's him, Chao Yen Kit. Swish! The demon card in his backpack instantly disappeared into a stream of light. A system beep also came from Jiang Chan's ears once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the demon card. The card is in effect. Please wait. Jiang Chen didn't feel anything strange after using the demon card, but Zhou Renjie, who had just gotten into the car, inexplicably shivered. It always feels a little chilly on the back. However, he didn't think much of it, and assumed that the air conditioning in the car was too cold. So then the air conditioner was turned up a bit. Boom! Immediately after, Zhou Renjie stepped on the gas pedal and left the underground parking lot in a windy manner. Ha ha, big brother, I didn't realize you were an invalid, and when I get your medical report, let's see how you can still fight me for my property. Sister-in-law is also really poor, married to big brother for so many years, have not been able to get pregnant, really cannot. I, as a younger brother, can take over for big brother, and that yellow-faced Liu, you wait for me, I'll make you beg on your knees one day sooner or later. Right, and that bastard Jiang Chen, when I get my hands on the Zhou family's property, will definitely find a way to get you killed. Unconsciously, Zhou Renjie's emotions became more and more exuberant, and all sorts of evil thoughts in his heart. It's just popping up like the rain. However, little did he know that it was all because Jiang Chen had used a demon card on him. If Zhou Renjie didn't try to control his emotions, it would only make his desire stronger and stronger. It gets more and more inflated and people get crazier and crazier. There's a word that perfectly describes the situation. Going off the deep end. That's right, Zhou Renjie was showing signs of going off the deep end right now. Chapter 118. One paper deceives three women. Chao's group, underground parking lot. Chao Yen Kit has only just left, less than a minute ago. Zhou Shihao then walked out of the elevator in a fiery hurry. Swish! Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, immediately tapped the system item bar again, locked directly onto the one remaining card in the pack. System, I want to use the rage card, as Jiang Chen mumbled in his heart. In the next second, a system beep came to his ears. Ding! Please ask the host to specify a target person. Here, that's him, Chao Sai Ho. Swish! The rage card in his backpack instantly turned into a stream of light and disappeared. A system beep also came from Jiang Chan's ears once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the anger card. The card is in effect. Please wait. Jiang Chen still didn't feel anything strange after using the rage card. But Zhou Shihao, who had just gotten into the car, inexplicably felt a burst of dryness and heat. It was as if there was a fire burning in his heart. However, he didn't think much of it, and assumed that the air conditioning in the car was too hot. So then the air conditioner was turned down a bit. Boom! Immediately after, Zhou Shihao stepped on the gas pedal and left the underground parking lot in a windy manner. Spicy next door. Penis, you asshole thing. Ever since I was a kid, I've been an older brother. What one thing didn't make you? I didn't realize that you, a white-eyed wolf, had no regard for brotherly love in order to fight for the family fortune. Even tried to kick me out with one foot? You wait for me. As long as you dare to go and get that medical report, I will directly kill you. The chairman of the Zhou group can only be me. Whoever dares to go against me, I'll kill gods and demons, even if you're my own brother. And it's not negotiable. Unconsciously, Zhou Shihao's emotions became more and more exuberant, and the anger that he held in his heart, it was like a bomb that had been ignited instantly erupted. However, little did he know that it was all because Jiang Chen had used a rage card on him. If Zhou Shihao didn't try to control his emotions, it would only make his anger burn hotter and hotter. People also gradually lose their minds because of anger. There's a word that perfectly describes the situation. Going off the deep end. That's right, Zhou Shihao is also showing signs of going off the deep end now. Chao's group. Chen Yun's office. Zhang Chen sat on the sofa with one of his legs crossed. He was seen holding a copy of the agreement in his hand, and reading the various clauses on it with all due care and attention. Then he picked up a signing pen and signed his name very painfully. The agreement has been signed. Now you should be relieved, right? Zhang Chen casually handed the signed agreement to Chen Yun, who was sitting beside him. In the next second, a line of text floated out of Zhang Chen's line of sight. Chen Yun's favoritism plus 10. Zhang Chen was slightly stunned, and hastily blinked at Chen Yun, directly opening the eye of scrying. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Face value, 93. Body, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. Look no further. Unexpectedly, Chen Yun's favorability towards him had already reached 80 points without realizing it. How long have they known each other? She's changed her mind a little too quickly, hasn't she? But then again, Chen Yun has been with Zhou Zhangfeng for so many years, and even if she doesn't get credit for it, you've done your share of hard work, haven't you? But the old man didn't even leave a penny to Chen Yun. It was clear that after utilizing Chen Yun, he directly kicked her away. On the contrary, Jiang Chen, the bastard, without saying a word, he took out 10% of Zhou Group's shares, which was equivalent to giving Chen Yun for nothing. This was a share that Jiang Chen had won back with his own liver. Gambling. Chen Yun, not to mention her change of heart, even if she is allowed to follow Jiang Chen now, and she definitely wouldn't hesitate for a second. But any hesitation is disrespectful to that 10% share. Swish. Chen Yun put the agreement away carefully. Then he smiled faintly at Jiang Chen and said, Xiao Chen, I still have to deal with some documents, so wait for me for a while. Let's go out for lunch as a mother. Jiang Chen. As the vice president of Zhou Group, Chen Yun naturally had a whole lot of things waiting for him to handle. Jiang Chen wouldn't be stupid enough to sit in her office and honestly wait for her to get off work. Next, Jiang Chen casually found an excuse to leave Chen Yun's office. Just saw him slinking over to the company's personnel department, then knocked on the door of the personnel director's office. Come in. A very nice imperial voice came from the office, and Jiang Chen immediately pushed his way in. The door to the room was unlocked in passing after entering the house. Jiang Chen? What brings you here? The woman sitting behind the desk saw Jiang Chen walk in. Immediately, a look of shock appeared on his face. Second sister-in-law, wasn't it you who tweeted me that you wanted to talk to me face to face? Jiang Chen smiled and walked over, sitting on his butt across from Li Yu. By the way, he also fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Today's Li Yu was wearing a white chiffon blouse on top. Underneath was a light curry-colored wraparound skirt, and her long, snow-white, straight legs were wrapped in a layer of flesh stockings. The slightly powdered face was exquisite, sexy and hot body, very eye-catching. As soon as Jiang Chen sat down, he smelled a light fragrance, not like the smell of perfume. Instead, it was like Li Yu's natural body odor. This scent is just right and delightful. I do want to talk to you, but this is the company. In case Zhou Renjie bumps into you. Before Li Yu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Chen with a wave of his hand. Second sister-in-law, you don't have to worry. The second has just left the office. I saw him drive off with my own eyes. Yes? Li Yu was slightly stunned, but she didn't think much about it. Instead she opened the door and asked, Jiang Chen, that thing you talked to me about on WeChat last night, does it still count? Of course it counts. Jiang Chen nodded and said without haste, as long as you can be on my side, help me deal with the boss and the elder, and I'll give you 10% of the shares of the Zhou Group, no matter if it's successful or not. How am I supposed to trust you? Li Yu stared intently into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if she wanted to pass through these eyes of his too. Let's see if he's lying. Swish. Jiang Chen didn't answer this question of Li Yu's, but took out an agreement he had just prepared. It was thrown directly in front of Li Yu. This is. Li Yu reached out and picked up the agreement, casually flipping through it. In the next second, her eyes lit up and a look of delight and excitement flashed across his face as well. That's right. This agreement was the one that Jiang Chen had just signed in Chen Yun's office. Only, Jiang Chen had changed Chen Yun's name to Li Yu's name. The content of the agreement was also very simple. As long as Li Yu made every effort to help Jiang Chen fight for the Zhou family's property, regardless of the outcome, Jiang Chen would transfer the existing 10% of the group's shares in his hand to Li Yu for free. On top of that, this agreement had already been signed by Jiang Chen in advance. Swish swish, with hardly any hesitation, Li Yu picked up the signing pen and just signed her own name at the end of the agreement. The agreement was in duplicate. Jiang Chen kept a copy, and Li Yu also kept a copy. The partnership between the two was formalized. Li Yu's favoritism plus 10. Li Yu's favoritism plus 10. Li Yu's favoritism plus 10. Just then, a series of text alerts floated out of Jiang Chen's line of sight. Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Immediately, he opened his probing eyes on Liu. Name Liu, age, 26, face value, 92, body, 95, favorite fruit, grapefruit, driver, 1, favorability, 70. Jiang Chen also did not expect that in just a short while of work, Liu's favorability towards him. Surprisingly, it skyrocketed to 70 points. Is the temptation of a 10% stake in Xiao's group that great? First it was my little mom, Chen Yun, and now it's my second sister-in-law, Liu. I wonder if sister-in-law Suya's favorability will skyrocket a whole lot after seeing this agreement. That's right, Jiang Chen planned to use the 10% shares in his hand to trick little mother, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law into all of them. Let them be their helpers. One paper fools 3 women. Cheat first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Gah! Chapter 119. Second sister-in-law is strong. First sister-in-law is weak. Liu is a woman with a strong character. After she learned that her husband had cheated on his female secretary and had secretly transferred the couple's joint property, ready to divorce her and even try to net her when she does, Liu did not try to keep her husband, did not beg her husband in a low voice to change his mind. Instead, the marriage was decisively abandoned. This is not a place to stay, but a place to be free. It could be said that Liu's character was very similar to Jiang Chen's. Dare to love, dare to hate, can afford, put down, do things very own opinion, strong, confident, spontaneous, brave. Okay, Jiang Chen wasn't complimenting himself in disguise. He was simply admiring Liu's character. Jiang Chen, last night, manager sure of the Dynasty International Hotel. You called her specifically to come over and help me, didn't you? Liu put away that agreement. And then with a pair of beautiful almond eyes, while staring straight at Jiang Chen, a light smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded his head graciously and said, you rushed over there single-handedly, all by yourself. What if I don't call some people to protect you in case you get bullied? Are you concerned about me? Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, and her long eyelashes quivered gently. An inexplicable light seemed to flash through the beautiful eyes. You're my second sister-in-law. Isn't it normal for me to care about you? Zhou Renjie is still your second brother. Why don't you care about him? It's not even close. So why do I care about him? Then I'm not your own second sister-in-law. So why do you care so much about me? In the face of Liu's aggressiveness, Jiang Chen only smiled faintly, only to see him suddenly stand up, his hands braced on his desk, his upper body leaning forward rapidly. It came directly to Liu's face. Since you're not my own second sister-in-law, wouldn't that be better? Jiang Chen stared at Liu's beautiful almond eyes from close range. The corners of his mouth curled into a gangly, handsome smile, a face so handsome that all women could not breathe. At the moment, it also exuded a demonic charm. Poof, poof, poof. Liu's heartbeat and breathing quickened by a few moments, and although she was forcing herself to be calm but the flash of panic in the beautiful eyes was still captured by Jiang Chen. I have some paperwork to do. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, Liu, who had always been incredibly strong, at this moment, a hint of redness unexpectedly rose on her pretty face. Liu also found a rather low-grade excuse and flew to avoid Jiang Chen's eyes. Then he lowered his head and pretended to work on the papers on his desk. Liu's favoritism +5. Looking at the line of text reminder floating out of his line of sight, Jiang Chen almost couldn't help but spurt out a laugh. Alright, then second sister-in-law. You go ahead and get busy. I won't bother you with your work. Jiang Chen was a dashing man, and after throwing down these words, he turned around and left. There's not a shred of it left. Wait! Liu suddenly called out to Jiang Chen, who was about to leave, only to see her pursing her lips. Quickly, he said, when I'm done, let's go out for lunch at noon and talk about how to deal with the Zhou family. No turning me down. This is the first time I've ever offered to invite a man to dinner. Jiang Chen. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen left Liu's office, then slipped and slid all the way around, came to the door of the office of the company's chief financial officer. At sushi, Jiang Chen first tidied up his clothes, and then he knocked on the door of the room very politely. Come in. A mature and gentle female voice came from the room, and by the sound of that voice alone, it gives the impression of being very soft and bullying. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen pushed the door open and the first thing he saw was Suya sitting behind the desk. That's right, my youngest mom, Chen Yun, is the vice president, and my second sister-in-law, Liu, is the personnel director, and sister-in-law Suya is the CFO. Family business, that's what it is. Wherever the company's important posts are guarded by their own family members. Jiang Chen, why did you suddenly come to the company? Suya's face flashed with surprise the moment she saw Jiang Chen. Immediately afterward, the flash of surprise was replaced by nervousness. Whoosh! Only Suya stood up in a hurry. then walked around the desk and, quickly walking to Jiang Chen's side. In Jiang Chen's shocked and amused eyes, Suya first pulled open the office door, then peeked out halfway down the hallway outside and looked from side to side, confirming that no one had seen Jiang Chen enter her office. Suya then slammed the door shut, and a quick hit on the counter lock. Holy, the whole thing is like an underground staff joint. You think this is a spy movie? Jiang Chen stifled a giggle as he sized Suya up from head to toe at close range. I have to say, sister-in-law Suya really has a strong smell of sister-in-law. A head of shiny black hair was casually coiled at the back of her head with a hairpin, a few strands of hair falling down over her forehead and cheeks. It gives people a lazy, casual, gentle and soft feeling. She was wearing a little black sleeveless chiffon blouse on top of a long ribbon hung down from her right shoulder to her waist, with a large string of pearls around her neck. She also wore a pair of sparkling pearl earrings in her ears. Underneath was a white wraparound skirt, which not only wrapped out the surplus waist of it also outlines the extremely exaggerated hip curves perfectly. Plump, long legs, wrapped in a thin layer of flesh stockings. On her feet, she was wearing a pair of stiletto heels. Today's Suya exuded a strong feminine flavor all over her body. It is simply the dream goddess of countless geeks. Ka-ching! When Suya locked the door, the atmosphere in the room was awkward. Only Suya stroked the hair around her cheeks, then pointed to the parlor sofa in the office. Then he waved at Jiang Chen and said, "Come over and sit down." Jiang Chen wasn't polite either. He directly walked over and sat on the sofa with a big grin. Suya was a bit more reserved. She walked over to the sofa flanking Jiang Chen, first running her hands through her wraparound skirt and then moved very gracefully and sat down. Suya, who was sitting on the sofa, had also put her legs together, tilting them slightly to the side of also put his hands on his knees. From this series of actions, it's easy to see that Suya is a lady of the house. Behavior was dignified and appropriate. Jiang Chen, I want to talk to you about your big brother Zhou Shihao. Suya trembled her lips, a hint of sadness hanging between her brows. A faint wisp of sadness also coalesced in her beautiful eyes. What are you going to do now, sister-in-law? Jiang Chen didn't rush to pull Suya's strings, but instead asked a random question. It also opens a peephole to her personal desire to be a mother. Always wanted to have a child, and for that reason every month of easy pregnancy, both will desperately squeeze their husbands. Current intention, after learning of her husband's secrets and plans, she is completely disappointed in her husband, wanting a divorce and fearing reprisals from her husband, and even more so, fearing that she will drag her family down with her. First sister-in-law Suya and second sister-in-law Liu are diametrically opposed. Liu is very rigid and Suya is very soft. Suya knew that Zhou Shihao was plotting against her, but she didn't dare to resist. Fear of retaliation from the Zhou family, thus implicating his parents and family. But then again, Suya's mother's family was just a small, unimpressive family. In front of a super powerful big family like the Zhou family, it was indeed unbeatable. Therefore, Suya naturally feared Zhou Shihao. Chapter 120. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Jiang Chen, will you tell the old man directly about Zhou Shihao's inability to have children? Instead of answering Jiang Chen, Suya even asked him a question in reverse. Jiang Chen had the eye of prying eyes and knew exactly what Suya was thinking at the moment, so he got right to the point and said, I've already told the oldest two about it and, at this moment, the oldest two have rushed to Huakong Hospital, wanting to get the medical report of the oldest. In the meantime, I've told the boss about this, and at the moment, the boss has rushed to the Huakong Hospital, trying to stop the dick. Sister-in-law, don't harbor any illusions. There's no way to conceal this matter of the boss. He's destined to lose his qualification as the Zhou family's heir. Silence, no words. Suya didn't show any disappointment or surprise on her face after hearing these words from Jiang Chen. Instead, he gave a relieved look. If Zhou Shihao was exposed as infertile, then Suya would have a reason to divorce Zhou Shihao. I believe that at that time, the Zhou family would not deliberately make things difficult for her. In the meantime, as soon as Zhou Shihao is stripped of his heirship and loses his power, then Suya wouldn't have to worry about being retaliated against by Zhou Shihao. The only pity is that she can't be the Zhou family's great-grandmother, much less the future wife of the head of the family. But, the thought that she was about to be betrayed by her husband by arranging for her to be in a room with a strange man, even having to carry someone else's child, Suya instantly felt a wave of extreme nausea. She is not a commodity to be traded at will, nor is it a tool of Zhou Shihao. She's a living, breathing, flesh and blood person with feelings. Since Zhou Shihao didn't treat her as his wife, but as a tool, then there was no need for her to continue to rely on Zhou Shihao's side. Although Suya's nature was soft, it didn't mean she was stupid. Taking a step back, even if Suya sacrificed herself and conceived a child, helped Zhou Shihao get 60% of the shares of Zhou Group, what about after? Will Zhou Shihao tolerate the wild seed in her belly? Will Zhou Shihao tolerate her whose body is already unclean? There is no man under the sun who would tolerate his wife's indiscretions, even carrying someone else's wild seed. At that time, there was only one end for Suya, and that was to be mercilessly abandoned by Zhou Shihao. Since she was destined to be abandoned, Suya naturally had to plan for herself early. So, that's why she asked Jiang Chen to meet her, wanting to pry some useful information out of him. And by the way, find yourself a new backbone. Why didn't Suya look for Zhou Renjie? Instead she would look for Jiang Chen. A bastard? First, Jiang Chen's force value was high. This was Suya through the surveillance of the Zhou family villa. Witnessed it firsthand. Secondly, since Jiang Chen was able to find out the secret of Zhou Shihao's infertility, this was enough to prove that his means were heavenly, and there must be a huge force behind him. Thirdly, Jiang Chen was very handsome, especially his face, which had simply grown into Suya's heart. No way. Dudes are like that. It's easy to get women wherever you go. Swish. Suddenly, Jiang Chen pulled out a 40-meter-long large sword. Oh no. Pulled out an agreement that, casually, he handed it to Suya. What is it? Suya was slightly stunned, and subconsciously caught Jiang Chen's 40-meter-long greatsword. Oh no. Taking the agreement handed over by Jiang Chen. Sister-in-law, take a look and read it. Jiang Chen didn't bother to explain anything, and while Suya was reading the contents of the agreement, casually fished out a cigarette and took it in his mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suya read it carefully and slowly, seeming to take the agreement and read it carefully, word by word. When she put down the agreement, her eyes became complicated as she looked at Jiang Chen. A look of I knew it appeared on his face. Jiang Chen, I knew that you are definitely not a man who is willing to be mediocre. Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't help but laugh softly at Suya's words. I'd like to be mediocre. I also want to lay completely flat. Mingle, enjoy life and be a happy salted fish. But, strength doesn't allow it. With my looks, my temperament, my charm, wherever I go, all of them will automatically hook women's hearts and thus be met with insane jealousy by their male counterparts, who simply can't keep a low profile. LOL. No more talking. It's too much to say. Sister-in-law. Then this agreement. Jiang Chen extinguished his cigarette, and in the process, straightened his coat, and seemed ready to shake Suya's hand. Close the deal on this one. However, Suya, smiled faintly and said, Jiang Chen, I want to add a clause into this agreement. Add a line in? What do you want to add? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words. He always felt as if Suya was driving, but he couldn't find any evidence. Swish. Suya stroked the hair around her cheeks, then pursed her lips, somewhat good-naturedly. He said, Jiang Chen, during our cooperation, I want you to protect my safety, especially what? Jiang Chen asked knowingly, his eyes dead set on Suya's slightly reddened face. The corners of his mouth also curled up into a gangly, handsome grin. Suya raised her eyelids and glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, because Suya looks gentle and clean, with a very soft look. Even if she showed a ferocious expression, it would only give off a milky ferocious feeling, not half as threatening. Thug excited fist. That's pretty much how it feels. Especially, don't let Zhou Shihao's plan succeed. I don't want to be spoiled by strange men. Inexplicably lost his innocence. Suya almost gritted her teeth and said this in one breath. When she had finished speaking, her pretty face, which was gentle and clear, a tantalizing blush soon surfaced. Yes, I promise. Jiang Chen nodded without thinking, then added, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'll protect you. Suya was slightly stunned at her words. Jiang Chen's casual remark fell on Suya's ears, but it was like a bolt from the blue. It blasted right into her heart. Because of this simple protect you, Zhou Shihao has never said to Suya. This was the first time Suya had ever heard someone say they wanted to protect her. This was also the first time Suya had produced the feeling of being valued, cared for, pampered, and the feeling of being held in the palm of your hand. It's that much of a stretch, because Suya lacked love. She could be very moved by just a little bit of warmth given to her. Shua's favoritism plus 10. Shua's favoritism plus 10. Shua's favoritism plus 10. Looking at the text reminder that suddenly floated up in his line of sight, Jiang Chen's entire body was speechless to the extreme. I haven't even started to power up yet. Your damn favorability just skyrocketed? There's nothing technical, nothing challenging, nothing difficult. It's so boring. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Face value, 92. Body, 96. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 80. Personal, desire to be a mother. Always wanted to have a child. And for that reason every month of easy pregnancy, both will desperately squeeze their husbands. Current intent, Jiang Chen is so handsome and smart. His genes must be excellent. If I didn't marry the oldest in the first place. But the oldest. Oops, no way. Jiang Chen is my brother-in-law. How can I think like that? Shame on you. Jiang Chen. Chapter 121 Brothers at each other's throats. Zhou Zhengfeng rages. Noon. Chao's Group neighborhood. A Chinese restaurant with a very elegant setting. Jiang Chen sat in the east seat, Chen Yun in the west seat, Suya in the south seat, and Li Yu in the north seat. 1 man and 3 women. Just enough to make a mahjong table. But Jiang Chen and the girls weren't here to play mahjong, but to have lunch. No way. Little mother, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law all launched invitations to Jiang Chen, insisting on having lunch with him. Jiang Chen couldn't refuse, so he simply called all 3 of them over. However, lunch is only halfway through. The cell phones of Suya, Li Yu and Chen Yun all rang almost simultaneously. What? Zhou Shihao got into a fight with someone and got his head cracked open, and is now in the hospital getting stitches? Chao Yenkit's head was also opened? The oldest and the youngest beat each other up and both went to the hospital? Got it. I'll come by the hospital later. Is the man still alive? Call me when he's dead. I'm in the middle of something very important, so I'll check on them at the hospital when I'm done. Suya, Li Yu and Chen Yun hung up one after another, only to see the 3 women look at each other, then continue to lower their heads to eat their lunch. It was as if nothing had happened, and that it had just been a normal phone call. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but gently twitch. Auntie Yun, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, aren't you going to the hospital to see the oldest and the second? Why are you still here for lunch? Upon hearing this, Chen Yun immediately returned with a cold face. I'm not a doctor. One doesn't know how to see a doctor, and the other doesn't know how to save a life. So if you go, you can only stare from the sidelines. Li Yu snorted and returned. I can't wait for Zhou Renjie to die earlier. Widowed on the account book sounds much better than divorced. Suya looked at Chen Yun and then at Li Yu. Then biting his lips, he said, Zhou Shihao's temper is rather grumpy. If I rush over now, I will more than likely have to endure his anger. Suya, why are you such a coward? Zhou Shihao scolded you. You won't scold back? Li Yu is right. Suya, you're just too soft-natured and that's why you usually get bullied by Zhou Shihao a lot. I'm telling you, a man can't be spoiled. 3 days without a fight, and then he's up in the house. You can't be too nice to men, and you can't go along with everything they do. That way they'll just think you were born to splatter bones. Seeing that Chen Yun and Li Yu opened the box, both persuading Suya. Nope, how is this persuading Shua? It's obvious that she's giving Suya an ideological education lesson, teaching her how to go to the royal husband, indoctrinate her in the female boxing ideology. Ahem. Jiang Chen really couldn't stand to watch, so he hurriedly coughed dryly and, interrupting the 3 women's twittering discussion, hurry up and eat. We'll go to the hospital together afterward. What's the rush to the hospital? Go to the theater. 2 p.m. Jiang Chen, Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu finally arrived at the hospital slowly. The moment they pushed open the door of the hospital room, the 4 of them immediately put away the smiles on their faces. Both changed to a look of anxiety. The ward was quiet. The oldest, Zhou Shihao, was lying on the hospital bed by the window, his head wrapped in a circle of gauze. The face was very grim. The second, Zhou Renjie, was lying on the hospital bed against the door, his head also wrapped in a circle of gauze. The face was also quite ugly. In addition to these 2 silly missing masters in the ward, there was Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, and Wang Gang, the captain of the bodyguards, as well as Zhou Zhenfeng, who had dragged his sickly body and rushed over with fire. You guys, what took you so long to get here now? Zhou Zhenfeng glared disgruntledly at Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu. There was a slight pause as his eyes swept over Jiang Chen. An unknown obscurity seemed to flicker in the cloudy eyes. Hearing a hint of dissatisfaction in Zhou Zhenfeng's tone, Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu returned almost in unison. The road was jammed. Zhou Zhenfeng, swish, Zhou Zhenfeng's gaze, once again, swept over Chen Yun, Suya, Li Yu and Jiang Chen, but this time, there was no lingering on Jiang Chen. Immediately afterward, his eyes fell on his 2 unproductive sons. Tell me, you 2 assholes, why are you fighting? And cracked each other's heads open? Zhou Zhenfeng was obviously forcing down his anger, and the one hand holding the cane that, it also trembled slightly from anger. Dad, I'm telling you, there's something wrong with Big Brother's body. He was born sterile. There is no way to continue the flame for our old Zhou family. Shut up, penis you asshole. Who told you I was physically ill? You're just making up rumors. Boss, don't you dare turn on Dr. Zhang's computer and show Dad your medical report. What's there to be afraid of? I walk right. I sit straight. And I'm not afraid of a crooked shadow. That's what you said. Uncle Zhang, hurry up and bring Big Brother's medical report. I'll see how he can still weasel his way out of this one. Uncle Zhang, it's hard for you to make the trip. Bring me the medical report. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie after a heated argument. Both of them look at each other in a bad way. Both turned their heads aside. Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, first looked at Zhou Zhengfeng. Only when Zhou Zhengfeng nodded did he leave the hospital room in a hurry. Run to retrieve Zhou Shihao's medical report. Seeing this scene, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu could not help but reveal expressions of suspicion. They knew that the originator of this incident was actually Jiang Chen. It is also known that Chao Saiho has infertility. But, Zhou Shihao now looked like he had a plan, was confident, and was very calm. All three women couldn't help but start to wonder if Zhou Shihao's body wasn't sick. Otherwise, why would he have greatly allowed Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, to retrieve his medical report? Drip. Just then, Suya's cell phone suddenly received a short message. Only Suya first looked at the people in the ward, and then without moving, she took out her cell phone. Pretending to check the time, he actually tapped the short message quickly. Uncle Zhang, the butler, formerly known as Zhang Defa, he is the fat in Zhou Shihao's WeChat friends. Hiss. Suya, who read this short message, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. A pair of beautiful Rue foam eyes also snapped open, seemingly stunned by the news. If Uncle Chung is fat, then he's a covert son that Zhou Shihao has planted beside the old man. And it's still Zhou Shihao's absolute close friend. Not good. That medical report will definitely be secretly replaced by Uncle Chang. Swish. Suya snapped her head up, her eyes looking anxiously at Jiang Chen, as if she was questioning him. What do we do next? However, Jiang Chen, gently shook his head, signaling Suya to be at ease. At the same time, Jiang Chen was also communicating with the system in his mind. Brother Unity, the two cards I drew this time, a demon card and a rage card. How is the effect less than ideal? Did you give me two watered down ones? Look at these two guys. They just got their heads cracked open. They don't appear to be in any semblance of life-threatening danger. Your deck doesn't give a damn. Jiang Chen had thought that he had used two cards at once, causing Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie to create infighting. At least it'll get one person killed. Results. Both are fine. Dad expressed disappointment. Ding. The effects of demon cards and rage cards are progressively incremental. Ding. When the target character's evil thoughts or anger reaches its peak, and inevitably loses its mind, do something crazy? Ding. Detecting the effects of the demon and rage cards, which are currently only half energized. The product does not have any quality problems. Please be patient with the host. Jiang Chen. Chapter 122, The Insidious Zhou Shihao. Ward. The atmosphere was stark. Zhou Zhengfeng sat on the chair with a gloomy face, coldly looking at his two sons lying on the hospital bed. The eyes were obscure. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were both temporarily honest under the old man's pressure. There was no further altercation. Chen Yun, Suya, Li Yu and Jiang Chen all stood to the side, silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting quietly as Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, brought Zhou Shihao's medical report over. Squeak. A few minutes later, the door to the hospital room was pushed open. At this moment, all the people at the scene turned their heads and looked in unison at Uncle Zhang, the butler who walked in. Master, this is the medical report of the eldest young master. Ignoring the gazes cast by the crowd, Uncle Zhang quickly walked over to Zhou Zhengfeng, then handed over a folder. Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng reached out and took the folder, instantly flipping it open and checking it out. At this moment, Zhou Renjie sat up from the hospital bed, his eyes staring dead at Zhou Zhengfeng's old face. It seemed to be trying to determine what was on this medical report by the expression on the old man's face. Zhou Shihao was very calm. The guy was lying flat on the hospital bed in his old mind, just glancing at Zhou Renjie out of the corner of his eye. There was also a quick flash of disdain in his eyes. Quiet. The ward was quiet. The rest of the atmosphere did not dare to utter a sound. All looked at Zhou Zhengfeng, who was checking the medical report. The expression on each face was grave. Weak sperm? A few moments later, Zhou Zhengfeng read out the name of a disease that surprised the crowd to no end. Whoosh! Only Zhou Zhengfeng frowned, then turned to Zhou Shihao and asked, Shihao, why didn't you tell me earlier about this thing you have about weak sperm? Dad, how can I talk about something so shameful? Zhou Shihao's face was covered with an aggrieved expression, and he even deliberately showed a hint of embarrassment. But there was a quick flash of amusement under his eyes. Weak spermatozoa, as the name suggests, is low sperm motility. The probability of being able to successfully conceive is also lower than normal. But, low probability does not equal infertility. Other than that, people with weak spermatozoa can return to normal levels with treatment. In other words, Chao Saiho stole away his medical report, and also deliberately gave himself a weak spermatozoa condition, wanting to use this to dispel Zhou Zhengfeng's suspicions. What? Weak sperm? Zhou Renjie suddenly screamed. Full of incredulity, he cried out, I clearly saw my big brother's medical report, and it says that it's necrospermia. How did it turn out to be weak spermatozoa at this moment? You misread it with your own eyes. Who can you blame for this? Zhou Shihao immediately turned his head and glared angrily at Zhou Renjie, growling, I'm already embarrassed that I have this shameful disease, so why do you have to bring my scars to light? What the hell do you have in mind? Ouch. Not bad. Zhou Shihao's trick of playing backwards is simply played to perfection. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give Zhou Shihao a thumbs up in his heart. First this guy plays a civet move, then he backtracks on it. The next step is definitely to portray yourself as the victim and then throw all the dirt on the penis. Nope. This medical report must be fake. Zhou Renjie is not a cutie. He's so obviously planted. Anyone in their right mind could see that. Dad, you have to believe me. Big brother, he doesn't have weak sperm. He has dead sperm. I saw that original medical report of Big Brother in Dr. Zheng's computer with my own eyes. This medical report must be false. It must be that Big Brother found someone to secretly switch in the dark. Zhou Renjie still wanted to argue with reason, but Zhou Shihao interrupted his narration with a roar. Only Zhou Shihao glared and said, Elder, if you don't believe me, I can redo my whole body today in front of everyone. Zhou Renjie was slightly stunned at his words and immediately returned. Okay, then you should go for a physical examination now. I'd like to see if you can still fudge under everyone's nose. Eldest, you've been so disrespectful to me today, completely disregarding me as your elder brother. You say you want me to do a medical checkup, so I'll do it? Then do I still want to lose face as a big brother? Boss, are you weak-minded? Don't dare to go for a full body checkup in front of everyone? Why wouldn't I dare? Then what are you wasting your words for? Hurry up and do it. Seeing Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie quarreling again, Zhou Zhengfeng was immediately infuriated to the point that his chest ached, and his face paled a few times. However, the argument between Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie didn't stop. Only Zhou Shihao glared at Zhou Renjie and growled, Eldest, if I go for another full body checkup, how are you going to apologize to me for coming up with a result that still shows weak spermatozoa instead of dead spermatozoa? If you weren't necrotic, I could get down on my knees and kowtow to you. Not enough. It's not enough. Boss, I'm willing to kneel down and kowtow to you to apologize for my mistakes. And you're still not satisfied? I think you're just weak-minded. That's why you said that on purpose. Zhou Shihao suddenly took a deep breath and stared at Zhou Renjie with a gloomy gaze. Then word for word, he said, if I don't have necrosis, then you'll have to give up your right to inherit the Zhou family. On the contrary, if I'm tested for necrospermia, then I'll voluntarily give up my right to inherit the Zhou family and give up all of the Zhou family's property to you. Penis, do you dare to bet with me? Once Zhou Shihao said this, the entire ward once again fell into silence. None of the people seemed to have anticipated that Zhou Shihao would suddenly turn on Zhou Renjie. He even used the Zhou family's inheritance as a bet, trying to force Zhou Renjie to make a big bet with him. Why would I? Why would I take the Zhou family's inheritance and gamble with you? Zhou Renjie's aura weakened. He was not a little cutie, but not much smarter. He just had the instinctive feeling that there was something fishy going on with this bet. It even felt like Zhou Shihao had already dug a hole and was just waiting for him to jump into it. That was why he had subconsciously rejected Zhou Shihao's bet. Since you're too scared to bet, there's no point in me going through a full body checkup of any kind. The medical report is right here. I just have weak sperm. It doesn't mean I can't have children. Zhou Shihao's aura rose all of a sudden. I only saw him glance at Zhou Renjie with a face full of contempt, and his face also showed a look of I'm doing the right thing. Sit up straight, bright and open, not afraid of the villain-planted expression. You, Zhou Renjie was instantly angry and furious. He clearly saw with his own eyes, inside Dr. Cheng's computer, there is a detailed medical report on Big Brother. It clearly states that Big Brother has necrospermia. Can't Zhou Renjie tell the difference between the word dead and the word weak? But Zhou Shihao first switched this medical report with a civet. Now he swore that he wanted to make a big bet with him, and the bet was still the Zhou family's inheritance. If Zhou Shihao didn't have full certainty, how could he propose such a bet that was obviously bound to lose? He must have been prepared for anything. Maybe the entire Huacan hospital is now all his people. Just thinking about this, Zhou Renjie couldn't help but feel a chill down his back, all the while mentally persuading myself to be calm. Can't be impulsive. Must be cool. At this time, don't fall for Zhou Shihao's trap. It's better to be a little bit of a wimp than to lose the Zhou family's inheritance. What's more, even if Zhou Shihao can manipulate Huacan Hospital, can he still cover the sky with one hand? Manipulate all the hospitals in the entire city of Xilan? Spicy next door. Boss, wait for me. I don't believe you can hide your fox's tail for the rest of your life and never show it. If I get proof of your infertility, you're dead. Chapter 123, The Child's Mother. To be beaten. Ward. A farce was not a happy one. Zhou Renjie huffed and pulled out the needle, then yelled that he wanted to go home. Deadly refused to stay and be hospitalized. Zhou Shihao also smacked of bad luck in the hospital. Directly let Suya to go for discharge procedures. Then it was time to get on the bus home. Finally, on the contrary, Zhou Zhengfeng was so infuriated that his chest hurt and he simply stayed in the hospital, prepared to be hospitalized for a period of observation. Chen Yun, as Zhou Jingfeng's wife, could only follow and stay in the hospital, help take care of the old man who's about to hiccup. Just like that, the oldest left with Suya, and the second left with Liu. Chen Yun stayed in the hospital to take care of Zhou Zhengfeng. As for Jiang Chen, he wasn't going to stay in the hospital to take care of Zhou Zhengfeng. With this time, it would be better to go home and fight the 6 golden flowers. But, before Jiang Chen left the hospital, he sent a software over to Chen Yun, Suya and Liu respectively, and he instructed the girls to find a way to install this software on the cell phones of Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. This software is Jiang Chen's homemade Trojan horse program. Once it's implanted in a cell phone, not only can you monitor this phone 24/7, but you can also directly manipulate this phone remotely when necessary. Oh, the Zhou family's father and son should not have imagined that Jiang Chen, in just 2 days' time, just successfully turned their wives against them, and now they're going to help Jiang Chen against their Zhou family, right? No way. Who made Jiang Chen so handsome? Wouldn't it be a waste of your talent if you didn't use the beauty trick? Boom boom. A blue Bugatti Chiron, speeding down the road. Jiang Chen maneuvered the steering wheel with one hand and rolled down the window with the other, ready to light myself a cigarette. Who knows? Unintentionally glancing out the car window, suddenly realizing that a building a short distance to the left ahead of the, surprisingly, the signboard of the First People's Hospital of Shilan City is hanging. Right, this young master's goddaughter is still hospitalized. I wonder if the kid's mom is thinking about me, the kid's dad? Swish. With a thought, Jiang Chen directly used the cell phone inside his body and sent a WeChat over to Bai Shallow. Jiang Chen, the baby's mom, are you in the hospital now? After Jiang Chen sent this Weibo message, Bai Shanchan's side returned his message almost in seconds. White Shallow, huh? I just got out of the hospital, now waiting at the bus stop near the hospital. Jiang Chen, what are you doing out here if you don't stay in the hospital to take care of XIN? White Shallow, tonight my parents have to stay in the hospital to take care of Xinshin. Then let me go home and get a good night's rest. Jiang Chen, you send a location. I'll come and get you right away. By Shallow, no need to trouble you. It's too inconvenient to drive all the way over here to pick me up. Jiang Chen, no trouble. I'm near the hospital. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen drove the car to a bus stop near the hospital. In the eyes of the passers-by who were envious and jealous, Bai opened the door of the passenger side of the car. A happy face drilled in. Jiang Xiao, why are you near the hospital? After Bai Shallow closed the car door, she fastened her seatbelt while sending an inquiry to Jiang Chen. Today's Bai Shallow, wearing an ink mesh one-shoulder-long dress. It gave a perfect outline of her mature and plump pear-shaped body. A long head of hair was casually coiled at the back of her head and secured with a sharp barrette. A necklace of white gold and diamonds hung around her neck. She also wore 2 sparkling diamond studs in her ears. Although her face had only a light makeup, her clear and stunning appearance, her gentle and moving temperament, it doesn't need any whitewash to give the impression that it is clear water. Natural and unadorned. I've told you not to call me Jiang Xiao when there are no outsiders in private. Why can't you remember? Jiang Chen purposely put on a face, revealing a very dissatisfied expression. Bai Shallow's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, only to see her pursing her lips and a slight hesitation led to a soft cry. Husband. Hey, that's a good boy. A gangly smile tickled the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth, and he immediately switched to a one-handed steering wheel. Silence. No words. Bai Shallow bit her lips tightly, her pretty face crimson, her long eyelashes trembling all the time. His head was also slightly tilted to the side, as if he was admiring the scenery outside the car window. But, instead, her body, involuntarily, leaned over to the driver's side and, it seemed to be in order to facilitate Jiang Chen's one-handed steering wheel maneuvering. Right, Sister Shallow, how is Corey's body recovering? Well, the doctor said that Corey's body is recovering very well. Just a few more days of hospitalization and observation and you'll be discharged. Oh, is the hospital bill still enough? If it's not enough, I'll transfer you some more. Enough is enough. And the money you prepaid in the hospital last time hasn't even been used up yet. Sister Asuna, have you missed me in the past 2 days? Half an hour later, as if she had suddenly realized something, Bai Shallow immediately exclaimed and asked, Husband, why did you bring me to the Dynasty International Hotel? Before that, you worked at this hotel, serving guests all the time. I want to show you what it's like to be a guest today. So, as soon as Jiang Chen said this, Bai Xiao immediately understood his intentions. After all, during the time Jiang Chen had stayed at the Dynasty International Hotel, a different beautiful woman accompanied him every night, and it was so much fun. The thought that tonight, she would be the female companion by Jiang Chen's side. Bai Xiao's pretty face turned red with a swish to the nape of her neck, while the two did some of the more normal things that couples do. But it hasn't completely breached the last line of defense yet. Child's mom, why don't we have dinner at the Dynasty Hotel tonight? Jiang Chen parked the car in the underground parking lot, then pulled Bai Shanshan into the elevator. Ha, well, I'm all yours. Bai Xiao seemed to be a bit lost in thought, foolishly following behind Jiang Chen. The whole thing had a feeling as if they were sleepwalking. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen curiously blinked at Bai Xiao. The next second, a line of information surfaced in his sight. Name Bai Xiao, age, 30 years, face value, 93, body, 96, favorite fruit, large melon, driver, 1, favorability, 95, personal, deeply poisoned by romance novels, especially like the overbearing president, always fantasizing about being walloped by a bully one day. Current intent, had I known that Jiang Chen would bring me to the Dynasty Hotel, today should wear a set of pretty point of clothing, or, wait, will let the hotel former colleagues help me go to buy a few black silk? Pust. Seeing this, Jiang Chen almost couldn't help but spray a mouthful of old blood out. They say a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Jiang Chen thought that Bai Xiao was nervous and shy and didn't know what to do. Results. That line really wasn't wrong. Women are like eggs. The shell is hard and when you crack it, the inside is yellow. Chapter 124, Sister-in-law's plea for help. Night. Zhou Shihao's villa. Suya had just come out of the shower and immediately realized that on the floor of the entire bedroom, it was all covered with a layer of bright red rose petals. On top of that, the headlights in the bedroom were turned off, and a circle of pink-tinted ambient lighting was lit around it. Immediately afterward, Zhou Shihao, dressed in a set of high-fashion suit and holding 2 glasses of red wine, with a smile on her face, she walked towards Suya. Honey, what do you mean by that? Suya, who saw this scene, instead of feeling that the atmosphere was romantic, instead, there was still a hint of caution in the back of his mind. Honey, it's our anniversary, and I've set this up with great care. Just wanted to spend a romantic evening with you. Zhou Shihao took a glass of red wine in his hand and handed it directly to Suya. At the same time, he is also clearly conveying his love to her. If it was in the past, Suya would have been happy to spend a romantic evening with Zhou Shihao. But, ever since she learned of Zhou Shihao's secret, and that plan Zhou Shihao had recently formulated, now that she saw Zhou Shihao's face, she felt a wave of nausea. Honey, why don't we start with a toast? Seeing that Suya was slow to reach out for the wine glass, Zhou Shihao couldn't help but urge out a. The tone seemed to be laced with a hint of urgency. At this moment, a hint of panic flashed under Suya's eyes. The woman's sixth sense was telling her that there must be something wrong with this drink, and she must not drink it. But, if she didn't drink, Zhou Shihao would definitely become suspicious. In case you piss off Zhou Shihao and this guy resorts to strong-arm tactics in a fit of anger, a weak woman like himself was no match for him. What to do? Suya's heart was very anxious, but she still slowly raised a hand and, it seemed to be going to pick up the glass of wine handed over by Zhou Shihao. However, just as Suya's longest middle finger was about to touch the edge of the wine glass, she suddenly withdrew her palm and pinched her nose. Hubby, what is this smell on you? It stinks. Yes? Zhou Shihao raised his arm, unknown to him, to his nose, and sniffed hard twice. Oops, why don't you go take a shower first? It smells like sweat. It's awful. Suya quickly reached out and pushed Zhou Shihao, and her mouth kept yelling for him to take a shower. Okay, honey, wait for me for a while. I'll be right there. Zhou Shihao could only put down his glass of wine for the time being, then grabbed a set of pajamas and, quickly, he walked into the washroom. Claptrap. Hearing the sound of the shower spraying water coming from the bathroom, Suya hurriedly sat down on the bed, picked up Zhou Shihao's cell phone, unlocked, tap WeChat, find the avatar of Fat, tap the chat dialogue. Suya just glanced at it and immediately shook her hands in fear, almost dropping her phone on the floor. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shihao planned to carry out his plan tonight. Moreover, the husband double that Fat found for Chao Sai-ho is already on his way here. The villa can be reached in 20 minutes. What to do? Is it possible that tonight you will lose your innocence? No way. I can't just sit around and wait. Swish. With hardly any hesitation, Suya hurriedly used her own cell phone and sent Jiang Chen a Weibo message asking for help. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen's side returned her message in seconds. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, that software I sent you during the day, did you install it in Chao Sai-ho's cell phone? XUIA, I haven't been able to find an opportunity during the day, and I've just installed it. Jiang Chen, okay, I'll rush over to save you right away. I'll be at your house in 15 minutes at most. During this time, you try to delay Zhou Shihao as much as possible. Shua, okay, I'll wait for you. The other side. After Jiang Chen received Suya's distressing text message, he immediately rolled over and got out of bed, quickly putting on his clothes. Honey, where are you going? Although Bai Shallow was sleeping in a daze, she was still woken up by Jiang Chen's movement to get up. Sister Shallow, you go to sleep first. I'm going to take care of a little urgent matter. So are you coming back tonight? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Oh, well, you drive on the road and make sure you're safe. In the sound of Bai Shanshan's uneasy exhortations, Jiang Chen took the car keys and hurried out the door. Boom boom. The Bugatti Chiron is sparking with lightning. The wind sped towards Zhou Shihao's house. Road. Jiang Chen utilized the superphone within his body and directly tried to manipulate Zhou Shihao's phone. Because Suya had already installed the Trojan horse software, Jiang Chen had little trouble. Easy remote control of Zhou Shihao's cell phone. Soon enough, Jiang Chen knew the plan he was going to implement tonight through Zhou Shihao's WeChat. The plan is simple. Zhou Shihao will add some drug powder into the red wine. As long as Suya drinks this red wine, immediately, you get all hot and dizzy. When the time comes, Zhou Shihao will blindfold Suya. Then let the double arranged by Fat go into the bedroom and spend a romantic night with Shua instead of him, the husband. If Suya refused to cooperate, Zhou Shihao had prepared a second plan. That's just straight up strong-arm tactics. Tie Shuya up and blindfold her. As long as she is not allowed to see this, there is no evidence to accuse Zhou Shihao. Mud. Zhou Shihao is still a beastly sister-in-law is so pathetic. As it happened, Jiang Chen was a hot-blooded young man with a great sense of justice. As always, saving women in distress. It is a vocation incumbent upon us. This one. Done. Squeak. 15 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived on time near Zhou Shihao's villa. But, he didn't rush straight into the villa to save his sister-in-law. Instead, he parked the car in a secluded corner, but hid himself in a flower bed near the villa. Jiang Chen was waiting for that double that Fat arranged to come to the door. By monitoring Zhou Shihao's cell phone, Jiang Chen knew that this double was on his way here, and Zhou Shihao, for the sake of this matter in secret, only allowed the understudy to come alone, and even let the understudy wear a mask. This gave Jiang Chen a lot of room to maneuver. It's a stand-in. As long as you're wearing a mask, who knows if you're a stand-in arranged by Fat. Boom boom. A few minutes later, a roar of an engine came from far away. Jiang Chen, who was hiding in the flower bed, pushed aside the leaves that were in his way, looking toward the speeding minivan. Black Passat with license plate ending in 178 and the man driving it wearing a mask. That's right, this is the car. Here comes the double. Whoosh. When it was too late, Jiang Chen suddenly scurried out of the flower bed, directly in the way of this little car. Squeak. The driver slammed on his brakes when he saw a man burst out of the flower bed and the car stopped steadily in front of Jiang Chen, just less than a centimeter away from him. Mud. Are you blind? Do you want to get killed? The masked double, who seemed to be a grumpy. Rolling down the window he cursed at Jiang Chen. Whoosh. Jiang Chen didn't give his opponent any chance to react, and rushed up with an arrow step, grabbed the double by the hair and yanked his head out of the car. Boo! In the next second, Jiang Chen didn't have any nonsense, and slashed the back of the double's neck with a palm strike, knocked the guy right out. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen dragged his double out of the driver's seat and stuffed right into the trunk of the Passat. After doing this, Jiang Chen took off the mask from his double's face again, and then wore it on his face. I didn't realize this mask was just the right size for. It's as if it was tailor-made for this young master. Big brother, if you knew it was me under the mask. And what kind of a look would that be? Jia. Chapter 125, this is what it means to change a prince into a cat. Dark and windy night. The gate of Zhou Shihao's villa. Jiang Chen touched the silver mask on his face, then straightened his clothes. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Zhou Shihao. The cell phone was recovered from the body of the double. Jiang Chen incidentally implanted a Trojan horse program into the phone, completely controlling the phone. Golden Duck Club 88, Xiaobai, boss. I'm already at your doorstep. That's right. This double is a gigolo that Fat got from the clubhouse. Although he wasn't as handsome as Jiang Chen, and his figure wasn't as good as Jiang Chen's. Physical strength is even less than 1/10,000th of Jiang Chen's, but they're specialized in this kind of food. They're skilled, they're good at what they do, and it's also the top one at the Golden Duck Club. That's why he was chosen by Fat. Big boss, wait, I'll be right there to open the door. I received a reply on my cell phone from a WeChat friend with the handle Big Boss. It's Zhou Shihao, the youngest master of the Zhou family. About 2 minutes later, the door of the villa clicked and was slowly pulled open. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man in pajamas and pajama pants with a black mask over his face. It was instantly reflected in Jiang Chen's eyes. "Come in." Zhou Shihao deliberately lowered his voice, and a not-so-natural look flashed under his eyes. Then he greeted Jiang Chen as he entered the house. "Okay, boss." Jiang Chen also deliberately changed his voice line, putting away his usual arrogant attitude. "Try to disguise yourself as a humble, formal little white boy." Ka-ching! Jiang Chen had just walked into the house when Zhou Shihao closed the door of the villa. "Follow me." Zhou Shihao waved at Jiang Chen before leading the way in front of him. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, followed behind him without saying a word. Tada! There wasn't a single servant in the huge villa. Only the sound of Zhou Shihao and Jiang Chen's footsteps echoed continuously around them. The atmosphere is a little bit SOSO. Seeing that the two of them had already arrived at the second floor, Zhou Shihao suddenly stopped his advance. Then with a turn, his gaze was fixed dead center on the pair of eyes beneath Jiang Chen's mask. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and thought that Zhou Shihao had discovered something. A heart snapped up in midair as well. "It's not, is it? Is it possible that the old man's identity has been exposed? But, I've got a mask on in Tama, and I've changed into a cheap suit." Even deliberately changed his voice. "You recognize this? Are you a dog?" Just when Jiang Chen was a bit apprehensive, Zhou Shihao, however, suddenly spoke. "Have you memorized all that I told you before?" "Ha, aha, got it all memorized." Jiang Chen almost revealed himself, but luckily he reacted quickly. Immediately, he nodded in obedience to Zhou Shihao's words, and displayed a very well-behaved and obedient appearance. However, Zhou Shihao, frowned, seemingly a bit uneasy, and, so he spoke up again and said, "I'll tell you again, if you don't keep these appointments, and screw up the old man's, I'll make you die a horrible death." Jiang Chen didn't say anything, just nodded coyly. Seeing Jiang Chen's nodding and bowing appearance, a flash of disdain flashed across Zhou Shihao's eyes. Immediately afterward, he spoke. "First, when you go in, can't take off that woman's blindfold, can't untie her, and definitely can't let her see you. Secondly, remain silent throughout, as if you were mute. No matter what that woman says to you or asks, you are not to speak. Third, you must be out of that room by 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you fail to do any of these three things, I'll have your loins rattled, and then sell you to a primitive African tribe." Zhou Shihao's voice was very low, and at the same time, it was permeated with a sinister strength. If an ordinary person were to face him, they would definitely be scared to the point of peeing their pants. However, Jiang Chen wasn't intimidated. How could he be afraid of a loser young master? "Okay, boss, I've got it all memorized." In order to play his current role, Jiang Chen could only nod his head coyly, deliberately acting like you're scared. "Aha." Zhou Shihao nodded with great satisfaction, and then with a turn that continued to lead the way ahead. It wasn't long before Zhou Shihao led Jiang Chen to the door of a bedroom. Only Zhou Shihao hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and slowly stretched out a hand. A firm grip on the doorknob. Ka-ching! As the bedroom door was slowly opened a crack, and a ray of pink-tinted light from the room. Immediately it spilled through the doorway. "You can go in now." After Zhou Shihao opened the door to the room, he reached out and tugged on Jiang Chen. After forcing Jiang Chen into the room, Zhou Shihao immediately closed the door. Then he gritted his teeth and strutted away with a grim face. Room. Jiang Chen first stood behind the door and pricked up his ears to listen to the movement outside. It wasn't until he was sure that Zhou Shihao had left that Jiang Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he turned his head and surveyed the room. This is a very spacious bedroom. The floor was covered with red rose petals, illuminated by pink ambient lighting. It exudes an air of ambiguity. A few pink curtains and tents draped over the plush king-sized bed. Jiang Chen vaguely saw through these pink curtain tents that there seemed to be a woman lying on the bed. The woman is wearing a burgundy lace halter nightgown. Plump, round legs, wrapped in a pair of red-bordered garter black stockings. But, instead, her hands were tied behind her back, and she had a large blindfold over her face. Even his mouth was taped shut. That's right, this woman is Shua. At the moment, she looked as flushed as if she were drunk and dazed. He collapsed on the bed in a heap. Tada! Perhaps hearing Jiang Chen's footsteps as he approached, Suya realized the approaching danger. Suddenly it began to struggle. Whoosh! Jiang Chen walked straight over, untied the rope binding Suya's hands, and removed her blindfold, ripped the tape that sealed her mouth. Don't come over. Get out of here. Don't touch me. Shuya's consciousness seemed to remain for a few moments, when suddenly the blindfold was removed and seeing the masked man in front of her clearly, she immediately shivered in fear. Sister-in-law, it's me. I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lowered his voice, and at the same time took off his mask quickly, revealing a handsome face that was so handsome that all women couldn't breathe. Jiang Chen? Suya's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared earnestly at Jiang Chen for a few seconds. Immediately afterward, Suya jumped into Jiang Chen's arms. Then he hugged him and cried wooing, "What took you so long? Woohoo! I'm freaking out. Oh, that Joe sure how. When he saw that I wouldn't drink, he just poured it into me, and tied me up. Jiang Chen, take me away. I don't want to stay here for a second now. Oh, please, take me away now." Chapter 126 Raffle. Sweepstakes. Late night. The lights are out in all the homes. In the master bedroom of Zhou Shihao's house, Jiang Chen comforted Suya for most of the day. That's what gradually smoothed her out. But Suya was forced to pour a glass of wine by Zhou Shihao. Her head had been dizzy, and her pretty face was getting redder and redder. Condition looks very bad. Although Jiang Chen didn't know anything about medicine, he saw that Suya's state was getting worse and worse, and he knew in his heart that, if the delay continues, something will definitely go wrong with Suya. "Sister-in-law, let me take you to the hospital." Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, reached out and picked up Suya, ready to leave the room. Then take Suya to the hospital to get medical attention. As to whether or not his identity will be exposed, and whether or not it will cause Zhou Shihao's retaliation, these were no longer within Jiang Chen's consideration. However, Suya, exclaimed, her pretty face scarlet as she shouted, "Don, send me to the hospital." Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, then glared at Suya very angrily and said, "Sister-in-law, you're already in this state. Don't you go to the hospital? Do you wait to die?" "Jiang Chen, I don't want to go to the hospital. I'm in this condition now. If I go to the hospital, how do you want me to meet people from now on?" "Sister-in-law, it's this time of the day and you're still obsessing about face? Let me ask you then, is face or life important? If you take me to the hospital and let everyone see me like this now, then I might as well be dead." Jiang Chen hadn't expected that Suya would be so stubborn, even valuing reputation more than life. No way. Jiang Chen could only put Suya back on the bed, and then rubbed his chin. Serious thought went into what to do about the problem. A few moments later, only Jiang Chen sighed and said, "Sister-in-law, since you refuse to go to the hospital, then there's only one way to save you now." "What way?" "Ice. Lots and lots of ice. It'll cool you down and keep you awake." "But there's no ice. Popsicles in the house, okay?" Is fine." The second half of the night, after Jiang Chen wasted half a day's effort and used ice to help Suya detoxify the poison, the crisis was lifted. After waiting for Suya to fall asleep, Jiang Chen walked to the window alone. Silently, he lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke curled up, Jiang Chen also used his mind to tap on the main system page. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 3, item column, black card, bounty, artifact, mind's eye, 2 stars. Once 12 o'clock midnight passed, Jiang Chen was given 3 more chances to draw. Swish! Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and the next second, the hands on the dial just started spinning. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the red pointer spun rapidly for several revolutions, its speed gradually slowed down. Jiang Chen stared at the pointer dead on, and watched as it crossed over the gold coin area, crossed the card area and crossed the bottle area. Finally, the pointer crossed the question mark area at a very slow speed, and then, with a soft click, the pointer had surprisingly returned to the gold coin area again, and it had come to a steady stop. Overdoing it again. "Brother Tatsuko, are you teasing me on purpose? The gold coin area has been narrowed down to 10% of the area, and this nerd can still draw?" Swish! Just then, a bank card popped up on the Wheel of Fortune. Immediately afterward, it was automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion auction dollars. The system's beep sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at the sound, and hurriedly opened the item bar. A black card was soon seen in the second compartment of the backpack. Black card, auction gold. This card contains $10 billion in Dragon Kingdom currency. It can only be used for bidding and spending at the auction. Note, after the host has used this auction money, she will receive double rebate of real money. Groove. $10 billion of Dragon's currency? Zundu? Jiang Chen shivered and almost dropped the cigarette in his hand. I never thought that Brother Unicorn would be so generous this time. Gave him 10 billion in auction money straight away. And, after you use up that auction money, you get a double rebate. In other words, Jiang Chen had gained 30 billion Dragon Nation dollars all at once. Only 10 billion of those Dragon Kingdom coins could only be used to spend at the auction. Mwah! Jiang Chen took this black card out. Then he gave it a hard kiss. There was even a happy smile on his face. Money. Who doesn't? People who treat money like dirt are cuties. Phew. After calming his excitement, Jiang Chen put the black card back into the system item bar. Then it was on to the second draw of the day. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the hands on the dial began to turn again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the red pointer spun rapidly for several revolutions, its speed gradually slowed down. Jiang Chen stared at the pointer a little nervously, watching as it crossed the gold coin area, crossed the card area and crossed the bottle area. Eventually, the pointer crossed the question mark area and the gold coin area at a very slow speed. Then it stopped at the cards area. Swish! Immediately afterward, a glittering card popped up on the Wheel of Fortune. There was also a mask drawn on it, and as for exactly what brand of mask it was, Jiang Chen wasn't very clear. In the next second, the cards were automatically put away in the system item bar. A system beep also sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a transfiguration card. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at the words, and hurriedly opened the item bar, and soon, within the third compartment of his backpack, saw this freshly minted deck. Transfiguration card. After using this card, you can designate a target character that make a 1-to-1 replica of yourself, instantly becoming the other person's appearance. Duration, 2 hours. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy, can you make yourself look like someone else instantly? Or is it a 1-to-1 replica? This is not a disguise card. It's just a transformation of blah blah blah. I want to copy you on behalf of the moon. Super invincible clone card. Jiang Chen couldn't help but turn around and glance at Suya, who was lying on the bed asleep. In his heart, he cried and laughed, thinking, sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm the big brother. No, 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 you can turn around. I'm really big brother this time. Gah, and so on. An aura suddenly flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, and immediately afterward, a ghostly idea that was too bad to be true instantly surfaced in his mind. Why do I have to pretend to be the boss? It doesn't matter at all whether you pretend to be the boss or not. What's more, my sister-in-law knows that I'm not the boss, so there's absolutely no need to pretend to be the boss anymore. What if it's pretending to be a dick? Have Shuya play along with the act and pretend for a bit, showing her face the whole time, then send the video to the boss. Would the boss be pissed off on the spot? Right, the boss still has the rage card buff on him. Would he have just lost his mind if he had seen this wonderful video of the and then slaughter the dick? Hey, I think there's something to this. Why don't you try it? Chapter 127, Drawing another bottle of strengthening potion. There's still one more chance to draw. Spell it out. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, the oldest doesn't work the second doesn't work the old man. Little mother, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, lend me all your luck. A grand prize must be drawn tonight. Jiang Chen fiercely clicked the lottery button with his mind, and in the next second, the hands on the dial began to turn again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After the red pointer spun rapidly for several revolutions, its speed gradually slowed down. Jiang Chen stared tightly at the pointer on the dial, watching as it crossed over the gold coin area, crossed the card area and crossed the bottle area. Oh, no, there is no scratching of the bottle area. The pointer crawled, at a very slow pace, some distance inside the bottle area of the, and then, because of the lack of power, it stopped with a bang. There it is. It's a third prize. Not bad. Swish. A golden potion suddenly popped up on the Wheel of Fortune. Then it was automatically put away in the system item bar. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of strengthening potion. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words. What? Another enhancement potion? This young master is already a perpetual motion machine. Can he continue to be strengthened? Swish. With intense curiosity, Jiang Chen hastily opened the item bar. The freshly baked potion was soon seen in the fourth compartment of the backpack. Strengthening potion. When taken, it strengthens the liver, gaining the ability to detoxify it indefinitely. Immune to all toxins invading the body, becoming the legendary body that avoids poison. This potion not only strengthens the liver, but also makes one immune to all toxins? This Nima is simply a life-saving potion tailored for Zhou Zhengfeng. No way. This agent should never be allowed to appear in the human world. Even more so, he couldn't let Zhou Zhengfeng, this old, know about the existence of this kind of potion. Drink it quickly. Whoosh. Without hardly any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately took out the bottle of potion. Then it went into a frenzy into his mouth. Gollum, gollum, gollum. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was almost holding his breath. Drink the bottle of potion straight up. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful warm current emerged from Jiang Chen's stomach. It felt, to put it mildly, odd. It's kind of warm, soft, gentle. All in all, it's just very mild and it's not exciting at all. It's even kind of cool. But the feeling came and went quickly, and in about 10 seconds the Jiang Chen then felt the slightly hot liver gradually cool down. Jiang Chen could also clearly sense that the body, which was originally full of vitality, it seems to have gotten stronger and more powerful. Is this the legendary body that avoids poison? Immune to all toxins? Mud. Give this young master 2 pounds of crane red. I'm going to be the next drink. For in the morning, Jiang Chen suddenly shook Suya, who was slumbering, awake, only to see him lean over to Suya's ear and whisper something. Suya was originally still sleeping in a daze. After listening to Jiang Chen's plan, Suya was violently shocked. A pair of hazel sleepy eyes instantly widened. Silence, no words. Suya's long eyelashes, which had been trembling gently, were, splash after splash of complexity also flashed through the beautiful eyes. But, thinking of what Zhou Shihao had done to himself, if Jiang Chen hadn't come in time today, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Since he is unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Next, with Suya's cooperation, Jiang Chen restored her to her previous state. Not only was she blindfolded, but her mouth was also sealed with duct tape, never leaving a single crack. On top of that, Jiang Chen also set his new cell phone aside and chose an angle, adjusted the light to make sure it was ready to shoot at any time. After doing this, Jiang Chen immediately murmured in his heart, "Brother Tuzi, I'm going to use the disguise card." Swish! In the next second, the transfiguration card, which was lying in the system item bar, it immediately turned into a stream of light and drilled directly into Jiang Chen's body. Ding! Please ask the host to choose a target character to be copied. The second one, Zhou Renjie. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a transfiguration card. Duration remaining 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Through the makeup mirror in the bedroom, Jiang Chen clearly saw that his body and appearance that, surprisingly, it has been turned upside down in an instant. That's right, he transformed. It directly changed from Jiang Chen to Zhou Renjie. Not only are they exactly the same height, exactly the same weight, exactly the same looks, even his voice and demeanor were exactly the same as Zhou Renjie's. Nothing more to say. The transfiguration card only lasts for 2 hours. We have to hurry up and finish the scene. Don't waste such a great card. 4:50 a.m. Jiang Chen, who had completed his plan, put on that silver mask again. Then he pushed open the bedroom door and walked out with a calm face. Just as he came downstairs to the living room, he saw Zhou Shihao, who was also wearing a mask. A man sits quietly on the couch. There was also a bottle of red wine and a goblet on the coffee table in front of him. An ashtray set next to it was surprisingly stuffed with cigarette butts. Oh, it seems that the boss's heart is, in fact, hard. After all, Suya was his wife, yet he wanted to inherit the Zhou family's property because he couldn't have children. Someone else will have to take his place as a husband. Anyone else would have felt bad about it. You boys are pretty much on time. You didn't go past the appointed time. Zhou Shihao raised his head and looked straight at Jiang Chen, the face hidden under the mask. It seemed a bit gloomy and grim. Boss, don't worry. I'm definitely a professional in this line of work. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of him and bowed slightly to Zhou Shihao, fully expressed his gratitude to him. You go. Zhou Shihao lifted a hand feebly, as if repelling a fly, and, impatiently, he waved at Jiang Chen. Okay, bye boss. Jiang Chen nodded, turned around, and headed towards the front door of the villa. Wait a minute. Zhou Shihao suddenly called out to Jiang Chen again. This also made Jiang Chen nervous, thinking that Zhou Shihao had found something out. A heart was raised in mid-air again. However, Zhou Shihao's next words, however, caused Jiang Chen to hold back a sigh of relief. Tomorrow night, same time, same place. Remember to send me a tweet before you come. Okay, boss. Also, this is to be kept absolutely secret, except for me, Fat, and you. Never let a fourth person know. Okay, boss. Okay, you can off. Okay, boss. Chapter 128, Deliberately Leaving Evidence. 5:15 a.m. At the moment, it was already dawn. Jiang Chen walked out of Zhou Shihao's house, straight into the Passat that the stand-in gigolo had, then slammed the gas down and took off in a cloud of dust. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen parked his car on a remote and uninhabited road, only to see that he first surveyed his surroundings for a moment and, confirming that there were no security cameras or anything like that nearby, he quickly got out of the car and woke up the stand-in bimbo locked in the trunk. Who are you? Why are you kidnapping me? The little white man was so full of terror that he thought he had met an outlaw. The whole thing was pissing itself. Swish! Jiang Chen removed his mask with great generosity, revealing a face that looked exactly like Zhou Renjie's. The duration of the transfiguration card was 2 hours, and Jiang Chen had used the card at 4 a.m. The deck doesn't expire until at least 6 o'clock. Therefore, Jiang Chen intended to use this remaining bit of time on the transfiguration card to do something more. Strive to maximize the effectiveness of this deck. Do you recognize me? Jiang Chen deliberately mimicked Zhou Renjie's voice, although it wasn't quite the same, but it didn't matter. Importantly, Jiang Chen knew that this Passat had a car recorder installed. There is also a hidden camera in the car. Jiang Chen just wanted this hidden camera to capture this face of Zhou Renjie clearly, so as to leave ample evidence for the boss. Big brother, I don't know you at all. I'm just an ordinary male publicist with a few dollars in my pocket, and you kidnapped me. It doesn't make much money at all. How about this? You take this car, and all the money I have on me can be given to you. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to the little white man's long-winded words, waved his hand directly to interrupt him. I didn't kidnap you for money. Ha? Then what did you kidnap me for, big brother? Woman. Ha? Jiang Chen fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, then pointed to the mask that he had thrown aside. Said, see this mask? Didn't you get a business deal last night to go to a rich man's house? Help this rich man's wife get pregnant and have a baby? I'm sorry, but I've already gone to work for you on this business. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the little white boy froze in place. A few moments later, the little white man suddenly exclaimed in shock and, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of surprise, he said, big brother, what do you mean? Is that you've got your eye on this boss wife? Want to go and room with this lady instead of me? Oh, you're not too stupid. Jiang Chen sneered, then continued, no matter how much money this boss has given you, I can give you double. You don't have to come in the future. I'll finish this business for you. Also, this must be kept absolutely secret, and if I should learn that you have leaked it, I'll make you die a horrible death. Since it's a play, of course we have to do the whole thing. Jiang Chen's portrayal of a villain. Another threatening white boy. Again, he gave him the benefit of the doubt and didn't let the little white boy see the half of it at all. The little white man had seen Jiang Chen's force value with his own eyes and knew that he was no match for him. Plus, Jiang Chen was willing to give him a sum of money. So, with hardly any hesitation, the little white man instantly nodded his head in agreement. It's to have money and not make it. Next, Jiang Chen remotely manipulated Zhou Renjie's cell phone through the superphone inside his body, then transferred 200,000 to the white boy's WeChat. Of course, Jiang Chen again out of his own pocket, to Zhou Renjie's WeChat replenished 200,000 yuan, and it also wiped out the transfer records. This was done just to make sure that Chao Yan Kit wouldn't find out that the one's WeChat balance is inexplicably missing $200,000. But the white boy's cell phone, however, left a record of Zhou Renjie transferring 200,000 to him. Aha! This is also the evidence that Jiang Chen intentionally left for Zhou Shihao. After doing this, Jiang Chen let the little white man go, and also took away the little white man's mask. After all, he'd made an appointment with Chao Sai-ho. Tomorrow night, same place, same way. He will continue to discuss life and ideals with his sister-in-law. Without this mask, Zhou Shihao would definitely be suspicious. With this mask, Jiang Chen could enter Zhou Shihao's home in a big way. Enter the bedroom of Zhou Shihao in a big way. Enter in a big way. In short, this mask is like a pass. Vital. 6 a.m. Jiang Chen's transfiguration card was officially invalid, so he returned to the Dynasty International Hotel, intending to take a nap. After all, I was busy all night last night, though my body wasn't tired at all, but the spirit is slightly tired. Jiang Chen, such a lazy person, had been busy tossing and turning all night for his sister-in-law's safety. It's still really hard for him. Honey, it's getting late and I should get to the hospital. As he was sleeping in a daze, Jiang Chen felt his arm being gently shaken by someone. A female voice that was gentle to the core also came from his ears. Jiang Chen didn't even open his eyes, casually responding twice with his mouth before proceeding to sleep. Before Bai Shallow left, she even leaned over and gave Jiang Chen a kiss on his forehead. But Jiang Chen just wanted to sleep at this moment. His eyes didn't even open, and his mouth continued to hum twice, and then there was nothing more. In the end, Bai Shaoxian reluctantly left. Jiang Chen was still continuing to sleep. I don't know how long it was, but the sun rose in the east and the sky outside was also already wide open. Jingle bells. Just then, a sharp ringing of a cell phone that it directly woke Jiang Chen up from his beautiful dream. Which, calling your sister in the morning. Jiang Chen snapped his eyes open, and with a thought, he directly called up the superphone within his body. Caller ID, sister-in-law Liu. After seeing this caller ID, Jiang Chen hardened his anger. Whoosh! He was seen to rise from the bed, and, leaning over to sit at the foot of it, first lighted himself a cigarette, and, after calming his waking breath, he then picked up the phone call from Liu. Hello? Jiang Chen only said one word. The phone came from the other end of a wailing sound of crying. Woohoo! Jiang Chen, I was beaten by that Joe Renjie. He grabbed my cell phone and deleted all the videos in it. Now I won't have any evidence of him cheating on me in marriage. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was only slightly stunned before revealing an expression of tears and laughter. The penis has a demon card buff on it, and over time it will only cause him to amplify all kinds of evil within him indefinitely. Now that he's become more and more of a six-pack, it doesn't look like it's far from completely losing its mind. But this has caused second sister-in-law a lot of trouble. Second sister-in-law, so what are you going to do now? Jiang Chen, will you help me? Help! You're my second sister-in-law. I'll definitely help you. Okay, then you come to my house right now, and then the two of us will go to the company together to settle the score with Joe Renjie. Second sister-in-law, what do you want? You can beat him up for me first. Beat him up hard. This breath won't come out. I'm suffocating inside. Chapter 129, The Heartbroken Second Sister-in-Law. 8 a.m. Jiang Chen rushed to Joe Renjie's home in a hurry. Because the door of the villa was hidden, Jiang Chen just gave it a gentle push, and the door opened in response. Hiss! The situation in the living room came into view, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Chaos! It's messy. The house was a mess and cluttered. There seems to have just been a fight in here. The TV was smashed. The coffee table was overturned. There were pieces of vases all over the place, and even the wedding photos had been torn into a pile of scrap paper. The floor was littered with scattered debris, showing the battle that had just taken place here. Just how intense is it anymore? Boing boing. Suddenly there was a slight sob from the northeast corner of the living room. Jiang Chen looked at the sound, only to see a woman in a halter nightgown, barefoot and sitting crouched on the floor, hands clasped on his knees, shoulders ajar. He was crying in a small voice. Second sister-in-law, are you okay? Jiang Chen walked over in large strides and quickly squatted down beside Liu. Who knew? Liu suddenly turned around and directly hugged Jiang Chen and wailed. Woohoo! Joe Renjie that, for the sake of a junior, he even hit me. This day can't go on. Oh, divorce. I want a divorce. Liu's emotions were agitated, as if she was really hurt by Joe Renjie this time. The crying was heartbreaking, and pathetic. Jiang Chen could only keep patting her back and coaxing her gently for most of the day. That's what slowly smoothed her out. However, when Jiang Chen let go of Liu, he realized that her left cheek had swollen. There was also a bright red slap mark on it. On top of that, on Liu's arms, calves, back, and even the bottom of her neck, the bright red whip marks were left in many places. By the looks of it, it should have been severely whipped with a belt by Joe Renjie. Hiss! Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. There was also a flash of anger in his eyes. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen picked up Liu and said anxiously, Second sister-in-law, I'll take you to the hospital first. Liu was suddenly picked up by Jiang Chen, and as her body lost its balance, almost subconsciously, he stretched out his hands and hooked them around Jiang Chen's neck. By the time she reacted, she was already being held in Jiang Chen's arms. A blush immediately rose on her pretty face. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to carry Liu out the door, Liu hurriedly spoke out to stop her. Jiang Chen, I don't want to go to the hospital. Ha! Jiang Chen froze. Sister-in-law is like this. I didn't expect sister-in-law to be like this too. Why do they all refuse to go to the hospital? Is there a tiger in the hospital that wants to eat people? It's just a little scratch on me. I don't need to go to the hospital. Besides, I can't afford to go to the hospital. In this condition I'm in now, I can't afford to lose this person. There's medicinal oil in the house. Just help me into the house and I'll rub some on. Liu's tone was eager, as if she was very reluctant to look like a wolf, being seen by outsiders. No way. Jiang Chen could only carry Liu into the bedroom, then turned around and hurriedly went to look for the medicinal oil again. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen, who had found the medicinal oil, returned to the bedroom and handed it to Liu. Then it was ready to exit the room. Who knew? Liu pulled Jiang Chen back, only to see her pursing her lips and blushing. She said, Jiang Chen, I can't reach the injury on my back. Why don't you come and rub the medicine for me? Jiang Chen looked deeply at Liu. After a slight hesitation, he spoke. Fine, then you turn around and I'll rub your back first. Aha! Liu answered softly, then turned away from Jiang Chen's dumbfounded eyes and removed the nightgown. Jiang Chen? An hour later, Jiang Chen sat quietly at the dining table, with a breakfast that Liu had personally made for him in front of him. The flavor of the breakfast was not bad, quite to Jiang Chen's liking, especially that one heart-shaped omelette, exquisite as a work of art. It made Jiang Chen embarrassed to eat it. Tada! Just then, A sound of footsteps of high heels walking came from far and near. Jiang Chen subconsciously turned his head to look. His heart couldn't help but jump slightly, and his eyes instantly lit up. At this moment, Li Yu had changed into a black slimming skeletonized lace-long dress, as graceful as a blooming black rose. The skirt's cinched waist perfectly framed her hourglass figure, revealing her curves. Perhaps to cover the bruises at the base of her neck, Li Yu also wore a black silk scarf. Adds a bit of sexy flavor out of nowhere, only to see her walking towards Jiang Chen with a very natural catwalk. Step by step, demure and elegant with a hint of sexy and flirty. That saying is true. A young girl is seductive. A young woman is seductive. Tatsu, what's wrong with you? Don't I look good like this? Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen staring straight at her, Li Yu's pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. The whole thing was getting a little rattled. Ever since Li Yu married Zhou Renjie, she had been running back and forth between her company and her home every day. Living a two-bit life, she seldom goes out of her way to deliberately dress herself. Normally at the office, she wore work clothes. Back home, in housecoat, Li Yu simply didn't have any extra time to go shopping, do beauty maintenance, and dress herself up. This time, perhaps having made up her mind to divorce Chao Yen Kit, that's why Li Yu dresses herself up, wanting to be the same high-minded goddess that was chased by 10,000 people back then. Second sister-in-law, your outfit is also too beautiful. You're even prettier in person. You're just like a country in love, beautiful and valiant. Jiang Chen stood up and sized up Li Yu from head to toe. The eyes did not hide the admiration they showed for her. Really? Li Yu's eyes lit up slightly. Then she covered her mouth and laughed softly. You're really good at coaxing people. Where's the exaggeration? I'm telling the truth. Should I tell lies with a clear conscience? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Li Yu couldn't help but stroke the hair around her cheeks. The blush on her face seemed to grow a little more intense as well. You kid, you're so good at sweet-talking. You must have coaxed a lot of girls in your day, right? Second sister-in-law, you've wronged me. I've never cheated on a girl before. Yes, I'm a very responsible man, and have never been true to my word. There is no such thing as cheating. I'll believe the hell out of you, you bad boy. Although Li Yu gave Jiang Chen a big blank stare. However, the corners of his mouth curved up into a nice-looking arc, and his eyes became more and more gentle as he looked at Jiang Chen. What woman doesn't care about her looks? What woman doesn't like to be complimented? Perhaps, I really need to spend more time on myself in the future and get serious about dressing up. Who are you dressing up for? Definitely not for that Zhou Renjie. He's a cheater and a domestic abuser. What right does he have to make me dress up for him? How about showing Jiang Chen? Oops, what was I thinking? Jiang Chen is my brother-in-law. Li Yu couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. The blush on her pretty face also became more pronounced, and she felt even more ashamed inside. But, the more she controlled herself not to think about it, the more she couldn't help but think about it. And the idea is getting stronger. It caused Li Yu to blush, her heart thumped, and her breathing became a few points more rapid. I can only say that Jiang Chen has done a lot of harm. The Blue Bane, Chapter 130, beat up first, 9:30 a.m. Chao's group. Li Yu brought Jiang Chen to kill Zhou Renjie's office in a furious manner, but it was a punt. Zhou Renjie is not in his office. Even his female secretary is nowhere to be found. Li Yu asked her colleagues in the company, only to learn that Zhou Renjie, half an hour ago, had already left the company with a female secretary, saying that he was going to attend a large auction organized by Qin's auction house. Thus, without saying a word, Li Yu immediately led Jiang Chen out of the company and headed straight for Qin's auction house. That's right, this Qin's auction house, a subsidiary of the Qin group. The owner behind it was Jiang Chen's big baby girlfriend, Qin Xiaoyu. About 20 minutes later, Li Yu and Jiang Chen then arrived at the main entrance of the Qin clan auction house. But, the auction hadn't officially started yet, and Li Yu didn't rush into the venue. Instead, he took the initiative to take Jiang Chen's arm and led him around the hall outside. Qin's auction house is holding a summer auction this time, and I've heard that it's been prepared for the better part of a year. There will be a number of rare treasures unveiled one by one, attracting the attention of celebrities from all walks of life. At this moment, although the auction has not yet begun, but there were already many invited dignitaries arriving at the site. These dignitaries, both men and women, all dressed to the nines. Nothing but upper-class flamboyance. There were many other famous women and noble women dressed in pearls, gathered in twos and threes, conversing. It gives the impression of a group of flowers. Zhou Renjie. Just then, Li Yu discovered a man and a woman in the crowd. The man was wearing a high-fashion suit with a flowered shirt underneath, and it had a big back hair and a dude boy vibe all over it. The woman in the man's arms was wearing a halter top, fishtail, wrap-around dress that, with a delicate makeup on her face, especially those flaming red lips, she exuded a junior aura all the time. That's right, this man and woman were none other than Zhou Renjie and his female secretary, Yao Mi. Thump. As soon as Li Yu saw Zhou Renjie, she was instantly enraged. She was seen pulling Jiang Chen's arm and stepping on a pair of high heels, straight towards the pair of dogs. Li Yu, why are you here? The moment Zhou Renjie saw Li Yu, he subconsciously let go of Yao Mi in his arms. A look of weakness flashed across his face as well. However, in just a moment, he reacted. Immediately, she showed an expression of disgust to Li Yu, and at the same time, Yao Mi, who had just been let go of. Once again, he was wrapped in his arms. Zhou Renjie, you're not taking me seriously at all now. And in front of me? How dare you hook up with this vixen too? Li Yu gritted her teeth and glared at Zhou Renjie, her eyes leaping with sparks of, it's all about to spew out on the spot. Li Yu, I advise you not to make trouble here. Hurry up and get your ass home. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Zhou Renjie had been controlled to death by Li Yu ever since he married her. Now that it was so hard to become the master, would he be scared by Li Yu's few words? What's more, he had already torn his face off with Li Yu. This morning, Zhou Renjie even beat up Li Yu severely. Unexpectedly, Li Yu still dared to chase him here to block him. She thought she hadn't been beaten up badly enough. Still want to get your ass kicked? However, Zhou Renjie hadn't fumed yet, but Li Yu jumped the gun. Swish! Only Li Yu pulled Jiang Chen's arm, then pointed at Zhou Renjie's nose and yelled, Jiang Chen, beat him up, hit him hard, I'll beat him to death and maim him. Okay, second sister-in-law. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement, and immediately took large steps towards Zhou Renjie. Seeing this scene, Zhou Renjie's eyelids jumped fiercely, and he immediately shrank his neck in fear. Panicked, he took a few steps back, only to see him looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of horror, saying, Old three, what are you doing? I'm your second brother. Pop. Without waiting for Zhou Renjie to finish his sentence, Jiang Chen's slap had already swung over, impartially, and, right across the left side of his face. This slap, I did it for my second sister-in-law. After second sister-in-law married you, not only did she do her best to help the Zhou family take care of the company, and it's taking good care of you, it's just as well that you don't miss your second sister-in-law, but you even cheated on your own female secretary. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the crowd that was watching immediately resounded with a gasp of surprise. However, without waiting for Zhou Renjie to open his mouth to retort, Jiang Chen's second slap had already landed. Pop! Another crisp sound came from Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen's slap was very heavy. Zhou Renjie's right cheek immediately swelled up. This slap, I'm still doing it for my second sister-in-law. Second sister-in-law has been so good to you, she hasn't wronged you in any way, but how dare you hit her? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? When Jiang Chen said this, the crowd of onlookers let out another gasp of surprise. No one seemed to have expected that the second son of the Zhou family would not only cheat on his female secretary, he even hit his original wife. It's like a pig in a poke. Snap! Jiang Chen grabbed Zhou Renjie's collar, and the slaps were like rain. It kept falling on his face. I called you a cheater. I call you a domestic abuser. You piggish bastard. Since the old man didn't raise you right, let me educate you today. Spicy next door, kneel down for me, then kowtow to second sister-in-law and apologize. Put. Jiang Chen choked Zhou Renjie's neck and threw him in front of Li Yu. Then he forced his head down again and brought him to his knees. At this moment, Zhou Renjie was ashamed and angry. Celebrities from all walks of life in Xilan City were there to watch. And he, the second youngest master of the Zhou family. Surprisingly, he was forcibly forced to kneel by a bastard. And he was even asked to kowtow to Li Yu and apologize. That's a lot worse than killing him. Asterisk. Who is this person? How dare he beat up the Zhou family's second young master? Even forced the Zhou family's second young master to kneel? Didn't you just hear Zhou Renjie call him Lao San? He must be the third young master that the Zhou family recently retrieved. I'll go. He's Master Zhou's illegitimate son? Jiang Chen? A bastard who dares to beat up the Zhou family's first young master? Is this a reversal of the Big Dipper? I think Jiang Chen played well. The second youngest member of the Zhou family not only cheated on his wife, but also beat her original wife with his hands. Men like him, who are worse than dogs and pigs, deserve to be taught a hard lesson. That's right. Cheating men and domestic violence men should be dragged out and shot. An asterisk like Zhou Renjie doesn't deserve to live in this world. Jiang Chen was no cutie pie. When he hit the man, he immediately publicized Zhou Renjie's crime. One is for the sake of the division. The second is to gain the support of the people. Judging from the reaction of the onlookers, all the women at the scene were in favor of Jiang Chen. After all, every woman hates cheating men and domestically abusive men. On top of that, most of the males at the scene were also on Jiang Chen's side. After all, Jiang Chen had a reputation as a teacher and was on the moral high ground. Only a small number of people thought that Jiang Chen was inverting the Big Dipper, or that Jiang Chen was too violent. shouldn't have hit someone in public. However, Jiang Chen had already gained the support of most of the people at the scene, couldn't care less about this small group of dissenters. Even if the whole world was against it, Jiang Chen was still going to beat up Zhou Renjie. Spicy next door. I remembered that the day Jiang Chen was first picked up from the Zhou family, he was involved in a tragic car accident on the road, and the mastermind behind the crash is none other than Zhen Chao. So, it was so hard to catch a chance today. So how could Jiang Chen let Zhou Renjie off so easily? Nothing more to say. Let's beat up Chao Yen Kid hard first. Chapter 131. His second sister-in-law is cool and wants a divorce. Stop. The scene where Jiang Chen violently beat up Zhou Renjie and forced him to kneel down. It quickly caught the attention of the auction house security. Only a large group of security guards surrounded them, one of them with a captain's armband. Even louder, he chided. Today is the day of our Qin's auction house's summer auction. Who dares to cause trouble here? However, Jiang Chen didn't even look at the group of security guards and pressed Zhou Renjie's head, just slam it hard into the floor. Boo! After a muffled sound, Zhou Renjie, who was originally kneeling in front of Li Yu, forced to heavily kowtow to Li Yu. Quiet. The whole scene was quiet. Zhen Chao is dumbfounded. Female secretary Yao Mi dumbfounded. All the onlookers at the scene were dumbfounded. Even Li Yu was a bit confused. But, after a brief moment of daze, Li Yu, all over, from head to foot, a sudden surge of extreme relief came over him. Cool. It's so damn cool. Zhou Renjie, not only knelt down to his old lady in public, and a hard kowtow to the old lady. What could be better than that? At this moment, Li Yu looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that were nothing but excitement and agitation, and 3 parts tenderness, 3 parts burning, 3 parts adoration, and 91 parts infatuation. Li Yu's favoritism plus 10. Li Yu's favoritism has reached 90 points. Looking at the line of text reminder floating out in his field of vision, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly. An inexplicable flame flashed in his eyes as well. Whoosh! Only Jiang Chen turned around and, coldly turning to the group of security guards, he said, "This is our Zhou family's family matter. It's not your turn for outsiders to dictate." Jiang Chen's words immediately gained the support of a large number of female onlookers. After all, Jiang Chen was so handsome and represented the righteous side, and he's still speaking up for women and punishing Zhen Chao for being a cheating domestic abuser. If they didn't support Jiang Chen fiercely at this moment, they would be sorry for their status as women. The Zhou family's third young master is right. This is their Zhou family's family matter. No one else has the right to ask about it. Right. This is someone's family matter. It's not for you outsiders to meddle in. As the saying goes, there is a law of the land, and there are rules of the house, and people are enforcing the law of the house. What are you guys running over here for? Get your asses back to your jobs. You don't need to be messing around here. I'll put my words here today. If you dare to touch the third young master, I'm definitely not going to let you guys get away with this. Third young master, ignore these silly security guards. You continue. Jiang Chen listened to the various support sounds coming from around him. It's all the little daughters-in-law, sisters-in-law and aunts who defend him. It's a feeling that's twice as good. And so, Jiang Chen grabbed Zhou Renjie's hair, and amidst the other party's terrified screams, once again, he pressed his head down and slammed it hard into the floor. Boo! After hearing only a muffled sound, Zhou Renjie kowtowed hard to Li Yu again, and this time even his forehead was bumped, and a stream of blood came straight out. Yes, good knock. This is how cheating domestic violence men should be punished. It's only 2 knocks. Where is this? I don't think even 100 more kowtows would be too much. Old Wang, did you see that? If you in the future you dare to emulate him in cheating and domestic violence, that's what you get. Old Li, if you ever do anything to wrong me, I'll make you just like him. Kneel here in public and apologize to me. There's nothing good about men. Yuck. The young daughters-in-law, sisters-in-law, and aunts gathered around seemed to resonate with Li Yu's experience. Everyone's emotions were unusually exuberant, and each of them was eager to rush up and tear Zhou Renjie apart. Zhou Renjie wiped a handful of blood from his forehead and looked at Jiang Chen and Li Yu with anger and rage. Only his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was suffocated with a red. The veins on his neck were rippling. You guys, boo! Before Zhou Renjie's words could be uttered, Jiang Chen pressed on his head once again. The third hit the floor hard. You must kowtow at least 3 times. You don't even know the rules. How do you deserve to be the Zhou family's second young master? When Jiang Chen said this, Zhou Renjie's entire face turned the color of pig's liver. In the eyes of the stunned crowd, Zhou Renjie yelled wildly at the top of his voice. At the same time the limbs were dancing wildly, as if trying to struggle to get up. However, Jiang Chen, didn't give him any chance. Be honest with me. Only Jiang Chen stepped on Zhou Renjie's back, as if he was stepping on a crab, pinning his entire body firmly to the floor. Zhou Renjie roared wildly while desperately waving his limbs, and at first glance, the kinda looks like a big crab. Jiang Chen, kill me if you have the guts. You humiliate me like this today, and when the coming day comes, I'll make sure you pay me back 100,000, 10,000 times over. And, Li Yu, you stinking, rotten, splattered person, you've actually turned against the Big Dipper, bringing an outsider to humiliate your husband? This young master wants to divorce you. Now, in the face of Zhou Renjie's incompetent rage, Li Yu huffed and puffed, and then gave him 2 straight slaps. Snap, pop. After 2 crisp sounds, Zhou Renjie was once again struck dumb in the past, and, only to see him staring at Li Yu with a pair of bloodshot eyes full of astonishment. Divorce is divorce. You think I don't dare to divorce? A loser man like you who only knows how to eat, drink, cheat, and commit domestic violence. Do you think I'd care? I've wanted to divorce you for a long time. After I leave you, I'll only live more elegantly than I do now. Li Yu cursed out all the words she had held in her heart at once. After cursing, she only felt a surge of clarity in her body. Her thoughts were clear, and she had an epiphany in place that, it seems like you can fly up to immortality anytime you want. Bottom line, heifer gets into a herd of elephants by mistake and has a blast. Fine. Li Yu, if you have the guts, go with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce right now. Leave it. Whoever doesn't is a grandson. Jiang Chen, let go of me when you step on me. Jiang Chen, let go of him first, and when I'm done divorcing him, you can help me beat him up again. Li Yu, you wicked old hag, you still want to beat me up when you set foot on the horse? Zhou Renjie, I'm your mother. The development of things seemed to have deviated a bit from Jiang Chen's imagination. After such a mess, Zhou Renjie and Li Yu unexpectedly went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The divorce was finalized on the fly. But, there is a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. Zhou Renjie and Li Yu only went through the divorce procedure and did not receive the divorce certificate on the spot. Moreover, the two did not agree on the division of property. It will be necessary to follow up with negotiations between the parties or just hire an attorney to fight this divorce case. After coming out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhou Renjie seemed to be afraid of being beaten up severely by Jiang Chen again. Immediately pulled his female secretary and fled. Li Yu didn't bother with anything else, for the breath she had been holding in her heart had been completely released, and under the great mood of, it was also too lazy to bother with Zhou Renjie. Jiang Chen, let's go. Only Li Yu snapped her fingers and immediately took Jiang Chen's arm. Second sister-in-law, where are we going now? Go home. Home for what? Move. Chapter 132, Helping Li Yu Move. 11 a.m. Li Yu brought Jiang Chen back home and quickly packed up her luggage. In the meantime, she's called in a bunch of movers and split everything in the villa in half. Is truly split in half. The TV was sawed in half. The refrigerator was sawed in half. The air conditioner was sawed in half. All the furniture was sawed in half. Then, Li Yu took half and left half. Dashing as hell. Ka-ching. When Li Yu sat in Jiang Chen's co-pilot seat and fastened her seatbelt, then with a wave of her small hand, yell, let's go. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat by the corner of his forehead. He only rolled his eyes and asked, second sister-in-law, where are we moving to now? Go to your house. Li Yu's reply almost caused Jiang Chen to spray a mouthful of old blood. Uncle Junior brought his sister-in-law home? Sister-in-law will be living in her brother-in-law's house from now on? What the hell? Although this young master has always been shameless, but you can't throw away the last vestige of propriety, can you? Boom! Jiang Chen stepped on the gas pedal and took Li Yu away in a whirlwind. At the same time, he also mobilized the superphone within his body and quickly sent a Weibo message to Su Yao. Half an hour later, a blue Bugatti Chiron drove into Xingcheng No. 1 public house, stopped in front of a residential building. Just as Jiang Chen and Li Yu got off the bus, there was a very pretty-looking woman in an OL outfit. The big beautiful woman with a very hot body walked head-on. Young master, this is your house key. Luli smiled and walked over to Jiang Chen, reaching out and handing over a set of keys. As Jiang Chen took the key, Luli incidentally also used her index finger in his hand. Scratch lightly. What brings you here, little splatterer? Honey, I miss you. Miss me where? Well, want it all. Oh, when I'm done with this period of time, I'll turn around and teach you a hard lesson. Aha, I'll wait for you then. Watching Jiang Chen and Luli hugging each other recklessly, rubbing their ears and rubbing their heads together, Li Yu's eyes were glazed over. You guys, Li Yu was about to spill her jealousy, but on second thought, she was only Jiang Chen's sister-in-law, who is in a position to be jealous of him. Pair, come, let me introduce you. This is my second sister-in-law, Li Yu. Second sister-in-law, this is my little follower, Luli. Jiang Chen pulled Luli in front of Li Yu and made an introduction for both parties. When it comes to the term little follower, Li Yu revealed an "I understand" expression. Then she gave Jiang Chen a stern glance. Next, Jiang Chen directly sent Lu Li away, and then let Li Yu, in this one building, pick a random set for her new home. Anyway, this whole building is Jiang Chen's, so he can live in whichever set he wants. Even if he were to give Li Yu a house, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel any pain at all. Li Yu was not polite and directly chose a house located on the top floor. The people from the moving company were also very quick, and quickly moved all of Li Yu's luggage up. Swish swish. After the movers had all left, Li Yu immediately began to organize her luggage. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa in the living room playing with his cell phone. Jiang Chen, help me move the 2 suitcases in the living room, all the way to the bedroom. Just then, Li Yu's cries came from the bedroom. Jiang Chen could only turn off his cell phone and reluctantly dragged the 2 suitcases. Slowly, he walked into the bedroom. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Li Yu squatting in front of the closet. Behind her lay an open suitcase full of her clothes. At this moment, Li Yu was hanging the clothes in the box, one by one, into the closet. Swish! Jiang Chen pushed both suitcases behind Li Yu, then sat on his butt on the bed. Just like that, he watched as Li Yu was organizing her luggage all by herself. No way! Jiang Chen is a very lazy person. If you can lie down flat, never sit down, and if you can sit down, never stand up. He wasn't going to help Li Yu organize her closet together. Of course, after Li Yu let Jiang Chen bring in the suitcase, she didn't ask him to help organize things, nor did he command him to do anything else. Swish! Only Li Yu hung all the clothes in the first suitcase into the closet. Then wiping the sweat from his forehead, he immediately opened a second suitcase. However, at that instant, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened, because in Li Yu's second suitcase, surprisingly, it was filled with colorful clothes of various styles. Camisoles and skirts are fine, but the rest is a bit irritating. Jiang Chen saw a set of black lace that was carried out of the suitcase by Li Yu, then hung it inside the closet, then a set of big red ones, followed by a set of dark green ones that, as well as a set that my sister says is very charming, and an assortment of stockings. Li Yu's face was subdued, without a trace of embarrassment. Just like that, in front of Jiang Chen, he carried out these clothes one by one, and then hung them into the closet one by one. Swish! When all the clothes had been sorted out, Li Yu's face suddenly changed slightly. Then he hurried into the restroom. 2 minutes later, the sound of a toilet flushing came first from the restroom. Then there was the sound of the faucet on the sink being turned on again, and the sound of Li Yu washing her hands. Finally, there was the sound of a high-heeled footstep. Jiang Chen raised his head and just happened to meet Li Yu's gaze head-on. Jiang Chen, why are you sitting here? Li Yu was slightly stunned, seemingly surprised that Jiang Chen appeared in the bedroom. Second sister-in-law, didn't you tell me to bring the suitcase in? I brought the suitcase in. Sitting on the bed, by the way. Did you just sit behind me the whole time? Yeah, haven't you been paying attention? I thought, after you brought your suitcase in, you ran off to play with your phone in the living room again. Li Yu seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red with a swish. Just a moment ago, she thought Jiang Chen had gone out, so out came the suitcase of clothes and hung them up one by one in the closet. That's not even the point. The point is, she didn't close the door when she went to the bathroom earlier, and where Jiang Chen is sitting at the moment, appears like, probably the restroom door directly across the street. That's a little awkward. Are you hungry? I'll go make you lunch. Li Yu hastily made a move to change the topic, as if she wanted to get rid of this embarrassing situation. Second sister-in-law, there's no rice or vegetables in the house. What kind of cooking are you doing? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and looked at Li Yu with a smirk. There was also a flash of teasing in his eyes. So, we go out to eat? Li Yu's pretty face was slightly flushed, and her eyes had been dodging. It was as if he had done something wrong, and the whole thing was a bit panicky. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, no need. When you went to the restroom just now, I've ordered a takeout. Li Yu. Chapter 133 Zhou Renjie's Provocation. Li Yu's Rage. Noon. Jiang Chen ordered a takeout and ate directly at home with Li Yu. After lunch, the two just sat on the couch in the living room and have a chat and a natter. Swish. While Jiang Chen was chatting with Li Yu, he used his mind to open the super phone inside his body. Googled it. Finally, I learned that the summer auction organized by Qin's auction house this time was divided into a morning session and an afternoon session. Although Jiang Chen missed the morning session, he was still able to make it to the afternoon session. After all, he still has a black card, auction money, with $10 billion in it. It's a waste if you don't use it. Jingle bells. Right at this moment, Li Yu's cell phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen merely glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. Just saw that the caller ID was Jen Chao's name. Hello? Li Yu seemed to be in a very good mood, only to see her leaning on the sofa, crossing one of her legs and, very casually, I answered the call. Soon, Zhou Renjie's angry curses came from the other end of the phone. It seemed to be accusing Liu, who had sawed everything in the house in half, and she kept calling Liu a shrew. How could Liu endure? Zhou Renjie, it's your own words, dividing the property into two halves after the divorce. I've split everything in our house in half. Like you said, I took half of it, so naturally I'm going to leave the remaining half to you. Don't worry, I will never take advantage of you for a single penny. Zhou Renjie, why don't you try cursing again? Believe it or not, I'll have Jiangchen come back and beat you up hard again? I'm shrewish? I'm vicious? I'm not gentle at all? You're the one who made me do all this? Where am I? It's none of your business. We've both signed the divorce papers. Anyway, you'll get your divorce papers in a month. You can find whoever you like. It's none of my business. Pop. Liu cursed randomly into her cell phone, then hung up the phone with a huff. Who knew that 3 seconds later, Zhou Renjie's call came back. Jingle bells. Pop. This time, Liu didn't bother to answer Zhou Renjie's call and directly chose to hang up. He couldn't help but whisper a few curses under his breath. However, another 3 seconds later, Zhou Renjie's phone called again. Then it was hung up by Liu again. Just like that, Zhou Renjie made several consecutive calls over, all of which were hung up by Liu. Seeing that Zhou Renjie persistently called again, Liu was really annoyed, so simply blacked out his number. Who knows? Zhou Renjie still did not die, but even used WeChat to send a video voice chat to Liu. Doh! This time, Liu didn't know which of her tendons was wrong. I can't believe I'm huffing and puffing to get on this video call. Swish! On the screen of the cell phone, instantly popped up Zhou Renjie's face that was swollen by slapping, and judging from the background, at the moment he would be in his own wrecked home. Liu! You stinking! How dare you pull the plug on me? Zhou Renjie's mouth was full of profanity as soon as he opened it, only to be seen sitting on a sofa that had been half sawed off. His face was full of anger and his mouth was still sucking in cool air. Zhou Renjie, try cursing again? Liu was just about to go ballistic when the camera on Zhou Renjie's side shook for a moment. Surprisingly, a woman's head appeared. At this moment, Liu suddenly froze in place. A pair of beautiful almond eyes opened wide and a flash of shock also flashed through the beautiful eyes. Although it was only a flash just now, Liu clearly saw that Yao Mi, that little vixen, was currently squatting in front of Zhou Renjie sharpening a pencil. On top of that, there was a sketch next to Yao Mi's. On it was drawn the head of a man that looked similar to Zhou Renjie. Yao Mi is painting a portrait of Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie, are you deliberately trying to disgust me? We just signed the divorce papers and you can't wait to bring Yao Mi home. And doing this disgusting thing in the living room. You guys are really for a dog. And the sky's the limit. After Liu cursed at her cell phone, she just wanted to hang up this video chat. Who knew that a loud laugh came from Zhou Renjie's side? Liu, who are you to accuse me of cheating? Usually when I sleep with you, you're always in the same position. You don't know anything. Look at other Yao Mi, how well behaved, obedient, gentle and considerate. To be honest, you're not even a millionth of Yao Mi. Zhou Renjie had been severely affected by the demon card and seemed to be on the verge of going off the deep end at the moment. After he finished that big speech, he suddenly adjusted his cell phone lens to. It was aimed directly at Yao Mi. Liu was dumbstruck. She never expected that Zhou Renjie would be so brazen. Liu, as a woman, you don't have half the gentleness and virtue that a woman should have. You're a wife and you don't know how to please your husband. Tell me yourself, what do I do with a woman like you? I'd like to keep her as an ancestor. Do you burn 3 incense sticks every day? Look at Yao Mi again. What part of her isn't better than you? An unintelligent woman like you is going to end up being abandoned no matter who she marries, because no man can stand a boring, cold woman like you. Zhou Renjie frantically criticized and educated Liu. During that time, he also purposely disliked the camera a bit closer, capturing the earnestness and curtness on Yao Mi's face. And the tenderness in the eyes. Asterisk. How dare you say that I am worse than a mistress? Zhou Renjie, wait for me. I'm going out on a limb today. So open your eyes and see for yourself. Do I know what I'm doing or not? Liu was so irritated by Zhou Renjie that she instantly became furious, and it looked like it lost its mind on the spot. Whoosh! Only to see her set her cell phone on the coffee table and adjust the angle on the fly. Aim the front camera at the couch. Immediately afterward, Liu dragged Jiang Chen over and made him sit right in front of the camera. Jiang Chen was instantly startled, and hurriedly looked over towards Liu's cell phone screen. Okay. Although Jiang Chen appeared in the footage, he didn't show his face. It was just slapped in from the neck down. However, without waiting for Jiang Chen to breathe a sigh of relief, Liu carried a drawing board and walked straight to him. Then he picked up another pencil and sharpened it quickly. Zhou Renjie, do you think Yao Mi is the only one who can draw? My old lady has been secretly studying art all these years, and as far as painting goes, I don't know how many times I'm better than her mistress. You'll open your doggy eyes today and see clearly whether the old lady can paint or not. Does the old lady know what she's doing or not? When Li Yu said this, Jiang Chen was instantly stunned over. On the other side of the phone, Yao Mi gave Zhou Renjie a drawing on the spot. Unexpectedly, Li Yu got into a fight with her and insisted on painting Jiang Chen on the spot. On the other end of the phone, this is too exciting. Li Yu, you stinking, how dare you paint someone else? Zhou Renjie, I've divorced you. The two of us no longer have any semblance of a relationship that I can paint whoever I want now. It's none of your business. Spicy next door. Who is this man? Is it Lao San? None of your business. Jiang Chen could still understand if Zhou Renjie went off the deep end. After all, Jiang Chen had used a demon card on him, and the effect seemed to be barreling along. But Jiang Chen never expected that Li Yu had also gone off the deep end. I guess he was so angry by Zhou Renjie that he completely lost his mind in a fit of rage. Li Yu, shut the hell up. Try drawing another one? Zhou Renjie, are you angry now? Because I've never drawn you a picture before. It's not that I won't, it's that you don't even deserve it. Asterisk and I'm a next door. Stinky cousin. Splattered goods. IOOUXX. Zhou Renjie, you really look like a clown with this impotent rage right now. Chapter 134, Participation in the Auction. The living room. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Li Yu ran to the restroom to brush a tooth, and when she came back, she blushed and sat on the sofa. Not a word. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say, so he lit a cigarette for himself. A leisurely gulp went up. Time passes by. After Jiang Chen finished a cigarette, he suddenly raised his wrist to look at the time and said, "Second sister-in-law, are you doing anything else this afternoon?" "Ha? Oh, no, nothing much." Li Yu seems a little distracted. How could she still be dreaming when it was clear that spring had passed and it was now the heat of summer? "I'm planning to go to Qin's auction house this afternoon, for the big summer auction they're holding. Would you like to join me for some fun?" In the face of the invitation issued by Jiang Chen, Li Yu was about to nod her head in agreement, but then suddenly something came to mind, and a flash of apology immediately appeared on his face. "Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment with a lawyer this afternoon. Want to talk to her about how to fight this divorce case." Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, then smiled and returned. "That's fine, you get busy with your business first. It's getting late, so I should set off for the Qin auction house. I'll give you a ride." "No need, drive safe on the road." "Aha." Although Jiang Chen repeatedly insisted that he didn't need Li Yu to give him a ride, but Li Yu still stubbornly sent him to the doorstep. Before Jiang Chen left, Li Yu also very thoughtfully helped him straighten his clothes. Repeatedly, he was told to drive safely on the road. This look, this demeanor, this move, like a young daughter-in-law who has just passed away. She is reluctant to see off her husband who is about to go out. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen was driving his racy Bugatti Chiron. Once again, he came to the Qin auction house. Who knew that just as soon as I got off the bus, I bumped into two acquaintances. "Yo, if it isn't penis, look at how swollen your face is. If you don't get to a doctor, and came to this auction, are you planning on not having this face?" Jiang Chen's gaze quickly swept over Zhou Renjie before landing on his female secretary. "Yao Mi. Name Mimi Yao. Age, 22. Face value, 90. Body, 94. Favorite fruit, melon. Drivers, 24. Favorability, 30. Pust." Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought that Zhou Renjie had found some kind of superb woman. Results. That's it. Yao Mi's face and body were not as good as Li Yu's. She was just a few years younger than Li Yu, but she has 24 drivers. Isn't this a proper bus? But then again, to each his own. Maybe Jen Chao doesn't like private cars. I like to squeeze into the bus with other people, because it's a lot of people. Swish. Jiang Chen opened his peeping eye at Yao Mi, and in the next second, a two-line text message then surfaced before his eyes. "Personal privacy. When I was in college, my private life was very messy. She has had 8 abortions before and after and is now infertile. Current intention, to firmly hold on to the thigh of Zhou Renjie, in a bid to squeeze out the original spouse and successfully rise to the top, to be the second youngest grandmother of the Chao family." Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but have an odd expression appear on his face. Zhou Renjie recruited Yao Mi as a secretary, which developed into a lover. Didn't even bother to look into her background? You have a nice private car at home that you don't drive, so you have to squeeze into a scrapped bus? He even wants the scrapped bus to help him get pregnant and have a baby, so as to fight for more succession rights of the Chao group? This IQ of Zhou Renjie's is just a mouthful. Old 3, don't be complacent. I've already told Old Master all about what happened today. The old man is very angry right now, saying that he wants to take back all the shares of the group in your hands. Just wait until you become a pauper and get kicked out of the Zhou family. Ha ha. Looking at Zhou Renjie's arrogant and foolish appearance, Jiang Chen's heart unexpectedly couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for him. Did I do something wrong? How can you use demon card on an imbecile? It's a waste of my deck. Penis. Ugh. Forget it. Talking to you is a waste of my time and breath. You. Take care. Jiang Chen reached out and patted Zhou Renjie's shoulder fearfully, and sighed in a serious tone. A flash of deep sympathy flashed under his eyes as well. What do you mean, Lao-san? Zhou Renjie frowned, and slapped Jiang Chen's hand away, and with a wary look on his face. I think so. The old man's been pretty good to you. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Renjie with an expressionless face. In a very calm voice, he said, he purposely left you 30% of the group's shares, enough for you to go and spend as much as you want for the rest of your life. Lao-san, what exactly do you mean? Are you certain that I can't get 60% of the shares? Sure, I can't compete with the boss? Zhou Renjie's frown deepened, but when he thought of Zhou Shihao's natural infertility, his brow instantly relaxed, and a rather confident expression appeared on his face. What do you think of yourself? Jiang Chen didn't answer Zhou Renjie, but instead asked him a rhetorical question. Lao-san, I'm going to put my words here today. When I get my hands on 60% of the group's shares, became the new chairman of, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Zhou Renjie was almost gritting his teeth as he uttered these words. His eyes spewed fire as he stared at Jiang Chen, with an expression that he couldn't wait to dismantle Jiang Chen. Although there was no evidence, Zhou Renjie was very sure of it. The man that Li Yu had drawn for just now was definitely Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, the hatred of taking a wife is not shared. With such a big hat on his head, if Zhou Renjie doesn't take this revenge, wouldn't it turn out to be a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Penis. I'm looking forward to your performance. I hope you don't let me down. Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something funny. A bad smile suddenly tickled the corners of his mouth. Zhou Renjie's face clouded over, and his eyes were obscure as he looked at Jiang Chen. Finally, the two men parted on bad terms. Zhou Renjie wrapped his arm around Yami, then walked into the Qin auction house's venue in a big way. Jiang Chen also wanted to follow him into the venue, but at the entrance, he was stopped by two security guards. I'm sorry, sir, please show me your invitation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen froze in place, because in a normal auction, you only need to check your capital at the time of admission. You can enter by meeting the requirements. Never thought that the rules of this Qin's auction house that it's the need to get an invitation to qualify for admission. Swish. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his new cell phone, preparing to make a call to Qin Xiaoyu. However, just at this time, a clear female voice suddenly floated over. Brother Jiang Chen, why are you here? Could it be that you're here for the auction as well? Swish. Jiang Chen turned around violently, and two large beauties with different postures were immediately reflected in his line of sight. The girl on the left, youthful and pretty, innocent with a hint of sexiness. It's literally the ceiling of pure lust. The woman on the right, cold and haughty, with a pair of cool eyes the moment she saw Jiang Chen. Surprisingly, it blossomed into a gleam of delight. Qin Si and Lu Ruyan? How did the two of them get together? Chapter 135 Upgraded version of Ruyan Lu. Brother Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This big beautiful girl is a new friend I just met. Sister Ruyan, this handsome man is my neighbor and my savior. Jiang Chen. Qin Si didn't seem to know about Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan's relationship. Surprisingly, he even took the initiative to make introductions for both sides. Jiang Chen had wanted to directly tell Qin Si that Lu Ruyan was actually his ex-girlfriend. Who knows? Lu Ruyan, however, took a step ahead of her and extended a hand to Jiang Chen, saying, Hello, young Jiang. It was nice to meet you. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at his words, and subconsciously raised his eyes to look at Lu Ruyan. Today's Lu Ruyan, wearing a purple, deep V, open-end, wrap-around skirt. It perfectly shows the S-shaped body curve, a light smile on a delicate face that looked just right. It doesn't come across as overly enthusiastic, but it will keep people from feeling cold. Oh, is this going to be a different routine? Planning to get reacquainted with my old man and start over? Wanted to fart eat it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and nodded back with an extremely perfunctory attitude. Hello, Ms. Willow. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't want to shake hands with her, Ruyan Lu wasn't annoyed at all. It was just a polite smile, and then he put his hand back. This scene made Jiang Chen even more certain of the conjecture in his heart. She doesn't have a good heart. Brother Jiang Chen, are you also here for this auction? Qin Si suddenly came to Jiang Chen's side and took the initiative to take his arm. A pair of big, beautiful eyes, even more unblinking, stared at Jiang Chen. His eyes were all filled with the figure of Jiang Chen's brother. Oh, I was planning to attend this auction, but I don't have an invitation. Security won't let me in. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at Qin Si with a face full of helplessness. Today's Qin Si, wearing a long, pure white lace dress, dressing up like a little fairy. On the other hand, she had put her long hair behind her head, giving her a bit more of a mature look. Plus this dress she's wearing, which is a hanging neck cutout style, perfectly outlining her hot body. She exuded a sexy aura all over. So, the Qin Si at this moment was simply pure and lustful, very attractive to men. Brother Jiang Chen, I can take you in. Yes? This auction house. Now it's a property under my name. Who I want to bring in. Just whoever you can take in. You've only just started college and you're already taking over the Qin family's industry? Awesome. Awesome. That's quite a young man. I can't help it. There's only so much you can do. Hey, a few compliments and you're in heaven? Jiang Chen and Qin Si were laughing and joking around, while Lu Ruyan stood quietly at the side. She didn't quarrel or make any noise, but only locked her gaze on Jiang Chen's body, her eyes filled with tenderness. Jiang Chen always felt that today's Lu Ruyan seemed to have changed a character. Instead of the kind of arrogance in the past, there are still a few more points of serenity and knowledge. Lean, a man's sixth sense is telling Jiang Chen. This version of Ruyan Lu seemed to have become even more difficult. Brother Jiang Chen, it's almost time. Let's hurry up and enter, shall we? Okay, if you fancy anything later, I'll just shoot it down and give it to you. No way. I'm a big man. How can I spend the money of a little girl like you? You might as well get me a bidding card. With Qin Si, the great lady, leading the way, Jiang Chen had a smooth journey. Not only did he arrive at the auction venue without any problems, but he also sat in the No.1 VIP seat at the very front. Of course, the arrival of Jiang Chen, Qin Si and Lu Ruyan caused many people at the scene to talk. Everyone was speculating about Jiang Chen's identity, as well as what kind of relationship Jiang Chen had with Qin Si. Why was the Qin family's eldest miss so enthusiastic about Jiang Chen? There were also quite a few guests at the scene that recognized Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had been at the gate of Qin's auction house in the morning, in front of a crowd of guests, storming Zhou Renjie, the second youngest master of the Zhou family. At that time, many people knew that Jiang Chen was the third young master that the Zhou family had recently retrieved, only to suddenly see Jiang Chen and Qin Si walking so close to each other. A lot of people had surprised looks on their faces. 2 p.m. sharp, the auction has officially begun, only to see the house lights dim and the spotlights all instantly hit the stage. Immediately afterward, two gowned, poised, and the graceful beauties walked hand in hand onto the stage. Jiang Chen seemed to have such a slight impression of the two beautiful hosts. The pretty girl on the left, in the blue dress, is the leading lady of Shilon TV, and the beautiful woman on the right in the red dress was a big-time domestic actress. The fact that the two of them were on stage to host it was enough to see how much importance the organizers attached to this auction. Swish! In Jiang Chen's slightly startled eyes, surprisingly, a documentary started playing on the big screen on the stage. This documentary is all about left-behind children in impoverished mountainous areas, as well as various footage of widows and orphans. It looks a little depressing. It wasn't until this moment that Jiang Chen learned from Qin Si's mouth. Qin's auction house will give half of all proceeds from this auction. Donate to the children and elderly in these mountainous areas. In other words, it's a charity auction. As the saying goes, if you're poor, you're alone, but if you're rich, you're in the world. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Qin, M.S. Qin Si, the youngest member of the Qin group, organized this charity auction to give help to poor mountainous areas, and then, thanking the entire audience for coming out in force for the cause, make outstanding contributions to social development. The audience applauded thunderously after the moderator read a large passage. The spotlight suddenly hit seat 1, and Qin Si stood up very politely, facing all the guests. He bowed slightly. Sheesh. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Qin Si, this little girl, worthy of being $1,000 young lady born in a powerful family. She was born with a powerful aura. She's young, but she can hold down the fort. Didn't disgrace Qin Xiaoyu. However, when Qin Si sat down, she immediately came to Jiang Chen's ear and, in a small voice, he asked, Brother Jiang Chen, was my performance just now okay? Is cool. Jiang Chen nodded his head as he cried and laughed. Qin Si was still the same playful little girl. The composure and calmness just now turned out to be something she had faked. Ouch ma! I was so scared just now. I was really nervous. It's the first time I've ever shined in front of so many people. Jiang Chen. On the stage, the two hosts sang in unison and began to introduce the rules of the auction. When the long-winded formalism had passed, the two beautiful hosts retreated to the back of the stage. Then a professional auctioneer shines. It was a little old man with gray hair, an old-fashioned face, and a tunic that he will be running this auction next. Next, please welcome the first lot of this afternoon. After the little old man loudly announced the official start of the auction, the big screen on the stage. Immediately the first lot was cast on the screen. Meanwhile, there was a young lady in a cheongsam at the back of the stage, holding a tray in her hands that. A scroll was laid out on a tray and walked directly to the center of the stage. This painting is by Mr. Li Zhishuan, a landscape painter of the Tang dynasty. The name is Miles of Mountains and Rivers. After multiple authoritative certifications, this painting is authentic. I announce that the starting price for this painting is $5 million, and each bid shall not be less than $500,000. Chapter 136, shocking the whole audience. Qin's auction house. Inside the venue, as the auctioneer loudly announced the start of the bidding, immediately, someone on the scene raised the bidding card in their hand. I'll give you $5 million. I'll give you $6 million. I'll give you $8 million. Many rich people on the scene who like antique paintings and calligraphy have raised their cards to bid. It didn't take long for the price of this painting, Miles of Mountains and Rivers, to go up to more than $1 million. Jiang Chen didn't rush to bid. Instead, he pondered in his mind. One's own black card has $10 billion in it, and if one were to call it normally, I don't know when I'll be able to spend this money. It seems that one must be defeated. It just so happened that this auction was organized by Qin Si, who was in charge of organizing it, and it was also a charity auction. Half of all proceeds are donated to children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas. Since it's a good thing to do, there's no point in trying to figure out what's gained or lost. It just so happens that at this time, the price of this painting, 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, is being fetched at $18 million. The scene also came to a standstill, and no one seemed willing to bid higher. Whoosh! Jiang Chen decisively raised the bidding card in his hand. His voice was not loud but said forcefully, I'll give 100 million. Quiet. The whole place was quiet, but after a brief moment of silence, a furor immediately ensued. Almost all of the guests at the scene looked at Jiang Chen without a second thought, and every single one of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Asterisk. Who the hell is this guy? Crazy? This Miles of Mountains and Rivers is only worth 18 million at most, and he's directly bidding 100 million? The Zhou family's third young master. So rich? This is not how to spend money. It's just like losing money. Paying $100 million for a painting worth $18 million. The Zhou family's third young master didn't have his head kicked by a donkey and broken, did he? There was a lot of chatter and discussion. Qin Si and Lu Ruyan also looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of surprise, as if they had never expected it. Jiang Chen shouted out a sky-high price of $100 million right out of the gate. Brother Jiang Chen, did you just call the wrong price? This painting is not even worth 100 million. Qin Si hurriedly pulled on Jiang Chen's arm, as if trying to shake him awake. Don't get confused again. However, Jiang Chen, replied back with a calm face. See, this is an auction that you are responsible for organizing. I, as a brother, must strongly support it. What's more, you're still doing it for charity. So that's even more reason for me to support you. Honestly, 100 million is too little for me. Since it's a donation to children and elderly people in poor mountainous areas, how can we donate $10 billion? Qin Si's eyes instantly lit up when Jiang Chen said this. This was the first large-scale auction that Qin Si had organized since he took over the Qin auction house. In order to build up his reputation and fame, Qin Si decided to take half of all the proceeds from the auction and all of them are donated to children and elderly people in poor mountainous areas. Doing so, though, would cost a ton of money, but Qin Xiaoyu doesn't care about such a small amount of money. The main reason was to pave the way for Qin Si to take over the Qin group in the future. Qin Si also didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so supportive of her. If the more money this auction raises, then the more it would bring Qin Si greater fame, and the more it would prove Qin Si's outstanding ability. So, can Qin Si not be happy? Jiang Chen's support for her was the greatest affirmation for her. 100 million at a time. 100 million twice. 100 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer sealed the deal and directly announced that Jiang Chen had successfully taken this first lot. However, it was at this time, but a discordant voice suddenly drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Lao San, are you out of your mind? You actually spent 100 million Dragon Kingdom dollars to auction off such a Thai painting? I think you're in over your head. And that you're nothing but a bastard child of our Zhou family. Where did you get $100 million in cash to buy this painting? Lao San, are you deliberately disrupting the order of the meeting? As Zhou Renjie shouted these words out loud, the originally quiet meeting place, in no time at all it became lively again. Jiang Chen still didn't have much of a reaction, but on the contrary, Qin Si, this little girl piece was a bit unable to sit still. Seems like he wants to stand up and take a shot at Zhou Renjie in return. But, Jiang Chen, however, was quick to pull her back and gave her a look of calmness. Immediately after that, Jiang Chen slowly stood up. then faced Zhou Renjie's direction. Aloud, he said, "It's none of your business whether I have the money to buy this painting or not. People's organizers didn't say anything and you're barking here. Isn't this called, the emperor is not in a hurry and the eunuch is in a hurry?" The moment Jiang Chen said this, the noisy venue suddenly quieted down again, but after a brief moment of silence, it immediately drew laughter from the room. "Ha ha, the emperor is not in a hurry? This third young master of the Zhou family. Is that a roundabout way of calling the Zhou family's second young master a eunuch? This Zhou family's third young master is quite interesting. I've heard that the old man of the Zhou family, his health has been getting worse and worse, and the Zhou family now has 3 young masters. So guess who will become the future head of the Zhou family? I don't know. I don't think it would be the second youngest anyway. Why? Because the Zhou family's second young master looks a bit stupid. Ha ha." Listening to the various murmurs and jeers coming from all around him, the Zhou Renjie's face was instantly exasperated into a pig liver color, as ugly as it could be. Just when he couldn't resist the urge to lash out, the Cheongsam lady who was originally standing on the stage, at this moment, he was already holding the painting and came to Jiang Chen's side. At the same time, behind the Cheongsam lady, there were also 2 staff members of the auction house. One of them was holding a POS in his hand while the other was carrying a combination safe. Seeing this scene, Zhou Renjie immediately forced his anger down, because the rule of this auction is to trade on the spot, in cash. No credit will be accepted. If someone casually calls for bids and intentionally disrupts the order of the venue, not only will they be pursued by Qin's auction house, it will also be permanently blacklisted by the Qin group. Mud, let's just let you have your fun for a while. I'd like to see. Can you put up $100 million in cash on the spot and buy this piece of painting? Zhou Renjie endured it, but his eyes were glued to Jiang Chen's every move. Not only had Zhou Zhengfeng investigated Jiang Chen, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had both sent people to investigate Jiang Chen. According to the investigation information, Jiang Chen is nothing but an orphan. How can he possibly get $100 million in cash when he earns his college tuition from a part-time job? Even if Jiang Chen was acting as a gigolo for other rich women on the basis of his good skin, that's no way to get that much money. Taking a step back, even if Jiang Chen had an outbreak of luck and won the jackpot by buying a lottery ticket, that's no way to win $100 million Dragon Nation dollars in one go. On top of that, although Jiang Chen had acquired 10% of Zhou Group's shares, but these shares were not sold by him to others, they are still in his own hands. In other words, Jiang Chen didn't use these shares to liquidate. Zhou Renjie, who had thought about it, couldn't think of a reason for Jiang Chen to be rich. That's why he was so sure he couldn't afford to buy the painting. Reality, slapped Zhou Renjie hard in the face. Only Jiang Chen pulled out a black card and casually handed it over to the staff of the auction house. The staff took Jiang Chen's black card and swiped it. The POS machine dropped a light sound. The staff took Jiang Chen's black card and swiped it. The POS machine dropped a light sound. Not only did it show that the card was swiped successfully, but it was also voiced out. Successful payment, 100 million Longhua dollars. At this moment, Zhou Renjie's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. A look of shock and puzzlement covered his face. No way. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen is nothing but a bastard. Where did he get so much money? That's $100 million in cash. He didn't even blink an eye and just used the money to buy a crappy painting? My old man couldn't come up with that kind of cash. He's a bastard. How can you be richer than me? Illusion. It must be a hallucination. Anyway, I don't believe Jiang Chen is so rich. Everything that happened in front of me was an illusion. Chapter 137, Jiang Chen is on fire again. Qin's auction house. Inside the venue, the second lot is now on display. I saw a young lady in a cheongsam walk onto the stage with a tray in her hand. Inside the tray surprisingly lay a sparkling necklace. Meanwhile, the necklace was projected on the big screen. The various information about the bar necklace is labeled next to it. The name of this necklace is Heart of the Ocean, and the starting bidding price is 1,000,000 Longhua dollars. The necklace is made up of 108 natural diamonds throughout. The superb blue diamond in the very center, which was bigger than a pigeon's egg, instantly made all the ladies present fall. However, without waiting for the auctioneer to speak, Jiang Chen directly raised his card and shouted, $100 million. I'm sorry. Are you doing this again? The auctioneer hasn't even announced the bidding price yet, and you're just going to bid 100 million. This is not an auction? It's obviously to show off your wealth. For a moment, the entire room was filled with complaints, and many people cast disgusted glances at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen wouldn't care that much. He's in a hurry. Rush to spend the $10 billion so you can get the $20 billion back. I'll give you $110 million. Right at this moment, a voice with gritted teeth suddenly sounded in the venue. Zhen Chao. Jiang Chen also didn't expect that Zhou Renjie would dare to fight him. Sweeping lightly at Yao Mi, who was sitting beside Zhou Renjie, Jiang Chen seemed to understand the second's thoughts. It's for picking up girls. Zhou Renjie must have wanted to buy this necklace and give it to Yao Mi the bus. Penis. This necklace. You don't deserve. I'll give you $500 million. When Jiang Chen said this, the venue, which was still a bit noisy, instantly quieted down. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard. Almost everyone's eyes and mouths were wide open and, with a face full of shock, he looked over towards Jiang Chen's side, especially Zhou Renjie. The guy's jaw was about to drop to the ground in shock. Eyes were glazed over. He never thought that Jiang Chen would bid $500 million at the drop of a hat. Which one plays like him? Rushing to give money to the auction house? That's $500 million. Or cash. Jiang Chen, this wild bastard. How much money does he have? Mr. Jiang is bidding $500 million. May I ask if anyone else wants to bid? After the auctioneer reacted, he immediately yelled at the top of his lungs that the whole thing breaks into song with excitement. However, the venue remained silent, dropping a pin, and not a single person was willing to continue bidding. Paying $500 million for a diamond necklace? They can't do this kind of pure and simple defeat. $500 million at a time. $500 million twice. $500 million 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer immediately shouted in excitement as soon as the hammer dropped. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. Successfully auctioned this heart of the ocean diamond necklace. Swish swish. In the next second, almost all the eyes in the room gathered on Miss Chong Sam's body. The group watched as she held the heart of the ocean and led the 2 staff members to Jiang Chen's side. Whoosh! Jiang Chen still had the same set of moves as earlier, and directly pulled out a black card. Feel free to hand it over to the staff. Drop. Successful payment. 500 million Longwa dollars. The whole venue exploded again as the voice announcement from the POS went off. Asterisk asterisk. And really gave 500 million? Spending $500 million on a necklace worth tens of millions? Is Jiang Chen out of his mind? What do you know? Didn't Mr. Jiang make it very clear just now? He's being charitable. He's supporting Miss Qin's cause. What exactly is this Jiang Chen? Isn't he one of the Zhou family's illegitimate children? What's with all the bravado? This son is by no means simple, by no means merely a bastard. I suspect he could be some big shot who is deliberately hiding his strength. Hey, when you say that, I remember something. This Jiang Chen, isn't he the little Middle Eastern oil prince who exploded on the internet 2 days ago? The new generation of national husband, Jiang Shao. Holy, it's really him. So the legendary little prince of oil. It's Jiang Chen, the Zhou family's 3rd young master. Listening to the various murmurs coming from around him, Zhou Renjie suddenly realized that it was as if he himself had made a huge mistake. This Jiang Chen was definitely not simple. He hadn't investigated Jiang Chen's identity and background, so he rashly made an enemy of him. It's almost as if you violated a major military taboo. Swish. With hardly any hesitation, Zhou Renjie immediately pulled out his cell phone. Dialed a phone number. Zhou Renjie was scared. A touch of foreboding had surfaced in his heart. It's a very strong feeling. Without figuring out Jiang Chen's true identity and background, he won't sleep well tonight. The other side. After Jiang Chen swiped his card, he didn't let the staff lock the necklace into the combination box. Instead, he picked up the necklace on the spot and casually handed it to Qin Si at his side. See, I think this necklace matches you. It's for you. Jiang Chen didn't have any thoughts about Qin Si. It's just that he slept with Qin Si's mom and accidentally became Qin Si's dad. The heart always feels a little too much. This necklace, let's take it as a welcome gift for the kid. Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for the gift. I love it. Qin Si was first slightly stunned, followed by a pair of big beautiful eyes just smiled into 2 crescent moons. But Qin Si didn't reach for the necklace. Instead, she even hugged Jiang Chen's arm and gently shook it, then pouted. Brother Jiang Chen, come and put this necklace on me, okay? Jiang Chen looked at Qin Si with his father's eyes. A kind smile appeared on his face as well. Okay, turn around and I'll put it on you. That's all. Under the limelight, Jiang Chen personally put this heart of the ocean on Qin Si. A blush also appeared on Qin Si's pretty face. This scene also made all the guests present unable to stop themselves from speculating. What exactly is the relationship between Jiang Chen and Qin Si? That little look Qin Si was giving Jiang Chen was practically razor-sharp. Are the two of them a couple? It's not, is it? Would Black Widow Qin Xiaoyu agree to her daughter falling in love with a bastard? No. Jiang Chen's identity background was very mysterious, and there was absolutely no way that it could be as simple as just a bastard. Murphy, Black Widow Qin Xiaoyu knows Jiang Chen's background. Is that why you agreed to your daughter being with Jiang Chen? Holy, just how big of a background does Jiang Chen have? Shouldn't it be so scary? This third lot is, A Qing Qianlong enameled double-ear vase with continuous longevity. Bidding starts at $8 million, with each increase not to be less than $500. 000. The auction continues. Miss Chon-sam walks onto the stage holding an antique vase. The auctioneer immediately opened his mouth to introduce the lot. 100 million. Without waiting for the auctioneer to finish his sentence, Jiang Chen raised the bidding card in his hand once again. Another price was quoted that was familiar to all ears. 100 million. A small goal. What's the matter with you, asshole? How can anyone else play if you keep this up? At this moment, all the rich and powerful people at the scene, almost every one of them had a gloomy face. The eyes that looked at Jiang Chen also had a hidden hint of anger in them. Meanwhile, a lot of rich bigots are making secret phone calls that fire ordered people to investigate Jiang Chen's identity and background. Such a magnificent big shot has suddenly appeared in Shilin City. How could it not cause alarm and curiosity? However, as these tycoons dialed out in a flurry of calls, Jiang Chen's behavior of throwing away thousands of dollars at the auction had instantly spread throughout the entire upper-class celebrity circle of Shilin City. Jiang Chen, stepping on the fire again. Chapter 138, Qin Xiaoyu sent an urgent telegram. Is this dumbass sick in the head? Got too much money to spend and came here specifically to show off? He's purely here to cause trouble on purpose, isn't he? Mad. Let him keep shooting. I don't believe it. Does he have all the money in the world? Right. If he wants to show off, we'll be quiet and watch him perform. The auction venue was bustling with noise, and most of the guests were mingling and talking. Jiang Chen's behavior of maliciously jacking up prices and showing off his wealth, it was hated by almost everyone in the room. I don't know who suggested it, wanting to see how long Jiang Chen could hold out? Thus, the noisy auction venue gradually quieted down, and the group all turned their gazes towards Jiang Chen. Almost every one of them had a look of watching the show on their faces. However, the next development was beyond everyone's expectations. Lot 4, Lot 5, Lot 6, 10 lots in a row were brought to the stage, and each time, without waiting for the auctioneer to finish his introduction, Jiang Chen would all quickly raise his cards and call for bids. Moreover, the starting price that Jiang Chen shouted out every time was 100 million Longhua dollars. Zhen Chao is dumbfounded. Ruyan Lu is dumbfounded. The whole crowd of guests was dumbfounded. What makes everyone's jaw drop even more is that whenever anyone dares to raise the price, this kid Jiang Chen would surely directly shout out a sky-high price of $500 million. That's right, 500 million was like $5 in his pocket in Jiang Chen's eyes. His attitude of spending money willy-nilly just doesn't treat it like money. How rich does one have to be so trenchant? Time passes by. As one lot after another was successfully taken by Jiang Chen, the crowd only did a rough calculation that, suddenly, he realized that Jiang Chen had already spent 8 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. This time, almost everyone couldn't stay calm. The guys were so excited to watch the show at first. Gradually, it turned into shock, petrification, incredulity, being dumbfounded, and even an urge to kneel down for Jiang Chen and worship him. That's 8 billion Longhua dollars. Or cash. What kind of concept is that? To take a simple example, even for a tycoon worth tens of billions of dollars, it's also impossible to get $8 billion in cash. Anyone who could come up with that much cash would be worth at least 100 billion upwards. Jiang Chen is a super rich man worth hundreds of billions of dollars? When did such a terrifyingly strong dragon appear in Shilin City? That's not true. Why had he never heard of Jiang Chen before? Murphy, is he the heir to a powerful family from the imperial capital or the magic city? That's not right either. The Zhou family, the oldest and most powerful family in Shilin City, has clearly let the cat out of the bag. It said that Jiang Chen was the illegitimate son of the family head, Zhou Zhangfeng, who had strayed. And, just this evening, the Zhou family was going to hold a large recognition banquet for Jiang Chen. So how could Jiang Chen be the heir to a powerful family from the imperial capital, or the magic capital side? Who is he? Who the hell is he? What's his background in the world? At this moment, a series of question marks popped into the heads of almost the entire crowd of guests. Everyone was deeply shocked by Jiang Chen's trenchant behavior. The other side, Jiang Chen is enjoying the package. Drip. Suddenly, a message beep came from the superphone inside his body. Someone sent him several tweets in a row. Swish. Jiang Chen didn't move and crossed his legs. Then with his mind, he tapped the superphone inside his body. Look no further. Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen, are you at the auction site of the Qin auction house? Qin Xiaoyu, do you throw away a lot of money at auctions? And anything you fancy. The moment he opened his mouth, he shouted out a starting price of $100 million. Qin Xiaoyu, hurry up and stop. Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen, I'm begging you, hurry up and stop. Don't ever bid again. Otherwise, you're going to get me in trouble. After reading these few tweets, Jiang Chen was indeed taken aback severely. although Qin Xiaoyu had sent just a few short sentences. Jiang Chen, from between the lines. Clearly, he could see Qin Xiaoyu's anxiety and panic. What's the situation? This young master has only been a little posh at the auction. Why was Qin Xiaoyu so alarmed? Isn't the Qin auction house the Qin family's property? Wasn't the person in charge of this auction this little girl Qin Si? This young master is sending money to your Qin family to help Qin Si raise charity funds. Is that even wrong to do? Jiang Chen, Auntie Pretty, why don't you make it clear? Why can't I bid? Why do you want me to stop? Qin Xiaoyu, it's too late to explain. Quickly tell me, how much did you spend now? Jiang Chen, not much, just 8 billion. Qin Xiaoyu, what? $8 billion? Are you sure you're in this auction? Already spent $8 billion? Jiang Chen, okay. Qin Xiaoyu, it's over. It's over. I didn't realize that Qin Xiaoyu, had been wise for a lifetime, and ended up in the gutter. Could this be my fate? Jiang Chen was a bit flustered. He had never been so flustered since he had acquired the system. However, at this moment, a flash of ominous foreboding suddenly surfaced in Jiang Chen's heart. The feeling is still very strong. It's like something big and unprecedented is about to happen. There was an oppressive sense of the world coming to an end. On top of that, Jiang Chen had a stomach full of questions. All he did was spend a little more money on a bunch of stuff at the auction. Why did Qin Xiaoyu react so violently? Auntie Pretty, why don't you get it straight? You're making my heart flutter with all this fuss. Are you trying to scare me to death and rob me of the 6 golden flowers I've hidden in my house? Jiang Chen, Auntie Pretty, what's wrong with you? Can you explain things clearly? Don't scare me. Qin Xiaoyu, in the future, you can't call me Auntie. Jiang Chen, why can't I call you Auntie? Do I have to call you baby? Honey? Wife? Qin Xiaoyu, you have to call me Mom. Jiang Chen, huh? Qin Xiaoyu, I really want to grab you right now and beat the out of you. Give your ass a good beating. No more talking. You're full of gas. After Qin Xiaoyu sent her last WeChat, no matter how Jiang Chen questioned her, how to send her a message, she froze and didn't reply a single word. Jiang Chen was also a bit angry, inexplicably scolded by Qin Xiaoyu, and for reasons unknown. It's something that would make anyone feel uncomfortable no matter who they put it on. However, an unintentional lift of Jiang Chen's eyes revealed that Qin Si, who was sitting beside him, seemed to be snickering. Xiao Niz's big, beautiful eyes. Ever since Jiang Chen auctioned off the first lot, it just curved into 2 crescent moons and hasn't returned to normal until now. On top of that, the little ninny's pretty face was flushed and tinted with a tantalizing reddish haze. It looks as if it was caused by excitement and agitation. But, Jiang Chen, however, felt that amidst Qin Si's excitement and thrill, there were also a few hints of a small woman's shyness mixed in, especially that little look in Qin Si's eyes every time she peeked at him. It was almost drawn out. In the beautiful eyes, there was also a wave of water. There are ghosts. There is definitely a ghost in this little ninny's heart. Swish, with hardly any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately opened the eye of scrying and the eye of prying at Qin Si. However, next second, Jiang Chen then snapped his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, a shocked expression on his face. In his heart, there were even 10,000 grass mud horses galloping happily by. What's going on? That's a hell of a lot of bull asterisk, isn't it? How could Qin Pretty Jade, that stupid woman with a big bear and no brain, do such a ridiculous thing? I've cracked all my 3 senses. Chapter 139, Successful Cashback of $20 billion. Joyful times, they always go by so fast, without realizing it. This auction has also come to an end. Next, please welcome the final finale lot of this auction. It is, Dinosaur Real Estate, LLC, 100% owned. As the auctioneer shouted out such words, the stage's big screen, details of this real estate company are also displayed. Dingxing Real Estate Company, originally a large company with a market capitalization of close to $1 billion. Since the original owners of the company, who staked all their money on also took out a big loan from the bank and took a big gamble on a plot of land. However, this parcel, has a slight problem and has no development value. The owner's move led directly to the company's broken financial chain and insolvency. In the end, they can only go into bankruptcy and liquidation. Simply put, there's nothing inherently wrong with this company. It's just a bad decision on the part of the leadership it's what led to the company being liquidated. If a capital injection could be made into this company, it would immediately come to life. I announce that the starting price for this lot is 100 million, and each increase shall not be less than 1 million. As the auctioneer quoted the starting price, the venue was quiet. All the guests present seemed to have become numb, and surprisingly, not a single one of them participated in the bidding. All of them were looking at Jiang Chen with bated breath. As expected, Jiang Chen raised his bidding card without haste. Then he quoted a price that made everyone in the room suck in a breath of cold air. I'll offer $2 billion. Wow. The originally quiet auction venue exploded again in an instant. Loser. Hoo-hoo. A total loser. 2 billion? Holy. I've never seen $2 billion in cash in my life. What the hell does it look like? Ah, if you give me this money, I can open at least 3 real estate companies that don't lose to Dingsheng. The title of the Little Prince of Middle Eastern Oil really lives up to its name. Jiang Shao strikes out with such bravado. I've gotten to see a lot today. At the end of the day, there was no suspense at all. Dingsheng Real Estate Company. It was successfully auctioned off by Jiang Chen at a sky-high price of $2 billion. Successful payment, 2 billion Dragon Nation dollars. In the presence of all the guests, Jiang Chen pulled out the black card again, swiped away 2 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars in one go. To this point, Jiang Chen had spent a total of 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins before and after this auction. He did, for he had said to Qin Si, when he had taken the first lot, that, since it's a donation to children and widows and orphans in the mountains, how can it be $10 billion? At first, everyone thought it was a joke from Jiang Chen, and no one at the scene took it seriously, and no one took it to heart. However, it was only after Jiang Chen had actually done this that the guests present reacted furiously. Jiang Chen wasn't joking, he was serious. He literally spent $10 billion. He is a true man of his word. A man of his word. A man of his word. A man of his word. At this moment, Jiang Chen's image was also raised 10,000 feet in the hearts of the crowd. Covered in golden aura, the Buddha's light was enriched, sacred and inviolable. The national husband, true to his name. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully spending 10 billion auction dollars and receiving 20 billion cashback. Suddenly, a pleasant system beep sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Immediately afterward, the superphone inside Jiang Chen's body just received a transfer message from the bank. Dragon State Merchants Bank, your tail number 88 account. On June 15, 1638 completed transfer transaction Longwei 200, 00, balance 2075-296-7804, 48, $20 billion in cash back in a matter of moments. Nothing more to say. A 5-star review for Brother Unity, with mad kudos. After the auction, Zhou Renjie returned home in a huff, looking at the wreckage of a room where all the furniture and appliances had been sawed off in half. Zhou Renjie couldn't help but freak out on the spot. Boom boom. Anything that appeared within Zhou Renjie's line of sight was smashed by him. Yao Mi, who was standing by the side, didn't even dare to utter a single breath, afraid of touching Zhou Renjie's mold at this time. Spicy next door. Jiang Chen is nothing but a bastard born from a nanny. What makes him so rich? Where did he get so much money? Since he's so rich, what's the point of going back to the Zhou family? What else do you want to rob the Zhou family property from me for? Just as Zhou Renjie was furious, a man in a suit, suddenly holding a sheaf of papers, footsteps hurried into the villa. Second young master, we've found it. The information you wanted about Jiang Chen, I've already found it for you. Hearing the shouts of the man in the suit, Zhou Renjie, who was still in a rage in the last second, the next second eyes snapped open, only to see him immediately say to the man in the suit, speak quickly, Jiang Chen, this wild seed, what exactly is the background? Ahem. The man in the suit coughed dryly twice in a hurry, and quickly turned over the information in his hand, then read it out in a serious manner. Jiang Chen, male, 25 years old, height 183, weight 75 kilograms, Shilan City local. According to the investigation, Jiang Chen grew up in an orphanage and later enrolled in Shilan University, ended up finishing school with work-study. After graduation, Jiang Chen has been delivering. He has a girlfriend he's been with for 3 years, already broke up with him because he was too poor. Later, the Zhou family's old man sent someone to find Jiang Chen. It turns out that Jiang Chen is the illegitimate son of elder Zhou's stray son. Hearing this, Zhou Renjie couldn't help but frown, his entire face pulling his crotch down. You wait. Zhou Renjie suddenly waved his hand to interrupt the man in the suit. Then with a look that wanted to kill him, staring straight at the other side, he asked, is this the information you found out? Second young master. This. The man in the suit felt Zhou Renjie's murderous aura and shivered in fear. The words became stuttered. Spicy next door. I asked you to look up Jiang Chen's information, and this is what you're giving me? As of today, you're fired. Get out of here. Get your ass out of here. Wow. Zhou Renjie threw the information fiercely in the face of the man in the suit. The whole man was getting red in the face from the anger, and his mouth kept huffing and puffing. The man in the suit looked ashamed, but he didn't dare talk back. In the end, he could only leave the villa in disgrace. Don't be angry, second young master. Maybe the problem isn't with Jiang Chen. Instead, it's out of the Qin family's eldest daughter. Just then, Yami twisted her waist and walked over to Zhou Renjie's side, whispered such a thing. Swish! Zhou Renjie turned around violently, his eyes like electricity looking at Yao Mi, saying, "What do you mean? Get the word out." Yao Mi bit her lip, then spoke. "Second young master, Jiang Chen and the Qin family's eldest miss walk so close, and the two of them are so intimate. A clear-eyed person can tell at a glance that the two of them must be a couple. Perhaps Jiang Chen's money is all from the Qin family's eldest daughter. After all, this auction was originally a charity auction organized by the Qin family. Who knows if they're not just putting on an act and making a name for themselves." When Yao Mi said this, Zhou Renjie's eyes immediately lit up. Pop, only to see Zhou Renjie heavily slapping on Yao Mi's hindquarters. A look of realization also appeared on his face. Mud. That's the only explanation that makes the most sense. Little cousin, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's caused me to worry blindly here for most of the day. Jiang Chen, this wild seed, actually dares to put on airs in front of this young master? Good. Very good. Since he's looking for death, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Chapter 140, Large-Scale Recognition Banquet. Nightfall. Dynasty International Hotel. A limousine came from all directions, and all the dignitaries of Shilan City, almost all of them have gathered at this 5-star hotel tonight, because the Zhou family, the oldest and most powerful family in Shilan City, is hosting a large-scale recognition banquet here tonight. Family head Zhou Zhengfeng wanted to announce Jiang Chen's identity to the public. By all accounts, Jiang Chen was just a bastard. Illegitimate children are of no consequence to the gentry families. There are even a number of powerful families that would see illegitimate children as a disgrace. In that case, why would Zhou Zhengfeng still make a big deal out of organizing this recognition banquet? When things go wrong, they go wrong. If you don't have anything to offer, you're either a thief or an adulterer. Boom boom. Just then, a very tawdry Lamborghini came from a distance, then braked sharply and it was parked firmly at the front door of the hotel. Ka-ching! As the driver's door was opened, the Zhou Renjie, who was wearing a blue suit with a plaid shirt, drilled straight out of the car. Immediately afterward, the passenger door was opened. Yao Mi, who was dressed in a big red high-fashion gown, walked down, carrying her skirt, then took the initiative to take Zhou Renjie's arm. Quickly look, it's the Zhou family's second youngest master, Zhou Renjie. Ha! This lady following Zhou Renjie doesn't seem to be the Zhou family's second youngest grandmother. She's Zhen Chao's secretary. Rumor has it that Zhou Renjie and his wife, Li Yu, don't get along, and they're getting a divorce. And I wonder if the news is true or not. Let's hurry over and interview them. Mr. Xiao Zhou, can I delay you two for a few minutes? A large group of reporters, who had long been squatting near the hotel, immediately gathered around. All kinds of flashing lights were flashing, and any reporter holding up a camera that, all of them were snapping at Zhou Renjie and Yao Mi. Boom boom. Just then, another limousine came from the distance. It's a black Maybach, just parked in front of the hotel. Just a few suited bodyguards greeted them. As one of the bodyguards opened the door of the car, he was seen wearing a dark gray suit that Zhou Shihao, who had a cigar in his mouth and a big back-combed hair, drilled straight out of the car. At the same time, the car door on the other side was opened by a bodyguard. Immediately afterward, Suya, wearing a set of blue high-fashion gowns, graceful and elegant, he appeared in full view. Quickly look, it's the Zhou family's young master and young grandmother. Rumor has it that Elder Zhou has been grooming Zhou Shihao as his heir, but the will that Elder Zhou made didn't give the Zhou group directly to Zhou Shihao. What's the inside story here that we don't know about? Let's hurry over and interview him. Mr. Big Week, can I delay you two for a few minutes? The reporters who had originally gathered around Zhou Renjie and Yao Mi, after seeing Zhou Shihao's sparkling appearance on the stage, suddenly, they all ran to Zhou Shihao and Suya's side. This pissed off Zhou Renjie. Only a few whispered curses came out of his mouth, and he glared fiercely at Zhou Shihao and Suya. Then he pulled Yao Mi into the hotel in stride. Boom boom. Just then, a very racy Bugatti Chiron sped from the distance. Squeak! There was a sharp squeal of brakes and the Bugatti Chiron was parked firmly at the front door of the hotel. Immediately afterward, the car door slowly opened. Jiang Chen, who was dressed in a black high-fashion suit, directly drilled out of the car. Swish! Jiang Chen didn't even look at the group of reporters and casually threw the car keys to the hotel's porter. Then he strides towards the inside of the hotel. It's Jiang Chen, the Zhou family's third young master. Jiang Chen. Rumor has it that this third young master of the Zhou family has a very uncomplicated identity. First he splashed out on the IFC mall, emptying 13 luxury stores in one fell swoop. Afterward, he also wildly splashed 10 billion Dragon Kingdom coins in Sheen's auction house's summer auction. The legendary little Middle Eastern oil prince. The new generation of national husbands. I didn't expect it to be the Zhou family's third young master. Young Master Jiang, please stay. Can we have 2 minutes of your time? We just want to give you a quick interview. The reporters who had originally gathered around Zhou Shihao and Su Ya, after seeing Jiang Chen appear on the stage, immediately, he ran to Jiang Chen's side with a crash. Zhou Shihao was so embarrassed. He had just prepared his speech and wanted to, in front of his friends in the press and media, make a big deal about the contribution you've made to the Chow Group. By the way, use the media to create a wave of momentum and raise your profile. Unexpectedly, the limelight was all stolen by Jiang Chen. Humph. Only Zhou Shihao snorted coldly and glared fiercely at Jiang Chen. Then he took a big step toward the hotel. As for Shua, the moment she saw Jiang Chen get out of the car, her eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. A layer of water waves immediately rose in her beautiful eyes. Thinking of last night, Jiang Chen came to her ear and said with a bad smile, "Sister-in-law, don't turn around. I'm the big brother." Suya just couldn't help but blush for a while and her heartbeat accelerated, and even subconsciously tightened her legs. Breathing became a little more rapid as well. Swish! Only Suya touched her somewhat sore waist and glanced at Jiang Chen with a complicated face. In his heart, he also cursed a little bad egg, and then quickly walked a few steps to follow behind Zhou Shihao. However, after walking into the hotel, Suya seemed to have thought of something happy. The corners of his mouth quickly curved into a nice curve. The other side. Jiang Chen refused all the reporters' interviews, only leaving them with a high and cold back. Then it strides into the hotel. But Jiang Chen didn't go directly to the banquet hall, but under the leadership of a hotel attendant young lady, came to a lounge next door to the ballroom. Swish! Only Jiang Chen sat down towards the sofa and touched out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Then it used the superphone inside his body to send a quick short message. About 2 minutes later, just outside the door to the lounge there was the sound of a high-heeled footstep. Duck duck. Immediately afterward, there was a knock on the lounge door. Jiang Chen casually extinguished his cigarette and sat up straight. Then to the door he said faintly, "Come in." Squeak! As the door to the lounge was pushed open, and the next second, a mature and gorgeous woman then caught Jiang Chen's eye. "Hello, Chairman." The woman walked in with quick steps, closing the door behind her with a smooth hand, and then bowed slightly to Jiang Chen. On the other hand, there was a smirk on his face. How are you?" Jiang Chen almost jumped up from the sofa after taking a good look at the woman's appearance. There was even a look of shock and embarrassment on his face. "Chairman, we meet again. Introducing myself formally, I am the current general manager of the dynasty group that you personally promoted, Xiao Wanqing. As for the night before last, don't get me wrong, Chairman, I don't have any intentions towards you. Just met you by chance in a bar and followed you to the hotel. I did it voluntarily, without any responsibility on your part." It was fine if Xiao Wanqing didn't mention this, but as soon as she did, Jiang Chen felt even more embarrassed. "That's right, the Xiao Wanqing in front of me is the one who was in the bar the night before last." The black-skirted woman who had taken the initiative to accost Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that he would take a random woman to a hotel, and this woman turned out to be his subordinate. No wonder I thought Xiao Wanqing's voice sounded familiar at the time. What the hell? It's a small world, isn't it? The rabbit doesn't eat the grass in the nest. What the hell have I done? It's a headache. Chapter 141 Unmarriageable. Xiao Wanqing. Name, Xu Yuanqing. Age, 29. Face value, 95. Body, 97. Favorite fruit, cantaloupe. Driver, 1. Favorability, 82. Jiang Chen's eyelids fluttered gently, as if he hadn't expected that the Xu Wanqing only has one driver so far. That's not true. Xiao Wanqing that night was quite active. How could it be her first time? Swish! Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look at Xiao Wanqing, seriously sizing her up from head to toe. The mature and gorgeous woman in front of her seemed to like black very much. Today she's wearing a black, high-fashion evening gown, and it's got a deep V-split. The main focus is a sexy one, a short, ear-length haircut that looks very competent and valiant. Around her neck was a string of sparkling diamond necklaces, and a pair of diamond earrings dangled from her ears. Melon face, danfang eyes, swan neck, butterfly back, ant waist, peach hips, long legs. It is almost impossible to pick out any flaws in the whole body. The standard superb goddess. Swish! Jiang Chen blinked at Xiao Wanqing, and 2 lines of text messages immediately popped up in his line of sight. Personal, when I was a child, I witnessed my mother being beaten alive by my drunken father. A great psychological shadow was created. Fear of love and marriage, and became a staunch non-marriageist. Current intent, Chairman. For the sake of our love affair, I don't suppose you're going to jack my position as general manager, are you? Pust! Jiang Chen, who saw this, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Xiao Wanqing said on her lips that she didn't need to be responsible, but in her heart she didn't think so. At least, she wasn't purely having a poker date with Jiang Chen. Rather, with some petty selfishness, with some petty calculations. It was only then that she spent a romantic night with Jiang Chen. Ahem. I only heard Jiang Chen dryly cough twice, then said expressionlessly, Manager Xiao, as long as you don't make any mistakes of principle, in the future, the position of General Manager of Dynasty Group will be held by you for a long time. When Jiang Chen said this, Xiao Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you, Chairman, for your appreciation. I'll do my best, and I'll do my best, for you to take care of the Dynasty Group. Xiao Wanqing spoke words of gratitude on her lips, but Jiang Chen clearly saw that. Her mind was on something else. Current intent. Guilt. Ha, this beauty trick of mine is really effective. The General Manager's seat. Steady. It's just a shame that I kept my innocence for 29 years and just let him have it. But, he's so handsome and has 8-pack abs, so I'm not losing out. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood again, only to see him rubbing his temples in tears and laughter. He hastily closed his peeping eye. Although the peeping eye was very useful, Jiang Chen didn't want to go and use this superpower too often. If the world had no secrets to tell in his presence, so will he still be interested in the world? It's boring to think about. Chairman, I've already done what you explained before. I've transferred all the bodyguards from Dynasty Security. They can take control of the entire hotel at any time at your command. Xiao Wanqing immediately changed her face to a serious one when she talked about business. The whole aura of the person has also changed radically. It's cold and soothing. It gives a very strong, thunderous feeling. Well, good job. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, and seemed to have thought of something. Immediately, he added, if on the way to the banquet, the Qin family's eldest young miss suddenly barges in with someone, you don't need to stop her, just let her in. Okay, Chairman. Xiao Wanqing looked at Jiang Chen with an odd expression on her face, and her lips trembled gently. There seemed to be something he wanted to say, but, when the words reached her mouth, they were swallowed back by Xiao Wanqing. Alright, you go down first, it's time for me to go to this recognition banquet. Jiang Chen lifted his wrist and looked at the time before he was ready to get up and head to the banquet hall. Xiao Wanqing nodded, not saying a word. Only when Jiang Chen left this lounge did Xiao Wanqing take out her cell phone. A few new orders were quickly conveyed to the person on the other end of the line. Dynasty International Hotel, Ballroom 1. At this moment, almost the entire upper-class celebrities of Shilan City had all converged here. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that Zhou Zhengfeng would actually choose this hotel. Throw a big recognition party for him. One must know that the Dynasty International Hotel was Jiang Chen's territory. If Jiang Chen wanted to cause trouble here, who could stop him? Tada! Just then, Zhou Zhengfeng, wearing a set of tan clothes, walked onto the stage with Chen Yun's support. Zhou Zhengfeng's face was a bit pale, and his whole body looked like he was in poor spirits. It seems to be really close to hiccuping. On the contrary, it was Chen Yun, standing beside him, bejeweled and rosy in color. A light smile hung at the corners of his mouth, as if he had encountered something happy. Today's Chen Yun, wearing a dark red color for the bottom of it was covered with a black lace cheongsam dress. The neck-hanging skeletonized style, coupled with the corseted waist design, brought her mature and plump figure, showcasing the best of the best. With her long hair coiled behind her head, a wisp of bangs falling across her forehead, and a face of delicate makeup, and a ruby jewelry set. It was like a Republican noblewoman. There was a strong odor of a mature woman all over her body. Ahem. Chen Yun handed a microphone to Zhou Zhengfeng, who took it and coughed dryly twice. Immediately, I got to the point. First of all, I would like to thank all of you in the industry for coming to the recognition banquet held by my Zhou family. I believe everyone here already knows that I have a son in exile. It wasn't until recently that I found him and brought him back to the Zhou family. Now, I'd like to introduce him to everyone. He's my youngest son, Jiang Chen. After Zhou Zhengfeng said these words, he immediately looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing in the crowd. At the same time, the guests standing around Jiang Chen automatically separated a path that the group all landed their gazes on Jiang Chen's body. Tada! Jiang Chen slightly straightened his clothes, and then with a resounding stride, step by step, you walk onto the stage. Wow! The Zhou family's third young master. So handsome. I've seen his videos online before. I didn't realize that he's even more handsome in real life than in the videos. A new generation of national husband, true to his name. I heard that the Zhou family's third young master is still single. Sisters, do you have any ideas? If I could become the Zhou family's third youngest grandmother, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. The Zhou family's third young master. He really is a talented man. Listening to the various murmurs coming from the banquet hall, Jiang Chen didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he's used to this kind of scene. But, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia's faces, however, turned ugly in unison. The reason is simple. Both Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia are not even close to the word handsome. Isn't this a disguised proof that Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia's biological mother? Is she far less beautiful than Jiang Chen's birth mother? Snap! Jiang Chen stood on the stage and was just about to reach for the microphone. Who knows? Zhou Zhengfeng grabbed the microphone first and said, "Today, not only is it a recognition banquet for my youngest son Jiang Chen, but it's also an engagement banquet for him. Pity my youngest son who has been out on the road for 25 years and has suffered. I don't know how much. I, as a father, am truly heartbroken. In order to make it up to Jiang Chen, I just picked him up and immediately arranged a marriage for him." Chapter 142 Jiang Chen is my boyfriend. Squeak! The side door of the banquet hall was suddenly opened slowly. A woman in a purple couture evening gown, a little bloated, a little waxy and, the old woman, who looked to be at least in her 40s, walked in with small steps. At this moment, including Jiang Chen, everyone on the scene had their eyes on the woman. That's right, she's the Yang family's eldest miss, Yang Meixia. Today will also be a great day for the marriage between my Zhou family and the Yang family. As Zhou Zhengfeng shouted out these words in a loud voice, the entire banquet hall was first plunged into a short silence. A furor ensued immediately afterward. Wow! The first lady of the Yang family, Yang Meixia? No way? Elder Zhou is really planning to get Jiang Chen and Yang Meixia engaged? Although the Zhou and Yang families are family friends, and the two families have always had good relations, but Ms. Yang is already 40 years old this year, and she has had 3 dead husbands. How is this making up for Jiang Chen? Master Zhou is clearly pushing Jiang Chen into the fire pit. I told you, how could Master Zhou, for a bastard son, specialize in a big recognition banquet? Bastard. Indeed unappreciated. Listening to the various murmurs coming from the banquet hall, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were both stifling their laughter. The eyes that looked at Jiang Chen were also filled with sympathy. Zhou Zhengfeng, an old, also had a smile on his face. Seems to be very proud of the setup he set up. Instead, it was Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu, who all revealed anxious expressions, and one after another, he was giving Jiang Chen a wink. Then look at Jiang Chen. He's all calm and collected, like he's in no hurry at all. There was even a mood to open his probing eyes at Yang Meixia. Name Yang Meixia. Age, 40. Face value, 70. Body, 70. Favorite fruit, dragon fruit. Drivers, 48. Favorability, 60. Vomit. Jiang Chen was also guilty of spluttering and had to go through Yang Meixia's profile information. Results. Almost made my own vomit. It's a nifty 48 drivers. And it's more bold beer than the Dick's female secretary. Sure enough, the rumors in the Jianghu about Yang Meixia's flirtation were not just empty rumors. Tada! Yang Meixia walked onto the stage step by step with small broken steps. From the beginning to the end, her eyes had been fixed on Jiang Chen, a look of drool coming out of his mouth. It was probably the first time in her life that she had seen a man as handsome as Jiang Chen. Right, husband? In Jiang Chen's shocked eyes, Yang Meixia actually shouted a husband at him, then made a show of jumping into his arms and pouting. Jiang Chen was taken aback, and immediately raised one of his feet and kicked Yang Meixia hard in the stomach. Ouch! Only to see Yang Meixia screamed miserably, and her whole body flew out backwards. It ended up falling woefully to the bottom of the stage. Quiet. The whole ballroom was quiet. All the guests at the scene seemed not to have expected it. Jiang Chen would actually kick Yang Meixia out. That's too much of a reaction, isn't it? Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Suddenly, Zhou Jingfeng's angry roar spread throughout the banquet hall. I saw him take the dragon head walking stick in his hand and viciously pestle it to the floor. Then he glared angrily at Jiang Chen, looking like he wanted to eat him alive. Old thing, who are you to arrange my marriage for me? The moment Jiang Chen said this, all the guests in the room couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. You, rebellious son, I'm your father. How dare you talk to me like that? Come on, men, take this rebellious son down for me, even if the King of Heaven comes today, and it won't stop the marriage. As Zhou Zhengfeng waved his hand, a large group of bodyguards suddenly sprang out from all around the banquet hall, only to see that every bodyguard was carrying an electric baton, and there were even a few bodyguards holding tranquilizer guns aimed at Jiang Chen. Seeing this scene, instead of being nervous, Jiang Chen revealed a mocking smile. A few electric batons and a couple of tranquilizer guns. And you want to deal with this young master? Zhou Zhengfeng, you're too naive, aren't you? However, before Jiang Chen could get mad, the door to the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open with force. Immediately afterward, a clear female voice spread throughout the banquet hall. Stop it all. I'll see who dares to touch Jiang Chen. In the eyes of all the people who were astonished, Qin Si, who was dressed in a white high-fashion evening gown, the imposing man walked into the ballroom. At the same time, Qin Si was followed by a large group of Qin family bodyguards. As soon as these bodyguards entered the arena, They quickly dispersed in all directions. Then surrounded the Zhou family's bodyguards. Quiet. The entire ballroom was quiet. Tada! Qin Si walked quickly to the stage, pulled Jiang Chen's arm and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." "See, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chen's face revealed an expression of crying and laughing. He was at least a manly man. "Do you need a little girl like her to protect you? If I hadn't come, you would have been bullied to death by them." After Qin Si said this, she immediately turned her head and glared at Zhou Zhengfeng with a puff of anger, a look of milky ferocity. "The little girl from the Qin family? What exactly do you mean by suddenly bringing someone to barge in here?" Zhou Zhengfeng's eyes narrowed and his face looked at Qin Si with an unkind expression. However, Qin Si's next words, however, caused everyone present to stare in disbelief. Mouths opened wide and jaws dropped in outright shock. "Brother Jiang Chen is my boyfriend. How dare you let him get engaged to another woman? Your Zhou family is completely ignoring my Qin family." Qin Si's words were like pouring a ladle of water in a frying pan. It instantly made the entire ballroom explode. "Ha! I didn't hear it wrong, did I? The Qin family's eldest miss actually said that Jiang Chen is her boyfriend? When did those two get together? How come I haven't received a bit of news at all? It seems that the rumors are all true. That Jiang Chen is in a relationship with the Qin family's first lady. Something that so many people have seen it with their own eyes. TSK. The news that the Qin family's first lady has come to the door to steal her bride. It's sure to make tomorrow's front page. The Qin family's eldest miss, Cao Beer." Listening to the various murmurs coming from the ballroom, Zhou Zhengfeng's face instantly became ugly. He had never expected that Jiang Chen, this illegitimate child, would be involved with the Qin family. Even the Qin family's eldest miss, for his sake, even took the initiative to kill the door to steal the marriage. Put it this way, the backer behind Jiang Chen is the Qin family? No wonder this son is so arrogant. It turns out that the Qin family is behind him. But, so what? Although the Qin family was a super powerful family in Xilan City, the Zhou family was not weak either. What's more, the Zhou family has the Yang family as an ally. Two powerful families joining forces. Are you still afraid of the Qin family? Yang Meixia, someone's going to steal your fiancé now. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Meixia, who was organizing her skirt by the stage. Humph. Yang Meixia suddenly snorted coldly. He then looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing on the stage, with a sultry look, and then shifted his gaze to Qin Si. "Qin Si, you milquetoast little girl. Why don't you learn anything but those shameless stinking women who come to steal my man? Do you really think our Yang family is easy to bully?" Yang Meixia first pointed at Qin Si's nose and cursed him, then pulled out his cell phone and made a call. It was not long before the doors of the ballroom were again thrown open with great force, and immediately after a large group of Yang family bodyguards rushed in. "Nobody move. I'll see who dares to bully our Yang family's eldest miss." The situation on the scene changed immediately. The bodyguards of the Zhou and Yang families have joined forces. In turn, they surrounded the Qin family's bodyguards. Seeing this scene, instead of being nervous, Jiang Chen, instead, there was also a flash of excitement and thrill in his eyes. "Mud, is this a competition for who has more people? It's just as well. This young master loves to fight in groups. Now that you've all jumped the gun, you're all going to go out tonight lying down." Gah! Chapter 143. Shut the door and beat the dog. Ballroom. The atmosphere became tense. The bodyguards of the Zhou and Yang families had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. In a matter of moments, the people Qin Si had brought with him were surrounded. "Somebody, give me the Qin family's eldest miss, and invite her aside. Let her sit obediently in her seat and watch Jiang Chen and I walk through this engagement ceremony." Yang Meixia thought she was in control of the whole situation and walked onto the stage with a very arrogant attitude, only to see her arms wrapped around her chest. She looked at Qin Si with a condescending expression. Qin Si instantly panicked a bit. After all, she's just an 18-year-old ninny who's been growing up safely under her mother's roof. It hasn't been a big deal at all. The moment, seeing that the bodyguards he had brought with him were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, Qin Si's heart instantly lost its bottom. "Yang Meixia, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, our Qin family will never let you go." Qin Si was panicked, but she was, after all, Qin Pretty Yu's daughter, born with her mother's ruthlessness in her bones. Even though she was facing danger at the moment, she had not weakened her aura at all. "Ha!" Yang Meixia suddenly sneered and said, "If it was your mother, Qin Xiaoyu, who was there in person, this young lady will give her some face. But you're just a little girl with no hair on her head. How dare you speak up in front of my lady? Since your mother didn't teach you well, I'll come and teach you a good lesson for her." Immediately after Yang Meixia said this, she gestured, and in the next second, just two of the Yang family's bodyguards rushed onto the stage. "What are you doing?" Qin Si was taken aback. but she didn't back away or dodge. Instead, she pulled Jiang Chen behind her, as if she was afraid that the other party would snatch Jiang Chen away. Miss Qin, I'm offended. The two young family bodyguards first apologized to Qin Si. Then in unison, they struck out and grabbed at her shoulders. Stop, Missy, look out. I'll see who dares to touch our families, Missy. Mard, whoever dares to touch our families, Missy, believe it or not, I'll chop off your hand. Protect Missy, fight them. Seeing that Qin Si's safety was threatened, the Qin family's bodyguards were like a barrel of dynamite that had been ignited. One instantly exploded in place. Off stage, a melee kicked off. Although the Qin family's bodyguards were at a numerical disadvantage, but each one of them exploded into a powerful battle. They used the method of fighting which hurts the enemy 1,000 times. Desperately, he attacked towards the bodyguards of the Zhou and Yang families. Stage. The two Yang family bodyguards had quickly approached Qin Si's side. However, next second, only heard two muffled sounds. Two Yang family bodyguards flew out. Then it crashed heavily to the bottom of the stage. Jiang Chen struck out. He kicked two of the Yang family's bodyguards with a swift kick. Then he pulled Qin Si behind him. Somebody, close the door and beat the dog. Not even a fly can be let out tonight without my order. Boom, boom, boom. As Jiang Chen shouted these words out loud, the door to the banquet hall was slammed shut, and immediately after that, the dozen or so windows around them were also closed one after the other. Next second, there was a dense sound of footsteps all around, and the entire ballroom could feel the building shaking. At the same time, dozens of ropes suddenly hung down from the ceiling. To the dumbfounded eyes of all, a group of heavily armed and the bodyguards, who still wore dynasty security armbands on their arms, slid down the ropes. That's not all. The second floor of the ballroom is a circular corridor that, at this moment, however, a group of bodyguards in camouflage uniforms suddenly appeared, only to see each of them holding a tranquilizer gun and aiming it in unison at the banquet hall on the first floor. As for the first floor of the banquet hall, it was also flooded by a group of bodyguards who suddenly came out from all directions and gave the group a round up. General, at this moment in the ballroom, both on the first and second floors, everywhere was packed with people from dynasty security. The scene was as if an army had suddenly descended and taken direct control of the entire banquet hall. The moment, Zhou Zhengfeng is dumbfounded. Yang Meixia is also dumbfounded. Qin Si is a bit phased. Almost all of the guests present were stunned by the scene in front of them. What do you mean by that? Our Zhou and Yang families, we haven't offended your dynasty group, have we? And I've paid to charter the ballroom at the Dynasty Hotel tonight. How can you be considered your honored guests? Is this how you treat your guests? As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengfeng had naturally experienced many great storms. In the face of all that was happening in front of him, he was unafraid of danger, and his dragon-head walking stick was viciously pushed down towards his feet and, without anger, he exuded an aura of superiority. Swish! Right at this moment, the team of imperial bodyguards suddenly parted in both directions. Immediately afterward, a woman in a black couture gown, in full view of the public, with a very natural catwalk, step by step, he came out from the back. Who is this woman? Not, you don't even know Mr. Xiao. She is the new general manager of Dynasty Group, Xiao Wanqing. Mr. Xiao, what is Mr. Xiao doing? Why did she bring all the people from the Dynasty Security Company here? Could it be that this Mr. Xiao has some sort of beef with the Zhou family or the Yang family? In the ballroom, the bodyguards of the Qin, Zhou and Yang families had stopped their melee. Everyone looked at Xiao Wanqing in unison. Meanwhile, a number of people were whispering that I wondered what the reason was for Xiao Wanqing to make such a big show. However, in the next second, everyone knew the answer. Tada! Only to see Xiao Wanqing stepping on a pair of fine-heeled high heels and walking quickly to the bottom of the stage. Then he said respectfully to Jiang Chen, reporting to the chairman, all the bodyguards of Dynasty Security have assembled, and there should be 300 of them. Actual 300. For instructions. Quiet. The entire ballroom was quiet. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard. Everyone couldn't help but stare, open their mouths and, with incredulous expressions on their faces, they looked in unison at Jiang Chen, who was standing on the stage. I didn't hear you right, did I? Just now, Xiao was always calling Jiang Chen as chairman? Jiang Chen is the one who acquired 100% of Dynasty Group's shares, the chairman of the gods and goddesses? Groove. Is this damn thing a movie? Why do I feel like I'm watching a big show? Heavens, if Jiang Chen is really the chairman of the Dynasty Group, then the Zhou family and the Yang family, wouldn't you be inviting yourself into a big trouble for no reason? Wonderful. It's so wonderful. Why do I suddenly feel hot and What about wanting to yell at the top of your lungs, listening to the various murmurings coming from around the... Looking at Xiao Wanqing's respectful look towards Jiang Chen, as well as Jiang Chen's calm and collected look from start to finish. The moment Zhou Zhengfeng's face became ugly, Yang Meixiao was also stunned speechless by the scene in front of her. The two brothers, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, were even more shocked with their mouths wide open, enough to stuff two large apples. Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu also looked at Jiang Chen with shocked faces. Only their beautiful eyes were filled with watery waves and strange colors. Qin Si was also taken aback by Jiang Chen's identity. The little girl covered her own mouth, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of unbelievable shock in her eyes. It was soon replaced by a touch of fervent admiration. So brother Jiang Chen is the chairman of Dynasty Group? That's who he really is? Woohoo! How can he be so handsome? I love it so much. Would love to marry him now and be his little doting wife for the rest of my life. Brother Jiang Chen is mine. No one is allowed to take him away. Humph. Chapter 144, down. Kowtow. And apologize. All of them. Jiang Chen was under the gaze of everyone in the room. Suddenly, he said aloud, take down all the people from the Zhou and Yang families for me. If anyone dares to resist, break his legs for me. Quiet. The entire ballroom was quiet, but after a brief moment of quiet, immediately there was a chorus of screams, cries, growls and roars. Dynasty Security, which recruits bodyguards who are ex-military. The entire bodyguard team of 300 ex-soldiers, taking down the Zhou and Yang families. It's a piece of cake. Rebel son, how dare you? Zhou Zhengfeng finally reacted from his shock, but in the blink of an eye, the Zhou family's bodyguards had all been taken down by Jiang Chen's men. Old man, you're about to get hiccuped, and you're about to lay down on a slab. Before you die, why are you still so full of? Jiang Chen glared at Zhou Zhengfeng, and the words that came out of his mouth almost pissed the old guy off on the spot. You rebellious son! How did I give birth to such a rebellious son as you? Zhou Zhengfeng covered his chest with a face full of pain, and had only just finished a sentence. A mouthful of blood just suddenly spurted out of his mouth. Immediately afterward, Zhou Zhengfeng only felt his eyes go black and his body began to stagger. Swish! Seeing that he might be about to fall to the ground, Zhou Zhengfeng subconsciously turned toward Chen Yun, who was beside him. A hand was extended. It seemed to want Chen Yun to give him a hand. However, Chen Yun's reaction, was beyond everyone's expectations. Whoosh! Only to see Chen Yun hastily make a backward step, dodging Zhou Zhengfeng's outstretched hand. There was also a look of disgust on his face. You! Zhou Zhengfeng snapped, and a look of shock appeared on his face. And in the next second, and he fell hard to the ground. Dad! Seeing this scene, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie rushed onto the stage almost simultaneously. The brothers hurriedly squatted down by Zhou Zhengfeng's side, anxiously checking up on him. Chen Yun! What the hell are you doing? Are you blind? Why didn't you help my dad just now? If anything happens to my dad, I'll make sure you get it. Seeing Zhou Zhengfeng fall hard, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, without saying a word, immediately, he spluttered and cursed at Chen Yun. Chen Yun, sneered and walked directly to Jiang Chen's side, then turned her head and, staring at the Zhou family's father and son with icy cold eyes, he said, you two great dutiful sons, it's all right to act in front of others, but in front of me, wouldn't have to come to this, would you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Shihao stood up with a face full of anger and roared, Chen Yun, what do you mean? What do I mean? Chen Yun sneered disdainfully and said, you two wolf-hearted things, don't they all wish the old man would go to hell sooner? When the old man wanted to take Jiang Chen home, and wanted to use Jiang Chen's liver to save his life, aren't you both desperately trying to block it? What? Now you're acting like a father and son instead? Who are you playing for? The moment Chen Yun said this, the entire audience gasped. She's completely torn her face off with the Zhou family, and without mercy, he ripped off the covering from Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. No more pretending. It's a showdown. You! Zhou Shihao was instantly infuriated and unable to speak. Zhou Renjie also had a gloomy face. The brothers' ugly faces were exposed on the spot. This infuriated and mortified them both. Preferences. Chen Yun now had Jiang Chen backing her up, and Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie couldn't do half as much as they could with her. Zhou Zhengfeng, I think you might as well hand over all of the Zhou family's properties to Jiang Chen. If you leave your property to these two wolves, beware that when you die, there isn't even a cemetery for you to be buried in. After all, these two good sons of yours are looking forward to your early death. To be honest, Chen Yun really had the talent to be a vicious little mom. When she said this, not only did she make Zhou Zhengfeng half dead, it also made Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie so angry that they were about to go crazy. However, without waiting for Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie to speak, Just a few people from the dynasty security company rushed up and directly controlled all three of the Zhou family's father and son. At the same time, Yang Meixia, the eldest miss of the Yang family, was escorted by 2 bodyguards to bring her onto the stage. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie snapped back to take a look at their Zhou family's bodyguards as well as the Yang family's bodyguards had all been punched over on the ground. The large banquet hall. Now there's only a clean slate of dynasty security left, and the guests who had come to the banquet were driven aside. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Zhou Shihao instantly roared in anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged out at the roots. It looks like a lion on a rampage. No way. Jiang Chen used a rage card on Zhou Shihao. That's why he's gotten so grumpy lately. He can't control it at all. Snap. Only Jiang Chen clapped his hands, and in the next second, the side door of the banquet hall was pushed open. Immediately after, a hotel worker, holding a posthumous portrait in his arms, then, escorted by several bodyguards, he walked directly into the banquet hall. At that moment, everyone present looked at the effigy. Almost every one of them had a look of uncertainty on their faces. However, there was one person on the scene, whose face changed violently. This person is Zhou Zhengfeng. At the sight of the effigy of this one, Zhou Jingfeng's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. A look of shock and anger was even on his face. Qin Si first stared at the effigy for a moment, and then suddenly realized that the woman in the photograph, the appearance was surprisingly 7 times similar to Jiang Chen, so she couldn't help but pull on Jiang Chen's arm and inquired in a low voice, "Brother Jiang Chen, who is the woman in this photo? Why does she look so much like you?" Phew! Jiang Chen suddenly took a deep breath, then turned his head and, with a serious expression, she said to Qin Si, "See, the woman on this photo is my real mother Jiang Xiaoxia." Qin Si suddenly froze in place. Not only Qin Si, but also Chen Yun, Suya, Li Yu, Zhou Shihao, Zhou Renjie, and so on. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, they all froze in place. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice drifted into the crowd's ears again. "Zhou Zhengfeng, back then, you forcibly detained my mother and abused her in every way, and then watched her, forced to jump to her death by your original wife. Haven't you had a single nightmare in all these years? Doesn't your conscience ever hurt?" As Jiang Chen spoke aloud about what happened back then, the entire banquet hall resounded with the sound of a backward breath. However, without waiting for Zhou Zhengfeng to open his mouth to retort, Jiang Chen rushed up with an arrow step. Straight away, he snapped his neck, then dragged his entire body in front of his mother's effigy. "Get on your knees for me, Cao Tao. Admit your mistake." Only to see Jiang Chen kick Zhou Zhengfeng in the crook of his leg. He was forced to kneel in front of an effigy of his mother, and then he was held down by his head and slammed hard into the floor. Boo! After a muffled sound, Zhou Jingfeng's brain was instantly knocked out, and a large splash of blood emerged. But Jiang Chen didn't stop. He continued to grab Zhou Jingfeng's hair and slammed it into the floor 8 times in a row. Zhou Jingfeng's body was already failing, and now he was forced to kowtow 9 times. The operation left him with nothing but air out of his mouth, and no air in at all. However, Jiang Chen, suddenly came to his ear and said in a somber tone, "Old thing, I've gone ahead and called the emergency services, and there's no way I'm going to let you go so easily. Hey, take a quick look over there. See those 2 fine sons of yours? Even though you only have 3 months left to live now, I'd like you to feel good about it. What it's like to watch your 2 sons go to their deaths with your own eyes. Old thing, you have to hold on. Don't get pissed off. If you hiccup now, you won't get to see the big, exciting show behind you." Jie. Chapter 145, Wearing the Mask Again. Dynasty International Hotel. Ballroom 1. Zhou Zhengfeng was knocked out from anger and then pulled away by an ambulance again. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were first severely beaten up. Then he was thrown out of the hotel by Jiang Chen's men. Yang Meixia was also taught a lesson by Jiang Chen before leaving with her people in disgrace. General, Jiang Chen had made such a big scene, but in the end, he hadn't gotten anyone killed. Just taught the Zhou and Yang families a lesson, and then graciously let them go. It seems like it's quite benevolent. No way. It's a society with the rule of law now. Jiang Chen wasn't some extra-legal fanatic. He wouldn't dare to blatantly break the law. Much less do they feel they can go up against the entire official Dragon Kingdom. The good stuff is still to come. Take it easy. 10 p.m. The change that took place at this feast was as if it had grown wings. It instantly flew throughout the entire upper-class celebrity circle of Shilan City. Jiang Chen's name once again resounded throughout Shilan City. The mysterious chairman of the dynasty group, the trenchant Jiang Shao, the little prince of Middle Eastern oil, a new generation of national husband, the fiancé of the Qin family's first lady, the third young master of the Zhou family who has returned strongly to take revenge. All sorts of titles were all focused on Jiang Chen alone. If this nigga was in the entertainment industry, he would have already flamed out. However, in the way of Jiangchen Dynasty Group chairman's identity, the major news media neither dared to report on his exploits freely. So, Jiang Chen's name was only very loud in the upper-class celebrity circles. The general public still knows nothing about him. Squeak, a racy Bugatti Chiron, pulling into the Phoenix Lodge, then stopped at the gate of Villa 2. As soon as the car stopped, Qinxi's voice floated over from the passenger seat. Brother Jiang Chen, do you want to go sit at my house? My mom even called me just now, said he wanted to talk to you about something important. Jiang Chen turned his head to look at Qinxi, then fished out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Unhurriedly, he said, I'm not available tonight. Next time. Ha? Qinxi was slightly stunned at his words, and an odd expression flashed across his face, then carefully asked, Brother Jiang Chen, are you angry? Yeah, I'm pissed. That's what you tell your mom. Jiang Chen lit the cigarette in his mouth and glared at Qinxi in a bad mood and said, Get off the car in a hurry. Don't hold me up. Oh, Qinxi seemed a bit aggravated. Her little mouth turned up and she looked as if she was about to cry. But, Jiang Chen wouldn't spoil her. When Qinxi got out of the car, Jiang Chen immediately stepped on the gas and Wendy left the Phoenix Manor. Stinking brother Jiang Chen. Dead brother Jiang Chen. Why are you so mean? I like you so much and you want to be my dad? In what way am I not better than my mom? There's no use in you getting angry. My mom already lost you to me. Anyway, you won't be able to escape my lady's 5 fingers. Humph. Qinxi gave a vicious middle finger to the Bugatti Chiron's taillights. It seemed that she had thought of something happy. The little ninny had a puffed-up expression just now and, immediately, he was beaming. The other side. Jiang Chen sped along, finally arriving near Zhou Shihao's house half an hour later. He was seen pulling up to a secluded corner, and putting on a silver mask of his. Then it came to the front door of Zhou Shihao's house. Following the usual practice, Jiang Chen didn't ring the doorbell, but instead sent a short message to Zhou Shihao. Ka-ching! It didn't take long for the door to the villa to be opened. Zhou Shihao, who also wore a mask on his face, instantly caught Jiang Chen's eye. Why are you 10 minutes late tonight? Zhou Shihao's voice was a bit hoarse, though he hid it well. And, however, Jiang Chen still felt a hint of suppressed anger in his voice. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the way. Jiang Chen explained coyly, while trying to keep his gaze down as much as possible, not looking at Zhou Shihao's eyes so as not to reveal his identity. Come in. Zhou Shihao didn't notice the end and waved at Jiang Chen before getting out of the way. Next, it was the same as last night. Zhou Shihao led the way in front, and Jiang Chen followed in silence, until the two came to the door of the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhou Shihao added an uneasy exhortation. Remember, you must leave this room before 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay, boss. Jiang Chen nodded before being pushed into the bedroom by Zhou Shihao. The bedroom was laid out just as it had been last night, with pink curtain tents, pink sheets, and pink ambient lighting, and the floor is still covered in a layer of red rose petals. Dressed in a black lace nightgown, Suya's hands were still tied up behind her back and, wearing a large blindfold and with his mouth taped shut, the whole thing lay peacefully on the bed, mature and voluptuous, with a surfeit waist and an S-shaped back, round legs wrapped in black stockings. Under the illumination of the ambient lighting, Suya, at this moment in time, her body exuded a flavor unique to mature women. Woohoo! Perhaps hearing someone approaching her, Suya immediately let out a whimper and at the same time struggled desperately. Swish! Jiang Chen didn't untie the ropes tying Suya's body, nor did he remove her blindfold. Instead, he ripped away the tape that had sealed her mouth. Phew! Phew! Suya first took 2 hard breaths, then in a trembling voice, anxiously, he inquired, Jiang Chen, is that you? Shoo! Jiang Chen suddenly leaned over and came to Suya's ear and whispered, Sister-in-law, don't make a sound, I'm big brother. Ha! Suya heard a slight stunned, followed by a pretty face swish to the neck red. Jiang Chen, you, wait a moment, what's wrong? Listen to me, Zhou Shihao is planning to poison the wine and then trick you into drinking the poison wine. Oh, got it. So what are you going to do about it? I'll help you cure the poison first, as for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Shua's favoritism +1. Shuya's favoritism +1. Shuya's favoritism +1. Looking at the sudden flurry of text alerts floating out of sight, Jiang Chen couldn't help but blink at Suya and directly opened the eye of scrying. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Face value, 92. Body, 96. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Drivers, 2. Favorability, 95. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that Suya had added a driver. Instead, with her whopping 95 points of goodwill, letting Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart, so the fastest shortcut to a woman's heart was really this. Swish! Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen couldn't help but open his peeping eyes at Suya again. Personal, desires to be a mother and has always wanted to have a child. Current intent, Jiang Chen is so handsome, so good, so perfect, and I'm having a child with him. Surely he can inherit all the good things in him. Jiang Chen. Chapter 146, the beginning of the show. The next morning, 4:59 p.m. Jiang Chen pushed open the bedroom door and walked out. Just when I came to the living room on the first floor, I saw Zhou Shihao, who was wearing a mask. Like a ghost, it sat soundlessly on the couch. There was also a bottle of red wine and 2 highball glasses on the coffee table in front of the couch. Swish! Zhou Shihao suddenly beckoned to Jiang Chen, his voice slightly hoarse. Come over here, have a drink with me. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smirk curled up along the corners of his mouth. Suya had already confided in Jiang Chen. Zhou Shihao intends to poison the wine, and with a chronic poison at that, it won't kill a person instantly. It will only kill them over the next month as their body organs slowly fail and they die. Jiang Chen understood why Zhou Shihao was doing this. After all, what man under the sun can tolerate his wife sharing a room with another man, and end up carrying someone else's wild seed? Go to the father and leave the son. This is what Zhou Shihao intends to do. Whoosh! Jiang Chen walked over without a word and sat down next to Zhou Shihao with a big smile. Zhou Shihao glanced at Jiang Chen in surprise, then picked up the bottle of wine and pour a full glass of red wine into each of the 2 tall glasses on the table. Immediately afterward, Zhou Shihao picked up 2 glasses of red wine, and he handed Jiang Chen one of the glasses of red wine. Boss atmosphere. It's my first time to drink such an expensive wine. Jiang Chen deliberately acted like he was flattered. Hastily, he received the poisonous wine handed over by Zhou Shihao with both hands. Brother, you've worked hard. It's only right to buy you a drink. Zhou Shihao held back the killing intent in his heart and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder in a very friendly manner. Then he gently clinked his glass with Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen almost couldn't control himself from wanting to burst out in laughter. Hard work? Aha! It's indeed hard for this young master to work for you all night. Oops. Sorry, boss. Jiang Chen suddenly put his wine glass down, apologizing profusely. He said, I forgot I was driving here. Driving is not drinking. Drinking is not driving. If I let the traffic police catch me drinking and driving, I'll be finished. In Zhou Shihao's stunned eyes, Jiang Chen placed the wine glass back on the coffee table. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen stood up and said to Zhou Shihao, Boss, it's getting late. I should go too. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Zhou Shihao's eyelids twitched fiercely, as if he hadn't expected that the cup of poisonous wine that he had carefully prepared was actually dodged by the other party just like that. However, Zhou Shihao didn't try to persuade Jiang Chen to drink again, but stabilized his emotions, trying to look as natural as possible. He said, Since you're driving, it's better not to drink for safety's sake. Thank you boss for your understanding. So I'm off? Jiang Chen glanced at Zhou Shihao with a smile on his face. Even if I have a body that avoids poison, I won't be stupid enough to drink your poisonous wine. I just want you to do it. It's to upset you. What the hell can you do to me? Ha ha. Well, go ahead. Zhou Shihao casually waved his hand, looking somewhat disinterested. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, only a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he left the villa at a quick pace with his head down. Clunk! When Jiang Chen had left, Zhou Shihao suddenly reached out and picked up the book of poisonous wine. Then it fell hard to the ground. Spicy next door. You're lucky to be alive. But that's okay. It didn't work out this time. I'll prepare another poison drink for you tonight. If you still refuse to drink it, then don't blame this young master for forcing it down your throat. An hour later, Jiang Chen arrived at the Dynasty International Hotel. Just after entering the presidential suite, Jiang Chen laid down on the bed, then turned on the superphone inside his body. Grandma's leg. Zhou Renjie is about to go off the deep end, and I'm sure the anger value on Zhou Shihao's body, it's almost about to build up to the top, too, isn't it? In that case, let me add to your fire. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a bad smile, and he immediately edited an email that it was sent directly to Zhou Shihao's mailbox. Yawn. Jiang Chen, who had done all this, suddenly yawned greatly. His mouth also couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Marred. I didn't expect that Suya, who has a soft and weak appearance, is actually so resistant to being beaten up. Whatever. Let's take a nap first. As for the 2 brothers, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, let them go dog eat dog. Even if the sky falls, it's none of my business. Jiang Chen slept beautifully in the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, the email he sent to Cao Sai-ho, it made this Zhou family's youngest master storm out and lose his mind on the spot. Originally, Zhou Shihao had already come to the company and was preparing to hold a meeting of the company's senior management. Who knows, he just walked into his office, turned on his computer and, immediately, I saw an email sent anonymously. Curious, Zhou Shihao clicked on the email. However, the contents of the email caused Zhou Shihao's face to instantly collapse. The email was a 2-hour-long video, and Zhou Shihao had just clicked on the email. The video then played automatically. Video: pink king-size bed, pink curtain tent, pink ambient lighting. The floor was also covered in red rose petals. On the bed lay a ripe, plump beauty. She was wearing nothing but a burgundy lace nightgown, her hands tied behind her back. There was a large blindfold over his face, and even his mouth was taped shut. This familiar room, this familiar scene, and that very familiar woman that. Immediately, Zhou Shihao's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Isn't this my bedroom? The woman lying on the bed, isn't that Suya? Who made this video? Why would someone send me this video? What is the purpose of the other side? Zhou Shihao was still in a state of shock and anger, but the video continued to play. Swish, only a man in a silver mask, slowly approaching the bedside of the. Then unceremoniously, he applied his fists and kicks and punched the woman. None of this is the point. The point is, the man's mask accidentally fell off his face in the middle of punching the woman so furiously that a face that was familiar to Zhou Shihao was revealed. Penis? How could it be him? Is that what this is all about? Zhou Shihao was violently startled, and hastily stared at the man in the video, over and over, checked it out carefully several times. Quiet. The office was quiet, but after being quiet for a while, there was immediately the sound of Zhou Shihao's growl. Penis. You. Who gave you the nerve? How dare you impersonate my double? How dare you play such a trick under my nose? Good. Very good. Very good. Since you don't want to live anymore, I'll fulfill you. Chapter 147, Wake up at noon and draw a prize first. Chao's Group, Vice President's Office. Zhou Shihao was so angry that he smashed his computer on the spot. The expression on Zhou Shihao's face became extraordinarily hideous when he thought of that video just now. Only his eyes were red, the veins on his forehead were rippling, and his whole face was twisted to the extreme. There was even a low roar coming out of his mouth, and it looked like he was on the verge of going off the deep end. Swish! A moment later, Zhou Shihao, whose face was gloomy, quickly took out his cell phone and dialed a call. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Shihao just sat quietly in his office, been waiting for a reply from the other side. About 2 hours later, a series of message beeps came from Zhou Shihao's cell phone. Whoosh! He only saw that he took his cell phone in a hurry and quickly tapped on the short messages. However, next second, Zhou Shihao's face then became ugly once again, and his entire body turned green from his head to the soles of his feet. Penis, it's really you. How dare you step on a horse and play such a good game of stealing the sky under my nose? I wasn't going to do anything to you because of our brotherly love. Now, you're the one who forced me to do all this. Noon, Dynasty International Hotel. When Jiang Chen woke up from his bed, the sun was already shining brightly outside. He was seen stretching a great deal, and then rolling out of bed and, draped in a hotel robe, he made his way into the living room. Swish! Toward a sofa, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke curled up, Jiang Chen also used his mind to tap on the main system page. A new day has come and gone, and 3 new drawings have been awarded for the. Jiang Chen's mood was also beautiful. How about a song before the raffle? Knife a knife a knife a knife a knife. What is that? Knife a knife a knife a knife a knife to kill a pig. Little mom's Chongsam has a high split. Sister-in-law's stockings are of good quality. Sister-in-law's painting skills are amazing. Age is a killer. Swish! Jiang Chen sang as he clicked the lottery button with his mind. The next second, the hands on the dial began to turn. After about 3 seconds, the pointer clicked. It came to a steady stop in the deck area. Swish! Just then, a card suddenly popped up on the lucky spin. Jiang Chen just took a quick glance and realized that there were 2 cartoon villains drawn on top of the card. And these 2 cartoon villains, they were bound together by a chain. However, before Jiang Chen had a chance to go through it carefully, the card was automatically put away in the system item bar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a same life card. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at the sound. Hurriedly, he tapped the system item bar with his mind. Soon, it was within the second compartment of his backpack that he saw the mysterious card. Same fate card. When this card is used, 2 different target characters can be designated separately, so that their destinies are firmly bound together. 1 glory for all, 1 fall for all, living and dying together. Duration, 1 month. Such an amazing deck? 1 glory for all, 1 fall for all, live and die together? Double kill? Why do I feel like this deck, as if it was made specifically for the oldest and the youngest? Whatever, let's try it first. Brother Unity, I'm going to use this card. Without hardly any hesitation, Jiang Chen was about to use this same life card on the spot. Ding! Please ask the host to specify 2 different target characters. Listening to the system beeps coming from his ears, Jiang Chen pursed his lips, with a bad grin on his face. He replied, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Swish, only to see the same life card immediately turn into a stream of light, disappearing from Jiang Chen's line of sight, followed by the system's beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using a same life card. Ding! The target characters, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, have had their fates firmly bound together. Ding! The duration of the card is 1 month. Once the time is up, the binding relationship will be automatically unbound. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth hooked into a bad smile. Although the duration of the same fate card was only 1 month, Jiang Chen was very certain it wouldn't take a month at all. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie would definitely fight to the death. Don't forget, until then, Jiang Chen had given them both a demon card and a rage card, respectively. At this moment, the efficacy of the 2 cards had accumulated to its peak, and the volcano was about to erupt immediately. When you get a gray fingernail, one infects both. With the same life card, it takes 2 to die. Beautiful. Phew. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly as he held a cigar smoke in his mouth. Then it opened the second draw of the day. Swish. As Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery button with his mind, the pointer on the carousel spun rapidly for a while. In the end, it surprisingly stopped at the gold coin area. Asterisk asterisk. What's with the gold coins again? Brother is not short of money now. Brother is not interested in money anymore. Brother wants to talk about. What is this thing? Jiang Chen hadn't finished his words yet. A shiny object suddenly popped up on top of the fortune wheel. It's kind of like pieces of a puzzle with a hexagram drawn on it that I don't know what it represents. Swish. Jiang Chen was puzzled when the shard was automatically collected into the system item bar. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining prop fragment X1. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at the sound. Hurriedly, he tapped the system item bar with his mind. Soon, it was within the second compartment of his backpack that he saw the mysterious shard. Prop fragments, advanced materials collect 100 prop fragments. You can randomly redeem a permanent prop. Note, the efficacy of every prop produced by the system will not be weaker than a divine artifact. I'll go. You can still play like that? Collect the entire 100 pieces to redeem an item? If it weren't for the notes seen on the shards, each prop wouldn't be weaker than a divine artifact. Jiang Chen almost thought of this as a scam. Phew, only to see Jiang Chen exhale a long breath, then close the system item bar. It's back to the lucky draw page. We're down to our last chance at the raffle today, so let's be on the safe side and chant a spell. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, little mom doesn't work for sister-in-law. Sister-in-law doesn't work for second sister-in-law. If you all don't work, turn around and dad will definitely teach you a hard lesson once he hits 3. Swish. Jiang Chen fiercely clicked the lottery button with his mind, and the pointer flew around again. This time, in Jiang Chen's 10,000 expectant eyes, the pointer slowly traversed the area of gold coins, cards, and bottles, eventually stopping in the area of books. Asterisk asterisk. It's true. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roar with excitement, and at the same time, he clenched his fists. It was waved hard twice in midair. However, in the next second, what popped out on the reels made Jiang Chen dumbfounded. Swish, only to see a bunch of shiny shards pop out of the turntable and a rough count turned out to be as many as 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining prop fragments X4. A system beep sounded in his ears, and Jiang Chen was slightly stunned at the sound. Hurriedly, he tapped the system item bar with his mind. Soon, it was in the first compartment of his backpack that he saw a stack of shiny prop pieces. Props fragment X5. Jiang Chen. Chapter 148. Qin Xiaoyu's explanation. Brother Unity, explain this to me. It's obvious that I drew the skill book. Why did you give me prop pieces instead? Ding. Starting today, the host has a 50% probability of obtaining various fragments in every draw. Then why didn't you tell me about it beforehand? Ding. The final interpretation of the lucky draw belongs to this system. Jiang Chen was speechless. He can cross his eyes and dislike whomever he wants, turn his back on whomever he wants, just flip out on whoever it is. The only one who dares not fall out with Brother Tuanzi. In case you piss off Brother Unicorn, he'll just walk away with a pat on the back. Wouldn't Jiang Chen lose a lot of money? That's just it. Since Brother Unicorn wants to change the rules of the game, let's go along with it. Jiang Chen wouldn't lose out in the end anyway. What's more, Jiang Chen had already relied on Brother Unicorn to get to the top of his life. What's not to be satisfied with? Be contented, not greedy, not complaining. Life is naturally sweet. Brother Tuzi, is it still possible to accumulate my daily refreshed lottery chances? Ding. Can. That's good. I'm going to rack up 100 draws and do 100 in a row. What do you think? Ding. As you wish. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a hearty lunch in the hotel. By the afternoon, Jiang Chen was about to play a cell phone game for a while, but suddenly, he received a call from Qin Xiaoyu. Brat, you haven't taken the initiative to contact me since last night. Are you really angry? Qin Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone seemed to be a bit nervous, her voice with a hint of trembling, but the tone was tinged with a hint of helplessness. Mr. Qin, for what happened yesterday, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Jiang Chen's tone was light, as if he was talking to an ordinary friend. He even used the honorific Mr. Qin to Qin Xiaoyu. What did you just call me? Mr. Qin? Qin Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and her voice became even more trembling. If I don't call you Mr. Qin, do I call you mother-in-law? Or simply call you mom? Jiang Chen, this matter can't be explained clearly over the phone. Where are you now? I want to meet with you. Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite number 1. Okay, wait for me for a while, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen laid down on the sofa in the living room and played a cell phone game for a while. After about 20 minutes, the doorbell rang in his ears. Jiang Chen walked over and opened the door to the room, and in a flash, a mature and charming woman came into view. Today's Qin Xiaoyu was wearing a white sleeveless chiffon blouse on top. The clothes were loose, but Qin Xiaoyu's dominating figure still wore this dress with a bombastic feel. Underneath she had a light blue satin wrap-around hip-hugging fishtail gown that, not only does it wrap around the exaggerated hip curves, but it also outlines part of the voluptuous leg line. A face of national beauty, cold with a hint of warmth. Warm and gentle with a hint of knowledge, mature and voluptuous. It's definitely the ceiling of the microfat world. Even if she just stood there quietly, doing nothing, a strong feminine odor emanates from her body at all times. It's like a walking hormone, born with a bubble shelf, the great goblin who wreaks havoc on the nation, the culprit of all flag-raising ceremonies around the world. However, it's such a superb, unbeatable, extremely beautiful woman. The moment she saw Jiang Chen open the door to her room, her eyes suddenly reddened. Then he defiantly jumped up and hugged Jiang Chen. Silence, no words. Qin Xiaoyu hugged Jiang Chen so tightly that Jiang Chen could hardly breathe. It was as if he was afraid that Jiang Chen would fly away. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen could only hook the door to the room with his foot. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen cupped Qin Xiaoyu's face and then kissed her hard against her red lips. An hour later, Jiang Chen leaned over the bed and lit himself a cigarette. Qin Xiaoyu was lying quietly beside him, with a hint of redness still on her pretty face. There was also a wave of water rippling in her beautiful eyes. Auntie Pretty, can you give me an explanation now? Jiang Chen took a drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then he dropped his gaze on Qin Xiaoyu's face. Jiang Chen, this matter is coincidental to say the least. Qin Xiaoyu stroked the hair on her cheeks, then sighed with a face full of helplessness, and said, "Didn't Cece suffer a kidnapping some time ago? You just happened to be passing by that day and saved her life. Since then, this girl has been in love with you and will not marry you. Then she found out that my online love interest was you, and immediately raised objections to it, dead set on not agreeing to the two of us. I thought she was being facetious, not wanting to recognize you as her stepfather. After all, you're only 7 years older than her. Who knew that this dead girl would try to steal a man from my mother?" Pust. Jiang Chen, who heard this, almost couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of old blood. Look at Qin Xiaoyu's last words, and then look at her demeanor, her movements, her expression, her tone of voice. What kind of a mother is that? It's obvious that she's a disgruntled woman who has been robbed of her man by another woman. And then what? Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he had an urge to finish the story. Qin Pretty Jade gave Jiang Chen a blank stare, though her face was devoid of any expression. But in a rather sultry tone, she said, "Cece directly showed her cards to me. She wants to be your girlfriend. Of course I don't agree, so we both made a bet. I put her in charge of the summer sale at Qin's auction house, and it also gave her the impossible goal of raising at least $1 billion for charity. You know, the total value of the batch of auction items I've arranged won't hold up to more than $500 million. Even if CC had invited all the rich and powerful in the city to the auction, it's also impossible to raise $1 billion. Hearing this, a cold sweat suddenly broke out on Jiang Chen's forehead. Until this moment, he did not realize that he seemed to have made a big mistake. Fruity. Qin Pretty Yu's next words directly rendered Jiang Chen speechless. Don't even know what to say anymore. Jiang Chen, do you have more money than you can spend? Every lot that gets served up, you start with a $100 million starting price when you open your mouth. But whenever someone bid against you, you just raise the price to $500 million. I just want to ask, are you out of your mind? throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Is there someone as defeated as you? If I hadn't sent someone to keep an eye on C at all times, I couldn't help but suspect that. Did you two conspire in advance? Or did you two get together behind my back a long time ago? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chen immediately cried out that he was wronged. How could he have known that Qin Pretty Yu and Qin Si had made such a strange bet? How could he have known that Qin Si would be so bold as to dare steal a man from his own mother? He was even more surprised that it was just to go to an auction that Qin Xiaoyu then lost him to Qin Si. This is ridiculous, isn't it? Auntie Pretty, so why didn't you call and stop me then? I was busy with something else and I didn't have my cell phone with me. By the time I got the news, you had already spent $8 billion at the auction. Just thinking about it makes me so angry it hurts. Both of them. Chapter 149, Fertilizer Flows to Outsiders? Chao's Group. Zhou Renjie's office. Today's Yao Mi, wearing a super short wraparound skirt with a pair of black stockings from Parisian House, walking with a twist, only to see her holding a stack of documents. She quickly walked into Zhou Renjie's office, and after entering the room, by the way, he also unlocked the door. Genji, I've found out what you wanted for you. With an excited smile on her face, Yao Mi walked straight to Zhou Renjie's side, and handed over the information in his hand. Swish! Zhou Renjie's eyes snapped open and he hastily took the information and quickly flipped through it. Renjie, when our people were investigating the Generalissimo of the Great Zhou, and accidentally discovered one of his secrets, Yao Mi walked behind Zhou Renjie and put both her hands on his shoulders. Very sweetly, he massaged him. Secret? What secret? Zhou Renjie was slightly stunned at his words, and at the same time, he accelerated the speed of flipping through the documents. Oh, you'll see after you read this information. Yao Mi intentionally sold a secret, and a mysterious expression appeared on her face. Phew! Zhou Renjie took a deep breath and once again focused on the information in his hands. At the same time a look of anticipation appeared on his face. On the first page of the profile was a medical report from Huahong Hospital. It clearly states that Zhou Shihao had a detailed full-body checkup at Huakong Hospital. Then he was tested for necrospermia and was unable to have children for the rest of his life. The second page of the profile is a falsified medical report. The third page is evidence that Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, paid off the doctor. Page 4 is evidence that Zhou Shihao and Uncle Zhang, the housekeeper, are in cahoots. The more Zhou Renjie looked at it, the more excited he became. Great, Yao Mi, you did a great job this time. As long as we have this evidence, Zhou Shihao will never be able to turn back, Zhou Renjie said while grabbing Yao Mi's hand, then forced her from behind to in front of him. Genji, coming into contact with Zhou Renjie's blazing eyes, Yao Mi instantly read his mind. We must celebrate such a happy event. Quickly, hurry up and paint me a picture. Zhou Renjie threw the information onto his desk, then held out his hands with a sharp growl, pressed on Yao Mi's shoulder. Genji, you, wait a minute and read through this information first. There's a bigger surprise in the back. A flash of dislike flashed under Yao Mi's eyes, but she hid it well and it didn't allow Zhou Renjie to notice that she was different. After all, Yao Mi is ambitious. She aspires to be an eagle with spreading wings. And how can you really like a little sparrow? She's in love with Zhou Renjie's money. She's in love with the Zhou family's second youngest grandma status. She even wanted to become the future matriarch of the Zhou family. As for Chao Yen-kit, if you want looks, you don't have looks. If you want a body, you don't have a body. And you're still not capable. If he didn't have this layer of status as the Zhou family's second youngest master, Yao Mi would feel sick to even look at him. I can't wait. You draw me a picture and I'll read the information. Both. Under Zhou Renjie's strong order, Yao Mi could only show a pleasing face. Took out the drawing board. Phew. Zhou Renjie exhaled a long breath, his eyebrows slightly stretching. Then he reached for the desk materials and continued flipping through them. However, look no further. Just as Zhou Renjie flipped the information to the 6th page, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. His mouth was wide open, and a look of shock and dismay covered his face. ***. The boss actually found a gigolo out there, trying to God forbid get your sister-in-law pregnant? Tough. That's really tough. Boss, you did such a ridiculous thing to compete for the family fortune? People are giving up their children to catch the wolf. You can't let go of your daughter-in-law. Can't rob the family fortune. But then again, sister-in-law, with that face, that body, and that distinctly mature flavor, tsk. Suddenly, an evil thought surfaced in Zhou Renjie's heart. As soon as this thought appeared, it was as if a seed had sprouted, and then grown rapidly. Eventually it grew into a huge tree. Spicy next door. Why should that little white boy be able to enjoy such pleasures? Why should the boss go to an outsider and not ask me, his brother, for help? As the saying goes, the fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders' fields. It's such a good thing. Why would the boss want to cheapen an outsider? and not think of your own brother? The offspring of our Zhou family can only carry the blood of the Zhou family's own people. Never let an outsider's bloodline taint the legacy of our Zhou family. As soon as he thought of this, a bold idea popped up within Zhou Renjie's heart. That's right, ravens, or call, stealing the day. Since that little white boy wears a mask every night, the boss doesn't know what the other person really looks like. So whoever is wearing that mask can enter the boss's home openly. So, this whole thing could have been manipulated behind the scenes and made to look fake, replacing that little white boy to finish his work. Hiss. It's exciting to think about. I'm a ing genius. Whoosh. Zhou Renjie took out his cell phone on the spot and quickly dialed a number. Then he ordered his plan in careful detail. The other side. The superphone inside Jiang Chen's body was monitoring Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie all the time. Zhou Renjie's side had just made a move, and Jiang Chen's side knew about his plan. At the same time, Jiang Chen knew every move on Zhou Shihao's side as well. Watching that things are moving in the direction he expected, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth immediately revealed a bad smile. Maybe tonight, the Chao family is going to end the whole drama. Gah! 9:50 p.m. Zhou Renjie first sent someone to kidnap Xiaobai from the Golden Duck Club, then disguised himself and, putting on a silver mask, he came directly to the door of Zhou Shihao's house. Despite being a little nervous, the thought of the mature and buxom Shuya, Zhou Renjie was instantly overwhelmed. According to the information explained out by Xiaobai, Zhou Renjie did not knock on the door. Instead, he used Bai's cell phone to send a Weibo message to Zhou Shihao. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Zhou Shihao, who was also wearing a mask, to open the door of the villa. Come in. Zhou Shihao just lightly swept a glance at Zhou Renjie before bringing him into the villa. However, this time Zhou Shihao did not take the white straight to the second floor of the master bedroom. Instead, he led him to the living room and invited him to sit on the couch. Zhou Renjie instantly tensed up and subconsciously touched the mask on his face, afraid that Zhou Shihao would see something. Ding! Zhou Shihao picked up a red wine that had been prepared long ago. Then he opened the cork of the bottle in front of Zhou Renjie and poured a glass of wine for himself and Zhou Renjie each without haste. Brother, it's been hard on you. I'll drink to you. Zhou Shihao handed one of the glasses of red wine to Zhou Renjie, and although his tone was very flat, but it reeks of hopelessness, Zhou Renjie sniffed slightly, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems that the boss didn't find any end to it. The trick worked. If you wear this mask, you can steal the day from under the boss's nose. Concealment. One word, awesome. Chapter 150. A good brother must die together. Whoosh. Zhou Renjie didn't think much about it, and reached out to take the glass of wine handed to him by Zhou Shihao. He even gently clinked his glass with Zhou Shihao. Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. Immediately afterward, the two brothers, each with a bad heart, just stared at each other and slowly sipped the glass of red wine. Good wine. Zhou Renjie put down the empty glass in his hand, and then with an impatient look, looking at Zhou Shihao, he said, Boss, it's getting late, I should go and do my business. You see, do your damn business. To Zhou Renjie's great surprise, Zhou Shihao suddenly took off the mask on his face. Then with a look of indignation, he looked straight at him. Boss, what are you? Zhou Renjie was violently startled, and a touch of ominous foreboding instantly surfaced in his heart. Lao Air, are you still pretending? Do you really think I don't know anything? Zhou Shihao's sudden bellowing cry frightened Zhou Renjie's body and made him tremble. Almost pissed myself. You. Zhou Renjie stood up with a face full of horror and, instead, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his abdomen. It felt like a knife twisting, directly hurting Zhou Renjie so much that he fell back onto the sofa again. At this moment, Zhou Renjie's face changed drastically. Alarmed and angry, he snapped his head up and, looking toward Zhou Shihao, he asked, You stepped on the horse and poisoned the wine? That's right, I'm the one who poisoned you. Zhou Shihao suddenly walked over and took off the mask on Zhou Renjie's face as soon as he, and slammed the mask down hard on the floor. Penis, it's really you. No, not. Big brother, listen to my explanation. Second, what do you have to explain when it comes down to it? Big brother, don't call me big brother. Zhou Shihao suddenly roared in anger, pointing at Zhou Renjie's nose before cursing. You, son of a, I treat you as my own brother, but you're using such a despicable means to hide from the world. Steal the day. Do you think I'm stupid? Did you think I was good to be deceived? Does it seem like I'm just a loser? Upon hearing this, Zhou Renjie's heart grew flustered. Plus, the sharp pain coming from his abdomen was getting stronger. Zhou Renjie suddenly realized that if things continued like this, I'm afraid my little life will be accounted for here tonight. Without any hesitation, Zhou Renjie suddenly knelt on the ground and, constantly kowtowing to Zhou Shihao and admitting his mistake, Big brother, I was wrong, please, hurry up and give me the antidote. Ha! A look of madness surfaced on Zhou Shihao's face. only to see him glaring at his bloodshot eyes as he, looking angrily at Zhou Renjie, he said, "Why didn't you realize you were wrong when you stepped on my wife when you were sleeping with her? How come you didn't realize you were wrong when you stepped on the horse and fought me for the family fortune? You stepped on my ass when you were secretly investigating me and trying to get my medical report. Don't you know you're wrong? I'm telling you, it's too late. You go to hell." At this moment, Zhou Shihao went completely off the deep end, only to see him pouring a cup of poisonous wine once again, then squatting in front of Zhou Renjie, forcibly pinching Zhou Renjie's chin, trying to pour the poisonous wine into Zhou Renjie's mouth. Unexpectedly, accidents happen. Boo! Zhou Renjie touched an ashtray from somewhere, picked it up and smashed it hard on Zhou Shihao's head. Ah! Zhou Shihao screamed miserably. His head was smashed on the spot and blood flowed out. The whole thing staggered and fell backward as well. Spicy next door. Zhou Shihao, hurry up and give me the antidote. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhou Renjie didn't know where a force came from and suddenly pounced on him, directly sat on Zhou Shihao's body, and also choked him to death. Asterisk asterisk. How dare you smash me? I'll kill you. Although Zhou Shihao was smashed and briefly lost his fighting strength, but after slowing down, immediately, he launched a fierce counterattack against Zhou Renjie. Boo! In shock and anger, Zhou Renjie grabbed the ashtray again and, once again, it smashed hard on Zhou Shihao's head. After a muffled sound, Zhou Shihao's head opened up again, while more blood flowed out. Mud! Since you won't give me the antidote, then I want you to taste the taste of being poisoned as well. Give me a drink. Although Zhou Renjie had also gone off the deep end, but in a matter of life and death, still want a way to save yourself. That is, to let Zhou Shihao also drink poisonous wine. As long as Zhou Shihao was also poisoned, then he would definitely go for the antidote. At that time, as long as the antidote was snatched, wouldn't the poison in his body be removed? Gollum, Gollum, Gollum. Zhou Renjie forced himself to endure the sharp pain coming from his abdomen, poured a whole glass of poison wine into Zhou Shihao's mouth. When this was done, Zhou Renjie immediately let go of Zhou Shihao. Then he shouted loudly, "Boss, you're poisoned now too. Hurry up and find the antidote. Otherwise, you will be poisoned to death here." Quiet. The living room was quiet. No one saw it. A chain of destiny. Already, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were firmly tied together. This is the effect of the same life card. One glory for all. One fall for all. Do not seek the same year, same month, same day, but seek the same year, same month, same day, same day, same year, same month, same day, same day, same year, same month, same day, same year, same month, same day. How you died, I'll die the same way you did. If you're good brothers, you have to die together. Hey, what the hell are you doing? To Zhou Renjie's great surprise, after Zhou Shihao had been forced to pour that cup of poisonous wine, the entire group was dumbfounded in place for a long time. I told you to hurry up and find the antidote. Are you deaf? The anxious and angry Zhou Renjie immediately pinched Zhou Shihao's neck and fiercely threw it a few times. It was not until this moment that Zhou Shihao reacted. Penis, were you sent from heaven to punish me? Zhou Shihao looked at Zhou Renjie with a face full of despair, said, I don't know what kind of sins I created in my previous life. This life actually allowed me to be reincarnated into the Zhou family, and then become a brother with such a dumbass like you. Boss, what do you mean? Zhou Renjie was slightly startled at his words, and that ominous feeling in his heart that, it's also suddenly becoming more intense. Do you know what poison I put in the wine? Zhou Shihao touched the blood on his face, then cracked his mouth and a rueful smile appeared. What poison? Paraquat. A whole bottle of paraquat. Ha, ha ha, there is no antidote to 100 grass killer. Tonight, not only will you die here, I'll die here too. Zhou Shihao is crazy. He has indeed gone mad. Upon receiving the email Jiang Chen had sent him and seeing the clip, Zhou Shihao's anger had then reached its peak, completely losing his mind. Tonight, he had wanted to poison Zhou Renjie to vent his anger. I didn't realize it was in the gutter. Is this fate? Was it fated that he had no connection with the Zhou family's property and would never be the head of the Zhou family? Not willingly, he's really upset about it. It's all because of this stupid asshole Zhou Renjie. If he hadn't done such a despicable thing, how could I be so angry that I lost my mind? But, it's too late to say anything now. No one can cure the poison of paraquat. The other side, Zhou Renjie sat dumbfounded on the ground, a sharp pain coming from his abdomen that, it made his face grow pale as well. How come? Paraquat? Why is it paraquat? Zhou Shihao, you heartless, I'm your own brother. How could you poison me with Bacchus? Spicy next door. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Chapter 151, Laying Together. Midnight. Dynasty International Hotel. Qin Xiaoyu, under Jiang Chen's soft words, could only agree helplessly in the end. stay at the hotel tonight. Results. Qin Xiaoyu quickly realized that she had gotten on Jiang Chen's thieving ship. It wasn't even 12 o'clock midnight yet, and she was beaten to tears by Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was very good at coaxing women, and in the midst of his sheepish, sweet, and warm words, Qin Xiaoyu completely lost herself. Even with tears in her eyes, she had to finish the love song. An hour later, Jiang Chen was about to go to the balcony to smoke a cigarette. I didn't expect to receive phone calls from Suya, Li Yu and Chen Yun. Powerful news. Zhou Shihao is dead, and so is Zhou Renjie. The brothers have not been taken to the hospital because they drank poisoned wine containing paraquat. Just both died in the ambulance. That's not all. Zhou Zhengfeng was so angry that he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot after seeing the corpses of his 2 sons. And then it was all over. That's right, Zhou Zhengfeng was pissed off alive. To hear this exhilarating news with a vengeance, Jiang Chen's face, however, didn't show any happy expression. Swish, only to see him pull out his cell phone, tap on the photo album, and find the picture of his mother before she was born. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen used his trembling fingers to gently stroke the screen of his cell phone, eyes rather complicated staring at the woman in the photo. Mom, I've avenged you. You can rest in peace in the 9 springs. Jiang Chen was not a pretentious person. He was only sad for a moment alone. Then he left the hotel and hurried to the hospital. Overnight, it's like the Zhou family has grown wings with what's happening in their house. The rumor spread throughout the entire upper-class celebrity circle of Xilan City. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were both poisoned and died, followed by Zhou Zhengfeng, who was seriously ill. It also died from excessive grief. In the entire Zhou family, there was now only Jiang Chen left as a male. One has to wonder about that. Fortunately, the inspector's office was not slow at all, and that night they investigated the whole matter, and a circular was sent out overnight. The truth of the matter is also amazing to everyone, because Elder Zhou is dying. The 2 brothers, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, in order to compete for the family fortune. There's been an open and shut battle. It all started when Zhou Renjie found evidence of Zhou Shihao's infertility, and Zhou Shihao lost his heart and tried to poison Zhou Renjie. Results. The poison Chao Yenkit fought back angrily and forced poison wine on Chao Saiho as well. This eventually led to the death of both brothers by poisoning. As for Zhou Zhengfeng, he was already suffering from a serious liver tumor disease, and had only 3 months to live. The body is already quite weak. After witnessing the bodies of his 2 sons, Zhou Zhengfeng could not bear the blow. He was infuriated and spat out blood on the spot. After learning the truth of the matter, the entire upper-class circle of celebrities in Xilan City, almost everyone was lamenting Jiang Chen's burst of luck. Jiang Chen was just an illegitimate son of Zhou Zhengfeng, and by all accounts, it's simply impossible to get the Zhou family's inheritance. However, the Zhou family's first and second young masters are dead, and so is the head of the family, Zhou Zhengfeng. The Zhou family now only had Jiang Chen, the bastard son, left alive in the world. Deservedly and logically, Jiang Chen naturally became the Zhou family's first heir. Day 2. The southern suburb of Xilan City, Taoyuan Mountain. It's a beautiful setting with birds and flowers, but it's been built as a cemetery. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who was wearing a black suit with a black silk ribbon tied around his arm, standing peacefully in front of 3 brand new headstones. In front of each tombstone, there are 3 burning joss sticks and all of them were filled with various tributes specifically for the purpose of paying tribute. The black and white photo on the tombstone in the center is Zhou Zhengfeng. The black and white photo on the headstone on the left is of Zhou Shihao. The black and white photo on the tombstone on the right is Zhen Chao, the Zhou family father and son. The 3 of them were lying neatly at this moment. It was really saddening. 1 old and 2 young. You're in good hands. As for little mom, sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, don't worry, I'll take good care of them. An expression of extreme sadness appeared on Jiang Chen's face, because there are a lot of guests coming to this funeral today. There were even quite a few media reporters who had rushed to the scene, so Jiang Chen had to put on an act so that he wouldn't be chewed on behind his back. Woohoo! Just then, a sob suddenly drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Swish! Jiang Chen turned his head to look and immediately saw Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu standing behind him. They've all changed into long, black, tulle dresses today, and every single one of them had red eyes and a sad look on their face. However, just the moment Jiang Chen turned back to look at them, Chen Yun smiled awkwardly at Jiang Chen, and immediately burst into tears again. Suya blinked at Jiang Chen, and a blush flew across her pretty face. Then she followed Chen Yun and cried wooing together. Li Yu was the most courageous, and she threw Jiang Chen a wink while wailing and crying. Okay, everyone is pretending. When will this funeral be over? I'm so tired. Tatsu, are you okay? Perhaps it was because she saw Jiang Chen looking annoyed. Chen Yun suddenly walked over to his side, and reached out and gently patted him on the shoulder. Auntie Ru, I'm fine. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head, his face showing another look of grief and pain. It seems to be steeped in the pain of the death of his father and brother. However, Chen Yun, hugged Jiang Chen in her arms. I only saw her crying while softly consoling. Xiao Chen, don't be too sad. Even though your dad and 2 brothers are gone, you still have me as your little mom. From now on, we, mother and son, will be dependent on each other. I will take good care of you. For your father, and for your 2 brothers. There's absolutely no way you'll be wronged in the slightest. Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. That's a nifty line for me. Auntie Yun, you stole my lines. What am I going to say later? Tatsu. And me. I decided that I won't remarry in this life, and I'll stay in the Zhou family for the rest of my life. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is like a mother. As your sister-in-law, I will take good care of you. Definitely won't let you suffer one bit. Just as Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, Suya walked over as well, and to make such a bold statement in public. Immediately afterward, in Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, Suya suddenly opened her arms and hugged both him and Chen Yun. From now on, the 3 of us will be dependent on each other. Woohoo! Pust. Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood again. It's just as well that Chen Yun came to make trouble. I didn't expect the gentle and virtuous Suya. It will also run out and make a mess at this time of year. Can't you guys be more attentive? Don't be so pompous with your acting. If we keep acting like this, we're going to be exposed. Tatsu. And me. To Jiang Chen's horror, Liu also came over crying at this time. And I've decided never to remarry in my life. As your second sister-in-law, I'll hold you in the palm of my hand. Just like my little mom and sister-in-law. Take good care of you and don't let you suffer half a bit. From now on, our family of 4 will depend on each other. Put. Jiang Chen wanted to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the spot. It's too pompous. It's so fake. I had goosebumps all over my body. And, don't you guys realize how big you are? Can you be a little more aware of the impact? It's so tight, I can hardly breathe. Chapter 152, Singing, Drinking, 3 dozen, Night. Dynasty KTV Concert Hall, Supreme VIP Box 88. Jiang Chen, sitting on the sofa, cupped a glass of wine in his hand. There was a gangly grin at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps feeling a bit hot, Jiang Chen casually undid the 3 buttons on his shirt, vaguely revealing his pecs. Under the illumination of the dim light, his entire body exuded a sinister aura of, "It's fascinating. I once loved a man who said I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept that innocence for him and closed the door on loving others." Tonight, Liu had changed into a purple big exposed backpack hip dress. The neck hanging, corseted, and skin-tight design style outlines her figure perfectly. A long head of hair was coiled behind her head, with 2 strands falling near her cheeks. There was also a delicate makeup on her face. The most striking thing is a flaming red lip. There is a strong aura of seduction emanating from every moment. I don't ask for much. Treat me as well as you used to. But one day you said the same thing and took someone else into your arms. Liu cupped a golden microphone in both hands, and in a deep, clear and pleasant voice, slowly sings a song about perfume poisoning. That nightingale-like song seemed to carry a hint of sultriness, and a touch of sadness, and one can't help but have unlimited fantasies and even willingly linger and sink into her songs. Pia. When the song was finished, the box erupted in applause. Embarrassed, Liu put down the microphone and turned to the crowd with a slight smile, then settled back on the couch. Swish! At that exact moment, a beam of colored lights overhead shone down, just passing quickly over Liu's face. It was only a flash, but the crowd clearly saw that the bottom of Liu's eyes had already flooded with a hint of tears. Swish! The big screen quickly jumped to the next song, and Suya, sitting next to Liu, reaching for the microphone. Who directs this play? In this lonely role, where the dialogue always talks to itself, opponents or memes, can't see much of an end. Tonight, Suya was wearing a rose-red French halter fishtail dress. The skirt, too, was of a corseted style, and brought out her voluminous waist and extremely full tunic. It's all perfectly displayed. A long head of hair was similarly coiled behind her head, and her face was covered in a delicate makeup, though not as exaggerated as Liu's flaming red lips, but Suya was wearing a layer of sexy lip gloss on her mouth, which glowed with a seductive sheen under the light. On a starless night, I leave the past to you, and if it's all just an act, wants you to be good at theater. Heartbreak is just me. Suya cupped her hands tightly around the microphone, and in a euphonious voice with a hint of softness, slowly sings a monologue. She sings like a kingfisher flicking water, like a yellow warbler chanting, It drilled right into the heart of every listener in the room and infected everyone deeply. Pia. When the song was over, the box erupted into another round of applause. After Suya put down the microphone, she stroked the hair around her cheeks in embarrassment. Then he secretly glanced at Jiang Chen. At that exact moment, Jiang Chen also raised his eyes to look at Suya. Sister-in-law, I'll drink to you. Jiang Chen suddenly picked up his wine glass and walked straight over, sitting next to Suya. Ha, oh, okay. Suya picked up her wine glass with some urgency, and a hint of redness rose on her pretty face. Xiao Chen, why are you only toasting sister-in-law? Why don't you even have a drink with me? Your second sister-in-law? Right at this moment, Li Yu took the initiative to come over, her face intentionally putting on an angry look as well. Oh, then I'll toast both sister-in-law and second sister-in-law, and wish you happiness every day from now on. All the best. Jiang Chen smilingly held his wine cup and clinked it with Suya and Li Yu respectively. Who knows? Suya and Li Yu looked at each other, then spoke in unison. No, you have to drink 2 cups. I'll go. A wheelbarrow fight? Are you guys trying to get me drunk? Oh, you're a manly man. Are you still afraid of us 2 weak women? Come on. Who's afraid? Deep feelings. 1 sip. No fish in the cup. Jiang Chen, Suya, and Li Yu had gotten together and were pushing their cups together to make merry, mingle and heckle. Swish. Just then, Chen Yun, who was sitting on the sidelines, also reached out and picked up the microphone. To speak is heartless. To write is even more heartless. Why write again when you are all heartless? Why bother to put your heart into it when you no longer have one? And a letter can easily turn the past into a phantom. Tonight, Chen Yun is not wearing her favorite cheongsam. Instead, she changed into a European-style aristocratic airy wraparound dress. The dress has a deep V neckline, a drawstring waist, and a side split. It wrapped her figure tightly. I don't know if they had discussed this in advance, but Chen Yun had also coiled her long hair behind her head. That aura of a mature, beautiful woman tickled up, delicate melon face, fine white skin, and in the light of all the time it shines and moves. The light, thin eyebrows seemed to have been carefully drawn, and underneath were a pair of flirtatious and cool Danfang eyes. The phoenix eyes were flooded with a ripe and charming flavor, lips like roses. As soon as they opened their mouths, they sang a verse as heavenly as a song. I'm standing on a rooftop, tears and neon blinding my eyes, vows deceiving blowing pains to believe. Who can I tell my heartbreak to? Chen Yun's unique, mature voice, with a hint of sexy huskiness. It gives an indescribably wonderful feeling. My beloved dear lovely beloved forever without regret. Unloved wrong loved had loved her loved forever relentless. I've wasted my life for you, and you give me a few words of panache. This relentless love letter, by the time it reaches its climax, Froze by Chen Yun sang a kind of heartrending, heartbreaking, to break or not to break. I want to become a devil. Jiang Chen only felt that in his internal organs. It was as if he had been ironed by an iron, and there was no place that was not ambidextrous. The 36,000 pores of his body were like eating ginseng fruit, and none of them were not unimpeded. Just then, Chen Yun suddenly plucked the song out of the air and it was as if a thread of steel wire had been thrown into the sky. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cry out in secret, almost crushing the wine glass in his hand. Pia. When Chen Yun finished his song, Jiang Chen, Suya and Li Yu gave her the warmest applause without stinting. Swish! At this moment, Chen Yun was like a proud peacock, putting down the microphone in her hand. Then he picked up a glass of wine and walked straight to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, all you care about is drinking with Suya and Li Yu. Don't you even have a drink with me? Your little mom? Looking at the bottom of Chen Yun's eyes flashed with a touch of teasing, Jiang Chen suddenly reacted. Grandma's leg. The 3 of them must have agreed ahead of time to get their buddies drunk tonight. Come on. Who's afraid of who? The word fear is not in my vocabulary. Even if it's 1 against 3, it's still easy to destroy you guys. Auntie Yun, I'll drink to you. 1 glass isn't enough. Good things come in pairs. At least 2 toasts, right? Okay, your call. Cheers. Tonight, a few of us sufferers won't get drunk. Chapter 153, Zhang's Group. The next morning, Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite. A ray of sunlight shone through the window and spilled onto the plush king-sized bed. Jiang Chen, who was sleeping, suddenly frowned, and then he slowly opened his eyes. After a moment's reprieve, Jiang Chen climbed up from the bed with difficulty. He was seen rolling out of bed, then donning a hotel robe that, confused, he walked into the bathroom. Brush your teeth, wash your face, comb your hair. After doing this, Jiang Chen yawned and came into the living room, then headed to the sofa and laid down. Tapped the main system page directly with the intention. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 6. Item bar, black card, bounty. Props fragment X5. Artifact, mind's eye, 2 stars. Want to draw a prize for fun? No way. I have to resist the temptation. At least save up enough for 10 draws as well, so you can have a 10 in a row when the time comes. Since we're not going to raffle for a while, Is there anything else we can play? Right. Black card, bounty. Jiang Chen had recharged the Fighting Teeth platform with 100 million Dragon Nation coins in the first place. Only 10 million or so had been rewarded to Lily Yu, leaving a balance of 80 million or so. If you don't spend all this money, the system won't double the rebate. And this black card, bounty money, it will just keep taking up space in the system item bar. As it happened, Jiang Chen had that little bit of OCD. Nothing more to say. Spend money to go. Swish. Jiang Chen closed the main system page. Then with a thought, directly opening the super phone within his body, he quickly logged on to the Douya live streaming platform. On the surface, Jiang Chen seemed to be lying on the sofa, dazed. In fact, he was watching the young lady dance on the Bluetooth live streaming platform. This won't work. It's too small. This one has a nice body. Too bad it's not very good looking. I'll go. Such a pretty young lady, but her face value is only 60 points? How much filter and beauty is this on? Asterisk asterisk. 1 meter 8 long legs? This super long leg special effect is too scary. A lady who practices yoga? This one I like. Time passes by. Just as Jiang Chen was watching, the door to the bedroom was suddenly pushed open. Immediately after, Chen Yun, Su Yat and Li Yu, who were already fully dressed, walked out one after another. But, each of them had a slightly embarrassed expression and their eyes were a bit averted. No way. Last night when they were drinking, the three of them dunked Jiang Chen alone, and let Jiang Chen come up with a wave of counterattacks. Can it not be humiliating? Swish. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked over, and a line of information immediately popped up in his vision. Chen Yun's favorability, 98. Xu Yao's favoritism, 98. Li Yu's favorability, 98. Seeing that Chen Yun, Su Yat and Li Yu's favorability clear up to 98 points, Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but conjure up a song. Open your mind and strip away the shyness of spring. Dance and whirl and step through the silence of winter. Come on, come on. Meet on September 8th. Meet in the silver moonlight. Meet in the warmth of affection. Before Jiang Chen finished humming his song, Chen Yun walked over quickly, only to see her sitting on her but beside Jiang Chen, and crossing one leg in the process, then said with a calm face, Tatsu, hurry up and go change your clothes. You have to go to the Joe Group's board meeting later, so don't be late. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, got up and headed towards the bedroom. But, before entering the bedroom, Jiang Chen, however, sang a song with a bad smile on his face. You got me drunk. I made you cry. You resisted all the sins. I laughed heartlessly. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen, what kind of messed up song are you singing? And you fooled around? That's because we feel sorry for you. That's why we purposely let you go. Keep drinking tonight if you can. If the tiger doesn't make a move, do you really think we're sick cats? In the midst of a chorus of shy and annoyed chortles, Jiang Chen decisively dashed into the bedroom. Then he closed the door with a bang, leaving only the blushing Chen Yun, Su Yat and Li Yu, looking at each other in the living room. They guys, 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 A.M. Joe Group Headquarters Building, High-Level Conference Hall. Jiang Chen, who was dressed in formal attire and very handsome, sat squarely on the seat of the chairman of the board. It gives the impression of not being angry. At this moment, the conference hall was filled with Joe Group's top management, but Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth to speak, and the entire conference hall was quiet. No one dared make a single sound at this time. Swish! Just then, Chen Yun suddenly stood up and said to everyone, let's use the warmest applause to welcome Mr. Jiang to be honored as the chairman of Joe Group and preside over the big picture for the group. Pia. Chen Yun was the first to lead the applause after saying these words. Immediately afterward, the entire conference hall resounded with a round of applause. Swish! A moment later, Jiang Chen raised his arm and made a downward gesture. In the next second, the applause in the conference hall immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the chairman's seat. Ahem! Only to hear Jiang Chen dryly cough twice. Then aloud, I now announce a few important resolutions. First, the Joe Group will be renamed the Jiang Group from today. I don't believe anyone has any problem with that, do they? Quiet. The conference room was quiet. Everyone, including Chen Yun, Su Yat and Li Yu, did not have any opinions. After all, Jiang Chen was only changing the name of the group. It wasn't like he was hurting the group's interests. And Jiang Chen now holds 100% of the group's equity. Isn't he the only one who has the say? Alright, since everyone is fine with it, then I announce that from now on, Joe's Group, officially renamed Jiang's Group. Pia. The chamber erupted in another round of applause. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waited until everyone had quieted down. Then he said, second, I'm going to promote Chen Yun, the former deputy general manager, to be the general manager of Zhang's group, responsible for fully presiding over all the work of the group. On top of that, Chen Yun's annual salary is raised to $15 million. At the same time, I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares, which will be held by Chen Yun herself, and enjoy the right to dividends. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Chen Yun's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide. Very excitedly, he stood up, and a look of ecstasy covered his face. Thank you, Chairman. I will live up to your expectations of me. Pa. Another round of applause rang out in the conference room, and all of the group's senior staff, all of them looked at Chen Yun with envious eyes. At the same time, a line of text reminder floated out of Jiang Chen's line of sight. Chen Yun's favoritism +1. Chen Yun's favoritism has reached 99 points. Chapter 154, the chairman of the board of directors who goes to work to catch fish. Zhang's group, high-level conference hall. After Chen Yun sat down, Jiang Chen immediately announced the third resolution. Thirdly, I'm going to promote Suya, the former finance director, to be the deputy general manager of Zhang's group, responsible for assisting general manager Chen Yun in managing the group. In addition, Suya's annual salary is raised to $1 million. I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares, which will be held by Suya herself, with the right to dividends. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Suya was just like Chen Yun. A look of excitement and thrill immediately appeared on his face. Thank you, Chairman. Pa. Another round of applause rang out in the conference hall. This time, Suya also became the envy of all. At the same time, another line of text reminder floated out of Jiang Chen's line of sight. Shua's favoritism +1. Shua's favoritism has reached 99 points. After the conference hall had quieted down, Jiang Chen announced a fourth resolution. Fourth, I'm going to promote the former personnel director, Li Yu, to be the deputy general manager of Zhang's group, also responsible for assisting general manager Chen Yun in managing the group. In addition, Li Yu's annual salary has been raised to $1 million. I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares, which will be held by Li Yu herself, with the right to dividends. Upon hearing these words, Li Yu's originally hanging heart finally relaxed. Only the corner of her mouth curved up in a nice curve. Then she stood up and, without a trace, he gave Jiang Chen a wink. Thank you, Chairman. Pa. Another round of enthusiastic applause rang out in the conference hall, and Li Yu became the envy of the crowd. At the same time, another line of text reminder floated out of Jiang Chen's line of sight. Li Yu's favoritism +1. Li Yu's favoritism has reached 99 points. At this point, the distribution of Zhang's group's shareholdings was officially completed. Jiang Chen held 55% of the group's shares and was still firmly seated as chairman. Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu, each holding 15% of the group's equity, tied for second largest shareholder in the group. But, Chen Yun had been promoted to general manager by Jiang Chen, and was slightly more powerful than Suya and Li Yu in terms of power. Both Suya and Li Yu had no opinion on this point. They care more about group shares. After all, holding the shares of Zhang's group is the same as owning a gold mine. You can source your own wealth. Outside of this time, Jiang Chen had only promised to give Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu 10% of the group's shares at first. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was now giving each of them 15% of the group's shares with a wave of his hand. Don't underestimate the extra 5% of shares. You know, Zhang's group is a big group with a market capitalization of $100 billion. A 5% share is equivalent to 5 billion Longhua dollars. Money, who doesn't? Jiang Chen is so generous, who wouldn't love it? Then the stingy and selfish Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Jiang Chen was simply the god in the hearts of Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu. The meeting was adjourned. Chen Yun, Suya and Li Yu were all busy with the work of Zhang Group. Jiang Chen, the abominable capitalist, slithered to the chairman's office. Then he closed the door behind him, took out his cell phone and swiped through the short videos. The good old days of retiring in place, enjoying life, mucking about, and lying completely flat on your back. It's finally time to move on. One word, awesome. Ha, where's that young lady practicing yoga I swiped this morning? ***. Forgot to click follow. Where's the history browsing history? I'll go. How did it get cleared? Ah, my yoga lady. Aren't we destined for each other? Just miss it. In this life, there will always be regrets. A life without regrets would not be a complete life. Jiang Chen was not a pretentious person, and since he had missed this young lady practicing yoga, then forget it. Swish swish, only to see Jiang Chen quickly in the search bar, typed in the words practicing yoga lady, then decisively click on search. In the next second, the Douya live streaming platform recommended a whole bunch of female anchors practicing yoga to Jiang Chen. Wow, this one has a nice body. Too bad it's not very good looking. This one's not bad looking, but it's a shame it's short. I'll go. Black leopard print stretchy super short yoga pants? How can this pass muster when you're dressed so sexily? What a backstabber. This side suggests that the anchor woman should just turn around and try not to show her face. Just like that, Jiang Chen strolled through 10 or so live rooms in one breath. Never met a beautiful woman with a face and body over 90 points. It's a bit of a bummer. Why don't we just go back to Phoenix Villa 1 and discuss the true meaning of life with the 6 golden flowers? Jiang Chen thought as he traced his finger across the cell phone screen. Unexpectedly, it was such a casual stroke that caused Jiang Chen's eyes to light up violently. ***. Twin sisters? Jiang Chen also didn't expect that this live broadcasting room that he had newly entered. Surprisingly, there were 2 big, identical beauties. Swish! Without hardly any hesitation, Jiang Chen opened the eye of scrying on the spot. The eyes also locked onto the twin sisters' bodies. Name: Luxuriant Growth. Age: 22. Face value: 94. Body: 94. Favorite fruit: melon. Drivers: 0. Favorability: 0. Name: Lu Yingying. Age: 22. Face value: 94. Body: 94. Favorite fruit: melon. Drivers: 0. Favorability: 0. Looking at the exact same data in the field of view, the targets are 2 women. This made Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a bit hot. Grandma's leg. Not bad for twin sisters. The looks are the same. The body is the same. And at night, when the lights are off, it's impossible to tell who's who. Oh, no. You can't tell who's who even if you don't turn off the lights. At this moment, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, the twin sisters, sit on 2 different yoga mats. On the left, Lu Qianqian, wearing a small light pink sports undershirt on her. Underneath is a pair of yoga pants in the same color. Lu Yingying, on the right, was wearing a small light purple sports undershirt on top. Underneath is a pair of yoga pants in the same color. One pink and one purple, like 2 beautiful snakes, reflecting each other. Welcome to our sister's live broadcast. I'm Sister Qianqian. This is my sister Yingying. Is there any big brother who can support a hand and help our sisters? We don't want to lose. Lu Qianqian's voice suddenly came out from the live broadcast. It wasn't until this moment that Jiang Chen realized that the twin sisters was playing PKs with another female anchor. What surprised Jiang Chen was that there were only about 50 water friends in the sisters' live room, and most of them are white scoop parties. The sisters canvassed for half a day and only managed to pull in a total of over $30 in gifts. Then look at the opposite anchor woman. A variety of gifts flying all over the place. The blood bar is also miso up. In just the blink of an eye, the twin sisters' side of the blood bar it's almost all gone. At this moment, the battered Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying seem to have lost all hope. However, next second, a series of carnival effects suddenly floated up on the live feed. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. In just an instant, the blood bar on the side of the twin sisters' flower had risen violently by a large margin. Not only did it in turn suppress the opposite side's blood bar, but it even squeezed the opposite side's blood bar almost out of existence. Quiet. The live feed instantly went silent. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were instantly stunned over. Both sisters' mouths couldn't help but open into an O shape, and their heartbeats sped up. After a few brief seconds of freezing, the live broadcast immediately resounded with the screams of the sisters. Ah, it's carnival. 30 rounds of carnival. Thank you for the carnival sent to me by my big brother full of stars. Love you oh. Wahahaha. Thank you Brother Star for your support. Quill. Brother Star. Wahahaha. Chapter 155, Must Hug Big Brother Star. Inked Light Guild. President's Office. A mature and gorgeous woman was currently sitting at her desk flipping through papers. Suddenly, the cell phone set aside kept vibrating. Swish, only to see her put down the paper in her hand and rub her head, which was a little slightly swollen. Then he picked up his cell phone. In the next second, she couldn't help but stare with wide eyes and a look of shock on her face. What? Big Star actually came to Qianqian and Yingying's live room? Really? This woman's name was Kai Jie, and she was the president of the Ink-Stained Veil Guild. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, on the other hand, are contracted anchors under the guild. Hearing the news of the Star Big Brother's descent, Kai Jie was really taken aback. Who's the Star Bigot? He was a godly man who had wildly swiped 1,000,000 Dragon Kingdom coins in 1 PK. His name had long since resounded throughout the Dueling Teeth platform. So, the first thought that popped into Tsai Jie's head was, hit the jackpot. This is going to be great. This third-rate small guild of his own finally had a chance to fly up the ladder. Swish! Without any hesitation, Kai Jie landed on the Duya Live platform as fast as she could. Then he entered Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's live room. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Kai Jie saw a screen full of special effects from the carnival. The various pop-ups within the live broadcast room were also like a torrent, scrolling rapidly, and the atmosphere was simply about to explode. Those who didn't know the situation thought that this was the live room of some big first-tier anchor. However, Kai Jie's heart, is very clear that Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying have only just stepped into this line of work. Pure and simple budding young anchors. Swish, Kai Jie swept a glance at the online audience in the live broadcast room, not realizing that in just a short while of work, the number of people has crossed 100,000. Seeing such an explosive scene, even Kai Jie, who was the president of the heart couldn't help but beat violently as well. The appeal and influence of a super godly hero was truly terrifying as hell. Hit the big time. This time it's a real hit. Kai Jie's mouth was full of words, and her pretty willow eyes, it snapped on like a light bulb. She founded the ink-stained Gossamer Guild, which has been at the bottom of the heap for 3 years now, but it never made a name for itself. The guild's pillar anchor, Pepper, is just barely squeezing into the ranks of second-tier anchors. Nowadays, the Inked Light Guild can't make ends meet because it loses money year after year. It is at risk of being dissolved in bankruptcy at any time. However, here's your chance. As long as we can keep the super godly man, the starry-eyed big man, not to mention that the pair of sisters, Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying, would be able to soar, and the Ink-Dyed Light Guild would be able to follow suit and ascend to heaven. Thanks for the carnival, brother star. Love you, oh. Wahahaha. To show our gratitude, let's the two of us sisters give brother star a dance. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying in the live broadcast room. After thanking big brother star, immediately, a dance began. These like-for-like twin sisters, rocking the hot, dancing a sexy Korean dance and instantly lighting up the eyes of I don't know how many LSPs, maybe too many viewers on the live stream. Probably the first time the sisters have danced in front of so many people. Maybe it's a bit of a letdown. Lu Qianliang and Lu Yingying danced with a hint of reserve. There was also a hint of redness on her pretty face, a look of nervousness and shyness. The effect, rather than detracting, was to look pure and lustful. Well, good. Seeing this scene, Kai Jie couldn't help but nod secretly. These two girls are pretty talented. They can dance the Korean dance so well in half a month. The genius had put in a lot of effort, and hadn't wasted his focus on the two of them. On top of that, the twin sisters have been incredibly lucky, and just halfway through the show, it just draws the super goddesses in. It's almost as if they were born to eat this line of work. Swish, Kai Jie couldn't help but look at the gift contribution list. The starry-eyed big man is riding high on the charts. The total amount of gifts rewarded has gone towards 5 million. At this moment, Kai Jie's eyes were smiling into 2 crescent moons. Qian, Ying, remember to give Big Brother Star some attention and most importantly, add friends. By all means, be sure to add the Star Big Brother's best friend. Kai Jie seemed a bit uneasy and immediately edited such a message. It was sent directly to the twin sisters' WeChat. Seemingly afraid that the two of them wouldn't pay attention to their cell phones, Kai Jie rushed out of the office in another fiery rush, straight to the door of the sisters' live room. But, the twin sisters were dancing, and Kai Jie couldn't be bothered to go in and interrupt, so all that could be done was to stand anxiously outside the door and wait it out. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you miss it, then you may never encounter such a good opportunity in your life. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Kai Jie felt as if she had waited an entire century. Finally, the sisters finished their dance. Kai Jie knocked on the door in a hurry, then anxiously held up her cell phone and gestured them to hurry up and check their messages on WeChat. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying just finished a dance. There was a faint blush on both sisters' faces and some beads of sweat broke out on their foreheads. At this moment, seeing Kai Jie's gesture outside the door, the sisters immediately sat down, then picked up their cell phones and wondered what they were looking at. Both of them looked a little dorky and nerdy. Coincidentally, at that moment, the PK also ended. Zhang Chen swiped $5 million in gifts all by himself, beat the opposite anchor woman senseless, dropping. It was also at this time that the super phone inside Zhang Chen's body that a series of WeChat message beeps suddenly appeared. It just so happened that Zhang Chen felt his fingers were a bit sore and his spirit was a bit tired, so he typed on the public frequency, "That's it for today. I have some business to attend to. Play next time." Zhang Chen smoothly gave this pair of superb sisters his attention, and was just about to exit the live broadcast room. Then he heard Lu Qianxian shout, "Ha, brother star, are you getting off? Can you wait?" Only to see that Lu Qianxian first gave Zhang Chen's account a follow, then it took a quick tap on the phone. "What's wrong?" Zhang Chen sent a pop-up on the public frequency, and his eyes were on Lu Qianli and Lu Yingying, sweeping around again. "Brother star, you must remember to read the private messages." Lu Qianxian didn't say anything, still tinkering with her cell phone. On the contrary, next to Lu Ying, winking playfully at the camera. At this moment, the live broadcast was abuzz. I'll go. You guys are actually chatting privately about Big Brother in front of us? The two anchor ladies. You guys aren't trying to ask out Big Brother star, are you? I protest. I also swiped a $50 gift for the anchor just now. I want a private chat too. Right. I want a private chat too. I'll take +1 for private chat as well. I'll take private chat +2 as well. I want a private chat too plus 10,086. Seeing the screen full of pop-ups, all of which are acquaintances clamoring for a private chat with the anchor. It's all about flirting with the sisters. At this moment, both Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying's pretty faces couldn't help but blush. Lu Qianqian favorability +10, +10, +10. Lu Qianqian's favor has reached 60. Lu Ying favorability +10, +10, +10. Lu Ying's favorability reaches 60. Chapter 156, Do you want to turn a mountain chicken into a phoenix? Zhang's group, chairman's office. Zhang Chen exited the sisters' live room and immediately saw two private messages in the background. That's right, it's a private contact from Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying. A gangly smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Chen's mouth. In passing, I added the twin sisters' WeChat friends. After all, Zhang Chen's aim is to be indistinguishable from gambling and drugs, and he loved nothing more than to save women in distress from themselves. Look at the sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying. In the beginning, they only had about 50 viewers in their booth. It took the sisters a lot of effort to pull in a couple dozen votes. How pathetic. So, Zhang Chen was moved with compassion, and only then did he step in to give them a helping hand. As for whether Zhang Chen would still support them in the future, that's up to the sisters. The other side, Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying's live room. After Zhang Chen left, a large portion of the audience in the live broadcast room also slipped away. After all, everyone is here to see Super Divine Hero smashing money, and at the moment, the main man has already gotten off the line. Most of the watermen naturally had to slip away when they saw that there was no drama to be had. But, Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying's attention has gone crazy by more than 20,000. And with over $5 million in gifts, it all seems like a dream. The sisters looked at each other and both saw surprise, shock, excitement, bewilderment in each other's eyes. That's a whopping $5 million in gifts. Does it mean you're going to be rich? The starry-eyed big man is gone. So now what's the best thing to do? Looking at the live room, which had cooled down, neither Lu Qianqian nor Lu Ying were in the mood to continue the broadcast. Thus, the sisters said a hasty goodbye to their remaining water friends and then went straight off the air. Drip! It was also at this moment that the sisters' cell phones rang with WeChat beeps one after the other. It's a friend request from Big Star. The sisters hurriedly passed the friend verification, and were wondering if they should say hello to the starry-eyed big brother. Kai Jia then suddenly pushed the door and walked in. Qian, Ying, have you guys added Big Brother Star's WeChat friend? Kai Jia, who had always been more serious, had a smile on her pretty face at the moment, intimate as an old mother seeing her own daughter. Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying nodded somewhat dully, looking as if they were still sleepwalking. It hasn't returned. Good for you. Ha ha, if you guys can keep the star Big Brother, this splash of riches is coming. Qian, Ying, you two will be rich soon. Kai Jia was so excited that she couldn't wait to hug Lu Qianli and Lu Ying on the spot, then kissed them both hard. Lu Qianqian seemed to have finally come back to her senses. She was seen to exhale a long, heartfelt sigh of relief and said, "It was so scary just now." The live streaming room flooded with 100,000 viewers at once. Big Star swiped a lot of carnivals and filled the screen with special effects of gifts that took my eye off the ball. Sister Kai, if we can keep Big Brother Star, aren't we considered to have hugged a big leg? Kai Jia smiled slightly at her words and couldn't help but stretch out a finger that a light nod on Lu Qianqian's head. You have a small frame. Keeping the star bigot is more than just holding on to a big leg. As long as the big star can look at you. You two sisters. From now on it's a phoenix on a branch. Kai Jia said as she took Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying's hands. Looking at the pair in front of us, whose faces and bodies are quite explosive. It's almost as if they are the ultimate twin sisters. Kai Jia is getting more and more excited and satisfied the more she looks at it. And at the same time, I'm getting more and more impressed with my own vision in the first place. Don't you think I'm making this up? Big Star is a super godly man. And you guys know about one of his previous PKs. How much money was spent? A whole $10 million. A divine hero who is so generous is rare in the entire Dueling Teeth platform. Today you also received a gift of $5 million. It's a great opportunity to buck the trend. You guys need to hold on tight. Whether or not you can turn a mountain chicken into a phoenix depends on whether or not you can keep the star Big Brother. Kai Jia was getting more and more excited and her eyes were getting brighter and brighter. When she got to the back of the room, She couldn't wait to get down in the ring herself, and then use all 18 of her skills to say what you will to keep the star. Big man. Lu Qianxian and Lu Ying were dumbfounded by what they heard. The sisters' mouths dropped open into an O shape and it seems to be intimidated by the millions and millions of horrible numbers. They're just getting into the live streaming business and they don't know anything about it. I was just thinking about getting on with the program, doing a good job, trying to get my hands on a $500 base salary. Results. The super godly star Big Brother suddenly descended, and a splash of riches just unfolded before his eyes. Chicken to Phoenix? When I think of what Kai Jia just said, the sisters couldn't help the thumping of their hearts. By the way, I'll draw up a new contract for you tomorrow. This time, the contract will be done according to the grade of a first-tier anchor. You guys have to go for it. Kai Jia, as the head of a group, knows the truth that investment should be made before it's too late. If the twins really do fly the coop, then that's the time to suck up to them. It's getting cold. Ha! When the sisters heard this, they couldn't help but freeze in unison, both staring with somewhat incredulous eyes. This is too much, isn't it? Just because Big Star came to their booth once, the president just bumped their contract up several notches? Why does it feel like a dream? Squeak! Just as both sisters were lost in shock, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open and a silhouette breezed in. Qian, Ying, congratulations! The woman let out a delicate laugh and immediately walked over to the full of excitement. He hugged Lu Qianxian and Lu Ying. If Jiang Chen was present, he would definitely recognize this woman. She's the anchor woman who just played PK with Lu Qianxian and Lu Ying. Her name is Pepper. It was also the pillar of the Inked Lightning Guild. Normally, Pepper had never been so enthusiastic with the sisters, and was even a bit high-strung. Never looked the two sisters in the eye. However, now with this attitude of Pepper's, it's almost as if she's found her long-lost sister. The enthusiasm was a little too much. The two sisters are amazing. To have attracted all the star bigwigs. One word, bull beer. From now on, my sister will follow you too. I won't say any more. Sister is treating you to a big dinner tonight. Pepper had lost miserably in that PK just now, though, but it received a reward of $10,000 from Jiang Chen for medical expenses. So naturally, Pepper was incredibly happy. At the same time, she knew that with her good looks, it's almost hard to get a star bigot. But, the twin sisters in front of me were different. Just by the fact that the starry-eyed bigwig shed $5 million in gifts to them, it's enough to prove that the twin sisters, in all likelihood, will fly the coop. If the two of them really can keep the starry-eyed bigot, Chili just needs to get on good terms with them, and then she'll follow them into the soup. You can't starve yourself in this life. Pepper, this meal is on you? Xian and Ying have been on board for such a long time. I've always wanted to treat them to a meal. Pick a day. I'll be the host tonight. What made Pepper feel speechless was that Kai Jia suddenly jumped out and crossed the line, cut her off straight away. It just so happens that at this time, the guild has several more female anchors that, a swarm of people rushed into Lu Qianxian and Lu Ying's live room. For a moment, the room warbled. All the female anchors gathered around Lu Qianxian and Lu Ying. With that look, that action, the tone was as if she had seen her own sister. At this moment, Lu Qianxian and Lu Ying, the twin sisters, for the first time, I experienced the feeling of raising my eyebrows. At the same time, their vanity is greatly satisfied. Lu Qianxian's favoritism plus 10. Lu Qianxian's favoritism reaches 70. Lu Ying's favoritism plus 10. Lu Ying's favorability reaches 70. Chapter 157, High School Classmates. Zhang's Group, Chairman's Office. Jiang Chen first lit a cigarette for himself, and then with a thought, checked up on the superphone inside his body. You don't know until you see it. What turned out to be a quiet high school group of classmates that had been quiet for years suddenly became lively today. In just a few moments, the group reached 99 plus messages. It all started when the class president, Yi Ting, sent a message to her high school group. Yi Ting, fellow students, I have been promoted to sales manager of Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Shilan City. If you have the idea of purchasing a car in the near future, you can contact me, to ensure that you give you the best price. Oh, the class flower spoke, and the group immediately buzzed. Especially class flowers know. One licking dog. Jiang Chen High School's class president, Mr. Xiao Wenba. The first one jumped out to kiss Yi Ting's ass. Xiao Wenba, congratulations. I didn't realize it's only been 3 years since I graduated from college. The class flower has then been promoted to sales manager. Emoji, thumbs up. Following this ass kissing by the class president, the vice president, the study committee, the sports committee, and others, all have jumped on board as well. Tang Xiao, envy. Worthy of being the class flower of our class. Good looking. The ability is so strong too. Yang Mingqi, class flower Cao Beer. Unlike us commoners, It's just a matter of working hard all the time, and worrying about getting fired all the time. Feng Tao, congratulations to Class Flower on her promotion. One day when I'm rich, I'll be sure to pick up a Mercedes from you. Looking at the various messages in his high school group, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of a problem. All this time, he's been driving the Bugatti Chiron. It's a supercar. Despite the turnaround, some of the potholes are not good to cross. Most importantly, the Bugatti Chiron only has 2 seats, and you can only take one sister in the passenger seat, and the space is too small to do some of the high-end maneuvers in the car. Must get another car with lots of room, preferably off-road. In the future, if you take a girl out for a ride and suddenly have an emotional outburst, you can pull over right then and there and have a good bonding session with the girl. It just so happens that the Class Flower, Yi Ting, works as a sales manager at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. How about just ordering a big Mercedes G from her? Think it and do it. Jiang Chen didn't add Yi Ting in the group, but instead sent a private message to the other party. Jiang Chen, Yi Ting, I'd like to ask your 4S store, is there any Mercedes-Benz Big G in stock? Jiang Chen had only sent this message not long before Yi Ting's side gave him a reply. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, you have a friend who wants to buy a Mercedes-Benz Big G? JC, it's not my friend. It's me who wants to buy one. The other side. Mercedes-Benz 4S store in Nishilan. Yi Ting was sitting in her office, sipping her coffee as she, while staring at the message on his cell phone. Jiang Chen said he wanted to buy a Mercedes-Benz Big G for himself? Are you kidding me? If I remember correctly, Jiang Chen is an orphan. You also have to go out and work part-time a lot while you're studying. Even if Jiang Chen ended up getting into Shilan University, it had only been 3 years since he graduated. How could he possibly afford a $2 million Mercedes Big G? A while back I heard he was delivering. A delivery guy wants to buy a Mercedes Big G? Are you kidding me? And so on. Jiang Chen shouldn't be seeing that I've been promoted to sales manager and become even better than before. So it's a deliberate excuse to try to get close to me. Or to try to woo me? Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, are you regretting it? Seeing how good I've become now. Just want to come and hit on me? Jiang Chen? Yi Ting, we are all old classmates. What is the condition of your family? I am not unclear. How dare you pretend in front of me on purpose? Jiang Chen, what am I pretending? Yet Ting, a Mercedes-Benz Big G. The bare car price alone is more than $2 million. Is this something you can afford? Yet Ting, if you come after me in a big way, maybe I'll even give you a chance. Yet Ting, but you're teasing me by playing the big shot. It only makes me think you're hypocritical and disgusting. Looking at the 3 WeChat messages Yi Ting had sent in a row, Jiang Chen immediately had a feeling of crying and laughing. Obviously, Yi Ting's tone was quite unkind, as if she had a grudge against Jiang Chen. He couldn't wait to point at Jiang Chen's nose in person and curse him. No way. Who let Jiang Chen reject Yi Ting's advances in public back when he was in high school? At that time, Yi Ting and Jiang Chen were at the same table. One of them is the Class Flower and the other is the Class Grass. They look like a golden couple. Very well matched. Yi Ting did like Jiang Chen at that time and had confessed to him in public. However, Jiang Chen is an orphan, and is focused on his studies, wanting to work hard to get into a good university. Don't want a relationship at all. Thus, Jiang Chen rejected Yi Ting without hesitation. Yi Ting was saddened by this for a long time, and has since. Then he never paid any attention to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen had thought that after so many years, Yi Ting's anger should have subsided. After all, we were all at the age of ignorance, and the good feeling and love that arose at that time, how can it be taken seriously? However, now it seems that Yi Ting has been holding a grudge against him. Women, indeed, are very careful and very vindictive creatures. Forget it. Since Yi Ting refused to sell her car, Jiang Chen didn't need to stick his hot face on her cold ass. Isn't it just buying a car? It's still not a matter of a phone call? Just as Jiang Chen was about to make the call, a message popped up from his high school group of classmates. It caught his attention at once. Xiao Wenba, it seems that our class has never held a reunion. Why don't we find a time in the next 2 days? I'll arrange it, so we can all get together and get in touch with our classmates? This proposal of class president Xiao Wenba was immediately supported by most of the students. Tang Xiao, yes. Michael Yang, agreed. Feng Tao, agree +1. Yet Ting, agree +2. Student A, agree +10,086. Jiang Chen thought about it. It had indeed been years since he himself had seen this group of high school friends, so I replied with a yes to the group as well. Who knows? Someone saw Jiang Chen bubbling up and immediately snickered. Student B, isn't this Jiang Chen, the class grass of our class? He usually dives in the group. How come you're willing to come out and bubble today? Classmate C, Jiang Chen, where are you now? I haven't seen you for a long time. Classmate D, Jiang De Handsome, are you married yet? Seeing that many of his classmates greeted him, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly. Immediately, I replied with a message to the group. Jiang Chen, I am now unemployed and I don't plan to get married. Originally, Jiang Chen's remark was only a half-joking remark, but someone else had the urge to, at this time, jump out and sing against him. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, since you're now unemployed, then why did you just ask me to buy some Mercedes-Benz Big G? Are you deliberately teasing me? When Yi Ting said this, the class group immediately boiled over. Classmate A, no way? Jiang Chen, you're buying a Mercedes-Benz Big G? Classmate B, Jiang Chen, could it be that you're a hidden rich kid? Classmate C, I'll go. There is a rich second generation hidden around us and we don't even know it. Classmate D, wow. Jiang Da handsome, Jiang young master, I'm begging for maintenance. Originally, the students were joking. After all, we've been in high school together for 3 years. We know each other inside and out. They also love to joke with each other and are usually so funny with each other. Jiang Chen wasn't angry at all. Instead, a very affectionate feeling bubbled up. However, just at this time, Yi Ting's no one licking dog, Xiao Wenba. Instead, several very unholy messages were sent to the group. Xiao Wenba, Jiang Chen, what kind of big-tail wolf are you pretending to be? I saw you delivering some time ago. How long has it been and you've transformed into a rich man? Xiao Wenba, I know. You must be looking at Yi Ting now that she's getting better and better. His heart regretted not being with her in the first place, so he played such a trick, trying to trick Yi Ting's feelings. Xiao Wenba, Jiang Chen, you're despicable. Chapter 158 Jiang Chen, Yi Ting's White Moonlight? The group of students was suddenly quiet. If the students were poking fun at Jiang Chen before, then those 3 messages Xiao Wenba had just sent were just mocking Jiang Chen in a blatant manner. As high school classmates for 3 years, we all actually know that Xiao Wenba and Jiang Chen had always been arch rivals. The reason is simple. Yi Ting, the class flower, likes Jiang Chen, and she even confessed her love to Jiang Chen in public, and then it was also rejected by Jiang Chen. And Xiao Wenba has always loved Yi Ting, the class flower, and has always been Yi Ting's #1 licking dog. And it's never been a successful pursuit. Naturally, Xiao Wenba held a grudge against Jiang Chen. Even, at one point, Xiao Wenba thought that Jiang Chen was the one who got in his way and blocked him from being with Yi Ting. Jiang Chen had thought that so many years had passed since the incident, when he was young and ignorant. It should all be down by now, right? Unexpectedly, Xiao Wenba is still haunted by this matter. Spicy next door. The nature of man is splashy. Some people are born with splattered bones and have the word splattered engraved in their genes. You can't change it for the rest of your life. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen pinched his fingertips and was about to go on fire, directly in the group of classmates to scold Xiao Wenba angrily. Who knows? Someone else jumped ahead of them. Yi Ting, Xiao Wenba, are you sick? We were all chatting nicely just now. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Quiet. The group of students remained quiet. After this message from Yi Ting was sent out, everyone seemed to smell the flavor of eating melons. Then uncharacteristically, he remained silent and watched in silence as things unfolded. Jiang Chen also froze in place. The idea that he was just about to scold Xiao Wenba stopped hard. Xiao Wenba, Yi Ting, I'm speaking up for you. Why are you accusing me instead? Yi Ting, do I need you to speak for me? Are we that close? Who are you to scold others? Jiang Chen. Xiao Wenba, you said Jiang Chen was deliberately teasing you when he asked you to buy a Mercedes-Benz Big G. I was also angry and worried that you were cheated of your feelings by some people with bad intentions. So I stood up and said a few words about him. Yi Ting, Xiao Wenba, what do you mean by that? Who are you saying has a bad heart? Who do you think is going to cheat on my feelings? Things went beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone hadn't expected that Yi Ting would actually jump out to defend Jiang Chen, even going so far as to flip out with Xiao Wenba in public. How can you be so bloody? Banana can't get over her white moon? Seeing your white moonlight being bullied and immediately jumping in to protect him? Xiao Wenba, Yi Ting, can't you see that Jiang Chen is a liar? He's deliberately pretending to be a big shot and getting close to you, just to cheat your feelings. Yet Ting, even if I'm cheated by him, it's between him and me. It's not your turn to tell an outsider what to do. Wendy Shaw, outsider? How dare you call me an outsider? Yi Ting, don't you understand how much I've thought of you for so many years? Yet Ting, I'm sorry, my relationship with you is limited to high school classmates. Quiet. The group of classmates was still quiet. No one expected things to go this far. Seeing that Yi Ting and Xiao Wenba were arguing more and more fiercely, and the smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger, there were some well-meaning students in the group who were ready to jump in and round up the group in a hurry. However, it was at this time that a very harsh message suddenly popped up in the group. Jiang Chen, lick the dog. Lick the dog. Lick it till the end. There's nothing left. Pust. Jiang Chen suddenly sent out this message. I don't know how many students who were pinching their cell phones sputtered out a laugh on the spot. This nifty thing is a godsend. Summarized very well. A short 10 words said all the vicissitudes of Xiao Wenba, Words all the desolate Xiao Wenba. In one word, what a god review. Xiao Wenba had already been infuriated and stormed out, but now he saw the message sent by Jiang Chen. He almost couldn't help but spit out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in a row. However, there is no such thing as the most exasperated, only the more exasperated. Yi Ting, haha, Jiang Chen, you're still the same as you were in high school. Nothing has changed. This mouth is still so poisonous. Jiang Chen, you haven't changed much either. You're still as arrogant as ever. Yet Ting, what's the point? It's not like you like arrogant women. Emoji, left humming. Jiang Chen, that's true. I like gentle, virtuous, well-behaved, obedient, understanding, considerate, and women who will take care of men and have a heart. Omit 10,000 words here. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, you deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Jiang Chen, who told you I'm single? I have more than 10 girlfriends now. They're all beautiful, and they all do what I say. So how about that? I'll kill you. Yi Ting, oh, you just blow hard. More than 10 girlfriends? Why don't you say you're an ancient emperor with a harem of 3,000 beauties? Jiang Chen, that's a good offer. I'll think about it. Watching Jiang Chen and Yi Ting flirting with each other in the classmates group, Xiao Wenba's entire face turned turquoise in anger. Yi Ting, you splatterer, bitch, rotten. I've been on my knees like a dog for years, and you've turned your back on me. And yet, she turned around to fall back on this poor Jiang Chen. Asterisk. I curse you dog couple. You'll be hit by a car when you go out. You'll be struck by lightning when it rains. Choking to death on water. In short, no good death. Xiao Wenba covered his heart and slowed down for 10 minutes. It was only then that the monstrous anger was barely suppressed. Looking at Jiang Chen and the group of students crazy bragging, Xiao Wenba eyes flashed a hint of haze. Immediately, he quickly edited a message and sent it to the group. Xiao Wenba, Jiang Chen, since you said you have more than 10 girlfriends, then bring it out and show it to us old classmates. You're not bragging again, are you? It was expected that Jiang Chen would find a random excuse to refuse. After all, he had blown such a big cow's skin that a normal person would not be able to come back from it. However, the next message Jiang Chen sent out to the group was a shock to all the students. Jiang Chen, although I have more than a dozen girlfriends, I can only bring 6 out at the moment. The rest of the girlfriends' identities are a little too sensitive to bring out to meet people. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the entire group of students immediately boiled over. Classmate A. Jiang Chen, are you joking with us old classmates? Classmate B, really? Jiang Chen, do you really have so many girlfriends? And you can bring 6 of them out to meet people at once? Classmate C, Jiang De Handsome, you've blown your cover a bit. Classmate D, I don't believe it. Jiang Chen, if you have the ability to take your 6 girlfriends, bring it out to us. Yet Ting, I don't believe it either. Tang Xiao, I don't believe it either +1. Yang Mingqi, I don't believe it either +2. Feng Tao, I don't believe it either +10,086. Seeing that his classmates were up in arms, Xiao Wenba knew that his chance for revenge had come. Who let Jiang Chen say anything but to blow such a big bull? This time, if you don't die, who will? Xiao Wenba, I've reserved a private room at the Chinese restaurant of the Dynasty International Hotel. All classmates can come and get together tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Xiao Wenba, just in time. Jiang Chen, the class grass of our class, says he's going to attend with his 6 girlfriends. Xiao Wenba, I'm sure everyone would like to take a look at Jiang Chen's 6 nationally recognized girlfriends. What the hell do they all look like, right? Chapter 159, Going Home, a dozen or 6. Bragging is a common problem for men. A man who doesn't brag, is that still a man? Jiang Chen is only 25 years old this year, still a young and vigorous young man. It's not unusual to resist blowing a gasket in the heat of the moment. What's more, he's not blowing smoke, he's stating facts. At best, it's showing off. After all, everyone has vanity, to a greater or lesser degree. Jiang Chen wasn't an immortal, but a mortal, and as long as one was mortal, they had 7 emotions and 6 desires. JC, okay, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. I'll bring my girlfriends. Come to the reunion on time. Seeing that Xiao Wenba had booked the location of the class reunion, at the Dynasty International Hotel, an odd expression suddenly appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Xiao Wenba, this dead-licking dog, is actually going to force me to act like a pussy? Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Dude can only push this pussy so hard. After Jiang Chen sent out this message, the group of classmates boiled up again. Almost everyone is speaking up enthusiastically. Classmate A, I've got a screenshot to prove it. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Sit back and wait for Jiang Chen and his 6 girlfriends to shine. Classmate B, Jiang Chen, I hereby make a vow. If you really bring 6 girlfriends to the banquet, I'd like to worship you as my righteous lord. Classmate C, me too. Classmate D, I'm the same +1. Classmate E, me too +2. I'm in the same boat plus 10,086. Looking at all the posted as a pledge of messages from my classmates group, Jiang Chen's eyelids couldn't help but gently twitch, and the expression on his face became increasingly odd. Holy, now, how many righteous sons is dad going to take in? 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, peach and plum, springtime in all directions? No, it should be called children, grandchildren and prosperity. Jiang Chen did not continue the water group, but silently took a screenshot, leaving evidence of then it exited the group chat page. Next, Jiang Chen left the Jiang clan group in a flurry of wind and fire. The Bugatti Chiron was driven straight to the Phoenix Lodge Road. Jiang Chen maneuvered the steering wheel with both hands, and with a single movement of his mind, straight away, he dialed Lin Xingshue's number using the superphone inside his body. Dodo. The phone nearly rang twice before it was answered. Hello? Lin Xingxue on the other end of the phone seemed a bit surprised. Perhaps she herself hadn't thought that Jiang Chen would suddenly call her. Right? Xingxue, I want you to do something now. What is it? You're gonna order me a big Mercedes-Benz G. It's gonna be black, top of the line. Then order a stretched Maybach and finally 2 Mercedes S600s to use as nanny vans. Okay, I've got it all down. Any other orders? I'll transfer you $2 million later. The rest of the money left over after we buy the car. Think of it as pocket money for you. Thanks hubby. Love you. Wahahaha. After talking about buying a car, Jiang Chen had wanted to hang up and focus on driving, but there was a sudden murmur on the other end of the line, followed by a flirtatious and attractive female voice then came over. Honey, why don't you call me? When are you going to be busy? When can we go home? It's Yo-Yo. What's wrong? Miss me? Well, miss you. Oh, so I'm going home now? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao on the other end of the phone obviously became agitated. I only heard her hastily voice out and ask, really? Hubby, you're not teasing me on purpose, are you? Jiang Chen asked instead of answering. Yao, are you guys all at home? Yes, we've stayed at home for the past few days and haven't gone out of the house, all waiting for you to come back. After hearing Su Yao's reply, Jiang Chen's face revealed a look of tears and laughter, just a twinkle in his eye, then a bad grin. I'll be home soon. You guys get cleaned up and coated in honey and wait for daddy to come home and spoil you. Bummer. Su Yao's petulant voice came from the other end of the phone. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 golden flowers seemed to be surrounding Su Yao's side. Jiang Chen clearly heard them let out a roar of laughter. After a brief chat, Jiang Chen hung up the phone and concentrated on driving. Who knows? It wasn't long before Su Yao unexpectedly sent Jiang Chen several WeChat messages. Jiang Chen had a super phone inside his body, and even when he was driving, you can also chat with others on Twitter as you wish. Swish, he only saw him clicking on his WeChat to take a look, and in the next second, a pair of eyes snapped wide open. Su Yao had actually sent him several photos, and on top of each photo, all in one sexy hot outfit, nurses, stewardesses, secretaries, maids, JKs, Cheongsams, bunny girls. Su Yao, hubby, which robe would you like to see us wear? Jiang Chen, point finger soldier. Point to who? Who is soldier? Su Yao, which one did you order? Jiang Chen, maid. Su Yao, okay, I'll give you a surprise later. Jiang Chen, emoticon, anticipation. Jiang Chen once gave Su Yao a gag scratching fox. It's not something he just made up. It's scientifically based. Peach blossom eyes, mole of tears, born to enchant. Judging from her face alone, Su Yao was a woman whose wind tickled her bones. Results. It was really Jiang Chen's guess that he was right. Look at Su Yao now. Ever since she's been with Jiang Chen, what's going through your head every day? Haha by day, pia by night. Typical Aries girl. It's hopeless. An hour later, Jiang Chen returned home without incident. Just as I pushed open the door of the villa, I saw 6 beautiful women of national colors and stood in 2 columns in the doorway, and bowed to him in unison. Welcome home young master. Neatly organized movements, melodious voices, 1,000 charming gestures, and watery little eyes. It made Jiang Chen wonder if the 6 golden flowers had secretly trained something at home in the past few days. It's excellent. And look at the way they're dressed. Clearly a halter cutout strappy maid's outfit with 15D black silk and stiletto heels. All of them wore a hairband for maids on their heads. One word, pleasing to the eye. Young master, I'll get your bag. Young master, you must be exhausted. Hurry over, I'll massage your shoulders. Young master, I'll pound your legs. Young master, would you like tea, or coffee, or maybe red wine? Young master, let me feed you some fruit? Before Jiang Chen could react, he was pulled onto the sofa by the 6 little maids. Just after sitting down, Luli went around behind Jiang Chen and massaged his shoulders with an attentive face. Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou, one on the left and one on the right, squatted beside Jiang Chen and very obediently whacked his legs. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, one on the left and one on the right, sat beside Jiang Chen, each holding a fruit plate. Smilingly, she fed Jiang Chen fruits to eat. As for Lily Yu, she ran to make Jiang Chen a cup of tea first, and after returning to the living room, it was discovered that there were no more extra seats by Jiang Chen's side. Thus, Yu Lily put her heart on the line, directly holding an ashtray, squatting right in front of Jiang Chen. It was convenient for Jiang Chen to spit the fruit seeds in the ashtray. Nothing more to say. Just for the service attitude. Must give 5 stars. And, seeing as how the girls are acting so well behaved, 1 to 6 tonight, and none of them are going anywhere. Chapter 160, I'm going. Are you really a rich kid? The setting sun reflects the evening sun. A touch of sunset is as beautiful as a picture. Phoenix Manor, Villa 1. The projector in the master bedroom is showing an exciting World Cup soccer match. Samba vs Chariot. The current score on the field is 1 to 6, with the Samba team being massacred by the Chariots. Drop. The first half ended with a whistle. Jiang Chen hurriedly climbed up from the bed and took a breath. Immediately afterward, he rolled out of bed, ready to go downstairs and get himself a glass of water to drink. Replenish the water lost from your body. Honey, where are you going? It's halftime, so I'm going to go get a glass of water and come back later to watch the second half of the game. There's a second half? Nonsense. Today's charioteers, with all their firepower, are raging. The Samba team must be killed. So cruel? Don't. You few Samba fans, just wait and cry. After Jiang Chen threw down a harsh sentence, he quickly arrived at the restaurant downstairs. Pour yourself a glass of water. He was seen drinking water while summarizing the ballgame in his mind. The Chargers had 14 shots on goal, missing 8. 2 of those soccer balls hit the goalposts and 2 others were caught by the goalie. In the end, the Chargers scored 6 goals in the first half. And then look at the Sambas. Faced with such a big deficit, the players are meta and demoralized, completely out of the fight. Throughout the first half, Samba players lost 6 pairs of heels running. 6 more black stockings were ripped during the confrontation. The 6 starters of the Samba team were so angry that they just took off their uniforms and threw them on the green lawn. Then a fierce counterattack was launched against the Chariots. However, bumping people with the ball. Fouls. All 6 of Samba's starters received red cards. In the end, all that could be done was to watch the Chariots players bombard their home goal with 6 goals in a row. That's a lot of losing. It was the darkest moment in Samba's history. They wanted to leave early and get this game over with, but the Chariots wouldn't have it, even threatened to keep scoring in the second half. All the Samba players, crying, jingle bells. Just as Jiang Chen was taking his halftime break, Lin Qingshue's cell phone suddenly rang, only to see her pick up the call, and without saying a few words, she got up from the bed in a hurry. By the time Jiang Chen returned to the 3rd floor of the villa, all 6 golden flowers were fully dressed. A swarm of people poured out of the master bedroom. Hey, didn't we agree to watch the second half of the game together? Why are you all running out one by one? Jiang Chen was instantly furious, and with his arms open, he stopped the 6 golden flowers in their tracks. Husband, Su Yao cried and laughed as she walked over. As soon as he hugged Jiang Chen, he said, the few cars you asked Qingsue to order have already arrived, and now the staff from the 4S store are waiting outside the villa's door. You got the car here so fast? A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Jiang Chen's face. It wasn't easy to watch a ball game, but there was always someone who came to wreak havoc. One word, annoying. Su Yao noticed Jiang Chen's face and immediately hugged him and shook him gently. Said, honey, why don't we go collect the car and watch the game together tonight? When the time comes, I'll have the Samba players change their uniforms a few more times. Guaranteed to make you happy until you see it. Is it good? In the face of Su Yao's petulance, and the pitiful eyes of the remaining 5 golden flowers, Jiang Chen could only sigh, then nodded gently. The car is in need of careful maintenance, especially after violent driving. It is important to stop and rest for a while before the engine blows up. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen brought the 6 golden flowers to the front yard and opened the gate of the villa. There are several large semi-trailers parked outside the gate. The car was loaded with the very Mercedes-Benz Big G, the extended Maybach, and 4 Mercedes-Benz S-Class nanny cars that Jiang Chen needed. The Mercedes Big G landed at almost $3.5 million. The landed price of a stretched Maybach is almost $7.5 million. The Mercedes S600 has a landed price of almost $2 million. 4 cars, totaling over $15 million. Jiang Chen transferred $2 million to Lin Qingsue, which was equal to making her almost $5 million in the middle. So, Lin Qingsue had been particularly active just now, in watching the ball game. She also dragged Tang Rou to eat roasted corn with her. When you are in a good mood, your appetite is naturally good. You're happy. I'm happy. Everybody's happy. Beautiful. Tada. Just then, a sound of footsteps of high heels walking came from far and near. Jiang Chen lifted his eyes and immediately had an odd expression on his face. Just a tall woman, stepping out of the back of a semi-trailer. And it was also heading straight for Jiang Chen's side. The woman appeared to be about 25 years of age and was wearing an all uniform set of dresses that, the curves of the body were perfectly outlined. The pretty face was painted with light makeup that was neither sultry nor plain. The whole person was like an orchid in an empty valley, quietly emitting a fragrance that only belonged to her. That's right, this woman was none other than Jiang Chen's high school classmate, Yi Ting. May I ask which one is Ms. Lin, the car you ordered? Ha? You're Jiang Chen. Yi Ting didn't see Jiang Chen's appearance clearly at first. It wasn't until she got closer that she realized that standing at the front door of the villa, the handsome man who was surrounded by 6 beautiful women was actually her high school days white moonlight, Jiang Chen. Phew, this world is really small. Class Flower-sama. I didn't expect us to meet so soon. Jiang Chen smiled and gave a greeting, and at the same time, he also opened his scrying eye on Yi Ting. Named Yi Ting, age, 25 years, face value, 92, body, 94, favorite fruit, large melon, drivers, 0, favorability, 50. Looking at Yi Ting's favorability of up to 50 points, Jiang Chen's face expression. It's also getting weirder and weirder. That's it? Only 50 points of goodwill? Am I still your moonlight? You heartless woman. It's a good thing I refused you in the first place. Otherwise, I'm sure you would have cheated me out of my body. Honey, do you know this lady? Just then, Su Yao hugged Jiang Chen's arm and shook it. The eyes looked at Yi Ting with some mischief. Oh, I'll introduce you to the young lady who was my high school classmate. It's also the class flower of our class, Yi Ting. Yi Ting, these are all my college classmates. And they're all my girlfriends too. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, Luli, Lily Yu, Lin Qingxue, Tang Rou. Yi Ting's eyes widened as Jiang Chen was making introductions to both sides. His mouth was also open in an O shape, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This villa in front of me. This is the king of building one of Phoenix Manor. It's definitely worth more than $1 billion. Jiang Chen was actually living inside this mansion? Also, the 6 beauties by Jiang Chen's side are all superb goddesses of national color. Are they really all Jiang Chen's girlfriends? None of the 6 women denied it when Jiang Chen made his introduction. And that look they were giving Jiang Chen was clearly that of a young woman in hot love. The kind of feeling you get when you're watching your sweetheart. And, Ms. Lin ordered 4 luxury cars worth a total of $15 million. Did Jiang Chen really pay for all these cars? What's going on? I'm not dreaming, am I? Is Jiang Chen really a hidden super rich kid? Oh, my god. What have I missed all these years? No wonder the fortune teller said I'm blind and not destined to be a rich wife. At best, she's destined to be a mistress. A great deal of wealth is at hand, and I'm so stupid I don't see it? What else could it be if it's not the life of a mistress? The old man who tells fortunes. He's pretty accurate. Woohoo! Chapter 161 E-Class Flower reduced to online licking dog. Nightfall. Villa 1. Phoenix Hills. Tennis court. Ka-ching. As the court was lit up, 6 men in sexy tennis outfits. The big, beautiful woman with a tennis racket in her hand shines through. After a short discussion, it was decided to have a women's doubles match. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman as a group, Luli and Yu Lily as a group, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou as a group. Jiang Chen is the referee. After the draw, the first game was Division 2 versus Division 3. Luli, Lily Yu versus Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou. Drop. As referee Jiang Chen blew the whistle for the match, both players immediately started a fierce match. You fight back and forth. Courtside, Jiang Chen, who was the referee, didn't even bother to pay attention to the match at all. Instead, she dropped her gaze on the 4 golden flowers who were competing. At this moment, the brightest person on the entire tennis court was undoubtedly the sassy dancer Lily Yu. Name Lily Yu. Age, 25 years. Face value, 94. Body, 97. Favorite fruit, cantaloupe. Driver, 1. Favorability, 96. She was seen standing with her legs apart, her upper body slightly leaning forward, her tennis racket clutched tightly in her hand. The eyes dead set on Lin Qingxue, who was serving the ball across the room. No way. Her favorite fruit is cantaloupe. Biggest in the house. It was hard not to attract Jiang Chen's eyes. Dang. As Lin Qingxue sent out a straight ball, Yu Lily immediately stomped her legs and, a few quick steps across toward the left. Boo. After a muffled sound, Lily Yu swung the racket in her hand and caught the ball steadily. However, with Lily Yu's stillness and movement like a rabbit, her whole body shook hard a few times with it, trembling and imposing. It was like fighting the enemy on the battlefield, giving a very shocking feeling. Of course, Lily Yu wasn't the only one on the court who was so fierce. Lu Li, Lin Xingshui and Tang Rou were not much inferior to Yu Lily. When the three of them put their lives together, they were as trembling and aggressive as Lily Yu. The main focus is a love of hustle, little short skirts, big waves, and a real decent hit. A bunch of big, beautiful women in sexy tennis outfits keep moving side to side across the court. And then desperately trying to hit and catch the ball. The commotion they made was definitely no less than a magnitude 8 earthquake. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were almost glued to the ball, staring dead center at the ball's flight path. Then go ahead and judge where the ball is going to land. It's hot. It's a little dizzying to watch. Dizzy balls, LOL. Suddenly there was a burst of joyous laughter from the tennis court. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. There was a particularly wonderful look on his face as well. It turned out that Yu Lily and Lu Li accidentally bumped into each other, and after a burst of ground shaking, both women fell to the ground in a heap. I'll go. Another hit with the ball? It was definitely a foul play. Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together and pondered in his heart. How about getting down to the court and sparring with the 6 golden flowers yourself? Drip. Right at this moment, the super cell phone inside Jiang Chen's body suddenly received a Weibo message. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Seeing the message sent by Yi Ting on her own initiative, Jiang Chen, even if he used his ass to think about it, both could guess the woman's intentions. Spring is here. It's warming up. Everything's coming back to life. It's that time of year again when critters interact with each other. Jiang Chen, watching his girlfriends play tennis. Yi Ting, you this we word is used very well. Very dejected. The little girl does not serve cannot ah. Jiang Chen, what's wrong with you? Yet Ting, can't I talk to you if there's nothing else to do? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. The fish pond is full, and I don't intend to expand it for the time being. After Jiang Chen sent this WeChat, the chat box has always shown the other party is in the process of inputting. I don't know if Yi Ting is writing a small essay or not, but he didn't reply for a long time. Waited about a minute. Yi Ting's reply finally came late. Yet Ting, if you squeeze a little, can you fit one more goldfish in your fish pond? Jiang Chen, holy, is this still the arrogant class flower I know? Yet Ting, people change all the time. Emoticon, shy. Jiang Chen, you've really grown up a lot. You used to like golden pears. Now it's all about the big melons. Yi Ting, so do you like big melons? Emoticon, shy. Jiang Chen, I have my own home. I don't need to go to other people's homes to dilly-dally. After sending this WeChat, Jiang Chen simply stopped paying attention to Yi Ting. Instead, he focused on the tennis court. What kind of big melon do you eat? I don't need this kind of fruit from you. Let's not talk about the fact that this young man has cantaloupe, coconuts, grapefruit, large melons and cantaloupe in his home. Qin Xiaoyu also left me a big watermelon there. So many fruits. Not enough for this young master to eat? Do you have to go to your house for food and drink? Who are you looking down on? However, Jiang Chen ignored Yi Ting. However, Yi Ting was like a licking dog, sending Jiang Chen several Weibo messages in a row. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, I find you more and more attractive, and I like you more and more. Yeting, by the way, what have you been through all these years? Why have you changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you. Yet Ting, can I treat you to a meal alone and have a nice chat? I'd love to hear what you've been through over the years. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, it's just a meal. You're not going to reject me again, are you? Emoticon, pity. Jiang Chen hadn't expected it either. Sexy class flower. Unexpectedly completely reduced to online licking dog. Yi Ting saw that Jiang Chen was late in replying to the message, so she shushed him in all sorts of ways. It even plays the emotional card. As if she were talking to herself, she took Jiang Chen's youthful appearance when he had just entered high school and then the spiritedness of the high school graduation ceremony. All told. On top of that, she said all her inner thoughts. For example, the excitement and joy of seeing Jiang Chen again after so many years. Another example was the feeling of uncertainty, helplessness, and loss after knowing that Jiang Chen had a girlfriend. Jiang Chen was all amused. In high school, I didn't see Yi Ting's composition level this high, but now Yi Ting can write a touching and emotional essay at the drop of a hat. One word, are you sure? In the face of the strong offense launched by Yi Ting, Jiang Chen's replies were all very simple. Never more than 3 words per sentence. Aha, oh, right, yes, no. But Yi Ting was getting more and more excited as they talked, because as long as she sent every dozen or so WeChats, Jiang Chen would definitely reply to one of her WeChats. In Yi Ting's opinion, with Jiang Chen's current worth and status, the fact that he could still reply to her relentlessly proved that Jiang Chen attached great importance to her. So, she had great hopes of becoming a goldfish in Jiang Chen's fish pond. Whether or not you can fly to the branch and become a phoenix depends on whether or not you can grasp this opportunity. Cheer up, Yi Ting, you're the best. Even if he had to fight for his life, he must take Jiang Chen. Chapter 162 Favorability stuck at 99 points. Nishiarashi City, an ordinary residential neighborhood. Yi Ting was wearing a sexy lace nightgown with a mask on her face, lounging on the couch. A pair of long, snow-white legs, sticking out from under the hem of the skirt, were casually crossed and placed together. 10 red-painted toes that seemed to be stumbling according to her stumbling. Sometimes curled up, sometimes open. Yi Ting, Zhangchen, if I change the stink of arrogance, become good and obedient, gentle and considerate, will you consider me for a moment? After this Weibo message was sent, Yi Ting suddenly became nervous. She had been quite conceited about her looks and figure. But, after meeting Jiang Chen's 6 girlfriends at the Phoenix Villa this afternoon, her confidence was then completely destroyed. Su Yao, sexy and flirty. Zhao Sherman, valiant. Luli, bright as the autumn moon. Lily Yu, the enchanting wind tickler. Lin Qingxue, cold and colorful. Tang Rou, and pure and lustful. Each one of them is a school goddess. Whether it's their looks, or their bodies, all of them are the best of the best. How can Yi Ting compete with them? But, Yi Ting thought she still had one of her biggest cards. That is, she's still a yellow, clean girl so far. Don't men care about a woman's first time? I'm sure Jiang Chen is no exception. Drip. Just then, Yi Ting's cell phone finally received a reply from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it can be considered. Jiang Chen actually gave me 4 words back this time. He's willing to give me a chance. Great. Yi Ting's hands danced with excitement, almost jumping up from the sofa in joy. At this moment, her mind was filled with endless fantasies of, even the name of her and Jiang Chen's child had already been thought of. Yi Ting's favoritism +5. Yi Ting's favoritism +5. Yi Ting's favoritism +5. Drip. Just as Yi Ting was in the midst of her maniacal fantasies, another WeChat was suddenly received on her cell phone. Xiao Wenba, Ting, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a late night snack. Yi Ting, who saw this WeChat, the joy on her face instantly closed up, and a look of disgust surfaced. A late night snack? You dead-licking dog. Go eat it yourself. I'm about to become a phoenix. Wouldn't go to any late night snacks with a poor like you. Yet Ting, I'm a little tired tonight. I don't want to go out. After Yi Ting sent this message, Xiao Wenba's side was immediately a hush-hush concerned frenzy licking. What tired? Rest early. Don't turn the air conditioner very low, and sleep with a good blanket. Even drinking more hot water bubbled up. Yi Ting was dumbstruck. I'm just saying I'm a little tired. It's not like I'm sick. It's not like I'm on my period. Drink your hot water. Why don't you get yourself some more hot water? Better wash your pig brain with hot water to get all the out of your head. Maybe a little IQ boost. It's nothing. Yuck. After cursing Xiao Wenba in her heart, Yi Ting's mood became extraordinarily comfortable. Swish. She only saw that she blocked the message sent by Xiao Wenba, and then clicked on Jiang Chen's WeChat friend circle. Wanted to get a good look at Jiang Chen's recent developments. No way. Yi Ting had really seen Jiang Chen's trenchant temperament with her own eyes. This afternoon, she followed the staff and took the 4 luxury cars that Jiang Chen ordered and it was sent into the garage of Jiang Chen's house. Who knows? The moment the garage door opened, it simply brightened Yi Ting's eyes. The first to go was a Bugatti Chiron, then Ferrari LaFerrari, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, McLaren, Maserati, clearly a luxury car. The total value definitely exceeded 100 million Longhua dollars. Then look at Jiang Chen's 6 girlfriends. What they're wearing. Which one is not a top-of-the-line luxury item? It wasn't until that moment that Yi Ting reacted violently. Isn't Jiang Chen the one who exploded on the internet a few days ago and was called the Little Prince of Middle East oil, carrying 6 princesses to empty 13 luxury stores in one breath? The new generation of national husband, trenchless Jiang Xiao? It's really because Jiang Xiao's reputation is too loud. And in Yi Ting's impression, Jiang Chen was just an orphan. She really couldn't connect Jiang Chen with this Jiang Xiao, until he witnessed Jiang Chen's mansion and luxury cars, as well as 6 girlfriends dressed in gold and national colors. It was then that Yi Ting realized with a jolt that the national husband she had been dreaming about for so long. Surprisingly, it was her white moonlight Jiang Chen. Nothing more to say. Jiang Chen is coming to the class reunion tomorrow night, so we must get to know him well first. Be sure to find something in common with him to quickly put distance between yourself and him. The other side. Jiang Chen just used the phrase I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. Just send Yi Ting away. Even though it was only 8 p.m., Jiang Chen said it with a straight face. Who turned Yi Ting into a licking dog? Lickspittles have no human rights. Next, Jiang Chen personally went down to play tennis with the 6 golden flowers. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that the crowd finished the outing with a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Chen, who had returned to the villa, first took a beautiful bath. Then it was off to the master bedroom. It didn't take long. The door to the bedroom room was thrown open. and one after another of the great beauties of the walked in wearing a different battle dress. Nurse, stewardess, policewoman, Cheongsam, JK, bunny girl, 1,000 pieces. Jiang Chen was dazzled by what he saw. Drop. With a whistle, the second half of the Samba vs. Chariot game is officially underway. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Towards the latter part of the night, a line of text messages surfaced in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Su Yao's favorability, 100. Zhao Sherman, 99% favorability. Lu Li, favorability 99. Lily Yu, favorability 99. Lin Qingxue, favorability 99. Tang Zhou, 99% favorability. Swish. Jiang Chen rolled out of bed and walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window. He was seen with a cigarette in his mouth, gazing through the window at the distant night view of the. Instead, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Why were the favorability levels of the rest stuck at 99 points except for Su Yao, Chen Yun, Su Ya and Li Yu like this? Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Lily Yu, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou like this. If he remembered correctly, Qin Xiaoyu's favorability had also reached 99 points. Is it possible that 99 points of goodwill is a hurdle that has to trigger some special event that, to break the bottleneck? Forget it, their favorability loves to go up. It's not like I want their hearts. I'm just greedy for their bodies. There's no need to expend the effort to research this whatever good sense. Swish. Jiang Chen extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and immediately tapped on the main system page again. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 9. Item bar, black card, bounty, props fragment x5. Artifact, mind's eye, 2 stars. That's good. Have racked up 9 entries into the sweepstakes. One more day to rack up 12 chances in the lottery. It's time for a 10 in a row draw. Hopefully, this time, we'll draw some high-end prizes. Like give me another artifact, or a couple more skill books. I'm not a greedy person. 37 is fine. 3 artifacts and 7 skill books. That's not too much to ask at all, is it? Gah! Chapter 163, Fighting Teeth Week Annual Celebration Event. Day 2. Jiang Chen woke up at an early age. Maybe it was too much energy. He started by beating up the 6 golden flowers. Then it was off for a 10 kilometers morning run, followed by a short swim in my own pool. This feeling of smooth sweating is, in a word, awesome. By the time Jiang Chen finished his shower and came to the dining room on the first floor, the 6 golden flowers had already made breakfast. After having breakfast, Jiang Chen put the matter that he was going to attend a class reunion tonight, spoke to everyone. In an instant, all 6 golden flowers were busy. Busy with what? Busy going shopping for clothes. Busy calling for appointments with makeup artists, stylists, wardrobe makers, etc. That. They are served in person. They all want to look their best. Then accompany Jiang Chen to this high school reunion. Okay, women are such a pain in the ass. Going through this process with them, they won't be available all day today. Swish. Jiang Chen didn't want to accompany the 6 golden flowers to go shopping, so he headed to the sofa alone. Then he used his cell phone to tap on the Dutooth live streaming platform app. However, just after logging into the Douya Live platform, a page for the anniversary event popped up on the screen. The platform is having an event? Is this the time to swing the big scythe in your hand and ruthlessly cut the leaks of the users? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen clicked into this anniversary event page. Check up on the details of the event. To put it simply, this anniversary event is, in fact, for all the anchors of the platform, a well-prepared race event. As for the rules of this event, they are simple. There are 3 stages in total, namely the qualifying rounds, the promotion rounds, and the elimination rounds. Each stage of the tournament lasts only 1 day, and the final winner is decided on 3 consecutive days. Today is the first day of qualifiers, which as the name suggests are selections. All participating anchors, starting at 9 a.m. and going until 12 o'clock midnight. Ranking is based on the total number of gifts received. Anchors who place in the top 50 advance to the next day's promotion. As for the next day's promotion, the platform will match anchors in pairs and randomize PKs. Each anchor has 100 raw points, and a win adds 10 points, and a loss, reduced by 10 points. At the end of the day, the top 8 finishers will be taken based on point standings in advance to the 3rd day of the elimination rounds. The knockout round is the final. The game is also simple and rough. It is a random 2x2 match for PK. The winner advances to the next level. The loser is eliminated until a final champion is determined. With the rules out of the way, let's take a look at the rewards of the event. The most appealing thing about this anniversary event, it is the possibility of attending the offline extravaganza, a beach vacation event organized by Dynasty Group. Dynasty Group? And so on. Jiang Chen, who saw this, couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter gently. There was also a look of shock on his face. Swish. Just seeing Jiang Chen's thoughts, He hastily mobilized the superphone inside his body and checked the internet. Finally, Jiang Chen shook his head as he cried and laughed. It turns out that this Bluetooth live streaming platform is actually a subsidiary of the Dynasty Group. The Dynasty Network Technology Limited is in charge of the operation. In other words, the entire Douya live streaming platform was Jiang Chen's. Honey, are you sure you don't want to go shopping with us? Right at this moment, the 6 golden flowers, who were already ready to leave for shopping, all gathered around Jiang Chen, only to see each of them looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of anticipation. Looking at Jiang Chen with bated breath. Looking over your shoulder and forgetting your pants. Who told me that phrase? Bro, I'm not even holding up the wall. I'm convinced of you. Jiang Chen could guess it with his ass. These 6 gold-worshipping flowers actually wanted Jiang Chen to go and pay for them. Swish! Jiang Chen wasn't a petty person, and immediately used his mind to manipulate the superphone within his body. Anyway, Jiang Chen already had more money than he could spend, and the 6 blondes were so good last night, they all wanted to compete to give him a baby. Jiang Chen, who was in a good mood, decided to give them some rewards. Dropping. In an instant, all 6 golden flowers received a transfer message on their cell phones. Jiang Chen transferred 1 million Dragon Kingdom dollars to each of them. Ha? $10 million? Honey, why are you suddenly transferring so much money to us? What? This is the allowance you gave us? Ah, honey, love you. Wahahaha. Moa, moa, moa. Jiang Chen ended up being pressed down on the sofa by the 6 golden flowers, and kissed them fiercely. It left lipstick marks all over my face. Mud. It's annoying. Another waste of old man's cleanser. What a bunch of loser pussies. Lily, do you still play live? Today is the anniversary event of the Douya live streaming platform. Do you want me to help you get a title back? Jiang Chen remembered the activities of the Douya live streaming platform, so he casually asked Yu Lily. Who knows? Yu Lily suddenly sat in Jiang Chen's arms and hooked her hands around his neck. The head came up to his ear and said in a soft but firm tone, Honey, I don't want to play live. From now on, I'll dance for you and you alone, okay? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Whoosh! Only to see Jiang Chen wrapping his arms around Yu Lily's slender waist. Then badgered. Then you can give me a folk dance tonight. Honey, which minority dance would you like to see? I want to see. Can't tell which minority is dancing. Ha? Is there such a dance? Lily, take a closer look. How do we usually identify minorities? Isn't the identification going to be based on the costumes they are wearing? If you remove the costumes, wouldn't it be indistinguishable? Honey, you're so bad. The 6 golden flowers went out joyfully to go shopping. Jiang Chen is lazy and doesn't want to go out, so he stayed home alone, lounging on the couch and, once again, he landed on the dojo live streaming platform. Noteworthy. This anniversary event organized by the Bluetooth platform is also divided into several tracks. Singing, dancing, face, games, comedy funny. The top 5 anchors will be taken from each track. Eventually everyone joins together for a beach vacation organized by Dynasty Group. On top of that, there's a spending list dedicated to Big Brother. Any Big Brother who ranks in the top 30 in terms of cumulative spending during the campaign period. Not only do you get exclusive titles and rewards, but you also get to be a special guest at the offline extravaganza. Swish! Jiang Chen saw the list of anchors he was following. The twin sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, were online, so they directly entered their live room. Ah, Brother Star is here. Families, hurry up and float the welcome pop-up. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the live broadcast room, the twin sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, immediately, he stood up with a face full of excitement. This passionate voice of the sisters was like finding their long-lost old father. It immediately startled Jiang Chen. But, seeing the sisters' shining eyes and flushed, pretty faces, as well as both reaching 70 points of goodwill. Swish! Jiang Chen hesitated a little, but he still opened his peeping eyes at the two of them. Personal, the first dream is to marry into a rich family. The second dream is to be a lover for a rich man. Current intent, no matter what, hold on tight to Brother Star's thighs. Personal, the first dream is to marry into a rich family. The second dream is to be a lover for a rich man. Current intent, no matter what, hold on tight to Brother Star's thighs. Holy, not bad for twin sisters. Not only do they look exactly alike, but they even think alike. In that case, this young master will not be polite. Gah! Chapter 164, The Excited Sisters. Live stream. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were expecting 1,000 things. Finally, the starry-eyed brother they had been longing for had arrived. The sisters' joy and excitement were written all over their faces. It was like seeing my dad, so happy and excited that I was about to die. No way. The scene when Jiang Chen came to their live broadcast yesterday, it was really a deep shock to the sisters. At that time, that screen full of carnival special effects, A huge reward of $5 million. It was like a heavenly thunderbolt to the sisters' hearts. Isn't this the super godly man the sisters have been looking for? That's not all. The flurry of events that followed immediately after the sisters went off the air. It shook their minds hard again. First, it was Guild President Jia Kai. She has always been very serious. Suddenly changed a mom face, not only to the sisters to ask for warmth, and it gives them a contract upgrade. And then there's the guild's first sister, Pepper. This woman, who was usually so full of superiority, had suddenly lost her high profile and, not only did they take it upon themselves to please the sisters, but they even clamored to be sisters with them, and the other anchors of the guild. They all gathered around the sisters, taking the initiative to curry favor with them, bow down to them so much that they can't wait to get down on their knees and lick their shoes. All of this, let's just get into the world and have little presence wherever we go. The sisters, who had been underappreciated, touched hearts deeply. Big Star just dropped by their booth for a little stroll. Surprisingly, their status in the guild was instantly turned upside down. Should we be so dramatic? The influence of the star Big Brother is too terrifying, isn't it? It felt as if the emperor was choosing a consort, and the woman who was chosen. It's like a phoenix on a branch. Last night, the sisters both lost sleep. Both of their minds couldn't help but be filled with all sorts of fantasies, especially the words that President Saijia said to them. It kept reverberating in the sisters' minds. You have a small frame. Keeping the star bigot is more than just holding on to a big leg. As long as the big star can look at you. You two sisters. From now on it's a phoenix on a branch. That's right. As long as they could hug Brother Star's thigh, the sisters would really be able to turn a mountain chicken into a phoenix. So, the sisters have been waiting for the starry-eyed bigwigs to come online since the show started today. In her heart, she was even praying non-stop, hoping that this godly brother would come down to their live room again. Now, Brother Star had really come to their live room. A dream come true. It was as if the sisters had won the first prize in the lottery, and their whole body was thrilled from the top of their heads to the soles of their feet. Lu Chanxian's favoritism +5. Lu Yingying's favoritism +5. Two text reminders suddenly floated out of Zhang Chen's field of vision. He couldn't help but laugh. He had only just arrived on the sisters' air, and hadn't even said a word yet. It hasn't even started to kick in yet. How did this pair of sisters' favorability suddenly increase? Women. What an amazing species. Sky full of stars, the platform is having an event today. Did you both participate in the contest? Zhang Chen casually edited a pop-up and sent it directly to the public frequency of the live broadcast room. Brother Star, we've entered the competition, but we don't have much popularity in our live room, so I'm afraid we won't even make it past the qualifiers. The sisters saw the pop-up sent out by Zhang Chen and replied almost immediately, although the sisters' tone was somewhat lost, resigned, and sultry. But there was a glint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. Oh, it's obvious that you want it, but you're too embarrassed to say it. How do I know you want it if you don't tell me? Ha ha. Zhang Chen didn't continue to send out pop-ups, but instead clicked on the event page. Find the leaderboard for the dance track. Unexpectedly, the sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, were ranked in the 500s. Zhang Chen was instantly amused. No wonder the sisters were so excited when they saw him enter the live room of the... So excited that they even went up 5 favorability points each. That's where most bottom feeders are. Without Big Brother's support, it's almost never going to happen. It's miserable. Brother Star, would you like to see us dance? We sisters just learned a new dance. Want to show you? Perhaps it was because they saw that Zhang Chen never said anything. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were both a bit unable to sit still. A sky full of stars. Okay, then you guys can dance one. Zhang Chen closed the dance track's leaderboard and casually posted a pop-up in the live stream. The sisters who saw this pop-up, their pretty faces flushed slightly almost simultaneously, followed by they then got up and were ready to start jumping. Brother Star, this is the dance we sisters just learned. If there's any part of it that's not good, don't you dare make fun of us. Her sister, Lu Yingying, smiled shyly, then played a piece of music and pulled his sister Lu Qianqian to dance with him. Ding ding, dong dong. As the dynamic music sounded, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. I have to say that the twin sisters, with their figures, and the flexibility of their bodies, simply made for dancing. Hot body, super high face value, delicate dance. This killing power can absolutely explode. The bottom line is this. There are two such extremely large beauties, the exact same two. Here, draw a snake with me on the left and one on your right. There's a beautiful snake coiled on the left and a beautiful snake on the right. Flowers of the heart. I want to take you home. In that late night bar. Who cares if it's true or not? Watching the two beautiful snakes in the live broadcast room, entwined with each other, swaying a sexy hot body. Zhang Chen's heart of the small flame. Suddenly miso sound. In situ uprooted more than 3 feet. Normally, 1 plus 1 equals 2, but 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2 when it comes to these twin sisters on the air. Instead, it's a big king plus a small king, and it's straight out of the king's bum. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. Stars in the sky giving away Carnival X10. In an instant, a screen full of Carnival special effects floated up once again. Looking at the incomparably familiar scene in front of us, the two sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying. Immediately, he couldn't control his loud scream. Ah, thanks for the carnival, Brother Star. Brother Star is mighty and dominant. Love you oh. Wahahaha. Before a sexy, hot dance was finished, the sisters were excitedly yelling and screaming that, and in unison, they also gave the camera a one-of-a-kind nicey. The sky is full of stars, the dance is good, it should be rewarded. You guys keep broadcasting, I'll withdraw first. Jiang Chen had just swiped $1 million in gifts for the sisters, and then he greeted the, straight off the air, Lu Qianqian, Lu Yingying, what's the situation? Brother Star just left? He's only been here a while, his ass isn't even warm yet, and he can't wait to leave? Seeing this scene, the two sisters, who were still excited, were immediately dumbfounded and, the pair froze in place. It felt as if someone had thrown a pot of cold water on him, directly cooling him from his head to the soles of his feet. It was also as if his soul had been hardened and taken away, instantly turning him into a walking corpse. Why? Why did Brother Star just leave? Doesn't he like us? The moment Lu Qianqian's and Lu Yingying's mentality completely collapsed. Chapter 165, 3 Women in 1. Phoenix Mountain Villa. In the living room of Villa 1, Jiang Chen exited the Douya live broadcast platform and pinched his somewhat sore fingers. Then he dialed Xiao Wanqing's phone. Dodo. The phone was answered after 2 rings, and a warm, soft female voice came from the receiver as well. Hello, Chairman. As soon as Jiang Chen heard this voice, instantly, he brainstormed the delicate figure of a mature and sexy woman in a black dress. At the same time, a classic song emerged in Jiang Chen's mind. You didn't reject me that night, the night I assaulted you. That night you were full of tears. That night still resonates with me. Ahem. Jiang Chen hurriedly coughed dryly, throwing all the things he shouldn't think about out of the sky. Then he asked in a serious manner, Mr. Xiao, under the banner of our group, is there a platform called Douya Live? Yes, Chairman. Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the phone seemed to freeze for a moment, but still quickly made a reply. Douya Live Broadcasting Platform has always been a subsidiary of our group. Dynasty Network Technology Limited is in charge of the operation. Oh, Jiang Chen mused for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and said, you let the person in charge of Dynasty Network Technology Company put the limit on the user bounty of the Douya Live streaming platform, and directly remove it. What kind of messed up restrictions are there? I give the anchor a reward, and I have to keep pressing the button to swipe the gift. My fingers are sore. Only 1 million or so gifts have been swiped out. Don't you know that the customer is God? A restriction that affects the customer experience so much that, what kind of talent came up with that trick anyway? Quiet. There was silence on the other end of the line. Xiao Wanqing seemed to be frozen in place by Jiang Chen's words. She had never expected that Jiang Chen would be a user of the Douya Live streaming platform, and also like to reward the anchor with gifts. That, Chairman, you may not know, restrictions on the bounty function in the live streaming industry. It's an explicit rule issued by the court this year that all live streaming platforms in the country have to comply with, and there's nothing we can do about it. Listening to Xiao Wanqing's crying and laughing voice, Jiang Chen was first slightly stunned. Then he asked, then can you adjust the reward limit of the Douya Live streaming platform slightly higher? This should be operational. Xiao Wanqing's tone was getting more and more odd, not expecting Jiang Chen to suddenly call her today, just for such a petty little thing. Then get on with it and try to maximize the bounty as far as the policy allows. Okay, Chairman, I'll get right on it. The headquarters of the Dynasty Group, Conference Hall. After hanging up the phone with an odd expression on her face, Xiao Wanqing suddenly realized that the entire conference hall was, all of them were looking at her with bated breath. Ahem. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but blush her pretty face and hurriedly coughed twice. Said, just now suddenly received a call from the chairman of the board. That meeting is suspended. Everyone retire for a 10-minute break and the meeting will resume in 10 minutes. Vice President Zhou, Vice President Shen, you two stay. I have something to discuss with you. Although the faces of all the people showed a puzzled expression, Xiao Wanqing had already spoken. Everyone had to make a quick exit. By the time the entire conference hall, only Xiao Wanqing, Shen Keqing and Zhou Ruoxi remained. Xiao Wanqing suddenly looked up at Shen Keqing and asked, Vice President Shen, you've always been in charge of buttressing the business of our group's Dynasty Network Technology Limited, right? Ha? Yes. Shen Keqing was slightly stunned by what she heard. not understanding why Xiao Wanqing would suddenly mention this subsidiary. That chairman just called me, said to turn up the bounty limit on the Douya live streaming platform, a little bit. Xiao Wanqing, almost stiffly, recounted what had just happened one by one. Results. Things were exactly as she had expected. Zhou Ruoshi and Shin Keqing both had stunned expressions on their faces. Mr. Xiao, do you mean that the chairman is also a user of the Fighting Teeth platform? The chairman is going to give a certain anchor a large reward? Seeing Xiao Wanqing nod her head with incomparable certainty, Shin Keqing and Zhou Ruoshi's eyes immediately lit up. However, without waiting for Shin Keqing to speak, Zhou Ruoshi suddenly stood up and said, Mr. Xiao, leave this matter to me. I will definitely give the chairman a satisfactory explanation. However, in the next second, a cold grunt sounded in the conference hall. Vice President Zhou, you've stretched your hand too far, haven't you? Only to see Shin Keqing's eyes narrowed, her hands wrapped around her chest, and her face looking at Zhou Ruoshi with an unkind expression, said, I've been in charge of interfacing all the business of Dynasty Network Technology Company. When did it become your turn to meddle in my affairs? But, Zhou Ruoshi, however, smiled faintly and said without haste, Vice President Shin has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Recently took on the project for Lot 1 south of the city. You know, this project is our group's key project this year. It's not sloppy at all. I'm not worried that you'll be distracted from the group's key projects. That's why I wanted to share the burden for you, Vice President Shin. How can you take my good intentions and treat them as a donkey's liver and lungs? When Zhou Ruoshi said this, Shin Keqing's face instantly turned cold. Sharing the burden? Worried that I'll affect the group's key projects because of this trivial matter? Good for you, Daryl Chow. Even if you become the vice president of the group, it won't change your scratchy nature. Can't I see what's going on in your mind? Speaking so grandly. In fact, you are trying to take this opportunity to climb up the ladder with the chairman. However, without waiting for Shin Keqing to speak out in rebuttal, Xiao Wanqing, who was sitting in the general manager's seat, but preemptively, he spoke up. Vice President Zhou is right. Vice President Shin just took over the group's key project this year. This is really not the time to get distracted. Then let's leave this matter to Vice President Zhou. Well, that's settled. Call everyone in and let's continue the meeting we just had. When Xiao Wanqing said this, Shin Keqing was immediately dumbfounded. Then taking over the group's key projects for the year, Shin Keqing was more than eager to take on this errand given by the chairman. Because, Shin Keqing also wanted to take this opportunity to climb up the ladder with the chairman. He even wanted to rely on the chairman's relationship to kick Xiao Wanqing out of the way, himself to the seat of the group's general manager. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Whether it's Xiao Wanqing, Shin Keqing, or Zhou Ruoshi, all are ambitious, unsympathetic women. Otherwise, as women, how could they have climbed step by step to their present position? 3 women, all playing their little games. Xiao Wanqing thought she had a dewy-eyed affair with Jiang Chen. Basically, he was already sitting on the position of the group's general manager, so he didn't care about this opportunity. As for why Xiao Wanqing had given this matter to Zhou Ruoshi instead of letting Shin Keqing do it, it's simple. Because in her opinion, Shin Keqing was far more capable than Zhou Ruoshi. The ability itself is already so strong. If Shin Keqing is allowed to climb up to Jiang Chen again, that would be a threat to Xiao Wanqing. On the contrary, Zhou Ruoshi, in Xiao Wanqing's eyes, is a person who only shows off, at best, a woman who plays it smart. Even if Zhou Ruoshi climbed up to the level of Jiang Chen, it wouldn't pose any threat to her. So, what's the hesitation in this matter? If she is strong in business, let her take charge of the group's key projects. If she can show off, let her coax the chairman. What's it called? Knowing people well. You are the 2 bricks of the company, moving wherever you are needed. Chapter 166, The Sisterhood's Heart Breaks Down. After Jiang Chen left the live broadcast room, it didn't take long for Lu Qianshan and Lu Ying to get off the air. It's not that it's time to go live, it's that both sisters' minds are broken. Although Jiang Chen swiped $1 million in gifts for them today, topped their race placing inside the top 20 as well, but that's a far cry from what they thought they were going to get. People, that's it. Without having seen someone or something better, there is no idea. That once exposed to something better and higher up, they can't see past what's there. It doesn't even resonate emotionally with what's available. What's it called? There was once no water in the ocean, but the mountain of witchcraft is not a cloud. Or maybe it's called Fighting Teeth Platform First Encounter. Once you see Jiang Chen, you'll be mistaken for life. Inked Light Guild, President's Office. Lu Qianshan and Lu Ying were sitting side by side on the sofa. Both of them were a bit down. It's like a frosted eggplant. Kai Jia, sitting in her office chair, took in the sisters' expressions. Are you two a little disappointed? Is it a sense of falling short that it's nothing like you guys thought it would be? Looking at the 2 demoralized sisters, Kai Jia couldn't help but sigh. saying, "Actually, you don't have to be sad. The fact that Big Brother Star can come to see you today proves that he still likes you. At least, you've made it to the big boys. You guys are a lot luckier than the rest of the hostesses." Kai Jie said as she took out a box of lady cigarettes from the drawer. She was seen pulling out a cigarette, holding it in her mouth, then lighting it with a lighter end. A light inhale. In this world, there is never a good thing that falls from the sky, under the sky, and there's never a free lunch. Think about it, there are millions of anchors in this business of live broadcasting. Why should people swipe so many gifts for you guys? You're adults too. You should understand that there's a price to pay for everything you do. If you want to get as much as you want, you have to give as much as you want. The same goes for live streaming. It depends on how much you guys are willing to give up if you want to capture Big Brother's heart. Kai Jie's words were like a bolt from the blue, blasting the sisters hard in the heart. The sisters' bodies trembled in unison, and a complex expression appeared on their faces as well. Yeah, Jie was right. Why should people give them gifts? Just because they admire them? People have millions and millions of dollars of real money to throw down. Are they giving it to them for nothing? How in heaven's name can such a good thing happen? To get as much as you want, you have to give as much as you want. The sisters agreed with Kai Jie's statement, and were powerless to refute it. Because that's the truth. Because you're new. There are some things that I didn't want to tell you so early in the process. I'm afraid I've scared you guys. But some opportunities are once in a lifetime and fleeting. And if you can't catch them, I'm afraid I'll never get another chance like this in my life. If you guys really want to get a hold of the starry-eyed bigot, like Pepper said, it's worth giving yourself away. To tell you the truth, if I were as young and beautiful as you guys, and it can also be seen by the star Big Brother, I would have pounced on it long ago. After all, as you have seen for yourselves, a Big Brother as magnificent as the star Big Brother, a random gift reward could change your lives. Do you weigh in your own minds whether this is worth it or not? Kai Jie's earnest words immediately made Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying. Both are caught in a tangle and a struggle. They've seen firsthand the bravado of the star bigwigs. He swiped 10 million gifts in one PK. That's $10 million. The average person doesn't make that much money in a couple of lifetimes. Who wouldn't be impressed? It would have been fine if Big Star hadn't come, but now that he was here, it was inevitable that the sisters would have some fantasies. It seemed as if he was within reach of this splash of riches, but he could not reach it when he saw it. It's hard to keep the mind from exploding. This is a life-changing opportunity. Do you watch it pass by? Or do you try to catch it? It's all in the hands of the sisters. Like Jie said, not everyone comes across this opportunity. God sent this opportunity to the sisters, and for that alone, they're already much luckier than 99% of anchors. Beyond that, the sisters were just girls born into ordinary families, and from an early age they were taught to study hard. The idea that knowledge can change your life. But when they graduate from college, they realize that there are so many college students. It's a big deal to find a secure job and survive, let alone get ahead. At that moment, they were filled with confusion and felt that they could not see any hope for the future. But one day, they were suddenly presented with the opportunity to change their destiny. It would surely be a lie to say that there aren't any ideas. Well, don't all hang your heads. Live, there are a lot of meltdowns. Just get used to it. All of you, get your heads together. Things aren't without redeeming qualities. As long as you can remedy the situation in time, there's still a chance that you can catch the star Big Brother. Kai Jie seemed to have read the thoughts in the sisters' minds and immediately cheered them up. I hope they don't waste the opportunity. Upon hearing this, the sisters couldn't help but glance at each other and both seemed to see something in the other's eyes. In the next second, the eyes of the two men flashed quickly away from each of their pretty faces also blushed slightly. The other side. After Jiang Chen finished his phone call, he once again logged onto the Douya live streaming platform, only to find that Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying had already gone offline. I wonder what the sisters have been up to. Aren't you going to continue to participate in today's qualifier? Or maybe something came up at the last minute and that's why it went off the air in a hurry? Jiang Chen didn't think much about it, and simply exited the Douya live app. Then a movie came on and was watched with great interest. However, the movie was only halfway through when Jiang Chen received a WeChat. Lu Yingying, brother star, do you like to watch me and my sister dance? Seeing this WeChat, Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Casually, he sent a WeChat back to Lu Yingying. Jiang Chen, like. After this WeChat was sent over, Lu Yingying's side was almost a second reply. Lu Yingying, great. Since brother star likes it, can I show you the dance alone then? Jiang Chen, what kind of dance do you want to show me? Lu Yingying, if it's convenient for brother star, I'd like to go to you and dance for you in person. Emoticon, shy. Jiang Chen, who saw this WeChat, had his eyes light up immediately. Ouch. Not bad. This sister knows her stuff. It's very pleasing. Jiang Chen, okay. Lu Yingying, so, May I ask which day is Brother Xingchen free? Jiang Chen, tomorrow. Lu Yingying, okay. Then tomorrow my sister and I will come together to find you to play. Oh. Jiang Chen, emoticon, okay. Lu Yingying, emoticon, shy. Chapter 167, The Splash of Riches. It comes. Noon. Phoenix Mountain Villa. The 6 golden flowers returned home with large bags in glee. What made Jiang Chen slightly surprised was that what they were carrying in their hands. They didn't buy them for themselves. They all bought them for Jiang Chen. Dresses, pants, shoes, ties, belts, cufflinks, men's cologne, men's veil cream. In their words, today, no matter what, they will dress Jiang Chen in a handsome manner. Make him the hottest boy in all of Shilin City. After lunch, stylists, makeup artists, wardrobe coordinators, and more for 6 Golden Blossoms appointments. All came home on time. Jiang Chen was a bit speechless. Just going to a high school reunion. It's not like we're going to some big business banquet. Is there a need to make such a big deal out of it? But, looking at the 6 golden flowers with their expectant faces, there is also that kind of roll up your sleeves and work hard energy. Jiang Chen is also embarrassed to spoil their fun. In the end, Jiang Chen honestly sat in front of the makeup mirror. Let the stylist and makeup artist toss him around. He's also a little curious, wondering if, once he's been worked on by a professional stylist, makeup artist, and wardrobe coordinator, what kind of a head will he or she become? The hottest guy in Shilin? I'll just grab a mirror and look at it, won't I? There's no need to dress up at all. Superfluous. Next, Jiang Chen took advantage of the makeup artist messing with his face and simply moved with his mind. Turned on the superphone inside his body. It's called playing with your phone and putting on makeup and dressing up at the same time. Anyway, no one knew that he had completely merged with a cell phone. Swish. Logging onto the Douya Live platform. The first thing Jiang Chen saw was an official announcement. Roughly speaking, the platform has adjusted the cap on the number of reward gifts that, from a maximum of 10 gifts per swipe, it has been upgraded to 20 gifts per swipe. There's still a limit, but by this current standard, the speed at which he could swipe the gifts could be increased by 1x, which kind of saved him a lot of time. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen found Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying online. The sisters have been on for over 10 minutes, so with a thought, he directly entered their live room. Welcome Brother Star. Brother Star, I thought you had something to go to in the afternoon and wouldn't come back online. When the twin sisters saw Jiang Chen arrive, their faces showed another expression of fluttering and excitement. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to tease the pair of sisters, the screen in the live room suddenly split in two, and the sisters were split to the left. Instead, a familiar-looking anchor woman appeared on the right. Yikes, I didn't want to answer PKs, but she kept popping in and out. I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. Her younger sister, Lu Yingying, hastily spat out her tongue and glanced at the camera with some embarrassment. It seemed to be worried that it would make Jiang Chen angry. Jiang Chen didn't really care, since he intended to swipe gifts for the sisters, whether it was PK or not, or empty brushes either. One word, it. Sky full of stars, it's okay, since we're already connected. Let's fight. Jiang Chen's pop-up screen floated up in the broadcast room. The sisters immediately broke into sweet smiles, instantly creating a sense of being in their father's arms and the feeling of being spoiled hard by your dad. Qian, Ying, I just came over to see you guys. I didn't realize that your family's big brother is also here. Later on please your big brother. Go easy on me. Don't cripple me. Please. The anchor woman who linked up with Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying was none other than the first sister of the Ink Dye Light Veil Guild, Little Pepper. She kept her trumpet open and squatted on the sisters' live stream. Seeing Jiang Chen arrive, Pepper immediately connected with the sisters using a large number. Crap, the star big brother is so generous that the medical bill comes out to be $20,000. Even though she can't eat the fat piece of meat that is big brother. But you can have some soup behind Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Jiang Chen didn't have any nonsense. He still had a balance of over $8 million inside his fighting teeth account. If you don't brush now, when will you? Swish swish. For a moment, the screen was filled with Carnival special effects. Looking at the incomparably familiar scene in front of them, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying burst into tears. Splash of riches. It's finally coming. Thanks for the carnival. Brother Star. Brother Star is mighty and dominant. Love you Wahahaha. Thank you, Brother Star, for your overwhelming support. Quill. This wave of impact was so shocking that Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying couldn't help but stand up, full of excitement and yelling. In just an instant, the blood bar of the little chili pepper on the opposite side of the room was reduced to a sliver. It's probably all less than 0.5 millimeters. That's not the point. The point is, Under Jiang Chen's wave of bombardment, the sisters' ranking in the dance track, it was instantly topped in the top 10. Moreover, as Jiang Chen continued to furiously brush up on the carnival, the sisters are still in the midst of climbing the ranks. I should have known it would be so easy to swipe a gift with your mind. It shouldn't have been done manually before. Jiang Chen couldn't help but spit in his heart. A look of tears and laughter also appeared on his face. It was his own stupid ass before, having to go through it manually, thinking that's what makes it feel like swiping a gift. You can also practice the one yang finger technique in the meantime. If we can learn the one yang finger, maybe we can later, within a specific environment, come in very handy. Results. Instead of practicing the kung fu, I made my fingers sore. The profound martial art of a yang finger was really not something that ordinary people could practice. Asterisk asterisk. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's Big Star. As a bone-headed white scooper, I finally saw for myself today what it means to be a hooper. Brother social star. A ruthless man with few words. One word. Trench. Big brother. You're confused. It's only the qualifiers. You don't even need to swipe so many gifts. It's a waste. Upstairs. What do you know? This is the strength of our star big brother. As Jiang Chen went out on a wild goose chase, many of the online water users that all were drawn to the carnival's announcement. As soon as we entered the live stream of the twin sisters, everyone was filled with the carnival effects. The blood boiled with excitement, and the ghosts howled and screamed. 100, 200, 300 rounds, until the total value of the gifts that were given out exceeded 10 million manhwa coins. Only then did Jiang Chen stop. Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying's rankings were also hardened to the first place. Geez, another $10 million. The star big brother's strength was as terrifying as it was. At this moment, including Lu Qianli and Lu Yingying, as well as the water friends who had just been attracted by, all of them couldn't help but feel numb. Only the anchor across the street, Pepper, with her eyes as if they were charged with little stars, bright and shiny, a flash of light, because her bloodstain had been completely knocked out. This handful, the medical bills are steady. Swish swish, as expected. Jiang Chen, after helping Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying take this PK, immediately, he came to Pepper's live stream, a sky full of stars giving away rockets x20. On the Douya live streaming platform, one rocket is almost equal to 100 manhwa coins. Jiang Chen swiped 20 rockets for Pepper at a time, which was equal to 20,000 Dragon Kingdom coins. Pepper immediately stood up excitedly, bowing to the camera again and gesturing Nixin. The mouth even kept shouting, "Thank you Star Daddy for the medical expenses. Love you oh, Mamma Mia." Even though Pepper was beaten to this, she didn't feel humiliated at all. She also kept screaming in her heart, "Star Daddy hurry up and humiliate me. Humiliate me to your heart's content. Throw your big rocket right in my face. Don't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. Ah, right, dislike my face as hard as you can. Don't stop." Chapter 168 Xiao Wenba, the licking dog, is going to pretend to be more than he is. Nightfall, Dynasty International Hotel. By now there were already quite a number of high school classmates that had gathered at the front entrance of the hotel. The girls gathered and chattered, while the boys stepped aside to the flower beds of the, in a circle smoking a cigarette. "What time is it? Why aren't the squad leaders here yet?" I just called the squad leader. He said there was a traffic jam on the way. 5 more minutes to go. Where's Jiang Chen? Is he stuck in traffic too? I don't know about that, but I'm looking forward to whether Jiang Chen will do what he said tonight or not. Bringing 6 girlfriends to a dinner party? In my opinion, Jiang Chen is 80% bragging. Ha ha, I think he's bragging too. Just then, a roar of an engine came from far and near. The students turned their heads and looked over, only to see a white BMW 3 Series. It flew by and then stopped steadily in front of the hotel. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, the car door opened. A blue suit, tie and shoes, Xiao Wenba, whose hair was combed and oiled, walked straight out of the car. "I'll go. Is this the squad leader's car? Not bad. A BMW 320, at least $300,000 to get it. The squad leader is really doing well, driving a BMW at such a young age. Unlike us, there's no savings, let alone a car. I've been overdrawn last month on my Thomas spendthrift, and I don't even know how I'm going to pay it back this month. It's really a man's game." Listening to the murmurs of his classmates, the corner of Xiao Wenba's mouth suddenly hooked into a smile. In fact, he wasn't even stuck in a traffic jam. He came a little late, on purpose. Big names are always the last to arrive. Not to mention, if he had arrived early and helped his classmates prepare their drinks ahead of time. And how can you pretend to be in front of everyone? The head of the logistics department of the Dynasty International Hotel is Xiao Wenba's uncle. Xiao Wenba also because of his uncle's connections. It was only then that I was able to book a golden VIP box in the hotel. Tonight, He's going to pretend to be a better man in front of his classmates. No matter what. Maybe we can even take down Flower Leaf Ting in one fell swoop. That's what Shaw had in mind. Sorry, guys. The traffic was really bad. I'm glad I wasn't late. It's 5 minutes short of the appointed 8 o'clock. Xiao Wenbo deliberately lifted his wrist to look at the time and flashed his newly bought Swiss watch. Quite the show-off. Squad leader. You seem to have gotten a lot more handsome after not seeing you for a few years. Yeah, the class president is dressed like this today. You can tell he's a successful man. Squad leader. That's a nice car you've got there. The landed price must be at least $300,000, right? The students all gathered around, looking at Xiao Wenbo with envy, and there were even a few female students that was secretly winking at him. Xiao Wenbo drifted off. After only a few polite pleasantries with his classmates, he greeted everyone. Don't stand outside the door. Hurry into the hotel. I've booked a golden VIP box in the hotel's Chinese restaurant. Why don't we all go to the box and talk together? Xiao Wenbo's face was covered with a smug smile. The gold VIP box at the Dynasty International Hotel has a pretty high gold content. The average person doesn't qualify to be able to book. Tonight, he was going to pretend to be more than he was in front of his classmates for once. Tough to play, hard to get. And then take down Banana Yiting in one fell swoop. Not only can you earn face, but you can also hold a beautiful woman. It's a win-win situation. However, after Xiao Wenbo led everyone into the hotel, he suddenly realized that Yiting, the class flower, hadn't arrived. Zhang Chen didn't arrive either. Mud. This Bobby is loaded for nothing. But it didn't matter, since both Yiting and Zhang Chen had said they were coming tonight. When the time came, it's still possible to continue to play the game in front of them. Next, under the guidance of the hotel attendant lady, the crowd arrived at the golden VIP box that Xiao Wenbo had booked in advance. Wow, this box is so luxurious. Is this the golden VIP box of the Dynasty Chinese restaurant? It's quite a sight to see today. This box, it's so grand. It can seat 40 or 50 people. Last time I went to a 5-star hotel with our leader. It's nowhere near as classy there as it is here. Worthy of being the most luxurious hotel in our Shilin city. It's so extravagant. The female students surveyed the box with glowing eyes, and many of them took out their cell phones and take crazy pictures and send them to your friends. The male students had to be a little more reserved though, and almost no one took pictures to post on their friends lists. But he was also amazed by the lavish box and marveled at it. Soon, everyone took their seats. The topic of conversation among the students, however, had always centered around Xiao Wenbo, the class president. Squad leader, where are you high up now? What? The class president became the leader of the project team at such a young age? That's really young and promising. $30,000 or $40,000 a month? It's still cool to be a class president, driving a BMW to and from work every day, with a monthly salary of $30,000 to $40,000. We wage earners are envied to death. Squad leader, you're so good. How come you're still single until now? You wouldn't have been waiting for our class flower Yiting, would you? Speak of the devil. Just as the students were chatting away, the door to the box was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterward, a beautiful figure came into the crowd's eyes. The visitor was dressed in a white dress with a pair of crystal high heels, dressed like a descending fairy, long hair like a waterfall and exquisite makeup. She was seen walking in with a very natural catwalk, her body swaying and fragrant. At this moment, all the male students in the box, their eyes all lit up. That's right, she is Yiting, the class flower. Tonight's Yiting, who was obviously well-dressed. As soon as he came out, he caught the attention of everyone in the room. Xiao Wenbo was even looking straight in the eyes. At the same time, Xiao Wenbo couldn't help but feel smug in his heart. Loaded? Yiting, you were still pretending with me on WeChat before? Now it's not about coming to see me and getting all dolled up. What's that saying? A woman is a woman. Whoosh! Shaw stood up immediately, then pulled back the seat beside himself. Calling out to Yiting, Ting, you're here? Come sit over here. However, Yiting just glanced faintly at Xiao Wenbo. Eyes then darted around the box. When Yiting realized that there was no Jiang Chen in the box, her face immediately fell, and a flash of disappointment flashed through her beautiful eyes. Tina, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Yiting ignored him, Xiao Wenbo hurriedly walked over and asked with a face full of concern, "Where's Jiang Chen? Has he not come yet?" To the astonishment of the crowd, the first thing Yiting said when she opened her mouth, surprisingly, he was asking if Jiang Chen had come. Oops, what do you care about that poor Jiang Chen? He blew such a big gasket in his classmates' group. I guess I don't even have the face to come to the reunion at this point. We don't need to bother with him. Ting, better hurry over and take your seat? Xiao Wenbo seemed certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to come to the class reunion, and he even took the opportunity to step on Jiang Chen and invited Yiting to sit beside him once again. Upon hearing this, a flash of mockery immediately flashed under Yiting's eyes. Jiang Chen is afraid to come to the reunion? Is Jiang Chen blowing smoke? Xiao Wenba, you dumbass. You're really dog-eared. Even if you put your entire fortune on the line, you won't have as much money as Jiang Chen has in a single finger. How dare you mock Jiang Chen here? Row. I'll just pretend I don't know anything and keep it quiet for now. When Jiang Chen arrives, let's see how he lights up your dog's eyes. Chapter 169, Jiang the Handsome. Shining. Box. Everyone was looking at Xiao Wenba and Yiting, but Yiting didn't say a word, and didn't even bother to look at Xiao Wenba. Sitting directly in the middle of a couple of girls, Xiao Wenba froze in place. He was seen keeping his hands on the chair, an embarrassed expression on his face, and, for a moment it was all over the place. But, Xiao Wenba had been Yiting's licking dog for so many years, and had long since practiced a kind of don't dignify, don't be cheeky, not afraid of ridicule, and very resistant to a good beating. The flower of the class. Goddess. High-mindedness is also inevitable. How can a woman be a class goddess if she's not high and mighty? It could be said that the deep-rooted dog-licking mindset had completely eroded Xiao Wenba's brain. After being dumped by Yiting, Xiao Wenba, instead of being annoyed and angry, instead, he also felt that Yiting was becoming more and more attractive. Swish. I only saw Xiao Wenba sit back in his seat with a calm face, then smiled and clapped his hands. Turning to everyone, he said, since all the students are here, let's start serving the food, shall we? I'm telling you, this restaurant has some pretty good famous dishes. Everyone must savor the taste today. Hearing that Xiao Wenba wasn't going to wait for Jiang Chen, and that he was going to let the waiter serve the food, many students have voiced their doubts. Squad leader, Jiang Chen hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we just wait a little longer? I'm still looking forward to Jiang the Handsome, shining with his 6 girlfriends. Yeah, I made a bet with Jiang Chen, though, as long as he can bring his 6 girlfriends to the banquet, I'll worship him as my righteous father. I made a bet with Jiang Chen too. Me too. Listening to the murmurs of his classmates, Xiao Wenba's face suddenly became a bit ugly. Although he was the class president, Jiang Chen was the class grass plus school grass back then. It could be said that Jiang Chen's influence in the class at that time was not at all weak to him as the class president. It's 10 minutes past 8. I think he, must be afraid to come to this class reunion. After all, in just 1 day's time, where do you guys expect him to find 6 nationally recognized girlfriends to make up the number? Such a big bull, and you guys believe it? Xiao Wenba's words just fell, only to hear a click sound. The door to the compartment was once again pushed open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a bright voice floated into the box. Wenba Xiao, who says I'm afraid to come to the reunion? Oh, I'm here, aren't I? At this moment, everyone in the box turned their heads in unison and, in unison, they looked toward the door of the box. In the limelight, a young man who was so handsome that women all over the world couldn't breathe was suddenly reflected in everyone's eyes. That's right, Jiang Chen finally shined. Tonight's Jiang Chen, obviously dressed up carefully, the whole person was simply handsome from head to toe, in a high-fashion, extravagant black suit, his 183 male model figure, the nearly perfect presentation, a well-groomed, parted, crummy, hot hairstyle, paired with a handsome face with the temperament of an aristocratic male. It exuded a strong aura of mesmerizing women. That's not all. Jiang Chen had his left arm around Su Yao and his right arm around Zhao Sherman. Behind them followed Lu Li, Lily Yu, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou, tonight's 6 golden flowers. It seems that in order to match Jiang Chen a bit more, surprisingly, they were all wearing sexy hot black dresses. Only, each long black dress is slightly different. Su Yao, neck-hanging mesh slimming gown. Zhao Sherman, deep V-waisted dress. Lu Li, new Chinese improved cheongsam dress. Lily Yu, halter wraparound fishtail dress. Lin Qingxue, lace-trimmed halter dress. Tang Rou, fishbone pleated wrap dress. Tada! Jiang Chen just walked in with the 6 golden flowers, strutting around. A man and 6 women all dressed in black. Every single one of them had a condescending and cold expression on their faces, and coupled with a 6-fold stride, a powerful aura instantly unfolded. The moment. There was no music playing on the set, but in the minds of the crowd, but couldn't help but brainstorm a hot BGM, which is called justice, which is invincible, right or wrong, good or evil, but hard to determine, which has the right to decide, as heaven and earth will testify, regardless of background. Perhaps with a single strike, the world will be swayed, and even with a single opening of the mouth, the air trembles. That's right, a song called Battle Without Victory by Xiaochun naturally rang in the ears of the crowd. In a flash, all the female students in the box had their gazes locked onto Jiang Chen's body, and every one of them is all eyes. And all the male students in the box, their eyes fell on the 6 golden flowers of the Again, all of them had their eyes glowing. Whoa whoa, our class grass, Jiang Chen, is becoming more and more handsome. Yeah, after not seeing him for so many years, it seems that big handsome Jiang's charm has gone up even further. More than just going to the next level, I see that Jiang Chen has already gone up to the ninth heaven, standing at the ceiling of the handsome world. Why don't you ride the wind, brother? I'm going up 90,000 miles. Jiang da handsome, if you go into the entertainment industry, definitely hangs up against all the current flow of fresh meat. Jiang Chen is so handsome, I can't even close my legs with excitement at the sight. LOL. The female students screamed and squealed. Yi Ting even opened her mouth slightly, looking at Jiang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. It seemed to have shaken his mind hard by the way he was dressed tonight. She knew Jiang Chen was handsome. If Jiang Chen wasn't handsome, how could Yi Ting have fallen for him back then? However, Yi Ting never expected that Jiang Chen, who was already handsome enough, but after dressing up meticulously, directly handsome to no bounds, handsome out of the realm of human beings. Put, poof, poof, oops, it was the sound of a heartbeat pounding. Ouch, it's a little hard to breathe, my brain is starting to run out of oxygen, I'm going to pass out, I'm going to be dazzled by Jiang Chen's handsomeness. Yi Ting's favoritism +5. Yi Ting's favoritism +5. Yi Ting's favoritism +5. Box. Everyone was marveling at Jiang Chen. Everyone was staring at Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers with blazing eyes. However, there is one exception on the site. He is Wenba Xiao. The moment Jiang Chen shined, Xiao Wenba's face became completely gloomy. 2 flames of jealousy burst from his eyes as well. Mud. Jiang Chen, this asshole, really picks his time to appear. As soon as he appeared, he instantly stole the attention of everyone in the room. And, it's amazing how this asshole dresses himself up in such a Thai way. Aren't you a delivery boy? Aren't you down and out? How come you're still so classy? None of this is the point. The point is, what the hell kind of high-end club are you from? Got 6 of the country's finest beauties? This face, this body, this temperament. An ordinary man would be lucky to marry a woman like that. You've been doing good deeds in your last life to have such good fortune in this life. However, Jiang Chen, had brought 6 such great beauties out at once. Ah, Jiang Chen, you asshole. Why should you be surrounded by beautiful women left and right? Hey, where the hell are you putting your hands? It's almost on her ass. Ah, it's just, let go of the girl. Let me do it. Woohoo! I'm craving for it. Chapter 170, Shameless Yi Ting. There were 2 tables in the box. At this very moment, the main dining room table is filled with people that, Class President Xiao Wenba and Class Flower Yi Ting both sat at this table. However, there were still many empty seats at the side table. After Jiang Chen greeted his classmates, immediately, he sat down at the side table with the 6 golden flowers. Whoosh! Seeing Jiang Chen sitting at another table, Yi Ting immediately got up and left the main table. Quickly, he sat down at the secondary table, and also picked a position relatively closest to Jiang Chen. No way! On Jiang Chen's left and right sides, there were 3 girlfriends of national colors sitting on each side, keeping him firmly in place. Even if Yi Ting wanted to sit next to Jiang Chen, it would still depend on whether his girlfriend agreed or not. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wenba almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. I'm Nima. Yi Ting, didn't you dress up so sexy and pretty just to see me today? Why are you running to Jiang Chen's table now? And Jiang Chen, what the hell are you pretending? I just don't believe it. These 6 great beauties of the country, how can they all be your girlfriends? Whoosh! After a slight hesitation, Xiao Wenba also simply left the main dining table. He sat directly at Jiang Chen's table. He wanted to ask, in person, the 6 great beauties of the country before him, which high-end club did Jiang Chen hire the actor from? Anyway, swish swish, a strange scene suddenly occurred in the box, after Jiang Chen took his seat at the secondary table. First the class flower sat at the side table as well, then the class president did the same. Immediately following, the members of the study committee, the literary committee, the sports committee and others. Surprisingly, they all flocked to the side table in droves. Jiang Chen, you're doing well now. Big handsome Jiang, won't you introduce us to these beauties? Jiang Chen, amongst these beauties, who exactly is your girlfriend? Or maybe, all of them? No way. Jiang da handsome, these 6 big beauties, are they really all your girlfriends? Jiang Chen, these beauties, they can't be the actors you found, right? The last sentence was spoken aloud by Xiao Wenba. Intense jealousy had caused Xiao Wenba to be on the verge of losing his mind. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was just an orphan who had graduated from college and had been delivering food. How is it possible to afford such extravagant suits and get 6 girlfriends in one go? What's even more outrageous is that he brought out all 6 of his girlfriends. Moreover, these 6 women were obediently following Jiang Chen. Quietly, without making any noise, even get along well. What the hell? This is modern times, not ancient times. Do you want to be like the ancient men who had 3 wives and 4 concubines? It's just ridiculous. Ahem. Jiang Chen suddenly coughed dryly twice, attracting everyone's attention, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let me introduce to you all. These great beauties sitting beside me are all my college classmates." Phew! There was a sudden exhalation in the box. When people hear the phrase college friends, surprisingly, he was uncharacteristically relieved. It turned out that these 6 great beauties of national color, they weren't Jiang Chen's girlfriends. It's just Jiang Chen's college classmate. So close, almost letting Jiang Chen take advantage of the situation. After all, everyone here has made a bet with Jiang Chen, and if they lose, he was about to worship Jiang Chen as his righteous father. Now it looks like he doesn't have to have another dad. That's so nice. However, what Jiang Chen said next, however, made the students, who had already breathed a sigh of relief. Once again, the heart was in mid-air. Now, they're all my girlfriends. Quiet. The box was quiet. All the students couldn't help but stare, open their mouths and, looking at Jiang Chen with a face full of astonishment. He seemed to be wondering if he had just heard wrong. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the crowd were quite wonderful. Some are shocked, some are envious, some are awed, some are skeptical. Swish! Right at this moment, Su Yao, who was sitting on Jiang Chen's left-hand side, suddenly stood up in a graceful manner. She only smiled slightly at the crowd before introducing herself. "Hello classmates, my name is Su Yao. I'm Jiang Chen's great aunt." After saying this, Su Yao sat down, and picked up the teapot on the table in the meantime, pouring Jiang Chen a cup of tea. Swish! Just as the crowd was frothing, Zhao Sherman, who was sitting on Jiang Chen's right-hand side, also stood up graciously. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Sherman. I'm Jiang Chen's second aunt." Quiet. The box was quiet. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard. Following Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Luli, Lily Yu, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou also stood up in turn to introduce themselves. "Hello everyone, my name is Luli. I'm Jiang Chen's third aunt." "Hello everyone, my name is Lily Yu. I'm Jiang Chen's fourth aunt." "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Qingxue. I'm Jiang Chen's fifth aunt." "Hello everyone, my name is Tang Rou. I'm Jiang Chen's sixth aunt." The scene in front of them scared almost every student present. The crowd never expected that these 6 great beauties of national color. Not only did they all take the initiative to admit that they were Jiang Chen's girlfriend, they even put them in order of size. What's wrong with the world? Am I crazy? Such a superb 6 great beauties, no matter which one of them, as long as they are taken out individually, definitely a goddess sought after by millions. However, they all follow Jiang Chen. Moreover, they are not at all jealous of each other, but get along very well. What kind of magic soup did Jiang Chen give them? Why were they rushing up to fall back on Jiang Chen, even willingly turning on the sharing mode? Isn't Jiang Chen just a little bit more handsome? But can being handsome be a meal? "Jiang Chen, can I be your 7th aunt?" Just then, a clear voice suddenly drifted into the ears of the crowd and it instantly stunned countless people's jaws. The crowd hurriedly followed the sound, only to see Yiting timidly standing up. Her pretty face was slightly red as she looked at Jiang Chen, and her beautiful eyes were also filled with water waves rippling. Put, put, put. If it was possible to spit out blood, it was estimated that the students present would have died from blood loss. Everyone never dreamed that Yiting, the class flower, who has always been high and proud, it was actually another public confession to Jiang Chen, and this time, it was merely a desire to be Jiang Chen's 7th aunt. Swish! At this moment, the eyes of the entire audience shifted from Yiting, then they all landed on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect Yiting to be so brave. It's almost like carving the words 'I'm shameless' into my face." But, based on this thick skin of Yiting, Jiang Chen could conclude that this girl would become a great success in the future. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't take Yiting so easily. I only saw Jiang Chen gently smile, then said to Yiting, "Don't come and ask me about this. I can't give you an answer. And who should I ask?" Yiting pressed step by step, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Chen, with a look that if you don't agree, I absolutely swear by the stance. "Go ask Su Yao. She's in charge of everything big and small in the house." Jiang Chen picked up the tea and gently took a sip of it. There was a subdued and calm expression on his face from start to finish. Whoosh! To the great surprise of the crowd, Yiting directly walked around the table without saying a word, came to Su Yao's side. "Sister Su Yao, you're so pretty. In fact, at the first sight of you, you gave me a particularly kind feeling. I'm an only child and grew up with a special desire to have 6 sisters. Sister Su Yao, may I add you on WeChat?" Clunk, clunk, clunk. All the students present were going crazy, especially Wen Ba Xiao. He could never have imagined that the goddess he'd been crushing on for so many years, surprisingly humble like a licking dog at the moment. He was very confused. In what way was he inferior to Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was just a poor who delivered takeaways. Was he worth Yi Ting's kneeling like this? Did Yi Ting take the wrong medicine tonight? I'm sorry. What the hell is going on here? Has the world gone mad? I'll you up. Woohoo. Chapter 171, 4 bottles of Romane Conti. Ka-ching. The compartment door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterward, there were 4 young and pretty waitresses, each holding a bottle of red wine, and walked in with a smile on his face. Here's your wine, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy. The waitress lady placed the red wine on the table and then very politely retreated. At this moment, Xiao Wenbo looked at the 4 bottles of red wine on the table and his eyes snapped open. In his heart, he also thought of a way that he could deal with Jiang Chen. Luckily, I had asked my uncle to prepare a few bottles of good wine in advance. Jiang Chen, aren't you just a little bit more handsome, relying on your face to make a living? I'll knock you out with money. What's the point of being good looking these days? It's the rich who are the masters. Yi Ting, it's mine. The 6 beauties by your side should be mine, too. This upper-class rich life is something you poor can't afford to give them in your lifetime. Ahem. Xiao Wenbo held back his anger and coughed dryly, then stood up and said, fellow students, these 4 bottles of red wine were flown in from France by the Dynasty Hotel. Everyone must taste it. It's an authentic imported red wine from a famous French chateau. While Xiao Wenbo was introducing the red wine to everyone, his eyes were looking at Jiang Chen and Yi Ting from time to time, as well as the 6 girlfriends Jiang Chen brought with him. It's obvious that this kid must be holding back some bad ideas. However, just as Xiao Wenbo was about to open a bottle of red wine, Yang Mingqi, sitting beside him, a sudden hand pulled at him. Squad leader, something doesn't seem right about this wine. When Yang Mingqi said this, Xiao Wenbo suddenly froze slightly. I only saw Xiao Wenbo holding the red wine and pretending to check out and never could find anything wrong with it. No way. Xiao Wenbo is not a rich man, and he has even less research on red wine. Naturally, you can't see what's wrong with the red wine in your hand. Whoosh. At this time, Yang Mingqi reached out and picked up another bottle of red wine. After scrutinizing it up close for a moment, a look of shock soon appeared on his face. Squad leader, this is a Romane Conti. Look here, it's the Romane Conti logo. You know, even for the most ordinary Romane Conti, the market price will never be less than $50,000. As soon as Yang Mingqi said this, the box fell into silence again. Romane Conti? The market price would never be less than $50,000/bottle? Is the class president Xiao Wenbo so grandiose now? 4 bottles of Romane Conti at once, worth at least $200,000. That's too much beer, isn't it? At this moment, the students' eyes changed when they looked at Xiao Wenbo. Even Yi Ting revealed a surprised expression. But, it's only 4 bottles of red wine, compared to Jiang Chen's mansions, which were often worth $1 billion, and the dozens of luxury cars in his garage. 6 bejeweled ants, even the Patek Philippe on his wrist worth over $4 million. Xiao Wenbo still has a significant gap. On top of that, Jiang Chen was so handsome that Xiao Wenbo couldn't even compare to one of his toes, so it was better to be Jiang Chen's 7th aunt. However, Xiao Wenbo didn't know Yi Ting's inner thoughts. Seeing that everyone was casting a look of awe at him, even Yi Ting showed a surprised expression. He had no idea how pleased he was in his heart. Oh, everyone's freaking out, right? Especially Jiang Chen, you poor. Surely you've never drunk such expensive red wine. Probably never even heard of it, right? Mud. This feeling is so damn comforting. Xiao Wenbo's vanity was greatly satisfied, but he quickly reacted to there's definitely something wrong with these 4 bottles of red wine. His uncle was only the logistics supervisor of the catering department of the Dynasty Hotel, not a very high position. How can you possibly come up with $200,000 worth of red wine for him to serve to his classmates? The wine, 80% of the time, the waiter served the wrong one. If you do drink all that red wine, you'll definitely end up paying the bill out of pocket. That's $200,000. Xiao Wenbo can't afford to shell out that much money to pay the bill. However, just at this time, Yang Mingqi, suddenly came to Xiao Wenbo's side and, lowering his voice, he said, Squad leader, that was a great move. You actually thought of taking fake wine out and pretending? Admirable admiration. Xiao Wenbo was slightly stunned at his words. Yang Mingqi is his good brother. They are as close as hardcore, so he naturally knew how much weight Xiao Wenbo had. Mingqi, that's not the drink I ordered. I just asked my uncle to prepare a few bottles of good wine. Who knew that what was served was Romane Conti? I guess the waiter served it wrong. Xiao Wenbo similarly lowered his voice and quickly explained in Yang Mingqi's ear. But, Yang Mingqi, revealed an inscrutable smile. Wenbo, are you stupid? Do you think a waiter at the Dynasty International Hotel would make such a low-level mistake? That must have been a lot of hard work on your uncle's part. Xiao Wenbo stared blankly at young Mingqi, as if questioning him. How did it turn into his uncle's good intentions? Wenbo, think about it. Yang Mingqi suddenly said in a serious tone. First of all, there's no way a hotel waiter would make such a cheap mistake, so the wine must not have been served wrong. And secondly, this must be some fake liquor your uncle got. The purpose is to get you to act up in front of your classmates. Anyway, none of us here have ever had a real Romanée Conti, and who knows whether it's true or not. I'll explain it this way, so you should understand, right? When Yang Mingqi said this, Xiao Wenbo instantly came to a realization. At the same time, he couldn't help but give his uncle a thumbs up in his heart. Hi, it's really high. My uncle has gone to great lengths to support me. When I'm rich, I'll repay my uncle's kindness. Ha ha. Only Xiao Wenbo suddenly laughed twice and then announced to the crowd. I was hoping to surprise my classmates, but I didn't expect to be recognized so soon. That's right, these 4 bottles of red wine are Romanée Conti. I usually have very few opportunities to drink this kind of wine. Come on, let's all have a taste. Xiao Wenbo opened the red wine in his hand as he spoke. Then one by one, I poured drinks for my classmates. At the same time, he enjoyed all kinds of awe and envy from his classmates. The whole thing was about to float. However, when it was Jiang Chen's turn on his side, Xiao Wenbo, however, deliberately skipped Jiang Chen and his 6 girlfriends and came directly to Yi Ting's side. Ting, this is a Romanée Conti imported from France. You must try it. While listening to Xiao Wenbo's slightly pleasing words, Yi Ting's face went cold. Xiao Wenbo didn't pour Jiang Chen a drink. He was clearly looking down on Jiang Chen, wanting to throw his face at him in public. Hey, isn't this a chance to curry favor with Jiang Chen? If Jiang Chen doesn't drink, I won't drink either. It had to be said that Yi Ting was indeed a smart woman. She didn't go straight to question Xiao Wenbo as to why she didn't pour Jiang Chen a drink. Rather, she made it firmly clear that tonight, no matter how all of them were on Jiang Chen's side. This, too, was pleasing Jiang Chen. This way, it's more pleasing. Xiao Wenbo was confused by Yi Ting's attitude and his face stiffened. Is this the same Yi Ting I knew as the cool class flower? She's even kneeling to Jiang Chen? Why? I've got a Romanée Conti that's this expensive. You're a ing to resist temptation? What did Jiang Chen put in your head? Are you ing demonic? I'm sorry. The old man just couldn't take it anymore. Since you don't know how to behave, don't blame me for not giving you face. Drink it or don't drink it. Do you think I'll beg you to drink it? This is a $50,000 bottle of Romanée Conti. How many people want to drink it but can't? If you don't drink it, there are plenty of people who want to. Chapter 172, let you pretend to be more than you are, and watch you get struck by lightning. Squad leader, Yi Ting doesn't drink, but we do. As if to corroborate Xiao Wenbo's words, a couple of heavily made-up girls suddenly stood up, and with empty wine glasses in there, walked over to Wenbo Zhao's side. In the opinion of these girls, although Jiang Chen was handsome, Xiao Wenbo was rich. These days, the rich are the masters. Since Yi Ting doesn't know how to appreciate her and doesn't give Xiao Wenbo face, then won't their chance to please Xiao Wenbo come? Okay, I'll pour you guys a drink. At this moment, Xiao Wenbo's eyes lit up. Although these girls were not as good as Yi Ting, their makeup skills were very good. It looks like it's already hitched to a beautiful woman. The bottom line is that these girls will be heartbroken for their brother. They weren't as cold as Yi Ting, putting on a smelly face and not giving him any face at all. Xiao Wenbo felt that it was to show Yi Ting how popular he was. It was only to show Yi Ting how good he was. Thus, Xiao Wenbo immediately poured drinks for these girls, then circled the box again and poured a glass of wine for the rest of the class. Apart from Jiang Chen, Yi Ting and the 6 golden flowers, who were present, the rest of them drank the wine poured by Wenbo Xiao. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was infuriated and laughed. You know, these 4 bottles of red wine aren't just any Romanée Conti. Instead, it's a 1990 Romanée Conti, valued at roughly $338,000 per bottle. The total value of these 4 bottles of wine has exceeded $1.3 million. Moreover, these 4 bottles of wine were specially ordered by Jiang Chen to manager Shi Zuelan. Have her send someone to this box. Didn't realize he, the rightful owner, hadn't even spoken yet, and instead he was robbed of his credit by a clown who jumped the gun. Even the other party deliberately made things difficult for him, deliberately not pouring him a drink and deliberately embarrassing him. Mud. In that case, don't blame this young master for not remembering his classmate. Swish. Jiang Chan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately mobilized the superphone within his body, sent a text message directly to the manager of Shi Zuelan. Honey, this class president of yours? He seems to have a deep animosity towards you. Ha! Right at this moment, Suyao pulled Jiang Chen's arm and the face glanced at Xiao Wenba with a very unpleasant face. It's okay. Jiang Chen smiled and patted the back of Suyao's hand, then said softly, believe it or not, he won't even be able to cry later? Oh, then I'll wait and see what happens. Suyao knew Jiang Chen's temper and temperament well, and at a glance, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Knew he must be holding something bad back. Class master, this is a great wine, worthy of a Romane Conti. What do you call the class president, sir? It should be called Xiao Xiao. It's really thanks to Xiao Xiao's blessing that we have the chance to drink such a good red wine today. Xiao Xiao, you're a real person who doesn't show your face, and you're amazing when you don't shine. Yeah, unlike some people who clearly don't have a few dollars in their pockets. Xiao Xiao, in favor of acting like a bully. Box. The atmosphere suddenly came to a big shift. After Xiao Wenba showed his great strength, many of his classmates kissed his ass, and there were even some who took the opportunity to disparage Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't open his mouth to speak, just sat quietly in his seat. The 6 golden flowers didn't say anything either, because they had all heard Jiang Chen and Su Yao's conversation just now, all waiting quietly for a good show. Yi Ting didn't say anything either, only her face was a bit ugly. Several times she wanted to stand up, slap the table and curse but once she thought of Jiang Chen's preference for well-behaved and obedient women who were gentle and considerate, she stiffly suppressed the urge. She couldn't leave Jiang Chen with the bad impression of arrogance and brutality anymore. But he couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Chen get bullied either. What's the best way to look ladylike and elegant and help Jiang Chen out at the same time? How about giving Xiao Wenba a hard time on the side? Difficulty. It's really so hard to have the best of both worlds. Ka-ching. Just then, the door to the box was once again pushed open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman in a purple cheongsam mat, striding in with a couple of hotel staff. The beautiful woman's pretty face contained frost, and she quickly scanned the box over. When she realized that the whole box was drinking, only Jiang Chen and the few female companions beside him didn't drink, and even their wine glasses were empty. At this moment, 2 flames immediately erupted from the beautiful woman's eyes. That's right, this cheongsam beauty was none other than the general manager of Dynasty Hotel, Shi Tsuelan. Originally, Shi Tsuelan had wanted to walk directly to Jiang Chen's side. However, Jiang Chen hurriedly gave her a wink. Shi Tsuelan was slightly stunned and immediately understood Jiang Chen's intentions. The corners of his mouth also curved up in a nice curve. You guys actually drank all 4 bottles of red wine? Shi Tsuelan suddenly raised her volume, and her voice carried a hint of trembling. The eyes coldly scanned the box. Who are you? What's with the sudden intrusion into our compartment? What happened to the 4 bottles of wine that we did drink? We ordered the wine ourselves. Can't we still drink? A few students who were on better terms with Xiao Wenba immediately yelled out. The tone of voice is also a little punchy. Seems to feel that there is Xiao Wenba as a backer. The bottom has also become sufficient. Good. Very good. Shi Tsuelan nodded, and then with a wave of her hand, immediately behind them came out 2 staff members with POS machines. You're not drinking just any Romane Conti. Instead, it's a 1990 Romane Conti. Each bottle costs $338,000, and the 4 bottles total $1,352,000. Excuse me, would one of you like to settle the bill? As soon as Shi Tsuelan's words fell, the entire box was suddenly quiet. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard, but after a brief moment of silence, immediately some students took out their cell phones and surfed the internet, started looking up the price of a 1990 Romane Conti. ***. It's really a 1990 Romane Conti. The market price is $338,000 a bottle. Xiao Xiao, why did you just say that this wine is only 50,000 yuan a bottle? Xiao Xiao, you're being too low-key, aren't you? You froze a bottle of wine that cost more than $300,000, lying to us that it's only $50,000 a bottle. Are you afraid that we'll develop a psychological burden and not dare to drink such an expensive wine of yours? Listening to the murmurs of his classmates, Jiang Chen almost couldn't help but be amused again. Talent. Every one of them is talented. I studied with such a group of talented people for 3 years. It's a shame to talk about it. Are you still afraid we can't pay? Let me tell you, Xiao Xiao is a valued guest of your hotel and often eats here. Isn't it just 4 bottles of red wine? It's not like Xiao Xiao can't afford to pay for this. The girls with heavy makeup just now, each one of them jumped out to defend Xiao Wenba. All seemed to want to curry favor with the rich class master. Shi Tsuelan laughed at once. Finally, we have found the rightful owner of this bullying chairman. What comes next? That's good. It was me who was abrupt just now. In that case, let's ask this young Xiao to settle the wine bill first. The moment Shi Tsuelan said this, All the students present coincidentally looked at Xiao Wenba. At this moment, Xiao Wenba panicked. An old face was as red and hot as if it had been burned by fire. Xiao Wenba opened his mouth and didn't know what to do for a moment. He finally reacted now. Those 4 bottles of red wine just now. It wasn't that asshole Yang Mingqi who said that at all. It was his uncle who gave him the fake wine he used to load the ratio. But the hotel staff served the wrong one. Romane Conti from the 1990 vintage? Worth $338,000 a bottle? No wonder it's so good. But, that's $1. $352,000 for 4 bottles of wine. How could he possibly get so much money? What to do? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Chapter 173, What's face? Money is most important. Swish. Only Xiao Wenba's eyes quickly swept over the 4 red wine bottles on the table, and suddenly had a bright idea. Said, wait a minute. I ordered what was clearly a regular red wine, an $800 bottle. But why are you serving me Romane Conti? This is your hotel's own problem. You can't blame it on me. So I'm not going to take responsibility for this. Xiao Wenba couldn't care less about continuing to play the game at the moment. In front of the 352 million yuan. Anything more than that has to be put down. And keeping your pocketbook tight is the most important thing. Quiet. The box was quiet. When Xiao Wenba said this, all the students stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. There was even a stunned expression on his face. What's the situation? Wendy Shaw ordered an $800 bottle of red wine? Instead, the hotel waiter served a $338,000 bottle of Romane Conti? So it turns out that Xiao Wenba was pretending to be something he wasn't. What Xiao? Using someone else's misplaced drink to come and act tough in front of your classmates? You've got a big face. Who gave you the guts? How dare you open a $300,000 bottle of Romane Conti? And 4 bottles in one sitting? Although Jiang Chen's group of high school classmates were stupid, they weren't so stupid as to be hopelessly stupid. After a little thought, he immediately figured out what was going on. Swish swish. In an instant, countless contemptuous gazes landed on Xiao Wenba's body in unison. Xiao Wenba's face was a burst of red to white. It even felt like the whole back was on fire. Mud. This ratio is loaded and broken today. Shame on you. It's all because of Yang Mingqi. This stupid 255. What kind of bad idea did he come up with? I want to shark you so bad right now. Swish. As soon as Xiao Wenba thought of this, he immediately turned his head and searched around for Yang Mingqi with angry eyes. However, Yang Mingqi, quietly slipped to the back of the crowd, his eyes averted, and didn't dare to look at Xiao Wenba's eyes. Xiao Wenba, what are you looking at me for? Anyway, you're the one who organized today's meal, so even if anything goes wrong, you'll be the one to take the blame. Big deal. We won't be brothers anymore. Brothers are nothing compared to a $352 million settlement. What's more, it's not even because you're trying to act like a dick. Is that why it's such a big mess? Pretending to be a man is punishable by lightning. Humph. Just then, Sher Suilan said with a cold snort, these 4 bottles of wine. It's for the chairman of our dynasty group. Can't you see the words Romane Conti 1990 written on it? On top of that, you didn't get permission from the chairman of the board. Just open and finish these 4 bottles. Now that you've drunk our wine, please settle the bill. Sher Suilan glanced at Jiang Chen without a trace. Until she got a new order from Jiang Chen, she would follow Jiang Chen's original orders. Tough for Shaw Wimber. My uncle is the head of logistics and the catering department of this store. I'm going to have him come over and judge. With no other choice, Xiao Wenba could only move out his uncle. After all, $35 million was not a small figure, and he could never afford to lose it. However, Sher Suilan, laughed coldly and said, your uncle is the head of logistics of the catering department of our hotel? All right, from now on, your uncle is fired, and you must pay for my drink. When Sher Suilan said this, Xiao Wenba was immediately frightened and his legs went limp. An old face also instantly turned into a pig liver color. Who the hell are you? My uncle is the head of logistics for the catering department, so how can you say you're fired? Just fire it? Looking at Xiao Wenba with a look of being scared silly, Sher Suilan just gave a disdainful sneer. There was no answer to his question. Just then, one of the staff members who followed Strickland suddenly stood out and said, this is the general manager of our Dynasty International Hotel. Sher Suilan, Mr. Sure. The whole hotel is under the authority of our Mr. Sure, she can fire whoever she wants. Clunk. As soon as he heard Sher Suilan's true identity, Xiao Wenba was so frightened that his legs went limp on the spot, almost fell into a sitting position. Done. I didn't realize that this woman was the general manager of the hotel. Uncle, I'm really sorry. I didn't know it would come to this. I'm the one who screwed you over this time. If you won't settle the bill, then I'll have to call the police. Suelan seemed to have lost her patience, only to see her waving her hand and, immediately, a staff member pulled out a cell phone and seemed ready to call the reporting official. Wait, it is said that people can be wise in a hurry when it comes to emergencies, and Xiao Wenba is no exception. Seeing only a twinkle in his eye, he immediately yelled, "These 4 bottles of wine just now. I wasn't the only one who finished it. Everyone drank it, so why should I be the only one to pay for it? Equal share. Everyone present who drank, share equally. If you do the math like that, you only have to pay a little over $40,000 each." When Xiao Wenba said this, the students all panicked. Over 40,000? That's months of their paychecks. They're going to lose months of paychecks for nothing more than a few sips of wine. How can you be willing to do that? What's more, the wine was opened and poured by Watson Shaw. They were all kept in the dark and had no idea of the value of the 4 bottles of wine. In the end, the culprit is Xiao Wenba. They are all victims. Why should they, the victims, be held responsible for the culprits? Wenba Xiao, you opened the wine, and you're the one who made everyone drink it. Why do you want us to share the cost of the drinks for you? That's right, there's no way I'm going to equalize the cost of the drinks for you. I don't agree with equal sharing either. Faced with the angry accusations of his classmates, where did Xiao Wenba care about that? Anyway, I've already been humiliated today, and I don't care if I'm even more humiliated. In short, you can lose face, but you can never shell out so much money alone. I only had 1 drink just now. I'll pay $50,000. Xiao Wenba suddenly took out his cell phone and directly tapped the WeChat payment code, then stride over to the staff member with the POS machine. At this moment, all the students in the box couldn't sit still. Some people were loudly scolding Xiao Wenba, while others tried to jump out and stop Xiao Wenba. There were also people who took the opportunity to slip out of this box, but they were blocked by the hotel's security guards. Swish, Suelan didn't say anything, but only looked at Jiang Chen with inquiring eyes. Perhaps it was because he saw Jiang Chen nod gently. A spring-like smile also appeared on Suelan's face. Since this Mr. Shaw says he wants an equal share and has offered to pay $50,000, then check him out. Suelan waved her hand, and the staff immediately came forward and directly used Xiao Wenba's WeChat payment code to transfer 50,000 yuan. Seeing this scene, the students became more emotional. People seem to be very worried that Xiao Wenba will immediately pat himself on the back after losing his money. Leave them all here to split the rest of the booze money equally. And it is true. Xiao Wenba paid $50,000 in a very meaty way. Then without even looking at the students in the box, he directly walked towards the outside of the box. However, just at this time, Suelan led a group of staff that, quickly, he walked over to Jiang Chen. "Hello, Chairman." As soon as Suelan said this, the group of staff members following her, they also bowed slightly towards Jiang Chen in unison, and their mouths even shouted in unison, "Good day, Chairman." Quiet. The box fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but stare, open their mouths and, with a face full of astonishment, he looked at Jiang Chen and Suelan. Even Xiao Wenba, who was just about to step out of the box, at this moment also violently stopped his pace of leaving. Then with an expression of having seen a ghost, he looked dazedly at Jiang Chen. What did Mr. Sure say to Jiang Chen just now? She said, "Chairman, how are you?" Jiang Chen is the chairman? Where's the chairman? Couldn't be the chairman of this hotel, could it? No way. Absolutely not. He's a fatherless, orphaned, poor delivery boy. How did it turn out to be the chairman of the Dynasty International Hotel? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I must have misheard just now. Mr. Sure shouted, "Not chairman at all." Right. I must have misheard you. Chapter 174, Lord Righteous Father, please accept my obeisance. Box. A quiet. Suelan's cry of chairman directly stunned all the students present. As we all know, Dynasty International Hotel is just a hotel under Dynasty Group. The hotel does not have any miscellaneous minority shareholders or the only shareholder is the Dynasty Group. The Dynasty Group is one of the biggest corporations in Shilan City. The group usually makes the headlines in Shilan City when there's any kind of fuss. Not long ago, the Dynasty Group was forcibly acquired by a mysterious bigwig, and the news that the group had changed masters, it had almost spread throughout the streets of Shilan City. But ordinary people had no idea who the new chairman of the Dynasty Group was. Today, as the hotel's general manager, Chuelan Shi, surprisingly, he addressed Jiang Chen as chairman with a face full of respect. At this moment, a bold speculation bubbled up in the hearts of the crowd. It's hard not to. Jiang Chen is the chairman of Dynasty Group? No wonder Shi Chuelan said just now. Those 4 bottles of Romane Conti were given to the chairman of their Dynasty Group. The original. Those 4 bottles didn't go to the wrong place. The chairman of the dynasty group was sitting in this box, only they all didn't know it. Hiss. At the thought of this, many students secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. There was also a look of utter shock on his face, especially Yi Ting. The eyes were glazed over, and a smirk played at the corners of her mouth as the whole thing was on the verge of being excited. Ah, the old lady made the right bet this time. I didn't expect Jiang Chen's real identity to be so bullish. It's really worthy of being the man Yi Ting, kneel too. One word, awesome. Swish. Just then, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and said, Manager sure, please go get a couple more bottles of good wine. Don't take the 1990 Romane Conti this time. Switch to 1947 Chateau Cheval Blanc Red. This red wine, with its high alcohol content, is much more intense to drink. Sure Suilan smiled faintly at the words and immediately nodded her head and said back, Yes, chairman of the board. I'll have the wine brought over. Just like that, Sure Suilan led a group of staff members and quickly left this box. It didn't take long for a couple of pretty young waitresses, MS, walked in with 8 bottles of valuable red wine. The box was quiet. Not a single person on the scene dared to make a sound, and even their breathing was suppressed to a low level. Everyone didn't dare to go and look directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. After all, there were quite a few people who had mocked Jiang Chen just now. Now that they learned of Jiang Chen's horrible identity, everyone was worried that if Jiang Chen held a grudge, what should I do with myself from now on? Dang! Just at this time, Su Yao took the initiative to open a bottle of red wine and first poured a glass for Jiang Chen. Then pretending not to care, he swept a glance at his classmates in the box. What are you all waiting for? This is the wine that Jiang Chen specially instructed Mr. Sure to prepare especially for his classmates. So if you don't drink it, wouldn't it be a waste? Don't worry, you won't be asked to share equally. All purchases here tonight are free. As Su Yao uttered those last words in a half-joking tone, the atmosphere in the box took a 180-degree turn. Young Jiang, you're really deep in hiding. Yeah. Some people pretend all the time, but some people are real cow beers that. There's a big difference. Jiang Xiao, I didn't realize that you're the new chairman of Dynasty Group. We've really got our eye on the ball. Jiang Xiao, I sincerely apologize to you. Young Jiang, we were also led astray by Xiao Wenba, and we had no intention of offending you just now. It's really deserving of a beating. At this moment, everyone present scrambled to apologize to Jiang Chen. All kinds of ass-kissing sounds were even more connected, especially the girls. Each of them looked at Jiang Chen with eyes that were so hot that they couldn't wait to jump directly into Jiang Chen's arms. Let him bully with abandon. At the same time, the eyes of each and every one of them looking at Yi Ting were all thick with jealousy and blame. Yi Ting the biker. No wonder he was so shamelessly kneeling to Jiang Chen just now. It turned out that he had already known Jiang Chen's identity. Grandma's leg. Since you know Jiang Chen's identity, and you didn't tell us sisters, you even want to take Jiang Chen all by yourself? You cheeky little scratchy hoof. In the future, sisters don't have to do it. Ha! Jiang Chen suddenly laughed softly and said in an extremely hypocritical manner, Oops, what are you talking about? We're old classmates. How could I blame you for something so trivial? Holding a grudge against you? Nothing more to say. Come on, drink. All our years of classmate friendship are in this glass of wine. Xiao Wenba, who was standing at the entrance of the box, had his entire face twisted to the extreme. He just couldn't figure out how Jiang Chen, who was obviously just an orphan, had suddenly transformed himself into what about becoming the chairman of the dynasty group? Looking at Jiang Chen and his classmates, and listening to his classmates currying favor with Jiang Chen in all sorts of ways, and then in turn mocked him as a pretender. Xiao Wenba's old face reddened. Hated to dig a crack in the ground to drill in. Don't jump out of it for the rest of your life. Swish. Knowing that he had no face to stay here, he could only shrink his neck and leave the place in ashes. However, just as Xiao Wenba walked out of the hotel, he suddenly reacted. That Mr. Sure even charged me $50,000 just now. I seem to be the only one who paid for today's reunion. Jiang Chen's girlfriend Su Yao said that everything she spends tonight is free. Doesn't that mean that the rest of the people don't have to pay for it at all? No need to split the cost of 4 bottles of Romane Conti? I spent $50,000 and I ended up with a scratch. And it's also a disgrace in front of his classmates. Even the uncle's job was lost. Jiang Chen, I'll you up. Why are you so devious? I'm gonna shark you. Don't stop me. I'm going to shark you. Woohoo. The other side. The atmosphere in the box gradually livened up. The students raised their glasses, and one by one, they were lining up to make a toast to Jiang Chen. All sorts of ass-kissing was going on as well. After Jiang Chen drank around with his classmates, he suddenly took out his cell phone and clicked on the cell phone album. Pulled up a screenshot. Class, I don't know who made a bet with me in the group. And one by one, they even made a posting as an oath. scrambling to recognize me as a righteous father? The moment Jiang Chen said this, the box immediately quieted down again. But, after a short period of silence, Yang Mingqi, a wallflower, immediately stood up, only to see him clasp his hands and shout respectfully at Jiang Chen, "Lord Righteous Father, please accept my obeisance." Yang Mingqi, you bastard. I can't believe I let you get the jump on me. Honorable Righteous Father, please accept my obeisance as well. Lord Righteous Father, Lord Six Righteous Mothers, please accept a bow from Righteous Son Tang Xiao. Righteous Father, Righteous Mother, I am your righteous daughter Hu Jing. Jiang Chen, I want to be their foster mother too. Roll on. Ha ha. The 6 golden flowers were completely dumbfounded. I didn't realize that Jiang Chen's gang of old classmates were so thick-skinned one after another. Every one of them is talented. But then again, if they could really recognize Jiang Chen as their righteous father, at the very least, you can struggle for 50 years less. This righteous father is from the bottom of their hearts, and they shouted willingly, not half as adulterated. Whoever was going to stop them from recognizing Jiang Chen as their rightful father right now, they were definitely going to be in a hurry with whoever it was. Righteous sons and daughters, Daddy is happy today. After dinner later, if you guys want to go sing, you can go to Dynasty KTV and sing. If you want to go to a spa, go to a spa. If you want to get a foot massage, get a foot massage. If you don't want to go home tonight, spend the night at the hotel. In short, everything you spend at the Dynasty International Hotel tonight, Daddy's giving you guys a free pass. With Jiang Chen's loud announcement, the entire box boiled over. Ah, thank you, Mr. Righteous Father, Honorable Righteous Father. You are simply handsome. Righteous Lord, I love you. Wahahaha. Righteous Father is mighty. Long live the Righteous Father. Chapter 175 Raffle. 10 consecutive draws. Late night. Already drunk. Jiang Chen, under the close protection of the 6 golden flowers, was safely back at Phoenix Manor. The 6 golden flowers had to play tight defense. Jiang Chen's gang of female classmates, one by one, were staring at him, and whenever there was an opportunity to, then he made his way to Jiang Chen's side, especially that little scratchy hoof of Yiting's, a mouthful of sisters calling out the 6 golden flowers, unaware of the circumstances that she really thought she was Jiang Chen's 7th aunt. Even if the 6 golden flowers had already brought Jiang Chen back home, Yiting was still tweeting Jiang Chen one after another. On WeChat, Yiting called out with a mouthful of dads. It was almost as if the words "I am Jiang Chen's father's licking dog" were written on his face. Tada! In a daze, Jiang Chen felt himself being supported by several pairs of slender jade hands, staggering into the washroom. Then, Jiang Chen laid down in the bathtub filled with warm water. There was a cheeky chuckle in his ear, followed by a there were just several pairs of delicate hands rubbing him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I don't know how long it took, but Jiang Chen, who was slightly more awake, suddenly opened his eyes. Found myself lying on the big bed in my bedroom. There was an empty space around him, and all 6 golden flowers were nowhere to be found. Yawn. Jiang Chen let out a big yawn and was about to close his eyes for a beautiful sleep. Who knows? In the next second, there was a slight click in his ear. The door to the bedroom room was pushed open from the outside. Tada! Listening to the sound of footsteps coming from far and near, Jiang Chen turned around in bed and, with an effort, he opened his eyelids and looked in the direction of the doorway of the room. It's a shock not to see. Only to see the 6 golden flowers fishtailing through the door. And then they all walked over towards Jiang Chen's side. None of this is the point. The point is, it's amazing that all 6 of the golden girls have changed into their battle robes. And it was also an ancient-style battle robe that Jiang Chen had never seen before. Su Yao, big red mandarin duck belly band. Zhao Sherman, pink peach blossom embroidered belly pocket. Luli, indigo lotus flower embroidered belly pocket. Lily Yu, purple mesh belly band. Lin Qing Xue, basalt print hanging neck bib. Tang Rou, finch-colored satin lace bib. Except for the second time, the long hair of all 6 golden blossoms was uniformly coiffed and, combined with the ancient-style war robes on their bodies, everyone exuded a flavor of an ancient noblewoman. At this moment, Jiang Chen instantly felt sober. Spirituality. Ignition. Start. Go. The Bugatti Red Dragon's gas pedal was pressed to the floor with a boom. Straight onto the highway to the nursery. The stars are shining tonight and your heart is full of love. I don't sleep until the moon sleeps. I'm a little delicacy on earth. Wipe your nose before lifting your pants. And from there take a social step. The next morning, Jiang Chen climbed up from the bed. Only he stretched out a great big stretch and the bones in his body immediately made a crackling sound. The violent output of the perpetual motion machine for a whole night in a row made Jiang Chen realize the joy of extreme sports. This feeling of recklessness, of fire, of sweating, of not having a care in the world. To summarize, it's one word: awesome. Get up, get dressed, brush your teeth, wash your face. Jiang Chen greeted the sunrise in the sky and arrived at the terrace on the third floor of the villa. He was seen briefly punching a set of punches, moving his muscles and bones. Then it was back into the living room, lounging on the couch. Today is the fourth day. If memory serves, sweepstakes entry should accumulate to 12. Swish. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen tapped on the main system page with his mind. Lucky draw carousel, number of draws, 12. Item bar, black card, bounty, props fragment x5. Artifact, mind's eye, 2 stars. Grandma's leg. It is often said that when you are in a good mood, you are naturally lucky. Jiang Chen defeated the 6 golden flowers last night. It was the time when he was in a good mood, and he didn't draw the lottery at this time. What's the holdup? Spirit of heaven? Spirit of earth? I will sacrifice all the righteous sons and daughters I received last night. Please bless me from all gods and goddesses. I must win the grand prize. As Jiang Chen recited a tedious incantation, he was seen violently clasping his hands together and, in his heart, he murmured, Brother Unity, give me a 10 straight draw. Ding. Drawing in progress? Please wait. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, when he chose to draw 10 in a row, the system even thoughtfully gave a please wait prompt. Swish swish. Only the red pointer on the lucky wheel of fortune spun rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Clearly the hands continue to fly by, but then something shiny popped up on the turntable. However, before Jiang Chen could see clearly what this thing was, immediately following, the second, third, fourth, ninth and 10th shiny prizes popped up on the carousel. Swish. Jiang Chen just blinked his eyes, and the 10 prizes were all collected into the system item bar. At the same time, a series of system prompts came to Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a recharge card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of strengthening potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Golden Songbook. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a total of prop fragments x15. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to click on the system item bar. Immediately, I saw this pile of shiny prizes. In the first compartment still lies the original black card, bounty. In the second compartment, there were 20 prop fragments lying. In the third compartment lay a glittering card, rechargeable card. After using this card, you can recharge any type of black card produced by the system to the amount of 500 million funds. Note, this card can only be used once. In the fourth compartment lay a golden potion, strengthening potion. When taken, it strengthens the voice, making it extraordinarily magnetic, full of affinity and contagiousness. It becomes the legendary heavenly voice. In the fifth compartment lay a skill book, singing mastery, skill book. After using this skill book, you can automatically learn the singing skills of a heavenly king, so that you can instantly become a world-class singing god. In the sixth compartment lay a thick book that, the cover also has the words Golden Songbook written on it. The Golden Songbook, this book chronicles 1,000 golden quality songs that, these songs are all from the parallel world, Blue Star, and the songs have never appeared in this world before. Put. Jiang Chen nearly sprayed out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in succession. After reading about the prizes that were drawn for this time, a flash of foreboding instantly surfaced in Jiang Chen's heart. That rechargeable card was fine. After all, it was a prop used to make money. But a later strengthening potion that strengthens the voice to gain a heavenly voice, and that skill book, singing mastery, as well as a songbook of a full 100 gold songs from another world. Brother Tatsuko, what exactly do you mean? Dude, this mixed up, totally laid back, paper drinking, flower indulgent day. It's going through the motions in style. You're suddenly giving me such a big thing about singing. Are you planning to get me into showbiz? I'm a capitalist and you want me to sing? Grandma's leg. This young master will leave his words here today. I will never enter the entertainment industry, and I will never go into singing. You're damned if you're going to die. Chapter 176, Preparing for the Points Race. Dynasty Network Technology Company. Conference Hall. Joe Ruwashi arrived here early this morning. Then the entire company's top management was called together for a brief meeting. Today, it's the points tournament for the Fighting Teeth Platform's anniversary event. You must make sure that all the live rooms, which have to have smooth speeds, it can't be lagging at critical moments. No matter what, the customer experience should not be compromised. Daryl Chow, who was sitting in the chief seat of the conference room. Today, she was wearing a light blue satin dress with wraparound hips and a white, medium-sleeved blazer over it. Mature and plump pear-shaped figure with big S-shaped body curves is outlined. Long, chestnut-colored hair with big waves fell casually over her shoulders. Exquisite makeup, lips with big red lipstick, 1,000 eyes that. Every smile exudes a mature and charming flavor and style. Gollum, Many of the male compatriots in the conference room couldn't help but mentally gulp a little. Both were desperately trying to suppress the thoughts and urges raging inside. The big leprechaun. I didn't realize that the vice president of the dynasty group was such a big siren who was a scourge to the nation and the people. What a blessing it would be to work under the hand of this vice president Joe. Ahem. Just then, Feng Xingming, the head of Dynasty Network Technology, suddenly, he coughed dryly and said, Vice President Joe, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on today's activities throughout the entire day to ensure that there won't be any accidents. Crap. Vice President Joe, from the Dynasty Group headquarters, have personally come to their company. Who dares to paddle at this hour? Don't you want your job? After the conclusion of the meeting, Feng Xingming hurriedly followed behind Zhou Ruoshi. Vice President Zhou, I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to this event organized by the platform, and came over to supervise our work in person. Feng Xingming pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and just quickly swept a glance at Zhou Ruoshi that, immediately, he averted his gaze. It wasn't that he didn't love looking at beautiful women, but Zhou Ruoshi's charm was too lethal. Standing in such close proximity to Zhou Ruoshi, he was worried that he was looking at just couldn't resist starting the flag-raising ceremony. I can't stand it. Zhou Ruoshi was originally a flower of the dynasty group. In the past, when she was in the public relations department, she overwhelmed the crowd and became the deserved flower of the department. Now, as she has aged, she has not lost her charm. Instead, there was an added touch of sophistication and flavor. Plus, Zhou Ruoshi is the vice president of the group. The body naturally exudes an aura of a strong woman, which easily provokes a man's desire to conquer. Grandma's leg, so raging, so fat, so ripe and plump. One more look gave me an urge to commit a crime. Feng Xingming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If his own mother-in-law could have half of Zhou Ruoshi's charm and flavor, he would definitely come home from work on time every day, and would definitely not delay a second on the road. Mr. Feng, it's not that I'm personally concerned about the event the platform is organizing this time, but rather, Mr. Xiao himself has spoken. Absolutely nothing can be allowed to go wrong with this event. Zhou Ruoshi lightly glanced at Feng Xingming, and a meaningful smile flashed across her face. She wouldn't put it past the director, Chang Jiangchen, who was also attending the event. Tell Feng Xingming directly. After Zhou Ruoshi's investigation, she already knew Jiang Chen's fighting teeth account. It's the super godly man who has popped up in recent times, full of stars. Originally, Zhou Ruoshi had planned to contact Jiang Chen directly by phone, but then she changed her mind. According to the platform's rules for this campaign, the top 30 on the Divine Heroes list would all be invited by the Dynasty Group to a seaside vacation held offline. According to Jiang Chen's speed of brushing gifts, he could definitely make it onto this godly heroes list. So, Zhou Ruoshi was planning to prepare a little surprise for Jiang Chen at the seaside vacation event. In this way, it would also be faster and better to win Jiang Chen's favor. The other side. Villa 1. Phoenix Hill. Jiang Chen enjoyed a nutritious breakfast accompanied by the 6 golden flowers. Just after finishing the last glass of milk, he received a Weibo message from Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying, brother star, the points race is about to start, and you're not there. Neither my sister nor I have anything in mind. Emoticon, pitiful. Jiang Chen gently smiled, and directly used the superphone within his body to quickly replied to Lu Yingying with a WeChat. Jiang Chen, call me Papa Star and I'll get on the horn and help you guys with the game. Emoji, bad smile. There seemed to be silence on Lu Yingying's side for a moment, but it didn't take long for a voice message was then sent to Jiang Chen. Star Daddy. Star Daddy. There are 2 petite voices in this voice. The one in front is Lu Yingying's. The one in the back is Lu Qianqian's. Lu Yingying shouted righteously, not ashamed at all. Lu Qianqian, on the other hand, was very reserved and shy, her voice revealing a strong blush. Jiang Chen, haha, I'll get on now. Wait. Lu Yingying, thank you, Papa Star. The Douji live streaming platform. Lu Qianqian in Lu Yingying's live room. Lu Yingying, who finished sending the help Weibo, turned her head to look at her sister. The beautiful eyes also couldn't help but reveal a glint of anticipation. Lu Qianqian's eyes also had light in them, but a pretty face was flushed with red. It looks very cute and inviting. Swish! At this moment, the live broadcast suddenly lit up a golden royal character. The special effects for the Super Emperor's entrance also floated. Seeing this scene, both Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying couldn't help but stand up. The sisters' faces were agog with excitement. Welcome home, Star Daddy. Both of Lu Yingying's little hands were clenched into fists. Her eyebrows were smiling, and she was jumping with excitement. Welcome, stars. Dad. Lu Qianqian's pretty face became more and more flushed, and it seemed that for the name of Star's father, it was very shy, but not particularly difficult to talk about. On top of that, Sai Jie, who has been guarding the sisters' live broadcasts, it was also full of excitement and clenched fists. Here comes the big man of the stars. The sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, will surely make it to the finals tomorrow. The Inked Lightning Guild, finally, is going to flip. Just yesterday, the news that the starry-eyed bigot had once again gone on a 10 million gift spree, flying all over the Dojo Live platform. The aquanauts and anchors who were online at the time, as long as their eyes weren't blind, all see that one carnival announcement after another. Super God Star Daddy, once again, has become the center of attention on all platforms. It also made countless anchors turn their eyes red with envy. That's a splash of riches. As long as you can be seen by Papa Star, you'll take off in minutes. You'll be a phoenix in a minute. Of course, because Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying are on the dance track. The anchors who are on the same track. It was a stressful feeling, especially the anchors who are in the top of the dance track. They still want to go for the first place. However, how else can you grab the first place in front of a super godly man like Big Brother Star? It's just too desperate. Swish. At that moment, the sisters' live broadcast room lit up with the word royal again. Super Emperor's special effects floated up immediately afterward. Another Emperor bigwig came in on the live feed. Jiang Chen was still in a daze, not realizing that this Emperor's big brother, who had suddenly barged in. A pop-up was posted directly on the public frequency. Smoky River South at Sky Full of Stars. Boss Star, are you there? Looking at this golden pop-up screen that had been aided by himself, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Casually, the word came back on the P.A.in. Smoky Jiangnan, Boss Star, I've heard a lot about you. I came to see you this time. It's to discuss something with you. Sky Full of Stars, what's up? Smoky River South, my family anchor is also from the dance track. The first one that was seconded by you yesterday. The little butterfly who is now in second place on the dance track. Sky Full of Stars, and then what? Smoky River South, my little butterfly wants to get first place in the points race. That's why I came over to say hello to you, and I hope you'll give way when you play later. Just as a favor to me. Chapter 177, Who Are You? Live stream. Smoky Jiangnan's last pop-up caused Jiang Chen to frown. A few fires bubbled up in his heart as well. What the hell do you mean? You want me to give up first place? Do I know you well? Why should I give you face? Stars in the sky, sorry. Our Chen Chan and Yingying also want to take the first place, so I really can't do what you're talking about. Jiang Chen's words were already considered very polite. If he'd been in his old pissing mood, he'd have been slapping his keyboard and flaming out a long time ago. Directly scolded Smoky River South. One could only say that Jiang Chen had matured and his heart had become steady. However, this was not what Smoky River South thought. When he saw that Jiang Chen had actually rejected him without hesitation, he immediately sent a pop-up message out. The tone of his voice had also become unkind. Smoky River South, Boss Star, you've already helped your family's anchor get a first place yesterday. Today, you want to take the first place in the points race again. Your appetite is too big, isn't it? A Sky Full of Stars isn't playing a game based on strength? Since when does the first place in a competition depend on letting go? After Jiang Chen sent out this pop-up, the live broadcast room immediately boiled over. Many of the water users were on Jiang Chen's side. Big Star is right. Playing a tournament is based on strength, and first place isn't given away. Smoky Rain Big Brother is so funny. If you want to take first place, then show your strength. I'm standing with the starry-eyed bigot in this wave, and if the smoky-eyed bigot is here to beg for the starry-eyed bigot, then show the attitude of a beggar. Want to take first place, but don't want to rely on strength, and want the starry-eyed bigot to give way to, and refusing to lower himself to begging. This look of both wanting and needing, it really makes me laugh. Pure and simple sick. Looking at the various pop-ups floating out of the live broadcast room, Smoky River South was immediately infuriated. Smoky River South, Boss Star, I'm also trying not to hurt the situation. That's why I came here specifically to discuss with you. Are you so faceless? Jiang Chen, who saw this pop-up, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There was an odd expression on his face. He really didn't think that an emperor of the level of a big shot. It's amazing that you can say something so retarded. Are you full of? Or maybe you've been licked so much by brainiacs that they've licked your brain into a ball of tofu crumbs? The sky is full of stars, why should I give you face? Who the hell are you? Jiang Chen really couldn't stand it anymore. Go step on the maturity. Go step on a horse with a steady mind. I'm still me. I'm still the same teenager I was before without a single change. Time is but a test. Planted in the heart of the faith has not diminished in the slightest. Smoky River South, good. You're awesome. Since you don't give me face, then don't blame me for not giving you face too. A sky full of stars, how much can your face be worth? In front of my old man, what are you pretending to be? Smoky Jiangnan, full of stars. You're really crazy. Don't think that just because you've swiped $20 million in the past few days, you don't put other godly men in your eyes. Full of Stars uses administrator power to ban Smoky River South for 365 days. A message suddenly popped up in the live stream. startling all the online water users. Star Big Man Cowbira, not giving Smoky River South any face at all. He banned him for 365 days without saying a word. I'm not even holding up the wall. I'm holding up the starry-eyed bigot. The sky is full of stars, Smoky River South. Are you a fool? Do I know you? Do I know you well? Why should I give you face? Sky full of stars, is your head full of? Do you think I'm your father? To you, the sun, for all you want? If you call me dad, maybe I'll think about letting you have a moment. But you're not my son. Why should I promise you? Looking at the golden pop-ups that Jiang Chen sent out one after another, the entire live stream was amused. What Jiang Chen had said could be described as word for word in pinpointing. Smoky River South is a douchebag, running over to get yelled at on his own accord, really guilty of splattering. Smoky River South exits the studio. A message alert suddenly floated out on the live feed, once again amusing all the water users. Big Star is so badass too. He first banned Smoky River South, and then frantically outputted that. There was a burst of cursing at Smoky River South. The Star Big Brother was happy to scold, but Smoky River South was pissed off. Why do you suddenly feel all over the place? I should have known that we should have gone and cursed a few times while Smoky River South was banned just now. Anyway, Smoky River South cannot speak, only to be scolded. Oops, missed. Smoky River South is an Emperor Big Shot. The chance to be able to point and yell at the Emperor's big brother's nose and have the other person not be able to say anything back. It's hard to wait 1,000 years. After Smoky River South left, Kai Jia, who had been squatting in the live broadcast room, immediately, he sent a pop-up to Jiang Chen. Z Doodle, Star Boss. This Smoky River South is the 9th-ranked big brother on the Divine Heroes list. You can't be undefended. Sky full of stars, wow. 9th place on the Divine Heroes list? That's awesome. Seeing Jiang Chen's disdainful pop-up, Kai Jia was instantly anxious and hurriedly typed out another pop-up. Z Doodle, Boss Star mustn't be careless. Smoke and Rain Jiangnan formed a guild this year and pulled in a large number of godly men into the fold. And that little butterfly is the first sister of their guild. Nija Doodle, this time they prepared a lot of money in order to promote Little Butterfly. The sword for the first place in the anniversary event. I had thought that having reminded Jiang Chen of this, he should be cautious, right? However, Jiang Chen still had that same hangdog look. It seemed that he didn't put Smoky River South in his eyes at all. Full of stars, little chopsticks. Your pattern is too small. Don't use their entire fortune. Come and challenge me for my pocket money. Put. Kai Jia was tempted to spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood in a row on the spot. Chardonnay? What's that? What's so small about me? I'm big, okay? I don't know why. Kai Jia, who had always been mature and steady, when she saw Jiang Chen call her Little Nai, her heartbeat suddenly sped up a few points, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly. Drip. Just then, Jiang Chen received a Weibo message from Lu Engying. Lu Engying, Star Dad, it's all our fault that we've caused you so much trouble. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen, who saw this WeChat, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. With just a thought, he edited a comforting message to reply to Lu Engying. Jiang Chen, as long as you're playing, it's inevitable that you'll run into this kind of stupidity, and you can't be blamed for this. You don't need to beat yourselves up. Lu Engying, but the president said that Smoky River South is very powerful. You'd have to swipe a lot of money if you went head-to-head with him. Emoji, crying. Jiang Chen, it's fine. I haven't put this small amount of money in my eyes. Lu Engying, Star Daddy, you've been so good to us sisters. We don't even know how to repay you. Emoji, shy. Jiang Chen, who saw this Weibo, immediately revealed a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. With only a brief thought, he replied to Lu Engying with another WeChat. Jiang Chen, didn't we have a deal yesterday? After the game today, you and your sister come to play with me together. I've already booked the hotel in advance. Oh, Lu Engying, that. Well, my sister and I aren't people who go back on our word. I'll be sure to see you this afternoon. Emoji, shy. Jiang Chen, Dad likes black silk. Remember to wear it when the time comes. Lu Engying, Star Daddy, you're bad. Emoticon, shy. Chapter 178, Star Big Brother Kills Crazy. 9 a.m. Lu Qianqian in Lu Engying's live room. The first PK of the points race officially kicked off. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen immediately opened his brush, and the carnival effects instantly spread across the entire screen. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. A starry sky giving away Carnival X20. Thank you Star Daddy for the carnival. Star Daddy is awesome. 66. Passionate battle cries rang out on the air, and even though the sisters, who had experienced the scene, couldn't help but yell with excitement at the moment. The screen full of carnival special effects made the atmosphere of the live broadcast room burn to the extreme. All the water friends in the live room, almost all of them were stimulated by the hot blood of the Even if they couldn't afford to swipe such an expensive gift themselves, it didn't affect their mood to watch from the sidelines. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As time passes by, the score on the sisters' side has surpassed 2 million, and the opposite anchor scored just 120,000 points. At the sight of this scene, the sisters burst into tears and, at the same time, I can't help but sigh in my heart. A child with a father is like a treasure. And then look at the anchor woman across the room. She was biting her lip tightly, her eyes slightly red, as if she'd been trampled over by 10,000 straw horses, and the whole spirit of the man was drained to the core. It's too hard. The big brother on the other side is also really fierce. Clearly carnival. A few thousand rounds of consecutive storms, scaring his own big brother from getting on the ticket. How can this be fun? 10 minutes later, this PK is finally over. The score was set at 18 million versus 16 million. The score of the female anchor on the opposite side is not even a fraction of the score on this side. The opposite female anchor, whose mind had completely collapsed, saw the result and tears came to his eyes and his voice became choked. Oh, I've been on the air for 2 whole years and it's the first time I've ever been beaten so miserably. You guys, you're just plain mean. When the opposite female anchor said this, the water friends in the sisters' live room were immediately amused. All sorts of pop-ups floated out of the atmosphere of the live broadcast room was also plunged into a sea of joy. Ha ha, our star big brother is indeed brutal. He even made the other anchor woman cry. Upstairs, you should replace typing with drying. It's a little more apt. Put, upstairs, you're a ing genius. Why are you so good at this? Star big brother? It's only the first game of the points race, and Big Star is raking in over $5 million. It's simply trenchant. Star big man, bull beer. According to the rules of limitation of swiping gifts on the Douya platform, the maximum number of gifts that can be swiped at one time is 20, so the likelihood of stealing towers is reduced a lot. But Jiang Chen came up and swiped over $5 million wildly, pressing the opposite side to the ground and rubbing it hard. Even if the opposite side has the heart to steal the tower, they can't swipe more than 5 million gifts in a short period of time. On top of that, the strength Jiang Chen had displayed was truly magnificent. If it was a small tournament in the past, a gift of over $5 million would have been enough to take the title in the finals. But this was only the first points race, and Jiang Chen had swiped over $5 million. I wonder how many more gifts he'll swipe next. Anyway, throughout the entire Fighting Teeth platform, a trenchless super godly hero like Jiang Chen. Absolutely unprecedented. It didn't take long for the sisters to be matched to a second PK match. Who knows that as soon as the two sides connected on the microphone, the female anchor on the opposite side pulled a crotch on her face. Active yells to admit defeat. Big Star, our family voted in this game. We're not upvoting. So please Star Big Brother abuse gently. Big Star, for being such a good boy, will you have mercy on me when you're done? Some random medical bills or something? Ha, pust. Hearing the opposite female anchor's words so devoid of gas, Jiang Chen hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Instead, the water boys on the air blew up. Asterisk. What's the female anchor doing across the street? Can't you have some spirit of competition? This is too much of a dog. Can you respect the platform? Respect the rules of the game? Have some respect for us, the eating masses? Star Big Brother Bull Beer, giving up without a fight, just based on the name alone scared the opposite side into surrendering of their own accord. This one. Easy take. Looking at these pop-ups within the live broadcast, Jiang Chen couldn't help but gently smile. The moment the battle cry was sounded, the decisive choice was to open the brush. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Full of stars to give away Carnival X20. Another screen full of carnival effects spread out, and for just a moment, it just knocked out the opposite female anchor's blood bar. Opposite female anchor. Live streaming Aquanauts. Lu Qianqian and Lu Ying. Without any surprises, Jiang Chen helped the sisters take down another PK, another 10 points in the bag. However, Jiang Chen, felt lonely, alone in the summit. The cold wind keeps blowing. My loneliness. Who can understand me? Swish. In order to comfort the tearful opposite female anchor, Jiang Chen still ran to her live room, rewarded her with a small medical bill. Thank you Star Daddy. Love you oh. Wahahaha. What blew Jiang Chen's mind was the anchor woman who was wailing 1 second, and then broke down in tears the next. Not only did he thank Papa Star in quick succession, but he also gave him an extremely seductive xin gesture. Oh, women, it's true, are all born actors. Each one of them is so bad. Next, PK3, PK4, PKV. Jiang Chen Field is wildly brush carnival. The minimum is 300 initiation step, and occasionally dazzle a 100 shot blaster. It's just killing madness. With Jiang Chen's support, Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying were killing it in the points race, sweeping the major anchors of the dance track with absolute crushing force. There are no tactics, the only strategy is recklessness. Jiang Chen also let everyone see what it meant to be in the face of absolute strength. All conspiracies and plots are just clouds. Time passed by and before I knew it, it was afternoon. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying, a pair of sisters, played more than 40 PKs in a row in one breath. Surprisingly, there were no defeats, even Little Butterfly, the second-ranked anchor woman in the dance track, the one Smoky River South is supporting, also defeated at the feet of the sisters. Maybe Smoky River South is building up her strength, wanting to wait until the finals to explode, and then get the anniversary title in one fell swoop, right? So, in today's points race, he chose to hold back. Regarding this point, Jiang Chen was slightly high on Smoky River South by a few points. At the very least, the other party had some brains and didn't choose to fight him hard at this time. Otherwise, Smoky River South would only lose faster. First place. It's a sure thing for first place. Thanks Star Daddy. Love you. Wahahaha. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying successfully took the championship of the points competition. The sisters shouted in excitement. I saw the sisters holding each other, jumping, and the ground shaking. It simply brightened the eyes of countless water friends in the live broadcast. However, what's even more shocking to the countless people eating, Jiang Chen's personal contribution value had unexpectedly surpassed 200 million. In other words, Jiang Chen had given the twin sisters a full 200 million Dragon Kingdom dollars today. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Looking at that long string of numbers, everyone couldn't help but suck in their cool breaths in succession. Brains are buzzing. That's two small goals. How many people work hard all their lives and never make that much money? But the star bigot just swiped it to someone else so casually with a flick of his finger. 1 word, trench. 4 words, trenchless. 8 words, dad's name is Grandpa. Chapter 179, The Surprised and Delighted Sisters. Afternoon. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove out of Phoenix Manor. About an hour later, the car arrived outside the gates of an ordinary residential neighborhood. Jiang Chen pulled over to the side of the road, but he didn't get out of the car. Instead, he sat in the car and looked around. Soon, the corners of his mouth curved into a nice curve, though the gates of the neighborhood were bustling with people coming and going. But those two delicate figures were dazzling. That's right, it was two delicate figures, two little beauties exactly alike. Sisters who looked like they were carved out of the same mold, with the same sexy, hot bodies, the same pure and lustful dress, the same delicate and exquisite face. The two sisters stood together in a pavilion, naturally forming a stunning landscape. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The flower blooms twice, and the lotus grows together. Pair up your sisters and double your joy. The sisters, Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying, had indeed both put on black silk as Jiang Chen had requested. There aren't many dresses that black silk can be worn with, the most common being the workplace wrap dress. Beyond that, black silk can also be worn with little leather skirts, dresses, pleated skirts, short skirts, open front dresses and more. What made Jiang Chen's eyes light up was that at this moment, Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying, surprisingly, they were all wearing a black JK outfit, little shirt with a little tie, a pleated skirt with a pair of black stockings. The term pure and lustful is a perfect example of what I mean. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get off the bus, he suddenly saw a young man not far away. With a confident stride, he strides up to the sisterhood. No way! Such a superb pair of twin sisters just appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. It just drew sideways glances from all the men. It's not uncommon for someone to come up and strike up a conversation at this point. Swish! Jiang Chen stopped opening the car door and resumed sitting in the driver's seat, then watched in silence. Just the young man, with a sunny smile on his face. Very politely, he began to strike up a conversation with the sisters. However, I don't know whether it was the elder sister, Lu Qianxian, or the younger sister, Lu Yingying, who frowned very impatiently. A couple of quick words came out of his mouth as well. In the next second, the young man's smile froze on his face. Immediately afterward, the young man, like a big, defeated rooster, drooped and lost his head and left. Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, seemed amused by the young man's expression. He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle from his mouth as well. After laughing, Jiang Chen immediately gave himself a mouthful. How can you laugh at someone? How can you be so unsympathetic? Dude is at least a man of honor now. Next time you're in a situation like this, definitely can't laugh at people like that anymore. Unless, can't help it. Ka-ching! Jiang Chen opened the car door and walked down, coming straight to the sisters. With a gangly smile on his face, he said, "Hi, hello, two beautiful ladies." It had to be said that Jiang Chen's charm had indeed gone beyond the realm of humans. The two sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, after looking Jiang Chen up and down, it didn't immediately reject his accosting. Even a glint of appreciation blossomed in both sisters' eyes. No way. Men like beautiful women. And beautiful women like handsome men as well. Anything that is beautiful always catches the eye, regardless of gender. I'm sorry, little brother. We don't add WeChat. We don't add buttons. No contact information is added. We've got an appointment. He should be arriving soon now. Lu Yingying's delicate and soft voice suddenly drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. At this moment, Jiang Chen did feel a little bit embarrassed. I didn't realize that such a big, handsome guy as myself had taken the initiative to come up and strike up a conversation. In the end it was brutally rejected. Lean. Face value is really nothing in the face of money. Swish. Jiang Chen raised his eyes to look at the sisters who were close by, not realizing that their face value in reality. Surprisingly, it's a little more beautiful than it was on the air. Especially the long legs wrapped in black stockings under the short skirt. The fact that there are two identical pairs at once is really noticeable. Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh and said, "You've got it all wrong. I'm not here to hit on you guys. I'm actually here to pick someone up. The people I'm going to pick up. One is called Lu Qianqian and the other is called Lu Yingying." "Excuse me, are you the people I'm picking up?" Jiang Chen raised his cell phone as he spoke, lighting up the WeChat dialog box between himself and Lu Yingying. This time, it was the sisters' turn to freeze in place, only to see the sisters staring blankly at Jiang Chen, their eyes changing from dismay to surprise. Then it lit up instantly as if it had been electrified. Finally, the sisters' heartbeats pounded, and a look of surprise and joy came over both their faces. "Are you Star Dad? Ah, Daddy Star. You are so young and handsome." The sisters who had just ruthlessly rejected Jiang Chen. Now, however, they couldn't suppress their inner surprise and excitement, and screamed in unison in disbelief. They had thought that the star big brother was a middle-aged man, like the greasy-headed, fat-eared, pot-bellied, often seen in movies. There are even middle-aged greasy obese uncles who may have gone bald. On top of that, the sisters were ready to sacrifice, even if it sickens you to death. As long as the lights are off, your eyes are closed, and you're gritting your teeth, with tears in your eyes, still barely acceptable. After all, people spend so much money to promote them. They got so much, they had to give something. However, the sisters never dreamed of it. This super godly man who didn't even blink an eye and directly took out 200 million Dragon Kingdom dollars to reward them. Surprisingly, it would be such a young and handsome man. The happiness was so sudden that the sisters were about to go crazy with joy. "That's right, I'm full of stars." Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then reintroduced himself. "Get to know me. My name is Jiang Chen. Who's the sister between you two?" "Who's the sister?" "Lu Qianqian's favoritism plus 10. Lu Qianqian's favoritism reaches 85 points. Lu Yingying's favoritism plus 10. Lu Yingying's favoritism has accumulated to 85 points. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, he had only just revealed his identity. The sisters' favorability then increased by 10 points in unison, and they all suddenly reached the 80-point mark, accumulating to 85 points. A favorability of 80 points or more represents affection. In other words, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, the two sisters, fell in love with Jiang Chen right after they met? It seems that the face value thing is still a little bit useful. Women, who wouldn't want to be pressed into service by a handsome man? A man like Jiang Chen, who had both money and face, was even more lethal to women. Jiang Xiao, hello, I'm my younger sister. Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying covered her mouth. Her pretty face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Chen. There was a note of excitement and thrill in his voice that, "Jiang Xiao, hello, I'm sister Lu Qianqian." Lu Qianqian gently pursed her lips. Her pretty face was scarlet, and a layer of water waves swirled in her beautiful eyes. The voice, on the other hand, had a hint of trembling to it, as if it was a little nervous and a little shy. "Oh, I still like to hear you guys call me Star Daddy." The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and that gangly smile on his face, it instantly made the sisters' hearts beat a few times faster again. "Jiang, Xingchen Dad, I'm sorry we just didn't know it was you, so we." Lu Yingying playfully spat out her tongue, then carefully looked at Jiang Chen again. "It's okay, after all, this is the first time we've met. It's only natural that you guys can't recognize me." Jiang Chen casually lifted his wrist and looked at the time. The Patek Philippe watch with the starry square diamonds, sparkling in the sunlight. It caught the sisters' eyes at once. Papa Star is truly a godly man. This diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe watch must cost at least $4 million, right? But Star's dad wore the watch and it was really cool, yeah. Love it. Chapter 180, Encountering the Little Diva of the Singing World. Now that we've gotten to know each other, let's go. How about Daddy takes you guys out for a big dinner? Jiang Chen smiled faintly and pointed to the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked not far away. Then he made a gesture of "please get in the car" to the sisters, perhaps associating it with some image, whether it was the older sister, Lu Qianqian, or the younger sister, Lu Yingying. The pretty face couldn't help but blush. Though very shy, the sisters still obediently followed Jiang Chen. This scene also caused countless male compatriots passing by to show envious and jealous eyes. Why? Why should that kid be able to take away these superb twin sisters? Isn't he just a billion points better looking? That Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It belongs to this kid? Forget it. He's rich and has a face. So it's no wonder these two superb sisters are willing to go with him. These days, no woman wants to sit on a bicycle and laugh anymore. They prefer to sit in a BMW and cry. Grandma's leg. The world is going downhill. The rich end up with the rich, and the poor see it with their own eyes. An hour later, Jiang Chen drove the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and arrived at the Dynasty International Hotel without any problems. After getting off the bus, Jiang Chen put his arms around Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying on the left and right. Then, under the guidance of the waitress lady, he walked straight into the hotel. "Hello, Chairman." "Good evening, Chairman." Along the way, all the staff of this hotel nodded their heads towards Jiang Chen in greeting. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were very shy at first. After all, the sisters are out on their first date with a man, and it was wrapped in this man's arms left and right. But, hearing the staff in the hotel, all greeting Jiang Chen, and he even addressed Jiang Chen as chairman. At this moment, the sisters were shocked hard again. The Dynasty International Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Shilin City. If Jiang Chen was the chairman of this hotel, then he was worth at least over $10 billion. However, what the sisters didn't know was that Jiang Chen wasn't the chairman of Dynasty International Hotel. Instead, he was the only chairman of the entire Dynasty Group. On top of that, Jiang Chen was also the chairman of the Jiang Group. He's worth more than tens of billions? All over 200 billion at least. Ding dong! The elevator quickly reached the top floor of the hotel. On this floor, is the top floor revolving restaurant of the Dynasty International Hotel. Almost everyone who can come here for dinner is a non-rich, upper-class circle of celebrities. Swish! Jiang Chen had just walked out of the elevator with his arm around the sisters, but he didn't expect that inside the elevator next to him, suddenly out walked a man and a woman. Moreover, the sound of this man and woman's conversation drifted very clearly into Jiang Chen's ears. "Xinya, think about what I just proposed, and as long as you agree, I promise I'll take most of the company's resources and tilt them in your favor." "Mr. Zhao, you know my character. Please don't push me any further." It was such a simple two-sentence conversation, but the amount of information revealed in it was huge. People are curious. What's more, Jiang Chen's curiosity was particularly heavy. Only when he raised his eyes, he quickly got a good look at the man and the woman. The man looked to be in his mid-40s, with a fat head and a beer belly that, a successful man's dress. Jiang Chen just casually swept a glance at the man. Quickly his eyes fell on the woman next to him. However, it was such a casual glance, but it made Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. "This woman looks a little familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere." The woman looked to be 27 or 8 years old, and was wearing a long, white, corseted dress that, it exudes an air of nobility and elegance all over. A stunningly beautiful face with an imperious look, but with a bit of a young woman's flavor and flair. It gives a light and sophisticated look. Right, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. She's the one who was at Qin's auction house earlier. One of the two hostesses in charge of hosting the charity auction. A first-rate big name in the entertainment industry. The famous singing diva Su Xinya. Name, Su Xinya. Age, 28. Face value, 94. Body, 96. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 30. Jiang Chen subconsciously opened his eye of scrying. Immediately, Su Xinya's profile information surfaced in his line of sight. For Su Xinya has a 94-point face, and a 96-point body. Jiang Chen didn't half object, but he never expected that Su Xinya, the little diva of the singing world, the current driver is surprisingly only 1. As an actress who wants to look good and have a great body, it's amazing how clean you can be after years of being in the dystopia that is the entertainment industry. It's nigh on a miracle. When Jiang Chen first obtained the mind's eye, it's not that I haven't observed actresses on TV, only, he looked at a few random actresses and, it was found that they all had at least 7 or more drivers, and more than a few dozen. Ever since then, Jiang Chen had been completely disappointed in actresses and had stopped paying attention to them. I didn't expect that this singing diva, Su Xinya, whom I ran into tonight, to have such rare data. It really surprised Jiang Chen. Isn't this Jiang Shao? Just as Jiang Chen was slightly dazed, the middle-aged man standing beside Su Xinya, it seemed to have suddenly recognized Jiang Chen's side, only to see him immediately leave Su Xinya behind and quickly walk over to Jiang Chen. "Young Jiang, it's really you. Nice to meet you. The middle-aged man revealed an ingratiating smile, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice as well. As if he had seen some big shot. His entire posture was drawn down. Excuse me? Jiang Chen frowned and took a closer look at the middle-aged man, finally confirming with unparalleled certainty that one didn't even know this man. Young Jiang, the last time you splashed out money at Qin's auction house with such bravado, but it makes my humble self envious. The middle-aged man knew that Jiang Chen had little impression of him. Hurrying to point out how he knew Jiang Chen, he immediately fished out a delicate business card from his body. My humble self, Zhao Zicheng. This is my name card. I didn't expect to meet young Jiang here. It's still fate. Zhao Zicheng held his business card in both hands and handed it to Jiang Chen with a respectful face. Swish. Jiang Chen casually took the business card and looked at it. It read Star Ocean Entertainment Company, General Manager Zhao Zicheng. Sorry, I don't have a business card. Although Jiang Chen accepted Zhao Zicheng's business card, the tone of his words was a bit cold. It's fine. It's fine. Is Mr. Jiang here to dine as well? In that case, I won't bother you. Young Jiang. Zhao Zicheng smiled sardonically, seemingly sensing that Jiang Chen was getting a bit impatient. Immediately, he snorted and offered his farewell. The other side. Seeing Zhao Zicheng take the initiative to run over and engage Jiang Chen in conversation, Su Xinya's gaze couldn't help but fall on Jiang Chen's body as well. Because of Jiang Chen's bravado image of wildly smashing $10 billion at the Qin auction house's summer auction, it's really impressive. Therefore, Su Xinya quickly recognized Jiang Chen's identity. At this moment, Su Xinya, who was originally still preoccupied and soulful, eyes immediately lit up. Only her lips were pursed tightly, and her face was complex as she looked at Jiang Chen. That look, as if he had seen the straw that saved his life, the dawn of hope. Seeing Dear Dad, seeing the future. Chapter 181 Ink-dyed lightning guild exploded. Nightfall. Rotating restaurant on the top floor of the Dynasty Hotel. After Jiang Chen took the menu handed over by the waiter, ordered the most expensive king crab, Australian lobster, elephant mussels, unknown large conch. Finally, on the page of drinks, he skillfully ticked off a bottle of imported French wine worth $300,000. The main idea is one, don't want the best, just the most expensive. Jiang Xiao, can I take a picture and send it to my friends? Just then, Lu Yingying suddenly winked playfully at Jiang Chen, also held up his cell phone. Yes, feel free to film it, just don't film me in it. Jiang Chen nodded, and the sisters immediately said a happy thank you. Then it was time to pull out my cell phone and take crazy pictures of the dishes on the table. Click, 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 especially the bottle of French imported red wine worth $300,000. From opening the bottle, to decanting the wine, then pouring it into a red wine glass, and finally picking it up and slowly savoring it. The sisters didn't miss a step, taking dozens of photos in a row of. It seems to be an attempt to prove that they did drink the bottle of red wine. Looking at the sisters' excitement and agitation, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered Su Yao. When Jiang Chen had invited Su Yao to dine here, she had been just like these two sisters. Can't wait to take pictures of everything. Next, the sisters carefully selected a few photos and posted them on WeChat, and it's accompanied by a dog-eared text. Thank you, Daddy Star, for treating us to a great meal. BTW. Daddy Star is really handsome. This circle of friends has just been sent out. The sisters' WeChat immediately exploded, especially the Ink-dyed Gossamer Guild group, where almost all the female anchors jumped out. There have been many shoutouts to the sisters. Ink-dyed Pepper, holy, that's $300,000 worth of La Fight. I've never had such good red wine in my life. Emoticon, Envy. Ink-dyed Peach Sister, Chen Chen. Ing. Are you guys in the top floor revolving restaurant of the Dynasty International Hotel? Emoji, Envy. Ink-dyed Shallow Memory. I have never eaten such a luxurious meal. Real name Envy. Oh, Ink-dyed Choi Choi. How old are the Chen Chen? Ing. And Xing Chen bosses? What does he look like? Is it handsome? Looking at the various messages sent by their co-workers, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's faces, all of them blossomed into a wide smile and their vanity was greatly satisfied. Tada! Only to see Lu Yingying quickly edited a message and directly replied to President Kai Jia in the group. That's right, because Jiang Chen called out Little Nai Nai. Kai Jia changed her screen name to Mo Dai Nai Nai. Ink-dyed Yinging, Sister Kai. Star's father won't let us take his picture. But, I think you all know him. Lu Yingying had just sent this message to the group, and it immediately caused a clamor. Ink-dyed Pepper, no way? All of us know him? Could it be that the Star Bigot is some big household name? Ink-dyed Peach Sister, it shouldn't be a big star. Star Big Brother is so posh. Today, he dropped 200 million Dragon Kingdom coins in one breath. Have any of you ever seen a big star with such bravado? Ink-dyed Shallow Memory, if it's not a big star, That's a certain business magnate who's always in the financial magazines? Ink dai choi choi, ing, don't sell yourself short. Who exactly is the star boss? Seeing that everyone's curiosity was aroused, Lu Ying hemmed and hawed. The answer was posted directly to the group. Ink dai ing, you guys would never guess. Star's father is Zhang Xiao, who has been on fire throughout the network some time ago, and is known by netizens as the Little Prince of Middle Eastern Oil, the new generation of national husband, and the trenchant. Quiet. The guild group suddenly fell silent. Ravenous. A dropped pin can be heard. But 3 seconds later, the entire guild group exploded. Ink dye little pepper. Ah, Star's dad is actually Zhang Xiao? Ink dyed peach sister. It's that little Middle Eastern oil prince, carrying 6 princesses to empty 13 luxury stores in one breath. The new generation of national husband, the trenchant Zhang Xiao? Ink dye shallow memory. Rumor has it that Zhang Xiao is the current chairman of the Zhang Group. There are also rumors that Zhang Xiao is the chairman of the Dynasty Group. No matter which rumor it is, Zhang Xiao's identity background is as terrifying as it is. Ink dyed 9 sister, Qian sister. Ing sister. You are my own sister. I love you. Ink dyed choi choi, ing. Are you sure that the star boss is Zhang Xiao? Lu Ying saw that President Kai Jia had ate again, and could only send a message to the group once again. Ink dye ing. I'm sure Star's father is Zhang Xiao. Just now we walked into the hotel. Any staff member you meet on the road is greeting him and calling him chairman. Ink dye Shen, I can testify that Star's father is indeed Zhang Xiao. The 2 messages sent out by Lu Ying and Lu Qianshan successively once again made the guild group boil. Everyone didn't expect that Lu Qianshan and Lu Ying, the 2 sisters. Surprisingly, he has embraced the legendary new generation of the national husband's thighs. This luck, it's just exploding. Qian, ing, you guys are developed this time. It's really developed. Ah, I've been a ING anchor for 2 years. How come we can't meet a big brother who's such an awesome beer? If the heavens could grant me such an awesome big brother, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Sister Qian, Sister Ing, from now on, you're my own sisters. Make sure you remember more little sister when you link up. At everyone, no one is allowed to spread the word about Zhang Xiao to the outside world. You also don't look for Qian and Ing to inquire blindly, so as not to invite trouble for yourselves. Do you all hear me clearly? Kai Jia, who was the president, after realizing Zhang Chen's terrifying identity, immediately jumped in with a warning message. If we let these little scratchy hooves accidentally spread the word about Zhang Xiao, if Zhang Xiao is blamed, this small guild can't afford it. The guild group suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed to listen to Kai Jia and didn't continue discussing about Zhang Xiao in the group, but whether or not they discussed it in private, Kai Jia didn't know. Phew. Lu Ying exhaled a long breath and was about to exit the WeChat chat interface, then settle in to savor the feast before you. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received a private message from Kai Jia. Kai Jia, Ing, you have to seize the opportunity. Tonight, you 2 sisters must take Zhang Xiao down no matter what. Seeing this WeChat Lu Ying, pretty face swish on a red, only to see that she raised her head, sneaking a glance at Zhang Chen sitting across from her, her eyes gradually drawing silk and layers of water also swirled in her beautiful eyes. Lu Ying, okay, Sister Kai, emoticon, shy, Kai Jia, remember, it was you 2 sisters who took Zhang Xiao down together. Don't ever fight over jealousy, and don't think about monopolizing Zhang Xiao. Do you hear me? Lu Ying, got it. Kai Jia, okay, I'll send your sister another WeChat to remind her. Kai Jia first weighed in on Lu Ying, then he sent a Weibo to Lu Qianshan for a reminder as well. After doing all this, Kai Jia threw her cell phone away, then lay on the sofa and sighed softly up in the sky. Qian, Ing, you 2 dead girls, you must cheer up. My old lady's been working her ass off over you guys. You must not fail me. Alas, if I could be a dozen years younger, I wonder if Mr. Zhang could look at me? Oops, what was I thinking? All old aunts of a certain age. How can you fantasize about a little boy in a way you shouldn't? Kai Jia, you're really shameless. Chapter 182 Lu Ying teases Zhang Chen. Dynasty International Hotel. Rotating restaurant. The sisters, Lu Qianshan and Lu Ying, were a bit put out at first. Both acted very formal. Luckily, Zhang Chen was an easygoing person, with little bravado and a great sense of humor. 3 words made the sisters laugh. The wine is over. Not only did the sisters relax their whole bodies and minds, but they became bolder and bolder. He even took the initiative and secretly teased Zhang Chen. Swish! Zhang Chen was sitting properly in his seat, and was savoring the fine wine in his cup. Who knew that a black silk leg suddenly stretched out from under the dining table? I wonder if it's Sister Lu Qianshan's or Sister Lu Ying's. This black silk leg was first tentative, gently touching on Zhang Chen's calf. Then it flew back. Jiang Chan's eyelids twitched lightly as he raised his eyes to look at the sisters sitting across from him. However, whether it was Lu Qianqian or Lu Yingying, both sisters had a normal expression on their faces. It's not at all clear who is actually doing the trick. Hey, playing this game with me? It's kind of fun. The corners of Jiang Chan's mouth curled slightly, and his face didn't show any unusual expression, still sipping the wine slowly, as if nothing had happened. Fruity, seeing Jiang Chan's expression of style and cloudiness, that black silk leg from earlier crept up again. This time, the other party's guts had obviously gotten a little bigger. Not only was it rubbing against Jiang Chan's calf, but it was also slowly moving upwards. Crossed Jiang Chan's knee. Jiang Xiao, is that woman just now the singing diva Su Xinya? Just then, Lu Qianqian's voice suddenly drifted into Jiang Chan's ears. Jiang Chan raised his eyes. Nice guy. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were both looking at him with their eyes. The sisters' faces were normal. It's completely impossible to see who was actually doing the little things under the table. Well, that woman is indeed Su Xinya. Jiang Chen nodded without moving, keeping a faint smile on his face. But, his heart, however, could not help guessing that Lu Qianqian was shy and bashful. Lu Yingying's character is playful and lively, so there is a high probability that Lu Yingying is mischievous? Wow, is it really Su Xinya? I love the song she sings so much. Yeah. I like Sister Xinya too. I didn't expect to see her here. Should have just gone up to her and asked for an autograph. The year Sister Xinya announced her retirement from the entertainment industry, I was all sad and upset for a long time. I didn't realize she was making a comeback this year. I wonder when Sister Xinya will release a new song. I'm looking forward to it. The two sisters chatted and laughed about the topic of Su Xinya. It looked like two fanboys fans having a normal chat. However, Jiang Chen, clearly sensed that the black silk leg under the dining table that it has become more and more excessive and reckless. Horses? This Nima uncle can tolerate, and cannot be humiliated. Whoosh! Jiang Chen cupped the red wine glass in one hand, while the other hand hung down without trace. Then in a swift motion, he gave a few quick tickles to the soles of those black silk legs. Swish! The black silk legs retracted lightning fast. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eyes were dead set on Lu Yingying's pretty face. It's her. Sure enough, it's her. Although Lu Yingying was still talking to Lu Qianqian, the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. A blush also flew across her pretty face. Grandma's leg. How dare you seduce my master? You little? Tonight, you're finished. By the way, it's been a while since Sister Xinya made her comeback. Why haven't we seen anything from her lately? Someone in Sister Xinya's fan group said that she seems to be having problems with her contract. It's been snowed under by the company. What? Sister Xinya just made a comeback and was snowed in by the company? I'm not really sure, and I don't know if the news is true or not. Listening to the sisters' conversation, Jiang Chen suddenly had a thought, directly opened the superphone inside his body, only to see that he did a quick internet search and quickly found Su Xinya's personal information. Su Xinya, the singing diva, is also considered a legendary figure. She debuted in a singing talent show at the age of 18 and won it in one fell swoop. He released his first album at the age of 19 and immediately became a hit. Each following year, Su Xinya would release some new songs one after another. And every song has been recognized by the public. When she was 25 years old, she managed to ask for the throne of singing diva. However, when Su Xinya was 27 years old, the year her career was at its peak, instead, she suddenly announced her retirement from singing and then married a wealthy businessman. After the marriage, Su Xinya soon became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. It was also at this time that Su Xinya's fate took a turn for the worse. That rich businessman husband of hers was suddenly bankrupt and in huge debt. Unable to bear the blow of bankruptcy, Su Xinya's husband leapt from the rooftop and ended his life. Su Xinya has just gone through the pain of losing her husband, and she has to face the debtors who come to her door every day to collect debts, and caring for a newborn daughter. As a last resort, Su Xinya can only choose to make a comeback and try to earn money to pay off her debts. What a bitter woman again. Jiang Chen sympathized, but he wasn't going to take the initiative to help Su Xinya. After all, there were many poor people under the sky, and if Jiang Chen bumped into one, he would help one. How can he keep busy? Unless Su Xinya came to him of her own accord, begging for his help. Jiang Chen might consider helping her out. After all, Jiang Chen's purpose was to save women in distress from. It is incumbent upon us to take up the responsibility. Su Xinya has only just finished her month, and her daughter is still waiting to be fed. No wonder there was a hint of the unique flavor and flair of a young woman in her face. There was also a hint of maternal grace and gentleness mixed in. The charm of a mature woman can be pulled right full circle on her. Time passes by. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's faces both surfaced a few drunkenness. The sisters' eyes gradually drew up as they looked at Jiang Chen. The atmosphere had been baked to this point, and Jiang Chen knew it was time to turn the tables. Thus, Jiang Chen directly led the sisters out of the restaurant, ready to go to his exclusive No.1 presidential suite. Have a romantic evening. Swish! Just as he walked into the elevator, Jiang Chen opened his arms and wrapped his arms around the sisters' slender waists on one side and one side on the other. Although both Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying blushed a little, they still obediently leaned into Jiang Chen's arms. Ta-da! The elevator doors were about to close, and who knew that just at that moment, a rush of high-heeled footsteps came suddenly. Boo! In the eyes of Jiang Chen and the sisters' shocked eyes, a slender jade hand reached in from outside, blocking the soon-to-be closing elevator doors. Swish! Because of the interference, the elevator doors were automatically opened again. In the next second, a mature and plump silhouette was reflected in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Xiao, save me, I was drugged by someone. The woman staggered and stumbled into the elevator, not waiting for Jiang Chen to react. She then jumped straight onto Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, Jiang Chen also smelled a faint odor of alcohol from the other party's body, as well as a strong whiff of nayad. That's right, if this woman isn't Su Xinya, who else could it be? Is she in danger here? Just right. It is incumbent upon us to save women in distress from the dire straits they are in. Since you took the initiative to seek help from me, this young master will be kind and help you once. What's the harm? Chapter 183, if you can do it, never beep. In the elevator, Jiang Chen had already let go of Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying, and turned to hold Su Xinya in his arms. At this moment, Su Xinya was in a very bad state. Only an uncharacteristic blush appeared on her face and a fine bead of sweat broke out on his forehead, and the hair around his cheeks was damp with sweat. On top of that, her eyes were misty and her feet were wobbly and looks exactly like a drunk. But Jiang Chen, however, clearly sensed that Su Xinya's body temperature was high, her heartbeat was fast, and she was breathing rapidly, clearly a sign of poisoning. Mud! The Dynasty Hotel is my young master's turf. How dare someone do such a nasty thing on my turf? Isn't this a slap in the face of this young master? Ta-da! Just as Jiang Chen was about to close the elevator door and take Su Xinya away, there was a sudden rush of footsteps in his ears. Boo! In the next second, the elevator door, which was about to close, was once again stopped by a pair of hands. Immediately afterward, the figures of two men appeared outside the door. Jiang Chen only recognized one of these two men. He was the general manager of Star Ocean Entertainment, Zhao Zicheng. As for the other guy, who looks to be under 30, with a small beard on his chin and a slightly lewd temperament, he knew at a glance that he was not a good person. Ha! Jiang Xiao? Zhao Zicheng was still angry, but when he saw Jiang Chen in the elevator, the expression on his face immediately changed to one of shock. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean by this? Jiang Chen greatly embraced Su Xinya and looked at Zhao Zicheng with an unkind expression on his face, and the mustachioed man standing beside him. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, Zhao Zicheng hadn't opened his mouth to speak yet. Instead, it was the mustachioed man who immediately pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. Mud! Let go of that woman. Who gave you the guts to touch my woman? You don't want to live anymore? The mustache guy cursed as he huffed and puffed his way into the elevator. Reaching out, he tried to snatch Su Xinya back from Jiang Chen's arms. Young, wait! Zhao Zicheng was startled, and was just about to pull the mustachioed man back as soon as but someone else moved faster than him. Whoosh! Just as the mustached man's fingers were about to touch Su Xinya, Jiang Chen suddenly lifted a leg. Then with a swift motion, kicked the mustachioed man hard in the stomach. Boo! After a muffled thud, the mustachioed man looked like a shrimp that the entire person flew backwards, hitting the opposite wall hard before falling heavily to the floor again. Quiet. The scene was quiet. Things happened too suddenly. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying both looked dumbfounded over. It was a long time coming back. Zhao Zicheng also froze in place. But when he heard the screams of the mustachioed man, which shook his body viciously, a large cold sweat also broke out on his forehead. Young Yang, are you alright? Young Yang? Zhao Zicheng rushed to the side of the mustached man and crouched down, quickly checking up on his opponent's injuries. Mud, cough up. My magne next door. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Somebody. The mustachioed man hadn't expected that he would be given a hard kick in the pants. He was seen shouting angrily a few times, and immediately there was a rush of footsteps in the hallway. Soon, fursuited bodyguards arrived on the scene. And it's blocking the elevator to death. Break this kid's arms and legs for me, and then snatch that woman for me. Without saying a word, the mustachioed man gave orders to the 4 bodyguards. Young, no. Zhao Zicheng was in a hurry, and hastily pulled the arm of the mustachioed man. It seemed to be trying to persuade him not to be impulsive. Pop! To everyone's surprise, the mustachioed man raised his hand and slapped Zhao Zicheng on the face. His mouth also cursed. Who are you? How dare you tell this young master what to do? Young, you, Zhao Zicheng, who had been slapped, immediately covered his cheek. The entire group froze in place. At this time, Yang Xiao's 4 bodyguards had already rushed into the elevator. However, next second, only 4 consecutive muffled sounds were heard from the elevator. And these 4 bodyguards, just like Yang Xiao, one by one, they were kicked out and slammed hard against the opposite wall. Tada! Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen walked out of the elevator step by step. I only saw him looking at Yang Xiao and Zhao Zicheng with cold eyes. Then he said in a sinister tone, "How dare you make trouble in my territory? I think it's because you guys don't want to live." Tada! As soon as Jiang Chen's words fell, a burst of dense footsteps suddenly came from both ends of the corridor. It shook the entire hallway slightly. In the next second, dozens of uniformed hotel security guards that, soon they were encircling the elevator room from both ends of the corridor. "Hello, Chairman." As the security guards greeted Jiang Chen in unison, whether it was Zhao Zicheng or Yang Xiao, or maybe it was the 4 bodyguards that young Yang had brought with him. Jiang Xiao, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Zhao Zicheng was about to piss himself, only to see that he hurriedly walked over, nodded his head at Jiang Chen, and also bent over and extended his hands. It seemed to want to shake Jiang Chen's hand. "I misunderstand and I spicy next door. Come on people, break their arms and legs for me and throw them out of the hotel. In the future, whenever a few of them dare to show up at the Dynasty Hotel, you guys see me once. Hit it once." As Jiang Chen loudly gave the order, dozens of hotel security guards rushed up without saying a word. Then there was a flurry of punches and kicks at Zhao Zicheng and Yang Xiao. The 4 bodyguards that Yang Xiao brought with him were no exception, and were among those who were violently beaten up. Ouch! Jiang Xiao, I was wrong. Don't fight. Please don't fight. I really know I'm wrong. Mud, do you guys know who I am? You dare to hit this young master. Do you believe I'll get you all killed? Ouch! You guys are really fighting? Zhao Zicheng is screaming and begging for mercy, but Yang Xiao's bones are a little tougher. It's amazing that you're still putting out harsh words at this time. But, 3 seconds later, Yang Xiao collapsed on the ground while wailing and begging for mercy. It doesn't look like it's that hard. It's a real pain in the ass. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Zicheng and Yang Xiao, among others, were then broken and thrown out of the hotel by the security guards. At this time, the general manager of the hotel, Shi Zuelan, who had received the news, also hurried to the scene with a group of people. "Chairman, are you okay?" As soon as Shi Zuelan saw Jiang Chen, the first thing she said when she opened her mouth, it wasn't to inquire about what had happened here, but to care if Jiang Chen was injured. Jiang Chen was very pleased. A good employee who cares so much about his boss must be highly cultivated. "Mr. Sure, this friend of mine has been drugged and is now delirious." Jiang Chen helped Su Xinya out of the elevator, then handed the person over to Shi Zuelan, said, "Please personally take someone to take her to the hospital, and then arrange for a few more people to keep her safe 24 hours a day. Never let her get hurt again. This young lady is the little diva of the singing world." Su Xinya? Shi Zuelan quickly recognized Su Xinya's identity. An odd expression immediately appeared on his face. "Right, she's sensitive, so while you're on your way to the doctor, try not to expose her." "Yes, Chairman, I know what to do." "Well, hard work." "You're welcome, Chairman. It's my honor to work for you." Chapter 184, Jiang Chen is a road nerd? Su Xinya has been drugged and is in critical condition. With such a good opportunity, why didn't Jiang Chen personally detoxify her? Because Jiang Chen still needs some face. Such a big thing happened here just now. I don't know how many people were attracted to watch. With so many people around watching, Jiang Chen didn't dare to carry Su Xinya away openly. Su Xinya was, after all, a public figure, a first-tier big shot, a singing diva. Her every move is scrutinized. If Jiang Chen carries her away, the next day's major news media headlines, the names of Jiang Chen and Su Xinya were bound to appear. It's not a glamorous thing, after all. And hell, those unscrupulous media outlets. How exactly will this heroic rescue be distorted? What's more, Jiang Chen wasn't a man who took advantage of people. Though he enjoyed saving women in distress from the worst of it, he preferred to save people after a beautiful woman offers to give her life. Take for example the single mom, Sharon White. You see how well-behaved, gentle, obedient and understanding she is now? Not only were they obedient and responsive to Jiang Chen, and he would also use all his skills to please Jiang Chen. One word, beautiful. After Shi Zuelan personally drove and sent Su Xinya to the hospital, Jiang Chen wrapped his arm around Lu Yingying's waist again and led her back to the hotel. Came to the presidential suite number 1. "Jiang Xiao, the way you hit people just now was really handsome and awesome. Lu Yingying was like a nymphomaniac, looking at Jiang Chen with glowing eyes. The beautiful eyes were filled with adoration and fervor. Oh, I've got something even better. Do you want to see it? The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled slightly, revealing his trademark gangly smile. It instantly made her heart flutter and her pretty face couldn't help but blush. An hour later, Jiang Chen's voice came from the bedroom. Ying, you little scratchy hoof. How dare you seduce this young master in the restaurant just now? See if I don't kick your ass. Jiang Xiao, I'm not. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen's voice came from the bedroom again. Ying, now you know what happens when you offend this young master, right? Jiang Xiao, I still. 3 hours later, Jiang Chen's voice once again came from the bedroom. Ying, this time it's right, isn't it? Oh, Jiang Xiao, I'm still. Day 2. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. Lu Yingying woke up. She forced herself to get up in a flurry of discomfort, then went to the restroom and, then back on the bed again. So sleepy, so eager to get back to sleep. But, again, it seems a little hard to sleep. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Yingying's favoritism plus 10. Lu Yingying's favoritism has accumulated to 95 points. Ka-ching! Just then, there was a soft thud from the doorknob, and the door to the room was suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, the man she loved and feared walked in high spirits. Poof, poof, poof. In this moment it seemed as if she could hear her own heartbeat distinctly. At the same time faces reddened in unison. Phew, you're awake? Now that you're awake, why don't you get up and come to breakfast? Jiang Chen smiled and walked to the bedside, reaching out to pinch Lu Yingying's nose. Said Ying, what kind of look is that? Very unconvinced? Do you want me to teach you another lesson? Quiet. The bedroom was quiet. Chapter 185, Suexionya's thanks. It's a nice day. The sun is shining brightly. Jiang Chen had planned to take the two sisters to go shopping, but both of them were seriously injured. Mobility. No way. The sisters ended up in a layover hotel and couldn't go anywhere. It's a good thing that the finals of the Fighting Teeth live streaming platform was placed to start only at 8 o'clock this evening. The sisters were also freed up for a daytime break. A.M. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying are sleeping in their room. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, changed into his swimsuit and took a dip in the indoor pool by himself. I don't know how long it took, but Li Qian, the housekeeper of the presidential suite, suddenly ran over. It said that a young lady had come to visit and wanted to meet Jiang Chen. Wow! Jiang Chen climbed up from the pool, a well-proportioned, muscular, especially the 8 attractive abs. Looking at Li Qian is the eyes shine, drooling. Unfortunately, Li Qian understood very well that Jiang Chen simply couldn't look at her. Despite the great loss in her heart, it didn't stop her from continuing to look at the handsome man at all. Next, Li Qian personally went up to serve Jiang Chen, using a towel to dry the water droplets on his body. Jiang Chen didn't bother to change his clothes either. He just put on a hotel bathrobe, just came into the living room with a big grin. Jiang Xiao, how are you? I'm sorry to have disturbed you. There was a woman sitting on the sofa in the living room, and when she saw Jiang Chen walking over to her, immediately, he stood up and bowed slightly to Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen already knew who this woman was, he was still slightly stunned. That's right, this woman is Su Xinya. Today Su Xinya had obviously dressed up carefully, and the whole person was glowing with color. It reeks of femininity all over. A one-shoulder black chambray shirt with a red, forked, wraparound skirt. It showed the charm and temperament of a mature woman, and also outlined her plump and full figure perfectly. A big wave of long hair hanging down on her fair and jade-like shoulders. A flawless and delicate pretty face that, though only a little light makeup was applied, it gave the impression of being voluptuous and out of this world. The most eye-catching thing was Su Xinya's lips, which were coated with a big red lipstick. The end is sexy and provocative, and you can't help but want to savor the fragrance. On top of that, Su Xinya, who was born with a royal face, favorably, it also carries a few points of the unique flavor and style of a young woman, which is undoubtedly a very great killing force for men. That's okay, I don't have much to do today anyway. Have a seat. Jiang Chen sat down opposite Su Xinya with a big grin, and he also made a gesture of please sit down, signaling that Su Xinya didn't need to be so formal. Su Xinya revealed a drop-dead gorgeous smile, then she smoothed out her wraparound skirt and sat down on the couch, while also keeping her legs slightly together and sitting upright throughout. Swish! Jiang Chen's gaze didn't stop at Su Xinya's body. Instead, he looked to a gift box that lay on the coffee table. Noticing Jiang Chen's eyes, Su Xinya immediately reached out and picked up the gift box. Then he unwrapped it in front of Jiang Chen. Young Jiang, in order to thank you for saving my life last night, I've prepared this gift for you. I hope you don't mind. Su Xinya said as she took out a bottle of red wine from the gift box. Although Jiang Chen didn't know much about red wine, but judging from the packaging of this bottle of wine, it's supposed to be a bottle of high-grade red wine worth a lot of money. Miss Su, me saving you was merely a matter of lifting my hand. You're being too polite. Jiang Chen said polite words on his mouth, but his hand movements were not slow. Picked up the bottle of red wine straight away. Su Xinya was first slightly stunned. This was followed by a happy smile on his face. Su Hsinya's favoritism plus 10. In Su Xinya's opinion, a super rich and powerful young man like Jiang Chen, they must be used to seeing all kinds of exotic treasures in their spare time, and they must all have very high eyesight. However, Jiang Chen, didn't mind the red wine she gave her and took it with one hand, and acted like they really liked it. This made Su Xinya feel like she was respected and her heart was warm. I'll take the gift, but as for saving your life, you needn't mention it again in the future. A little show of hands is not enough at all. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, Su Xinya immediately felt her nose turn sour, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. Since her husband went bankrupt and jumped out of the building, Su Xinya didn't know how much aggression she had suffered during this period of time, but none of her relatives or friends around her were willing to give her a helping hand. Facing the door-to-door debt collection of various debtors, Su Xinya could only just finish her monthly. Just leave your wailing daughter behind and then get back into the entertainment industry, trying to work hard to earn money to pay off your debts. However, just last night, the company's general manager, Zhao Zicheng, said there was a dinner party. Su Xinya must go as a chaperone. Su Xinya knew this kind of routine in the entertainment industry. It's a nice way of saying you're going to be a chaperone. In fact, she is introduced to rich bosses or rich dudes for their amusement and fun. Originally, Su Xinya refused to participate in this drinking game to death, but Zhao Zicheng threatened Su Xinya with the contract. If she didn't behave, it would be snowed under by the company. As a last resort, Su Xinya could only force herself to come to this drinking game, despite the fact that she had been very careful, very discreet, and hadn't had more than a few drinks at all throughout but it never occurred to me that the other party would drug her drink. As for what happened afterward, it goes without saying. Su Xinya felt a bit out of sorts, and immediately used the excuse of going to the restroom flying away from the drinking game. Fortunately, she had later met Jiang Chen, or else the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. None of this is the point. The point was, Jiang Chen was the only one who was willing to give her a helping hand during this period of time. Women are very emotional creatures. How could Su Xinya not be touched? Young Jiang, I came to see you today, in addition to thanking you for saving my life. Actually, there is one more thing. Su Xinya bit her lip and hesitated for a long time before she gathered her courage, raised her head and, looking toward Jiang Chen, who was sitting across from her. Oh, what else? Although Jiang Chen hadn't opened his peeping eye, he still guessed Su Xinya's inner thoughts. Fruity. Su Xinya pursed her lips, and suddenly rose in a single bound before kneeling directly in front of Jiang Chen. Young Jiang, I beg you, if you can help me out of my misery, this life of mine, Su Xinya, is yours. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I will do. Even if I had to work for you for the rest of my life and work for you as an ox for the rest of my life, I would have no complaints. Looking at Su Xinya, who was kneeling in front of him with tears in her eyes, begging bitterly, Jiang Chen had to admit that he did move a trace of compassion. Men, they're all splashy. He likes to drag good women into the water, and he likes to persuade lost women to leave the country. It's nature. It's hopeless. Ms. Su, get up first and speak slowly if you have something to say. Jiang Chen didn't go to help Su Xinya. Instead, he touched out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, lighted without haste. Su Xinya was, after all, in close contact with Jiang Chen for the first time, nor do they know much about the temperament and character of this super godly man. But, she knows that men like well-behaved and obedient women. In order to keep Jiang Chen from becoming disgusted with herself, she could only stand up, sitting back down on the couch. Tell me, how can I help you? To Su Xinya's surprise and delight, she had just sat back down on the couch and, the sound of Jiang Chen's inquiry then floated in his ears. Jiang Xiao, you are promising to help me? Aha. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Don't thank me yet. This is a different situation than last night. Want me to step in and help you? That depends on what you can do for me? Chapter 186, Signing a Contract of Sale. The living room. Jiang Chen had a cigarette in his mouth and crossed one of his legs. The whole thing hung back against the couch. Su Xinya, who was sitting across from him, had a contract cupped in her hands. The expression on his face was quite a sight as his eyes were dead set on the clauses of the contract. Stunned, mortified, helpless, bewildered. I don't know how long it took, but Su Xinya suddenly sighed quietly, then raised her head and, with a complicated face, he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Xiao, regarding the various clauses on this contract, I'd like to confirm them with you once more. Su Shinya put down the contract in her hand, and after calming herself a little, he put on a businesslike face. Go ahead. Jiang Chen exhaled a large smoke ring without haste. Then another small smoke ring was exhaled at breakneck speed. The small smoke ring at the back whooshed through the big smoke ring floating in front. The last two smoke rings slowly dissipated in the air. Seeing this scene, Su Shinya's eyes brightened slightly, as if she hadn't expected that Jiang Chen actually managed to pull off smoking. However, next second, Su Shinya again seemed to have associated it with something, and a hint of redness immediately surfaced on her pretty face. A blush also flashed in her beautiful eyes. The little smoke ring went through the big smoke ring? With such an obvious hint, how could Su Shinya, as a person who had been there before, not understand it? What's more, Jiang Chen's affair was almost universally known. When I saw him today, the rumors were true. This kid is badass. But, flirtatious is flirtatious. But Jiang Chen's face is really impeccably handsome. Even if she knew that Jiang Chen was bad, flowery and scummy, Su Shinya's heart just couldn't produce half a bit of loathing. Instead, she still had the urge to be slagged by Jiang Chen. Young Jiang, are you sure you want to help me pay off all my debts, and also willing to help me pay for my breach of contract with Star Ocean Entertainment? Yes, Mr. Jiang, my husband left a debt of 300 million Longwa dollars during his lifetime. There's also the fact that I've just signed a contract with Star Ocean Entertainment, and if I default at this time, I'll have to pay as much as 200 million in liquidated damages. Isn't it just 500 million Dragon Kingdom dollars? It's all small money to me. Su Shinya suddenly fell silent. She knew that Jiang Chen was very rich, and she also knew that Jiang Chen was very arrogant. Last time, Jiang Chen's act of throwing $10 billion at a charity auction, it was etched in her mind to this day. Su Shinya was just a little emotional. 500 million Longwa dollars is like a big mountain on top of her. It almost cost her her life. But for Jiang Chen, it was just small money. Thinking that her husband, because of the small amount of money that Jiang Chen mentioned, he left the mother and daughter behind and jumped straight to his death. At this moment, Su Shinya's heart didn't know what to feel. Perhaps feeling sorry for her husband. Perhaps lamenting the injustice of fate. Maybe a little regretful that I went out of my way to marry this man. After all, the husband used the act of suicide by jumping off a building to get away from reality. Once and for all. No consideration at all for his wife and daughter. This more or less made Su Shinya feel a little disappointed. Ms. Su, may I ask if you have any more questions? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly floated over, interrupting Su Shinya's thoughts. Only Su Shinya stroked the hair around her cheeks and just raised her head. It then met Jiang Chen's gaze in midair unexpectedly. Swish! At this moment, Su Shinya's pretty face flushed slightly again. About the first few points on the contract, I don't have a problem with that, but these points behind are a little less clear to me. After Su Shinya finished those words, she suddenly glanced quickly at Jiang Chen. Then he put on a shuffling face. It's simple. I'll help you pay off all your debts, and helping you break your contract with Star Ocean Entertainment, and even helping you pay the liquidated damages out of your own pocket. It shouldn't be too much for me to spend so much money just to buy out 10 years of your life, should it? As for 10 years from now, if you wish to remain by my side, I can support you. It doesn't matter if I have to support you for the rest of my life. If you don't want to stay with me, I can let you go, and you'll be given a fortune to live the life you want. Quiet. The living room was quiet. Jiang Chen put it so bluntly, and even though Su Shinya had been fully psychologically prepared for it, still got a big red face. A few moments later, Su Shinya suddenly trembled her lips and weakly asked, Jiang Shao, I'm just a little widow, a broken woman, and with your status and position, there is no shortage of all kinds of superb women around. Why would you look at me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. Only he stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and, then in all seriousness, he said, because a man is a teenager until he dies, and these days, who isn't a baby? After saying this, Jiang Chen glanced at Su Shinya, intentionally or unintentionally. Eyes also rested on her little one-shoulder chiffon blouse. Noticing Jiang Chen's undisguised gaze, Su Shinya was instantly ashamed and annoyed. Hastily, he raised his hands to protect his body, blocking Jiang Chen's line of sight. However, I'm not one to force myself on people, so if you don't want to, and I'm not going to force you to sign this contract. We're all adults here, and you should realize that. There's no such thing as a free lunch, is there? You can think about it, but don't think about it too long. After all, my time is valuable too. Once Jiang Chen said this, Su Shinya instantly fell into silence again. At this moment, Su Shinya's mind was a mess. But, she was very clear that Jiang Chen was her only saving grace right now. If she couldn't get Jiang Chen's shelter, she would only die after returning to Star Ocean Entertainment. Zhao Zicheng will definitely use the contract to threaten her. force her to be obedient, and then give her to Yang Xiao, for each other's amusement and fun. Rumor has it that young Master Yang is a pervert. If he falls into his hands, Su Xinya didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to her. What's more, as long as one stays with Star Ocean Entertainment, it would be oppressed and threatened by Zhao Zicheng for a long time. By then, besides accompanying young Master Yang, likely to be accompanied by Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Sun and Xiao Wang as well. Instead of a pair of jade arms of 1,000 pillows, half a bit of vermilion lips of 10,000 people taste, it would be better to go from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's so handsome, then that young Yang do not know how many times better. Jiang Chen is so generous, surely he won't treat himself badly. Jiang Chen's status is so high, and with his patronage, one certainly doesn't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Summarizing the above, Su Xinya's heart quickly had an answer. Young Jiang, can I add a clause to the contract? Su Xinya stroked the hair around her cheeks, then bit her lip lightly. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she looked toward Jiang Chen. What do you want to add? While the contract is in effect, I will not offer any form of service to anyone but you. This includes eating, drinking and singing with tax escorts. Could be. Good. I'll sign this contract. Chapter 187, The Bully of the President is So Bully. Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Seeing that Su Xinya signed the contract painfully, Jiang Chen immediately pulled out his cell phone and made a call to Chen Yun. The Jiang Group has an entertainment company under its umbrella called Skyhorse Entertainment Limited. Over the years, Pegasus Entertainment and Star Ocean Entertainment have been in an open and shut battle. Both sides wanted to press the other side and become the leader of the entertainment industry in Shilin City. Pegasus Entertainment used to be backed by the Chow family, but now it's backed by the Jiang Group, and Star Ocean Entertainment is backed by the Yang family. That's right, it's the same Yang family that wants to marry the Zhou family. Back then, under Zhou Jingfeng's arrangement, Jiang Chen was almost engaged to Yang Meisha, the eldest miss of the Yang family. The young Yang who drugged Su Xinya last night was Yang Meisha's cousin Yang Xiaofeng. It's not a grievance. Jiang Chen broke Yang Xiaofeng's arms and legs last night. Plus, he had refused to get engaged to Yang Meisha in the past and even threw her out of the engagement site in public. New grudges and old grudges stacked on top of each other would surely invite the Yang family's grudges in retaliation. Since we've already formed a feud, we must strike first and catch our enemies off guard. Never give the enemy any chance to prepare. Passive defense was not Jiang Chen's style. Just in time, taking this opportunity, Jiang Chen could totally take Star Ocean Entertainment first. Dodo. Hello? Tatsu. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? The phone rang a few times, and was soon answered. And a mature and flirtatious female voice also came from the receiver. Auntie Ru, I missed you, so I'll just give you a call. Jiang Chen was talking to people and talking to ghosts. The scumbag's temperament is simply taken to death by him. Bah, I'll believe the hell out of you. You brat, you've been spending your time outside these days, indulging in flowers and dashing around. How could you remember an old woman like me? Although Chen Yun was scolding Jiang Chen, she couldn't hide the happiness in her tone. It seemed that Jiang Chen's phrase "I miss you" had aroused his heart to blossom. Oops, how can our Aunt Yun be an old woman? You've taken such good care of yourself. You look like a 20-year-old girl. If you walked down the street with me, people would think you were my sister. Jiang Chen continued to talk, not looking ashamed at all. This could shock Su Xinya, who was sitting on the sidelines, and pondered in her heart. Had she just signed that contract of sale? Had she fallen into the wolf's den? LOL. On the other end of the phone, there was an immediate chorus of petulant laughter. I only heard Chen Yun laugh while asking out loud, "Brat, you're getting greasy now. So tell me, what's the matter with you calling me out of the blue this time?" Jiang Chen put away the dangling expression on his face, and then put Su Xinya's, quickly recounted it to Chen Yun. As soon as Chen Yun heard that Jiang Chen had actually abducted the little diva of the singing world, immediately said that you can let Tianma Entertainment sign Su Xinya, and then vigorously press. Oh no, it is to vigorously promote her. And so, Jiang Chen gave Su Xinya Chen Yun's contact information. As for the matter of helping Su Xinya terminate her contract with Star Ocean Entertainment, it was all left to Chen Yun. He's still shagging and getting away with it. WeChat arrives with $500 million of Dragon Kingdom money. Su Xinya's eyes glazed over as she looked at the huge $500 million she had just received, and his mouth opened into an O. Young Jiang, why did you transfer $500 million to me directly? Aren't you afraid that I will run away with this money? Su Xinya's eyes flashed with a hint of emotion, while she also looked at Jiang Chen with an odd expression on her face. Oh, do you think you can escape my five-finger mountain? Jiang Chen asked without answering, a rather domineering statement that, combined with the gangly, handsome smile on his face, he instantly made Su Xinya blush and beat fast. Is this the bully? A domineering CEO falls in love with me who is widowed with a baby? No, It's supposed to be the bully who wants to be a baby, and he's coming in with his teeth and his claws. The unconscionable attempt to steal food from my daughter. Just thinking about this, Su Xinya felt more and more ashamed and nervous. Swish! Right at this moment, Su Xinya's face changed violently, and she hastily clasped her heart with both hands, and the entire group froze in place as well. Geez, why at this time of year? This is too embarrassing. In an instant, Su Xinya's pretty face reddened, red like a ripe red apple, and the whole thing fidgeted. Too much granary is not a good thing. That, Jiang Xiao, I'm really sorry, I want to go to the restroom. Su Xinya grabbed her bag and gave a quick greeting, not waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, just hurried towards the restroom. Jiang Chen looked at Su Xinya's back with a face full of surprise, always feeling that this seemed to be a bit out of place. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's nose twitched slightly, as if he had smelled something in the air. After all, Jiang Chen had drunk the gene potion produced by the system. Whether it was his sense of sight, hearing or smell, all of them have been strengthened substantially. How could this trace of rich milk flavor escape Jiang Chen's keen sense of smell? Whoosh! Without hardly any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately raised his feet and followed Su Xinya. Seeing that Su Xinya, who had walked into the restroom, was about to close the door. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen stretched out a hand and stuck it in the doorway, then forced the door open. Jiang Xiao, you, Xinya, I see that your face looks a bit off. Are you not feeling well somewhere? Do you need me to take a look at it for you? Ha? No. Xinya, you're my person now. I must be responsible for your safety and health. Jiang Xiao, don't. Su Hsanya's favoritism +5. Jiang Xiao, how can you do this? Su Hsanya's favoritism +5. Jiang Xiao, you're bad. Su Hsanya's favoritism +5. Su Hsanya's favoritism has reached 80 points. 20 minutes later, the living room of the presidential suite. Jiang Chen and Su Xinya sat side by side on the sofa. Both of them were silent and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Su Xinya's standard imperial face, though somewhat slightly blanched, but there was a faint reddish tinge to the white. I could only see her tightly biting her red lips, her long eyelashes trembling gently. A trace of resentment seemed to flash through the beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a thick blush. Young Jiang, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Su Xinya was obviously a bit afraid to face Jiang Chen alone, and seemed to be eager to escape this place as soon as possible, as if they were afraid that they would be robbed of their food. There's nothing on my end for now, so you can go. Jiang Chen's skin was already so thick that it was hopelessly thick, and after such a big event, it's amazing how he acts like it's nothing. As soon as she heard this, Su Xinya didn't know why, but a strong resentment bubbled up in her heart again. She only glanced at Jiang Chen, then without saying a word, she grabbed her bag and headed for the door. Xinya, remember, you're mine now. If something comes up that can't be resolved, call me directly at. If anyone dares to come and bully you again in the future, I'll make him regret living in this world. When Jiang Chen said this, Su Xinya's body trembled slightly. At the same time it stopped in its tracks to leave. Aha! Su Xinya gently nodded, but her eyes couldn't help but turn red. I only heard her say in a choked voice, "Thank you, Jiang Xiao." Chapter 188, the start of the finals. Afternoon. A couple of hits popped up on the bib. The first 3 hot searches, surprisingly, were all related to Su Xinya. Top 1 diva Su Xinya officially announces her departure from Star Ocean Entertainment. Top 2 Is there another reason for Su Xinya's termination of contract with Star Ocean Entertainment? Top 3 Star Ocean Entertainment lost Su Xinya. Who else under the company's contracted artists can hold their own? Jiang Chen hadn't expected Su Xinya to move so quickly. She found Jiang Chen in the morning and terminated her contract with Star Ocean Entertainment in the afternoon. It's not a minute too soon. But Jiang Chen was too lazy to bother with such trivial matters. Anyway, he had already given Su Xinya to Chen Yun, and he believed that with Chen Yun's ability, definitely help her with everything. Time passes by. Jiang Chen first arranged for the hotel car to send Lu Qianshen and Lu Yinging back home, and then just lay in the hotel alone and play games. Without realizing it, the time came to 8 p.m. Tonight was the final of the Do Tooth Live anniversary event, and Jiang Chen naturally took it very seriously. Since I said I would help Lu Qianshen and Lu Yinging to get the first place, I have to talk about doing a good job. Otherwise it's all sorry for the system as a hanging ratio. Swish! Jiang Chen first checked his black card, bounty money. I didn't realize there was a balance of over $360 million in there. Previously, Jiang Chen had used a recharge card and directly charged the black card with 500 million, then dropped 200 million on the points race, plus the tens of millions that were originally left in the fighting teeth account. That's almost the balance, $360 million. With this amount of money, It should be able to send Lu Qianchen and Lu Yinging to the champion's throne, right? If it wasn't enough, when Jiang Chen finished spending the money in the black card, the system would double the cash back. On top of that, Jiang Chen's own bank card had a cash deposit of over $20 billion. Who's richer than me? You want to die? Papa Star is here. Families welcome our star papa. Jiang Chen had just entered the sisters' live room. Lu Qianchen and Lu Yinging both stood up with faces full of excitement. A sweet smile appeared between the sisters' brows. At the same time, a passionate battle song rang out from the live broadcast. Swish swish. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, in just a blink of an eye, a big pop-up rolled out on the live public access channel. Jiang Chen glanced at the online audience. Nice guy. I didn't expect the sisters to start broadcasting for just 10 minutes, but the online audience has already broken 100,000. With the support of Jiang Chen, the super godly father, the sisters Lu Qianchen and Lu Yinging are really on fire. Swish. Jiang Chen clicked on the advancement list for the dance track again. Although 8 anchors made it to the finals tonight, according to the rules of the tournament, there are only 3 PKs to be played in total for a full count. 8 into 4, 4 into 2, 2 into 1. Because Jiang Chen was stuck online at the right time, he had just entered the sisters' live room. The finals then officially kicked off. In the first game of the finals, the sisters were randomly matched with a female anchor named Yu Beauty. Although the other's name is Beauty, but her face value is obviously not as good as the sisters, Lu Qianchen and Lu Yinging. Thump. Once the battle cry was sounded, PK officially began. Jiang Chen was also in no hurry to brush up on Carnival as well. I thought this 8-4 match was supposed to be very intense, yet this is not the case. The female anchors on the opposite side, once they saw that they were matched with Lu Qianchen and Lu Yinging, immediately, he gave up the idea of a hard fight. Crap. Although she has several big brothers in her family and the power to fight a multi-million-dollar gift, but Lu Qianchen and Lu Yingying's backs are star daddies. Papa Star went on a spending spree of more than 200 million Dragon Nation dollars in yesterday's points race. A straight-up shutout put the sisters in first place in the points race. Facing such a terrifying superstar, Yu Beauty simply couldn't see any semblance of hope for victory. Instead of wasting money on a PK that is sure to lose, we should save our strength and wait until after you've been waited out and try to get a shot at 5th place, as long as we get 5th place. Or you can go to an offline beach holiday event organized by Dynasty Group. Thus, this PK wasn't even a fight. On the side of the yuppies it was just 100,000 or so votes of dignity, and then the confrontation was decisively abandoned. The straightforward choice to swing for the fences. Despite this, Jiang Chen still swiped $10 million for the sisters. The final score was set at 28 million versus 18 million. Lu Qianchen and Lu Yinging managed to advance to the quarterfinals and simply won too easily. Snap. Taking advantage of the halftime break, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself. Then had the hotel waiter send up another bottle of red wine. Jingle bells. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone received a call. Caller ID, Shiredo. Hello? Asa-san. What can I do for you? Jiang Chen answered the call, while in his mind's eye, a woman wearing a wraparound skirt that, black stockings, high heels, warped tons wide over the shoulders, mature and plump silhouette. Jiang Xiao. Sorry, I didn't disturb your rest, did I? A careful female voice came from the other end of the line. Bai Shallow seemed to be worried that she had affected Jiang Chen's rest with this phone call. The tone of voice was also very cautious. Sister Shallow, we're an old married couple. Why are you still so polite with me? Call me whenever you want, even if I'm busy, and won't stop answering your calls. In the future, as long as you haven't done anything to wrong me, then don't ever say the word sorry to me again. Do you hear me? Jiang Chen pretended to be very angry and criticized Bai Shallow. But, every word he said, every word that fell on Bai's ears, but the single mom couldn't help but feel sweet inside. Jiang Xiao, Bai Shallow stammered for a long time before finally stifling a sentence. I swear, never do anything wrong in this life. Pust. Jiang Chen was almost amused by Bai Shallow. You're 30 years old. You're a mom. How come you still look like an idiot when you're in love? There are no outsiders present now. Why are you still calling me Jiang Xiao? Jiang Chen suddenly wanted to tease Bai Xiaoxian a little bit. He just loved to see Bai Shallow blushing and shy and at a loss for words. Old. Husband? Not exciting enough. Call it something else. Dad. Baba? Hey, that's a good boy. Just like that. Jiang Chen was merely speaking 3 words. It just made Bai Shallow on the other end of the phone blush, and even her breathing became rapid. It was only after a good half a day that Bai Xiaozhuang snapped to attention. He himself made this call because he had something to find Jiang Chen. Honey, I wanted to ask you, if you're free tomorrow? White's tone became cautious again. This also made Jiang Chen cry and laugh while at the same time feeling a little heartbroken for this woman who had some low self-esteem. Free. Jiang Chen took a drag on his cigarette, then gave Bai Shallow an affirmative answer, because Jiang Chen knew that. But whenever he showed just a hint of hesitation or reluctance, Bai Shao would definitely not bother him again, much less say what she was looking for him for. It's like this. The doctor said that Kor can be discharged tomorrow. Without waiting for Bai Shanshan to finish her sentence, Jiang Chen immediately asked with surprise and joy, Kor is ready to be discharged from the hospital? She's all recovered? Aha! Bai Shao answered softly, and there seemed to be a sense of relaxation and pleasure in her tone. Okay, then I'll come pick up Corey from the hospital tomorrow. That. You don't actually have to come if you're not available. How can that be? Xinshin is my goddaughter. She's out of the hospital. How can I, as a father, not pick her up? It really won't hold you up? It really won't. Oops. It's a deal. Wait for me to pick you up tomorrow. Then. Well. Chapter 189, 4 into 2. Ha! After ending the call, a bright smile also appeared on Jiang Chen's face. To be honest, Jiang Chen had so many women around him. His favorite. Not super dare little Auntie Qin pretty you. Not a little hottie in the realm of pure lust Qin Si. It's not the 6 golden flowers of the swallow and the group. Neither are the extremely good human wives Chen Yun, Su Ye and Li Yu. That's right. Jiang Chen's favorite was Bai Shallow. A face as clear and stunning as a fairy in an ink painting. In favor of a mature and plump figure. Again. It seems like a chimera from hell. It's just as well that the bear is big and thin-waisted. But it's the fat back tunnel that's whiter than his shoulders. None of this is the point. The point is, Shiraz is clearly a mature woman, and is already a baby mama. Preferred personality but very shy and coy, moving like blushing, nervous, hand and foot, especially when being bullied by Jiang Chen. That shyness coming out of Bai Shallow's body It was no exaggeration to say that her entire body was ashamed from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. But, in order to satisfy Jiang Chen and please him, Bai Shaoxian forced her inner shyness over and over again. Then the side of himself that he thought was the most shameful, shameless, and downright splashy was completely displayed in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen was really feeling Bai Shao's love. Very gentle, thoughtful, warm and caring. How could Jiang Chen not like such a woman? However, Jiang Chen hadn't had time to savor Bai Shao's wonderful taste. The second PK between Lu Qianchen and Lu Yingying was then officially kicked off. This time, the sisters were matched with a female anchor named Zhao Jiao. Seeing this female anchor, the sisters' live room immediately boiled over. Because of this anchor woman named Zhao Jiao, definitely the most famous veteran anchor of the dance circuit. Because of the supportive dragon, the third on the gods' magnificent list, Zhao Jiao is in the limelight on the Fighting Teeth platform. No one knows what no one knows. Even, she has been on the top 10 peak anchors for 2 years in a row. This is a real first-tier anchor on the Duya platform. Facing such a powerful opponent, the water friends in the live broadcast room all got excited. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together, slightly coming to be that much more interested. Soon, PK officially started and both anchors closed their mics. Family, thank you for your support along the way to get me to this point, but I hope you can all help Zhao Jiao again. Even if we face the Star Lords, we have to show a forward momentum. Even if we lose, we can't lose our backbone either. Together with the passionate war song, Zhao Jiao immediately stood and, then vocally canvass yourself. Swish swish, just for a moment, a hair of Carnival's dazzling special effects. Suddenly it floated up on her live feed. Zhao Jiao glanced over and realized that it was the president of their guild who was swiping gifts. Driven by this president, the rest of the big brothers also stepped forward, directly opened the bombardment mode. Seeing this, Zhao Jiao not only thanked, but also quill, and mwahaha, and, the sound of canvassing has also become more agitated. Under this frenzy, Zhao Jiao's vote count quickly surpassed 10 million. However, Zhao Jiao, who had taken the time to glance at the PK blood bar, nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. It's amazing that the number of votes on the opposite side has surpassed 15 million. Papa Star actually fought against dozens of big brothers on her side with his own strength. And it's a solid upper hand? That's a little too hoity-toity, isn't it? Woohoo! How come I can't meet such a big brother? The sisterhood anchors across the street are just plain out of luck. Real name envy. Go for it. Families, don't give up. Everyone, just one more push up. Seeing that the gap between the two sides was getting wider and wider, Zhao Jiao was instantly anxious, because her dragon wasn't there for this one. Instead, he's gone abroad to take over the family estate. So, Zhao Jiao could only rely on her guild, and the remaining dozens of big brothers too. Hard to play this PK. However, after the votes on Zhao Jiao's side broke through 15 million, it was obvious that there was some backlash. Upvoting is getting slower and slower. On the contrary, on the side of the sisters, covered by the superb firepower of Papa Star, the vote count has already surpassed 40 million and is heading for the 50 million mark. Swish! Jiao Jiao bit her lips tightly and sat back in her chair with a face full of loss. She knew that the PK was no longer in doubt. But, still steeling herself, Jiao Jiao stood up and bowed deeply to the camera. Said, "Thank you family for your overwhelming support. You guys are the best. I love you." At this moment, Jiao Jiao kept telling herself that it's okay, it's just a PK loss. Isn't that what live broadcasting is all about? Winning and losing? However, Jiao Jiao's eyes, couldn't help but redden. She was the pinnacle anchor of the dance channel, and was even known as the first sister of Do Tooth Dance. I didn't realize that I was now losing to a pair of new anchors. From now on, she would never be worthy to be called Dance One, and to say that there was no sadness in her heart at all, it must be a lie. Thump! This PK has finally gone down to the last second. The score was also set at 38 million versus 78 million. Jiao Jiao lost. There was a sigh of relief in her live room, but there were also a lot of aquanauts consoling Jiao Jiao. On the contrary, Lu Qianli and Lu Yingying's side, the atmosphere is quite hilarious. "Ah, we won! We won!" Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying hugged each other, shouting with excitement, as the sisters are both proud of their capitals. This scene of sparks hitting the earth. Watching, many of the water friends in the livestream were exclaiming that they were seasick. Since stepping into the live streaming business, the sisters have been clueless. But, Jiao Jiao, the first sister of dance, has always been a presence that the sisters look up to. It is also a goal they dream of being able to surpass. I didn't realize how long it had been. At a game of this magnitude, the sisters surprisingly beat the once untouchable Jiao Jiao. All of this was brought to them by their starry-eyed father. Thank you to all my family for your support, and an even bigger thank you to Papa Star Daddy. It's good to have you. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying bowed to the camera in unison. Both sisters had tears in their eyes and looked like they were about to cry. Seeing this, Zhang Chen just sent a quick pop-up on the public frequency of the live broadcast. The sky is full of stars, only a father is good in this world, and a child with a father is like a treasure. Put. Zhang Chen sent out this pop-up, and I don't know how many water friends in the live broadcast room were sprayed with laughter. Even the sisters, Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying. 1 second they look like they're about to burst into tears, and the next they break out in unison. But, the sisters couldn't help but feel in their hearts after they laughed. Yeah, Papa Star was right. A child without a father is like grass. A child with a father is like a treasure. About 10 minutes later, the finalists for the dance track are in. Qianxian and Yingying versus Little Butterfly. The battle for the title is scheduled for 9 p.m. sharp. Seeing the name Little Butterfly, Zhang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this the anchor woman that stupid emperor, Smoky River South, is supporting? I didn't realize the other team went all the way to the finals as well. Since the other party was an old acquaintance, there was no need for Zhang Chen to be polite. One word, gantry mother asterisk. That's right. Chapter 190, the final showdown. 15 minutes to 9 p.m. Zhang Chen was smoking a cigarette and drinking red wine, and every now and then he would send a pop-up in the live broadcast, deliberately teasing the sisterly pair of Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying, as opposed to the relaxed and happy atmosphere on the sisters' side of the fence. The atmosphere in the small butterfly's live room was much more stagnant. Alas, the opponent is a super godly star bigot. I don't think there's much hope for this PK. If we were to meet another divine hero, Little Butterfly would at least have the power to fight. But when we meet the star Big Brother, we don't have a single chance of winning. Big Star just swiped over $6 million tonight, and it hasn't even been a big push yet. Must still be holding back the big one. Yeah, even Jiao Jiao was defeated by Big Star. Is there any hope that we can win? From my point of view, this PK is no longer in doubt, and Little Butterfly will have to settle for second place in the end. Looking at the pop-ups that kept drifting out of the broadcast room, almost all of them were growing others' ambitions. Destroy yourself. Butterfly, however, is sitting very calmly in front of the camera, letting the water friends in the live broadcast room post some negative pop-ups. They didn't even have the slightest intention of stopping it. On top of that, the VIP seats in the Little Butterfly live room were surprisingly empty. Even her rank 1 big brother, Smoky River South, didn't enter her live room at the moment. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Many intelligent watermen can't help but speculate in their minds that is the Little Butterfly holding back a big trick? Not a hit, but a hit? Swish! Just at this moment, the small butterfly's live room suddenly lit up a golden royal word. In the next second, Smoky River South's name appeared on the public frequency. Welcome home my smokin' daddy. The little butterfly immediately stood up with excitement and a look of excitement on her face. However, without waiting for the fans in the broadcast room to react, in the next second, one after another, the word royal, one after another, they floated out in the little butterfly's live room. Welcome, Big Brother Dash, to my sister's live room. Welcome, Big Brother Blade, to my sister's live room. Welcome, Big Brother Lonely, to my sister's live room. Too much. There are just too many god-awful bigots. Smoky River South called all the godly bigwigs he knew to Little Butterfly's live room. At this moment, Little Butterfly's entire body was bursting with excitement. 4 emperors, 16 kings, and even more dukes dazzled her. This lineup, it's just too powerful, too luxurious. Of course, this sudden scene made the water friends in the live broadcast room all freeze in place, and immediately after that, the public frequency was also completely abuzz. ***. What the hell? How did 4 emperors, 16 kings, and so many great dukes suddenly appear? No, could the rumors be true? Smoke and Rain bigwigs have set up a guild, pulling in a whole bunch of godly men to be shareholders? Smoke and Rain Big Brother Bull Beer. He even called all his friends over. There are so many godly men supporting Little Butterfly. I suddenly feel like the big star guy might flip out. Oh, Little Butterfly, go for it. The big star. This one. I think it's a sure thing. Little Butterfly's live room had completely exploded. The large group of godly big shots at the VIP table, in front of each of their names. They all carry the prefix Eternal Guild. That's right, a clean slate of bigwigs from the Eternal Guild. The scalp of the person watching it was numb, and his heart couldn't help but beat violently and furiously. Maybe the Eternal Guild isn't very well known. After all, this guild has only just been established. But this guild had gathered a large number of bigwigs on the God's Heroes list. Dashing Brother, Knife Brother, Lonely Brother, Smoke Brother, Smoky River South. These 5 Emperor bigwigs were the top 10 bigwigs on the godly magnificent ranking of the Fighting Teeth. At this very moment, the top 10 big shots on the Divine Magnificence list. Surprisingly, half of them came to Little Butterfly's live broadcast. One thought came to almost everyone's mind. A bloody fight that. It's about to unfold. Grandma's leg. Why does it suddenly feel like all the blood is boiling? The Little Butterfly is going against the grain. Loudspeaker, Smoky River South, the Eternal Guild's first outing. Must extinguish the sky full of stars and give everyone a free viewing of a meteor shower. Suddenly, Smoky River South sent out a pop-up on a loudspeaker. The entire Douya live streaming platform, all the online viewers, all saw this powerful message. Destroy the stars in this sky, and a free meteor shower for everyone? This was a naked declaration of war against Jiang Chen, not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. At this moment, the entire Douya live streaming platform shook. Countless people who were eating the food flocked to Little Butterfly's live broadcast, and in less than a minute, the online audience then broke the 500,000 mark. Qian Qian in Ying Ying's live room. Everyone, including Jiang Chen and the sisters, saw the loudspeaker pop up. For a moment, a large pop-up screen also rolled out on the public frequency of the live broadcast. ***. The Eternal Guild is so arrogant? These ungrateful fools, in the presence of my starry-eyed big brother, how dare you speak up? This Eternal Guild seems to have a bit of strength. Big Brother Star, don't be careless. Yeah. I just went over to take a look and found that the top 10 bigwigs on the Divine Heroes list, half of them are members of the Eternal Guild. Holy, 5 emperors and 16 kings are coming from the other side. There are also more than 30 Grand Dukes, a lineup that is overwhelmingly luxurious. Mud, the other side is outnumbered. We seem to be in a bit of danger. Xian Xian and Ying Ying also have quite a few fans. They are mostly white ladybugs, though, can't afford to swipe expensive gifts, but is better at spying on the military. It was just a short while ago. The scouts then sent over detailed information from the Little Butterfly side. Loudspeaker, star-filled sky, a single star will kill everyone in your guild. If a sky full of stars smashes down, I'm afraid your ancestors together won't be able to carry it. Right at that moment, Jiang Chen also sent a pop-up on his loudspeaker, and it has dropped countless jaws. The pop-ups that Smoky River South had sent out with a loudspeaker had been very arrogant. But, the crowd never expected the pop-ups that Jiang Chen sent out with his loudspeaker. It was even more arrogant than Smoky River South. What's going on here? The game hasn't even started yet and both sides are cursing? That's too much gunpowder, isn't it? Big Star Bully, isn't it just a small guild? Big Brother Star can destroy them with a single finger. Life and death are not important. If you don't want to serve, then do it. Trying to destroy our starry-eyed bigot. Wanting to fart eat? Go for it. Big Star. One word. Them up. 2 loudspeaker announcements made by Smoke and Rain Jiangnan and Stars in the Sky, one after the other. It instantly became the center of attention for countless people on the Fighting Teeth platform. Eaters are rattled. Anchors rattled. Even the Do-Tooth platform officials were alarmed. Even Zhou Ruoshi, who was taking a bath at home, suddenly received a message from her subordinates after. He couldn't even bother to put on his clothes, and immediately boarded the Douya live streaming platform with a small number. The homepage of Do Tooth Live. Little Butterfly's livestream is at the top of the popularity charts. Right behind them were Qian Qian and Ing Ying's live broadcasts. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ruoxi's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. She couldn't help but mentally mull over the idea of using the power in her hands to just straight up blocked Butterfly's live feed? Just seal it for a minute. That minute was enough to drop her popularity in the live room by a large margin. However, Zhou Ruoxi was just thinking about it in a malicious way, and didn't really go that far, because popularity doesn't mean anything. In Zhou Ruoxi's opinion, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, who had Jiang Chen's support, it's a 100% sure thing to win this PK, and it's going to be a sure thing to win the title at the end, even if Jiang Chen's opponent was the Eternal Guild. Even if half of the top 10 on the Divine Magnificent list were gathered in this guild, they were no match for Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the more painful the fall. The more arrogant the Eternal Guild was now, the more humiliated they would only be when they lost this PK. Chapter 191, Terrifying Hand Speed? Swish! The corner of Zhou Ruoxi's mouth hooked up into a nice curve. She was seen wrapping herself in a bathrobe that covered her ripe, voluptuous body and then he used his small number, star little fangirl, and entered Qian Qian and Ing Ying's live room, looking at the live feed with the exact same looks, the exact same body, the exact same. It's like twin sisters carved out of the same mold. Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. In a sultry tone, he said, "No wonder the chairman is so enamored. Such superb twin sisters are indeed rare to see." The time soon came to 9 p.m. What the situation was like in several other tracks, Zhou Ruoxi didn't know and didn't want to know. All she knows is that this PK between the little butterflies and the sisters, it will surely go down in the history books of the Douya live streaming platform and become a topic that netizens will talk about in the future. Thump! The moment the battle song sounded, it announced the official opening of this PK. The little butterfly stood up with a whoosh, and was just about to open his mouth to canvass for votes. Just be surprised by the screen full of carnival effects. Lonely Brother sends Carnival X20. Lonely Brother sends Carnival X20. Lonely Brother sends Carnival X20. Ah, social Lonely Brother. People are ruthless. Thanks for the carnival from Brother Lonely. My sister is here to pencil you in. Quill, quill. The little butterfly was suddenly excited with a small red face, and hastily gestured with both hands to the Xin. I can't wait to personally feed my lonely brother a full meal. However, it's only just begun. To Butterfly's dumbfounded surprise, after Lonely Brother, Knife, Dash, Smoke, and several other Emperor bigwigs have offered their carnivals. Brother Knife gives away Carnival X20, Dash sends Carnival X20, Smokey gives away Carnival X20, Smoky River South sends Carnival X20. In addition to these 5 great emperors, there were 16 kings and more than 30 great dukes. All of them are desperately swiping gifts for little butterflies. The scene, it was explosive. The little butterfly stroked his conscience and swore that such a spectacular and grandiose scene of, even she, a quasi-first-tier anchor, was seeing it for the first time. So, the little butterfly was a little dumbfounded for a moment. The heart was about to jump out of his throat. The whole thing was so excited that his body trembled, and he couldn't close his legs in excitement. Almost got down on my knees to lick the shoes of all the godly dads. The Eternal Guild is so awesome. All the godly fathers are even better. My sister loves you guys. Mwah. Mamma mia. Quill. Refill. The little butterfly kept comparing Xin, which was about to be pinched, and only then did she stabilize her mind a little, but the voice had long since broken. It's a splash of riches. Broke 1 million in 10 seconds. 5 million in half a minute. 10 million in a minute. This is faster than a rocket ride. The 500,000 online eaters in the live broadcast room were all stunned over by the scene in front of them. Asterisk. I didn't expect the Eternal Guild to be so bullish. This firepower, this momentum, it's vicious, exciting, it's so damn exciting. This scene, I'll give my knees directly on the horse. Big Star has kicked the bucket this time, and by himself, how could it be a match for the Eternal Guild? Oh, exempt. Big Star's undefeated record is going to be ended. Even a fierce tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves. 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. Watching the number of votes on Little Butterfly's side rising wildly, and it's already exceeded 20 million. Smoky River South couldn't help but sneer, and immediately sent out an announcement on the loudspeaker. Loudspeaker, Smoky Jiangnan, the sky is full of stars. I'll let you pretend. Today we, the Eternal Guild, are going to beat the out of you. Smoky River South dared to say these words and was quite courageous, because Little Butterfly's side has surpassed 20 million votes, and Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's side only just broke through 15 million votes. Looking at Jiang Chen's side, he was behind by a full 5 million votes. It was as if Smoky River South saw how he would trample Jiang Chen hard under his feet after his victory. One word, awesome. Lu Qianqian in Lu Yingying's live room, looking at the screen full of carnival effects, and the assortment of favors that, both sisters were moved to redden their eyes. But, his own side is a full 5 million votes behind the other side of the fence. The sisters couldn't help but have their hearts in their throats. There's too much firepower on the other side. The reason for this is that across the street, dozens of bigots are swiping gifts together. On their side, Jiang Chen was the only one furiously painting the carnival. It's no longer a matter of more money or less money. It's that both sides are fighting for hand speed. Jiang Chen only had one pair of hands, while the opposite side had dozens of hands. With everyone brushing up on carnival, Jiang Chen was only 5 million votes behind the opposite side of the room. It was enough to prove that his hand speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. But, if this trend continues, the sisters will probably lose the PK. The fact that the sisters have come this far, whether they get the title or not, they are very contented. However, this PK was about Jiang Chen's reputation. The sisters had already considered themselves as Jiang Chen's women, so naturally, they didn't want to see Jiang Chen lose. Wouldn't want to see my man take a hit like that. Husbands honor their wives, husbands lose their wives. So, both sisters couldn't help but clench their fists, staring at the PK blood bar with a death glare. In his heart, he also kept praying for Jiang Chen to overtake the opposite side. 2 million versus 25 million, 3 million versus 32, 5 million, 4 million versus 4 million. A magical scene suddenly appeared. No matter how wildly the little butterfly side bombarded the sisters' side with votes, surprisingly, it slowly caught up. The moment the votes were almost tied between the two sides, the sisters live broadcast that. Immediately countless pop-ups floated out. Asterisk asterisk. Star Big Man is so fierce. This nigga can also catch up? Star Big Brother's hand speed. I'm on my knees directly. I've been single for more than 20 years at the speed of my hands in front of a starry-eyed bigot. It's not even a fart. Star Big Brother bull beer. Star Big Brother is mighty. All the online viewers were stunned over as they watched the crazy number of votes going up on the sisters' side. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying hugged each other nervously. Both sisters had tears in their eyes. His mouth was even whispering, "Go for it, Star Daddy." Zhou Ruoshi, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt a cold chill underneath her. But, her attention was focused on the duel at the moment. Just casually crossed a leg, barely shielding it from the coolness, before continuing to stare at the cell phone screen. There were also countless other sailors who were eating late-night snacks and had put down their chopsticks in their hands, deadly staring at the PK blood bars on both sides. He almost forgot to breathe. 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen suddenly sped up his swiping speed. Not only did it overtake the small butterfly on the opposite side, it even dumped the other side by a large margin. 8 million, 9 million, 100 million. Shock. It's just so damn shocking. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, it was as if Jiang Chen had turned on storm mode. 1 million a second. It just doesn't stop anymore. Little Butterfly's live room. Smoky River South had just finished brushing up on a wave of carnival, and was about to catch his last breath. Suddenly out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the PK blood bars of both sides. What's going on? Why is it that the blood bar on our side seems to be shorter than the opposite sides? Is it just my eyes? Swish! Smoky River South couldn't help but rub his eyes and once again looked at the PK bloodstains of both sides. In the next second, his eyes snapped open and a look of shock and horror and incredulity also appeared on his face. Asterisk asterisk. What's going on? When did the opposite side get so fierce? Not only did it overtake us, but it pulled ahead of us? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a star-filled sky have such fast hand speed? He must have cheated with a plugin. I'm going to report it. Someone here is cheating with a plugin. Chapter 192, Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Jiang Chen's hand speed was indeed fast, but he didn't manually swipe the gift this time. Instead, he was using his mind to manipulate the super phone inside his body, and was giving the sisters a carnival smash binge. How can manual be faster than intentional? As long as Jiang Chen moved his head, he could tap 100 times a second. When this PK first started, Jiang Chen intentionally trailed the opposite side by 5 million votes. It's all a tease. Actually, however, while the opposite side was brushing up to 2 million votes, Smoky River South sent a loudspeaker message that, deliberately coming to taunt Jiang Chen. This time, it pissed Jiang Chen off. Do you really think Dad doesn't have a temper if he doesn't? Loud hailer, full of stars, Smoky River South, I'll let you pretend. Today I'm going to beat the out of everyone in your eternal guild. Jiang Chen used his mind to edit a message while swiping the gift, then use a loudspeaker to make an announcement across the platform. Seeing this scene, all the online water friends all revealed shocked gazes. It's not, is it? Is the Star Big Brother that good? One man against dozens of divine greats, and not only did he not lose the battle, and it's backfired on the other side by a large margin, even, he was able to send a loudspeaker announcement to dislike Smoky River South while swiping votes. What kind of operation is this? Cow beers are blowing up all over the place. At this moment, the online audience of Little Butterfly's live broadcast room, surprisingly less than half. The guys all ran to Qian Qian and Ying Ying's live room. The remaining half of the online audience, however, kept sending out pop-ups that urged the big boys of the Eternal Guild to hurry up and get on the ticket. Brush up, fellow bigwigs. The opposite side has countered. Dozens of divine magnificent bigwigs can't actually brush off a single star bigwig. Are you guys any good or not? You guys are the top 10 ranked superstars on the divine magnificence list. 5 emperors can't even brush off one other emperor? Have you guys eaten yet? Don't you have the strength to brush your votes? Can you guys give it some effort? Go for it. Punch it. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, and the lagging blood bar on his side of the room, the little butterfly's heart was up to her throat, and her whole body was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Brothers, hurry up and help your little sister top it. Little Butterfly gave all the gods and goddesses a continuous pep talk on the air, but no one knows that the 5 emperors, including Smokey in the south, at the moment the heart is as hard as, top you. Don't we want to top you? There was such a heavy fire from the opposite side that several of our fingers were cramped from pressing the frozen couldn't catch up with the opposite side, but instead was pulled further and further away. Mud. Is this starry-eyed man on drugs? How else could his hands be so fast? Although the 5 emperors, 16 kings, and more than 30 grand dukes, all felt the pressure. But, things have come to a head, and we all have no choice but to grit our teeth, harden our heads, and, putting his heart on the line, he continued to furiously swipe up gifts for the little butterfly. 100 million versus 80 million, 150 million versus 100 million, 200 million versus 120 million, 250 million versus 150 million. At this moment, whether it's the dozens of godly bigwigs who are furiously swiping their gifts, still all the water friends who were following this PK were all stunned over. The star bigot is too fierce. That's already 250 million swiped, a full 100 million more than the opposite side of the fence. Surprisingly, the speed didn't slow down at all, but instead it even got faster and faster. How come? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a star-filled sky be so rich? What exactly is his status in reality? Looking at the shorter and shorter blood bars on Little Butterfly's side, Smoky River South was suddenly enraged. The veins on his forehead also rose up at the roots. He was resigned. He's raised a ton of money this time, and he's pulled the Eternal Guild out of the woodwork. It's all about sniping a star-filled sky in this final. Then, their guild can step over the star-filled corpses of the ascend to the highest altar of the Fighting Teeth platform and reap countless honors. But, ideals are plump. Reality is bony. Smoky River South never expected that he had pulled out the entire elite of the guild. How can you not be able to up a star-filled sky? At this moment, Smoky River South was really going crazy. Swish swish, just seeing Smoky Jiangnan mechanically clicking on the cell phone screen, but then it received a wake-up call. Your balance is insufficient to send this gift. What? Not enough balance? All the money in my account is gone? Pop. Smoky Jiangnan immediately slapped himself. The fiery pain coming from his face was telling him that it's not a dream. The money, literally, has been swiped. Buzz. At this moment, Smoky River South's brain was buzzing with. The whole thing nearly fainted. It's not just the Smoky River South. The same scene. It also happened to the remaining 4 emperors, 16 kings, and 3 dozen grand dukes. Everyone in the Eternal Guild was swiped empty. Done. It's over. Could it be that we, the Eternal Guild, are really going to fold today? It's only the first time I've appeared before the world, and I'm about to return in defeat. I can't afford to lose face. The Eternal Guild's group of divine hero bigwigs had lost the color of blood on their faces at this moment. It seemed as if he couldn't believe the brutal facts in front of him. However, to their devastation, they've stopped swiping votes. That everyone's money has been swiped empty, but the opposite side is still frantically upvoting. $260 million, $270 million, $280 million. Put, put, put. Smoky River South wanted to spit out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in a row on the spot. You've already won. You've beaten dozens of us all by yourself. Are you still brushing? Please be human. Qian Qian in Ying Ying's live room. Due to the terrifying strength Jiang Chen had displayed, the online audience in the live broadcast room at this time, it's already surpassed 500,000. At this moment, dense pop-ups were scrolling on the public frequency, and it was impossible to see who was posting them. It's also hard to see what all these pop-ups are saying. Star Big Brother Bull Beer. Big Star Bully. Asterisk asterisk. This isn't a PK fight anymore. It's a flogging. Star Big Brother is holding a whip in his hand, and he's viciously beating the dozens of godly Big Brothers of the Eternal Guild. What a blast! Big Star, please accept my knee. I hereby announce that the #1 divine hero in the history of the Fighting Teeth platform is our Star Big Brother. 10, 9, 8, 7. As the numbers on the PK countdown went to 0, the word win lit up the sisters' broadcast. At this moment, everyone unanimously looked at the PK blood bar. 300 million versus 150 million. The Eternal Guild was simply being rubbed hard by Jiang Chen on the ground. Ah, we won. Thank you, Star Daddy. Star Daddy, we love you. Wahahaha. Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying cried and laughed with excitement. Online water users were also frantically posting various pop-ups. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was as if it was New Year's Eve, and it was straight up high. Swish. Just then, a loudspeaker announcement once again caught everyone's eyes. Loud hailer full of stars. Don't you guys like to call rich people dads? This young master will tell you today that a father's father is called a grandfather. Ah, Star Big Brother Bull Beer has flipped the script. Big Star is just too dominant. Ha ha, the Eternal Guild's dad is the Star Big Brother. What trash Eternal Guild? Big Star just moved a finger. Just destroy them. I declare that Star Big Brother is sealed in this battle. Chapter 193, Climbing Out of a Window in the Middle of the Night. Lu Qianxian's favoritism +4. Lu Qianxian's favorability reaches 99 points. Lu Yingying's favoritism +4. Lu Yingying's favoritism has reached 99 points. The sisters live on the air. A thank you song played, and the excited sisters hugged each other as each other was wiping each other's tears. When the word win lit up, the sisters live broadcast. It's just the brightest presence in all of Duda. As the main character in this livestream, the sisters are without a doubt the most glamorous, glittery and brightest anchors. At this moment, the sisters were overwhelmed and excited, and there were countless words they wanted to say in their hearts. Since they got into the live broadcasting business, they were only interested in the base salary of a few $1,000s, never had the luxury of achieving anything. On top of that, the sisters have only been on the air for a month full-time, but they never thought that one day they would step to such glorious heights became the object of envy and jealousy of countless anchors. President Saijia is not wrong. This is completely and truly flying on the branch to become a phoenix. Whoa whoa, the sisters are moved to tears, and it's really something to see. Star Daddy, is it too late for me to cry? I'm not asking you to swipe me $100 million. I can cry to you even if I swipe $100,000. Star Daddy, I can cry too. I cry better in bed. Miss Upstairs, you perform one first for all of us to see. Maybe the big star guy will really take a liking to you? What do you want farts to eat? Even if I were to cry, I'd only cry to Star Daddy alone. Ha ha, pop-ups were flying in the livestream. Hundreds of thousands of online viewers were practically raging with exuberance. Looking at the various flirtatious pop-ups, Lu Qianxian and Lu Yingying's fair jade-like faces were both flushed a delicate blush. Thank you, Star Daddy. Star Daddy, you're the best. Love you, oh. Wahahaha. The sisters wiped their tears quickly. Then, at President Saijia's prompting, a quick thank you was shouted to the camera. Sister Lu Qianxian was more reserved, but still gave Jiang Chen an IXIN gesture through the screen. Her younger sister, Lu Yingying, was much bolder. Not only did she compare IXIN, he also sent Jiang Chen a flying kiss through the screen. However, Jiang Chen didn't linger much in the sisters' live room and gave a greeting. Just rush off the line. Because of that, a pleasant system beep sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully spending $600 million bounty dollars and receiving $2 billion cash back. The next second, a transfer message was received on the phone from the bank. $2 billion in cash back in a matter of moments. The balance in Jiang Chen's bank card was currently $37 billion. There's too much money. Don't know how to spend it at all. Headache. Snap. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself, then lay down on the sofa of the hotel in a quiet daze. Drip. Suddenly, his cell phone received several tweets in a row. Lu Yingying, Baba, do you need us sisters to keep you company tonight? Emoticon, Shy. Suyao, hubby, are you still coming home to sleep tonight? Chen Yun, Xiao Chen, you've been out there for days on end? Aren't you going home again tonight? Qin Xiaoyu, bastard, what are you busy with? Are you free to accompany me tonight? Qin Si, brother Jiang Chen, are you busy these days? How come I sent you a message? You're ignoring me? Jiang Chen was dumbstruck. He never thought that any confidant with whom he had a relationship, except for Bai Shallow, who had just called him, the rest of them had sent him WeChat messages. Tada! Jiang Chen hurriedly used his mind to manipulate the superphone inside his body, flying off to reply to these pussies with a tweet. At the same time, Jiang Chen had to face a serious problem. That's Where should I sleep tonight? Continuing to cure his road-wornness with the two sisters, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying? Or go back to Phoenix Heights with the 6 golden flowers and watch a great soccer game? Or maybe go to the Zhou family villa? Oh no! It should be called the Jiang family villa now. To live with your little mom, your sister-in-law and your second sister-in-law? Or go to the home of super dare little Aunt Jean Pretty You? To climb the window? Difficulty. This is a topic that is just too hard. I can't solve it. Point the finger and soldier the soldier. Whoever you point at, is a soldier. Jiang Chen simply closed his eyes, and his fingers tapped haphazardly on WeChat. After opening his eyes, Jiang Chen realized that his fingers, it just clicked on Qin Xiaoyu's WeChat avatar. Okay, tonight it's Auntie Pretty. I haven't played basketball in a couple days and I wonder if my skills have regressed. How do you dunk a basketball? Whatever, go to the court first, and you'll be dunking naturally by then. 10:30 p.m. Jiang Chen drove back to Phoenix Manor, but he didn't go back to his Villa 1. Instead, he parked outside the fence on the side of Villa 2. Swish! Jiang Chen first checked the neighborhood from left to right, and then, like a ghost, noiselessly, he climbed over the fence and entered the courtyard of Villa 2. Qin Xiaoyu's villa is guarded by bodyguards 24 hours a day, especially at night. Several teams of patrolling bodyguards have been roaming around the neighborhood. And there are a lot of hidden sentries in the yard. Jiang Chen had to put on his best foot forward, carefully avoiding all sorts of dark and open sentries, then slowly touching the underside of the villa. Why doesn't Jiang Chen go through the front door openly? Crap, that little ninny Qin Si is also at home. If she knew that Jiang Chen had run into her house in the middle of the night, just to date her mom, wouldn't Nikki explode in place? What's more, Qin Xiaoyu had also made her attitude clear, and she could only be with Jiang Chen secretly. If you're stealing, you have to look like you're stealing. One word, exciting. Whoosh! Jiang Chen held his breath and took advantage of the patrolling bodyguard's turn to, flying down the villa wall. He climbed to the second floor. One of the windows on the second floor was lit with a dim pink light. This was the code word that Qin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chen had agreed upon. Swish! Jiang Chen, who had climbed to the window, reached out and gently pulled the window, and it opened very smoothly. Thus, without any hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately rolled over and climbed in. Just as his feet landed on the ground, a mature and charming voice came from his ears. Baby, you're here? Jiang Chen followed the sound and his eyes immediately couldn't help but light up. Tonight's Qin Xiaoyu was only wearing a black lace halter nightgown, swan-like neck, rounded shoulders, proud career line. All of them were greatly displayed in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. She just sat lazily on the edge of the bed, her hands cupping a pair of black stockings, one foot up and it was slightly bent and was being slipped into the stocking bit by bit. Whoosh! Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's movement of putting on her stockings, Jiang Chen had an impulse. Straight away he walked over to her and took her in his arms. Baby, go ahead and take a bath. I've got water in the tub for you. Qin Xiaoyu smiled and pushed Jiang Chen away before urging him to hurry to the bathroom to take a dip. Together, Jiang Chen hugged Qin Xiaoyu and refused to let go of her, saying nothing. But, I've just taken a shower. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and rubbed Jiang Chen's head, and a hint of a crying and laughing expression appeared on her face as well. No way. I want you to stay with me. So, okay, you stop shaking it. It's making my head spin. Auntie Pretty, I knew you loved me the most. Love you oh. Moo-ah, little naughty boy. Chapter 194, Pick up Cory from the hospital. Day 2, 9:30 a.m. Jiang Chen drove his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz Big G to the city's first people's hospital. The moment he pushed open the door of the ward, he immediately saw Bai Shanshan and Bai Rui, the mother-daughter duo, sitting on the couch heckling about something. Tatsu, you're here, Dad. Seeing Jiang Chen walk in, both mother and daughter were extremely happy. Xin, the little girl, even jumped down from the sofa and, then bouncing around, he ran to Jiang Chen's front and hugged his pants leg as soon as he could. My good girl, come, Daddy hug. Jiang Chen hurriedly squatted down and reached out to hold Xin in his arms, then another kiss on top of her little face. Dad's been so busy this whole time that he hasn't had time to come visit Cory. Did Cory miss Daddy? Think, Cory's getting out of the hospital today, so Daddy's taking you to a nice dinner, okay? Yes. Cor was picked up by Jiang Chen, and immediately wrapped her two small hands around Jiang Chen's neck in a death grip. The entire person was glued to Jiang Chen's body, seemingly unable to leave. Jiang Chen smiled and teased Xin, then just held the little girl and turned his head to Bai Shanshan. Today's Bai Xiaoxian was dressed very beautifully. She was wearing a French ruffled one-shoulder floral dress with a corseted waist. It outlined her thin-waisted, fat-tuned figure perfectly. A head of long hair was tied up in a big twisted braid, and it fell casually over her fragrant left shoulder. With a light makeup on her face and a light lip gloss on her lips. A light layer of eyeshadow was also laid on the corners of the eyes, and the whole person exuded an air of gentleness and purity. Tatsu. After not seeing her for a few days, Bai Shallow seemed to miss Jiang Chen, only to see her walk over with quick steps, her eyes staring straight at Jiang Chen. A layer of water rippled in her beautiful eyes as well. Swish! Jiang Chen immediately changed to holding Xinshin with one hand, while his other hand quickly reached over. Taking the initiative, he took Bai Shallow's hand. Sister Asuna, is everything packed? Pack it up, then let's go home. Aha! The two hands were held together, and they were still interlocked. Bai Xiao's pretty face suddenly flushed slightly red, but the corners of his mouth were curved in a nice curve. Next, Jiang Chen didn't go back to Phoenix Villa. Instead, the mother and daughter were taken to the IFC mall. Procurement, crazy big purchases, clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, cosmetics, household goods, bedding, and so on. Not the best, just the most expensive. One word, bye. Bai Shallow was taken aback, not knowing what Jiang Chen was playing at. Taking advantage of the fact that Cory was wandering around in a toy store, Bai Shallow hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen to ask, Tatsu, why did you suddenly buy so many clothes for me and Corelli, and these household items and bedding? Swish! Without waiting for Bai Shanshan to finish her sentence, Jiang Chen reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Smiling, he said, I bought a house for Korkor, let's move there later. Ha! Bai Chenliang was slightly stunned by what she heard and quickly asked, Ah Chen, didn't you ask me to go to Phoenix Manor, to be your housekeeper? Oh, I suddenly changed my mind. Jiang Chen suddenly came up to Bai Shallow's ear. Lowering his voice, he said, I want to start a little family with you, just me, you, and Kor, and we'll live happily together as a family of 3. Ha! Bai Shallow was first slightly stunned, and immediately afterward, a touch of joy rose in her beautiful eyes. Sister Shallow, maybe I'll be busy during the week, and I might not be able to spare much time to come and keep you mother and daughter company. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, Bai Shanshan busily nodded her head and said, Chun, I do. Looking at Bai Shallow's slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Chen sighed and said, Sister Shallow, commiserate. No aggravation, not at all. Bai Shaoqian hastily shook her head and said, to be able to stay with you, even if it's just being an unseemly mistress, I'm willing to do it. Asa-san, why are you so annoying? Ha, begging, nasty, delightful, never tire of it. Tatsu, you're deliberately teasing me. You're bad. Next, Jiang Chen held Xinshin and played around in the mall, a big and a small one having a good time. Laughter was constant. At this moment, Bai Xiao's eyes became more and more gentle. She just quietly followed the father and daughter, a light smile on her lips, and the eyes were always locked on Jiang Chen and Corelli. It was as if in her eyes, apart from Jiang Chen and Xinshin, there was no room for anything else. Afternoon, Jiang Chen brought Bai Shanshan and Xinshin, and came directly to Xingqing One public house. Early this morning, Jiang Chen had Su Yao prepare a house. It was intended to be used to house the mother-daughter duo of Bai Shallow. Wow, is this our new home? When Xinshin learned that this big house, from now on, would be her new home with her mom and dad, immediately, he scurried around happily. Kor, don't run around, be careful of falling. Jiang Chen was worried about the little girl running around the house and accidentally bumping or touching it. One could only catch up with her at a quick pace, not moving an inch behind her. Seeing this scene, a hint of a happy smile spread across Bai Xiao's face. While Jiang Chen and Xinshin were playing, Bai Shaoxian alone took the purchases made at the mall today and it's all taken out and organized one by one. Clothes and bags were hung in the check room, shoes in the shoe closet, the living supplies are placed in their appropriate places, and Kor's princess room has a brand new quilt and bed sheets, and finally, the master bedroom. With a slight hesitation, Bai took out a big red quilt and bedsheet and then blushed and spread out on the bed. After doing all this, Bai Shallow sat down on the bed with her knees crossed, slightly angling her head, and looked to the empty wall above the bed. It would be perfect to hang a wedding picture here. Swish! Just then, Bai heard a footstep from behind her, and in the next second, a large, warm hand then gently pressed on her shoulder. What's on your mind, Asuna-chan? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly drifted over, and Bai Shaoxian couldn't help but blush with her pretty face. Slightly flustered, he returned, no, nothing, just a little tired, a little rest. Looking at Bai Shanshan's mature and plump figure, smelling the faint womanly fragrance emanating from her body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold her shoulders. Sister Shallow, it's been hard on you, let me help you press your shoulders? Ha, no way, that's no way, what's wrong with that? Husbands help their wives by squeezing their shoulders, isn't that a normal thing? But, no buts, just sit down and don't make me angry. Seeing that Jiang Chen's attitude was very tough, Bai Qianliang darted a glance at the half-hidden door of the bedroom. Somewhat nervously, he asked, "What about that? Corey's in the living room watching cartoons, and I cut her a plate of fruit. The little girl is now hugging the fruit plate and watching TV, and she won't even move." Speaking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh lightly. Bai Xiaoxian laughed along with her and said, "Xinxin is just a snacker. As long as there is good food, she will." "Ah!" Right at this moment, Bai Xiao suddenly exclaimed, subconsciously raising her hands and want to protect in front of the body. Pretty face also swish sound become reddish incomparable. However, when she realized that this man, who was holding her from behind, was no outsider. Instead, it was Jiang Chen's time. She immediately put her hands down again, and then bit her lips tightly and layers of water rippled in her beautiful eyes as well. "Sister Shallow, I haven't seen you for a while. You seem to have gained some weight. Oh? Is it? Quick, give hubby the con. How many pounds have you gained?" "Don't, husband, it's daytime, nighttime, okay?" Chapter 195 Another Unsealing Talisman. Night, Xingqing One Mansion. Jiang Chen had just come out of the shower when he saw Bai Shallow tidying up the living room. Although Bai was wearing a very conservative set of home clothes, but it couldn't hide her mature and voluptuous figure, especially her fat back tunnel, as she bent over to clean up the sofa. It's all falling apart into an extreme arc. What Peach Tun, Bracket Tun, and Little Warp Tun are simply weak in front of Bai Shanshan. Only the Queen Mother's Peach is barely worthy of her. Swish! Jiang Chen was just about to walk over and say hello to Peach. Just at this time, Cor's voice suddenly floated out from the princess room. "Daddy, you come to bed with Corey. I want to hear your story." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's face immediately revealed a wide smile. But, just as Jiang Chen was about to walk into the princess's room, instead, a stern scolding voice came from behind him from Bai Shallow. "What kind of stories?" Bai put a scowl on her face, then walked over quickly and, standing at the door of the room, she said to Xinxin, who was sleeping on the bed, "What time is it already? Hurry up and go to bed." No, I want to hear Daddy tell a story." Xinxin's face was full of aggression and her mouth was pouting. Her little head shaking like a rattle drum, said nothing and refused to go to bed properly. "Corey, why are you being so disobedient tonight? Do you want mommy to beat you up? Will you just go to sleep?" Shira rolled up her sleeves and pretended to look like she was about to punch someone. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly pulled Bai Shallow and said, "Sister Shallow, since Xinxin wants to hear a story, then I'll tell her one. Tatsu, you can't spoil this child, lest you spoil her. Cor is my daughter. If I don't spoil her, who will? But, no buts, Cor is all mine. I'll put her to bed tonight." Upon hearing this, Bai Shallow instantly lost her temper. She only nodded gently, and was just about to turn away when who knew that Jiang Chen had suddenly come to her ear. "Sister Shallow, you go take a shower first, then change into black silk." As Jiang Chen said this, he reached out and patted Bai Shallow's plump rear tunic twice. Swish! At this moment, Bai's pretty face immediately reddened, even above the tips of her two ears. There was also a tantalizing blush. I only saw Bai Xiaoxian answered softly, and then with her head lowered she flew away from the princess room. Must have gone to run for a shower. "Daddy, come tell me a story." Corey immediately got out from under the covers as soon as she saw her mom leaving, and he was also waving at Jiang Chen one after another. Jiang Chen cried and laughed as he shook his head and walked over quickly. First, he tucked the little girl back under the covers and smoothly lay down beside her himself. "Daddy, tell me a story. I want to hear a story." Cor happily burrowed into Jiang Chen's arms, then blinked her big watery eyes and, with a face full of anticipation, he looked at Jiang Chen. "Well, Daddy's going to tell you a story. Once upon a time, a long time ago, there was a young man named Wu Sung, who was going back to his hometown to visit his brother. When passing through Jingyang Gang, he drank 18 bowls of wine inside a wine store. The shopkeeper advised Wu Song that there were tigers on the mountain and that he should not go up there. But Wu Song did not listen to his advice. Have to go up the hill. Jiang Chen had thought that Xinxin would soon fall asleep. Who knew that the little girl was getting more and more energetic the more she listened. The more I listened, the more excited I got, and I wasn't even half sleepy. Squeak! I don't know how long it had been, but Bai, who had already finished her bath, pushing open the door to the room and stepping in quietly. What made Jiang Chen's eyes light up was that Bai Shannon had changed into a sexy lace halter nightgown. The plump legs were also wrapped in black silk garter stockings. Her long hair was even tied up in a ball head, as if she was worried about the strands falling down, and it affects her ability to eat grilled corn. "Corey, what time is it? Why aren't you in bed yet?" When Bai Shanshan realized that Xinxin hadn't fallen asleep yet and was still listening to Jiang Chen's story with great interest, the face immediately slumped. "Mommy, you come along and listen to Daddy's story, okay? Daddy tells great stories. Xinshin didn't seem to be afraid of Bai Shanshan's anger at all. Instead she even yelled and asked Bai Shallow to sleep on the bed and listen to Jiang Chen's story together. Sister Shallow, why don't you come along and sleep with Cory? At that exact moment, Jiang Chen also waved at Bai Shallow. Phew! Bai Shallow sighed with a face full of helplessness, then glared at Xinshin and then he silently climbed onto the bed and gently laid down on the other side of the core. Just like that, Core slept in the very center of the bed, with Jiang Chen on his left and Bai Shallow on his right. 3 people covered in the same quilt, 2 adults shielding a small child between, like a family of 3 sleeping. On top of that, Jiang Chen was telling a story, and Bai Shallow was gently patting her daughter. Both were, in their own way, putting Core to sleep. The atmosphere was cozy. It's peaceful. I don't know how long it took, but Core finally closed her eyes and fell asleep. However, Jiang Chen and Bai Shaoxian, had a very tacit understanding and chose to continue waiting for some time. It wasn't until they confirmed that Core had fallen into a deep sleep that the 2 of them breathed a small sigh of relief. Sister Shallow, shall we go to the next room? Jiang Chen lowered his voice and winked at Bai Shallow, visible to the naked eye. Bai Shallow's pretty face reddened again, and a blush flashed across her beautiful eyes. I answered softly, and then covered Core with a quilt. Then he tiptoed out of bed. Jiang Chen also lightly got out of bed and found the remote control. Set the air conditioner to a comfortable sleeping temperature. Seeing Jiang Chen being so attentive, Bai Xiao's eyes became even more tender. Soon, the 2 then left the princess room and went to the master bedroom next door. Ka-ching! As soon as the door to the room closed, Jiang Chen immediately wrapped his arms around Bai Shanshan. Whoosh! This time, Bai Shaoxian was very active. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's next move, she stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck. The unsolicited kiss was on his lips. However, when Jiang Chen carried Bai Shanshan to the bed, Bai Shanshan immediately turned on her shy mode. I don't know where to put my hands. I don't know where to look. I've been red-faced all the way through, looking very blushing. Even the sound of rapid breathing was permeated with a thick layer of shyness. White Shallow favoritism +1. Bai Xiao's favoritism has accumulated to 100 points. Ding! Detected that Bai Shallow's favoritism towards the host has reached 100 points. The host is hereby rewarded with an unsealing talisman. Ding! The unseal talisman can be used to unseal the seal on an artifact. Each unsealing talisman can unlock 1 layer of sealing. Ding! The unsealing charm will be issued to the host at 12 o'clock tonight. The sudden series of system beeps couldn't help but cause Jiang Chen to faintly freeze. Jiang Chen also didn't anticipate that Bai Shallow's favorability towards him had suddenly risen to 100 points. But, on second thought, maybe Bai longs for a home, for a husband who loves her and who loves her. Likewise, I long for Core to have a father who loves her and adores her. And Jiang Chen just happened to meet her expectations, so she fell completely. All in all, this was a good thing for Jiang Chen, because Bai Shallow, whose goodwill had reached 100 points, was even more gentle with Jiang Chen. It's more submissive, it's begging for something, it's even got no downside. One word, awesome. Chapter 196, The Eye of Fortune. The second half of the night, Bai Shallow, who was crying like a pear, had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen looked at the time and realized that it was long past 12 midnight, so he gingerly rolled out of bed and went into the living room alone. Snap! Only Jiang Chen sat down toward the sofa and crossed one of his legs, lighting himself a cigarette in the process. As the smoke curled up, Jiang Chen also used his mind to tap on the main system page. Lucky Draw Carousel, Number of Draws, 11. Item Bar, Prop Fragment X20. Golden Song List, Unsealing Talisman. Artifact, Mind's Eye, 2 stars. 3 days passed without realizing it. Jiang Chen had saved up 9 chances for the lottery, plus the remaining 2 chances from before. You can just about get a 10% draw today and still have 1 draw remaining. On top of that, Bai Xiao's favorability reached 100 points. The system rewarded him with an additional unsealing talisman. Unsealing charm, a special charm that can unseal an artifact. Note, an unsealing talisman can only unseal 1 layer of seals. Swish! Jiang Chen didn't rush to the lottery, but took out the unsealing talisman. Put it in your hand and gently rub it. I don't know about this use of the unsealer. What kind of surprises can the Mind's Eye bring to this young master? Brother Unity, I'm going to use this unblocking talisman. Ding! Detecting that the host currently has only 1 divine artifact, may I ask if the 3rd seal of the artifact Mind's Eye is unlocked? Yes. Swish! The unsealing talisman in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light that it drilled into Jiang Chen's eyes with lightning speed. In the next second, Jiang Chen felt a hot breath. Not too hot, coming out of his eyes. Not hot at all. Warm and sweet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the 3rd level of the Mind's Eye seal. Gain permanent psychic ability, Eye of Chakra. A pleasant system beep sounded in his ears. Immediately afterward, a stream of information about how to use the Eye of Qi that it was also forcefully instilled into Jiang Chen's mind. Qi Gong, which refers to one's Qi and destiny. The ups and downs in life are all related to Qi. There are 9 levels of Qi, distinguished by 9 different colors, in descending order: black, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The color black means that the person has bad luck and calamities, and is a doom and gloom person with a very bad destiny. White color, on the other hand, means that the person is mediocre, an ordinary fortuneless person with an ordinary destiny. Only the red to purple color represents that the person is endowed with Qi. It's the sun of outstanding destiny and fortune. Mind's eye 1, probing 2, peaking 3, chakra 4, under seal 5, under seal 6, under seal 7, under seal 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. By the time Jiang Chen finished digesting this information in his mind, his entire body was a bit dazed. What is the Eye of Qi? Simply put, you can see each person's Qi. Black is the worst, white is ordinary, and only red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple are good destinies that carry Qi. Whoosh! Jiang Chen barely hesitated and directly got up and made his way to the washroom. He was a particularly curious man. Since he had obtained the Eye of Qi, of course he had to see which color of Qi he was. Swish! Only Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen's entire body froze in place. 4. Reflected in the mirror. A handsome face so handsome that all women can't breathe. Jade tree, imposing, handsome and suave. The stranger is like jade, and the gentleman is unmatched in the world. All the beautiful adjectives in the world. None of it was enough to describe the handsome face that had gone beyond the realm of the human. Especially that gangly smile. It's like a big killing move aimed specifically at women. It can ignore all defenses and hit a woman right in the gut. It's so handsome. Jiang Chen almost fainted from his own handsomeness. No wonder those loseries had only been with Jiang Chen for a few short days. Just love him to death. And the favorability has quickly risen to over 99 points. Even the lesbian pair of Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou had been righted by Jiang Chen. Normal orientation was restored. Nima, if they don't love such a handsome man, are they still women? Seems like a bit of a stretch. None of this is the point. The point is, Jiang Chen clearly saw himself in the mirror. Surprisingly, there was a white cloud suspended above his head. That's right, white clouds. Very white. It's too white. It was white and spotless, like a big white pale peach PP, with the skirt lifted and white flowers. How come? This young master's Qi is actually this color. Is this nifty reasonable? Brother Tuzi, can you explain this to me? Jiang Chen had just sent out a query in his mind when a system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! The host is originally a lucky person who carries purple Qi, and because of the acquisition of this system, spent all your Qi. ***. So it's you who sucked my Qi away. Ding! Being able to obtain the aid of this system is a blessing from your ancestors' graves. So just be happy. Okay, Brother Tuzi, may I ask what is the way to increase one's Qi? Jiang Chen suddenly had a small plan. There are great benefits to this thing called Qi luck. The higher your Qi, the better your luck, the better you do everything. You can also keep getting all kinds of chances, and even when you walk on the road, you can somehow pick up money. Take Jiang Chen, for example. He was previously a purple son of Qi, so it's just very fortunate to be picked up by the system. If Jiang Chen wasn't a purple son of Qi, the system wouldn't even look at him for a second. It's long gone to someone else. The only thing that was a bit regrettable was that Jiang Chen had obtained the system, but had spent all of his Qi luck value. Now it's a commoner with no aura again. People, all of them have greed. Since he knew the benefits of Qi, how could Jiang Chen not take it seriously? Ding! There are many ways to increase one's Qi value. One of the most common ways is to do good deeds in good deeds. Wait! Listening to the system's detailed explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown, and out of the blue, he interrupted the unicorn's narration. If one does good deeds, one can increase one's Qi. Then why is my Qi still white after doing so many good deeds? As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the system immediately responded. Ding! May I ask what good deeds the host has done after obtaining this system? Hey! What good deeds have I done? You ask? Then I'm going to break it off with you today. Jiang Chen re-entered the living room, sat down on the sofa, and had rolled up his sleeves and, it's a show of being on the rise and coming to the door to seek justice. I won't talk about the faraway ones, but let's talk about the mother-daughter duo of Bai Shallow who live in this house. Kor is seriously ill and can't afford treatment. I'm the one who paid for her surgery. Saved her life. Does that count as doing something good? Jiang Chen snapped his fingers and aggressively questioned the system. However, the system's reply, poured cold water on him. Tink, was that a pure attempt to save the day? Tink, you're just craving the baby's mom's body. Ding, I'm embarrassed to point you out, but you have the nerve to mention this to me? Pust. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The one who knows me is also brother Tuanzi. But, damn you for talking, can you not be so straight? The readers are watching. Don't I want to lose face? Forget it. Let's move on from that and get on with the rest of the story. Chapter 197, I show my cards. I'm not a good person. Brother Tuzi. Last time I was at the charity auction organized by the Qin family. Enough to spend 10 billion Longboa dollars. According to the rules of the auction, half of this $10 billion, that is 5 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars, it will all go to charity. Excuse me, am I doing a good deed here? Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself, and without haste, he broke bread with Brother Unity. He'd like to see the definition of good deeds and good deeds, as defined by Brother Unicorn. What exactly is the criteria? Ding, you call that a good deed? Ding, you're all about the double rebate on black cards. That's why they splurged on the charity auction. Ding, I'm embarrassed to point you out, but you have the nerve to mention this to me? The system poured another pot of cool water on Jiang Chen. But, Jiang Chen seemed to have vaguely touched the standard line of doing good deeds and good deeds as the system said. Simply put, you cannot do good with any impure thoughts. One heart for good, no reward. Put down the butcher's knife and convert to our Buddha? Go yourself. This is the kind of good deed that anyone who loves to do it should do. Lao Tzu is just a layman, greedy for money and sex, free and spontaneous, just for himself, free and happy. Wait, Jiang Chen was still a bit reluctant, only to see him ponder for a moment and say, the night before last, I saved Su Xinya, who was drugged, at the top floor revolving restaurant of the Dynasty Hotel. I didn't have any agenda at the time, I just simply couldn't stand to see Su Xinya being bullied, so step in and save her. Isn't that considered a good thing? This time, the system suddenly fell silent. Just when Jiang Chen thought that he had finally done something good and could be recognized by the system, it has even become complacent. However, the system doused him again. Ding! The host saving Su Xinya at that time was indeed considered a good thing. Ding! But what the host did to Su Xinya afterward was gluttonizing someone's granary. Ding! A good thing froze and you did a bad thing. And your chi didn't turn black. Just be thankful. Put. Jiang Chen wanted to furiously spit out 3 large mouthfuls of blood in a row. Mud. I'm laying my cards on the table. I'm done pretending. I'm not a good person. I'm a bad person. I don't want this luck. Swish. Jiang Chen stubbed out his cigarette in exasperation, then clicked on the main system page. Said, let's put the matter of chi aside for now and draw. Give me a 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Drawing in progress? Please wait. Swish swish. The red pointer on the lucky dial suddenly spun rapidly. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Clearly the hands continue to fly by. But then something shiny popped up on the turntable. However, before Jiang Chen could see clearly what this thing was, immediately following, the second, third, fourth, ninth and 10th glittering prizes popped up on the carousel. Swish! Jiang Chen just blinked his eyes, and the 10 prizes were all collected into the system item bar. At the same time, a series of system prompts came to Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Thief card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imitation card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Express card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill book. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a total of prop fragments x30. This time I actually drew 3 cards, a skill book and 30 prop pieces? Luck seems to be on your side. Swish! Jiang Chen hurriedly tapped on the system item bar and immediately saw a bunch of shiny prizes. In the first compartment, 50 prop fragments lie. In the second compartment lay the golden song list that had been won in the last raffle. As for the strengthening potion, voice, and the skill book, singing mastery, that I drew last time, it had long since been used up by Jiang Chen on the spot. Although Jiang Chen didn't intend to enter the entertainment industry, it didn't stop him from learning singing skills. Not to mention that it doesn't stop him from strengthening his voice. After all, there's no such thing as too much skill. Not to mention, it's easy to pick up girls and get them when you sing well. That's all Jiang Chen has as a hobby. He definitely needs to learn more skills. Good for this little hobby. Back to the main topic. In the third compartment lay a glittering card, Divine Stealer card. When this card is used, you can designate a target character that, divinely and unknowingly steal a designated item across the room. Note, the effective distance of this card is within 10 meters, beyond which the, unable to use the card. Wow! How can you actually steal something from someone else's body through space? That's a lot of cow beer in that deck. Imagine when your enemy is a vicious woman, and the other person not only calls you names, and to come over and slap you in the face. At this time, you suddenly use the divine stealing card and steal her auntie's napkin. Then a handful of them were huffed in her face. Oops. Freshly baked, hot, highly toxic bioweapons. It's exciting just to think about it. Nothing more to say about this deck. It has to be given a 5-star review and crazy kudos. Phew. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and stabilized himself. Then it looked to the fourth compartment of the item bar. In this fourth compartment, too, lay a glittering card. Imitation card. When this card is used, an item can be specified. Instant imitation of an identical item. Note, the imitations just look exactly like the real thing. Does not have any of the features or effects of the genuine product. Wow. It's a counterfeit card. And you can only imitate the shape. You can't build the real thing. Imagine when you steal a wicked woman's aunt's napkin. Then use this imitation card to create an identical aunt's napkin. Really, that auntie's napkin, huffed right in the face of the wicked woman. If the wicked woman doesn't relent and comes after you again, you'll just pull out this fake auntie's napkin, and it's sure to scare the other guy off. Wasn't it a small life back then, surrendered by 2 garden eggs? Without further ado, this deck has to be 5 stars and mad kudos. Phew. Zhang Chen took another deep breath, then looked at the 5th compartment of the item bar. Courier card. When using this card, you can designate a target person that deliver a specified item to that target person instantly, across space. Note, the effective distance of this card is within 10 meters, beyond which the unable to use the card. This is not a delivery card? It's clearly a teleportation card. Imagine when you steal a wicked woman's aunt's napkin. Suddenly, you find that the other person is not coming after you, but instead has taken the initiative to recognize and apologize to you. How embarrassing. So you can use this express card to take the aunt's napkin that you just stole and install back in without God's knowledge. Oh, no. It's giving it back to the other side, even before returning the auntie towels to each other. You can also write on it, Daddy came here. Warm and fuzzy. How sweet. Without further ado, this deck also has to be 5 stars and mad kudos. Phew. Zhang Chen stabilized his emotions before looking at the 6th compartment of the item bar. In this compartment lay a thick book with 4 large letters on the cover. Ghost Doctor Inheritance, Skill Book. After using this skill book, you can instantly obtain the Ghost Doctor's inheritance and automatically learn the Ghost Doctor's unique skill, Ghost Gate 13 Stitches. Zhang Chen. Chapter 198, White Chi Luck? Unwillingness. A Ghost Doctor is one who is particularly skilled in the art of healing and poisoning. The practitioner of medicine who saves and kills at the drop of a hat. Known as a healer because of his skill in medicine, and because of his skill in poisons as well, and kills invisibly and is called a ghost. More than capable of raising the dead and bringing the dying back from the dead, or silently sending people to the gates of hell, thus earning the name Ghost Doctor. Zhang Chen used the Ghost Doctor Inheritance skill book on the spot. A huge wave of information instantly flooded into his mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to pass slowly, and then again, as if only a moment had passed. By the time Zhang Chen had thoroughly digested this memory, his eyes had also undergone a radical change. It became extraordinarily sharp. It even shot out 2 cold auras that were like substance. It feels as if a movie Jedi Master, with just one look, it will be able to make the enemy scared and scared out of his mind. Okay, actually, it wasn't that exaggerated. It was just that Zhang Chen's aura had become slightly colder. After all, he had now become a genuine Ghost Doctor. And a little bit of pretending to be more than that. It's not too much, is it? Ghost Gate 13 needles? It can save and kill again? It's a pity that this young man has only 1 needle now. And it's thick and long and not fit to be used as a murder weapon. Go to the drugstore tomorrow and get a pair of silver needles. Nothing too. It can also be used as a concealed weapon to practice. The sun rises in the east. Only I am undefeated. Ah ba ba ba. It should be Xiaojiang Flying Needle. The example is not false. Zhang Chen, who had finished a cigarette, looked at the time before getting up and returning to the bedroom. At this moment, Bai Shallow was sleeping soundly. Instead, she kicked the covers aside and the waist-thin ton-fat figure was almost all exposed to the air. Swish! Zhang Chen climbed onto the bed and covered Bai Shallow with a blanket. Then he lay down gently beside her. Who knows? In the next second, Bai Shallow turned around and directly drilled into Zhang Chen's arms. Just a slight arch of her little head, as if she were trying to find a comfortable position. Continue to sleep in peace. A hint of a crying and laughing expression appeared on Zhang Chen's face. Then, as if he was coaxing his daughter to sleep, he wrapped Bai Shallow in his arms, his palms still gently patting her back. It didn't take long for Bai to quiet down, and an even breathing sound came out of her nose. There was also a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth. But Zhang Chen, however, was a bit unable to sleep. He was still thinking about Chi. Swish! Only Jiang Chen opened his eyes of Chi and looked at Bai Shallow in his arms. In the next second, a flawless white cloud appeared above Bai Shallow's head. White again? Is it possible that most of the people in this world are white Chi? With a hint of intense curiosity, Jiang Chen used his mind to open the super phone inside his body, then logged onto the dojo live streaming platform. At this point in time, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were not online. Jiang Chen casually browsed through some of the live broadcast rooms and realized that every anchor was white Chi. There was even a female anchor who played with a locomotive that was surprisingly light black in color. Other than that, Jiang Chen couldn't even meet a single red-colored Chi anchor. This sort of proved Jiang Chen's guess that most of them were white Chi. Only a very small portion of people could have a chakra of a red color or higher. Swish! Jiang Chen exited the Douya live streaming platform, then quietly lay on his bed. Wrapping her arms around the large coiled white peach, she silently stared at the ceiling and launched herself into a daze. Suddenly, Jiang Chen seemed to have thought of something. He only saw that he hurriedly murmured in his heart, "Brother Tuzi, you said before, one of the most common ways to increase one's chi value is to do good deeds and good deeds. And is there any other way, besides this one? How about being able to increase one's own chi luck value?" Jiang Chen, this is another unwillingness. He said he didn't want it, but in his heart he wanted it, and if he couldn't have it, he couldn't sleep well. Ding! In addition to the most common good deeds, there are also two ways to increase one's chi value. Which two? Ding! First, as the saying goes, those who are close to Zhu are red, and those who are close to ink are black. As long as there is more contact with the sons of Chi, or befriend a son of Chi, and over time, one's own Chi will slowly increase. So troublesome? Is there a simpler, more direct, rougher way? Ding! Secondly, as the saying goes, the weak are the strongest and the best are the worst. So as long as we can suppress the son of Chi, or if you kill the son of Chi, you can plunder the other party's Chi. I'll go. So cruel? Then is there a gentler way? Ding! Thirdly, as the saying goes, blessings come from doing good deeds, as long as you keep a kind heart. By performing good deeds and doing good deeds every day, your chi will naturally increase rapidly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the way you said there was no other way but these three? Ding! Nope. Jiang Chen suddenly fell silent. The system explained in great detail, and Jiang Chen summarized it a little and came up with the following 3 points. 1. To please the son of Chi, you can follow the other person and drink some soup. 2. Getting the son of luck killed can rob the opponent's luck value. 3. Self-development. By doing good deeds and good deeds, steadily improving one's chi. Jiang Chen didn't like any of these 3 methods. But, man is not for himself, God is for him. If Jiang Chen were to come across a suitable opportunity, he would definitely strike without hesitation. Use all available methods to increase your own chi value. Either you do or you don't. If you're going to do it, be the strongest one. The next morning, Jiang Chen was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by a cell phone ringing. Picking up the cell phone thrown on the bedside table, I didn't expect the caller ID to be Chen Yun. Hello, Auntie Ru. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Jiang Chen had a great deal of waking up breath. If someone else had called and woken him up, he's definitely going to throw a tantrum. But, Chen Yun was his elder after all, and had worked diligently to help him take care of Zhang's group. It's a labor of love. Jiang Chen was naturally too embarrassed to lose his temper at her. Xiao Chen, are you free to come to Zhang's group today? A mature and gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone, as if it were a big sister next door. Or as gracious as a little auntie next door. Auntie Yun, what's the point of suddenly asking me to make a run to the office at this good time? I've assigned you a life secretary to keep you up to date on company matters. It also takes care of you. Auntie Yun, I'm free and easy on my own. I don't need any secretary. Hey, you brat, I'm just worried that you're out there all alone, only knowing how to spend your time, don't know how to take care of yourself. That's why you were assigned a life secretary. Jiang Chen was speechless. Chen Yun is not giving him a secretary. It's obvious that he's sending someone to keep an eye on him, so that he won't be crazy and wild out there, lawlessness and eventually becoming a bad boy. But, that said, this kind of feeling of being controlled by parents makes Jiang Chen both resistant and eager. The heart clearly recoiled a little, but couldn't help but feel a twinge of longing. After all, Jiang Chen had always been an orphan, and it was a normal thing for his heart to long for affection. Okay, I'll stop by the office later. Jiang Chen hesitated for a long time before finally choosing to listen to Chen Yun. This is my good boy. Well, auntie in the company waiting for you. You do not let my pigeon oh. Got it. Nag. Hey, bastard. I just gave you a few words of advice, and this is when you start to resent my nagging? Oops. Auntie Yun, the signal is bad on my side. Feed. Chapter 199, The Chairman's Life Secretary. A.M. Clear skies. Zhang Chen drove his Mercedes-Benz Big G to Zhang's group. Just as he walked into the company building, someone took the initiative to greet Zhang Chen. Chairman. Hello Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. Although Zhang Chen had only shown up once in the company, but his picture has long been up on the company's official website. Now the entire Jiang Group, including the headquarters and all its subsidiaries, the employees almost all knew Zhang Chen. No way. Zhang Chen was too handsome, too distinctive, too recognizable. He's also the new generation's national husband, who has long since amassed a considerable amount of popularity online. It has also long been known to the internet. To adopt the words of an employee who wishes to remain anonymous, there's no need to doubt that the handsome guy who shines the brightest in the crowd is our chairman. Woohoo! I finally met the living chairman himself today. What do you mean living chairman? Can you talk? Oops. I was just a bit excited and said the wrong thing incoherently. Don't take it personally. The chairman is even more handsome in real life than in photos. Worthy of being the national husband. I heard that our chairman is still single. Whoever can become the chairman's wife. It would really be a phoenix on a branch. If I had known that the chairman would come to the office today, I should have put on some beautiful makeup and wear a prettier dress. Listening to the various murmurs coming from around Zhang Chen walked into the elevator for the company's top management without expression, leaving everyone with a cold and ascetic image. Who doesn't know how to put on a show? As long as the face of a slate, without saying a word, will give people a do not enter feeling. Ding dong. The elevator soon came to the top floor. Zhang Chen walked out of the elevator and went directly to Chen Yun's office. But the office was empty. Where are the people? Didn't you say you'd wait for me at the office? And you disappeared yourself? Zhang Chen exited the office and grabbed a passing civilian for questioning. Only then did he learn that Chen Yun was holding a meeting of the company's senior management, and the meeting would not end for at least another hour. No way. Zhang Chen could only walk towards the chairman's office, ready to wait for the meeting to end before going to find Chen Yun. However, when Zhang Chen arrived at the door of the chairman's office, he suddenly realized that the door was open. There was also a subtle movement coming from inside. There's someone in my master's office? Zhang Chen was slightly stunned, and hurriedly poked his head into the room to take a look. That's when I realized that there was indeed someone in the office. And it was a woman, because the first thing Zhang Chen saw was a very thick tunica. Men aren't usually this big and can't collapse into this bejeweled arc. Whoosh! Zhang Chen walked straight into the office and also saw the side of this woman's face. The woman looked to be about 30 years old, with a delicate face and a rather gentle temperament. The body is quite voluptuous. Long, chestnut-colored hair, coiled at the back of her head, was pinned up with a delicate willow leaf barrette. Small blouse, wrap skirt, black stockings, high heels, a standard OL uniform, which puts her mature and voluptuous figure very tightly outlined. At this moment, the woman didn't seem to notice that Zhang Chen had walked in, and was holding a rag in her hand, repeatedly wiping Zhang Chen's desk. None of this is the point. The point is, Zhang Chen had the eye of Qi open at all times. A quick glance revealed a green cloud floating above the woman's head. I'll go, the daughter of the air, and it's still green chakra. This was the first person Zhang Chen had met who possessed Qi after obtaining the eye of Qi, so his interest was instantly piqued. Hello? Zhang Chen coughed lightly, then walked over to the woman's side and took the initiative to inquire. The woman was slightly startled at his words, and immediately turned around to look at Zhang Chen. At this moment, Zhang Chen clearly saw a flash of color under the woman's eyes. He seems to be amazed by the beauty of the national husband. LOL. Good looking is what it is. Just get used to it. Chairman, you're here? The woman immediately flashed a warm smile, seemed a little nervous, and a little rushed, but overall it's still relatively down and dirty. My name is Zhang Lan. I previously worked as a senior secretary in the group's president's office, and was later promoted by Mr. Chen. Appoint me as your life secretary. Zhang Lan had actually heard Zhang Chen's footsteps long ago. The room was so quiet, and suddenly someone walks in. She's not deaf. How could you not hear it? She just wanted to show off in front of Zhang Chen, to give her boss a good impression. This routine is common in the workplace, so it's Secretary Zhang. Don't be so busy. From now on, small things like wiping the table, just get housekeeping to do it directly, Zhang Chen said as he walked around the desk and sat directly on his office chair. At the same time, Zhang Chen also opened his scrying eye on Zhang Lan. Name, Zhang Lan. Age, 32. Face value, 93. Body, 95. Favorite fruit, large melon. Driver, 1. Favorability, 40. The eye of scrying could only see Zhang Lan's basic information clearly. A 32-year-old mature, beautiful woman with only one driver so far. In these materialistic times, it's kind of rare. In order to get a better understanding, this board secretary, Handpicked by Qingyun. Jiang Chen hesitated a little, but he still opened his peeping eye at her. No way. Zhang Lan would be Jiang Chen's life secretary from now on. If you put it in ancient times, it's the eunuch-in-chief beside the emperor. Jiang Chen had to be careful with such an important candidate for his heart. Jiang Chen had to be careful. Personal, born a hirsute person. Husband is a man with a particularly strong feudalistic mindset. Because of the coldness and dislike she suffered from her husband for a long time, she voluntarily filed for divorce when she was disheartened. Current intent, after 7 years of being a housewife, it's hard to get back into the workforce. Must work hard and strive to be recognized by the chairman of the board as soon as possible to keep the job of director secretary. 2 lines of detailed information surfaced in his line of sight, and after Jiang Chen quickly read it, instead, his eyes suddenly glazed over. I'll go. Housewives back in the workforce? How does this nigga look? It's like a heroine template in a female frequency hegemony novel. No wonder she has green chakra. First, she gave up her career prospects for love. Then she was a housewife for 7 years. Then suffered a long period of coldness and dislike from her husband. In the end, she voluntarily divorced, returned to the workplace, gained recognition from her leaders, and promoted to chairman's secretary, on his way to the top. With all these factors coming together, if it's not a template for a heroine, what is it? On top of that, she's a natural. White. How can such a superb human wife be disliked by her husband? Feudal thinking kills people. Chairman, I'll go make you a cup of tea. Wait a moment. Zhang Lan didn't realize that her secret had been probed by Jiang Chen, only to see her turn around and walk out of the office. Full of attentiveness, she brewed a cup of tea over for Jiang Chen, serving her boss as her proper duty as a director's secretary. Thanks. You're welcome. Jiang Chen took the tea and gently took a sip. The tea was fragrant, and Jiang Chen felt Zhang Lan's enthusiasm. Jiang Chen was very favorable to this woman with green chi. Naturally, he wouldn't be facetious to her, but instead, he chatted with her in a pleasant manner and asked about the company's side of the story in passing. Zhang Lan always had a warm smile on her face, and she knew everything about Jiang Chen's inquiries. The attitude was also very respectful. Drip. Just then, Jiang Chen's cell phone received a WeChat. Jiang Chen, who had finished reading this WeChat, suddenly had an odd expression on his face. He only hesitated for a moment. Then he got up and said to Zhang Lan, Secretary Zhang, let's go and walk me out to run some errands. Chairman, do I need to arrange a vehicle for your trip? No, I drove myself. Okay. Chapter 200, Su Xianya threatened. Pegasus Entertainment. Su Xinya brought her agent, Wang Hui, to this company. As the former leading actress of Star Ocean Entertainment, Su Xianya has been competing with Tianma Entertainment's leading flower girl, Fang Yan, for the position of the singing diva. Later, Su Xianya beat Fang Yan by an absolute margin and ascended to the throne of the singing diva. Fang Yan holds a grudge against this, and has always regarded Su Xinya as a thorn in her side, a thorn in her flesh. However, the world has changed. Su Xinya hadn't expected that she would one day sign with Skyhorse Entertainment, and then with his nemesis, Fang Yan, he became an artist under the same company. Sister Xianya, welcome to our Skyhorse Entertainment company. Sister Xianya, I'm glad to see you make a comeback. Sister Xianya, from now on we'll be colleagues. Please take care of us. The artists under Pegasus Entertainment, after seeing Su Xinya, they all came up to her to say hello, each with a kind smile on their face. Su Xinya also maintained a polite smile and greeted everyone one by one. Until, when Su Xinya saw Fang Yan, the atmosphere seemed to have changed a bit. Yo, isn't this the former singing diva Su Xinya? Aren't you the star of Star Ocean Entertainment? How come you suddenly jumped ship and came to our Tianma Entertainment? Could it be that you can't hang out at Star Ocean Entertainment anymore? Or perhaps, you were kicked out of Star Ocean Entertainment? Fang Yan wrapped her hands around her chest, her eyes looking straight at Su Xinya, her face rather unpleasant. Now, the people who are eating this know that Su Xinya and Fang Yan are arch rivals. The two had already torn their faces apart a long time ago, which was why the smell of gunpowder was so strong in this meeting. Fang Yan, don't you have long eyes and can't read the news? When I terminated my contract with Star Ocean Entertainment this time, Pegasus Entertainment not only took on all of my liquidated damages, and signed me to an SS-rated contract. As far as I know, the contract you signed with Pegasus Entertainment is only S-ranked, right? Su Xinya's voice was very flat, but the words that came out made Fang Yan furious. Eyes were about to glaze over. On what grounds? Why should the company give Su Xinya a SS-rated contract when she's a past her prime singer? Why should I work so hard for the company for so many years, and in the end, and yet you can only get an S contract? Humph. Fang Yan suddenly snorted coldly and said in a rather unkind tone, Su Xinya, you've already quit singing. Isn't it good to stay home and raise your children for the rest of your life? Why do you have to work so hard to make money? Oops, look at my brain. I almost forgot about this thing about your husband going broke and jumping off a building. You're a widow who just lost her husband, and you're carrying around a drag. The family also has a large debt and is desperate for a comeback. Fang Yan's scathing words almost spread throughout the hall. A lot of the people who were eating couldn't help but cringe, as if they hadn't expected that the Fang Yan would deliberately rub salt into Su Xinya's wounds in public. That's nasty as hell. But Fang Yan is the leading actress of Pegasus Entertainment, and she's also with the company's general manager, Zhou Lei, with an incestuous relationship. Everyone didn't dare to offend Fang Yan, so no one dared to stand out and help Su Xinya speak. Fang Yan, how are you talking? Su Xinya didn't open her mouth to speak, but her manager, Wang Hui, couldn't stand it any longer. Seeing Su Xinya being bullied, she immediately jumped out to accuse Fang Yan. I'm just stating a fact. People. Su Xinya didn't even say anything. What are you excited about? Fang Yan rolled her eyes and looked at Wang Hui with disdain. Wang Hui wanted to say something else, but she was held back by Su Xinya. Only Su Xinya shook her head at Wang Hui, signaling her not to continue messing around with Fang Yan. Wang Hui could only shut her mouth in exasperation, but her eyes were dead set on Fang Yan, a look of hating to eat her alive. Fang Yan, I didn't come here to argue with you today. Su Xinya took out a contract from her bag and waved it in front of Fang Yan. Said, I'm here to report to the company today. I don't have time to fool around with you here. Please make way. I still have to go see General Manager Zhou. Ha! Fang Yan sneered, and an odd expression appeared on her face, only to see her voluntarily move 2 steps to the side, making way for There was no more deliberately trying to make things difficult for Su Xinya. Seeing this scene, Su Xinya's eyes flashed with a look of suspicion, but she didn't think much about it, and with Wang Hui in tow, she walked into the elevator and headed straight for General Manager Zhou's office. A few minutes later, Su Xinya and Wang Hui arrived at the door of the General Manager's office. However, Wang Hui was stopped by Mr. Zhou's secretary. Only Xinya was allowed to enter the office alone. Su Xinya couldn't help but frown, but when she thought of her gold-digging father, the heart is instantly in the right place. Sister Hui, wait for me outside. Xinya, Mr. Zhou, he won't deliberately make things difficult for you, right? Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts. Okay, then I'll meet you in the lounge next door. After waiting for Mr. Zhou's secretary to leave with Wang Hui, Su Xinya took a deep breath and then knocked on the office door. Come in. A man's voice came from the house, and Su Xinya pushed her way into the room. Immediately, he saw Zhou Lei sitting behind the desk. Zhou Lei is only 30 years old this year, but there are already some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It looks about as old as a 40-year-old man. It wasn't by his own ability that he was able to sit as the general manager of Pegasus Entertainment, and by virtue of his father, he had a hint of distant kinship with the original Zhou family. In Zhou Lei's own words, his father was a distant cousin of Zhou Zhenfeng, the former head of the Zhou family. He, on the other hand, is a distant cousin of the current director, Jiang Chen. In fact, Zhou Lei is not even a relative of the Zhou family. Even that relative is mixed up, but it was such a trace of nebulous relationship that froze and allowed Zhou Lei to utilize it to the extreme. He's pulling the Chao family's banner. I don't know how many people he's fooled. He also managed to end up sitting as the general manager of Pegasus Entertainment. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Su Xinya greeted Zhou Lei very politely. Then he placed the contract he had signed on Zhou Lei's desk. However, Zhou Lei didn't even bother to look at this contract. Instead, after Su Xinya walked into this office, her eyes had been staring at Su Xinya's body that had just given birth and had become even more pearly. Especially with Su Xinya's ample granary, Zhou Lei twitched his nose slightly and there also seemed to be a hint of faint nayad. Su Xinya, I don't care what method you're using, or through whose contacts you're jumped ship from Star Ocean Entertainment to our Pegasus Entertainment. Zhou Lei's eyes flashed with a touch of madness and bloominess. Surprisingly, he blatantly threatened Su Xinya. Want to get under my skin? You can, but you'll have to climb into my bed of your own accord, and after I'm tired of playing with you. That's why I'm giving you this chance. Otherwise, you'll wait to be snowed in by the company and never make a comeback for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Su Xinya was only slightly stunned for a moment. A look of contempt soon appeared on his face. Swish! Only to see Su Xinya directly take back the contract that was placed on her desk without saying a word. Then he turned and headed for the door. Su Xinya. Zhou Lei seemed to be enraged by Su Xinya's attitude. Unable to help himself, he once again uttered a threat. I've already given you the opportunity. If you refuse to do so and eat the penalty wine, then don't blame me for being cruel to you. Ka-ching! Su Xinya still didn't say a word and directly opened the office door. Without looking back, he walked out. Mud. A stinking cousin who just lost her husband and is in debt. What's the point of pretending to be noble in front of me? You step on a horse and wait for me. When the time comes, let's see how you kneel down and beg me. Chapter 201, The Chairman's Arrival. Pegasus Entertainment. General Manager's Office. After Su Xinya left, Zhou Lei suddenly felt a burst of fire. It didn't take long to see him pick up his cell phone and dial a number. There was then another knock on the office door. Come in, Zhou Lei shouted at the door, and the next second, Fang Yan pushed open the door and walked in. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Why does your face look a little worse? After Fang Yan entered the house, she first hit the door of the room and unlocked it, and then twisted her sexy little chitin. With one swaying step, he came to Zhou Lei's side. Marred, this stinking cousin Su Xinya, she doesn't even give me any face. Having been away from show business for a whole year, does she still think she's the singing diva she used to be? As long as I don't give the nod, she'll never make a comeback in her life, Zhou Lei said as he pulled Fang Yan into his arms, sat her on his lap. At the same time, he couldn't wait to raise a hand and grab it fiercely. Oops, Mr. Zhou, this is an office. If someone sees it, what are you afraid of? Who dares to break into my office without my orders? Mr. Zhou, I heard that Su Xinya's contract. It was signed between her and a certain senior leader at Jiang Group's headquarters. You're deliberately making things difficult for her. Aren't you afraid that this leader will blame her? Little cousin. I'm the chairman's cousin. The entire Jiang Group's top leadership has to give me some face. Who dares to come and offend me? Mr. Zhou, it's still your face. That's not true. The other side. Immediately after Su Xinya left Zhou Lei's office, she sent Jiang Chen a WeChat. Immediately after that, Su Xinya brought Wang Hui to the downstairs hall, then sat down on the couch in the lounge area and waited. Many passing employees in the company, seeing Su Xinya and her agent, surprisingly, they were sitting in the lounge area of the lobby, and they couldn't help but give each other sideways glances. But, not a single person dared to go up and speak to Su Xinya, because just a moment ago, Fang Yan sent a message in her co-workers group. Whoever dared to get close to Su Xinya was making an enemy of her. Everyone knows that Fang Yan is Mr. Zhou's man. Even if there were quite a few people who liked Su Xinya, they wouldn't dare risk offending Fang Yan. Go up to her and talk to her. Tada! Just then, a footstep came from the front door. Su Xinya, who was sitting on the sofa in the lounge area but had been staring in the direction of the company's front door, eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh! Only Su Xinya stood up violently, and without saying a word, she quickly stepped towards the direction of the gate. Hey, Xinya, where are you going? Wang Hui, the unknown agent, followed suit and stood up. Hurriedly, he followed behind Su Xinya, until Su Xinya walked up to a man and a woman and stopped. Then with a face full of joy he looked at the man. Only then did Wang Hui notice that the handsome one in front of her was just too demonic. Even the man who made her all a little leggy was familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Jiang Dong, you're here? Su Xinya, this name Jiang Dong, scared Wang Hui could not help but shake a jolt. His eyes also snapped wide open, and his mouth even opened into an O shape. Jiang Dong? Jiang Chen, the director of the Jiang Group? Right, national husband. This super invincible handsome guy in front of me. Isn't he the new generation's national husband? Jiang Chen, the new director of the Jiang Group? I'll go. When did Xinya know such a big shot like Jiang Chen? How come I, an agent, didn't know that? Xinya, I heard someone here is bullying you? Jiang Chen scanned the hall and didn't find any suspicious characters, so he dropped his gaze on Su Xinya again. Jiang Dong, Mr. Zhou wants to subvert me, and he even let slip that if I don't accept his subterfuge, there's no comeback in this life. In a flat tone, Su Xinya uttered such a shocking thunderbolt. It was fortunate that she had kept her voice down, and that there was no one else passing around, or that this powerful news will definitely be the big news on the front page that day. Take me to him. Jiang Chen's face was a bit gloomy. Pegasus Entertainment is a subsidiary of the Jiang Group. Now, there's a scum like Zhou Lei in the company. Isn't this a slap in the face to him as chairman? Next, Su Xinya led the way. Jiang Chen followed Su Xinya. Wang Hui and Zhang Lan, on the other hand, lagged behind by half a length and followed Jiang Chen closely. At this moment, Wang Hui was nervous and excited. First of all, she never expected Zhou Lei, the general manager of Pegasus Entertainment, to, surprisingly, he wanted to subvert Su Xinya. Secondly, she was even more surprised that Su Xinya had made a phone call that, just call the chairman of Jiang's group. Then, looking at Jiang Chen, it seemed like he wanted to take it out on Su Xinya. In the end, Su Xinya's relationship with Jiang Chen wasn't simple, but no matter what their relationship was, Su Xinya was able to climb up to a big shot like Jiang Chen. It's definitely going to be a flyer. Chairman, what are you doing here? Just then, A good-looking woman suddenly saw Jiang Chun. Then he trotted all the way over and gave a respectful greeting. You are? Chairman. I'm the Deputy General Manager of Tianma Entertainment. Mo-ing? You can just call me Xiao Mo. Mo, go and inform all the executives of the company, and say that in half an hour. I want to see them in the conference room. Okay, Chairman. I'll go inform everyone now. After Vice President Mo left, Jiang Chen brought Su Xinya, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui. It came directly to Zhou Lei's office door. Jiang Chen reached out and pushed the door without pushing it open. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he suddenly heard a flutter of charming voices coming from inside the house. This voice, Jiang Chen was quite familiar with it. But, only Jiang Chen, who had a keen sense of hearing, heard the hint of sound. Su Xinya, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui didn't notice anything wrong. Swish, only to see the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly upturned, revealing a gangly smile, followed by, he then raised a foot and kicked the door hard. Boo! After a loud bang, the office door was violently kicked in. Seeing this scene, Su Xinya, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui were all stunned over. However, not the most surprised, only more surprised. A man and a woman screamed and yelled angrily from the office all of a sudden, and the voices appeared to be very alarmed that it's as if they'd been bumped off for something good. Whoosh! Jiang Chen took the lead and rushed in at a fast pace. Su Xinya, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui, who were standing at the back, also subconsciously raised their feet and followed them in. When the crowd swarmed into the office, the scene they saw was a sight to behold. The floor is littered with scattered clothing. The air is thick with a charming odor. A pair of dogs wearing nothing, now hiding behind a desk, poking their heads in, looking at the group that burst in. Who are you? Who gave you the audacity to barge into my office without my permission? Get out of here, all of you. Zhou Lei was immediately infuriated and stormed. Not only did his old face turn red, but the veins on his forehead were rippling. He was having fun just now. The sudden loud bang of a kicked-in door startled him, and he shriveled up instantly. Suddenly interrupted while doing this kind of thing, no matter what kind of man it would be, it must have gotten out of hand on the spot. However, to Zhou Lei's surprise, the young man who took the lead and barged in, very much unintimidated by him, he instead took it in stride and even kicked the desk out of the way. Boo! After another loud bang, the desk was viciously kicked to the side by Jiang Chen, revealing Zhou Lei and Fang Yan who were hiding behind them. At this moment, whether it was Zhou Lei or Fang Yan, their hearts wanted to die, because of the two of them. It was just so greatly, unreservedly, and without any secrets exposed. The screen is full of mosaics. That's wonderful. Chapter 202, you can off. ***. Zhou Lei didn't know where to pick up a document, and hastily covered his small kuan. Then he pointed at Jiang Chen's nose and cursed. In Shilan City, it is common to curse people with the words spicy next door. Jiang Chen didn't know why he had to go cursing like this, and it seemed that the only way to do so was to bring these 4 words with him. It's what makes it look high-end, classy, and upscale. None of this is the point. The point is, there is only one copy of the document. Zhou Lei picked up the document and used it as a shield for the time being. Fang Yan's luck wasn't that good. She could only desperately hide behind Zhou Lei. But still, it can't avoid being mosaicized a lot. Zhou Lei, open your doggy eyes and see clearly. Who the hell is the person standing in front of you? Jiang Chen hadn't said anything yet, but on the contrary, his little white secretary, Zhang Lan, suddenly took a step forward. The voice chided very harshly. You guys. Zhou Lei had just been shocked, and then he was overcome by anger. Emotions were also out of control on the spot. Now that he had been scolded by Zhang Lan, his feverish head had calmed down a little. However, when he looked at Jiang Chen again, the expression on his face quickly stiffened. A flash of shock and disbelief also erupted from his eyes. You are Jiang Chen? Chairman Jiang? Zhou Lei finally recognized Jiang Chen, and after the expression on his face changed for a while, a fine bead of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. Zhou Lei, how dare you? Daring to do this kind of thing in the company in broad daylight. How dare you point at the chairman's nose and curse? I don't think you want to work here anymore. Chairman, may I ask what to do with him? Zhang Lan first scolded Zhou Lei fiercely. Then he turned around and inquired about Jiang Chen's opinion. Swish! Jiang Chen straightened out his coat and gave Zhang Lan an appreciative look. It seemed to be okay with her. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen landed his gaze on Zhou Lei's body. With an expressionless face, he said, Zhou Lei, you're fired. Now, immediately, get the hell out of here. What? You say you're going to fire me? Zhou Lei almost suspected that his ears were out of order, and a shocked expression hung on his face. The document that covered little Quinquin also suddenly slipped to the ground. Swish swish. At this moment, Su Xinya, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui turned their heads to the side. It's like seeing something dirty and avoiding it. I'll give you 5 minutes to get dressed and then get your ass in gear and get the hell out of here, or I'll have someone throw you right out. After Jiang Chen said these words, he turned around with a cold face and left this office. Su Xinya, Zhang Lan and Wang Hui also hurriedly followed Jiang Chen. It was only that the crowd gave Zhou Lei and Fang Yan a look of contempt as they left. Half an hour later, conference room. Almost all of Pegasus Entertainment's management staff, all of whom were present. Jiang Chen sat on the chief seat of the conference table, and Zhang Lan stood behind him. Su Xinya and Wang Hui were sitting on the side of the gallery. The entire conference room was quiet. Looking at Jiang Chen's gloomy face, everyone didn't dare to utter a single breath. Boo! Just then, the door of the conference room was suddenly slammed open, and Zhou Lei, who had already put on his clothes, surprisingly, he broke right in. Jiang Chen, I'm your cousin, how can you fire me? Besides, I was only playing with that woman. It's not like it's had any substantial impact on the company, so what makes you want to fire me? Over the years, I've managed Pegasus Entertainment well, even if I don't get credit for it. That has its share of hard work. Zhou Lei came in furiously, then loudly questioned Jiang Chen in front of everyone. However, Jiang Chen just lightly swept a glance at Zhou Lei and said, "First of all, I'm not your cousin, and I don't have a scummy cousin like you. Secondly, you have been bullying the company's artists at will, based on your status as general manager, even openly playing the subterfuge thing. It simply disgraced our Jiangchen group. And, Ms. Su Xinya is my friend. I had a hard time getting her to come to Skyhorse Entertainment. How dare you step on her and bully her? Who gave you the nerve?" Jiang Chen's temper had always been fiery, and after cursing those words, he immediately grabbed an ashtray on the table and ruthlessly smashed it at Zhou Lei. Boo! After a muffled sound, Zhou Lei's head opened up and blood instantly emerged. He fell to the ground with an ouch and covered his head. A look of shock and anger was also on his face. "Come on, man. Throw this scum out for me. Secretary Zhang, immediately issue an announcement for me to block Zhou Lei. Industry-wide. Anyone who dares to use him as making an enemy of me, Jiang Chen, and that artist called Fang Yan, kick her out of Tianma Entertainment as well." Jiang Chen gave several orders in a row, and a few security guards soon arrived in a hurry. Then he threw both Zhou Lei and Fang Yan out of the company. Seeing this scene, Su Xinya couldn't help but squeeze her small pink fist. The mouthful of nausea that had been weighing on my heart came out, and I just felt soothed all over. At the same time, the way she looked at Jiang Chen changed. What a man! A few casual remarks can determine the life and death of a general manager. No wonder there are so many female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Front and center, squeezing their heads through. All want to climb into the big boss's bed. Turns out it feels so good to have your dad backing you up. Su Hsanya's favoritism +5. Su Hsanya's favoritism has accumulated to 85 points. Buzz. Just then, Su Xinya's cell phone vibrated slightly, only to see her touching out her cell phone and looking at it. She didn't expect it to be Wang Hui, who was sitting beside her. Sent her a tweet. "Wang Hui, Xia, when did you meet Jiang Dong? How come I don't know? And, what is the relationship between you two now? Is it convenient to reveal it to me?" Su Xinya cried and laughed as she glared at Wang Hui, and after a slight hesitation, still sent her a tweet back. "Su Xinya, Jiang Dong is now my golden father. As for how he and I met, you just don't ask too many questions." Wang Hui, Xia, I didn't think you'd finally get the hang of it, and you've climbed up to a big shot like Jiang Dong. From now on, you're definitely going to soar. Su Hsanya, just lucky to have met a nobleman. Wang Hui, hey, you're still with me here in Versailles? How come I don't have that kind of luck? I also want to find a golden father like Jiang Dong. Su Xinya and Wang Hui were chatting on WeChat, and Jiang Chen's side wasn't idle either. Only his eyes scanned the conference room before landing on a woman. "I hereby appoint Mo Ying, the former deputy general manager, to the position of general manager of Pegasus Entertainment, Inc., responsible for the full presidency of the company in all matters large and small. As for the vacant deputy general manager position, Mr. Mo will recommend a suitable candidate for the position. On top of that, I've decided to take all of Pegasus Entertainment's resources and use it all on Ms. Su Xinya, and strive to make her a new generation of diva in the entertainment industry. Mr. Mo, you'll write me a proposal for creating a diva later, before the end of the day today. I want to see this program. Well, if there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned." Chapter 203 Xia, let me help you. Noon, an upscale Chinese restaurant near the company. Mo Ying, the new general manager of Pegasus Entertainment, led a group of company executives and personally hosted a banquet for Jiang Chen. Mo Ying hadn't expected it either, and she had only said hello to Jiang Chen, leaving a polite impression in front of Jiang Chen. She was promoted to become the general manager in the blink of an eye. "You know, Moing is also a beauty queen. Although she was the vice president of Pegasus Entertainment, usually in the company, it has been suffering from Zhou Lei's harassment, especially in this recent period of time. Zhou Lei's harassment of her was getting more and more excessive. Just the night before the company staff dinner, Zhou Lei also wanted to get her drunk, then forcefully take her to a hotel room. Fortunately, Moing had an extra eye and greeted her assistant in advance. At the critical moment, the assistant rushed over and picked up Moing. That's what prevented Zhou Lei, the LSP, from getting his way. In the past 2 days, Moing, after much deliberation, had all but planned to resign. I didn't realize that Zhang Chen, the director of Zhang's group, had suddenly come to the company, and he caught Zhou Lei on the spot who was fooling around with the actress. On top of that, Zhou Lei, a dumbass who only thinks with his lower body, he actually wanted to subvert Su Xinya, completely offending Zhang Chen. What happened next made Moing feel as if she was dreaming. Zhou Lei was kicked out of the company by Zhang Chen on the spot, and he was blocked by the whole industry, probably done for life. Immediately after that, Zhang Chen unexpectedly appointed her as the new general manager of the company. Full responsibility for presiding over the company in all matters large and small. What a peak! Happiness came too suddenly. Moing until now have a kind of dreamlike feeling. Mo Ying's favoritism plus 10. Mo Ying's favoritism plus 10. Mo Ying's favoritism plus 10. Drinks. Zhang Chen, who was clinking glasses with everyone, suddenly had a line of message alerts floating out of his vision. Curious, Zhang Chen couldn't help but glance at Moing, who was sitting beside him. Moing looks less than 30 years old, mature and dignified. It is not a stunning feeling at the first sight, but the kind of enduring type of woman who becomes more and more charming and beautiful the more you look at her, especially a thick lip that always conjures up images that shouldn't be thought of. On top of that, she has a slightly chubby body that men prefer. A lady's casual outfit with a white knit chambray shirt and light curry slacks that, pocketing a pair of plump legs with a tight, taut feel was very slimming. Name, Moing. Age, 30 years. Face value, 90. Body, 96. Favorite fruit, grapefruit. Driver, 1. Favorability, 60. Zhang Chen also didn't expect that underneath Mo Ying's loose knit sweater, surprisingly, it hides a great body with a whopping 96 points. But, Zhang Chen learned through small talk at the drinking table that Moing was already married and had a family of her own. It's a married woman. So he dismissed the little thought that was in his mind. Although Zhang Chen was a very bad person, he still had a little bottom line. At least he doesn't want to be the mistress who destroys other people's families. However, right at this moment, Moing held a wine pot and walked over ready to pour wine for Zhang Chen. It so happened that Zhang Chen, a bit of a smoker, suddenly raised a hand and, getting ready to reach for the cigarette case that was on the table. In the next second, Zhang Chen felt his arm that, it hit Mo Ying's knitwear not too lightly. So big. The system is honestly not fooling me. Mo Ying's body definitely deserves a 96. It was just a touch and go, but as a veteran driver, Zhang Chen still instantly judged the model of the headlights. Moing just froze slightly, as if nothing had happened. Without moving, he pulled away a little bit, then continued to pour wine into Zhang Chen's glass. Zhang Chen also pretended that nothing had happened, reached out and picked up the cigarette case on the table. A cigarette was given to each of the few men present. Chairman, here's what I intend to do. Moing, who finished pouring the wine, reaching out and running her hand through the hair by her cheeks, she said, recently, Shilan Television has created a large-scale singing variety show called Dragon Country's Good Singer. We at Pegasus Entertainment happened to have a spot in the competition. And before that, Mr. Zhou was going to be letting Fong Yan go on this program. Now I think we can let Miss Su try. Ms. Su can take this opportunity to announce her comeback on a high note. At that time, we, Pegasus Entertainment, will also fully cooperate with Ms. Su and build up her momentum. Mo Ying's work efficiency is really fast. How long has it taken to come up with a comeback for Su Hsinya, and tailored to perfection? Zhang Chen didn't nod his head in agreement the first time after listening to Mo Ying's account. Instead, he landed his gaze on Su Xinya's face, as if seeking her opinion. Su Xinya froze slightly. Ever since she signed that contract of sale with Zhang Chen, just be prepared to be squeezed hard by the capitalists. However, Zhang Chen's protection of her today, as well as his respect for her at this moment, all of them gave Su Xinya a feeling that she hadn't expected. Zhang Dong, there's nothing wrong with my side. Everything will be arranged by the company. Su Xinya immediately made her attitude clear, and a sweet smile from the bottom of her heart appeared on her face. Okay, Mr. Mo, you see to the arrangements. Exactly how to go about it. I won't interfere. Zhang Chen nodded at Moing, and with a single sentence, the matter was decided by a slap on the wrist. The atmosphere at the table became more and more lively. The way Jiang Chen had lashed out in the morning had really scared a lot of people, but through this meal, the crowd got to see Jiang Chen's affable side again. So after 3 rounds of drinks, everyone's conversation was opened up to. One by one, they all denounced Zhou Lei's previous arbitrary and overbearing behavior, and praised Jiang Chen for dismissing him. Su Xinya couldn't drink because she had just given birth to a baby, so she could only toast Jiang Chen with tea instead of wine. But, just as she was putting down her teacup, she suddenly blushed and, the whole thing got a little awkward. "Excuse me, Jiang Dong, I want to go to the restroom." Only Su Xinya came to Jiang Chen's side, and after whispering these words, immediately, he grabbed his bag and hurriedly left this box. Jiang Chen's nose twitched slightly, and an odd expression appeared on his face. "So creamy, you guys go ahead and drink, I'm going to the restroom." After a minute, Jiang Chen couldn't help himself a bit, so he greeted everyone and then he got up and left the compartment, the deepest part of the corridor. In the restroom, Su Xinya stood in front of the washstand, her head lowered, her hands scrambling to organize her clothes. The very moment she inadvertently raised her head to the, suddenly he saw a man's figure reflected in the mirror. Ah! Su Xinya just wanted to scream out, but in the next second, her mouth was covered by the man's palm. "Xinya, it's me." Jiang Chen's voice with a hint of a bad joke suddenly drifted into Su Xinya's ears. In the last second, Su Xinya, whose entire body had tensed up, after seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, he instantly relaxed. "Jiang Dong, how did you come in? Here can be the women's restroom. I've put a sign in the doorway of the restroom that it's being cleaned up. No one will break in." "Ah, Jiang Dong, what are you doing? I see that you seem to be in trouble, so I've come to help you on purpose." Chapter 204, Something happened to Chen Yun. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to the box first and continued to drink with everyone. After a while, a fresh coat of lipstick was applied. Su Xinya, who still had a hint of redness on her face, also returned to the box. Buzz! Just then, Su Xinya's cell phone vibrated slightly, only to see her pick up her cell phone and look at it. What she didn't realize was that it was Wang Hui, who was sitting across from her, who sent her a Weibo message. "Wang Hui, Xinya, you've got too much guts. Actually blatantly with Jiang Dong in the restroom. Emoji, Shibuya." After reading this WeChat, Su Xinya was instantly humiliated, only to see her pinching her cell phone. She quickly replied to Wang Hui with a WeChat. "Su Xinya, Sister Hui, don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything with Jiang Dong. He and I are innocent. Wang Hui, Xinya, don't deny it. I went to the restroom just now, too. Heard you two in there. Su Xinya, Sister Hui, how can you lie down in the corner and eavesdrop? Wang Hui, I don't want to hear it either. Who let you two make so much noise? Su Xinya, Sister Hui, I really didn't have that kind of relationship with Jiang Dong. Wang Hui, I understand. You just bit him." Su Xinya was flirting with Wang Hui and blushing, and she couldn't wait to dig a hole in the ground. She didn't know what had just happened to her. It's like being under a spell. Jiang Chen just looked at her with affectionate eyes, then touched her head. She just squatted stupidly. Su Xinya is a singing diva, relying on her natural voice. Even her dead husband had not enjoyed this treatment. However, just a moment ago, she had willingly submitted to Jiang Chen's feet. What is this if not a spell? After the meal, Jiang Chen walked out of the hotel surrounded by the crowd. I wanted to drive Su Xinya home. Who knew that at this time? Zhang Lan suddenly ran over in a hurry, and his face was also covered in an expression of anxiety and panic. "Jiang Dong, it's bad. Something happened to Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but frown, and he hurriedly asked out loud, "What happened? Jiang Dong, I just received a call from Secretary Lu, saying that Mr. Chen went to inspect the construction site, suddenly surrounded by a group of gangsters. Didn't Mr. Chen bring any bodyguards? I brought it, but the other side is so crowded that Mr. Chen's bodyguards can't handle it. Where is Mr. Chen now? Drive me over right away." Jiang Chen hadn't expected that Chen Yun was actually inspecting the construction site, surrounded by a group of gangsters, so he immediately asked Zhang Lan to drive and rushed to that construction site in a hurry. About 20 minutes later, the big Mercedes-Benz G drove onto a construction site that was being built. From a long distance away, Jiang Chen saw a group of punks holding various weapons, surrounded by a group of. Something was yelling out of his mouth. Although he couldn't see who the person surrounded by them was, Jiang Chen knew with his ass that something must have happened to Chen Yun. Squeak! As soon as the Mercedes-Benz Big G stopped, Jiang Chen pulled open the door and jumped down, then flew at the group of punks. Coincidentally, at that moment, the mongrels also rioted. They were seen to be armed with weapons. A fierce attack was launched towards the man they had surrounded. "Mud, think you're a big deal just because you have a few bucks? Brothers, Give it to me. Let these rich people, today, see how powerful we bottom feeders are. Spicy next door. Kill them. Kill. Jiang Chen, who saw this scene, his eyelids jumped slightly and he hurriedly yelled, "Stop!" However, the gangsters seemed to have lost their minds, and no one paid any attention to Jiang Chen at all, still launching a fierce attack towards their target of attack. Spicy next door. Looking for death. Jiang Chen's anger bubbled up with a miso sound, and without saying a word, he rushed into the melee area. Boom boom. Jiang Chen was like an enraged lion, plunging headlong into the flock of sheep, then a little punch and a kick. Anyone who stood in Jiang Chen's path of advance was ruthlessly blasted away by him. Soon, Jiang Chen then saw Chen Yun in the crowd. At this moment, Chen Yun and her female secretary were surrounded by 6 bodyguards in a circle of deadly protection, facing 50 to 60 punks with weapons. None of the 6 bodyguards flinched and just wrestle with your opponent with your bare hands. Although the bodyguards' bodies were covered in colors, the defensive formation they had formed did not collapse. It froze and did not allow any of the punks to get half a step closer to Chen Yun's side. Seeing that Chen Yun was safe for the time being, Jiang Chen's heart relaxed. Next, it was time for the hunt. Drink! Only Jiang Chen roared, and the bones in his entire body set off a crackling and crisp sound. Fighting, this was Jiang Chen's favorite. Anyone who participated in the siege of Chen Yun today, there is one, counting one. If someone could walk back standing up, Jiang Chen would crawl backwards when he went out in the future. Boom boom. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Jiang Chen was fuming, only to see him turn into a stump, scurrying into the middle of the gangsters, his fist like lightning, the legs like the wind, raging to start a one-sided massacre. If the camera was pulled into mid-air, it would reveal that Jiang Chen was like a battlefield meat grinder. Any punks that came into contact with Jiang Chen were all blown away, finally falling to the ground and wailing in agony. None of them could get back up. The moment Zhang Lun, who just got off the bus, suddenly looked dumbfounded. Chen Yun, who was escorted by the bodyguards in the center, also looked dumbfounded. Chen Yun's female secretary also looked dumbfounded. The 6 bodyguards, all of whom were hung with color, also looked over in unison. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In less than a minute, 50 or 60 armed punks on the scene. Surprisingly, they all fell to the ground. There were screams, cries of pain, and wailing. Bystanders, passers-by, theater-goers, everyone was shocked. Tatsu, what brings you here? Suddenly, a cry of alarm floated into Jiang Chen's ears. Chen Yun pushed aside the bodyguard who was in her way, then stepped on a pair of fine-heeled high heels and, hurriedly, he ran towards Jiang Chen. You brat, how can you do things so impulsively? These punks are armed, and you're fighting them alone, with your bare hands. In case something goes wrong, come on, let me see. Are you hurt? Chen Yun was like an old mom, pulling on Jiang Chen's arm, checking his physical condition over and over again. He looked as if he was afraid that he would get hurt. To be honest, looking at Chen Yun's concerned eyes and anxious look, a warm current suddenly flowed through Jiang Chen's heart. Maybe Jiang Chen didn't have any feelings for Chen Yun in the beginning, and even just wanted to use her. Let her lurk around Zhou Zhangfeng so that she could provide some information for herself. But, through a period of time, Chen Yun's character gained Jiang Chen's approval. As the two of them came into contact more and more and went deeper and deeper, Jiang Chen couldn't deny that. He had already accepted Chen Yun as a relative in his heart. Auntie Ru, I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head, then spoke out again to inquire. What about you? Any injuries from these punks? After saying this, Jiang Chen followed Chen Yun's example and pulled her arm back and forth. She checked up on her health. Seeing Jiang Chen so concerned about herself, Chen Yun couldn't help but be touched for a moment. However, in the next second, her face changed violently before she slapped Jiang Chen's hand away with a huff. Where are your hands going, brat? No big deal. So many people are watching. Behave yourself. I'm still a little unsure. Why don't you get in the car with me and I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 205, Gentle Little Auntie? Afternoon. Jiang family villa. Chen Yun's room. Because Jiang Chen refused to go to the hospital, Chen Yun could only grab him back to the villa, and took it to his room. Swish, only to see Chen Yun press Jiang Chen to sit on the edge of the bed, then pull open the closet door, rummaged sparingly through the bottom tier of the cabinet. Jiang Chen also didn't know what Chen Yun was looking for, but Chen Yun turned her back to Jiang Chen, bent over and half squatted on the ground. This backdrop, however, made Jiang Chen couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Chen Yun, who is 33 years old this year, exudes a mature and charming flavor, with long hair coiled at the back of her head and a strand of angled bangs falling across her forehead. On this hot summer day, this hairstyle looks simple and airy, a standard melon face with a pair of flirty peach blossom eyes. The feeling of looking at anyone as if they were discharging electricity. It's not even if she's pretty, but she's also quite hot. That looser black chiffon shirt on the top half of the body, frozen, was worn with a tightness that was ready to blow up at any moment. The second and third buttons, in particular, fell apart so tightly that they pulled out several folds horizontally. It gave the impression that it was going to fall apart at any moment. The bottom half of her body was that red, high-waisted, wraparound skirt that couldn't fit around her plump rear tunic. The plump legs were still wrapped in a pair of thin black stockings, with a pair of delicate, thin-heeled high heels. Little airs scratching up. What a mature, plump, enchanting and charming little auntie, full of womanly flavor. None of this is the point. The point is, as Chen Yun was rummaging around for something, her plump hind tunic was tightly wrapped in her skirt. Immediately, it collapsed into an extremely exaggerated arc. Swish! As Chen Yun bent her waist some more, the wraparound skirt actually began to shrink upwards. The plump legs wrapped in black stockings were also gradually presented in full view. Even the circle of lace near the end of the stocking. It was also displayed in front of Jiang Chen's eyes as much as possible. Phew! Jiang Chen hastily took a deep breath and moved his eyes to the side in a hurry. Force yourself not to look at this mess. However, in the next second, Jiang Chen changed his mind. Why don't you watch it? Experts have said that men can only live long if they look at beautiful women regularly. Found it. Just then, Chen Yun suddenly pinched a bottle of iodine spray and a pack of cotton swabs. A quick turnaround. Little Tatsu, hurry up and take off your clothes. I'll give you medicine. Chen Yun pinched the medicine bottle and walked quickly to Jiang Chen's face, and a stern command was issued at him. Oh, undressing? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned by what he heard, then said with tears and laughter, Auntie Yun, I'm really not hurt. I don't need to be medicated. Brat, I'll ask you if you're taking it off? No stripping. Labor Shudo Mountain. Jiang Chen was truly taken aback. He never expected that Chen Yun would be a Chuanyu female Tyrannosaurus. This phrase Laborer Shudao Mountain is really let Jiang Chen shocked. The little heart pounded along with it, always feeling that if he didn't say yes, something horrible would surely happen next. From this, it can be seen how prestigious the Chuanyu female Tyrannosaurus Rex is in the Jianghu. Swish! Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he honestly took off his shirt, revealing a toned and well-proportioned muscular body. Hiss! Obviously hearing Chen Yun sucking in a mouthful of cool air, and with a hint of gagging sound. Frightened, Jiang Chen hastily raised his hands, protecting his body to the death. You brat, and you say you're not hurt? Just then, Chen Yun's voice with a hint of crying came over, only to see her quickly sit beside Jiang Chen, her fingers gently touching Jiang Chen's back, then carefully asked, Does it hurt here? Jiang Chen stared slightly at what he heard, then tried to twist his head around to get a look at his back. However, this action of his made Chen Yun laugh out with a pft. Swish! Chen Yun took out her cell phone and took 2 pictures of Jiang Chen's back. Then he handed the cell phone directly into Jiang Chen's hand. Open your own eyes and take a good look. A scratch that long on your back. And you dare to say you're not hurt? Chen Yun blared fiercely at Jiang Chen, her tone carrying 3 parts blame and 3 parts annoyance, 3 parts anger, and 91 parts heartache. Swish! Jiang Chen took a look at his cell phone, not realizing that on his back, there is indeed a scratch up to 30 centimeters long. However, it was only a scratch. The skin wasn't even broken. I don't know what little was left behind by the sneak attack during the fight just now. However, Chen Yun, who saw the scratch, had red eyes. Bear with me, I'll put some medicine on it. Only Chen Yun quickly wiped a handful of tears, then picked up the iodine spray and cotton swabs and, he made a gesture to sterilize Jiang Chen's wound. Auntie Yun, this is just a little bit of a small wound. The skin isn't even broken, so there's no need to sterilize it, right? Who said that? As long as it hurts, it has to be sterilized. Auntie Ru. Brat, don't move. Although Jiang Chen repeatedly said that he was nothing at all, Chen Yun was heartbroken. Just see her red eyes to Jiang Chen's wound's disinfection. From time to time will also lower the head, blowing gently towards the wound, with a look of fear of hurting Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's favoritism plus 10. Jiang Chen's favoritism plus 10. Jiang Chen's favoritism plus 10. Does it still hurt? After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yun's mature and gentle voice floated into Jiang Chen's ears once again. Jiang Chen turned his head to look. Chen Yun's pretty face was flushed with a hint of redness, and her long eyelashes were trembling gently. There seemed to be a wave of water rippling in the beautiful eyes. It's beautiful. It would have hurt a little. Jiang Chen stared straight into Chen Yun's eyes and said with a smile, but being blown by Auntie Yun. Immediately the pain stopped. Oh, you brat. You're always picking out something nice to say to your aunt. Chen Yun laughed and pinched Jiang Chen on his arm. The strength was not very heavy. It wasn't like he was physically punishing Jiang Chen, Instead, it was more like he was flirting. Swish. Jiang Chen didn't care if the potion was dry or not. He directly put the shirt over his body. Then he got up and headed for the door. Tatsu, where are you going? Chen Yun was slightly stunned, and subconsciously reached out to pull Jiang Chen. Perhaps because she was in too much of a hurry. Chen Yun pulled very hard on this one. Not only did she pull Jiang Chen back, she also made Jiang Chen's entire body crash into her arms. Quiet. The bedroom was quiet. Jiang Chen only felt his brain buzzing. So big. Oh no. Not feel any pain at all. Instead, it was still soft and a little giddy. Swish. Chen Yun, who noticed that something was wrong. Her pretty face slightly reddened, and immediately let go of Jiang Chen with her hands and feet. After a moment of embarrassment, Chen Yun suddenly stroked the hair around her cheeks and once again asked in a loud voice, Xiao Chen, where are you going? Auntie Yun, I just want to go to the restroom. Why are you suddenly pulling me? Am I not allowed to go to the bathroom? Jiang Chen uttered such words with a face full of aggression, instantly making Chen Yun a big red face. Go ahead, go ahead. Who says I don't allow you to go to the bathroom? Chen Yun covered her burning cheeks and hurriedly blew Jiang Chen away. When Jiang Chen left this room, Chen Yun leaned her back against the door of the room and covered her heart. A big breath escaped his mouth. When she thought of Jiang Chen crashing into her arms just now, his head arching inward, also took a deep breath, and even more so with a look of intoxication on his face. Anyway, Jiang Chen's infatuated look made Chen Yun unable to stop her pretty face from burning, and the little heart thumped. Swish swish. A moment later, Chen Yun straightened her slightly messy clothes and calmed her emotions. Then it was out of the room and into the living room downstairs. Mrs. Wu, make more dishes tonight. Cumin spare ribs, beef with wild mountain pepper, and spicy and sour cashew flour. These are the young master's favorite dishes. Can't be left behind. That's right, another turtle and wolfberry soup, to replenish the young master's body.